You clearly awakened the ability to control the fate of all things, but you are still mocked by everyone as a waste. Even your homeroom teacher, who always believed in you, thinks your life is over just because you awakened the most mysterious profession of fate manipulator. Your talent can only be used once in a lifetime, and can only change one word in the summary of fate. However, no one expected that with just one clever move, you turned a trash talent into a divine talent. At this moment, you stand in front of the awakening platform. A purple light shoots up into the sky. Did he actually obtain a mysterious profession? Mysterious professions are diverse, with extreme strengths and weaknesses. At this moment, the old principal reads out the content on the statue with an unpleasant expression. Mysterious fate actor. D-level talent. One-time fate modification. Everyone's gaze towards you changed instantly. Throughout history, fate actors have caused too many tragedies, and all of them have gone insane in the end. There was once a crippled sniper killer who awakened this profession, turning the people of a city into a bloody mess, causing panic in the entire country. Unexpectedly, someone has awakened as a fate actor again. However, everyone breathed a sigh of relief at your D-level talent, as one-time talents are of no use. The previous fate actors all had talents above S-level. At this moment, you are also confused. D-level? Before you could continue thinking, a sharp pain came from deep within your brain, and a line of words appeared in front of you. Major fate event. You gain a talent. Fate modification will disappear after one use. Your talent is extremely terrifying, able to extract a thread of fate from the future or present, condense it into a fate summary, and modify a word within it, and so on. This means that I can also modify this fate summary. It seems that the experience of crazily exploiting bugs in games in the previous life has come in handy. Immediately, you silently recite in your heart, changing one to ding, recalling the major fate event in your mind, and the fate modification that will disappear after one use. Ha ha, you laugh madly at the sky, while everyone below looks at your constantly silly face with deep concern. Could this guy really be going crazy? Soon, another wave of purple light surges from the awakened crystal statue, as if it has been drained, transforming directly from a crystal statue into a stone statue. A sense of unease arises in your heart, followed by that extreme agony descending once again. Fateful event. You have activated your professional skills. Fate perception. A smile on your face. Did you gain the skill without awakening? Skills, other than using skill scrolls, can only be obtained by professionals reaching level 15 and completing awakening tasks in the Temple of Awakening. You quickly opened your attribute panel, clicked on the skill introduction, and found it to be a passive warning skill similar to Spider Sense, allowing you to anticipate danger in advance. You are very satisfied with this life-saving skill. At that moment, a female officer walked up to you with a serious look on her face, saying that your profession is too dangerous and you need to register with the Night Watchmen's Union. Don't worry, they won't harm you. Just as the officer was speaking, a female assassin wearing a black mask suddenly rushed out from the corner of the classroom and stabbed a male student with a newly awakened B-level talent in the heart. The assassin's eyes were full of madness. After killing the student, she knew she was doomed, so she began to crazily hunt down the rest of the students, following the principle of killing enough to cover her costs, and quickly killed 4 or 5 people. Damn it! It's a combat-type shadow assassin, who actually set up an ambush here in advance just to kill some talented geniuses? The panicked students ran around, making it easier for the shadow assassin to move around. At that moment, you suddenly felt a sense of intuition, and a vision of the future appeared in your mind. After the female assassin reached a dead end, she bypassed 2 military officers and came towards you, and even the female officer couldn't stop her. In a twist of fate, you were attacked by the assassin, and a summary of your fate appeared before your eyes once again. This time, the number of words was very few, indicating very little room for maneuver, but you had no worries at all. You suddenly turned your head and met the crimson eyes of the female assassin. In that instant, a sense of unease suddenly rose in the female assassin's heart. She bit her tongue, accelerated once again, and charged towards you. Classmate, run quickly. Several officers around hurriedly shouted, but they all understood that you had little chance of survival. How could a newly awakened professional withstand the desperate attack of a shadow assassin? In this life and death moment, you triggered a fate modification, a small event of fate, and you were attacked by the assassin. In the next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, the assassin decisively threw away the dagger, clenched his fingers into a dragon claw posture, and pressed directly on your chest. The force was so great that it caused your chest muscles to sink. Hiss. These days, assassins are so twisted. The old principal stood beside you, just about to pull out the big sword from his crotch, but instead witnessed an unforgettable scene in his life. What are you staring at? Shoot. Why are you staring? Then those officers quickly raised their guns and shot. turning the female assassin into a sieve. Before dying, she still tightly grasped your chest, her eyes full of confusion and horror. She really couldn't understand why she had suddenly come over and grabbed your chest just now. This woman had quite a strong grip. You pried open her hands and looked towards the female officer from before. I don't think it's necessary to register this. After all, I awakened as a professional right under your noses. The female officer glanced at the female assassin's body and then at you, before speaking slowly after a moment. Let's put your question aside for now, but you can't leave Qingqing recently. Okay. Suyu nodded and then sat back in his seat. Even though his surroundings were filled with blood, his face was as normal and did not look the slightest bit different. In front of him, a text box visible only to himself hovered. Tease fate. Gain 1 fate point. Could it have been gained from a previous revision of the fateful terrain? What's the point of this destiny though? Suyu tapped on the attribute panel and individually expanded the introduction about fate points. Fate points can be gained when you change an otherwise established fate. Use destiny points to choose one of thousands of destinies. That is to say, consuming fate points allows me to choose the one that suits me best from all the possibilities of the event happening. That is, the ability to turn the possible into the inevitable. If you use it on a lottery, wouldn't Kryptonian destiny points make you 100% Euro Emperor? Obviously. The destiny points had many functions and very powerful abilities, but they needed to be developed by Suyu himself. He's the top 10 dangerous professions of the theater of fate. Don't you vigilantes care about control? At that moment, a male student in the crowd stepped forward and said, "The Night's Watch does things and needs you to direct them?" At those words, the officer at the head frowned and glared at him impatiently. It was already annoying to encounter this kind of assault, but now another snitch had popped up, and it really set him on fire. In his life, the one thing he hated the most was snitching. Ahem. I also mean well. It's all for the sake of everyone's safety. The male student smiled awkwardly and hurriedly explained. A girl standing next to her immediately picked up the conversation. Hey, Yang Wei, I think you just can't see the good in others. There's no such thing as a dangerous profession. Those are all rumors sent out by marketing numbers. The other girls agreed. Right, that is, there are no dangerous professions, only dangerous professionals. Isn't the Purgatory Academy of the 4 great academies filled with extremely dangerous professionals? Besides, Suyu is so handsome, how could he be crazy? Listening to the sound of their arguments, Suyu touched his face and sighed helplessly. Alas, sometimes being good-looking is kind of a pain in the ass. What's more, his face value is only at the bottom of the list amongst the older readers. Well, get your diplomas and get the hell out of here. The old principal frowned tightly, and after handing out their respective diplomas, he simply kicked them out of the classroom. He was not in the mood to continue with any graduation farewell meeting when this happened on the day of awakening. The crowd received their respective diplomas with different looks. After the awakening is completed also means graduating from high school, or if you have confidence in yourself, you can continue to participate in the college entrance exams and take the 4 major schools. However, just as everyone had just walked out of the classroom, the female officer suddenly spoke. Right, combat professionals, spirit professionals, and mystic professionals. You can join the expedition organized by the Night Watch in a week's time and enter the secret realm to hunt monsters. Cadets in good standing may receive pre-admission to the Night's Watch. Hearing this, joy surfaced in most people's eyes. After all, the Vigilantes were the only rank 9 guild in Great Xia, and an official law enforcement organization, with no small amount of power, and most people dreamed of joining them. The Night Watch? Suyu didn't stay, but quickly stepped away from the crowd. Boss, a grilled sausage. Okay. Arriving at the school gate, Suyu planned to be extravagant and have a good meal on graduation day. He got 2 grilled starch sausages, then a milk tea, plus a fruit platter. Finally, contentedly, he sat down at the restaurant and ordered an order of pork with preserved mustard greens and duck blood vermicelli soup. However, just as Suyu was gulping down his food, Fate Minor Event, you consume moldy fruit, poison resistance -5%. Fate Minor Event, you consume aged ash starch sausage, life expectancy -1 day. Fate Minor Event, you consume expired milk tea, health status -5%. Ha! Suyu suddenly froze as he looked at this fateful terrain in front of him. Looking at the delicious food on the table again, Suyu only felt an uneasy feeling in his stomach. This fucking shady businessman. Are these things for human consumption? However, Suyu was just about to pour the food away, but he suddenly paused, and with a twinkle in his eye, he instead gulped down all the fruits into his mouth in one gulp. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you consume moldy fruit, poison resistance +5%. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you consume aged ashes starch sausage, life expectancy +1 day. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you consume expired milk tea and have +5% health. UT's Fate. Fate points +30. Crap, it's still working? Suyu kept on making fate modifications, only to feel that his physical state was getting better and better, and his entire body was glowing red. After thinking about it, he ordered 2 more orders of groove head pork, as well as 2 bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup without the duck blood component. Finally, I went back to pick up 2 big bowls of free hookah soy milk. Seeing this scene, the diners next to him were shocked. Don't you want to die? Hiccup. After the wine and food had passed, Suyu wiped his mouth with satisfaction. Let's not go home this afternoon. Let's go explore the secret world, he muttered to himself. After all, he was an orphan, and there was little need for that family to return, and I'm afraid that my own talent, if manipulated well, will bring unexpected rewards. Within Xinjiang, there were a total of 5 secret realms, while there were only 3 secret realms suitable for newbies to practice: Goblin Woods, Minotaur Plains, Black Bear Ridge. After all, it was his first time, so Suyu decided to head to the least difficult Goblin Forest. Before going to the secret realm, he took public transportation and arrived at a weapon store not far from the secret realm. His profession currently did not offer much in the way of frontal combat capabilities, so Suyu planned to come in and procure a batch of equipment first. Ahem! As soon as he entered the door, he was surrounded by smoke, just like a fire scene, choking Suyu. Gazing over, it was clear that a few professionals were sitting around swallowing clouds. Looking at that appearance, it seemed that they had just come out of the secret realm not long ago, and each of them had colors on their faces and bodies. The small table was filled with empty bottles of wine and tons of cigarette butts. Minor fateful event, you've inhaled a large amount of noxious fumes and your physical attributes are diminishing. Looking at the small words floating in front of him, Suyu's face became a little more ugly. Are these people smoking or smoking for their lives? How can the concentration of secondhand smoke even affect base attributes? Hello, what can I get for you? The shopkeeper blankly glanced at those people, then went forward to greet Suyu. However, he didn't drive those people away. After all, the companions of those familiar guests had just died in the secret realm, and this kind of situation wasn't strange anymore. Tobacco and alcohol cannot fill the sadness, but can always bring a brief paralysis. People temporarily forget the cruel reality. 2 force submachine guns, 609mm force bullets, 1 titanium dagger, and 1 horizontal sword. Right. And another piece of leather armor I can wear. That's 356,000. Cash or credit card please? The weapon store owner quickly prepared the things Suyu needed and handed them over after putting them into a large burlap pocket. Suyu, on the other hand, handed out the bank card with a face of flesh pain, and then took a few thousand cash from his body and stuffed it to the other party. Here, the most expensive was the leather armor, which cost $200,000. But after all, it was the first time entering the secret realm. In order to save his life, Suyu still decided to endure the pain and luxury. This life's legacy left behind after his parents died in battle in the secret realm was consumed to the bone. After receiving the supplies, he didn't rush off, but paused as if thinking about something. Soon, Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Minor fateful event, you've inhaled a large amount of noxious fumes and your physical attributes are diminishing. Ding! Fateful little event, you inhaled a large amount of noxious gas, and your physical attributes are increasing. Fate modification launched successfully. Suyu was surprised to find that his physical strength attribute had slowly increased by 0.01. This discovery made Suyu ecstatic. Basic attributes can only be increased naturally through upgrades or by purchasing expensive potions. When converted into money, 1 point of attributes could be $1 million. That means he just made $10,000 for nothing? Hiss. Thinking of this, Suyu fiercely and furiously inhaled a large mouthful. Strength plus 0.1 inch. As the inhalation of secondhand smoke increased, the increase in physical strength values began to increase dramatically. Isn't this kid a little big sick? The weapon store owner looked at Suyu, who was puffing on the secondhand smoke there, with a dumbfounded look on his face. It's like this guy has been holding back his smoking habit for 100 years, and it's purifying the air in the store. I feel like my lungs are about to explode from being in the store, and this guy is actively inhaling in that storm? At the same time, the few professionals who had died as comrades all looked odd. One of the coolly dressed female professionals even had a compassionate face and reached out her hand to hand Suyu a pack of cigarettes. Look at the kid, all bottled up. Suyu smiled and took it, and directly lit a pack of 20 cigarettes on fire, then began to inhale vigorously. Hiss. Stamina plus 1. Seeing this incomparably raw scene, everyone present gave him a thumbs up. This guy quit smoking in his last life, right? A few minutes later, Suyu walked out of the weapon store with a look of intent. This opportunity directly increased his stamina value by 4 points, which was equivalent to being a full 4 levels ahead of his counterpart. Shield Mountain. If it wasn't for the fact that there was really no money left in his waistband, he would have designated to ruthlessly brush some more stamina up. Thanks for the patronage, good luck. The boss looked at his back with sullen respect. It was the first time he'd ever seen someone smoke 4 cigarettes in 5 minutes, and it just kept getting better and better. While looking at Suyu's back as he hurriedly rushed with his large pockets, a few professionals frowned and shook their heads. This kind of youngster they have seen a lot. Without that strength and still want to go to the secret realm to make a fortune. Every year the most death is this kind of person. Walk out of the weapon store. Suyu put that leather armor on, carried the big bag and kept walking all the way to the entrance of the secret realm. It's not that he's afraid of death, but he needs them to do some development on his abilities. Hey, little brother, one map of the secret realm? A bald man suddenly blocked his way. No, thanks. Suyu shook his head and walked quickly around him. You can't come up with $50 for your entire body, so what are you going to use to buy the secret map? PY deal? Fateful little incident, you're hated by a bald man. Suyu froze and glanced sideways at the man. Sure enough, the man was looking at himself with a grim look mixed with a bit of ferocity. What have I done to him? Suyu was puzzled. Hey, that kid is almost armed to his toes. He looks like a fledgling. How dare this kind of fat sheep not pay the entrance fee? He probably doesn't know these unspoken rules, right? Goblin Forest is managed by the Haze Guild this month, and it's mandatory to buy a copy of the secret map first whether you need it or not to enter. Why? What's a map? You'll have to pay your share of the expedition when you get out. The murmurs of some of the explorers around him made Suyu understand the cause of the matter. Since when do you need protection money to enter a secret realm? Suyu frowned, only feeling that this world had gone mad. The secret realm adventure is supposed to be a 9 deaths and even the official Desya doesn't charge any fees. It turns out that explorers need to pay protection money to enter the field, and they need to share a portion of the harvest they've earned by fighting to the death. It seems that oppression of the underclass is everywhere, no matter where you are. Taking another look at the bald man, Suyu slowly let out a breath. Fate modified. Unleashed. Fateful little incident, you're hated by a bald man. Ding. Fateful little incident, you're being hated by butt-naked men. In an instant, that bald man only felt a coldness in his crotch, and when he looked down, he didn't know when he was already naked. Fuck, where are my fucking pants? His face flushed red and he hurriedly jumped into the nearby grass. Put, ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Did some high-level thief look at him too and steal his pants for him? I didn't realize that this bald guy looks fierce, but that guy is just a little caterpillar. For a while, the entire secret plaza was filled with laughter. Listening to the crowd's undisguised mockery, the bald man's face turned even redder. Practically shamed. He was a level 10 berserker and his pants were stolen? Shame. It's a damn shame. Grandma, who the hell did this? Don't let me find you, or you'll be in for it. While unleashing his talent, Suyu had already stepped into the secret realm. After passing through a light golden barrier, an ancient forest-like scene appeared before his eyes. An earthy smell after the rain drilled into his nostrils, and he was surrounded by huge trees that were hugged by dozens of people. People were coming and going all around them, with either happy or sad faces. The secret realm can make a gambler's fortune or a genius's fall, and is extremely variable. Kobolds LV1. Goo Goo Bird LV1. Along the way, Suyu saw quite a few small monsters. However, these level 1 monsters don't give much experience, much less explode equipment. It wasn't just him, almost everyone was going deeper in. Buzz. Suddenly, Suyu's complexion shook as an image surfaced before his eyes. As he passed through the grass, a green snake came out of it and bit him hard on the calf. The secret realm within Xinjiang had already been learned as early as the first year of high school. Thus, Suyu recognized what kind of monster it was almost instantly. Is that a 10-ranked green peak snake? Suyu's heart was beating wildly. Although this thing was small in size, 1 gram of venom could easily poison 10 level 10 professionals. Fate medium event, you are attacked by a green peak snake and the venom enters your body. Hiss, this green peak snake venom is highly poisonous. I won't be directly accounted for here, right? Suyu's brain turned frantically, searching for a solution. It is most difficult to reverse the ending by changing a single word of a fateful synopsis such as this one, which fixes the outcome. That is to say, venom in the body is an outcome that has already been decided. No, it isn't. It's not just venom. It can be something else that enters the body. There. Suddenly, Suyu thought of a good idea. Fate medium event, you are attacked by a green peak snake and the venom enters your body. Ding. Fate medium event, you are attacked by the green peak snake and the spirit fluid enters your body. After the revisions were completed, Suyu only felt an invisible strong force propelling him forward. Sure enough, as he passed that bush, a rustling sound reached his ears. No good. It's the green peak snake. In this instant, there were some auxiliary professionists who realized it in advance and rushed out to warn. Crap, how can there be green peak snakes in the periphery? This secret realm simply doesn't want people to live. Hearing this, countless professionals retreated at a rapid pace. It's something that's better to be believed than not. The green peak snake was small in size and toxic, far more difficult to deal with than even the Goblin Kings. Many professionals would rather team up to brush a boss than go up against it. Hiss, that little handsome guy, why don't you run? At this time, someone noticed that Suyu was still walking forward and hurriedly reminded him. Go, can you walk away? Suyu sighed helplessly. In a premonition of fate, he tried to walk through it too. But how could one's own level 1 whiteboard theatrical life master outrun a level 10 green peak snake? Run or don't run. The outcome is predetermined. Swish. In the next moment, a green shadow shot out from the grass, straight at Suyu's calf. Alas, it's over and done with. This young man, unfortunately, it is indeed a pity to be so handsome. It takes 2 minutes for the poison to set in, and I don't know if I'll have time to do one. However, just as everyone was sentencing Suyu to death in their hearts, ding, 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 a white light rose from above Suyu's head. Crap, why is he upgrading like crazy? Outside the secret perimeter, a crowd of professionals gazed at the scene in disbelief. Suyu, who was bitten to death by the green peak snake, not only did he not show any sign of dying from poison, but instead, he had a face of enjoyment, and his level was still rising violently. Experience value plus 536. Level up. Current level is LV3. Experience value plus 354. Experience value plus 635. Level up. Current level is LV4. Experience value plus 1086. Level up. Current level is LV6. I've gotta have energy. More. Infuse all the experience. Suyu's face was filled with ecstasy, and his entire body was immersed in the euphoria of upgrading. According to his expectations, it would be good to upgrade 2 or 3 levels on this trip to the secret realm. However, he didn't expect that this green peak snake's spiritual liquid would be so overbearing, directly allowing him to furiously ascend 5 levels. It would take at least a week's work and a small $1 million to pay someone to practice. And now, he actually did it himself in just 10 seconds or so. More importantly, the green peak snake spiritual liquid kept pouring into his body, bringing in massive amounts of experience value while also improving Suyu's basic attributes. Stamina plus 1. Stamina plus 1. In the blink of an eye, Suyu's physical strength value had doubled, counting the attributes boosted by the upgrade, directly bringing his physical strength value to 34 points. This is already far more than the shield mount of the same class. Without taking attribute potions, no professional could have 34 points of physical strength at level 6. However, Suyu soon sensed that the spiritual liquid contained within this green peak snake was about to be injected out. The next thing that came next was the incredibly poisonous snake venom. Suyu could feel that the bite force of this green peak snake had increased a lot. Those grim eyes seemed to say, "Just wait, you kid. It's your time to die soon." Could it be that this green peak snake has produced a mutation? Very likely. I'm afraid that being bitten by a snake is the chance now. This kid is so lucky. I want to be bitten too. Hard leveling practice for more than half a month. Not as good as this kid's first time into the secret realm for 5 minutes. You say angry people, not angry people? The eyes of the professionals gathered nearby were red. However, no one came forward to snatch Suyu's chance into the secret realm. That is life and death, have life and wealth in heaven. Take away the opportunity. Can be immortal. Chance? Where's the chance? Just then, the bare-bottomed man from outside the secret territory from before came running over as well. After hearing the bystanders, he immediately sat back, with a twinkle in his eye. He immediately stepped forward and, "Brat, I was all distracted by you before, and that's why I was sneakily attacked by that thief. Don't you have to share some of this chance with me?" Although his tone was consultative, he did not give Suyu time to react. As soon as he grabbed down the crested serpent, he pressed the 2 fangs directly into the artery of his small arm. "Hey!" He nudged his chin at Suyu and glared, signaling him to get lost quickly. Suyu wanted to say something, rubbed his calves, and walked away under the bald man's warning gaze. Forget it. Good words are hard to persuade a damn ghost. Why is this person like this? Obviously this chance is that little brother's. He broke the rules. And you want anyone to team up with him in the future? A passerby said indignantly. Say less. The others are from the Hanhai Guild. We can't afford to mess with them. Someone next to him immediately warned. The Haze Guild? The crowd was shocked. In Qingcheng, there were 3 major 4-star guilds, and the Hanhai Guild was one of them. The guild's entry thresholds were all 10 professionals. Not that any of their casual soldiers were enough to mess with them. Not right? That little brother didn't seem to have that look on his face just now. Did he? At that moment, someone pointed at the bald head and suddenly said, "Help! Help! Help me!" At this moment, the bald head was covered in black. His lips were purple, and his eyes were glaring, obviously poisoned. He was trembling, and it didn't take him long to swallow his breath. The poison of the green peak snake was as terrifying as it was. Crap! What kind of chance is this? It's clearly a death wish. Seeing this, everyone present dispersed. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Suyu was walking forward on his own. He held his alloy dagger in one hand in reverse and a force submachine gun in the other. This gun is not an entry-level equipment, and thus only works on monsters below level 5. However, Suyu was in a location where the monsters that appeared were at least level 7 or above. However, he was not the least bit worried. After traveling a bit further, 3 goblin minions caught his attention. Kobold Axeman LV7, Kobold Swordsman LV6, Goblin Spearman LV7. Chugging. After choosing his target, Suyu directly swept over with a pike. Subwow. The 3 kobold minions immediately charged towards him with a strange cry. At the same time, Suyu attempted to initiate fate perception. A slightly blurred image appeared in his mind. It was the image of a bullet making contact with a kobold minion and then bouncing right off that tough skin. Fate minor event, you attack a kobold minion, inflicting superficial wounds on your opponent. Sure enough, Suyu was instantly delighted. He was just trying to see if he could trigger the Destiny Terrier on his own accord. I didn't think it would really work. After a quick thought, Suyu finished revising the synopsis of his destiny. Fate minor event, you attack a kobold minion, inflicting superficial wounds on your opponent. Ding! Fate minor incident, you attack a kobold minion, inflicting internal skin wounds on your opponent. In the next moment, the bullet that would have been bounced off the skin of the goblin minion actually directly penetrated his body. Pust! One bullet even went straight through the heart of the kobold minion. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Dude, this is 100% defense breaking? Chugging. 2 more bullets poured through. Goblin minions have their defenses broken and can't defend themselves against bullets. Experience value plus 240. Experience value plus 280. Experience value plus 390. You have leveled up. Current level is LV8. Before dying, those 3 goblin minions looked at Suyu and the small submachine gun in his hand, with faces full of unbelief. It seemed to be in disbelief that he would die at the hands of such a low-grade weapon. It's the bullet of destiny, Hugh said Suyu after blowing on the hot barrel. With his own talent, this kind of submachine gun, which could normally only tickle the monsters of the secret realm, could be used to great effect at this moment. After stinking for a while, he looked at his attribute panel. Occupation, Thespian. Grade, 8. Strength, 18. Physical strength, 39. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 18. Awakening, not opened. Skill, Sense of Fate. Talent, Modification of Fate. Destiny points, 36. Not bad, not bad. But when did fate points get 3 more? Suyu rubbed his chin. His profession was a fortune teller, so he would add a few extra points to his intelligence attribute after upgrading. Now, his overall attributes can be very luxurious. Intelligence and physical strength both exceeded 30 points, far ahead of professionals of the same level. Just then, a bronze-colored sheen was reflected in his eyes. Suyu raised his eyes. It's bursting with equipment? The 3 goblin minions disappeared into ashes after their deaths, leaving only a bronze-colored piece of equipment lying silently on the ground. He immediately went up to investigate. Rough wolfsbane, bronze, grade, 3. Durability, 30/30ths. Attribute, strength plus 5. Verdict, a thick wolfsbane for some of your special hobbies. Not bad, not bad. Surprisingly it has 5 points of power bonus. Selling it for more than 300,000 isn't a problem. Suyu did not dislike it, and directly stuffed this wolfsbane into his body, among the burlap pockets. Generally after killing 20 monsters there is a probability of popping out a piece of equipment, which shows the rarity of the equipment, and the equipment grade is divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, legendary, epic, mythical. Although this one in Suyu's hand was only the lowest level bronze suit, the price was not much lower because it was a weapon. It's still the combat professionals who make money fast. Suyu was a little emotional. Casually killing monsters and exploding a piece of equipment is $300,000, which is the kind of money that living professionals can hardly earn even if they work for a year. Thinking of this, Suyu's motivation became even more abundant. This trip to the secret realm had emptied his old capital, and he had to make a fortune. The deeper the secret realm, the higher the level of the monsters encountered would be. Suyu was not in a hurry to head inside because he had done a detailed investigation this time he came to the secret realm. Kobolds are swarming monsters, and if you go further, you can easily run into legions of kobolds. Suyu didn't have any stable fighting ability right now. It was still best to fight against the 3 or 2 groups of goblin minions. Ow. Just then, A rush of footsteps rapidly approached, accompanying the wolf's howl. A pair of green eyes surfaced in the bushes as well as in the shadows of the tree trunks. Is it a wolf pack, or a kobold wolf rider? Suyu immediately stopped his steps, his body bowing slightly as he carefully observed. In the former case, he was still sure of dealing with it. But if it was a goblin wolf knight, it would be a level 9 mini-boss. Ow. Soon, a giant wolf with snow-white fur all over its body burrowed out from the bottom of the shade. It is stocky, with athletic limbs and long, powerful fur. Bloodthirsty Silver Wolf LV9, Elite. It's not a goblin wolf knight, but it doesn't seem that far off, does it? Suyu breathed slightly sharply. This bloodthirsty silver wolf in front of him was clearly the leader of the pack. Elite-level secret monsters already had skills. Suyu remembered that it was introduced in the textbook that bloodthirsty silver wolf's first skill were all berserk charge. Once the skill was cast, then its speed would increase by more than 30% in an instant. In combat, this sudden boost is most deadly. Ow. Sure enough, just as Suyu was frozen in thought, the bloodthirsty silver wolf once again roared up to the sky and made a gesture to charge over. Not good enough. Suyu's heart sank slightly. What he was currently most afraid of was this kind of monster that had strong attacks and was extremely fast. Buzz. Fate perception passively takes effect. In Suyu's eyes, snippets of the next few seconds flashed. The bloodthirsty silver wolf crossed the distance of 200 meters almost instantly and arrived in front of him. The hideous wolf face, as well as the sharp claws and teeth, were extremely terrifying. With a single stroke, it could break through his skin. Fate minor event, bloodthirsty silver wolf launches a sprint towards you. What to do? Suyu's brain began to spin wildly. Changing it to boob attack like before won't work. After all, this thing was a secret monster, and it wouldn't freeze up like the killer. It would just take a bite out of his neck in the process. Then, the time was short, and it was not up to Suyu to think much. Try it. Fate minor event, bloodthirsty silver wolf launches a sprint towards you. Ding! Fate minor event, bloodthirsty silver wolves unfurl their bone spikes and come at you. Before Suyu's eyes, a silver light flashed, and then there was a strong wind mixed with a strong scent of blood coming at him. Roar! The bloodthirsty silver wolf let out a low growl in its throat, its eyes filled with a desire for blood and flesh. However, just as it rushed to Suyu, inside its body, it even suddenly gave birth to countless bone spurs. The bone thorn was extremely long, directly piercing through its fur and stabbing its entire body into a hedgehog. Ow! The bloodthirsty silver wolf rolled on the ground in pain, and blood flowed all over the place. Woo! The rest of the bloodthirsty silver wolves saw such a bizarre scene and were frozen in place, not charging up at the first opportunity. It really works! The corners of Suyu's mouth rose as he hurriedly went up with his submachine gun to make up for it. After all, he didn't know if the monsters he killed using fate modification counted on his head, so it was better to hurry up and make up for it. Ding 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 ding! Soon, along with Suyu's shooting, the bloodthirsty silver wolf's life breath was rapidly disappearing. You killed bloodthirsty silver wolf LV9, elite level. Experience value plus 1650. You have leveled up. Current level LV9. 2 prompts floated above Suyu's head. Yes, maybe this secret adventure will directly raise me to level 20. Then I can go for my occupation awakening. Suyu was filled with joy. Just then, a silver light flashed. Another piece of equipment? Suyu didn't rush to pick it up, but instead carried his submachine gun and took another shot towards the wolf's position. The secret realm monsters were not very intelligent, and this provocation by Suyu instantly pulled the hatred of the other dozen or so bloodthirsty silver wolves over. Fateful little event, the wolves launch a sprint, coming at you. Suyu repeated the same technique and stood still waiting for the wolves to get close before immediately casting fate modification. Ding! Fate minor event, wolves unfurl their bone spurs and come at you. In the next moment, one by one, the bloodthirsty silver wolves running through the forest were all pierced by bone spikes, flopping and tumbling towards Suyu. Suyu, on the other hand, raised his gun and shot, harvesting them one by one. You kill bloodthirsty silver wolf LV6. Experience value plus 198. You have killed bloodthirsty silver wolf LV7. Experience value plus 298. You have killed bloodthirsty silver wolf LV8. Experience value plus 468. After the dozen or so bloodthirsty silver wolves were killed, Suyu's experience bar rose by another half. However, after level 10, the experience value required for upgrading would rise exponentially, and upgrading would become less easy. Of course, all of the attribute values boosted by the upgrades will be quite a bit higher as well. After brushing the normal bloodthirsty silver wolf, Suyu walked towards the silver equipment. Brushing these 10 bloodthirsty silver wolves only brought about a rise in experience value and did not explode equipment. But Suyu didn't feel sorry for it either. After all, these ordinary equipment could only pop out bronze equipment at best. That one piece of silver equipment would be worth 20 pieces of bronze equipment. Silver wolf boots. Grade, 9. Attribute, agility plus 20. Durability, 30/30ths. Talent, sprint LV1, when worn, your movement speed increases by 10%. Verdict, this is a pair of well-made running shoes, essential for traveling at home and killing people. Good stuff. After seeing the attributes of these boots, Suyu's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, the only martial art under the sun is fast. With the 10% increase in movement speed alone, these boots could sell for over $1 million. After thinking about it, Suyu stomped his legs against each other and flung aside the tattered sneakers he had been wearing for more than 10 years. And after that, he shoved his feet directly into the silver wolf combat boots. In an instant, a light touch traveled from foot to foot. Immediately following, a cold sensation spread all over his body, making Suyu's body soothed and relaxed. This is definitely a very useful piece of equipment. On top of that, the durability of the silver wolf boots dropped a bit down. It would undoubtedly put a dent in the price if there was an option to sell. But Suyu wasn't heartbroken at all. In the secret realm, staying alive is always the first priority. The movement speed provided by silver wolf boots will undoubtedly increase his survivability significantly. Put on your boots and fly. Suyu began to move around this forest area. It wasn't long before he encountered another goblin squad. Kobold Archer LV7, Kobold Spearman LV6, Kobold Swordsman LV8. The group was massive, consisting of 9 kobolds, and the level was much higher than the 3-man squad that Suyu had encountered before, and there were quite a few level 8 goblins in the group. However, Suyu didn't care about that and raised his hand to sweep a pike over. Fate Minor Event, you attack a kobold minion, inflicting superficial wounds on your opponent. Ding! Fate Minor Incident, you attack a goblin minion, inflicting internal skin wounds on your opponent. With the same old trick, the 9 kobolds were blitzed into serious injuries by him before they could react. A few goblin archers struggled to get up and drew their bows and arrows to resist, but they were hit by a few more bullets from Suyu and were completely immobilized. Looking at the paralyzed and unresisting goblin minions, ha, the corners of Suyu's mouth rose as he slowly slipped his hand into the sack underneath his pants. Holding his wolfsbane high in the air, he exploded his head one at a time, and in the blink of an eye, he opened up the door for all of this goblin squad. This goblin squad was not weak. Even if all the level 10 or above professionals teamed up, it would be difficult to take them down. However, in front of Suyu's unreasonable talent, he was put down in the time it took to take a photo. You kill Goblin Trooper LV8. Experience value plus 456. You kill Goblin Trooper LV7. Experience value plus 354. Your level has increased. Current level LV11. Another level up in the hierarchy, accompanied by the increase in the basic attribute value. Suyu was in a great mood. Just as Suyu was about to check if any equipment had popped out, a strange and ethereal fragrance drilled into his nostrils. Suyu didn't rush after the source of that strange fragrance, but instead went to check it out first and picked up the 2 pieces of equipment that had just exploded. Stamina Bracelet, Bronze Grade. Grade, 8. Attribute, Physical Strength plus 5. Durability, 20/20ths. Ruby Ring, Bronze. Grade, 7. Attribute, Agility plus 3. Durability, 20/20ths. Both pieces of equipment were not of a high grade, just bronze. However, Suyu did not mind it and wore it directly on his body. It's not too late to replace it and sell it for money when it pops up with better gear. After doing so, he then sniffled, intending to find out where the scent was wafting from. Not only are there only monsters in the secret realm, but many exotic flowers and plants will also appear. These materials are often of great value, and in the hands of an apothecary can be made into a wide variety of magical potions. Suyu's pace was slow, following the shadows of the trees carefully. Soon enough, the sky opened up in front of him, and a tall back appeared 500 meters in front of him. Goblin Orc LV12, Elite. Elite level kobolds, and 30 kobold minions. Good lord, is this meeting a small tribe? Suyu didn't beat the bushes to scare the snake, but hid in the bushes and quietly observed. Is that the ice and fire spirit grass? Following the gaze of the goblin orc, among the gap of a boulder, there was a small grass that was a mixture of red and blue. Based on the knowledge in the textbook, Suyu recognized the name of the herb almost instantly. The ice and fire spirit grass is the main ingredient for making the awakening potion. It's worth at least $3 million. Suyu's eyes narrowed as his heart was somewhat moved. Not everyone will successfully awaken their talents after transferring. There are some powerful professions that have not awakened their talents after switching professions, which is certainly a pity. However, the awakening potion can make up for this regret. As a result, it was also extremely expensive, with a bottle costing around $10 million. Suyu shook his fanny pack and looked at the only crumpled $5 bill left in his eyes. Alas, The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Bottoms up. Suyu gritted his teeth and decided to put up a fight. With that, he took a deep breath and shot towards the goblin orc. Boo! Force bullets hit its skin and sparked. With this shot, Suyu did not use his talent to enchant it. The kobold orc's stamina was so high that even if it penetrated its skin, the bullet would get stuck in the flesh and do little damage. Besides, he was now down to his last bullet and had to save it. Boom! 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 The goblin orc was enraged by the shot and rushed towards Suyu with heavy steps. With every step it took, the ground trembled for a few moments. Suyu didn't dare to fight it hard and immediately jumped to the distance, continuing to aim. His goal was clear. He just wanted to find the right opportunity to deliver a few blows to the kobold orc's eyes and neck as well as the lower third of these areas. But the goblin orcs moved too fast and were very agile, making it impossible for him to find any breakthroughs. However, with the speed bonus of the silver wolf battle boots, that goblin orc would be difficult to pose much of a threat to Suyu for a while. The two of them chased after each other, and neither of them could do anything about it in a short period of time. At this time, Suyu did not know that his every move was watched by the squad of professionals lurking in the shadows on the side. Our people? Why are they running over here at this hour? I haven't given the order yet? A middle-aged man with a somewhat blonde figure frowned. He was an elite member of the Hanhai Guild, and he had come here specifically to lead a team for that ice and fire spirit grass. However, he did not expect Suyu to go single-handedly to attract monsters, which made him a bit puzzled for a while. Captain, that man is not from our squad. He should be a loner. Someone next to him replied. A lone traveler? Looking at that appearance, it should be a ranger, right? To actually dare to fight a goblin orc alone. Really not afraid of death. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and then smiled coldly. Since he was kind enough to help us attract hatred, let's go directly to fetch the ice and fire spirit grass. Good. That brat seeks his own death. So it's not our fault. The rest of the group seconded the motion. You guys hold off the rest of the kobold skirmishers, especially the archers and spear throwers, while I pick the spirit herbs. The middle-aged man laughed fiercely, and with a command, the professionals lurking in the shadows stormed up. Long-range professionals such as mages and archers worked together to limit the kobold archers. Shield Mountain, meanwhile, rushed to the forefront and fought with the goblin blade runner. This squad is extraordinarily mature and seasoned, and extremely tactical as well as cooperative. In an instant, the entire goblin horde's battle force was firmly entangled. The middle-aged man jumped onto the boulder in 3 or 2 steps, reaching out to pocket the ice fire spirit grass. We still have to thank that ranger. Otherwise we would have to waste some effort to get this ice and fire spirit grass. Seeing this scene, Suyu's entire body was bad. So I'm going through all the trouble of dealing with this elite monster. And you guys are picking peaches in the back? Bang bang bang. Suyu raised his hand and fired a few shots while launching the fate modification to directly break the defense of the goblin orc, knocking it back out a dozen meters away. And then he yelled at the front. Don't touch my stuff. Ha! The middle-aged man smiled coldly. You can't touch it if you say you can't? Kid, who are you? Upon hearing this, the dozen or so professionals also looked towards Suyu with disdain on their faces. Kid, if you honestly hold that elite monster back, you might still be able to save your life by then. Or else. Ha! The vice-captain made a neck-wiping gesture at Suyu. The threatening intent in his eyes was self-evident. Are you guys sure? The expression on Suyu's face gradually disappeared. Those who knew him well would know that he had moved on. Ho ho ho! The goblin orc suddenly had its defense broken by a bullet, and was a bit puzzled for a moment, wailing away. Suyu didn't bother with this big guy, but instead focused his gaze on that huge boulder. His intention was extremely focused, and destiny perception was being actively activated. Kid, I'm partial to pulling out this ice and fire spirit grass in front of you, and I'm going to take it away in front of you. How about it? Angry or not? The middle-aged man had a mocking face and made a gesture to pull out the ice and fire spirit grass. Next moment, the image of the middle-aged man picking the ice and fire spirit grass while strutting away appeared in Suyu's mind. This angered Suyu abnormally. Fate minor event, you witnessed the ice and fire spirit herb being picked and you are angry. Good. Very good. Suyu took a deep breath. Don't you regret it? I'm waiting for you to make me regret it. The middle-aged man didn't turn his head back. His right hand was already gripping the root of the ice and fire spirit grass tightly. Suyu's brain worked frantically, pondering over countermeasures. Next moment. Ding. Fate mini event. You witnessed the ice and fire spirit herb picking people off and you were angry. Fate modification successful. Brat. When you're out of the secret realm, you'll know that shit can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. A cold smile hung at the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth, and his right hand pulled hard. Why won't it work? He froze and looked down, but at this very moment, The ice and fire spirit grass in his hand unexpectedly grew crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it grew into a giant spirit grass that was more than 3 meters tall. Ka! In the next instant, the boulder crumbled apart. Crap, this guy's mutated. Seeing this, the middle-aged man violently retreated, wanting to escape from this mutated spirit grass. However, the slender rhizome of the ice and fire spirit grass was like 2 feet, and it even flew directly on the ground. Crouchy, 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 crouchy? The middle-aged man felt the strong wind behind him and hurriedly turned his head. At this time, the red and blue blades directly bound him, and then turned violently towards the depths of the forest. Just ran in. Help me, brothers, help me! The middle-aged man screamed in fear, and his legs kept kicking and hitting the blades of the ice and fire spirit grass, but to no avail. What the hell is this? The spirit grass has become a spirit? But even if it's sperm, this thing should grow on the ground? What the hell is running up? Seeing this scene, the group of Hayes Guild professionals were dumbfounded. Damn it, release the captain. After reacting, their faces all changed drastically, and they hurriedly drew their swords to kill, in a vain attempt to rescue their boss. Seeing the ice and fire spirit grass run away, the goblin orc and the 30 or so goblin minions immediately chased after it as well. And so the weird scene appeared. A spirit grass at over 3 meters tall wrapped a middle-aged man up and ran wildly through the forest. Behind the two of them, a bunch of professionals followed at a rapid pace. Behind the professional, there was also an elite-level goblin as well as more than 30 goblin minions. This group of people and monsters was so vast that it looked like they were racing across the secret realm. My god, what the hell is this? The surrounding professionals were dumbfounded. This outrageous sight is a once-in-a-decade occurrence. Didn't expect that, old den. Ha! The corner of Suyu's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the group of people and monsters that were drifting away. This talent of his was simply strong beyond reason. Otherwise it wouldn't have become disposable upon awakening. Fortunately, Suyu had been resourceful since he was a child, and this talent was more than suitable for him. Ugh, it's just a shame about the $3 million plant. He shook his head slightly. He was about to leave when the sidelight caught another glimpse of a bright light. Ha! Suyu turned his head to look. In the middle of the boulder where the ice and fire spirit grass was rooted, something was actually glowing. It can't be that what's hidden here is the good stuff, can it? Seeing this, Suyu rushed over. Sure enough, after peeling away the pile of rubble, a red and blue gem appeared in his hand. Crap, ice and fire metaphysical stones? It's rich. It's really rich this time. His eyes went wide. This ice and fire Xian stone was extremely rare, and was one of the best materials for weapon refining, able to produce both ice and fire attributes in a weapon, making it more powerful. This stuff is sold by the gram out there, 500 grams to the pound. This piece in his hand is more than 10 pounds, it'll sell for $15 million at the very least. So you did not hesitate to put away the ice fire Xian stone while running outward. However, before he could take 2 steps, a cold aura suddenly attacked him from the side. Fate perception passively takes effect. A picture appeared in Suyu's mind. It was a thief in a night suit, and after sneaking close to Suyu, he snatched the ice and fire arcane stone in a single burst. Before leaving, the thief even gave him a mocking middle finger. Crap, stealing is still so rampant? Suyu was furious. You've only lost $3 million yourself, only to have it stolen again now that you've managed to pick up a fortune? And, even if you steal, how dare this guy taunt himself? Fate minor event, you've been stolen by thieves. Humph. After seeing this fateful synopsis, Suyu sneered. Ding. Fate minor event, you steal the thief. In the next moment, the image in Destiny's perception occurs. He. I didn't expect you kids to be quite lucky. The thief opened his sneak and had closed in on Suyu, but Suyu did not notice him at all. Unfortunately, it's mine now. The corner of the thief's mouth rose, and he directly activated the skill steal before grabbing it towards the ice and fire arcane stone. His stealing was a skill that was comprehended after the professional awakening, not to mention Suyu. Even an ordinary second awakening professional would find it difficult to resist. Once, he then stole the omen of a second awakening professional on the street, and that person hadn't even realized it until he got home from shopping. How is that possible? However, under this confident grab by the thief, his hand was empty. Just as the thief was wondering, Suyu was throwing a pair of boxers aside with a look of disgust. What the hell? Upon seeing the bare pattern on those boxers, the thief's eyes instantly widened. He reached into his pants and came up empty. Crap, you're a thief too? The thief's face was filled with horror. It wasn't hard to detect his stealing, but the ability to directly disable the skill and in turn steal his bottom was simply terrifying. This teenager in front of him was definitely pretending to be a pig in a poke. Humph, leave this one alone. Dare to steal from me? You've got a lot of guts. So you let out a fierce laugh, pulling out a wolfsbane from his crotch as soon as he could, and violently threw it out towards the thief. Bang! Right in the thief's undershirt. The thief stifled a grunt, clearly injured. He just wanted to escape, but Suyu moved faster than him and directly rushed up to pick up the wolf tooth rod and ruthlessly knocked on the back of the thief's head. You fucking! The thief fell to the ground unconscious before he could finish his sentence. Humph! You underestimate Master's strength too much. Suyu skimmed his lips and threw the wolfsbane aside, dragging the thief back to his side before he directly began to grope up and down. Soon, Suyu touched a bulge. Hey, you guys are pretty loaded. Suyu revealed an evil smile and directly ripped open that nightwear. Underneath was actually a well-made pocket with countless runes printed on it. Holy shit, a space bag? Suyu swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but reach out and touch a few handfuls. TSK, it's really a space bag. This thing can be old valuable. I don't know where this guy stole it. Opening the space bag, there weren't many things inside, but everything was worth a lot. A black card, 3 pieces of silver equipment, 2 bottles of recovery potion, an experience potion, some cash, totaling over $80,000. The total value is estimated to be around $15 million. Suyu then transferred everything in his rotten sack to the space bag. This space pouch had about 10 cubic meters of space, and was considered the lowest grade of storage equipment. But for that, it's hard to take without a $10 million. After all, this thing is simply too convenient in the secret realm. Whether it's storing supplies, equipment, materials, potions, etc., are very practical. It's true, fishing for the side door is the fastest way to get rich. Suyu sighed a little. His own desperate efforts to explore the secret realm had only yielded a small haul of 3 pieces of silver equipment, 4 pieces of bronze equipment, and just 1 piece of ice and fire arcane stone. But within this short minute, no less than $20 million was directly raked in. Shaking his head slightly, Suyu opened that secret realm map. The upper side labeled the locations where elite monsters as well as boss-level monsters appeared, as well as the areas where many treasures often appeared. Boss level? Suyu grinned and put the secret realm map away. He lowered his head, ready for a small filler, but when he looked again, he realized that the thief had disappeared into thin air along with his wolfsbane. This guy, he runs pretty fast. Unfortunately, my big stick is still stolen, Suyu muttered, but didn't pursue. That thief's ability to sneak around wasn't weak, or else he wouldn't have been able to walk up to him without noticing him. Right now, it was more important to continue practicing, and when he finished his first awakening, killing this thief would be as easy as cutting vegetables. Thinking of this, Suyu took out the bottle of experience potion from the side of his storage bag. The well-made gilt vial contained half a bottle of fuchsia liquid. Suyu smelled, and then show off the bottle cap, tilted his neck, tons, drank all. Hiss a yes. A cool sensation spread throughout his body. The experience potion refined by this apothecary would not only provide a large amount of experience value, but would also randomly increase the basic attributes by an additional point after upgrading, so it could be considered an extremely valuable potion. Even that thief couldn't bring himself to take it. But now, it was cheap for Suyu. Your level has increased. Current level LV 12. Your level has increased. Current level LV 13. Your level has increased. Current level LV 14. In an instant, 3 levels in a row. Suyu was overjoyed. It seemed that this bottle of experience potion was not of a low grade, and he was afraid that it was for the use of the awakened professionals. Casually scanning the attribute panel, the greatly increased base attributes caused Suyu's smile to grow wider. Occupation, thespian. Grade, 14. Strength, 36. Physical strength, 58. Intelligence, 42. Agility, 36. Awakening, not opened. Skill, sense of fate. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny point, 37. Boo! Suyu sank his chi into his dantian, and a flat, straight punch struck the tree trunk with a popping sound. Ka-ching! Instantly, a long crack appeared on the tree, which was hugged by 10 people. It was actually almost broken by a punch. Looking at the effect he had struck, Suyu nodded slightly. Now that he was on his own, he had some self-preservation and didn't have to rely only on his firearms to kill monsters. After thinking about it, one of the closest boss spots on the secret map emerged in Suyu's mind. If one could kill a boss, then one's upgrading efficiency would definitely increase a few times again, and even directly reach level 20 would not be possible. Moreover, the probability of boss monsters popping out good equipment is extremely high. If a gold level equipment could be produced, it would be a real run for the hills. After formulating a plan in his mind, Suyu left the place with a few jumping steps. Damn! Bad luck! Deep in the forest, an angry curse came out, stirring up a cloud of flying birds. The man in the suit pinched the ice and fire spirit grass in his hand, his face full of depression. What kind of mutation had happened to this ice and fire spirit grass that it had directly led him to break into the depths of the goblin forest? But just after walking here, it was as if this thing had suddenly shriveled up, directly losing all of its divinity and completely becoming a waste grass. It dashed his dreams of getting rich in an instant. Fuck, if I had known that, I would have just grassed him up right then and there. The man in the suit threw the wilted ice and fire spirit grass aside with one hand. At the same time, another piece of silver equipment was picked up from the puddle of ashes on the ground. It's a blessing in disguise. I didn't expect this goblin orc to burst out a silver equipment. His smile was amused as he scrutinized a shield in his hand. However, the squad members around him could be a bit of a mess. In order to chase after the man in the suit who had been wrapped away by the ice and fire spirit grass, each of them had been physically exhausted. And then there was a big battle here with the goblin regiment led by that group of goblin orcs, resulting in serious injuries to the squad members. If it wasn't for the man in the suit having already completed an awakening, I'm afraid they would all be planted here today. However, all the effort was worth it, and with a silver equipment in hand, or the most valuable shield equipment, this trip to the secret realm would not be a loss. Roar! However, just as the man in the suit was about to lead the squad back, he heard a horrible roar from behind him. Rumble! With the sound of heavy footsteps, a huge figure revealed itself to the squad members. This was clearly a huge kobold that was fully 10 times taller than the other kobolds. Its skin was a dark golden color all over its body, glowing with a faint light. The forehead, in particular, was covered with 2 sharp black horns. Just by looking at the appearance, it made people feel incomparably hideous and strong. Crap, Kobold King! The man in the suit's face changed, and he hurriedly greeted the crowd and hid behind a boulder, looking around vigilantly, only to see that the Goblin King did not show any signs of leaving. Instead, it moved its pace towards them. With every step it took, the ground trembled slightly, as if it was stepping on the hearts of the crowd. Is this, boss? The squad members were surprised. So, they had actually walked into the area where the boss was under the leadership of the ice and fire spirit grass? For a moment, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. The Goblin King was a level 25 boss level monster, and there was no way to fight it without 5 awakened professionals. Their attacks couldn't even break the Goblin King's epidermis. Whatever, let's all go together, put up a fight. There's no chance we can survive. Seeing that the Goblin King was getting closer, the man in the suit immediately yelled and took the lead in charging forward. Okay, Captain, let's fight it. However, just as everyone followed him and charged together, the man in the suit stopped violently, and then his speed skyrocketed by a factor of 2, and he actually began to run away towards the back. Crap, fuck you, betrayed. The rest of the team was filled with disbelief. The man in the suit, however, snorted coldly, "Humph, I don't want to die. My life is much more valuable than yours." As the words fell, he disappeared into the distance like a phantom. The squad members were dumbfounded. The captain ran away. The captain is so pitiful. This fucking... Originally, they might have had a chance of survival if they had each scattered and escaped. But now, being pitted by the man in the suit, at such a close distance, they would absolutely all die at the feet of the Goblin King. If I don't die this time, I'm definitely going to cut that guy alive when I go back, a mage girl said with a face full of despair. Boo! A loud bang came. Immediately afterward, splattered blood spilled on everyone's faces. That shield mountain that rushed at the front was actually directly smashed into pieces by the Goblin King's fist. Even the top silver shield was directly shattered into 3 pieces. It's over. Everyone's head buzzed at the sight. But, almost in the blink of an eye, another law profession was also torn apart by the Goblin King's claws and teeth. Bright red blood and the remains of corpses and bones were scattered all over the ground. The remaining 8 people, who wanted to escape, were unable to move by the boss aura and could not take a step at all. And just as everyone had closed their eyes and waited for death, a slightly familiar teenage voice rang out. According to the map, the Goblin King is here, right? The moment they heard this voice, the 8 of them snapped their eyes open, and a moment of hope flashed in their eyes. But soon, after seeing the appearance of the visitor, several people laughed bitterly twice again and directly yelled towards Suyu's position. Kid, you hurry up and run. Don't ever come over. The Goblin King is right here. You still have a chance to run now. A man's words are good when he is about to die. They couldn't do the kind of thing the man in the suit did to sell his friends for a living. Oh, it wasn't in vain that I searched for so long. Is it really here? Suyu was not deterred by the few people's warnings, but instead, with both eyes glowing, he directly rushed towards the few people's position. Boo! A gunshot came. Why bother to come and get yourself killed you? With that junk gun of yours, you still want to break the defense. An archer was just in the middle of his sentence when he suddenly froze. Both eyes looked at the Goblin King's right eye that suddenly burst open with a face full of horror. Crap, you popped the Goblin King's eye out with some kind of groundhog? For a moment, everyone present was stunned. They could see clearly that what Suyu was holding was nothing more than the most inferior force submachine gun, and the bullets used were even only 9 millimeters. Not to mention the Goblin King, even if you hit a level 1 soft bone rabbit, you would have to aim for the heart in order to kill it in one hit. But now, Suyu used this trashy gun to explode the Goblin King's eyeball with a single shot? Who? The Goblin King held his head and roared furiously, extremely angry and instantly on the verge of berserk. Fate.1. However, at this moment, Suyu's attention was not on the Goblin King, but rather gazed at the font floating out in front of him and fell into deep thought. The function of a fate point is to turn a potentially arising fate into reality? Suyu murmured. The instant he fired that shot just now, he turned on the fate modification, attaching a 100% defense breaking attribute to the bullet. But this was useless to the Goblin King, whose stamina value was bursting at the seams, even if it broke through the epidermal defense. Therefore, he just had to do it another way. The moment he pulled the trigger, Suyu flashed a possibility in his mind. If the Cobalt King doesn't notice the bullet fired at his right eye, and the bullet enters while he's not blinking, he triggers the inside the skin decision. Then, it was highly likely that the shot would directly waste one of its eyes. After Suyu gave birth to this thought, he realized that his fate point was a little less. At the same time, the Goblin King happened to be blocked from view by the flying dust, and because he happened to take a step when Suyu fired his gun, resulting in an overlap with the sound of the gun being fired. So, this very unlikely shot, it worked. After thinking about this, Suyu had a concrete perception of his career. True to form. Is it called a fortune teller? Teasing fate? The corner of Suyu's mouth rose slightly while raising his gun to shoot again. Destiny.2. Boo! Another gunshot came out. The Goblin King was clearly on the defensive this time, but fate is so coincidental sometimes. It had surprisingly over-focused its attention, causing its feet to suddenly step on a fragment of the silver shield that had crumbled earlier. The sharp pain suddenly attacked, causing the Goblin King's center of gravity to tilt, and the bullet that should have been swept away by a claw just happened to shoot into his left eye in an unbiased manner. Up to this point, the Goblin King's eyes were directly wasted by these two seemingly random shots. Is this guy's profession a gun god? Or is it some sort of hidden profession? The few remaining people looked dumbfounded. Suyu's bullets appeared to be mediocre, but the guns were invulnerable and powerful. It was almost as if they were attached with the attributes of sure hit and armor breaking. Those two shots were enough to qualify as a miracle. Looking at the Goblin King, who covered his eyes and had begun to go crazy, several people in the squad looked at each other with complicated eyes. Unexpectedly, Suyu, who was originally regarded as an enemy, had now become the savior of several of his people, and the captain, whom they had previously treated as a role model and idol, had left them behind to run for their lives alone. Are you guys still not leaving? Are you trying to steal the boss from me? At this moment, Suyu's playful voice came. Go, 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 go. When the few people heard this, they hurriedly bowed towards Suyu to express their gratitude, and then they pulled out their legs and ran away. Before leaving, the two mage girls also stuffed Suyu with the only disposable charms they had on them. Suyu didn't refuse. These would be considered their life-buying money. Just then, roar! The Goblin King glowed red and his muscles rippled as he began an indiscriminate attack. A thick tree was snapped off alive by it, and immediately turned into ashes after it fell to the ground, as if it had been corroded by something. The air was filled with a strong stench of corpses and the smell of burning, making people want to vomit. It was obvious that this boss had entered a berserk state and unleashed a hidden skill. Is it storming off so soon? Seeing this, Suyu's eyes narrowed, his fingers slightly flexed, and a disposable spell appeared in the center of his hand. Then he swung outward violently. Explosive flame technique. Thumbs down. Flame shot out, enveloping that Goblin King in an instant. In this instant, Suyu gazed at his mind and kept sensing the trajectory of destiny. Finally, an illusory picture emerged before his eyes. Fate minor event. You use a one-time explosive inflammation spell on the Goblin King, inflicting light burns on him. With this kind of simple destiny synopsis, Suyu completed the destiny modification almost instantly. Ding! Fate minor event. You use a one-time explosive inflammation spell on the Goblin King, inflicting severe burns on him. Immediately afterward, only a loud rumbling sound was heard, and gusts of white smoke rose from the sea of fire, followed by the figure of the Goblin King slowly emerging from the flames. At this moment, the skin on its body was actually burned as if it was cracked, and its entire body was scorched black, with a very appalling appearance. What was even more terrifying was that the location of its chest was clearly burned out with a large hole that was deep enough to be seen through the bone. The 8 people from earlier didn't run out far before they shuddered at the sound and couldn't help but look back. Looking at the miserable appearance of the Goblin King, the crowd couldn't help but gulp. Nima, a fire spell could even hit with this kind of effect? It was too terrifying. I'm afraid this is a once-awakened mage, right? No wonder it dared to single-handedly challenge the Goblin King. Fortunately, they didn't start a conflict with this person before, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Even the mage girl who gave Suyu the spell didn't realize that the spell that burned the Goblin King was one of her own. The Kobold King was burned by this, and his intelligence, which was already not rich, completely disappeared, and he started charging around in the jungle. Its eyes were bloodshot and it had lost its sight, but just the slightest noise will invite its frantic attack. The blood splattered out by the Goblin King was full of corrosive properties, and soon gathered a toxic barrier in this jungle. Oh no, this poisonous gas is an indiscriminate attack. Staying for a long time will directly cause the base attributes to fall. Does that handsome mage have a way to deal with it? The mage girl was extraordinarily worried. Since someone else dares to take on the Goblin King alone, they must have prepared for everything. So why are you blindly worrying? It's not like you like people, is it? The archer next to him snickered. At those words, the mage girl did not retort, but instead, her small face flushed, her eyes tightly observing the big battle at the back. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, boom, boom. Seeing the poisonous mist filling the air, Suyu was in no hurry, lifting his submachine gun and firing a shot every now and then dodging through the maneuverability provided by the silver wolf war boots, slowly grinding down this boss's blood bar. Still, his own lack of offensive ability was slowly becoming apparent. After completely breaking the boss's defense and having difficulty triggering the Destiny Terrier, it would be difficult for Suyu to deal lethal damage to the boss. With a broken gun in his hand now, and 3 or 2 disposable spells, even if the Goblin King's blood level was already low, it wasn't something he could kill in a short period of time. However, just then, fateful little event, you've inhaled a large amount of toxic gas and your physical attributes are rapidly diminishing. Seeing the small line of words appearing in front of him, Suyu was not surprised but pleased. He immediately unleashed Fate Modification. Ding! Minor fateful event, you've inhaled a large amount of toxic gas and your stamina attributes are rapidly increasing. Stamina +1. Stamina +1. Ha, yes. Suyu's mouth grinned. To him, these poisonous barriers were not toxic gases, they were clearly auras. In just 1 minute, it directly boosted his stamina value by 2 points, which could be equivalent to $2 million in the bank. Boom, boom, boom. Suyu then swept out a few more shots, causing the Goblin King's blood to splatter. Ho ho! Feeling the pain, the Goblin King hissed, and the poisonous mist in his body emanated faster. Yes, that's it. Seeing this, Suyu took another deep breath with incomparable excitement. Stamina +2. As his violent sucking proceeded, the purple poison barrier in the jungle dimmed a few points. The few people outside watching from afar were confused. This was the first time they'd seen someone take the Goblin King's poisonous barrier over the top. Suyu's appearance was like a smoker who hadn't smoked for 50 years, and he simply hated to lie on the Goblin King's back and inhale hard. Still, this blissful time of stamina brushing finally stopped after 5 minutes. This was because Suyu realized that after his stamina had risen to a certain level, it surprisingly did not go up. Is it the reason that the poison barrier is too weak to cause damage to me? Suyu felt a pang of tastelessness. Since it's useless, you can go to hell. Bang! Suyu seized the opportunity and flung out 3 fireballs in succession, heading straight for the Goblin King's head. Fate point -5. The 3 fireballs traced a perfect arc, coincidentally following the bone cracks caused earlier at the same time and drilling into the Goblin King's brain. Ow! The flames erupted, and the Goblin King screamed miserably and instantly fell to the ground. Dead. You have killed Kobold King LV26 and gained 25,680 experience points. Your level has increased. Current level LV15. Your level has increased. Current level LV16. Your level has increased. Current level LV20. The experience value provided by the boss is surprisingly large. Suyu was a bit surprised and wiped the sweat from his forehead, a joyful look on his face. Perhaps it was because his base level was low and he wasn't in a group. All the experience was exclusive to one person. Therefore, after killing the Goblin King, it directly caused his level to rise 6 levels in a row, reaching level 20. That's not a fast lift. It is important to realize that there is a level restriction on the secret realm. As a result, even the top-ranked mercenary squads would need a month to bring a level 1 rookie to level 20. But Suyu, it only took 1 afternoon. In less than an afternoon, He had grown directly from a level 1 munchkin to the point where he was able to perform a profession awakening. Not only that, but all of his basic constitution, agility, strength, and defense stats were all dabbling upwards. Occupation, thespian. Grade, 20. Strength, 49. Physical strength, 96, plus 5. Intelligence, 52. Agility, 49, plus 23. Awakening, not opened. Skill, sense of fate. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny point, 34. Especially the item of physical strength, which had exceeded 100 if you added the equipment bonus. This was simply approaching a once-awakened shield mountain. That is to say, the current Suyu carrying a shield rushed to the front of the Goblin King, that is, standing still and letting it hammer for half a day without dropping blood. A flash of golden light reflected in Suyu's eyes. Exploding equipment? Suyu's eyes lit up and he immediately rushed towards the place where the Goblin King had fallen. A pair of gold and green gloves lay still among the ashes. Suyu stepped forward and picked it up. Green King's gloves, gold grade, 20. Attribute, strength plus 50. Durability, 120/120. Talent, strength LV2, when worn, your strength increases by 20%. Skills, destruction, upon release. Swing a powerful punch in front of you, dealing damage with an armor-breaking effect. Cooldown XS. Good stuff. Suyu couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. The value of this gold equipment was extremely high. Not only was the bonus powerful, but it also had an additional armor-breaking effect, so it could be said to be a godly outfit for the warrior profession and the boxer profession. This piece of equipment, even when used up to level 40, isn't bad. A tangle flashed under Suyu's eyes. The fortune teller is a mystic profession, and any equipment can be worn and used. That said, the gloves are something he can use as well, but charging with gloves didn't quite fit the way he expected to fight. Keep it for now, and we'll see what happens when we get out. Suyu muttered and put the Green King's fist gloves into his storage bag. Then he prepared to exit the secret realm. He was now out of ammunition and his harvest had far exceeded his expectations, so it was time to take what he could get. After all, even though his talent was strong, it was still a bit of a struggle for him to meet some opponents with excessive hard power. Just as Suyu was about to leave, his face suddenly changed. In his eyes, a black shadow suddenly attacked. The man was dressed in a black suit, clutching a short dagger in his hand, and was looking at him with an evil smile on his face. It was the man in the suit who had escaped earlier. Kid, I didn't think you'd be lucky enough to slaughter this Goblin King, but that's as far as it goes. A long-range professional was even found close by me. Should I say you're unlucky or just unlucky? The man in the suit laughed and quickly approached Suyu. Suyu frowned. Just now, his entire mind was on the Green King's gloves, and he didn't pay any attention to how long the man in the suit had been gone, but he didn't expect this guy to come back. Fuck, how dare you come back, you scumbag? Right at this moment, only an angry curse came from the mage girl not far away who raised her hand and shot a fireball spell at the man in the suit. Only, the fireball spell flew too slowly, and was thrown far away before it could get close enough. At the same time, the remaining 7 people were all filled with righteous indignation and quickly ran towards this place. Damn you! You just tricked us into luring monsters and ended up running away yourself. And now that someone else has killed the boss you're back trying to pick the peach? I really had the bad luck of my life to join the same guild as you. If you dare to touch our savior, don't even think about walking out of this secret realm today. Listening to the incessant curses, the man in the suit didn't say anything, just silently accelerated his speed again. Gold equipment. He definitely didn't look wrong just now. As long as he could snatch that golden glove, it would definitely allow him to eat and drink for the rest of his life. What are these teammates? Just the bottom of the Haze Guild. As long as he bribed the guild executives when the time came, it didn't matter if he killed all of these people to silence them. Kid, blame it on your bad luck. The man in the suit held a short dagger in his backhand, and the cold aura was chilling. The next moment, the skill was launched. He pulled in dozens of meters more between a few flashes and kept changing his position, even splitting into several shadowy doppelgangers to confuse the public. With regards to Suyu's long-range offensive means, he was still extremely fearful. However, out of his expectation, Suyu unexpectedly did not make any response. Instead, he just stood still and quietly looked at him, until he stabbed the dagger into Suyu's heart. He still maintained a clouded expression, even bringing a few moments of pity in his eyes. What kind of big tale are you playing with a mop up your ass? The man in the suit stabbed hard, literally putting his best foot forward. It's over. Seeing this scene, several people in the small group couldn't help but stop. They were filled with sadness as they watched their savior being stabbed to death by the man in the suit and they were powerless to stop it. But the next moment, that's it? Can't even activate the little fateful event? Suyu looked at the man in the suit with a look of contempt. A stamina value of breaking 100 was enough for him to take any attack below level 30 hard. The man in the suit failed to even pierce his skin with this strenuous stab. Hearing Suyu's voice, the crowd was dumbfounded. How is that possible? The squad members rounded their eyes. Family members knew their own business. The man in the suit was a level 20 shadow assassin, and his damage ability was definitely second to none among all professions. As a result, it looks like it failed to break the defense of Suyu, who seems to be a long-distance professional. The man in the suit was also confused. He had just clearly stabbed into Suyu's heart. How come this guy was as good as nothing? The next moment, a flash of green and gold light appeared. The gold and green gloves were particularly eye-catching, and the strong wind that curled up at the fist's fronts was particularly appalling. Suyu's lower disc was solid, even without the melee skills to add. This punch was enough to kill. Boom! A loud bang came. The man in the suit's clothing directly shattered violently and flew out backwards. His chest deeply collapsed. In less than a second, his heart was reduced to pieces along with the expensive suit. Seconds, just one move. Suyu's level was comparable to the man in the suit, while the latter was still wearing defensive equipment. Yet the end result was an instantaneous second? Crap, this is outrageous. The only archer in the group couldn't help but explode. As an archer, he had excellent eyesight, and thus could see most clearly. After Suyu put on the green and gold boxing gloves, just one swing of his fist directly shattered the heart of the man in the suit, and the other party could not even resist. If he could barely accept that Suyu was a long-range attack-type professional, then Suyu's melee ability was a little too terrifying, right? Not only was he able to withstand the suitman's full-force stab without injury, but even his melee attack ability was so outrageous, killed the opponent with just one punch, whether it's melee or long-range, and even the defense ability exceeds Shield Mountain by a thread. Does this guy really have no shortcomings? Fateful little event, your first kill. Fate points plus 10. Looking at the small words floating up in front of him, Suyu took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. That rapidly beating heart gradually calmed down. The corners of Suyu's mouth rose somewhat uncontrollably. The first time he killed someone, he did not feel afraid, but was a little excited. This feeling of destroying the other party's destiny directly caused him to actually feel some pleasure. However, Suyu did not allow himself to be immersed in it. He didn't want to be known as a madman like the historical jugglers. He took 3 or 2 steps to the man in the suit, and then began to feel around quickly. Thanks to the defense-breaking effect of the green and gold gloves, the man in the suit's valuable items were exposed to the light of day. 3 one-time spells, $100,000 in cash, a small pile of secret material, 1 skill book, a poor man, not as rich as that thief before. After scavenging some valuable things, Suyu looked at the body of the man in the suit. Killing people in the secret world is common, and it doesn't attract the Night's Watch to hunt them down. But there's a level 4 guild standing behind this guy. Fateful little event, your first kill. Ding! Fateful little event, your first pig killing. As the fate modification was unleashed, the body of the man in the suit actually changed into a giant black pig in an instant. This instantaneous change took the crowd by surprise again. A change spell? Isn't that a level 50 mage's ability? The mage girl covered her mouth, her eyes wide. The ability that Suyu displayed was too bizarre and even made her feel a little scared. The few people in the squad looked at each other, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Diggy, can I ask what your occupation is? The mage girl stepped forward with a small staff and chimed in. In her opinion, Suyu was simply an all-round king. Not only could he do everything, but he was also exceptionally proficient in all of them. I'm afraid the person in front of me has some kind of hidden profession. Occupation? You guys are better off not knowing. Suyu slightly shook his head and had no intention of talking to this squad. After counting his loot, he directly walked quickly towards the exit of the secret realm. Soon, Suyu arrived at the exit of the secret realm. However, just as he wanted to take a step forward and leave the secret realm, he was stopped by 2 black-robed men coming forward. One of them said with a stern face, "Friend, routine inspection. You need to show the harvest from the secret realm and pay 10% of the value." At those words, Suyu's brows instantly furrowed. What's the situation? I have to be siphoned off 10% of the money I've earned by working my ass off in the secret realm? Seeing this scene, the expressions of many of the professionals next to them didn't look too good. Come on, another newbie, but newbie is good. I guess there's nothing to gain. Just pay a handling fee. I don't think this draw is reasonable. Does Xia gave the secret realm to these guilds just to better raid the people? The Daxia officials don't even have as much power as those guilds. Some people have paid their dues and choose to live with it. Some of them were cursing in low voices, venting their displeasure. Listening to the words of the people around him, Suyu also understood what was going on. Emotionally, the secret realm is explicitly free for all professionals to go in and explore. But in reality the professional pays whatever comes in and goes out. Suyu did not make a move. But his frown was getting deeper and deeper. He was covered in most of his stuff from the wrong sources and had a lot of stuff from the man in the suit lying around in his storage bag. Being members of the same Haze Guild, these people must have recognized the stolen goods. At that time, perhaps on the surface they will not take what they do, but secretly, so you cannot dare to bet that they will not deal with themselves. Right at this moment, the black-robed man who had spoken to Suyu earlier suddenly spoke. Kid, are you incapable of understanding human language? After saying that, the two of them took 2 more steps forward, making a gesture that they were going to start searching their bodies directly. Seeing this scene, many of the professionals beside them gloated a bit. After all, as people who have been there, they know it in their hearts. No matter how aggrieved or uncomfortable you are, facing the behemoth that is the Haze Guild, you can only obediently put your head down and coil your hair yourself. That's a draw that I'm not going to pay. Suyu slightly shook his head with an extremely resolute attitude. Once the contents of his pockets were exposed, it would be deathless for the Hanhai Guild. In that case, might as well start out hard and finish. Suyu does not believe that these guys secretly poking and prodding to collect money dare to poke to the surface. Brat, you asked for it. Hearing Suyu's words, the two of them glanced at each other. The corners of their mouths hung up with a sardonic smile, and their pace steeply accelerated. The Hanhai Guild members surrounding him also gazed over. Once Suyu tried to actively resist, then what awaited him was the siege of hundreds of professionals. In that case, you can't blame me. Suyu hurriedly concentrated and took the initiative to catalyze his destiny perception. Soon a small line appeared in front of him. Fate minor event, you are stopped by members of the Haze Guild who forcefully demand property from you. The moment he saw this line, Suyu's brain began to work frantically. There! In less than a second, Suyu completed the fate modification when those two had already started to reach out towards him. Fate minor event, you are stopped by members of the Haze Guild who forcefully demand property from you. Ding! Fate minor event, you are stopped by members of the Haze Guild who force access to your belongings. Tease fate. Fate points +6. The next moment, in the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, the two black-clad men's hands slammed into their pants pockets, then frantically pulled something out of their pockets. A large handful of reddish banknotes were forced into Suyu's hands. Suyu doesn't want it yet. He tries to return the banknotes to the two men, but he is forced back by the two men. The sight was like the pull of the New Year's collection. The professionals watching from the side were dumbfounded, each desperately rubbing their eyes, only to realize if they were dreaming. The members of the Haze Guild weren't much better. If it wasn't for the fact that a detection profession had double-checked that there was no abnormality, they would have thought that those two had been dropped. Maybe this kid is a friend of both of them? Just kidding? Someone thought of it this way. Fate modification is truly overbearing. Suyu gave a dark praise. Afterward, Suyu was escorted all the way out of the secret realm under everyone's odd gazes. After Suyu left, the few people guarding the exit of the secret realm couldn't help but go up and ask, "What was wrong with you two just now? Why did you give the money to that kid?" The two men in black looked at each other and scratched their heads. "I can't reach it?" The other man mulled it over and said, "I suppose it's because he's better looking?" Crowd. After walking out of the secret realm, Suyu kept going all the way to the weapon store where he had purchased the equipment before. This weapon store was under the banner of the Shunfeng Merchant Company. With strong financial strength, and Suyu intended to dispose of the harvest from the secret realm nearby. "Boss, come out to pick up the customers." Suyu walked through the door and called out. With a casual glance, he realized that the squad of mercenaries that had been sitting in the lobby earlier were still there, only with more empty bottles on the table. However, they don't seem to have been seen smoking again. Soon, the owner of the weapon store walked out, and after seeing Suyu, his eyelids jumped and he blurted out, "Yo, dude, here for another smoke break?" "Is not." Suyu waved his hand and pulled out the storage bag, pocket side down, and shook the contents on the table. "You are." The boss was a bit unconcerned at first. After all, what could Suyu, a fledgling who entered the secret realm for the first time, harvest something? The mercenary squad in the hall also just swept a glance and withdrew their gazes. But soon, the owner's smile froze on his face. 3 pieces of silver equipment, and an ice and fire arcane stone? The owner's eyes rounded and his voice became shrill. "How did you do that?" "Not bad luck." Casually dealing with a sentence, Suyu continued to pull something out from the outside. Some equipment with poor attributes he directly eliminated, leaving only the equipment that was useful to him, such as the silver wolf battle boots. The corners of the boss's mouth twitched hard a few times. Luck? What kind of luck could make a level 1 rookie entering the secret realm for the first time gain such a terrifying harvest? 3 silver level equipment was worth a small $2 million. Ice and fire Xianxue is even more heavyweight. Is the favorite of pill refiners? This piece in front of me can at least be sold for 18 million upwards. Together, That's a $20 million bottom line item. That means this guy made 0. 2 small goals in one afternoon? The mercenary squad on the side stopped drinking their wine and also cast their eyes over here. $20 million. That was a figure that their squad wouldn't necessarily be able to earn even if they worked their asses off for a year. But this guy in front of him, who looked like he was still a student, had gotten in and out of the secret realm in one go? This made the mercenary squad's crowd extraordinarily unsettled. Oh yeah, here's a couple more cards. Do you take them? Suyu handed over the bank card he had picked up from the thief and the man in the suit. These bank cards are hot stuff. He'd rather sell them at a low price than invite trouble for himself. And the moment they saw those cards, several people from the mercenary squad simultaneously put away the hint of contempt they had before. Secret realm. The most terrifying is often not the monster, but the same professional awe. Since Suyu was able to bring so many treasures out of the secret realm, and also had those unexpected gains, he had already won their respect. This one? The boss looked around, then motionlessly accepted several bank cards. After sweeping over an odd-looking black box a few times, the boss whispered in Suyu's ear, "There are $10 million in these cards. I can discount $5 million here," said. He then pretended to be difficult, squeezed his eyebrows. Industry rules, black card has 50% handling fee. After all, we also need to deal with. Deal. Without waiting for him to continue, Suyu nodded his head painfully. After all, it's not your own money, so it's nice to have it, and it doesn't matter if you don't. Painful. Thanks for making so much money. The boss was very happy about Suyu's behavior of not haggling. And then, he took out a measuring device and set up Suyu's other things. 4 pieces of silver equipment, 3 pieces of bronze equipment, a 3-kilogram ice and fire arcane stone, plus some miscellaneous secret realm materials, worth a total of $24,677,000. Brother, seeing as you're so forthcoming, I'll make it up to you. It'll be $25 million. At those words, Suyu's heartbeat accelerated slightly. 25 million. With the money in the card, that's $30 million. And the $500,000 from those 2 big grudges at the exit of the secret realm, I'd have a total of $30.5 million in savings. Would you like cash or a transfer? The boss pushed the calculator in front of Suyu and revealed a bright smile. There's no rush. I'll do some shopping first. Suyu rubbed his hands together and stepped towards the interior of the weapon store. With money, the first order of business must be to bird dog first. The interior of the store is extraordinarily plain, with a wide variety of weapons and equipment hanging from the shelves, as well as many guns and ammunition, among other things. Suyu walked over to the gun and ammunition counter and carefully examined it. Bro, you want to buy a gun? The guys here are all built by low-ranked forgers. I'll show you some good stuff. Seeing Suyu stopping by, the owner enthusiastically said. Suyu raised his eyes to look at the boss and smiled. He didn't have the current attitude when he came at noon. Without answering, he asked instead, "Is there one of those guns that has weak armor-breaking power, but a strong follow-up blast?" At those words, the boss froze for a moment, but quickly said, "You're talking about the Dragon Breath Bomb, right? It has almost no defense-breaking ability, but the explosion power is not bad, and it can cause a burning effect on secret realm monsters. Loading this cartridge is best done with a shotgun. As you can see, this OMG model will do the trick." The boss went up and grabbed a cool-looking shotgun and handed it to Suyu. Suyu took the shotgun handed over by his boss and scrutinized it. The OMG model shotgun looks very dominant indeed, with mysterious patterns etched into its black body, giving it a sci-fi feel. He gently stroked the gun, feeling the cold metal touch. The smell of gunpowder in his nostrils and the heaviness in his hands added to the feeling that his heart was racing. OMG 9527, silver level. Grade, 15. Attribute, strength +1. Durability, 300/300. Talent, explosion LV2, bullet explosion effect is increased by 20%. Skills, quick fill LV1, your loading speed is increased by 10%. This shotgun is indeed very good. Suyu nodded. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. How much is it? The boss smiled and said, "The price of this shotgun is 4 million. You know, firearms equipment has always been expensive, but I can give you a discount. $3.5 million for the deal, plus 5 Dragon Breath bullets. $100,000 for a Dragon Breath bullet, which equates to $3 million for this gun I'm only selling you." Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded. Load it up, and along with it, another 100 Dragon Breath bombs. A hint of joy flashed across the boss's face. Okay. He hurriedly took out a pocket and put all of that large pile of odds and ends inside, and loaded up the Dragon Breath bomb and handed it to Suyu. Suyu took it and then walked towards the display case of melee weapons under the boss's puzzled gaze. After Suyu had spent a huge amount of money on purchasing firearms equipment, The boss had almost decided that Su Yu's was either a firearms expert or a roaming gunslinger type of profession. But now, he's picking on swords? Originally, the boss thought he would buy some trick mines or smoke grenades or something that restricted melee combat. Su Yu was picking and choosing from a pile of silver-grade swords and clubs, and finally took a fancy to a silver-grade longsword. This longsword was silver-white in color, with an ethereal aura, and when worn on the waist, it was quite like a chivalrous person walking around the world. Moreover, its attributes were to Su Yu's liking. Silver sword, silver grade, grade, 18. Attribute, agility plus 20. Durability, 60/60ths. Talent, sharpness LV2, applies a light wound effect to one hit for 3 minutes with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Minor injuries, movement speed reduced by 20% and healing speed reduced by 50%. I also wonder if it's possible to turn a minor injury effect into a serious injury after triggering the Fate Minor event? Su Yu muttered secretly. If it does trigger, that's awesome. Boss, I've chosen. I'll take this long sword. Hearing Su Yu shouting, the boss quickly walked over, glanced at the silver sword and bitterly smiled. Brother, although this sword is silver grade, but because the talent effect is not weak, the price is not low. If you want it, then old brother will charge you $12 million. Stop talking and buy. Hearing this, Su Yu was not surprised, and with a wave of his hand he directly asked the boss to pack the bag. After all, the way most people explored nowadays was in groups, and this kind of weakening of the monster's attributes was too useful and extraordinarily sought after. However, Su Yu did not intend to team up with anyone. His fighting style was destined to be unsuitable for team fights, so he had to make up for his shortcomings as much as possible. That was why Su Yu had spent a lot of money on both long-range and melee weapons. In melee there are explosive, green and gold gloves. In mid-range use a silver sword, and at long range there is an OMG 9527 shotgun. This time, Su Yu's offense was finally quite comprehensive. After purchasing some more disposable spells and consumables such as Hyrule pills on the boss's recommendation, Su Yu finally walked out of the weapon store with a satisfied mind. Su Yu had a shotgun full of technological style hanging on one side of his waist, and a fairy-like silver sword hanging on the other side. The image was how to look at how weird it was. The storage pouches were also stuffed to the brim with ammo and consumables and the like. Alas, the money is still not well spent. Su Yu sighed. The $30.5 million that had only just arrived he had spent down to $5 million. However, Su Yu didn't rush to enter the secret realm again, but turned a corner and returned home to fall asleep. Only when it was noon the next day did Su Yu lazily get up and walk towards the awakening divine hall. Now that his level had reached the upper limit, he had to undergo a profession awakening in order to do so. Sharpening his sword would also give him new vocational skills when he awakened. Su Yu had a feeling that after the Fate players performed their first occupational awakening, he was afraid that it would bring him some unimaginable surprises. Su Yu? As soon as he entered the awakening divine hall, Su Yu saw several familiar figures. Su Yu swept his gaze across the interior of the awakening divine hall and realized that half of the halls were former classmates. They stood in a long line, at the end of which was a familiar-looking statue of a goddess. A few female classmates broke away from the group and gathered in front of Su Yu, blinking their eyes and asking, Su Yu, are you also here to see career prospecting? Career foresight? What's that? Su, curious, he asked rhetorically. The girl beside him immediately introduced him attentively. Our current level is not enough for career awakening, but we can communicate with the career idol to see what kind of career development is in the later stages, which can also increase the motivation of everyone to practice leveling. Oh, so it's like this. Su Yu suddenly realized. It's like playing an online game where the planners will include some highlight reel videos on the transfer screen to let players know what their profession will be capable of in the later stages of their development. Buzz. Just then, as the man at the front of the group reached out his hand to the goddess statue, a dazzling picture appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Su Yu also cast his gaze over. With cool sound effects playing, a handsome swordsman made his appearance. I only saw his white clothes fluttering, holding a 3-foot green blade, and when he raised his hand, he chopped out infinite sword chi. Every time he swung his sword, it was as graceful as flowing clouds in water, giving people a sense of floating and moving, just like a worldly sword fairy descending to the mortal world. Everyone was so excited that they came over to observe it carefully, fearing that they would miss any details. Wow, so handsome. I didn't realize that this guy Wang Lin's swordsman profession was so powerful at the later stages. Well, I feel like this guy's face has somehow gotten a little higher. A few of the girls discussed it in whispers. Su Yu's heartbeat accelerated slightly even as he watched. It was important to realize that even though they were considered professionals now, most of them just hadn't even acquired professional skills yet. It certainly makes one doubtful about one's profession. Now, however, these teenage girls are as passionate as if they were seeing their future selves when they see career forward. Su Yu, you come too. I'll let you stick it in my front. A girl in a long halter dress said with a red face. A short-haired girl next to her wasn't shy either. Suyu, it's okay to stick me in the back. Su, stick it in here. Well, then I'll plug in Suyu was somewhat unable to resist the enthusiasm of his female classmates and reluctantly nodded his head. In the end, in the envious eyes of a group of boys, Suyu was flanked in the middle of the line. Before long, everyone in the front of the line saw the prospect of their careers. The rest of the group was pretty much satisfied, except for the pimp professional guy who was a little embarrassed. Suyu took a deep breath and walked to the goddess statue. He skillfully reached out and stroked his hand over the peak of the goddess's statue. Buzz! In this instant, a darkness surged from the head of the goddess statue, directly filling the entire awakening temple. The next moment, everyone saw the scene of a lifetime. At this moment, the curtain rises. Our show begins. Accompanied by a low, hoarse male voice, a full moon suddenly appeared above the heads of the crowd, which emitted a bright, clear light and irradiated the earth. Under the full moon, a blood-colored figure stood silently. He was bathed in moonlight, his eyes slightly closed as if waiting for a concert to begin. In front of that person, countless limbs and broken flesh formed a bizarre and absolutely beautiful picture. Some medical professionals had chills running down their spines. They could tell at a glance that those were human bones. Roar! The roar of the beast came. Countless strange-shaped monsters rushed towards the figure to tear him apart. But just as those monsters stepped among the flesh and blood scrolls, the man held the large white bone sniper in one hand and waved it like an orchestra conductor. Boom! Shocking explosions came from the sky. Countless blood and flesh flew, and one blood and flesh lotus after another bloomed, brightly colored to the extreme, yet filled with an unspeakably stunning sense of art. Shocking to the extreme, blood rained down and white bones pounded against the ground, creating an eerie drumbeat. Every swing of the orchestra conductor, who was holding a large white bone sniper, would bring up countless lives to fall. Each bloom of the flesh and blood lotus was like a heartbeat. The death of all things also means that they will be reborn. This concert of blood, written in death and new life. I bloom in the midst of killing, as well as a flower in the dawn. When the song ended, a handsome man drenched in blood stood in the center of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his body erect, a faint light lingering around him. His eyes were dark as ink, and he slowly raised his arm and turned to make a gentleman's salute. Everyone within the divine hall was shocked by the scene, staring blankly at the figure for a long time, unable to speak. Is this the fortune teller who was ranked as one of the top 10 most dangerous professions? Snap! Applause broke the silence. The corners of Suyu's mouth couldn't help but rise as he gently intertwined his hands and sent his compliments. He was tingling all over and seemed to sense something in a vague way, but the aura flickered, and he didn't capture it. Just as Suyu was regretting over it, the man in the illusory image slowly got up, and those eyes actually seemed to penetrate the boundary between the illusory and the real, and met Suyu. Fate Medium Event. You watch the death concert and realize the true meaning of the fortune teller profession. Gaining the skill, life rhythm. Life rhymes, in your presence all life will be invisible. Rhythm of life? Suyu froze, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that the image of the career foresight had already disappeared, and he himself had developed an inexplicable sense of everyone around him. It was like a self-contained infrared detection. As long as no living thing could hide within a kilometer radius of him, not even the shadow assassin with the strongest stealth ability. This skill was undoubtedly another one of Suyu's shortcomings to make up for. Now, he would never again suffer what had happened to him before when he had been lurked in front of by someone else and didn't know it. Suyu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, pulling his mind away from the blood-colored image just now. As soon as he turned around, he saw that everyone was looking at him as if he was looking at a monster. Even the few girls who were incomparably close to him just now subconsciously took a step back when he looked at them. The moment they thought that Suyu would become that kind of existence in the future, they felt a chill run down their backs and shuddered. Although that fortune teller was killing monsters, the materials he was using were human, which was a point that most people couldn't accept. Suyu did not care about the opinions of others. He just slowly turned around and took a step towards the depths of the awakening divine hall. After watching this concert, he became even more interested in professional awakening. Inside the awakening divine hall, looking at Suyu's back, the short-haired girl bit her lip and opened her mouth to break the dead silence. Will Suyu really become that kind of person in the future? The temple worker responded with a complex look in his eyes and a shake of his head. Can't say for sure. Career Foresight just recorded some footage of the people with the strongest representation of that career. But odds are, hearing his words, everyone in the room fell somewhat silent. Doesn't this mean that the probability is that Suyu will also become that kind of crazy in the future? Some of the girls closed their eyes and silently gave up on some of the ideas, but there was a small group of boys whose eyes were starting to look out of place. Hey! No! How did he walk inside the awakening temple? Isn't it true that you can't walk in until you're level 20? That's when someone finally realized something was wrong. Crap, he can't be level 20 already? And he didn't come here this time specifically to see the career prospectus, but to have a career awakening? The moment these words came out, they immediately triggered the entire room, causing the originally fairly calm atmosphere to boil up once again. Normally, after awakening their professions, they would follow the Night's Watch into the secret realm to practice a week later. Those with strong abilities or banknotes are already doing well to reach level 15 before the promotion exam in January. But now, in just one day's time, Suyu was already level 20? This is simply amazing. It can't be, can it? Maybe he's just dawdling around outside without going in? One boy scratched his head and said. Meanwhile, inside the awakening divine hall, Suyu walked along a straight road towards the depths. There were no guards here, and the entire hall seemed empty, the sound of his footsteps alone echoing in the corridor. Not long after, Suyu felt that he had passed through an invisible barrier, and the scene in front of him opened up. The green stone floor tiles under his feet disappeared, replaced by a darkness, as if he had entered the cosmic void. In front of him, a magnificent and huge statue of a goddess appeared at some point, and then, a white metaphysical light rose from the goddess statue and swept over Suyu's entire body. This appears to be some sort of detection device. Suyu's attribute panel popped up automatically. Occupation, thespian. Grade, 20. Strength, 49. Physical strength, 96. Intelligence, 52. Agility, 49. Awakening, not opened. Skills, sense of fate. Rhythm of life. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny point, 65. Immediately following, a cold female voice sounded above Suyu's head. Detected that the professional meets the conditions for the first awakening. Start drawing awakening quests. Awakening quest in the extraction of. Awakening mission extraction failed. Detected the only occupation of the mystic department, fortune teller. Professionals are invited to choose a career path first. Career path? Suyu was slightly stunned. He didn't remember the textbook saying anything about career paths. He didn't wait long to wonder. Soon enough, there was a blur before his eyes, and his destiny perception worked on its own. It was as if he was standing at a fork in the road, and before his eyes, 3 thoroughfares to the heavens appeared, and he now had to choose one of them. Destiny's great event. You have come to a fork in the road of destiny and will choose one of 3 paths. A big fateful event has occurred. Suyu's complexion instantly became grave. Big fateful events rarely occur, and when they do, it means it's the moment when his life takes a major turn. Taken literally, this choice of Suyu's is extraordinarily important, perhaps affecting the direction of his life in the future. Extra caution must therefore be exercised. Suyu took a deep breath and gazed at the road to his left. It was so dark there that it was hard to see, but a blood-colored lotus flower could vaguely be glimpsed from it. It wasn't long before the blood-colored lotus flower slowly dissipated, transforming into the 3-word speech house. That may be the name of the pathway. A speaker who expresses ideas in blood and fire. The familiar smell of blood and gunpowder drilled into his nostrils. Almost instantly, Suyu knew what this pathway represented. If one chose this path, then one's future direction might be like what the career foresight showed. Specializing in long-range strikes and crafting killing means like trick mines. Not that it wouldn't work, but the lack of this pathway in terms of melee means is also a problem. After all, it's highly likely that crippled fortune teller just had his leg broken by a melee professional. Let's look at the other 2 paths again. Suyu's mind raced as various thoughts flashed through his mind. This decision is so important that it takes an extremely high level of drive to make it. So he looked to the second road. Again, that path was obscured by mist. Suyu gazed carefully for a long time before vaguely seeing a pattern similar to a short sword. He sniffled. A scent of blood, 100 times thicker than before, drilled into his nostrils, causing his stomach to roll. He frowned, his gaze falling on the hilt. This short sword looked ordinary and unexceptional. It didn't even have a hilt, only the nearly transparent body of the sword, exuding a cold and sharp touch. Suyu couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, yet the closer he got to it, the more he could smell the pungent scent of blood. Suyu's steps lurched and his body stiffened for a moment. He retreated silently, several bloody marks suddenly appearing on his shoulders. Suyu's eyes moved slowly. It was then that he realized that his body was already covered in countless threads around him. These threads spread out from that short sword, filling this space to the brim, as if even space was cut into countless pieces by it. The sharpness seemed to break through all restraints and cut through all obstacles. Even with the simulated effects, it still possessed extreme lethality. After a while, the short sword slowly disappeared, transforming into the words cocoon breaker. Perhaps the cocoon will truly break into a butterfly when the cocoon made of those silk threads that can cut through space and time disappears completely? The second avenue seems to be the assassin type. The attack should be those transparent silk threads with that short sword, which I'm afraid is very terrifying in a confined space or a small-scale battle. This extreme means of attack is estimated to be far superior to the first route in terms of killing efficiency. But walking on the edge of a knife is not my style. Suyu's eyes narrowed in contemplation before he finally looked at that last path again. Fighting, yes. Just after taking a look, Suyu's eardrums trembled violently and his heart beat wildly. This path is filled with blood, cruelty, tyranny, and madness. At the end of that road, one could vaguely see countless corpses and bones piled up, and blood gathered into rivers. A great figure stood there. He roared up to the sky, with uncountable strong enemies in front of him. But no matter how strong the enemy is, he can't bring him down. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Hissing and roaring penetrated the boundaries of space and time, clearly and incomparably reaching Suyu's ears. Suyu's eyes became blood red and his skin rolled hot, affected by that battle intent. What kind of warrior is this? Suyu's heart shook. It was as if he was on top of a battlefield, fighting with countless powerful enemies. Blood splattering in the air and corpses everywhere. That scene made Suyu's blood boil, and he hated that he could not immediately rush into the front line to fight a big battle. After a long time, the giant gradually became illusory, and all the visions gathered together, transforming into the three words gatekeeper. The name of this battle-crazed pathway. Suyu's mood had just calmed down, but he was somewhat confused by the name of the gatekeeper's pathway. Shouldn't it be battle-hungry or war-hungry? However, Suyu didn't look deeper. He had more important things on his mind right now. Looking at those three pathways, Suyu fell back into contemplation for a while. Each of these three paths is unique and powerful, and it's hard to tell who is stronger. If he had to choose one from among them, Suyu felt conflicted. He both wished to balance his defense and means of preserving his life, but also desired to have a strong enough offensive ability. After all, the best defense is an offense, and truth is only below cannon range. Forget it, the adult world doesn't need to worry too much. The corners of Suyu's mouth rose, and he eventually turned his gaze to the Destiny Terrier. In the next moment, the fate modification was unleashed. Ding! Destiny's greatest happenings. You have come to a fork in the road of destiny and will choose 3 of 3 paths. Tease fate. Fate points plus 20. Only children make choices, and Suyu said he wanted all of them. Right after Suyu completed the fate modification. Rumble. The scene in front of Suyu's eyes instantly distorted. Space and time seemed to be misplaced, and the 3 pathways were forcibly merged together to form a brand new path. It was a path that had never existed before, merging all of the 3 paths of the fortune teller, and would be as powerful as it had ever been. Suyu's heart beat wildly as he took a step towards that path. One step fell, and all these visions in front of him disappeared. The goddess statue's luster strangely brightened for a few moments, and those starry eyes flickered for a moment, seeming to take on a touch of spirituality for an instant. However, Suyu didn't notice this. All of his attention at the moment was focused on the few lines of small, blood-colored letters that appeared below the statue of the goddess. Fortune teller professionals choose the pathway Divine Destiny. The awakening quest is being drawn for you. Awakening quest extracted successfully. Awakening quest, reversing heaven and changing fate. Mission difficulty, 10 stars. Introduction, you're a thief swimming in the river of destiny. You are the master of fate, but if you want to tease fate, you must first suffer the wrath of fate. How will you respond when you realize that your destiny cannot be controlled? Requirements for awakening, gain 1,000 destiny points and survive. Time limit for the mission, 24 hours. If the time limit is exceeded, the mission will fail and the qualification for professional awakening will be permanently unavailable. Destiny's path? Can't control your own destiny? And, also, you have to get 1,000 destiny points within 24 hours? Suyu felt some toothache. You know, the fate points you've gained so far by tossing around are only 65. Getting 1,000 destiny points in 24 hours is hellishly difficult for him right now. Moreover, this mission has a survival condition attached to it, which means that it seems to need to face unknown dangers. Is this the gold of 10-star difficulty? Suyu bitterly laughed and shook his head. Truly worthy of being 3 pathways in one. The difficulty was truly heaven-defying, but since the difficulty was so high, perhaps the profit after the mission was completed wasn't low as all. Forget it, no time to waste. The number of 1,000 destiny points was too large. Even if one obtained them through killing, it was still enough to kill a full 100 people. But there are no haters to fulfill his needs right now. A trace of urgency rose in Suyu's heart as he quickly turned around and headed out. Back inside the halls of the Temple of Awakening, Suyu was preoccupied and marched quickly with his head down. But he did not realize that there was a figure blocking in front of him. Duong. Suyu felt like he had hit the edge of 2 balls of cotton and was knocked straight back a step. He looked up toward the man. How's it you, sir? Suyu froze. Standing in front of him was clearly the large-breasted female officer he had met when he awakened his profession earlier. What F, sir? My name is Gu Qingying. Also, it's G, not F. Gu Qingying wrapped her arms around herself and narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Su Yu. She came here on a tip-off that there were high-risk professionals out here. Unexpectedly, it was this guy Su Yu. Fortune tellers, though dangerous, can still make a great contribution to the Federation when guided well. Once there was a play-life master, with his own strength to defend the country before the gate, and the foreigners died for 3 days and 3 nights, hard to use their own lives for the lives of millions of people. You already took the awakening mission? Gu Qingying stared at the 10 little stars on top of Su Yu's head with a slightly confused expression. She had just thought that it was some sort of decoration, but upon closer inspection, it was clearly a characteristic of having received the awakening quest. A few stars of awakening quests will result in a few small stars hanging above the head until after the awakening quests are completed. These stars will be integrated into the professional's body and transformed into the power of professional awakening. And now, the 10 little stars above Su Yu's head were simply too eye-catching, and it even had the feeling that the stars were all over him. So handsome. A girl couldn't help but whisper an exclamation. Awesome? It's fucking killing me. Okay? The boy next to her immediately retorted. The more stars, the more dangerous the awakening mission is. With 10 on this guy's head, it's simply a 10-star awakening mission that has never existed before. 10 stars? 5 stars is called hellish difficulty. What should 10 stars be called? Hiss. This is a direct attempt to take his life, right? How can a 10-star mission be completed? Everyone was stunned by Su Yu's 10-star awakening mission. Now even the question of how he had risen 19 levels in a row in a single day was no one's concern anymore. After all, even if the upgrading speed was fast enough to not be able to perform a career awakening, it wouldn't be of any use. Without a profession awakening, the profession's level cap would only be level 20, and it would be useless no matter how many monsters you brushed. Can you reveal what your mission is about? Perhaps I can help out a bit, Gu Qingying said seriously as she walked up with a bit of sympathy in her eyes. No need. I'm the only one who can accomplish this task. Su Yu thanked her for her goodwill and quickly walked out of the awakening divine hall under various strange gazes. He glanced up at the countdown. 23:55. Spinning around, he let out a long breath. He didn't have the time to delay any longer now. He had to hurry up and find a way to gain destiny points before he could do so. Otherwise, go ahead and try going to the secret realm? However, just as Su Yu had given birth to this thought, he suddenly sensed an icy gaze coming from behind him. Su Yu did not move and continued walking forward. But soon, he realized that not only did that gaze not disappear, but the number of people staring at him increased. Su Yu forced himself to calm down. Soon, from the clothing of those people, he realized the crux of the problem. These people, surprisingly, were all members of the Hanhai Guild. Are things still exposed? But I obviously handled it quite cleanly, didn't I? Could it be that those who were betrayed by their own captain also betrayed me? Su Yu guessed, but soon he dismissed the speculation. No, I'm afraid this is a sign of destiny losing its grip, isn't it? Everything not going your way? Absolute bad luck? Su Yu secretly sighed. However, he was in a slightly better mood, was worried there was nowhere to get destiny points, muttered. Su Yu accelerated violently and turned into a side alley with a big stride. Not good. Target has spotted us, taking coercive measures. Seeing Su Yu's figure disappear, a dozen people wearing earphones suddenly sprang out on the street. After a brief exchange, they quickly dispersed in all directions. Among them, the first few people who had tracked Su Yu were quickly following behind him. Su Yu's feet were extremely fast, and he sped all the way through several netherworld trails in the blink of an eye. However, what made him depressed was that he hadn't run far before he realized that a few people suddenly flashed out in front of him to block the way. Su Yu's face suddenly changed. This bad luck effect is too strong, isn't it? It's obvious that I chose my escape route after observing it through life rhythm. He cursed in his mind. Ha ha, actually taking the initiative to send it to the door. A middle-aged burly man could not help but laugh up in the air when he saw Su Yu. The other man beside him did the same, a sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth. The remaining dozen or so people also surrounded Su Yu. One of them crushed a disposable spell to create a shielding boundary. That way, what happens here for a short time can't be detected by the Night's Watch. Fate minor event, you are surrounded and about to be under siege. As the fateful synopsis appeared, Su Yu's face became more and more ugly. Has the fateful terrain been affected as well? It's not good to change this one. Su Yu's left hand tightly gripped the shotgun while his right hand rested on top of the hilt of the silver sword. Meanwhile, life rhymes with a sweep. There were a total of 12 people behind Su Yu, and all of them were level 20 or above professionals who had completed their first awakening. The bald burly man slowly wore his finger tigers on top of his two hands and rushed towards Su Yu with a fierce smile. Humph. How dare you resist? The more you resist, the more excited I get. A layer of white airflow lingered all over his body, and all his muscles bulged regularly. In a few strides, he rushed in front of Suyu, and then there was a powerful Twin Peaks slam. The aloe finger tiger stabbed at Suyu's two temples with ear-piercing sonic booms. This strike was murderous, without the slightest bit of retention. A solid killing technique. A one-time awakened fighter with a level around 25. Suyu quickly judged the general strength of this person. However, he was in no hurry to draw his sword or his gun. Suyu's eyelids drooped slightly. Destiny modification unleashed. Fateful little event, you're surrounded and about to come under siege. Ding. Fate minor event, you are surrounded and about to encounter a scarf. Tease fate. Fate points +5. In the next instant, that horrifying scene was directly drawn. Ha ha ha, die. The bald burly man's fist momentum stalled, and then with a face full of grimace, he hung a white scarf around Suyu's neck. Illusions? Or? The bald, burly man muttered as he looked at the disappearing finger tiger in his hand. The rest of the people behind him were also dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. What exactly is this guy's profession? A magician? The cold touch came from the top of his head. The bald, burly man then snapped back to his senses. A beautifully shaped, but unusually rugged caliber shotgun was pressed against his head. Gulp. His throat rolled and the ferocity in his face disappeared without a trace. Dude, calm down. I'm sorry, but people die when they are killed, and I don't want to be killed by you, so please go ahead and die. Suyu coldly interrupted. Boom. Accompanied by a loud roar, the dragon breath bomb exploded into a fiery dragon, devouring the bald and burly man's head in an instant. Charred blood spurted out, and the bald, burly man collapsed on his back. Fate points +10. Suyu put away his shotgun and muttered to himself, it doesn't seem like it's a good thing to have a weapon that's too powerful, can't even swipe fate points anymore. And then he turned his attention to the others. Do you want to kill me too? Seeing Suyu's murderous appearance, the group of professionals around him had their hearts beating wildly. This kid looks like a harmless appearance, but this hand is really black. A few people's hearts immediately gave way to retreat, but remembering the president's command, he forced himself to be brave again. Let's go together. Melee professionals go forward to the top, mages store up their power, and spellcasters hang curses on him. I don't believe it. We're still unable to take down this guy who hasn't even turned one yet with a dozen first-turn professionals. Go! Amidst the shouts of these people, more than a dozen professionals rushed forward. They worked extremely well together, with the two shield mounts holding up their door-like shields at the front, keeping some of the mage crunchies firmly protected. The two mages in the back row kept chanting incantations, and a scorching aura filled the air. With this formation, if people didn't know it, they would have thought that they were brushing a secret boss. Great! Seeing this, instead of being surprised, Suyu immediately raised his gun and pointed it at a shield mountain at the very front. Hey, you want to break my shield with that silver shotgun of yours? That shield mountain sneered disdainfully. The bald, burly man died because of his own stupidity and ran into a gun. He was extremely confident in his shield, not to mention dragon breath rounds. Even specialized armor-piercing rounds wouldn't be able to penetrate his shield. However, he didn't take it lightly and immediately unleashed his skills. Guardian Holy Light generates a piece of holy light directly in front of you after activation, dramatically reducing the damage you receive for 5 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. A patch of holy light appeared in front of the shield. This is now completely stable. However, the next moment, Suyu pulled the trigger without hesitation. In this instant, a picture of the future appeared in Suyu's mind. The dragon breath bomb first passed through the holy light and was weakened by 80% before it impacted on top of that shield and erupted into violent flames. However, that was all, and the shield remained unharmed after the fire disappeared. Fate minor event, you use a shotgun to attack a shield, and the dragon breath rounds disappear upon impact with the shield. Everything around them seemed to be slowed down. This was a characteristic of Suyu's brain being overclocked. After all, trying to reverse fate by just modifying a single word would require an enormous amount of brainpower. There. Suddenly, the corner of Suyu's mouth rose slightly. Fate modification unleashed. Ding. Fate minor event, you attack a shield with a shotgun, and the dragon breath rounds disappear after crashing through the shield. Tease fate. Fate points +5. Bang. As the gun went off, a roaring flash of fiery red rushed towards that shield mountain. Out of your depth. Shield mount roared, his arms firing dead center against the shield. Boom. Like thunder falling, the loud sound caused the eardrums of the surrounding circle to tremble. That shield mountain even flew out with his entire body and fell heavily on the wall. As the smoke and dust cleared, the crowd fixed their eyes on that shield mountain was actually directly lifted out, and the silver-grade shield in his hand directly broke open with a huge gaping hole. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a silver-grade shield, and it had Shield Mountain skill added to it, and it was actually pierced by a single shot. You know, that's a dragon breath bullet, the bullet with the weakest armor-breaking ability, and it produced such a terrifying effect? No, don't kill me, I surrender. A series of words begging for mercy rang out. That Shield Mount's guts were broken. Suyu shook his head and faintly said, "It's too late." Boom! The dragon's breath bomb roared out and the fire snake engulfed the man. Ah-ha-ha! Miserable howls came out of the fireball. Most of Shield Mountain's stamina values were extremely high. However, Suyu didn't expect a dragon breath bomb to kill him. Suyu was in no hurry and turned around to blast another shot onto the shield of another Shield Mountain. Boom! Under the same old trick, that Shield Mountain was also directly lifted out of the air, and a large hole appeared in his shield. After doing this, Suyu put the shotgun away. A pair of gloves with a greenish-golden sheen appeared in his hands. Gold equipment? He actually has gold equipment. Seeing the gloves, someone couldn't help but whisper, "Good chance." At this moment, a stern voice came out. Immediately after, several figures shot towards Suyu. They were so fast that they arrived almost in the blink of an eye. The four of them held long swords, and in an instant, they closed in, blocking off all of Suyu's paths to life. Die! The several swordsmen did not understand why Suyu had a gold-level glove even though he was clearly a gunman. However, they knew what would happen to an unawakened gunman after being plastered by four first-turn swordsmen. Suyu's complexion was slightly condensed as his body flickered, dodging several deadly attacks. Fate perception activates on its own. Images of the future emerge. A sword glowed with a cold light and slashed at his shoulder. However, because his stamina value was so high, it was only half an inch into the flesh. Minor fateful event, you were attacked with a long sword and slashed in the shoulder. Fixed the results? With time running out, Suyu couldn't think of a better plan, so he just changed it randomly. Minor fateful event, you were attacked with a long sword and slashed in the shoulder. Ding! Minor fateful event, you were attacked with a long sword and your shoulder was shaken. Clang! A huge force of recoil came from it. Crap, why does this sword look like it's cutting into Shield Mountain? The swordsman was dumbfounded. He had used all his strength on that sword. I didn't realize that I couldn't even cut through Suyu's skin. Very good. Suyu patted the pan-red shoulder, and a flash of red light flashed under his eyes. The pain intertwined with the smell of blood around him made him feel inexplicably excited. The rest of the professionals were also staring at the scene with gravity. Could it be that this man's profession is Shield Mountain? Some people guessed, but they were instantly overruled by themselves, because those two shots Suyu had just fired were simply too amazing. Not at all like the attack power that Shield Mountain could have. However, they didn't have to think for long because, surprisingly, Suyu didn't retreat and took the initiative to draw closer. He backhanded the long sword that the swordsman was about to draw away. A sharp pull. With the added strength of the green and gold gloves, he actually pulled the swordsman directly into a stumble. No good. That swordsman's pupils shrank, and his eyes were filled with that sandbag-sized fist. Boo! Suyu threw a heavy punch at this swordsman's heart. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The swordsman's chest dented and his entire body bowed into a shrimp. That's not all. After Suyu's punch hit, the armor-breaking effect was launched immediately after. I heard a gyra, a sound. That swordsman's clothing instantly turned into pieces. Even that bronze-grade inner armor was no exception. He was just so naked and exposed in the middle of the exposed air. Ah! The man screamed miserably, his face hard to see. It's not just physical damage, but mentally destructive as well? One swordswoman's face brushed white. It's okay to die, but can it not be in such a humiliating way? Suyu laughed coldly and pulled out the silver sword from his waist, stabbing along the gap between his ribs, killing him with a single blow. Pust! The sound of a sharp weapon entering the flesh rang out, only to see blood spilling from the swordsman's mouth with a look of disbelief on his face. Himself, a first-turn swordsman, couldn't even last 3 seconds in the hands of this teenager? Fate points plus 10. After seeing the destiny points credited, Suyu did not hesitate and turned around to charge another person. Boo! Sublime! Put! Break armor! Draw sword! Kill in one blow! Fate points plus 10. A set of processes went down. A life passed in Suyu's hands again. His white short sleeves were stained with blood and red, which made him look particularly eerie and horrible. Not good! Spread out! One of the spellcasters in the squad exclaimed. Suyu's melee ability wasn't weak, and now that the battle formation had been broken open again, he could only fight a guerrilla war with him and drag it out until the mage had finished storing up his power. Spell retard. A dim light rushed towards Suyu. Fateful minor event, you are cursed by a spell that greatly reduces your movement speed. Look at the small print that emerges before you. Suyu's smile was extraordinarily wide. In the next moment, the fate modification was unleashed. Fate minor event, you are cursed with a spell that increases your movement speed dramatically. Hurry! He's been restricted by my speed. Now he's just crawling like a turtle. You guys retreat, the spellcaster said with some fatigue. The few remaining swordsmen glanced at each other and fled, no longer willing to fight. Humph, can you run away? The corner of Suyu's mouth lifted up as he chased after him with his silver sword. Shoo! He was strangely fast, like lightning. Crap, is this what you call turtle speed? This is fucking Genbu, isn't it? Seeing the rapidly approaching Suyu, the three of them couldn't help but break out in curses. Let's split up and see who's out of luck, one of the swordsmen said helplessly. The other two nodded simultaneously. And then, the three of them instantly spread out and ran in three different directions. Without the slightest hesitation, Suyu randomly picked one person to pursue. Within moments, he had arrived behind the man. Damn, go after them. What are you chasing me for? The swordswoman was practically on the verge of crying out, with not a single thought of fighting in her heart. Just kidding. If Suyu punched him, wouldn't he? Shameless. How could there be such a shameless guy? Engaging him in battle, win or lose, the knuckleheads are definitely out of luck. However, sometimes what you fear is what comes back. Boo! Feeling the strong wind coming from behind her, as well as a strong impact on her waist, two lines of tears slipped from the corners of the eyes of that swordswoman's eyes. I'm not fucking living. Gyra. Accompanied by the sound of fabric shattering, a white landscape was exposed to everyone's eyes. Even one of the mages who was storing up his power was disturbed by the two flinging milky white yukons, and his chanting of spells slowed down a lot. However, Suyu's expression did not change in the slightest. All the hot blood in his body was assigned to its logical place, and there was no effort to go to strange places. However, just as Suyu drew his sword and was ready to send away this unlovable swordswoman, "You crazy bastard, go to hell!" Supergiant fireball spell. A hysterical growl came from a short distance away. Suyu only felt a blazing heat coming to his face. Two huge balls of flame whistled, carrying destructive power as they smashed towards him. So eager to die? Suyu muttered. In the image Fate perceived, the two giant fireballs fused together in mid-air, transforming into a fireball the size of a small three-story building that flew in front of him and then exploded. Fate medium event, low magic. Supergiant fireball spell explodes in front of you. Suyu's eyes rarely appeared gloomy. Although the mage was criticized for being brittle and having a long build-up time, if he really let out his magic, it would be absolute disaster level. The spell's effect has ended, and it's not very realistic to consider dodging it. Suyu had already seen that the two mages were looking at themselves with a vigilant face, ready to maneuver that large fireball to change direction. However, Suyu didn't plan to hide either. Since the Fate Terrier had already appeared, he wasn't going to let the opportunity to earn Fate points slip away. Luckily the Fateful Terrier didn't result in serious injury or death. However, this one fateful synopsis is also difficult to revise. Suyu was quickly thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Across from him, all the professionals breathed a sigh of relief. They gazed at the huge fireball that slowly fused together and felt a sense of security. This was the bottom card of their squad. Once it was used, even a level 42nd turn professional would have to suffer a great loss. And if it was a frontal hit, there was even a high probability that they would be killed directly. Finally killed this guy. What exactly is his profession? Why is he so difficult? I'm afraid it's a hidden profession, or else it wouldn't have made the chairman personally issue a hunting order. It's a pity. If this guy doesn't offend the chairman, I'm afraid he'll still be a character when he grows up smoothly. Around the two mages, several professionals whispered, and just after the last person's words fell, a brilliant red light flashed. At the same time, Suyu finally moved. Fate medium event, low magic. Supergiant fireball spell explodes in front of you. Ding! Fate medium event, low magic. Supergiant fireball spell explodes in front of you. Tease Fate. Fate points plus 10. Fate modification unleashed. Suyu felt the high temperature in front of him instantly disappear and thought that this strategy was really right. Magic became magic, and that terrifyingly huge fireball became a blindfold all of a sudden. Rumble. A shocking voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. A mushroom cloud rose. It was a tragic explosion. All the previous boundaries set up by the boundary master were directly broken through. However, no one noticed that the ground did not produce any vibrations from such a large explosion. Holy shit, isn't that a little too much commotion? Isn't that because you're afraid you won't be able to blow him up? After all, it's a monster with physical strength comparable to Shield Mountain. The two mages looked at each other and said with bitter smiles, "Let's go. It's time for us to go back and deliver." I didn't expect that an unawakened guy in the district would be able to kill so many of us back. The crowd was full of emotion. At the same time, a strong sense of accomplishment could not help but rise in his heart. Having obliterated a genius of this level, it was impossible to say that one wasn't excited. Did I tell you to leave? However, the crowd had not taken a few steps when Suyu's icy voice came from their ears. Impossible, that's the limit of low-level magic. How can you be okay? The two mages screamed incredulously. However, what responded to them was only Suyu's cold sword blade. Fate points plus 10. Fate points plus 10. Between the flashes of sword light, two heads crashed to the ground. The blood dyed the alley red. Like a morbid hell. The rest of the professional squad ran outside like crazy. After Suyu walked out of that huge fireball spell without any injuries, they had completely lost any will to fight. But I didn't realize that the location that was originally chosen for concealment had now become their burial ground. No! A swordsman screamed in despair, but his heart was still shattered by the green and gold gloves. Suyu was in no man's land, obviously not having learned any battle skills, but that stance was incomparably coordinated. A sword, a fist, directly churning this squad of heavily armed professionals to pieces. Fate points plus 10. Fate points plus 10. The hints of increased destiny points kept popping up, and Suyu's mood became more and more pleasurable. It was like he was dancing, blooming with the passing of life. It's over, it's all over. The spellcaster who still survived let out a desperate hiss. You killed so many people, you won't be able to escape. The Night's Watch will sanction you. The chairman won't let you go either. All I know is that the Night's Watch didn't care when you tried to kill me, so there's no stopping me when I kill you. Suyu didn't care as he responded. First come, first served. As for your president, then let him wait first. His tone was casual and domineering, and as he spoke, he took another step and swung a fist at the spellcaster's chest. The spellcaster looked at Suyu, his gaze dumbfounded, and muttered, "Chairman, why?" As soon as the words left his mouth, his pupils dilated and his vitality dissipated. Fate points plus 10. Suyu patted the non-existent dust on his clothes and was calm. He opened the attribute panel and looked at it. Occupation, thespian. Grade, 20. Strength, 49. Physical strength, 96. Intelligence, 52. Agility, 49. Awakening, first turn. Skills, sense of fate. Rhythm of life. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny point, 175. Have you actually saved up 175 points? It seems like saving up 1,000 destiny points isn't a particularly difficult thing to do. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. However, there seems to be something wrong with my current state. Could it be the effect of watching that previous show? He shook his head slightly. After resonating with that one playwright, he felt that he had indeed changed somewhat. At the very least, he wouldn't have found the end of his life very pleasant before. But that doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Suyu, you. A trembling voice came. Suyu turned his head and saw Gu Qingying slowly approaching him. She held her staff in her hand, her expression grave. All these people, you killed them? Gu Qingying stared at Suyu dead in the face. The teenager looked like he had only just come out of a mountain of corpses and blood, his dark red eyes aggressive and frightening. She had wanted to follow Suyu and provide him with help on the awakening mission, and in the meantime try to see if she could pull him into the Night's Watch. But now, Gu Qingying deeply suspected that Suyu's mental state might be in trouble. This guy, he's not crazy too, is he? Facing Gu Qingying's question, Suyu nodded casually. Yes, indeed I did. They tried to kill me, but sadly, it didn't work. Hearing Suyu's words, the last trace of fluke in Gu Qingying's heart disappeared. She took a deep breath and quickly removed the contact from her hidden hand. Call. However, just as she opened her mouth was covered by Suyu. What do you want? Don't want to. Shut up. Suyu laughed easily and covered Gu Qingying's mouth to drag her into the alley. The loot wasn't in our hands yet, so we couldn't expose it so soon. Gu Qingying tried to struggle, but she, a mage who had just completed one awakening, was directly crushed by Suyu in terms of her strength attributes. The immediate field of vision was gradually engulfed in darkness. Feeling the burning body heat coming from behind her, as well as the ragged panting, Gu Qingying's mind was filled with thoughts. It was only after being dragged into a corner where no one was paying attention that Suyu released her. And then, as soon as he did, Suyu took off his blood-soaked short sleeves, revealing his strong and powerful muscles, as well as those neat 8-pack abs. His eyes burned as he looked at Gu Qingying, and he ripped her jacket off. What do you want to do? Gu Qingying's heart was beating wildly. Do what? That goes without saying? Suyu raised an eyebrow and put on that vigilante's standardized jacket. After all, that blood-colored short sleeve was too eye-catching. Gu Qingying clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes red, her head lowered, her body like a mosquito fly. Yes, but you have to wear that. What? Suyu froze with a puzzled expression. Just stand here and don't move until I go and scavenge the loot. Be good and you'll live. Understand? Good. Gu Qingying raised her head and suddenly realized after seeing Suyu wearing his own clothes. Her face swished red. Although she had joined the Night's Watch Guild at a young age, she was after all only a 20-year-old girl, and everything that had suddenly happened had really caused her to be somewhat unable to react, especially since she actually agreed that Suyu could do that kind of thing to herself. Shame. Just shame. Suyu didn't think too much about it and walked straight towards the entrance of the alley. The smell of blood at the entrance of the alley was too strong. He had to touch the corpse quickly. If he was caught in by the night watchman, the awakening quest would surely be in vain. Soon, one piece of bronze or silver level equipment was stuffed into Suyu's storage bag. This made the already somewhat overflowing storage bag even more unbearable. If the storage bag could talk, it would say, "Stop stuffing it, it's all filled up." 15 pieces of silver equipment, with broken equipment accounting for 8 of them. 20 pieces of bronze equipment, but none of them are useful or worth much. Ha! This is good stuff. From a corpse that was buried at the bottom, Suyu discovered unexpected gains. That's a gunslinger pro. He was limited by the terrain, though, and hadn't shot at Suyu once yet. Desert Eagle, bronze. Durability, 100/100. 1 bronze grade pistol, 10 armor-piercing bullets, and 50 riot slugs. Nice. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. As he had discovered from the battle just now, the Dragon Breath Bomb was too powerful to trigger the Fate Minor event much of the time, and this Sandhawk makes up for it a little. Suyu directly removed the gun pouch along with the Sandhawk and strapped it to himself. After doing all this, Suyu took a step without stopping and quickly ran towards the nearest Shunfeng merchant house. For this 10-star awakening mission, he already had a preliminary plan. Gu Qingying looked at Suyu's back and held the communicator in her hand for a long time hesitating, but still waited for another 5 minutes before dialing a number. Not a moment later, the sound of a crisp high heel came from far and near. Gu Qingying immediately looked sideways, and after seeing the visitor, it was as if she had found her backbone as she quickly ran over and called out, "Teacher, you're finally here." Lu Qixuan walked in a cheongsam embroidered with phoenix patterns. Her appearance was dignified and atmospheric, and her every move carried an awe-inspiring nobility. "What happened here?" Willow Sparrow Fairy asked calmly. Even when her surroundings were full of dead bodies, her expression didn't change in the slightest. "Teacher, it's like this." Gu Qingying wiped the tear stains from the corner of her eyes and quickly told everything that had just happened. After hearing that Suyu's occupation was that of a fortune teller, Willow Bird Fairy's eyes slightly stared a little. She swept the bodies on the floor again, her eyes lingering on the Haze Guild motif for a moment. "You give up on this mission and go back to school. I'll take care of things here," Willow Sparrow Fairy faintly commanded. In addition to her identity as the Night's Watch, she was also a tutor at the Holy Spirit Academy, one of the 4 major academies. This academy mission was originally intended to bring Gu Qingying for some experience, but he didn't expect that this niece was still too tender. Solely, it was better to let her go back and start with small tasks. "Then, how will you deal with Suyu?" Gu Qingying asked in a hurry. "Handle? Why deal with him?" Willow Sparrow Fairy raised an eyebrow and asked a rhetorical question. "Ha!" Gu Qingying felt her brain spinning a bit and spoke. "But he killed so many people." The Hanhai Guild took the lead in violating Dacia's public order regulations and maliciously obliterated Dacia's young geniuses with a 12-member well-established team of professionals. As for Suyu, he was merely acting in self-defense. "I'm dealing with the Haze Guild now. Do you understand?" Willow Sparrow Fairy spoke calmly, word by word. "So that's it?" Gu Qingying drifted off, a trace of guilt rising suddenly in her heart. It seemed that he had wronged Suyu with his own preconceptions. The thought left her a little soulless. After Gu Qingying left, Willow Sparrow Fairy was covered in a reddish glow. In the next moment, the vermilion bird's fire ignited, and the filth in the entire alley was set ablaze. After doing so, Willow Bird Fairy took out her communicator and dialed a number. "What's the outcome of the Haze Guild's investigation?" "This is the 3rd time this year that they have been found to have strangled the younger generation out of hand." "Up." There seemed to be silence on the other side of the phone for a few moments before a man's low voice came through. "Mr. Lu, the chain of evidence is now 1 link short. I hope you can be patient." "Patience? Bullshit patience. Tell that to the dead human genius. Alas, after all, this is Dacia. It's not like the frontline where there are no taboos. I don't care." "You know what? They almost drove another trickster to the aftermath kind of insanity today. There's another fortune teller in this generation?" Willow Sparrow Fairy angrily hung up the phone, transformed into a flash of red light, and sped towards the location of the Hanhai Guild. It is better to rely on others than to rely on yourself. She was prepared to personally travel to the Haze Guild to investigate. After Suyu left that alley, he walked through a few streets and directly walked inside the Shunfeng merchant house. After displaying more than 10 pieces of silver equipment, the welcoming reception directly invited him to the VIP area on the 2nd floor. Of those 15 pieces of silver equipment, Suyu did not sell them all, but chose 2 pieces of protective gear to wear on his body. A total of 13 pieces of silver equipment and 20 pieces of bronze equipment. all of which he intended to bid on. A trace of urgency surfaced between Suyu's eyebrows, urging, "Your bank will estimate a price for these equipment as soon as possible. I still have things to do. It's quite urgent." Across from him, a balding manager hurriedly said, "Okay, you wait a moment, my bank's appraiser has begun to count the price." He also saw the 10 little stars on top of Suyu's head, thus he was extremely sympathetic to Suyu's ordeal. Poor little guy. Unexpectedly encountered a 10-star awakening mission. This is all about dumping your family and selling your family's wealth to do the mission? Not long after, the bald manager smiled apologetically at Suyu and walked out of the room. "Sorry to keep you waiting." When he came back again, he was holding a list with the appraisal of all the equipment and the estimated value. "You read it." After the bald manager came in, he directly handed the list to Suyu. "There's no need to look, just say how much directly." Suyu did not pick it up, but opened the door and said. The manager nodded and looked at the contents of the list, pondering for a moment. 12 pieces of silver equipment, 8 of which are severely damaged, worth a total of $23 million. 20 pieces of bronze equipment, worth a total of $9,800,000. Your items are worth a total of $32.8 million. Would you like cash or transfer? Is it worth just over $30 million? Suyu frowned, and then, he handed over the bank card with a meaty face. The balding manager took it with both hands. "You mean it's all transferred to this card?" "No. Scratch out another $2 million and give me a level 4 war chest." Suyu returned with a sullen face. "Ha, a 4th level war book?" At those words, the fat on the bald manager's face trembled in disbelief. "What? No?" Suyu frowned. Yes, I'll get it for you." The balding manager returned as he wiped his sweat. A war book is an item that opens a guild war, and a level 4 war book means engaging a level 4 guild. Nowadays, there were only 3 level 4 guilds in the entire Xinjiang, namely the Hanhai Guild, the Lingxiao Guild and the Quanshan Guild. They dominate the guild wars every year. Could it be that the guy in front of him, who was so bloody scary, was a member of some level 4 guild? The balding manager couldn't help but gulp at the thought. "Here's what you asked for." Soon the balding manager walked in holding a wooden box. Suyu took the wooden box and opened it. A piece of yellowish paper lay quietly in it, with unknown characters written on it, and a sword mark at the bottom of the drop, representing war. Letter of War. Grade 4. Introduction. When used by a guild leader, it opens up a guild war with an opposing guild. Note, if the user does not have a guild of their own, they can also open a guild war. Very good. Suyu swept through the warbook and nodded. With that, he stopped stopping and went straight to the Hanhai Guild with his warbook. The headquarters of the Haze Guild is not far away, just 5 blocks. Suyu quickly wandered through the darkness of the night, constantly adjusting his state. What follows is going to be a vicious battle. It would also be an opportunity for him to earn a lot of fate points. When guild wars open, several war zones will be divided. War zones are divided according to the number of awakenings, and Suyu, a professional who hadn't yet awakened, would be counted according to the first awakening. In other words, Suyu would be facing all of the Hanhai Guild's first-turn professionals at the same time. However, Suyu was not worried about his own safety. Once a guild war is opened, it cannot be interfered with by outside forces, and it cannot cause any deaths. Even if he was really undefeated against his opponent, he would just be teleported out. Every year, all major guilds take the initiative to open guild wars, which are used to increase the combat experience of their members. Only, it was the first time that a person like Suyu was so brave to pick a guild by himself. The Haze Guild, facing north and south, covers quite a wide area. At this moment, President Li Xianshan was sitting inside the guild hall, frowning as he listened to the report from his men. "Chairman, a squad sent to the Awakening Temple's bearing has been completely wiped out, and it's still unclear who made the move. Do you see the need to hit the ground running and cover your ass?" Rick Hansan snorted coldly. A bunch of trash. A murderous intent coalesced on his brow. The temperature of the entire guild hall plummeted, and the air became cold and bone-chilling. It's just a kid who only just gained his profession. How can he be so hard to kill? He stood up and paced the hall with his hands behind his back, where the onlookers couldn't see it. Rick Hansan actually had a smirk on his face. Oh, it's good that he didn't kill. As long as he alienates the human camp, it's best that he has to develop hatred for the human race. Thinking of this, Li Xianshan turned to the 8 corpses lying within the hall and coldly said, "Drag these 8 traitors out, and hang the corpses in the most conspicuous location outside the guild." Yes. The 2 guild elders hurriedly responded and took the ropes to tie up the 8 corpses. The 8 men were extraordinarily young in appearance, except that their bodies were strewn with hideous wounds, many of which were still marks caused by branding irons as well as long whips. Obviously, they suffered inhuman torture while they were alive. The rest of the guild members watched this scene with some chills in their hearts. Those 8 people did not betray Suyu at the last moment of their death. And in the end, it was only after the necromancer extracted their memory fragments that they realized that it was Suyu who had killed that captain. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire guild. Boom! The next moment, a loud sound rang out from the distance. Accompanied by the scorching heat, a vermilion bird's shadow reflected the dome of the sky. Willow Sparrow Fairy, what kind of madness are you having? Rick Hansan said in a burst of anger. This Willow Sparrow Fairy was not a small person. She was a tutor of the Holy Spirit Academy, and even Li Xianshan did not dare to offend her easily. Furthermore, he understood in his heart that Lu Bird Immortal had come to Qingcheng this time, fearing that it was for the purpose of investigating himself. Had it come to light that I had joined Advent? Li Xianshan, I advise you to tie your hands and surrender, Willow Sparrow Immortal said in a flat tone. I've already collected the evidence of your crimes. If you persist, I'll personally destroy you now. Ha ha ha. Li Hansan laughed out loud and said in a cold voice, Lu Bird Fairy, don't try to swindle me. If you had evidence, I'm afraid you would have already made your move, right? Why bother putting harsh words there? At those words, Willow Bird Immortal's face was gloomy and her hands trembled slightly. Extremely angry, her eyes traveled through the Haze Guild. With a slight sideways glance, he saw the 8 corpses tied together by ropes on the roof of the Haze Guild. Phew! At this moment, the Willow Bird Immortal exhaled a long breath of turbid air, as if she had made some sort of determination. She could no longer allow this tumor to poison Daxia. You're wrong. Today, even without proof, I'm going to kill you. You dare to strike here? Rick Hanshan's eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes were extremely dangerous. However, just as the two were at sword point, boo! A pebble falls into the middle of the Haze Guild. Immediately afterward, the piece of yellow paper wrapped around the pebble came off. A letter of war? Rick Hanshan's face changed, somewhat dismayed. At this time of the day, who is the one who ordered the war? On the other hand, a bright luster suddenly appeared in Willow Bird Fairy's eyes. Outside the Haze Guild, Suyu lifted his head expressionlessly, his sight fixed on those 8 corpses. Biggie, can I ask what your occupation is? That mage girl's blushing and anxious look still seemed to be fresh in her mind. Suyu was even a little unable to look at it in conjunction with the mangled female corpse. Phew! Suyu exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The thick caliber of the shotgun was aimed at the guild doors. Fate perception catalyzed. Fate minor event, you use a shotgun to blast through the gates of the Haze Guild. Ding! Fate minor event, you use a shotgun to blast through the gates of the Haze Guild. Fate points plus 10. Boom! Only a blast exploded, accompanied by a tumbling fire snake. Suyu blasted the door of the Hanhai Guild with a single shot. A huge sound shook the sky and shook the 8 directions. No one could have thought that this costly platinum grade gate would be so unbeatable in Suyu's hands. Guild War announcement, Hanhai Guild's gate has been breached. Guild War announcement, Hansi Guild points minus 10. Current points 90. The losing side of the Guild War will receive random punishment. Along with Suyu slowly stepping into the vast Ocean Guild, countless pairs of eyes gathered on him in unison, with a variety of complex colors such as shock, doubt, and anger intertwined. This place was already in chaos after the appearance of Willow Sparrow Fairy, and was again shocked by Suyu's rough entrance. This was a platinum level gate that the chairman had spent a great deal of money to build, something that had once resisted the stored power of a level 80 mage, and it was even blown up by Suyu with a single shot? Suyu, however, seemed to be completely unaffected by the people around him as he walked straight forward. Soon, he saw a middle-aged man in platinum robes standing in front of him, staring at himself with a face full of gravity and scorn. You're the one who started the guild war? Even one person wants to challenge a guild. What a lunatic! Li Xianshan laughed coldly, contempt in his eyes. Crazy? Oh, artists are crazy. Suyu didn't care and looked around. After he broke through the guild gate, the engagement area would be refreshed directly inside the Haze Guild. After hearing the conversation between the two, the surroundings were in an uproar. This guy is really crazy, isn't he? How dare he open a guild war all by himself? Who is he? How come I've never seen him before? Who cares? Since he dares to come here to seek death, let's slaughter him first. The chairman surely doesn't mind anyway. Humph. Brat, don't think you can just come in just because you can't die in guild wars. We have ways to make your life worse than death. The crowd was murmuring, and their gazes towards Suyu were permeated with killing intent. The Hanhai Guild, under the leadership of Rick Hanshan, was almost a gathering place for the scum of Qingcheng, and only some of the newer members still had a conscience. Soon, the 4 war zones had been divided. Suyu was also too lazy to talk nonsense with these dregs and walked alone towards the war zone that belonged to him. However, just then, he suddenly heard a voice ringing in his head. At the same time, a small line appeared in front of it. Willow Sparrow Fairy invites you to join the 9th level guild Night Watch. Do you agree? Suyu raised his eyebrows and looked at the fiery red figure in midair. He had seen that person at the entrance of the Haze Guild, but he hadn't paid any attention to it, not realizing that she was a vigilante. But what was this invitation to join the Night's Watch Guild? Suyu thought that although he was forced to fight back, but he was afraid that he would need to be imprisoned for a period of time even if he killed so many people in public. Right? I refuse to. I'll think about it. Suyu just wanted to refuse, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw the murderous gaze of Blue Bird Fairy. Help! Willow Sparrow Fairy pinched her fingers and made a sound transmission technique. Do you know how many people have squeezed their way through the ranks unable to gain admission? This is the only level 9 guild in Dacia. There are many benefits of joining, and it's also the only guild that doesn't have upper and lower level controls. It's all up to you whether you do the quest or not. That's fine. Suyu shrugged and nodded. Anyway, it's not like you can't quit after joining the guild. If you can't, you can just quit later. I agree with the invitation. Congratulations on joining the 9th level guild the Night Watch. You receive a permanent guild buff bonus, increasing your base attributes by 5%. You gain a permanent guild buff bonus and take 5% less elemental damage. You receive a permanent guild buff bonus and gain a 5% boost in experience value. You get a permanent guild buff bonus and the probability of obtaining high-grade equipment is increased by 5%. A series of bonus attributes occupied Suyu's field of vision. Compared to ordinary guilds, the bonuses of a rank 9 guild were indeed much more comprehensive. However, Suyu felt a little puzzled. A level 9 guild's bonus is only 5%? The Night's Watch isn't like other guilds. I'll explain those to you later. Willow Sparrow Fairy's figure slowly descended. Only after stepping into the 4th level battle zone did she continue towards Suyu. How long can you hold out? If the time is too short, sister here may not be able to fulfill it. Oh. Suyu thought for a moment and pointed at the hundreds of vast expanse guild members in front of him. You should ask them this question. Good. Sister likes your kind of arrogance. The corner of Willow Sparrow Immortal's mouth sketched an arc, and then the surface of her body violently glowed with demonic fire. She hooked her finger towards Li Xianshan. What? Is Chairman Li Xian afraid? Li Xianshan's face was extremely ugly, and instead of responding to Blue Bird Fairy, he looked straight at Suyu and said word by word, Kid, I'm going to make you regret making this decision. Ordinary vigilantes were unable to open Guild Wars, but Suyu was a free agent status before he opened it. That's how he allowed Willow Sparrow Fairy to exploit such a loophole and open a special guild war using the Night's Watch Guild's identity. Ordinary people didn't have the guts to start a guild war, and it was rare for the Night's Watch to appear alone inside a strange guild. But on the contrary, this extremely unlikely event actually happened. And really, you found a way to deal with me. Seeing that Suyu ignored him, Li Xianshan turned his gaze back to Blue Bird Fairy, because he hadn't stepped into the war zone. Willow Sparrow Fairy's basic attributes were rising, and the flames emanating from her body became brighter and brighter. If he delayed any further, he was afraid that he really had no chance of winning. After the war zone was divided, it was no longer up to him, the battle had to be fought. He slowly stepped into the 4th level battle zone and scoffed coldly. Are you really sure he can resist the siege of 300 first-turn professionals? Just based on the fact that he's a juggler who hasn't even completed his awakening quest? Cut the crap! Willow Sparrow Immortal's beautiful eyes narrowed, her body's aura steeply erupted, and the vermilion bird's shadow surfaced behind her, like a meteor rushing towards Lixianshan, slapping out with a palm. Fresh! At this moment, the Willow Bird Immortal seemed to have truly transformed into a vermilion bird. Cold Winter Fist. Seeing this, Li Xianshan couldn't care less about his mouth. His muscles rippled and he struck an ice mountain. Bang! The iceberg and the vermilion bird collided, erupting with terrifying fluctuations. However, the iceberg was clearly undefeated by the other party and was rapidly melting away. Suyu glanced at Blue Bird Fairy with slight surprise. This woman really did have a few skills. Obviously a mage. But the fighting style favors melee combat. Instead, Rick Hansan, as a boxer, had mostly long-range means. There seems to be some qualitative change in all professionals after a certain point in their development. However, soon as those first-turn professionals approached, Suyu had no more leisure to watch the battle. He took out 2 talismans from his storage bag. One-time acceleration spell, increases movement speed by 15% for 5 minutes after use. Pop! Suyu first activated his destiny perception, and then directly pasted the 2 talismans onto his thighs. Fate Minor Event, you use a one-time acceleration spell and receive a small increase in your own movement speed. That simple? Casually scanning the fateful synopsis, Suyu had an idea almost instantly. After experiencing several consecutive high destiny stocks, Suyu was still a bit uncomfortable now. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you use a one-time acceleration spell and your own movement speed is greatly increased. Well, the effect has increased to about 60%. which is equivalent to a top silver level spell. After feeling it carefully for a moment, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. He activated 2 disposable spells at once, lasting a full 10 minutes. Die. At this instant, a black-skinned female assassin behind Suyu suddenly exited stealth and stabbed out a stealth-breaking strike towards his backside. The dark green dagger was glowing with a cold light, and this strike had multiple effects attached to it. Breaking concealment, bludgeoning, and it was also quenched with poison. If he was stabbed by this strike, even a level 30 shield mountain would have to drink a pot of water. However, under this stab, it only pierced through a piece of residual shadow. No good. The black-skinned female assassin said that it was not good, and just as she wanted to go into stealth, she noticed a sharp stabbing pain behind her. That's perception in a frantic warning. Things like backstabbing don't work for me anymore. The corner of Suyu's mouth rose. The green and gold boxing gloves in his hand carried the aura of death, and struck her heavily on her solar plexus. Boom! Red and white liquids mingled and splashed out. Fate points plus 10. Good news. She didn't suffer the fate of the storm coat. Bad news. She'll be puzzled in the future. No! With a flash of light, the figure of the female assassin appeared outside the clearing. She touched her head, her eyes full of hot tears. It was so close. If it wasn't a guild war going on, he would have really died. However, the feeling of being punched in the head was truly desperate. Looking at the battlefield that was covered by the fog of war, a trace of foreboding rose in her heart. Can they really beat that guy? 1 punch kills in seconds? Is he a melee professional? Watching the powerful scene of Suyu exploding his head with a single punch, the eyelids of more than 300 professionals jumped in unison. Soon, however, they relaxed. Although melee professions were powerful in close quarters, they were the professions least suited to fighting one against many. As long as they used Shield Mountain to entangle the opponent, there were more than 100 long-range professionals here. Even if one person used a small skill, it would be enough to drown the opponent. Everyone, on my mark. In the group, a professional holding a battle flag bellowed out, drawing everyone's attention. He was a military counselor by profession and was very good at commanding battles. Top of Shield Mountain. Stabilize the front to prevent the opponent from sneaking up on the rear. The melee professionals will wrap up from both sides, but don't fight to the death. Just pester him. Long-range professionals prepare to store their power. Archers and gunners find their own output positions. Assassins and thieves spread out and find their own opportunities. Finally, the spellcaster just throws a curse and spells him to death. This military advisor was indeed incomparably old, and in a short period of time, he had thought of how to deal with Suyu. With his command, Shield Mountain slowly moved forward, while the other melee professionals circled around to the sides. With a backbone, the sense of oppression displayed by the 300 or so people was mind-blowing. This is totally the lineup to fight a large secret realm boss. This guy is famous even if he dies, right? More than famous? Just by the fact that he dared to start a guild war by himself. Tomorrow it'll probably spread all over Great Xia. The mages and archers in the back couldn't help but discuss it. For this battle with a huge difference in strength, these people did not consider the outcome that their side would lose. After all, a pair of 300, and the other party was still just an unawakened professional. Rumble. Fully 20 shield mounts approached with shields raised. Heavy footsteps. It echoed throughout the clearing as if it were an earthquake. The rest of the 100 or so melee professionals, however, were now scattered and standing in 2 rows, blocking the way on both sides. Seeing such a stance, Suyu frowned slightly. It would be a lie to say that there was no pressure. The other party was obviously a professional, playing the advantages of the team to the extreme, in a step-by-step pressure on his existence. However, since Suyu chose to start a guild war, he had naturally prepared himself mentally. Ha! A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. A rookie who has only just gained his profession wants to challenge a giant dragon? The warlord sneered as he looked at Suyu. The corners of his mouth outlined a cruel arc, as if he had already seen the image of Suyu being crushed under his feet. The other 300 or so professionals similarly revealed a look of contempt. It was at this moment, after Shield Mountain had finally stepped into range, Suyu finally made a move. He raised the bronze-rank Sandhawk up and aimed it at one of the foremost shield mounts. He held a triangular shield in his hand, and his gnarled muscles gave him an indestructible look. At this moment, looking at Suyu's actions, he laughed disdainfully. Sandhawk? Can't do much to tickle me with this crap. Can you? Boo! All that was heard was an explosion and the crowd froze. So you actually did intend to use the broken Sandhawk to shoot a turn of Shield Mountain? However, what made them even more dismayed was that the triangular shield in that Shield Mountain's hand was actually broken into pieces and exploded by a single shot. Nima, are you fucking kidding me? The scene left the crowd dumbfounded, almost suspecting that they had blinked. Ding! Fate minor event, you use a Sandhawk to shoot up a shield. Fate points plus 5. Suyu scored a hit, and then as he did, A series of 20 shots emptied the entire magazine. Fate points plus 5. Fate points plus 5. Fate points plus 5. In less than 3 seconds, the fate points skyrocketed by 100. Sure enough, large battles are only suitable for earning fate points. Suyu muttered to himself, then directly inserted the sandhawk back into his waist. Across from him, the 300 or so professionals were all silent. The fear of the unknown was on everyone's face. They could not comprehend how Suyu managed to blow up a silver-level shield with a single shot. However, at the moment it was thought that no one would dare to take a shot from him head-on. The shock of this scene was so great that for a moment the momentum of the 300 or so professionals advancing came to a hard stop. Again? However, right at this moment, Suyu's destiny perception began to activate on its own. A picture surfaced in Suyu's mind. A smarter assassin bypassed Suyu's blind spot in his field of vision and stormed up to launch a deadly attack towards his neck. Fateful little event, you were attacked by an assassin. Still dare to come and assassinate me? Suyu smiled faintly. Fate modification was unleashed without hesitation. Ding! Fateful minor event, you were attacked in the chest by an assassin. In the next moment, behind Suyu's side, a shadow suddenly sprang out. She was strangely fast, and had obviously unleashed some sort of skill. That assassin backhandedly gripped his short dagger, his eyes incomparably determined as he rushed in front of Suyu. Die! And then, under everyone's expectant gaze, a hand grabbed onto Suyu's chest. Seeing this scene, more than 300 occupiers simultaneously fell silent for a moment. What's she doing? The military counselor was shocked. Such a good opportunity. Instead of wiping his neck, you went to touch his breasts? Then the assassin also froze, not understanding what he was doing. However, just as she wanted to turn her target and use that short dagger to attack Suyu's heart, boo! The green and gold gloves in Suyu's hand fired and blasted away the short dagger that was stabbing at him. And then, the power of the fist did not decrease, and it blasted straight towards the assassin. No good. The assassin's eyelids fluttered wildly. So close. This punch could not be avoided. No matter how much she twisted her body, she could still only watch as Suyu punched her in the small of her back. Boo! Assassin gets caught flat-footed with a punch that sends him flying into the air. And the tight sneak suit on his body followed suit and exploded, falling into pieces. For a moment, there was silence all around. Crap! The group was confused. What kind of equipment is this? How can it be so perverted? What should I do if I want it so badly? A look of shame and anger flashed across the assassin's face, and he looked down with his hands covering all 3 points in one upward motion, only to see that his clothes had long since disappeared, and there was nothing left on his body except for some high-quality silver equipment. Shameless! She cursed angrily with a face of shame and anger, and then directly withdrew from the guild battle range and found a place to hide. Oh, soldiers are never deceitful. You're not shameless if more than 300 of you beat one of me? Suyu smiled indifferently. His hand was on his shotgun and he was about to start a big harvest of fate points, but right at this moment, there was a sudden darkness in front of Suyu. The sky, it seemed, was dark. I curse you for being slow and deep in the muck. I curse you with sightlessness and blindness of eye and heart. I curse you to be weak and depleted of power. I curse. More than 30 curse words rang out in a row. How terrifying was the power of a whole 36 spellcasters unleashing curse spells at the same time. The blackened spell runes made the entire world change color. Ha. Being cursed by 36 spellcasters at the same time. Anyone who's invincible in long-range melee combat will have to be obediently captured. In the clearing, the tension of all the professionals eased a little. The pressure given to them by Suyu was simply too great, and even though his side had an absolute advantage in numbers, he had not been able to gain any advantage from the other side. However, as long as one was entangled in a spell, no matter how strong Suyu's fighting strength was and how bizarre his methods were, he would still be obediently teased to death. Finally the big one. However, upon seeing this scene, Suyu's face did not reveal the fear they had imagined. His eyes widened, and instead of retreating, he charged towards those spell runes with a face full of anticipation. Fate minor event, you are cursed by the crippling spell and your movement speed is greatly reduced. Minor fateful event, you are cursed by the blindness spell, and your ability to perceive is greatly diminished. Fate minor event, you have been cursed by the blight spell, and your power will be greatly diminished for a short period of time. Fate minor event, you are cursed by the exhaustion spell, and your stamina will diminish dramatically over a short period of time. The destiny minor events kept popping up, and a series of 36 destiny minor events appeared in Suyu's field of vision. Ha. Suyu laughed freely and then began to revise them one by one. Ding. Fate minor event, you are cursed with a crippling spell that increases your movement speed dramatically. Minor fateful event, you are cursed with the blindness spell, and your perceptions are greatly increased. Fate minor event, You are cursed by the blight spell and your power will increase dramatically in increments over a short period of time. Fate minor event, you are cursed by the exhaustion spell, and your stamina will increase dramatically in increments over a short period of time. Fate points plus 360. Yes, the cursed runes that were bubbling with black gas were simply like blessings that were flooded with holy light in Suyu's eyes. Occupation, thespian. Grade, 20. Strength, 35 plus 200. Physical strength, 96 plus 240. Intelligence, 52 plus 190. Agility, 49 plus 260. Awakening, first turn. Skills, sense of fate. Rhythm of life. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny point, 655. Suyu only felt that his entire body was filled with power, and the attributes of all directions were stated. Although it was only a brief boost, the sense of tangible power did intoxicate him a bit. Crap, what does this guy want again? Is this guy crazy? How dare he take the initiative to lean towards the spell? Everyone couldn't help but burst out, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment. At a time like this, if you don't hide and move forward, are you out of your mind? Not only that, Suyu even felt that those spell runes were flying too slowly and took the initiative to grab the spell runes and press them onto his body. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Such a thought flashed through their minds, and they retreated backward unanimously. However, it's still too slow. A flash of green and gold flashed before the eyes of the crowd. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the heart-stopping sound of flesh clashing, Suyu's fists fell as if they were raining down. Ah, damn. How did this guy become so strong? Help! Someone kill him! Miserable screams and wails immediately followed. And under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the professionals who had been so spirited and majestic just a moment ago were actually defenseless. Suyu's speed was unbelievably fast. It was practically comparable to a peak second-turn assassin. He weaved in and out of the crowd, and mages who were on the verge of finishing their build-ups were forcibly interrupted in their progress. Some unlucky mages were even punched away and dropped out of the battlefield. Blood, screams, and pieces of underwear filled this battlefield, which could be described as chaotic to the extreme. Taking advantage of the chaotic scene, Suyu took the time to sweep across the entire battlefield. There are still too many people. Suyu shook his head slightly. He could already feel the curse effect decaying. Once the bonus is gone, then one can easily be entangled in a wave. A sense of urgency arose in Suyu's heart, and he once again accelerated the pace of his offense. In the next moment, screams rang out like a symphony on the battlefield. Suyu was like a dancer, gracefully navigating through a hail of gunfire and arrows and taking away a random life. At the moment, he was the god of death in control of this area, and no one could disobey his will. One by one, the professionals were blown away by one punch and then appeared outside the battlefield. The remaining members of the Hanhai Guild looked at the increasing number of eliminated members and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of doubt. One of the elders rushed up and pulled a disheveled mage girl and asked, "What the hell happened in there? And how did you guys get eliminated?" Whoa! After hearing his words, the mage girl cried out with a wow. That look, it was like being trashed. He's just not human. Listening to the mage girl's narration, a chill gradually rose in the bottom of everyone's hearts. A casual shot breaks Shield Mountain's defense. Assassin attacked and countered with a punch. Instead of having no effect, a spellcaster's curse turns into a gain? Is this still human? Looking at the two battlefields that were shrouded in the fog of war, they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of worry in their hearts. The defeat of the first-turn guild members is small, but the president is afraid that it is difficult to carry out. What the hell? After being cursed, it actually backfired and turned into something like a blessing? More than 10 large bags bulged on the top of the military division's head, and that military flag was shattered, leaving only a bare pole. He hid in the corner and watched Suyu charging through the crowd, constantly going in and out, and every now and then there was an image of a lucky guy getting his clothes blown off, only to feel that he couldn't cry, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. Right, if a curse inflicted on him brings about a counter effect, then isn't a blessing the effect of a curse? Armsmaster tapped his head and instantly felt like a genius. He got up instantly and yelled towards all of them. Attention all auxiliary professions, if you have any blessings or other gain abilities, use them all and add them to that crazy person. This is an opportunity. Make sure you take it. Don't hold back. Give me a hard blessing on him. Hearing his words, everyone's eyes lit up. Good idea. Yeah, if a curse becomes a blessing, then isn't a blessing a curse to that guy? Worthy of being a military advisor. Your brain is just as good. Come on, guys, milk him as hard as you can. Seeing hope, everyone's hearts instantly rekindled their fighting spirit. The melee professionals also stopped running away, and even those shield mountains whose shields had been broken stood out from the back, ready to use their physical bodies to hold Suyu back. Blessing? Suyu's face looked odd, and the corners of his mouth were a bit suppressed. Which genius's idea is this? It's really Awesome. Hearing Suyu's words, the few melee professionals on the side worked even harder. This lunatic is scared. Everyone step up and try to kill him in one wave. Suyu forced himself not to laugh out loud and took the initiative to slow down the pace of his attack, even exhibiting signs of fleeing. However, this scene turned into a sign of his cowardice in the eyes of those melee professionals. It was as if they had seen the light of victory, and their attacks became more and more violent. Bang! Suyu was chopped away by a long blade, and a strand of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The man revealed ecstasy and shouted, "Ha ha ha! This madman can't take a single hit. Quickly go up and surround him. We can't let him escape from the blessing range." Buzz! Right at this moment, a mass of white and flawless light shot up into the sky and sped towards the direction where Suyu was. Light clusters came one after another, and under the control of dozens of melee professionals, they flew into Suyu one by one, coloring Suyu's body in white. Watching the scene, the military division breathed a long sigh of relief and, a total of 88 blessings will milk him to death. Right? Fate minor event, you are hit by a holy light spell and have a small increase in stamina. Fate minor event, you are hit by a battle cry for a small power boost. Minor fateful event, you are hit by the blessing of water and your recovery speed is increased slightly. Fate minor event, you are hit by blessing of the wind and your movement speed is increased slightly. It was even more horrifying than the curse technique swiped just now. A series of 88 destiny synopses appeared in front of Suyu, causing him to be a little embarrassed. Then I'll laugh about it. The smile at the corner of Suyu's mouth was harder to suppress than an AK, and fate modification was continuously unleashed. Ding, ding, ding. Fate minor event, you are hit by a holy light spell and your stamina is greatly increased. Fate minor event, you are hit by a battle cry and your power is greatly increased. Minor fateful event, you are hit by the blessing of water and your recovery speed is greatly increased. Fate minor event, you are hit by blessing of the wind, and your movement speed is greatly increased. Destiny points plus 880. Rumble. An appalling might erupted from Suyu's body. Terrifying waves of air swept out in all directions, directly lifting several nearby professionals off the ground. What's the situation? How come? A slice of shocked cries rang out as countless gazes were thrown towards Suyu's location, their eyes glaring in disbelief. This guy is not only not weakened, he's even stronger. What the hell? The curse effect turned into a blessing, and the blessing effect not only didn't turn into a curse, but the gain effect became even more violent? Armsmaster slapped his head, regretting beyond words the decision he had made. It's over. It's all over. Dust flew, and a burly figure slowly walked out from it. Suyu's body swelled to 3 meters, haunted by a dazzling light, and invincibility was written all over his body. Gulp. The remaining 100 or so professionals gulped in unison. Big brother, there's something to be said. We'll admit defeat ourselves. All the professionals scattered and fled in all directions at the same time, fearing that they would be pressed by Suyu and tortured in this battlefield. However, how could Suyu, whose speed attribute had broken through 400 at this moment, let these moving destiny points escape? Meanwhile, within the 4th level war zone, unlike the bustle of the tier 1 battle zone, the battle here seemed to have ended early. Rick Hansan was suspended in midair by several flaming ropes, while Willowbird Fairy was holding a long flaming whip that kept whipping on him. The intense heat as well as the drilling pain kept coming, causing Li Hanshan's lips to crack and burns to spread all over his body. Willow Sparrow Fairy, just give up. That little lunatic might have been eliminated from the tournament by now. An ordinary level 20 professional. Even if he's a mystic system hidden profession, there's no way he can hold back more than 300 first-turn professionals. If you're slow getting out, I'm afraid you'll just have to collect his body. Shut up. In the face of Li Xianshan's threat, Bluebird Fairy's face also wavered for a brief moment. When the battle opens, the war zone and beyond will be shrouded in the fog of war. She couldn't see what exactly was going on Suyu's side, and at this moment, she could only increase her torture on Li Xianshan, hoping to make him reveal his cracks earlier. Seeing the anxiety between Willow Sparrow Fairy's brows, Rick Hanshan's heart was instantly relieved. He forced himself to endure the pain of the vermilion bird flames burning and taunted. Oh, didn't Holy Ghost Academy teach you the skill of interrogation? Willow Sparrow Fairy, you're only making me feel better. Ha ha ha, the more you torment me, the more enjoyable it will be for me. Fucking pervert. Hearing these words, Willowbird Fairy's face was filled with disgust, and her hand movements couldn't help but slow down. A sense of powerlessness could not help but grow in her heart. This guy is like a rock in a latrine. Not only is he smelly and hard, he's also disgusting. Alas, if I had known it was like this, I would have found a pervert from the purgatory school to cure you properly. Willow Sparrow Fairy said as she flung her fire whip. Please. Rick Hansan was full of sardonic smiles and still had that head iron look. On the other hand, the Tier 1 warzone had been completely suppressed by Suyu. Other than those 88 professionals who knew the blessing technique, The rest of the professionals had been forcibly eliminated by Su Yu. At this moment, he was standing in the center of the battlefield, while the 88 professionals had formed a circle, surrounding him in the center. The light of the blessing spell flickered like it didn't want to die. Su Yu's face was full of pleasure, unusually soothing as he swiped his fate points. Biggie, there really isn't a drop left. Yeah, I'm all out of mana. Can't put out a single blessing spell. It didn't take long before each and every one of these professionals' faces were shaped like withers, as if their bodies had been emptied out to beg for mercy from Su Yu. Su Yu swept the crowd in a circle, then slowly nodded his head. Fate perception wasn't infinitely activated either, and he was a bit overwhelmed right now. However, looking at the rising balance of destiny points makes it all worth it. Well, stop. Hearing this, these professionals had tears in their eyes and almost cried out. Finally stopped. If we keep playing, it's really going to kill us. Although Su Yu did not kill them, they had suffered tremendous mental damage, and after the mana value was depleted, using a blessing spell was likely to cause irreversible damage to the brain. Biggie, so we're leaving? A blessed sister asked tentatively. Su Yu slightly closed his eyes and sat down on the ground without responding. Seeing that Su Yu didn't care, these professionals looked at each other and were all relieved. Immediately after that, they were quickly fleeing towards the outside of the battle zone. Su Yu was too lazy to bother with them. At the moment, he was in a critical moment, and it was just right that no one disturbed him. Destiny's great event, you have completed the awakening quest and have successfully undergone your first professional awakening. Fate points 1000. In the next moment, the 10 small stars hanging above Su Yu's head began to slowly rotate and eventually merged into his body. Buzz! A blood chi that was so dense that it was appalling erupted from Su Yu's body. A mysterious strand of invisible energy hung down from the dome of the sky and wrapped Su Yu. He just felt like he was back in the amniotic fluid and his whole body was warm and very comfortable. In this state, Su Yu seemed to be immersed in a dream world. He could clearly feel that something wonderful was improving his body. The original skin and bones were undergoing subtle changes, and every inch of muscle contained an extremely large amount of power. Not only that, his brain was also strengthened, and his mental power was climbing dramatically. Everything around him was visible. Even the ants crawling by could be seen clearly. The feeling was simply wonderful. Gradually, Su Yu opened his eyes. He felt much lighter, and his whole body was surging with inexhaustible power. Professional awakening is over. You gain the mandate pathway skill, all fall down. You gain the divine pathway skill, weapon master. You gain the divine pathway skill, battle rage. Surprisingly, you gain 3 career skills at the same time? Su Yu was a bit surprised. Perhaps he united all 3 pathways, so he gained the skills of all 3 pathways at the same time after his career awakening? With a few moments of anticipation, Su Yu opened the introductions of the 3 skills at the same time. All fall down LV1, active skill. You are a paranoid artist, a painter who records the splendor of life, and a dancer who walks between deaths. When you cast All Fallen, you can piece together any corpse in its surviving or dead state into a single lotus guile, the power of which depends on the materials used to craft it. Weapon Master LV1, passive skill. You are a natural weapon master, and any weapon will turn into a horrible weapon in your hands. Attack power is increased by 20% when wearing any weapon. Battle Rage LV1, passive skill. When you fight or receive damage, you can accumulate rage, with a total of 5 rage tiers. Each level of rage status will increase the full attributes by 5%. When the 5th rage tier is reached, your pain sensation will disappear and your nerve reflexes will increase in speed by 100%. Note, you can upgrade your professional skills after reawakening, or you can upgrade your skill level by consuming fate points. Is this the divine destiny pathway? It's simply a bug-like existence. Su Yu was shocked beyond measure. This was called Heaven's Mandate. Ordinary professions could only obtain elementary skills like fireball and longsword mastery after their first awakening, and Su Yu, with a weapon master alone, was already worth the 2nd or even 3rd career awakening of an ordinary career. And these 3 skills weren't like normal professionals, who fixed their rank after acquiring them. After Su Yu briefly tried it, he realized that he could raise his skill level at any time through fate points. However, he wasn't in a hurry to ascend. The 3 skills have different focuses and it's better to find out what works best for you after going through the battle. However, if you gain such a strong skill in your first career awakening, what kind of strong abilities would you gain if you were to do it a few more times? Su Yu closed the skill introduction and then opened the attribute panel with some anticipation. During the last wave, with the power of 88 blessings added to his body, he directly forced the group of professionals to take a good swipe at fate points. That really didn't go easy on them, and quite a few professionals had their mental powers severely damaged by it. Even Su Yu himself had a raw headache from overusing his destiny sense. Even after deducting the 1000 points from the career awakening, I'm afraid that there's still a decent amount left. Occupation, thespian. Grade, 20. Strength, 101 plus 369. Physical strength, 167 plus 472. Intelligence, 102 plus 598. Agility, 109 plus 450. Awakening, first turn. Skills, sense of fate. Rhythm of life. All fall down LV1. Weapon master LV1. Battle rage LV1. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny point, 3655. Developed. After seeing the destiny point balance, Suyu's eyes glistened. Destiny points were simply more precious than money to him now. Not only can it work in combat, but it can also enhance skills and be used to prompt small probability events. Just about anything. Phew. After sitting in place and adjusting for a moment, Suyu then got up and slowly walked towards the outside of the first battle zone. The purpose of the trip had been achieved, and now it was time to think about how to get out. He had definitely offended the Hanhai Guild to death with this matter of opening a guild war. That guy Rikanzen wants to tear him apart, doesn't he? Although it was within the city, Suyu did not dare to bet on the character of the Hanhai Guild. The big deal is to go hide in the secret realm when the guild battle is over. But I've joined the Vigilantes Guild now, so no matter how bold they are, they won't be able to lay their hands on me within the city, right? Suyu released Life Rhythm and put on his green and gold gloves, Sandhawk in his left hand, shotgun in his right. After acquiring Weapon Master, he could already wear multiple primary weapons at once, and didn't need to switch back and forth like before. One step out of the war zone. With Suyu's footsteps, the fog of war within the first war zone instantly dissipated into thin air. Dang! The sound of bells ringing resounded throughout the Haze Guild. Guild War announcement. Battle in the first war zone is over. Guild War announcement. Hanhai Guild points minus 50. Current points 40. This guy, he actually did it. Watching the silhouette holding dual guns walk slowly, everyone in the guild's face changed. A guy who just hadn't even turned one yet had actually accomplished the feat of defeating 300 with one. And this guy seems to have completed the awakening quest, by the way. That said, his awakening mission wouldn't be to challenge a guild by himself, would it? Isn't that Willow Sparrow Fairy woman done yet? Suyu looked across to the fourth war zone, which was still shrouded in the fog of war and could not be seen for real. Does that mean it's met with some kind of trouble? Suyu raised an eyebrow. The enemy of his enemy was his friend, and he didn't mind uniting with Willow Sparrow Fairy to press the Hanhai Guild to death first. Click, click. At this time, Suyu's right hand suddenly fired, rather handsomely completing a one-handed upper body. With that, Suyu pointed his gun into the shadows behind him and said indifferently, "If you want to make a move, make it quick. If you don't make a move, I'll be leaving." In the open space, a dozen or so guild elders looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Not only had Suyu disgraced the guild, but he had also caused their interests to be severely damaged. And this guy had joined the Night's Watch Guild, so it was probably only now that he wanted to get rid of him. "Blame it on you for helping out the Willow Bird Fairy, or you could have lived a little longer." An elder carrying a long sword narrowed his eyes and said, "Bang!" It came with a muffled thud. In the next moment, for overpowering killing intent steeply erupted from the shadows, transforming into 4 cold ons that directly attacked Suyu's heart, throat, brain and back waist. Rub! This strike was too sudden, as fast as lightning, and aimed straight at the vitals, making it extremely difficult to react. For third-turn assassins? What's the need to target me like that? Suyu's eyelids twitched a little as he swept with Life Rhythm. No wonder Life Rhythm couldn't even fully detect the other party. So it was because the difference in level was too great. In the next moment, Destiny Perception began to warn frantically. An image of the next second flashed through Suyu's mind. Although those blessing effects in his body hadn't completely disappeared, it was extremely difficult to escape the sneak attacks of the 4 third-turn assassins. Just as he sidestepped, the 4 short daggers went deep into his body. Fate Minor Event, you were attacked by 4 assassins at the same time and were seriously injured. The time was too short. Suyu did not hesitate for a second and immediately launched the Destiny modification. Fate Minor Event, you were attacked by 4 assassins at the same time and were seriously injured. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you were attacked by 4 assassins at the same time and suffered minor injuries. Fate points plus 5. Snort! For sounds of sharp instruments entering flesh rang out at the same time. However, after not entering half an inch, the dagger was stuck by an unknown force, and no matter how hard the 4 assassins tried, they were unable to advance any further. Is this kid's body made of alloy? The 4 assassins sensed something was wrong at the same time. Even if it was a shield mountain of the same level, they could still dismember it like tofu, right? Rage level plus 4. A fire of anger burned in the bottom of Suyu's heart as his basic attributes rose once again. Taking advantage of the gap between the 4 people's doubts, Suyu fiercely drew himself out and ran towards the 4th level battle zone. His Life Rhythms had sensed that there were still high-ranked professionals approaching, and he had to avoid the wind before he could do so. "Hey, little brother, In such a hurry to leave? Not playing around with your sisters? One of the assassins stuck out his tongue and licked the blood from his short dagger, pulling out a sickly smile. The remaining three all made the same move. What sweet blood then? Don't try to run away. Let the sisters savor you. The four assassins appeared to be four sisters with the same perverted smirk as the Hayes Guild's ace assassination squad. There were countless third-turn professionals who had died in their hands. In an instant, the four shadows began to fly towards Suyu again. Fine. Since you guys want to eat it, let's eat it all at once. Suyu backed up while aiming his gun at one of the assassins. Cluck cluck cluck. Are you going to shoot your sister with the toy in your hand? Seeing this, the smile on that assassin's face became even more insane. She tugged at her neckline, revealing a flash of snowy white. Come on, use your gun. Shoot it at my sister here. I promise I'll catch it all. Hearing this, a smile also spread on Suyu's face. Yeah, then you'll have to catch it steady. Boo! Suyu didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Dragon's breath rounds roared out of the muzzle, the searing heat distorting the air. Too slow. That assassin had a sneer on her face. Although Suyu had shown the power of this shot, she was an assassin profession known for her agility. How could she be hit by a silver-level gun? However, just as she was preparing to dodge, she was shocked to realize that she couldn't dodge the shot. Suyu's shot just happened to be stuck at the node where she was dodging, and it just so happened that the four people subconsciously dodged in the same direction, and actually crashed into each other. How is this possible? The smile on her face froze and was instantly engulfed by the fiery serpent. Destiny points 400. Seeing the prompts that popped up, Suyu felt a bit of flesh pain. The opponent was, after all, a third-turn assassin, and there were four of them. It's not at all consuming to try to get that small probability event to happen. Suyu gritted his teeth, stopped retreating, and took the initiative to open Destiny Perception. Fate minor event, you hit an opponent with a shotgun, causing minor burns. Worthy of a third-turned professional. Did it only cause some superficial wounds? Suyu's eyes narrowed. Other than the one who was hit head-on, the injuries of the remaining three could not even trigger the Destiny Stalker. Ding! Fate minor event, you hit an opponent with a shotgun, causing severe burns. Fate modification unleashed. Ah-ha-ha. Miserable howls came out of the flames. The other three assassins were shocked. Why were the three of them unharmed while the other one looked like he was going to die when they were also hit by the dragon breath bomb? However, they did not have time to think about it, only to see Suyu actually sprinting towards them in reverse. The three of them glanced at each other and chose to retreat at the same time, leaving only the severely injured one to stay where he was. Save me. The assassin called out for help in desperation, but the three ran faster instead. Don't worry, I'm here to save you from your misery. Suyu's fingers gently covered her skull. Show me what it means to have a million people fall in love. He murmured in a low voice, like the whisper of a demon. No, don't. The female assassin seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes instantly widened. He's a fortune teller. Soon. However, not a sound could escape her throat. Countless threads of destiny that were invisible to the naked eye disappeared from Suyu's 5 fingers into her body, taking over everything. In this instant, no one could know everything about her better than Su, not even herself. Click, click, click. The sound of crumbling bones kept ringing out, like a jumping drumbeat. Her limbs twisted, her joints were reversed, and her entire body turned into a human lotus flower. Surprisingly, it's a theater fate master? No wonder this guy dared to open a guild war by himself and even won. Nearly 1,000 people up and down the Hanhai Guild watched this scene from afar with indescribable scorn in their eyes. Those long-ago memories come to mind. Anything crazy pressed on the head of a fortune teller seems to make a lot of relative sense. Right after the Lotus Guile Thunder was crafted, Suyu smiled faintly and pushed her towards the vast Ocean Guild crowd. Please accept my gift. Suyu bent down and made a gentleman's salute. Then he walked backward without looking back. Boom! A loud popping sound exploded, and a thick bloody scent filled the air. The life of the female assassin flashed like a slideshow in an explosion. Splendid and radiant life ascended in this moment, like an art exhibit before all. Most people were so shocked by this absolutely beautiful scene that they even forgot to run away. Not good. Retreat. When the firelight came near, it was only then that someone reacted, and they were immediately frightened and rushed to avoid it. But it's already too late. Fate points plus 10. Fate points plus 30. Fate points plus 20. Fate points plus 30. Fate points plus 10. Worthy of being a third-turned professional, crafting it into a lotus trick lightning or something powerful like that is very empowering. Seeing the small words that appeared in front of him, Suyu's face slightly slowed down. The wave recovered nearly 300 fate points, which is not too bad after all. Poof. Suyu quietly listened to the miserable screams and slowly stepped inside the 4th level battle zone amidst countless gazes of hatred and fear. Shit. The 12 guild elders looked at the level 4 battle zone shrouded by the fog of war, their faces turning blue, their eyes filled with unwillingness. The only chance to kill Suyu disappeared. Then what awaited the Hanhai Guild in the future would most likely be endless retaliation. A grown-up playwright would be an unimaginable disaster. Inside the 4th theater of war, the smile on Rick Hanshan's face had disappeared. In its place was a complex expression of pain mixed with despair. When he heard the guild war announcement, his feelings were incredibly complicated. Do fortune tellers really work miracles, every single one of them? How the hell did that guy beat over 300 professionals? Rubbish! How could you not even take down a brat? Rick Hanshan roared angrily. Guild wars can last up to 7 days. In other words, the Willow Sparrow Immortal, who was free of worries, could completely torture herself here for 7 days and 7 nights. As long as she didn't kill herself, then she couldn't get out of her control. What? You want to think about handing it over now? At the moment, Willowbird Fairy's expression at the moment was much more relaxed. Without haste, she raised a fire at the foot of Rikan Mountain and quietly enjoyed roasting the whole man. Whenever she sensed Rikanzan's vital signs weakening, she flung out 2 vials of potion to pull him back from the brink. But no matter how she tried to torture her in different ways, Li Hanshan was dead set on his mouth and refused to loosen up the slightest bit. Don't even think about it. Big deal. What's the harm if I just tough it out for 7 days? Rick Hanshan gritted his teeth and spoke. Once I admit my guilt, it's certain death. Do you think I'll admit it? At those words, Willowbird Fairy fell somewhat silent. Li Hanshan was originally a person who joined the Adventist Church because he was greedy and afraid of death. So how could he voluntarily give up his life? It seems that he was a bit impulsive after all. Willow Sparrow Fairy gazed into his eyes and said flatly, "Don't think you can rely on the Great Xia laws to escape sanction. The Great Xia laws are a tool used to shelter the people of the Great Xia, not an umbrella for criminals like you. If it's not possible, I'd rather take the punishment and forcefully bury you here." "Oh, you can try it then." Though, Rick Hanshan revealed a smile that was worse than a cry, but compared to the beginning, the bottom of his heart was clearly gone at this moment. Buzz! Just as the two of them were at swords drawn, a figure passed through the fog of war and arrived in front of the two of them. "Well, did I come at a bad time?" Suyu's eyelids jumped as he looked at the strange scene in front of him. At this moment, the Bluebird Fairy was holding a fire whip in her hand and kept beating on Rick Hanshan, just like a queen. And although Rick Hanshan was bound and suffering inhuman treatment, the corners of his mouth vaguely showed a few sickly smiles. It was a sight that was hard not to mistake for some kind of special game being played. "No, you're just in time." Seeing Suyu's arrival, Willowbird Fairy was also slightly relieved. She had no experience in interrogation, and her torture of Rikanzan was also a variation of her own mental torture. If Suyu had come any later, she even doubted that she would have been able to hold on. Phew! Willowbird Fairy let out a long breath of turbid air and walked over to Suyu. "I came to Qingqing this time to investigate the matter of the collusion between the Hanhai Guild and the Advent Society." "Advent?" Suyu raised his eyebrows and his eyes towards Li Xianshan brought a few points of disgust. Advent is one of the premier Tier 8 guilds under the Tier 9 guild Vigilantes. However, this guild was criticized by everyone in Daxia and belonged to a cult that was extremely harmful. The idea of the other side is to let the secret world come down and let the monsters re-establish the social order. Suyu's parents in this life died in the middle of a secret descent incident planned by the Advent Society. As a result, he has an extremely deep hatred for these guys. "Are you saying that this guy has joined the Adventist Church?" Suyu said. Willow Sparrow nodded. "Well, it's now all but certain that he joined the Advent, but he can't be convicted yet due to the lack of crucial evidence." Suyu took a step and walked in front of Li Xianshan without looking back. "What proof do you want?" Willow Sparrow Fairy was puzzled. "What are you going to do? Just say what evidence you want." Suyu's tone was calm, as if he was recounting a trivial matter. However, Riku Hanshan inexplicably felt a chill down his back. The Willow Sparrow Immortal had tormented him for so long, but hadn't been able to make him feel this way. If you dare touch me, I swear I'll kill you after the guild war." "Yeah, I hope you live to see that." After Suyu pondered for a moment, he suddenly turned to Bluebird Fairy and said, "Tear his clothes off." "Ha!" Willow Sparrow Fairy stared at her beautiful eyes in shock. "You're not going to." In this instant, Willowbird Immortal developed a lofty respect for Suyu. TSK, this guy is old, ugly, and balding, and has wronged Suyu, a handsome little man. What are you thinking? Just hurry up and do it. Suyu only felt that the way Bluebird Fairy was looking at him was weird, and he immediately frowned and urged. The Willowbird Fairy shook her head, and the vermilion bird's fire flared up, burning off Rick Hanshan's pants. Rick Hanshan's pupils contracted violently, his eyes were wide with rage, and he struggled frantically. "You dare to touch me, I'm going to kill you, you beastly thing." "Shoo!" Suyu raised his index finger to his lips. He looked at Rick Hansan with a cold gaze. Crazy man, what are you crazy people going to do to me? Riku Hansan only felt a coldness pouring in from the spirit of the sky, and his entire being was not well. Doesn't a first-class $1 million dump really work? Suyu frowned. He had just attempted to craft his opponent into a Lotus Guile Thunder, but even if Rikanzen was in a state of serious injury, it still wasn't something that could be shaken by a level 1 Wanderer's dump. It doesn't matter. If one level doesn't work, then go up a few levels. Suyu's mind moved slightly. At once, the fate points began to decrease rapidly. Destiny points minus 200. The crowd is pouring LV1 to LV2. Destiny points 400. The crowd pours LV2 to LV3. Destiny points 1000. The crowd is pouring LV3 to LV4. After raising the skill all the way to level 4, Suyu immediately stopped. One more level up and you're really going to be drained. A large amount of information poured into Suyu's mind. These are all about the structure of the physical body, and a great deal of knowledge about the origin of life. Suyu only felt that with his current level of knowledge reserve, it was more than enough to go and become a professional surgeon. Of course, I'm afraid the patient doesn't think so. Ha! When he looked at Lixianshan again, Suyu was already without pity. When dealing with an enemy, one should be as hard-hearted as oneself, or else it is only one who suffers. Next moment, countless threads that were invisible to the naked eye pierced into Riku Hanshan's body. What have you done to me? Rick Hanshan's voice trembled. His face was livid with horror. Carving a piece of rotten wood is just that. Suyu did not make much of an explanation. His palm pressed on Rick Hanshan's shoulder. Then with a flick of his wrist, he easily dislodged both of his large arms from the shoulder lock joints. His legs were also twisted from the greater trochanter of the femur and were pressed backwards onto his back. The whole thing was twisted into the shape of a ball. At the same time, Suyu's palm lightly moved again, incomparably skillfully tapping on the acupuncture meridians of his entire body, as if he was elegantly playing a human piano. Suyu's knuckles tapped on those 12 protruding ribs, making a pleasant sound similar to that of a bell zither. The entire process flowed like a cloud, and Riku Hansan couldn't even feel a trace of pain. However, Suyu's behavior was far greater than the damage that Lu Bird Fairy had caused to his mind. He realistically felt that everything about himself was being taken away. When Suyu finished this, his life would not belong to him. Even in the middle of a guild war state, this madman could take his life. Looking at Suyu's movements, strong as Willow Bird Immortal was also experiencing a chill down her spine at this moment. Did you gain that man's skills? Her voice trembled and her eyes were extremely complicated. Well, that's a pretty good skill. Each use is like creating something using everything that another person has as material, and can bring a great sense of fulfillment. Suyu responded unapologetically. Then, do you feel that you have produced a change somewhere? No sudden thoughts of wanting to kill have arisen, right? Willow Sparrowfairy asked tentatively, her right hand quietly moving behind her. Suyu slightly glanced sideways and detected the implication in her words. However, he didn't care and focused his attention on the Lotus Trick Lightning with all his heart. The scene froze for a moment, and Willow Sparrowfairy felt some depression in her chest, and she couldn't breathe freely. Finally, it wasn't long before Suyu pulled up his sleeves and wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned around. I don't think fortune tellers are all crazy, but the last one was so crazy that the profession is all tainted. Though I do kind of appreciate the way the art comes across. As he spoke, he displayed his masterpiece. At this moment, Li Xianshan had completely lost his ability to move. His limbs were twisted and his skin was lifted up, becoming a blood-colored lotus flower. This lotus flower looks hideous and horrible, but when you look closely, it is everywhere stunning. Even after looking at it for a long time, a trace of mesmerization actually surfaced in the bottom of Willow Sparrowfairy's eyes. It's a masterful piece of art. The words popped into her mind. Hiss! Willow Sparrowfairy sucked in a breath of cool air and hurriedly shook her head to eliminate the dangerous thought. Career issues are on hold for now, but take care of yourself and don't get lost, or else. Willow Bird Immortal didn't finish her sentence, but the threatening intent under her eyes was self-evident. Aha! Suyu casually answered, and then he pointed at the Lotus Guile Thunder made by Lixian Mountain. You can now ask the questions you want. After he was made into the Trick Thunder Lotus, he no longer has a self, so you can do whatever you want. At those words, Willow Bird Fairy was silent for a moment. After building up in her mind, she slowly stepped forward and stood in front of the blood-colored lotus flower. Rikanzen, have you joined the Advent Society? Willow Sparrowfairy asked as she stared at Rick Hansan. Yes. Rikanzen answered without hesitation, his voice coming out from the stamen. Willow Bird Fairy's eyes lit up as she continued. What mission did the Advent Society give you? And do they have any ideas about Qingcheng? Ha! Rikanzen laughed softly in a low voice. A laugh that gave Willow Bird Fairy the creeps. They told me to try to stifle the young geniuses and to stir up the younger generation's dissatisfaction with the human race and try to pull people into the society. As for castle? Can't say. Hearing these words, Blue Bird Fairy immediately looked at Suyu with a few questions in her eyes. Didn't you say just ask? Suyu shook his head slightly. It's not that he doesn't want to talk. It's that the guy's soul has been tampered with and some of the core issues can't be said. So it is. It dawned on Willow Sparrow Fairy that there were quite a few of these types of tactics that the descendants would use, and there were naturally means of dealing with them amongst the Night's Watch. However, it would take her a few more days to call for reinforcements. I'll take him back to the branch first, then. Right. You're coming along. Willow Sparrow Fairy pondered for a moment, then spoke to Suyu. Although you were pulled into the Night's Watch by me, you need to go to the branch to register your information. You will be paid a monthly allowance, which is equivalent to a salary, once registration is complete. Could be. Suyu looked at the Lotus Isle Thunder, and although he was a little reluctant, he still nodded his head. After all, he still needed to rely on Willow Bird Fairy if he wanted to walk out of the Hanhai Guild alive. Seeing this, Willow Bird Fairy sighed in relief. She was really afraid that Suyu would be too jumpy in nature like that fortune teller once. Now that I look at it, as long as it doesn't touch his scales, Suyu is still a good person to get along with, right? Willow Sparrow Fairy took out a small cloth pocket from her waist, and after a short chant, that pocket instantly grew larger, fitting Riku Hansan inside. The appearance of this blood lotus flower was too shocking, and it was obvious that it couldn't just be taken out. After doing this, she walked out of the fourth battle zone side by side with Suyu. Dang! The moment the two stepped out of the battlefield, 3 mysterious boxes appeared in Suyu's hands. At the same time, a deafening bell rang through half of Qingcheng. Guild War announcement. Hansi Guild's points are zeroed out. The Guild War is lost. Guild War announcement. The winner will receive 3 random items from the defeated guild's warehouse. Hiss. The Guild War is over so quickly? Which 2 guilds were actually fighting? And Hanhai Guild lost so quickly? I don't know. I can't believe the guild name isn't displayed. You guys? It can't be an individual opening a guild war, right? It can't be, can it? Though but. It also seems like the announcement won't show the name after an individual opens a guild war? For a while, the entire Qingcheng was bustling with activity. Suyu's cell phone also vibrated non-stop, and when he opened it, it was a group of classmates discussing this guild war. Many other students were exchanging tips on the Goblins Wood secret, preparing for their secret adventure in a few days. Scroll up and there are even some clowns who took advantage of graduation to confess their love, only to be rejected mercilessly. Suyu had no interest in participating in the chat and casually swept through a few glances before turning his phone off. As for the 3 boxes, he just stuffed them into the middle of his storage bag and didn't rush to open them. He stood with Willow Sparrow Fairy, and in front of him were over 1,000 members of the Hanhai Guild. However, the current him had the Willow Sparrow Immortal backing him up, so naturally he wasn't afraid. The higher up the professional goes, the more terrifying the strength becomes. As a 4th-turn Vermilion Bird Mage, Willow Bird Immortal could destroy this group with one hand. Listen up, everyone in the Haze Guild. Stay where you are and don't move. Wait for the Night's Watch branch to come and check for you, and only if there are no problems will you be allowed to leave this place. Is that clear? Willow Sparrow Fairy's clear and cold words resounded inside and outside the guild. Everyone in the Hanhai Guild had ugly faces, but they all nodded at the same time, not daring to contradict each other in the slightest. Those 12 guild elders were all out of temper as well. When the president didn't make it out of the battlefield, they all seemed to understand something as well. A guild elder looked towards the guild warehouse and his pupils shrunk slightly. That crushing platinum equipment in the warehouse is gone. That kid is so lucky. Let's go. Willow Sparrow Fairy turned around and nodded at Suyu. Immediately afterward, the vermilion bird's flames surrounded her body, and a pair of flaming feathered wings stretched out. Hold on tight. I don't care if you fall. She walked up to Suyu, her pretty face slightly red. Suyu didn't refuse. No human could resist the temptation of the sky. His hand wrapped around Willow Sparrow Fairy's slender waist, his side pressed against the small of her back. Feeling that body heat, a touch of strangeness rose in the bottom of Willow Sparrow Fairy's heart, but she soon chanted out and carried Suyu to the sky in a single flight. The violet airwave slapped Suyu's face, causing him to be somewhat unable to open his eyes. However, this situation quickly disappeared after Willow Sparrow Fairy cast a windproof boundary. Suyu looked down. The lights of the vanguard were visible in his eyes. This visual impact is much more impactful than looking at it in a video because the human eye can capture much more than a camera can. However, Suyu soon realized that every time Willow Sparrow Fairy accelerated, there were 2 soft masses slapping on his face, making his viewing experience extremely poor. This woman, she's not wearing a mask? Suyu frowned as he looked toward the slant. At this moment, Willow Sparrow Fairy's face was already red. as delicate as a ripe apple. Don't get any ideas, we'll be at the branch soon. She gritted her teeth at the reminder, her voice suppressing a wave of mortification. Willow Sparrow Fairy couldn't wait to slap herself a few times. Why did she have to be so cool and fly him here? Wouldn't it have been better to take a taxi? Soon, after going through the cleanser all the way, Suyu finally arrived at the vigilante branch under the guidance of Willow Sparrow Fairy. It was located in the center of Qingcheng, and was the most prosperous and lively place in the entire city. Suyu followed behind Willow Sparrow Fairy, and after passing through the layers of guards along the way, he finally stepped into this place that most people could only dream of. At this time, it was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening, but the entire branch was still bustling with a large number of professionals walking through it. I'll go deal with the matters of Rican Mountain and the Vast Sea Guild first. You wait for me here. Inside the hall, Willow Bird Fairy explained a few words to Suyu before heading deeper. Suyu stood still and looked around. Directly in front of him was a wall of LCD screens with a quest posted on it. Depending on the difficulty of the task, the guild contribution value labeled underneath varies. Is this how the Night's Watch runs? Favoring herding? Suyu guessed. That's right. Looks like you're new to the club? Joining the Night's Watch at such a young age. You're not still in high school, are you? A young man's voice came from behind. That slightly shrill voice caused Suyu to frown. It's not going to be me, is it? The man saw that Suyu did not pay attention to him and walked to Suyu by himself. To introduce myself, my name is Luan. My profession is a second-turn swordsman, and I currently serve as a second-tier wandering spirit in the Night's Watch. Luan smiled and reached out to pat Suyu's shoulder. I happen to be free at the moment, so if you don't mind I can take you on a walk and as a senior give you some general knowledge of the guild. No, thanks. Suyu expressionlessly removed his hand on his shoulder. At the same time, the interior of the guild was surveyed once again with a scrutinizing gaze. If this trend of seniority ranking was the norm, then he would probably have to consider quitting the guild. Little brother, I'm kind enough to give you a hand. It's really rude of you to reject my good intentions like this. Hearing Suyu's cold tone once again, Luan's eyes narrowed slightly and his face sank. Don't you know the truth that many friends make a difference? There was a time when I was your age too. Luan, what are you doing? At this moment, Lu Bird Fairy came quickly from the distance and interrupted Luan's words. Mr. Ryu, I didn't realize he was your student. I'm sorry, I just had a heat attack and wanted to take this little brother for a stroll. Luan put away that expression from earlier and smiled awkwardly at Lu Bird Fairy. Then he turned his head again and said at Suyu, little brother, I still have something to do. How about we talk slowly some other day? Remember, my name is Luan. After saying that, he left without looking back. What did you guys just talk about? Lu Bird Fairy's eyes lingered on Luan's back for a moment before asking. Nothing, just a casual conversation. Suyu shook his head slightly. That guy's dad is the vice mayor of Qingcheng. He hasn't learned anything else, but he has a knack for ganging up. So don't bother with him. Willow Sparrow Fairy sighed. Ever since she saw Suyu's strength, she couldn't let any accidents arise. If he were to let some ungrateful fools force him to the opposite side of Dasha, then there would really be no place to cry. Oh, I know. Suyu casually coped and continued to look around. I've already submitted your information for you. There will be a small initiation test now. Is that okay? Okay, but when do you think the subsidy will be paid? Level 1 access will have $500,000 credited to your card on the 8th of every month. You don't have to worry about that. Willow Sparrow Fairy pointed at the LCD screen and said, but for the Night's Watch, money and stuff is still too thin compared to contribution points. You will receive corresponding contribution points after taking the initiative to complete a mission, or participating in a rescue or killing a monster attacking the city. Contribution points are equivalent to currency, but there are so many things you can buy that you can only think of. When the contribution points gained accumulate to a certain level, your member rank will also be raised. Member ranks are divided into levels 1 through 9, and every time you raise a level, the guild attribute bonuses you receive, as well as the privileges, will be quite a bit more. Levels 1 through 3 are known as Wandering Souls, levels 3 through 6 are Night Wanderers, and levels 6 through 9 are known as Day Wanderers, which is a different model than most guilds. Suyu nodded. The model of the vigilantes was indeed novel. It was more like a large mercenary corps than a guild. Hearing this, Suyu temporarily dismissed the idea of withdrawing from the meeting. If it was the same as a normal guild, where there was a clear division between the top and the bottom, and the oppressive situation was obvious, he definitely couldn't stay for a bit. But it seems to be working just fine now? Willow Sparrow Fairy paused, then led Suyu out of the guild quest hall and walked into a room. I've brought my men. Let the examination begin. Suyu followed and walked into the room. As he entered, several people his age were sitting nervously. Is this person the newcomer that Mr. Ryu brought in? So young, hasn't gone to the 4 great schools yet, right? If it weren't for the obvious first turn characteristics, I'd even think he's a newcomer who only just gained his profession. TSK, 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 and I wonder if I can pass the examination. The room opened up in whispers. Suyu, on the other hand, was slightly stunned, and his gaze met with the other person in the room. Little brother, I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Luan said with a leathery smile. It had only been a short while since he had taken up the task from the mission hall, and the content was to act as an examiner for this initiation test. Even though he was the examiner, in reality he would just have to stay here and make sure there were no accidents. If it wasn't for his special status, this safe and simple task wouldn't have been his turn. What's the content of the test? Hurry up and start. I'm in a hurry. Suyu didn't be polite with him and directly opened the door. He still had 3 mystery boxes in his hand that he hadn't opened, and now he wanted to finish quickly and go back to open the treasure chest. The remaining 4 looked at Suyu with a face of adoration. They were also a bit displeased with Luan, but they didn't have the kind of guts he had to dare to dislike him to his face. Okay, you guys come with me. The smile on Luan's face faded after he was disliked. However, due to the presence of the willow bird immortal, he didn't dare to snap out of it. Subsequently, under Luan's leadership, Suyu's group of 5 people quickly arrived at a large open space. Buzz! As Luan slid on the tablet, a hideous-looking minotaur appeared in front of the crowd. Level 35 minotaur, comes with 2 minor skills, base attributes comparable to a normal level 35 warrior. A touch of mockery passed through the depths of his eyes. The Night's Watch internal system gave 5 monster options, and this minotaur was the strongest one. Ahem! Luan cleared his throat. Your assessment task is to cooperate in killing this minotaur. At those words, the remaining 4 were a bit dumbfounded. Ha, us? A boundary master sister immediately questioned. I'm a first-turn boundary master teacher, and besides the new one is a healer and 2 are ice mages. How can we possibly beat this level 35 minotaur? I object. The 4 of them looked at each other, and all of them knew how much weight they had on each other. So in their minds, this was an impossible task. Sorry, objection overruled. Oh. Luan smiled smugly. He didn't know why the backstage system would assign such a strong monster to this group, but he was working within the rules, and even Willow Sparrow Fairy couldn't pick any reasoning. It's not fair. Well, cut the crap. The other 4 wanted to say something, but were directly interrupted by Suyu. Minotaurs? As a pure love warrior, the one thing I hate the most is minotaurs. With those words, Suyu pulled the shotgun out from his waist and raised his hand for a wild blast. Rumble! Dragon's breath rounds roared out of the barrel and impacted hard on the minotaur before exploding into a ball of flame that engulfed it in its midst. The minotaur's body was instantly blown to the point where blood and flesh flew everywhere. But it didn't die. It was just bruised and battered. Its fur scorched and black. It looked extremely terrifying. And this was only just the beginning. The minotaur roared in anger and rushed towards Suyu, his teeth and claws open, wanting to tear him into pieces. Fate perception is invalidated? Suyu frowned. He attempted to activate his destiny sense at the same time as he fired, and it didn't take effect. Could it be a man-made product? The reason there is no real life? Or, the fate of these things is controlled by something? Suyu guessed. Green and gold boxing gloves appeared in his hands. Since he was unable to use fate modification, the 2 guns in Suyu's hand were considered to be wasted, and if they were only of silver level strength, they could only scratch that minotaur. Dude, what's your profession? Let's cooperate. Seeing Suyu in such a hurry to make a move, the remaining few people hurriedly stood beside him. The Junction Master Sisters immediately set up a layer of transparent junctions on the Minotaur's path of passage. The 2 ice mages on the other side chanted spells and condensed an ice cone in front of them. You guys just think of me as a melee professional. Suyu casually glanced at it and said. At those words, the Boundary Master's sister's eyes lit up. Turns out the main output is this one. Okay bro, we'll make you an opportunity to try and take it away in one wave. Don't go to that trouble. I'll be fine on my own. Suyu shook his head, and with a movement of his feet, he fiercely stepped out. Powerful waves of air rippled through the air, and both mages' chants were interrupted. Ahem, why is he so reckless? It's not right for Mr. Lu to bring someone? He wouldn't be from the Purgatory School, would he? The 2 mages looked at each other with unusually odd expressions, and their conversation was picked up by Willow Sparrow Fairy's ears. By the way, the Purgatory Academy is indeed a suitable place for him to go. Willow Bird Immortal's eyes narrowed as she continued to watch Suyu's battle. She had been exceptionally curious since she walked out of the Hanhai Guild. How on earth did Suyu defeat those 300-odd professionals? Boom! After a burst of sprinting, Suyu ruthlessly collided with the Minotaur. Rage level +1. A flash of light flashed on the green and gold gloves, and the armor-breaking effect was activated. Time's Law. In the next moment, the only grass skirt on the Minotaur's body shattered open, and countless cracks surfaced on its skin along with it. Welp. The Junction Master's sister's face swished red. It's so big. It'll break, right? Who? The Minotaur suffered pain and raised his right hand, ruthlessly smashing it towards Suyu. Without dodging or avoiding, Suyu relied on his super high physical strength attribute to harden this strike. Rage level +1. Layering on another layer of battle fury, the red color of Suyu's eyes became more and more intense. Immediately after that, he made a sprint to underneath the Minotaur, and with both knees raised, he heaved himself onto the Minotaur's abdomen, using the momentum to fall back. Bang! The Minotaur's stomach was as if it had been hit by a cannonball, and its entire huge body actually lay straight down on the ground. And at this moment, Suyu's eyes had returned to their normal state. So strong, a few people around him couldn't help but marvel. The Minotaur's defense was terrifying, and although it was only an ordinary secret realm monster, there were still very few people who could single-handedly defeat it. What's more, this Minotaur was artificially crafted to be strong in both offense and defense. Suyu shocked the crowd with a single move. This guy. Luan narrowed his eyes and secretly regretted offending Suyu somewhat. This kind of person, indeed, has the capital to be proud. Appraisal not. Wait. Luan just wanted to go up and announce the end of the examination, but was interrupted by Suyu. He just had to swallow his words and stand still and wait. Suyu put away the green and gold gloves, quickly stepped to the Minotaur monster and put his hand on its body. He wanted to try to see if this seemingly real artificial monster could be used to make the Lotus trick lightning. The next moment, a million pores were unleashed. Boo! However, only a crunching sound could be heard, and the moment the threads of fate entered, the Minotaur monster directly exploded into pieces. Luan's pupils shrunk. What kind of means is this? How could it directly exterminate a level 35 Minotaur? He was extremely unsettled in his mind. Being able to defeat the Minotaur indicated that Suyu's strength was not bad, but being able to instantly kill his opponent meant that Suyu's strength was much more than level 35. How old is he, to have such strength at such a young age? I'm afraid that his future will be unlimited in the future. Well, let's declare the test over now. Suyu's voice rang in Luan's ears, startling him. Don't be afraid. You're not a monster. I won't kill you. Suyu patted his shoulder, an inexplicable smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Well, I'll upload the results of the assessment. Luan pulled a smile worse than a cry from his face and ran to turn in his mission with a roll. At this time, Suyu turned around and his gaze landed on Lu Bird Fairy. Is there anything else that needs to be explained? Suyu smiled. If there is none, I can leave. Willow Sparrow Fairy said after some thought. By the way, you've just graduated from high school now. Have you ever thought of going to the 4 major academic institutions to further your education? The 4 great academies? Suyu froze slightly, then asked. I don't know much about this. Can you tell me about it? Of course. Willow Sparrow Fairy smiled lightly and pulled Suyu away from the examination place. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, those 4 newcomers were filled with shock. A big shot of this caliber. Even a freshman in this class? It's only been a few days since I gained my career and I have this kind of strength. Roll me up and forget about it. On the other hand, Willow Sparrow Fairy found a cubicle within the mission hall and sat down, and ordered 2 cups of coffee. She took a sip from her coffee cup and slowly spoke. The 4 major academies are, the Holy Spirit Academy, the Civilization Academy, the War Academy, and the Purgatory Academy. The Holy Spirit Academy mainly trains mages and other professionals, and there have been many mage gods or boundary masters who can open wide-range teleportation, etc. Within the Academy of Civilization aims to train leaders, and many famous commanders as well as politicians have come out of here. The School of War, as the name suggests, is in the service of war, and there's no shortage of soldiers to generals here, making it a haven for melee professionals. Speaking here, Willow Bird Fairy paused. What about the Purgatory School? Suyu cooperated to pick up the conversation. The Purgatory Academy is the real purgatory, and those who come out of there are called Man, or King of Hell. There is a saying that if Hades tells you to die on the 3rd night, who dares to keep you until the 5th night? A flash of scorn flashed across the bottom of Willow Bird Immortal's eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. The Purgatory Academy cultivates absolute individual strength. They are lone wolves on the battlefield, each one a hexagonal warrior with no shortcomings. That's the burial ground of geniuses, the place where the demons of demons stay. Unlike the other 3 academies, ordinary geniuses are just reaching the threshold for enrollment in the Purgatory Academy. Sue nodded. The Purgatory School is indeed a good fit for you in every way. It looked like Willow Sparrow Fairy was hoping that she would join the Purgatory School. I have a letter of introduction to the Purgatory Academy here, so fill in your name on it if you want to go. As expected, after explaining for Suyu, Lu Bird Fairy took out a blood-colored envelope from her bag. A heavy scent of blood drilled into his nostrils. Suyu reached out and picked it up. And then, without hesitation, he put his name in. After Suyu wrote down his name, the letter burned without fire. Willow Sparrow Fairy was slightly relieved that she was hanging on to this talent. After the introduction letter is submitted, the Purgatory Academy side will send someone to conduct an entrance examination on you. But this kind of test is not the same as the high school kind of general test. It's a one-on-one observation. They'll secretly set up assessment programs for you, but won't inform you. And it's possible that in the end, sparingly, you'll receive an enrollment notice. After saying that, Willow Sparrow Fairy stood up and reached out her hand. Then, fellow student Suyu, I hope that the next time we meet again will be at the new student exchange meeting of the 4 grade academies. Thanks. Suyu followed suit and stood up, shaking her hand and thanking her earnestly. The Purgatory School was so powerful. Then this introduction letter was estimated to be of extremely high value, and one was considered to have taken the other party's favor. Suyu has always been to repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge, and this favor he has remembered. There's no need to thank me. Consider this letter of introduction as your payment for helping me take down the Hanhai Guild. Willow Sparrow Fairy smiled lightly. The two of them nodded to each other as Suyu headed out. Crap! The trial tower record has been set again this time? Which ruthless person is so bullish? Unfortunately, I've only managed to rake in some experience and move up a level for my entrance this month. Just after walking out of the mission hall, Suyu heard a noisy sound coming from behind him. Suyu's footsteps slightly halted, and his gaze looked towards a room across the corridor. Seeing Suyu stop his body, Willow Bird Fairy stepped forward and explained for him. A level 1 wandering soul can challenge the trial tower once a month. Each floor of the tower is guarded by a variety of monsters, and you can gain a large amount of experience value after successfully clearing the level, which is one of the benefits of the Vigilant Guild. When she said that, she spread her face and smiled. Want to give it a try? A lot of experience value? Suyu's eyes lit up. Now that he had just completed his occupation awakening, he had planned to go to the secret realm to brush up his monsters and upgrade. But now, of course, there is a better option, and it couldn't be better. Moreover, if the monsters within the trial tower were all like the kind of minotaur monsters from before, wouldn't they break at their own touch? Good. So Suyu nodded without hesitation. As the two stepped into the room, the vigil gradually grew around them. The room didn't look like much from the outside, but when you walked in it was something else. At a cursory glance, at the very least, it covered dozens of square kilometers, and it definitely used techniques like folding space when it was built. A 1,000-meter-high tower to the sky stood in the center, and below it were hundreds of displays on which images of the climbers were projected in real time. From time to time, there were cheers or laughter and curses coming from the crowd. The night watchmen didn't have many interactions with each other, but they had quite a lot of common language for the trial tower. Because, this stuff is just too hard. Most professionals are used to grouping up and dividing up their duties in the secret realm. However, after entering the trial tower, it was a person who came to be surrounded by a group of monsters, and the usual combat experience didn't work at all. However, after seeing the real situation of the trial tower, Suyu revealed a smile. Surrounded? I've had experience with that. Just go straight in? Suyu asked as he looked around. Willow Sparrow Fairy said softly. That's right, just choose any entrance to go in. Even if two people walk into the tower at the same time, they will still be teleported to different places. Suyu nodded and walked straight towards the trial tower. Finding a random door to open, he walked in without any hesitation. At the same time, a screen under the trial tower lit up. Seeing this, Willow Sparrow Fairy walked directly to that screen and stood in front of it. When Suyu killed the Minotaur just now, she couldn't even see what means the other party used to do it. So now she would have to observe and watch. Is there another newcomer? Surprisingly, the challenge started from the first floor. Gee, I hope he can hold out for more. At the very least, he should get a tier of rewards, right? Seeing the arrival of Suyu, an unfamiliar face, many of the old people around him were a bit disillusioned. This little handsome boy was fine and tender, and didn't look like a melee professional at first glance, and long-distance professionals climbing the trial tower in the early stage is too much of a disadvantage. Only after the third turn will the advantage slowly reflect. Something's not right. I haven't looked for only a moment and this kid rushed up to the third floor? However, soon there were cries of alarm from the crowd. What? Did you see that right? This guy came up in less than 10 seconds and rushed up to the third floor? How can this be fake? The monster he encountered on the first level was a venom slime, directly finished with a single shot. The second level was 5 elite goblins, also a single punch. And now the third level is lying? Another one punch? This is deep hiding awe? Holy shit. How the fuck is this supposed to be fun for anyone else? Willow Sparrow Immortal's eyebrows couldn't help but raise as she sighed in her heart. What kind of tactics did this guy use? How come she still couldn't see it? Hey, what floor do you guys think this little hottie will stop at? Hey, he looks like he has momentum now, but it's just that he rushes too hard in the early stages and can't afford to top it at the back. I guess it's up to 10 layers. I think it's about the same. He's only a first level wandering soul, and I guess he hasn't carried out the second transformation yet. It's tops to rush to the 11th level. Meanwhile, inside the 5th floor of the trial tower, you have gained 345 experience points. You have gained 10,086 experience points. You have gained experience value of 114,514. You have gained the experience value of. Your level has increased. Current level LV21. Your level has increased. Current level LV22. So you looked at the tips that kept popping up in front of him and simply laughed his ass off. Trying to upgrade after a professional awakening wasn't as easy as before, but Suyu had risen 2 levels in a row in just a few minutes. This trial tower was practically tailor-made for him. Not only do you get a lot of experience value, but you can also add some experience in fighting one against many. After all, even though those monsters simply shattered into crumbs at the touch of a thread of fate, one still had to resist the onslaught of the monster swarm to avoid overly damaging oneself. Mind you, his Destiny Terrier can't be triggered at all here. These monsters are not life and are not really life-threatening themselves. Boo! Another punch was thrown, and several threads of fate drilled into the monster in front of him along with Suyu's fist. However, just as an attempt was made to make it into a Lotus Guile Ray, the entire monster suddenly collapsed and simply disappeared. You have gained 135,468 experience points. In the next moment, white light flashed, and Suyu went up another level. Several huge bears of enormous size suddenly appeared in front of him. Berserker Bear LV28, Elite. Berserker Bear LV29, Elite. Berserker Bear LV29, Elite. Roar! Several 4-meter tall brown bears roared and charged towards Suyu. Seeing this, the corner of Suyu's mouth rose without the slightest thought of retreating. If it was in the secret realm, Suyu might have been a bit more cautious, but since it was within the trial tower that would not die, there was no need to be polite. Boom! His movements were as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he had already arrived in front of one of the berserk bears. Boom! A fist was swung out, and a terrifying force erupted out, accompanied by the sound of a dull crash. One of the giant bears was viciously smashed away, before it even hit the ground. Under the effect of the threads of fate, this berserk giant bear had already crumbled into nothingness. However, the other 2 berserk giant bears took the opportunity to pounce on Suyu, their sharp claws grasping at every part of his body. If it was a normal person, they would definitely have been torn apart. Put! Suyu's toes stomped on the ground in succession, his body floating like the wind, spinning around in mid-air, dodging the attacks of the 2 giant bears, and then he bent his legs and violently catapulted out. Boom! Boom! The 2 giant bears fell straight to the ground, a huge crack showing from them. Immediately after, Suyu's target once again locked onto a giant bear, and in the swaying of his body, he had already arrived at its side. Ka-ching! His arm reached out and pinched the neck of the giant bear, and between the slight force, the head of this giant bear immediately hung down limply. You have gained experience value of 165,849. Your level has increased. Current level LV23. Less than a minute later, another level up. Suyu's eyes lit up horribly. After standing still and waiting for a minute, he was teleported to the 7th floor of the trial tower again. 10 frost skeletons appeared on this level. These skeletons came with an ice attribute attack that would reduce their movement speed when touched, making them extremely difficult to deal with. However, under Suyu's firepower, it didn't last more than a minute. Experience value plus 188,888. This leveling speed is simply awesome, worthy of the benefits of a 9th level guild. Suyu chopped and sliced along the way, and soon went up 2 more levels to the 10th level of the trial tower. And at that moment, the anomaly around the trial tower attracted more vigilantes to gather around. I can't believe I drew a monster like the Meyer ground dragon. Watching the giant monster gradually taking shape on the screen, some people involuntarily exclaimed, Mud Swamp Geoduck? That's a melee pro killer. Guess it's hard. An imposing third-turn mage also cast his gaze over. The 10th floor is a watershed. He needs to face a level 30 boss alone. I'm afraid it's going to be a vicious battle, he said in a deep voice. Watch, he will most likely fail, but he already has the courage to take on the challenge, at least proving that he is not afraid of powerful enemies. The rest of the vigil nodded. That's right, this teenager was still young. Even if he lost this time, he was perfectly capable of waiting another month to settle down and continue to break in. Inside the trial tower, Suyu did not realize that he had already attracted widespread attention, but even if he knew, he didn't care. Swamp Dragon LV30, Lord level. In front of Suyu, A big guy that looked like a lizard with sludge dripping from its body was slowly raising its head. Whew! It opened its mouth and let out a hoarse, low growl. Bringing up a fishy wind, he lunged and bit towards Suyu. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he moved his feet, dodged sideways and casually blasted out a punch to hit the mud swamp earth dragon's abdomen. Boo! Suyu punched that mud swamp earth dragon, splattering countless spots of mud, but failed to break the defense. Has it reached the upper limit of green and gold gloves? Suyu frowned. The green and gold fist gloves were only gold level equipment, and they still showed their drawbacks when facing this level 30 boss. Solely, Suyu directly took off his gloves and moved his neck, making a crisp crunching sound. Rage tier +1. Current rage tier reaches 5. Pain sensation disappears. Nerve reflex speed increases by 100%. In an instant, the world in Suyu's eyes slowed down. His ho! Being hit by this punch, that mud swamp earth dragon only stalled for a split second before snapping sideways again and slapping a claw at Suyu. Too slow. Suyu reacted quickly, backing up while at the same time sweeping his right leg out horizontally, ruthlessly impacting on the mud swamp earth dragon's stomach. Bang! Accompanied by a dull ringing sound, the huge body of that mud swamp earth dragon flew backwards a few meters away, only to climb up with difficulty after landing on the ground. This caused the hearts of the many surrounding vigilantes to flinch. The power of this leg was too terrifying. It was even close to reaching the strength of a second-turn boxer. It's not good. The manhwarecaps are changing terrain, the third-turn mage said with narrowed eyes. It's going to have to be a quick battle. If he lets the mud swamp earth dragon completely transform the terrain into a swamp, then it's hard for him to have a chance of winning. The crowd couldn't help but sweat for Suyu. However, they were quickly stunned by Suyu's operation again. Boom, boom, boom. Suyu kept on pulling the trigger as the dragon breath bombs blasted at the mud swamp earth dragon, exploding into countless fireballs. The intense heat directly roasted the shell of the mud marsh earth dragon to a crisp, as if it was going to bake it into a sculpture alive. The manhwarecap's movements were hampered, and it didn't have the same vigor it had at the beginning. Seeing this, Suyu quickly pressed closer, and the threads of fate probed out from her hands. The mud swamp earth dragon tried to dodge, but it was too slow in terms of speed and was simply being teased. Claptrap. In the next moment, the mud swamp earth dragon, which had just been alive and well, was reduced to a patch of debris. It's this move again. His occupation is definitely different from the previous fortune tellers. What secret is this occupation hiding? Thoughts raced through Willow Sparrow Fairy's mind. After standing still for a few more moments, she turned to leave. No matter what, as long as Suyu didn't do anything out of the ordinary, then she didn't have to pay attention to it. After resolving this mud swamp earth dragon, Suyu completely let go of his hands. With the 5 levels of combat fury, any monster under level 40 was easily close to him, and he would later utilize wannabe dump to shatter it. Even when monsters above level 40, equivalent to second-turn professionals, appeared later, they only slightly slowed down Suyu's speed of passing. Your level has increased. Current level LV 25. Your level has increased. Current level LV 26. Your level has increased. Current level LV 27. Your level has increased. Current level LV 28. Your level has increased. Current level LV 29. Your level has increased. Current level LV 30. As the number of levels of the trial tower rose, the large amount of experience value gained also caused Suyu's level to rise rapidly. Finally, it was not until after coming to the 20th floor of the trial tower that Suyu finally stopped moving. He silently gazed at one of the 3-headed dogs of hell in front of him, and then exited his frenzy state. This guy's level had come to level 60, stronger than a normal third-turn professional. Although Suyu was certain that he could take down his opponent, the time and effort he would have to expend would be enormous. The consecutive battles had already left him in a much worse state, so Suyu already had the intention to retreat. Wanted. At the same time that the hellish 3-headed dog pounced over, Suyu directly chose to withdraw. Congratulations on creating the highest record of 19 floors cleared by a first-turn professional in the trial tower, and you have earned a guild contribution value of 5,000. Your guild contribution value exceeds 2,000. Congratulations on unlocking your privileges and obtaining the title of Level 2 Traveling Soul. Please leave your name on the monument. Leave a name? Suyu's figure flashed and appeared outside the trial tower. A stream of light flashed by, causing his exhaustion to disappear. Not only that, the increase in guild privileges had also brought his full attribute bonus from 5% to 15%. Suyu clenched his fist and felt that his battle power had increased by at least 30%. It looks like we still need to bring up guild permissions sometime, Suyu muttered. However, he wasn't in a hurry to do the quest. Willow Sparrow Fairy's side had said that when the case was completely closed on the side of Lishin Mountain, he would be given half of the guild's contribution value. Countless pairs of eyes around him stared at him, but Suyu did not care. He stroked his chin and spaced out and wrote 2 random words on the monument. Buzz. In the next moment, the trial tower produced a violent tremor. In the middle of the forest of stone monuments outside the trial tower, a brand new stone monument slowly rose. Guild announcement. Congratulations to Dad for challenging the trial tower for the first time and successfully passing the 19th floor. Guild announcement. Congratulations to Dad for successfully unlocking level 2 access and becoming a level 2 traveling soul. Ha! What's wrong with this guy? What did you leave behind when you were told to leave your name? Everyone around them was filled with tears and laughter as they listened to the serious and domineering announcing voice shout out those 2 words. This was the first time someone had dared to take advantage of the guild. Ahem. Suyu coughed lightly and walked towards the door without moving. He didn't know that the guild would even roar out in such a high-profile manner. Alas, if I had known, I would have moved up a generation. As he walked outside, he opened the attribute panel to have a look. Occupation, thespian. Grade, 30. Strength, 185. Physical strength, 297. Intelligence, 193. Agility, 165. Awakening, first turn. Skills, sense of fate. Rhythm of life. All fall down LV4. Weapon master LV1. Battle rage LV1. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny point, 1780. Nice. Looking at the luxurious attribute panel, Suyu nodded with satisfaction. One of the physical strength items had even approached 300, which was an attribute that only a general third-turn shield mountain could possess. Cultivate for the next 2 days. Then go to the secret realm to practice, and strive to rise a few more levels before the Purgatory Academy examination comes, and preferably reach level 40 to complete the second occupational awakening. Suyu planned silently. Some people around him came up to talk to him, but Suyu had no idea of making small talk and just casually perfunctorily said a few sentences. In the crowd, Luan nodded his head towards Suyu with a smile from afar, but that look made Suyu's perception of him even worse. If you don't see eye to eye, just come and touch it. The big deal is to get beaten up. This kind of smiley face is what he hates the most. What's your name? As Suyu was about to walk out of the crowd's line of sight, that third-turn mage suddenly asked. However, Suyu walked straight out of the vigilante division as if he did not hear it. In his opinion, useless socializing was avoided when it could be avoided, and with that kind of effort it would be better to find some grievances to brush up on his fate points. It was late at night after walking out of the vigilante branch. Suyu strolled down the street. It seemed to have rained earlier, and the surrounding area was filled with the fresh scent of grass mixed with the smell of earth. After the intelligence attribute was raised, the effective life rhythm seems to have been enhanced as well. Suyu squinted his eyes and carefully perceived. Puff, puff. The sound of heartbeats within a 5-kilometer radius were all in his ears, like a different kind of symphony. That fortune teller senior seemed to have given him a great gift. Not only that, but his perception had also been qualitatively improved. Suyu slightly tilted his head, his gaze instantly locking onto the 2 white flowery bodies hidden at the roof of the building, who were currently undergoing a great life extension process. With a sideways glance, the sound of a lost girl in an alleyway savoring her ice cream was unmistakable. At the mall, a man reaches down and presses a remote control in his coat pocket, and the woman across from him suddenly steps. The enhancement of basic attributes brings about a more comprehensive improvement in various abilities such as physical quality, not just cold and icy data. Suyu silently accelerated his steps. The city at night was too exciting. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he couldn't help but rescue 1 or 2 lost girls. After returning home, Suyu emptied the stock in the refrigerator in one gulp and directly made a pot of big messy stew. After a good meal, fall back to sleep. The next day, at 5 in the morning before dawn, Suyu had already sat up from his bed with a carp. He sat back in his chair and his eyes went to the 3 boxes sitting on the coffee table. As far as Suyu knew, usually guilds would intentionally take out the valuable things in their warehouses and stuff some trash equipment in when they were engaged in guild wars, so as not to lose a lot of money when the time came. However, Suyu's opening of guild wars was an unexpected event. It also means that he is highly likely to open something good. With a few moments of anticipation, Suyu reached out and opened the first box. A blinding golden light appeared. A dagger glowing with a cold light appeared in front of Suyu. Scarlet Rose, Gold. Grade, 25. Type, Dagger. Attribute, Agility plus 40. Durability, 150/150. Talent, Spiritual Movement LV2. When worn, your movement speed is increased by 30% and your attack speed is increased by 30%. Skills, Thorn's Thorn. Each of your blows will have a bleeding effect attached to them for 3 minutes. Stackable up to 5 levels. Good stuff. Suyu held the thorn rose in his hands and played with it. With the weapon master's bonus, he mastered the use of the dagger after just a few minutes, dancing a blade flower casually in the air. A sharp wind-breaking sound even faintly emanated from the dagger. Does the attack come with a bleeding effect? Suyu gazed at the dagger and after a moment of contemplation, he gently made a cut on his own palm. It was only a small cut, but the blood simply wouldn't stop flowing out. Fate minor event, you gain a negative effect, bleeding. You will lose 1 milliliter of blood every second for 3 minutes. Blood dripped and fell on the floor, but Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, this kind of negative effect is 100% capable of triggering fate stalking. Suyu pondered briefly before launching destiny modification. Fate minor event, you gain a negative effect, bleeding. You will lose 1 milliliter of blood every second for 3 minutes. Ding! Fate minor event, you gain a negative effect, bleeding. You will lose 0 milliliters of blood per second for 3 minutes. Fate points +5. In the next moment, although the wound in Suyu's palm was still there, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Doesn't that mean that every 3 minutes I'll gain 5 fate points without injury? 5 points in 3 minutes. That's 100 points in an hour. 240 points in a day. 7,200 points in a month? It seems a little strange to give yourself a slice every now and then, but it's a lot of fate points for nothing. The more Suyu thought about it, the more excited he felt. This time he really picked up a treasure. He was worried that he didn't have any destiny points to upgrade his skills, so wasn't this a pillow delivered to him when he dozed off? 3 minutes later, Suyu repeated his trick and made another small cut in his palm. However, this time he didn't wait for the blood to flow before completing the fate modification. Destiny +1. It's a done deal. Seeing the increase in fate points, he completely dropped his heart. Swiping fate points this way is definitely a sustainable project. Taking a deep breath, Suyu looked at the other 2 boxes. Snap! With a sound, one of them was opened by Suyu. Unfortunately, there's only one piece of normal bronze equipment packed in here. Suyu picked it up and glanced at it, throwing it behind him without even being interested in checking the specific attributes. Last one. I hope it's a useful one. Suyu murmured. Open the other box. When the lid of the box was lifted, Suyu was first stunned, and then his face was overjoyed. A box emitting a soft white light lay quietly within it. That white light was even more condensed than the light emanating from silver equipment. A solid piece of platinum equipment. Moreover, this is the most special category of the equipment type. Sword box, platinum. Grade, 0. Type, mystery. Attributes, 0. Durability, 1000/1000. Talent, sturdy LV5. The sword case is made of special materials. Extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. Skills, Qiankuan Wuji. After every hour, a sword chi will coalesce inside the sword box, and the attack power of the sword chi is equivalent to the full strength of a third-turn swordsman. When you open the sword box, you will release all of your sword energy at once, dealing a devastating blow to the enemy, with a maximum of 100 sword energy stored in the box. Hiss! After taking a good look at the attributes of the Qiankuan sword box, Suyu could not help but sweat in his heart for Lu Bird Xian. If it wasn't for the suddenness with which he opened the Guild War, I'm afraid that with this piece of equipment, he would have been able to make Willow Sparrow Immortal drink a pot of water. A single sword chi could unleash the full force of a third-turn swordsman strike, and this sword box was fully stocked with 100 sword chi. If 100 swords were to fire at once, not to mention the third turn, the fourth turn wouldn't even be enough to die. Luckily, I opened the Guild War in time. If you let Li Hanshan have sufficient preparation, this Qiankuan sword box will definitely be used by him to deal with Lu Bird Fairy. At that time, she probably couldn't even find a place to cry. Ha ha ha, cool. So you laughed out loud 3 times. Such a powerful equipment. As a result, it now fell into his hands. This kind of killer-level equipment, if used well, can completely turn the tide. It was estimated that the Haze Guild was also treating it as a bottom card, but it's a pity that only 100 sword chi can be stored. If you can store unlimited sword chi, wouldn't it be a beautiful thing to have 10,000 swords at the same time? Suyu had a thought. Both hands coiled the Qiankuan sword box over and over again. Soon, an aura flashed in his mind. If I link this piece of equipment with a thread of fate, so that its destiny is linked to mine, can I trigger a special destiny stock? Suyu's thoughts raced, constantly pondering over this possibility. If a fate stock that elaborated on the specific attributes of this equipment could appear, then he could forcibly alter the equipment's attributes or skills by virtue of the fate modification. If he could really succeed, even ordinary silver equipment would be able to exert an extremely terrifying effect in his hands. Do it when you think of it. 5 invisible threads surged out between Suyu's 5 fingers, attempting to connect with the Qiankuan sword box. Buzz. Soon, a wonderful tingling sensation came from the Qiankuan sword box, and Suyu seemed to be in a hot spring. Immediately afterward, the originally plain and ordinary Qiankuan sword box actually bloomed with a soft and bright light, and the entire box kept jumping as if it was a living thing. Suyu's eyes blinked as he watched the scene. He could feel that the Qiankuan sword box seemed to have created some sort of connection with himself. Fate minor event, you are connected to the fate of the Qiankuan sword box, dramatically increasing the proficiency of that weapon. Suyu frowned more and more. It worked, but not completely. This approach does work and appears to be the means by which the cocoon breaker pathway manipulates the weapon. Only, the fateful synopsis generated was not what Suyu wanted. Ugh. Suyu sighed softly. When in doubt, is kryptonite. In the next instant, the destiny points plummeted. The massive amount of destiny points transformed into a pair of large hands, hardening and forcibly salvaging the one destiny stock that Suyu needed from amongst the countless possibilities. Destiny points 1500. Fate minor event, you are connected to the fate of the Qiankuan sword box. You can consume spiritual energy to actively condense sword chi, and a maximum of 100 sword chi can be stored in the box. There. After seeing this fateful synopsis, Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up. His fate points were almost depleted for this one fate terrain, but Suyu didn't regret it. It was all worth it. Fate modification unleashed. Ding. Fate minor event, you are connected to the fate of the Qiankuan sword box. You can consume spiritual energy to actively condense sword chi, and the maximum number of sword chi stored in the box is 100 million. Fate points plus 10. Buzz. In an instant, the Qiankuan sword box in Suyu's hand erupted with a bright light, and the seemingly endless sound of sword chirping came from within the Qiankuan sword box, shaking one's heart. Accumulate up to 100 million sword chi. Even if each sword chi only had the attack power of a third-turn swordsman, it would still be extremely terrifying, knowing that many ants bite the elephant. Suyu could not imagine what kind of terrifying scene would be created after that 100 million sword chi was released. It must have been spectacular. Though, generating a sword chi in an hour would only be 24 in a day. But after the threads of destiny are involved, I can also consume spiritual energy to actively generate sword chi. Suyu exhaled a long breath and tried to pour his spiritual energy into the Qiankuan sword box. 5 minutes later, he pressed his temples with a tired face and an expression of kidney loss. Forget it. Until the intelligence attribute improves up, it's better to wait for it to produce sword chi on its own. Suyu shook his head slightly. He had only managed to get just one more sword chi inside the sword box after wasting all his efforts. This thing was not meant to be used that way at all, and for the time being, it was only suitable for accumulating damage over time. After resting at home until midday, Suyu finally replenished his consumed spiritual energy. Taking this time, he incidentally checked out the other two secret realms within Xincheng. These two secret realms belong to the large intermediate secret realms and were suitable for first-turn to fourth-turn professionals to travel to. Compared to Goblin's Wood, there are far more resources and dangers both. This time, Suyu was prepared to head to one of the secret realms called the Storm Bear Plains. Coming downstairs, he called a cab and went straight to the entrance of the secret realm. This time, Suyu didn't see any people stopping the toll at the entrance or exit. It was assumed that the strength of those who could come to the intermediate secret realm were not bad, and could not be taken like the novice secret realm. Step into the entrance of the secret realm. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast plain shrouded in gray mist. It was gray here. Visibility was extremely low, and only some figures could be vaguely seen through the gray fog. Suyu's eyes narrowed as he watched a few videos of the Storm Bear Plains on his way here. Unlike those cute little bear cubs in Black Bear Ridge, the storm bears here not only had greater combat power, but their intelligence was far superior to their predecessors. They will pretend to be professionals waving their hands through the fog, and as soon as a prey comes close, the storm bears will rush up and tear the target apart. Also, this guy likes to eat alive, nibbling on his prey bite by bite while they are conscious. However, to Suyu, who possessed the rhythm of life, these beckoning to him hidden in the gray mist were not storm bears, but experience value, equipment and fate points. Suyu violently charged forward and punched towards a black shadow in the mist. An extremely solid feedback came through. Rage level +1. Hiss ho! This tyrannical bear roared in pain, revealing its ferocious fangs and pouncing with open teeth and claws. Boom! Suyu did not dodge and hardened his fist against the bear's paw. Rage level +1. Click! With a muffled sound, the bear's paw cracked open, dripping with blood. Stormbear sees it coming and tries to escape. Suyu's rage tier hadn't been stacked up yet. Where would he let him escape from his grasp? He leapt up and jumped right on top of the Stormbear, wrestling with it. Rage tier +1+1+1+1. Battle rage reaches the 5th level. Pain sensation disappears, and your nerve reflexes increase in speed by 100%. Boom! After rage stacked up, Suyu immediately pulled away and raised his hand to blast out a dragon breath bomb. Fate minor event, you attack a Stormbear with a shotgun and your opponent suffers minor burns. Ding! Fate minor event, you attacked a Stormbear with a shotgun and the opponent suffered severe burns. Fate points +20. Ho ho ho! Stormbear was engulfed in a fireball, scorched and blackened, badly burned. Seeing this, Suyu pulled out the thorn rose and rushed over to clear the blood bar with a slash. You have killed Storm Bear LV36 and gained 6,540 experience points, easily killing a tyrannical bear. Suyu stopped where he was and did not rush to continue hunting. He looked at the bones of the storm bear beneath him, his eyes thoughtful. When they killed the monsters in the goblin forest before, those monsters were all turned straight into ashes, unlike the storm bears who still left bones behind. Moreover, Suyu was not unable to obtain fate points after modifying the fate terrain like in goblin forest. He guessed that it might have something to do with the level of the monster. The more powerful the monster, the more powerful its destiny, and the more destiny points it gains after modification. It's too inefficient to kill them head to head like this. Just got out of the trial tower. Forgot my best skills. Suyu casually gave himself a slash, swiping fate points while also renewing his rage status through injury. Fate points plus 10. The corners of his mouth gradually rose as he charged towards another storm bear not far away. Dragon's breath bomb is seriously injured by a single shot and put down straight away by a single punch. However, Suyu was not in a hurry to kill this tyrannical bear, but instead sent the threads of fate into the other party. Click. As the sound of bones crumbling continued to resound, the production of a Lotus Guile thunder was completed. GG. Looking at his masterpiece, Suyu smiled sorrowfully. After he turned around, he purposely buried the Lotus Trick Mine at the bottom of a small dirt slope, and it was specifically set to detonate manually so that some ungrateful professionals wouldn't come over and seek death. After doing this, Suyu carried the dagger and entered the mist again. Just after taking a few steps, he sensed a pack of Moonshadow wolves howling in the mist. The highest level of the Wolf King in the Moonshadow Wolf Pack was only about level 30, which was too much weaker than him, but it couldn't be helped by the large numbers. It's easy to start with 70 or 80 of them. If it were anyone else in this situation they would definitely choose to go around. But Suyu didn't have that much to worry about. This wolf pack is good Lotus Guile fodder. Suyu's eyes completely turned into a dark red color, and with an evil smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, he rushed into the wolves and started killing them. Here, Suyu acted as if he was the master, slaughtering the wolves wantonly. The Moonshadow wolves rallied together to charge at him, but they were easily dodged by Suyu. Even when the Moonshadow wolf used its skills to launch a crescent-like energy ball, it still could not help Suyu in the slightest. He danced among the wolves, and the thorn roses were completely dyed red. One by one, the wolf's head was cut off, and scarlet blood spilled all over the ground, quickly staining a large area of soil. There were quite a few occupiers in the distance who saw this scene and were stunned by Suyu's actions. The Moonshadow wolf pack was one of the taboos of the Storm Bear Plains. This thing's individual strength wasn't as good as the Storm Bears, but it couldn't afford to be numerous. 80 Moonshadow wolves firing crescent moon energy waves together was enough to easily kill a third-turn professional. However, in front of him, Suyu looked like he was brushing small monsters in the goblin's forest, revealing an ease of writing all over his body. This big guy must be an assassin above the third turn. This stance is simply unbeatable. I think it could also be thieves. After all, thieves also have an avenue called lifestealers. The people around them whispered. However, no one realized that a bizarre scene was quietly taking place. Those Moonshadow wolf corpses looked like they had come to life, constantly fusing and piecing together into a stunningly beautiful lotus flower. Finally, after making the last lunar shadow wolf into a Lotus Guile ray, Suyu left this place carrying a full 80 Lotus Guile rays, with the gray mist covering them. Those professionals didn't see this appalling scene and just thought that the big brother had finished brushing the monsters and left. Suyu returned to that small dirt slope and buried these Lotus Guile mines one by one. There are 82 of them. That should be enough, right? Suyu nodded slightly. Patting the blood that stuck to his body, he went full speed in a random direction. The trap had been made, and how much he could gain next depended on his hate-pulling skills. Sublime! Thorn Rose brought up a cracking sound and viciously stabbed a berserk giant bear in the ass. Ow! The berserk bear roared in pain and jumped up, subconsciously slapping his hands back. But he pounced. Fate minor event, you attack berserker bear with Thorn Rose, causing a bleed effect that lasts for 180 seconds. Bang! The bear's paw smashed into the ground splattering gravel and dust. Ding! Fate minor event, you attack berserker bear with Thorn Rose, causing a bleeding effect that lasts for 180 years. Fate points plus 10. Suyu glanced at the fateful synopsis and quickly completed the revisions. With that, he turned around and rushed towards his next target. As long as the bleeding effect existed, then these berserk giant bears would not shift their hatred. Rumble! Behind him, followed by a dozen or so berserk giant bears that were over 10 meters tall. Each head is as strong as a small mountain, strong and powerful limbs, running to drive the earthquake like violent shaking, as if it can trample everything into meat paste. One shudders, huffing and puffing. A behemoth panted after him, desperate to tear him alive. Each one of them had an opening cut into their bodies in one way or another, and blood spurted out of the wounds like it was no money. That wound could not be healed even with the terrifying physical strength attribute of the berserk giant bear, and the more they bled, the more they hated the figure in front of them. What's happening here? Could it be that the berserk giant bear has rioted and triggered a beast tide? The commotion caused by Suyu scared the professionals in the secret realm. Most of them would have run for the road out long ago if they hadn't vaguely noticed a figure in front of the storm bear. Usually everyone hunts quietly for some stray bear. This guy is good. Directly make such a big battle. Want to die, do not drag everyone. Amidst the gray fog, a high-ranking professional with an extraordinary temperament rubbed his eyes. That's Suyu? Has he gone crazy? To actually provoke so many berserk bears? Seeing Suyu's back, Qian Wanqian was shocked. He was a tutor from the Purgatory Academy and had come here specifically for that letter of introduction. After following Suyu into the plains of the tyrannical bear, he had thought to lure a few tyrannical bears over to give him some tests, but he didn't expect that this guy would be even more ruthless than himself. Those dozen berserk bears were feared to be avoided by third-turn professionals. It's kind of fun. Qian Wanqian narrowed his eyes and looked at Suyu with a few moments of appreciation. This crazy energy. He loved it. He licked his lips, and a flash of evil thought suddenly rose in his heart. Since you want to attract monsters, then I'll give you a hand. Ding! Fate minor event. You attack Berserker Bear with Thorn Rose, causing a bleeding effect that lasts for 180 years. Fate points plus 10. After attracting a Berserk Giant Bear with another stunt, Suyu quickly drew back. However, this time it didn't take long to run, and his high-speed moving figure suddenly stalled. I don't seem to remember the monsters here being this dense. Ow. Up ahead, a wolf howl came faintly. It was a large Moonshadow wolf pack, in which there were hundreds of Moonshadow wolves to say the least. Moreover, Suyu also discovered a Lunar Shadow Wolf King. Moonshadow Wolf King LV45, Lord level. Whatever. This time it's going to be rich, Suyu secretly said. He was followed by more than 20 berserk giant bears, plus the more than 100 Moonshadow wolves in front of him. If he could take them all, I'm afraid the gains would be heaven-defying. Thinking of this, Suyu tiptoed on his toes and his figure instantly disappeared in place. In the next moment, he had appeared next to the nearest Moonshadow wolf. Swish! Thorn Rose flew out again. That Moonshadow wolf was obviously awakened as well, and when it saw a human intruding into the wolf's nest, it immediately let out a furious whine and pounced with open fangs. Suyu laughed coldly as his figure leapt up violently. At the same time, between flips of the wrists, the dagger was accurately stabbed on the Moonshadow wolf. Fate minor event. You attack Moonshadow wolf with Thorn Rose, causing a bleeding effect that lasts for 180 seconds. Ding! Fate minor event. You attack Moonshadow wolf with Thorn Rose, causing a bleeding effect that lasts for 180 years. Fate points plus 10. After easily tagging a Moonshadow wolf, Suyu did not stop and continued to rush towards the depths of the wolf nest. Wolves are very vindictive creatures and are even more territorial. Suyu had just run a few steps when dozens of crescent moons chopped towards him. These crescents were not like those level 20 plus lunar shadow wolves that Suyu had encountered before. Each one of them was so powerful that gold equipment would be cut into pieces. Is he sick? Seeing Suyu's crazy actions, even Qian Wanqian, who had seen a lot of insights of geniuses and demons, felt a kind of intellectual blindness of doubt. Dare to charge a large Moonshadow wolf pack at level 30. No. What are his credentials? He doesn't know I'm in, does he? Looking at the dozens of crescents, Qian Wanqian's fists were clenched, ready to rush over and save the people. Suyu's face did not change, even though those crescent moons had blocked off the space, leaving him without the slightest chance to dodge. 3 seconds of the future surfaced. The entire 56 crescent moons whistled and rushed, drowning Suyu directly. Fate minor event. You are attacked by 56 crescents with no way to escape and are hit head-on. After seeing the fateful synopsis, Suyu's brain was running at high speed. The first option. You can change the number, 56 to 06. Or maybe it's good to change no way out to a way in. In the blink of an eye, Suyu thought of 2 options to defuse the situation at hand, only, he wasn't very happy about it. Fate minor event. You are attacked by 56 crescents with no way to escape and are hit head-on. Ding! Fate minor event. You are attacked by 56 mooncakes with no way to escape and are hit head-on. Just as those crescent moons rotated and came in front of Suyu, without any sign, the 56 crescent moons instantly transformed into 56 mooncakes. The corner of Suyu's mouth rose, letting the mooncake hit his body as he charged straight towards the Wolf King at the center of the wolf pack. Crap! Qian Wanqian's hand that had just been raised stopped in midair. How did this guy do it? Matter conversion? Or reality manipulation? Just as the words left his mouth, Qian Wanqian slapped himself violently again. What the hell do these post-turn 6 skills have to do with him? He's only level 30 and just turned 1 already. At this moment, Chen Wanxian was considered to have completely put away his contempt for Suyu. He hadn't expected that this kind of character could even appear in this small place. Not only was he calm and collected when things went wrong, but he also dared to challenge himself. And some of his operations were unintelligible even to him. A fifth-turn professional. I'd like to see what other maneuvers you can make that I can't understand. Chen Wanxian sat down in place, carefully watching Suyu's every move. Crap, what are you doing? However, it wasn't long before another cry of alarm came from his lips. Suyu passed through the blockade of mooncakes and charged straight into the wolves. The Moonshadow wolves were clearly stunned by this sudden transformation. How did an attack that took most of his mental energy to condense turn into food? Hooray! The Lunar Shadow Wolf King, on the other hand, was staring at the silhouette that was rushing towards it with a low and angry growl coming out of its mouth, and its body was slightly bowed, as if it would pounce on it and bite off Suyu's neck at any time. Suyu did not care about the Lunar Shadow Wolf King's warning and pounced on it to tangle with it. Seeing this, the rest of the Lunar Shadow Wolves just wanted to go forward to help, but they were attracted by the commotion behind Suyu. The group of berserk giant bears caused their eyes to instantly freeze. Although they did not know why these berserk giant bears would collectively attack them, the Moonshadow wolves did not hesitate in the slightest. Leaving behind the Wolf King and Suyu, they greeted the berserk giant bears with great strides. Looks like it's going to be a quick one. With a downward slouch, Suyu deftly avoided the Lunar Shadow Wolf King's pouncing attack and took the time to look at the battle of the Lunar Shadow Wolves. In just one exchange, several Moonshadow wolves were killed and gnawed by the berserk giant bear. If he didn't keep up with the action on his side, he would definitely end up with a lot less. Suyu held the thorn rose tightly in his right hand, trying to look for an opportunity to give the Moon Shadow Wolf King a blow, but this guy is just too nimble. Lord-level monsters already had high attributes, and the Moon Shadow Wolf King's skills favored speed. Even if Suyu stacked up his rage, it would still be difficult to spell his opponent in terms of speed. Ow! The Lunar Shadow Wolf King once again let out an earth-shattering roar as its entire body erupted with intense light, and a round moon appeared above its head. Under the shroud of moonlight, the Lunar Shadow Wolf King's speed suddenly skyrocketed by a factor of 2. Even Suyu could only see a piece of residual shadow pulling through. His sense of destiny kicked in on its own. The eyes couldn't help but look at his right leg. In the future, the Moonshadow Wolves made a charge and tore off a piece of flesh directly from their own legs. If it wasn't for Suyu's too high stamina value, this bite might have directly taken his entire right leg. Fade medium incident, you were seriously injured when the Moonshadow Wolf King gnawed off a piece of flesh and blood. The moment he saw the fateful terrier, the red color under Suyu's eyes became more and more intense. In that case, you can't blame me. Destiny modification unleashed. Ding! Fade medium event, you gnawed a piece of flesh off the Moonshadow Wolf King and were seriously injured. In the next second, the Lunar Shadow Wolf King's figure instantaneously arrived in front of Suyu. The bloody mouth opened and the sharp fangs approached Suyu's right leg. However, just as it took a vicious bite, it realized that it had actually pounced. Aha, why is this wretched human gone? The Moon Shadow Wolf King looked around. At this time, a sharp pain suddenly came from underneath his body. Ow, 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 ow. Woof woof woof. It twisted its head sharply to look at its wolf leg. With red eyes, Suyu bit down on its thigh with a deadly grip, before violently tearing off a large portion of flesh and blood. Blood ran down the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Suyu was like a Moro evil ghost. This bizarre scene caused the Moon Shadow Wolf King's heart to tremble. It hastily twisted its body, trying to get rid of Suyu, but the moment it was just about to pull away, a short dagger slashed along its wound, cutting a gash more than a meter long. Blood spurted out of the wound at once. The Lunar Shadow Wolf King bared its teeth and looked back at Suyu, wanting to turn back and attack this abominable fellow, but it still forcefully resisted the urge. Fate minor event, you use Thorn Rose to attach a bleeding effect to the Moonshadow Wolf King, and the Moonshadow Wolf King's hate value towards you increases slightly. Suyu smiled faintly. Fate modification unleashed. Ding! Fate minor event, you use Thorn Rose to attach a bleeding effect to the Moonshadow Wolf King, and the Moonshadow Wolf King's hatred value towards you increases dramatically. Ow! The Moonshadow Wolf King's eyes completely turned red. A frenzy of rage instantly washed away all its reasoning and howled as it rushed towards Suyu. All the surrounding Moonshadow wolves were also attracted by this wolf howl and stopped their attacks on the berserk giant bear and rushed towards Suyu. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Suyu hurriedly moved and began to run wildly. Hundreds of Moonshadow wolves and more than 20 berserk giant bears launched a pursuit towards him. The sight was beyond spectacular, as vast as a 10-magnitude earthquake. The squad of professionals passing by were stunned and froze in place. No one dares to approach at all in this situation. What the hell had this man done to harm the heavens and cause so many monsters to chase after him? Could it be that he had robbed the treasures guarded by these monsters? Everyone is wondering. But there are still those who are not afraid of death, hanging far behind the pursuing team. wanting to see if there is any oil to be gained. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Chen Wanqian rubbed his chin, very puzzled by Su Yu's behavior. After he entered the secret realm, Su Yu was already starting to deliberately attract the hatred of the monsters. Until now, the monsters he had pulled had reached a scale that would take a squad of third-turn professionals to deal with. Qian Wanqian was very curious as to what this guy wanted to do with this group of monsters. Swish! Several crescent spins whistled past Su Yu's side, and Su Yu just slightly shifted his body and easily dodged through. The Lunar Shadow Wolf King sneak attacked from behind, but in the end, he directly crashed on top of a tree trunk without even touching Su Yu's sleeve, and fell back several steps. The Moon Shadow Wolf King's eyes glared, and his ferocity increased, but no matter how it attacked, it just couldn't touch Su Yu in the slightest. His speed was so fast that it surpassed the limit, not at all like the strain he had earlier. However, such a handsome maneuver comes at a price. Destiny points -50. Destiny points -50. Looking at the reduced destiny points, Su Yu felt a pang of heartache. If he didn't hurry to that small dirt slope, I'm afraid that the fate points he had only accumulated would be emptied soon. After tangling with the Lunar Shadow Wolf King for half a minute, Su Yu finally saw the small dirt slope where he had buried the Lotus Guile mine in his vision. However, just as he was about to get close, a fireball suddenly flew towards him. This is where our iceberg squad is stationed. Stop coming. More than 10 silhouettes suddenly appeared in front of Su Yu, and the person who spoke was a mage who nonchalantly threw a fireball spell at Su Yu. Get out! Su Yu coldly grimaced, and without the slightest pause, he directly used his body to harden against this fireball spell. Boo! After the fireball touched Su Yu, the expected explosion didn't happen. Instead it burst like a soap bubble. You're a second-turn shield mountain? The mage's face changed drastically. What had just happened was clearly that the man's stamina value was too high, causing the spell to be forcefully extinguished. I say again, get out of the way or you'll regret it. Su Yu's speed did not decrease as he rushed towards the iceberg squad in front. Big talk. So what if you're a second-turn shield mountain? Let me tell you, even if it's the god of heaven, don't think. A swordsman crossed his arms and spoke in an unkind tone, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt unsteady on his feet. Immediately afterward, the feeling of the ground shaking came. A monster as large as a small mountain rushed towards this place. Crap! The small group of people looked up toward the front of the room and died. It's over. Everyone was instantly enveloped by the shadow of death. Their squad usually had to prepare for half a month if they wanted to hunt a berserker bear. And right now, there were at least 20 berserker bears at a glance. What's more, the berserk giant bear was accompanied by a large number of moon shadow wolves. The threat of the moon shadow wolves could be far greater than the berserk giant bear. But now, these two overlords of the storm bear plains had put aside their fight with each other to chase after a single person at the same time? Did this guy take out the monster's old neighborhood? Why else would so many monsters want to kill him? Rumble! The beasts ran wildly past, bringing up wind and sand in the sky. No, not dead? The people of the iceberg squad glanced at each other, their eyes full of ecstasy after the robbery. With tears in their eyes, the crowd did not all have to look in the direction of the beast's stampede. There, Su Yu, however, had already stopped his steps. His body was as straight as a pine, quite a bit of Taishan collapsing in front of him without changing his face. What a ruthless man this is! The iceberg squad crowd was dumbfounded. The rest of the professionals who had followed along also looked puzzled. Why did this guy stop all of a sudden? Can't run? It's a pity about this handsome embryo. I'm afraid it won't take long for the monster to partake of it. Countless threads invisible to the naked eye emerged between Su Yu's 5 fingers, and the entire 82 Lotus Guile thunderbolts were activated by him one by one. The Lunar Shadow Wolf King running at the very front seemed to have sensed something, and a trace of clarity flashed in his scarlet eyes. However, it had just slowed down when it was forcefully pushed up by the berserk giant bear at its back. No, this abominable human is definitely calculating something. Need to run. It panicked, but the monsters behind it were huddled together one by one, giving it no chance to run. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Yu's hands trembled slightly. It's not so much fear or nervousness as it is overexcitement and excitement. After all, it was the first play he had ever directed. Take your places and let's get started. He let out a low gulp and his palms clenched violently. Boom, 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 boom. In a flash, a violent ringing sounded within 100-meter radius centered on him. Dust flew and the earth trembled, as if the end of the world had come. Roar! Ow dash! Accompanied by the mournful and extremely miserable screams, a dazzling and brilliant lotus pattern bloomed. Each lotus flower contained the life of a monster, and even the soul was extremely sublimated. At this moment, Su Yu brought them to their respective peaks. The scorching green lotus bloomed from the silt, and the flames and thunderbolts intermingled with each other in splendor, illuminating the night sky. The Lunar Shadow Wolf King. his body tattered by the blast, struggled and rushed towards Suyu, wanting to take away this abominable human before he died. Boo! Suyu's face did not change, and a blood-colored lotus blossomed from underneath the Moonshadow Wolf King's feet, completely turning it into ashes. You have killed the Moonshadow Wolf King LV45. Experience value plus 26,806. You have killed Berserker Bear LV31. Experience value plus 6,548. You kill Moonshadow Wolf LV30. Experience value plus 4,560. Your level has increased. Current level LV31. You killed. The power of each Lotus Trick Lightning was approaching the level 40 Fierce Fireball art, and with Suyu's manipulation, detonating them one after the other, the power was once again stacked exponentially. One mournful wail after another spread throughout the 4 fields, shaking the hearts of every professional. They only felt chills all over their bodies and their souls trembled. The audiovisual impact of this scene was so massive that it caused everyone to freeze in place. So it is. Qian Wanqian had a complicated look on his face. He finally realized Suyu's plan. That introductory letter didn't fill in Suyu's occupation. But now, the moment he saw the lotus blossom, he knew all about it. However, he was not deterred by the fact that Suyu was a fortune teller. Instead, his interest became even stronger. This kid must be dragged into the purgatory school. The smoke dissipated, and when the light cleared, what met everyone's eyes was a ruin of charred blackness and blood. Crap! Damn! What kind of skill is this? It's simply more awesome than a 4th turn mage. This guy is so handsome. So cool. I want to marry him so bad. Woo-hoo-hoo. All the professionals were in awe, their eyes staring unblinkingly at the smoke in the distance. Suyu bowed slightly, as if making a curtain call. At this moment, he finally understood why the name of the skill was called 10,000 pouring. Your level has increased. Current level LV37. Occupation, Thespian. Grade, 37. Power, 256. Physical strength, 367. Intelligence, 253. Agility, 237. Awakening, first turn. Skills, Sense of Fate. Rhythm of Life. All Fall Down LV4. Weapon Master LV1. Battle Rage LV1. Talent, Modification of Fate. Destiny Point, 780. One great performance and he went straight up 7 levels in a row. This was an effect that ordinary professionals could not necessarily achieve even if they labored hard for a whole year. Suyu's line of sight was fixed on the last alert message, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The surge in level brought about a significant increase in basic attributes, causing his mood to grow more and more pleasurable. It's a great feeling to have this greatness in one's own hands, but there was much more to him than that. With a slight sway of his figure, he arrived near the corpse of the Moonshadow Wolf King. A piece of platinum equipment was lying there quietly. Cloak of Moonshadow, Platinum. Grade, 40. Type, Top. Attribute, 50% increase in defense. Durability, 300/300. Talent, Moonlight. When worn, you will be enveloped in moonlight, increasing your spell resistance by 30% and your movement speed by 30%. Skills, Twilight Barrier LV4. Summons a barrier upon use that disappears after resisting one deadly attack. Cooldown 5 minutes. Suyu's eyes lit up. The attributes of this lunar shadow cloak were very good, providing a great defense bonus. However, the beauty of it was that his current level wasn't in a position to use this equipment. Suyu was not in a hurry and temporarily put away the Moonshadow cloak, waiting until level 40 to wear it again and then he looked to where the rest of the monsters had fallen. Golden and white light flashed, and together with the monsters that were made into Lotus Trick Thunder, he had harvested more than 200 monsters in one go, and the equipment that was popped out was less than 20 pieces. Among them, most of them were gold equipment, while the rest were some silver equipment and rare materials and things like that. Suyu also found a skill book in it. He picked the skill book up to check it out. Storm Art, Gold Level. Grade, 35. Occupation, Mage Spellcaster Junctionist. Introduction, summons a storm to destroy the enemy. The power of the storm is related to the chanting time. Up to 60 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. It's a wide-range killing skill. Suyu slightly shook his head. This thing looked good, but he had no way to learn it. The fortune teller belongs to the mystic line, and can only gain skills from the pathway after the profession is awakened. So, that, big guy, can we make a deal? Just then, a middle-aged man carrying a basket walked up to Suyu. Suyu raised his eyebrows, sizing up the other party for a moment, and asked, "What kind of deal?" The merchant licked his dry, cracked lips and hemmed and hawed. There were several similarly attired professionals beside them, and when they saw that they had been preempted by their peers, they raised their middle fingers in secret curses. "I'm a parade merchant from the Shunfeng trading house. You can trade anything you want." After saying that, the merchant put the basket down and handed Suyu a tablet computer. You can pick as many as you like on it. Good. Suyu took the tablet and scrutinized it. He had learned about these types of professionals in school. They would hang out in the major secret realms, and instead of hunting monsters themselves, they would come up and make deals after the strongest people had killed the secret realm monsters. Suyu didn't rush to pick up the equipment that burst out, and no one dared to mess around under his nose at this time. This tablet was obviously specialized in exchanging currencies and various items. Suyu searched for a while and soon found his target. Source of Wisdom Stone, Platinum. Grade, 0. Attributes, 0. Durability, Talent, Light of Wisdom. After wearing the Light of Wisdom, you will permanently gain 1 point of mental energy every 10 days. Asking price, $1,500,000,000. Suyu's gaze stopped on the introduction of the Wisdom Source Stone and did not move for a long time. The big man is eyeing this thing? The merchant came up at the right time and said after glancing at the tablet, mental power is not directly reflected in professions, though it is required for any profession. Its importance cannot be overstated for a long-range professional, let alone one as powerful as you. I believe that your strength will definitely rise to a higher level after you possess it. He skillfully patted up a horse's ass, but Suyu remained unmoved. Too expensive. Suyu shook his head slightly. Although this thing can permanently boost mental power, it takes too long. With this money I'll buy some potions to drink. Won't it come faster? Hearing Suyu's words, the businessman was somewhat speechless for a moment. This Wisdom Source Stone wasn't originally meant for ordinary professionals either. It was usually bought by certain bigwigs to train their offspring. After all, as Suyu said, 10 days to raise a little bit of spiritual power. This efficiency was simply not as much as spending millions on potions to raise it. The merchant's eyes rolled before revealing a bitter smile. Tell you what, if you really want it, I'll make you a friend at a loss. Just exchange these equipments on the ground with that skill book. So? Suyu nodded after a moment of contemplation. Deal. But there's a piece of equipment I need. He stepped aside and removed the silver wolf combat boots from his feet, replacing them with a pair of gray and black leather boots. He could have done without that pile of equipment, but this pair of gold-level boots was not a small boost to him, and it was something that had to be left behind. Earth boots, gold. Grade, 32. Type, boots. Attribute, agility plus 40. Durability, 160/160. Talent, sprint LV3. When worn, your movement speed increases by 35%. Skills, charge LV3. Your movement speed is increased by 100% for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. As soon as the earth battle boots were put on, a sense of lightness spread throughout his body, and Suyu could only feel a sense of closeness coming from the earth beneath his feet. A few random runs set off a gale. After opening the skill, even if the Lunar Shadow Wolf King unfolded its full strength, it could only be left behind by him. No problem. It's just a golden combat boot. Consider it a friend. The merchant wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded repeatedly. He turned around. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising, fearing that Suyu would regret it, and hurriedly reached out to fumble around in his backpack. Subsequently, a Wisdom Source Stone that shimmered with an icy blue light was handed over to Suyu. Suyu also handed the skill book to the merchant. He hadn't counted how much equipment he had exploded this time, but judging by the merchant's expression, he certainly hadn't lost out on this deal. Of course, Suyu was definitely not at a loss as all. The Source Stone of Wisdom, being a platinum equipment, is sure to induce a Destiny Terrier to appear. By then, I'm afraid that his spiritual power would have increased by more than just 1 point. Suyu smiled brightly and parted ways with the businessman. Both got what they wanted out of this deal and were satisfied. 3 levels left for the second career awakening. Almost there. Suyu wore the Wisdom Source Stone close to his body and disappeared from everyone's sight with a flash. The onlookers of the profession gazed at the traces he left behind, with a few moments of reminiscence on their faces. Scarlet Lotus. This guy's occupation wouldn't be a fortune teller, would it? At that moment, someone in the crowd made a puzzled noise. The Playmaker? Hearing his words, most of the professionals immediately froze. And then, everyone's breath hitched and chills ran down their spines. Yes, that iconic lotus pattern is clearly the playwright who once created one shocking bloodshed after another. How come such high-risk professionals aren't controlled? Shouldn't they be locked up and brainwashed? That's right. In case he has a sudden attack, won't Qingcheng be in danger? I don't know what the night watchman does for a living. Awakening this kind of occupation and not properly managing it, letting him come to the secret realm too. The crowd had launched a vocal attack on Suyu, as if that would dispel the fear in my heart. And at this moment, a few people in the crowd clad in black cloaks quietly backed away with a few meaningful glances in their eyes. After leaving the merchant, Suyu continued to walk through the secret realm, knocking down 1 or 2 berserk giant bears from time to time and crafting them into lotus-style thunder. However, as he went deeper into the secret realm, Suyu gradually detected a hint of something wrong. Deep within the storm bear plains, The figures of the berserkers gradually became scarce, and the level of each berserkers gradually increased. However, judging from the feedback from the life rhythm, the life flame, which symbolized the storm bear, was burning violently and continuously releasing an emotion called fear. What on earth would make these level 40 berserker bears afraid? Suyu stopped his footsteps and did not go any further. There must be a demon when things go wrong. The storm bear plane is infested with level 80 monsters at the highest. The current version of himself was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with this kind of existence. However, just as Su turned his head, ready to continue to the periphery for a grand show, rumble, the entire heaven and earth trembled. Immediately afterward, countless giant black shadows came running from afar. Suyu stabilized his figure with difficulty and looked up. Berserker Bear LV-45, Elite. Berserker Bear LV-47, Elite. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with berserk bears as tall as a 10-story building. Black, pressurized and connected, as if a tidal wave swept towards this side. The sound was horrifying. Wherever they pass, the earth crumbles and nothing survives. Hiss, sparing Suyu. At this moment, he could not help but draw in a breath of cold air, his scalp tingling. He couldn't figure out why these stormy bears, which usually only moved around the inner perimeter, would collectively kill towards the outer perimeter of the secret area. Is this the Purgatory School's examination? Suyu pondered for a moment, quickly associating it with the letter of introduction submitted earlier. When chatting with Willow Sparrow Immortal, she had once said that the Purgatory School liked to adopt the method of luring monsters to besiege each other after they went into the secret realm to conduct the examination. This kind of contingency can indeed quickly show the overall quality of a professional. That's right, these storm bears are in fear. They should have been forced over by the Purgatory School's high-level professionals. After Suyu observed for a moment, he became more and more certain of his guess. What? However, at this time, Xian Wanqian stared with eyes full of doubt and issued a query. When did I go and forcefully drive out the monsters? Also, even if the Purgatory Academy's tests are harder, it's impossible to arrange such a hellishly difficult test for the candidates. He stood up violently, his gaze piercing through the layers of gray fog and looking towards the depths of the secret realm. Not good. The storm bears are rioting en masse. This is a sign of a beast tide. In his eyes, it wasn't just Suyu's location that had been impacted by the bears, but the violet bears surrounding the entire secret area were all running wildly outwards. Damn. It's a good thing I'm following this kid, or things would have gotten a lot worse. Xian Wanqian hurriedly moved towards the depths of the secret realm. As for Suyu, he had no time to care right now. Once these stormy bears broke through the secret realm blockade and came to the city, the damage caused would be simply incalculable. In the meantime, Suyu gave up on escaping and turned on life rhythm for a sweep. A total of more than 100 elite-level berserker bears? A tough test indeed. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Without preparation, even he had no way to deal with so many berserk giant bears at the same time. This battle, it's hard. However, Suyu had always been unafraid of challenges. He's got a gift that's meant to work miracles. Right at this time, the occupiers throughout the Storm Bear Plains also detected an abnormality. Whether it was the Storm Bear or the Moon Shadow Wolf and the other monsters, they were all running wildly towards the exit of the secret realm like crazy at this moment. Their demeanor looked terrified, and they didn't even pay attention to the professionals chasing after them behind them. What are these damn guys mad about again? Someone in the secret realm couldn't help but curse loudly. Just as his words fell, a deafening explosion and roar came from the front. A ball of fire shot up into the sky, slightly dispersing the gray mist that had filled the surrounding area. It was only at this time that all of them could see clearly the thousands and thousands of stormy bears that could not be seen to the end at a glance. Fuck, it's a beast wave. Run for it. A chaotic roar rang out from all corners, and immediately afterward, the professionals in the secret realm turned around and fled for their lives, looking as if they hated their parents for having 2 less legs. At this point it's a race against time, and once you run slow, you won't have a bone left in your body by then. Run! There's a beast wave in the Storm Bear Plains. The first professional to reach the exit of the secret realm was a thief with top-notch running skills. The moment before he stepped out of the secret realm, he informed the guards of the situation here. Unlike a low-level secret realm like Goblin's Wood, Storm Bear Plains was not managed by the guild, but was directly controlled by the Night's Watch branch. Upon hearing this horrible news, the watchman on duty immediately reported the news. Ear-piercing alarms rang out all over the secret world. All professionals evacuate the Storm Bear Plains immediately. All professionals evacuate the Storm Bear Plains immediately. Special recruitment for wartime. Combat class professions with a second turn or higher are invited to join the guard immediately. In an instant, the emergency plan had been activated at the exit of the secret realm, and a team of 1,000 people had been drawn up. Not only that, the Qingqing vigilante branch outside of the secret territory was also rapidly functioning. Inside the quest hall, Dozens and hundreds of red and bolded quests appeared. Countless vigilantes have picked up quests to travel to the Storm Bear Plains. The city lord's mansion was also alarmed, and the vice city lord personally led a group of elite soldiers to the secret realm. For a while, the interior of Qingqing became much emptier. Creatures like the berserker bear rarely leave their territory. What is the reason for this riot? The city lord frowned, his face grim. What reason? What other reason could there be for a secret riot? Willow Sparrow Fairy nonchalantly choked out. My old lady said long ago, let you take down that guy Li Hanshan first and interrogate him slowly. You had to follow the procedure. Now it's good? The city lord was dumbfounded by the dislike. Indeed, there was almost always a shadow of the Advent Society behind every secret riot, and I'm afraid this one was no exception. Alas, the words are like this. But what if Lixianshan is not the Advent Society? Won't the good people be wronged at that time? The city lord slowly said with a bitter face. The evidence is flung in your face, wrongly accusing the bull demon. Ha! Willowbird Immortal slammed the table, living like a furious vermilion bird. The city lord fell silent. Forget it, there's no point in horseplay now that it's happened. He shook his head inside, looking to his staff. How far along are things? Below, the staff officer said quickly. The berserk bears on the entire Storm Bear Plain, as well as other monsters, are all running towards the exit of the secret realm, and have now broken through the defense line surrounding the secret realm, and are about to approach the last defense line of the secret realm's exit. That fast? And, you say all? The city lord's heart jerked violently. This wave of attack was too ferocious. It was simply more terrifying than the beast tide he encountered last time. After all, the monster riot he encountered a few years ago was only hundreds. This time, tens of thousands. Moreover, there were 2 level 80 storm bears sandwiched in here. This kind of monster equivalent to a 4th-turn professional. Once it entered the city, it would be a devastating disaster. Aha! The staff officer nodded. With the guard force we're pulling up now, we can only hold off the storm bear for an estimated 30 minutes. 30 minutes? The city lord frowned before looking at Willowbird Fairy, the meaning in his eyes self-evident. Those 2 level 80 storm bears could only be dealt with by him and Willow Sparrow Fairy, and the other 2 level 4 guild leaders were all support professionists who couldn't help much at all. The monsters must be kept out of the secret world, at any cost. Come on, what are you waiting for? Willow Sparrow Fairy raised her eyebrows and snatched a step ahead of the city lord's mansion. Her steps were a little eager, because she had just checked the entry list for today's secret realm and there was Suyu's name in it. The duo was extremely fast, and in less than a few tens of seconds, they had rushed into the secret realm. At this moment, in front of a line of defense, it was filled with monsters that were too black to see what they looked like. Willow Sparrow Fairy's eyes quickly swept through the crowd. However, there was no sign of Suyu. Are all the professionals in the secret realm here? She looked to the night watchman in charge of managing the secret realm. That's a 3rd-degree Nightwalker. Facing Willow Sparrow Fairy's question, he quickly returned. They're all here. And the ones that aren't are the ones that didn't run out. At those words, Willowbird Fairy bit her lip, her heart trembling slightly. Didn't run out. Suyu was only level 30 when he parted ways with her, and it was impossible for him to survive the tens of thousands of stormy bears. She murmured, looking a little lost in thought. Your friend is not here? The Nightwalker snapped. Instead of responding, Willow Sparrow Fairy turned her attention to the front line. The tens of millions of people in Qingqing needed a strong person like her to guard them. There's no time for personal emotions in a time of great trouble. We just noticed the northeast corner didn't show any high-ranking storm bears. Seeing that Willow Sparrow Fairy didn't answer, that Nightwalker said to himself. It was discovered through the surveillance device that there seems to be a professional there holding off the front line. Holding off all the level 40 plus storm bears. That person is not bad, and relieved us of a lot of pressure. At those words, Willowbird Fairy turned her head violently. Project the image. Good. The Nightwalker nodded. After a flurry of maneuvering, a picture of a view from above appeared before everyone's eyes. Zoom in, I want to see his face. Willow Sparrow Fairy urged again. The Night Wanderer continued to do as he was told. And soon, Suyu's appearance was displayed on the screen. It's Suyu. Seeing Suyu in the screen, Willowbird Fairy's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the hand pinching the corner of her coat could not help but loosen. Although Suyu's aura had changed a bit and his strength was far greater than before, that look in his eyes hadn't changed. His expression was indifferent, as if he was facing nothing more than a bunch of ordinary monsters. However, professionals who often dealt with monsters knew that every berserk bear in front of Suyu was over level 40. That was an existence that required a squad of second-turn professionals to deal with. And now, he was actually dragging down a whole 100 heads just by himself. Isn't he only a turn 1? To actually be able to deal with so many level 40 storm bears? The city lord was also shocked. It was only a few days ago that he realized that there was someone in the city who had awakened the profession of a fortune teller, and he didn't expect to have grown to such a level after not seeing him for a few days. On the screen, Suyu wandered in the midst of a group of stormy bears, holding a blood-red short dagger, and from time to time, he cut a slit in the body of the stormy bears, from which blood continuously gushed out. Strangely enough, the violet bear that was slashed by the dagger gave up running towards the exit of the secret realm and directly turned around and attacked Suyu. This kind of hate-pulling tactic? The city lord's eyes lit up. The most frightening thing about the beast tide was the number. If the beasts could be dispersed and broken down one by one, these tens of thousands of monsters were nothing at all. Suyu kept dodging and moving, narrowly avoiding the bear paw slaps and the stormy bears tearing, watching everyone's heart pounding. Boom! After confirming that all the storm bears had no thoughts of leaving, Suyu violently pulled back and fired the first shot. The dragon breath bomb roared out, piercing right through the tough leather armor of the storm bear and shattering the heart as everyone watched. This shot caused the hearts of all the professionals present to leak a few beats. A flame called Hope quietly blossomed along with the fireball transformed by the dragon's breath bomb. You have killed Berserker Bear LV41 and gained experience value of 13,580. Fate points plus 20. A tyrannical bear was instantly killed by Suyu using fate modification. However, the fall of this tyrannical bear did not have any effect on Suyu's situation. Hundreds of violent bears were still frantically attacking him. Boom! After dodging a palm on the side, Suyu fired a shot without looking back. Fate minor event, you hit a raging bear with a shotgun. Ding! Fate minor event, you use a shotgun to kill a raging giant bear. Fate points plus 20. Along with the dragon breath bomb roaring and engulfing a tyrannical bear, Suyu once again exerted his strength and penetrated through the countless tyrannical bear's attacks. However, there is no such thing as a wet shoe when you are always on the river. Future images flashed before Suyu's eyes. It was a huge bear's paw with a metallic luster. Minor fateful event, you are slapped by a raging giant bear and suffer minor injuries. After seeing the fateful synopsis, Suyu immediately began to revise it. Ding! Minor fateful event, you swat the berserker bear away from you, suffering minor injuries. In the next moment, the berserk giant bear's palm whistled and slapped. However, Suyu went against the norm and swung a palm back towards it without flickering or avoiding. Boo! The two palms clashed, but the result was out of everyone's expectation. That tyrannical bear was directly slapped away by Suyu. The power of this palm was so great that it directly slapped him to the point where his body was soaked in blood. There are still too many. Suyu frowned tightly. There was no way to make Lotus trick lightning in the current situation. The storm bear's attacks were too intense. He hesitated to pull out the Qian Kuan sword box, but once the sword box was opened, all the sword chi contained inside would be emptied. 100 or so third turn level sword chi used here seemed a bit too big. Su, can you hear me? Just as Suyu hesitated, a familiar voice came from the sky. Is that the vacuum lady teacher? Suyu subconsciously blurted out. Willow Bird Fairy was stunned, but quickly understood the meaning of Suyu's words. She looked down, a blush spreading from her neck to her ears. What's the brat babbling about? Ahem. She cleared her throat and squared her shoulders. There's no time to bullshit with you right now. What method did you use to pull the storm bear's hate? Why aren't we able to attract the attention of these guys? This time it was Suyu who froze. He savored Willow Bird Fairy's words over and over again, and eventually came to a conclusion. I'm not the only one who has a storm bear here? Suyu tried to ask. Willow Sparrow Fairy, nonsense. What did you expect? Suyu thought while dodging the bites of a few violent bears. So it's the entire storm bear plains that's in trouble? That's right. It's a beast tide. It's not clear why, but now that all the monsters on the entire storm bear plain are running out, the pressure on our defense is just too great. We have to divert them first. At that moment, a strange man's words came. Suyu felt that there was something familiar about that voice, like he had heard it on TV. That person went so far as to make the entire storm bear plains monsters go berserk in order to give me a test? Suyu was thoughtful. It can't be, can it? Unless that person is more epileptic than I am. Using the method of elimination. Perhaps it was just coincidentally after he entered that some sort of mutation occurred in the storm bear plains, triggering the beast tide? Classmate, the situation is urgent. Once we let the monsters break through the defense line, the millions of people behind us will be in danger. Please help us, the city lord said with an incomparably sincere attitude. A way to pull hate? Maybe this. Suyu frowned and thought. He was using fate modification to change the level of hatred the storm bear had for himself, a method that was certainly not universal. However, it seems that there is no room for maneuver. A flash of madness gradually flashed under Suyu's eyes. If you're going to play, you're going to play a big one. Well, any ideas? The city lord's urgent voice rang out again. I'll try, but there's no guarantee of success. Suyu nodded. Do you need us to come to your aid? No. Casting my image and voice here over to Stormbear can be done, can't it? No problem. Soon, Suyu's figure appeared throughout the entire secret realm. Boom, boom, boom. Wielding a large caliber shotgun, he fired several shots in quick succession, knocking back the Stormbear in front of him for the time being. At the same time, the sound of gunshots attracted the attention of all the Stormbears in the secret area. Watching the scene, everyone was puzzled. Does this approach really help them? What exactly is Su planning to do? Fate minor event, you shoot to get the attention of all the Stormbears, and all of them become annoyed with you. Ding! Fate minor event, you shoot to get the attention of all the Stormbears, and all the Stormbears get cranky with you. Fate points plus 20. Roar! The moment the fate modification was completed, all the Stormbears stood up through and through, hissing at Suyu's projection. It was as if they were stimulated by something, and some of them even directly attacked the projections. It's working. The crowd watched this scene, although they did not know how Suyu did it, but at the very least, a certain effect had been revealed. Stormy bears on the front line were attracted to the projection and the pressure was greatly relieved. The professionals who had spoken out against Suyu earlier because of their profession also silently lowered their heads. A strong sense of guilt rose from their hearts. It seems that we misunderstood him. This juggler is not the same as the one who once was, and we should not confuse him with that madman. It's my fault. Can I pay in flesh? You wish. Saints on signs regardless of the heart. Regardless of what reason Suyu was fighting against this group of stormy bears, he had actually helped everyone. If it continued at this pace, the number of people who ended up dying because of the beast tide would definitely be reduced by more than 50%. However, just when everyone was relieved, Suyu once again made everyone dumbfounded. All storm bears keep an eye on me. He was seen suddenly swooping down on a storm bear, and after a leap he shot it in the head. This ferocious scene instantly attracted everyone's attention. Seeing the tragic deaths of their kind, the already rising anger of all the storm bears intensified. There were some low-ranked tyrant bears that even gave up their original goal and turned back to look for Suyu. Enough, Suyu! Don't provoke the storm bear any further, Willow Sparrow Fairy hurriedly shouted. However, Suyu acted as if he couldn't hear it, nimbly jumping with a single leap, following the bear's paw that was slapped at him and walking onto the shoulder of a violent bear. Boom! Immediately afterward, without hesitation, he blasted the head of this tyrannical bear with a single shot. Roar! In this instant, the bear roar shook the entire secret realm. Fate minor event, all storm bears develop a moderate hatred for you. Seeing the fateful synopsis appear, Suyu added another fire without haste. Ding! Fate minor event, all storm bears develop a heavy hatred for you. Tease fate, plus 10, 000 fate points. This fire ignited all the berserk giant bears in an instant. The anger in their hearts completely covered their fear, and one by one, they roared and folded back, wanting to tear Suyu apart before giving up. How did this revision gain so many fate points? Suyu was also taken aback, but only because of this sudden large amount of fate points. A whole 10,000 points. It was more than all the destiny points he had gained in total. Seeing this, Suyu did not have any hesitation and directly invested all of this fortune into battle rage. What he faced next was a vicious battle. To survive the monsters throughout the Storm Bear Plains, he needed not only a tight plan, but also a strong enough force. Suyu did not dare to have the slightest stop and rushed straight towards the depths of the secret realm. Fate points 8000. Battle Rage LV1 raised to Battle Rage LV7. Battle Rage LV7, passive skill when you fight or receive damage. You can accumulate rage, with a total of 10 rage tiers. Each level of rage status will increase the full attributes by 20%. When the 10th rage tier is reached, your pain sensation disappears, your self-healing ability increases by 300%, and your nerve reflexes speed increases by 500%. Roar! Suyu's already dark red eyes became more and more scarlet as he unconsciously let out a low roar. Endless anger burned in his heart, like it was going to burn everything. Boo! He casually punched out, erupting endless waves of air. This terrifying punch met with the incoming bear claw and even directly sent it flying out. Rumble! The ground trembled. Debris flew and sand filled the air. 10 layers of fury, terrifying as it is. Damn it! Battle rage points are fierce when they're high, but they're just prone to losing their minds. Suyu breathed heavily and tried his best to keep his sanity. His right fist was scarred from the collision just now, but it quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiss! The eyes of the crowd watching from afar widened as a look of horror appeared on their faces. Crushing a storm bear with just his strength? Is this still a fortune teller? That's not right, is it? The city lord was also a bit confused. As far as he remembered, the main attribute of a fortune teller seemed to be intelligence. The current Suyu. He would believe him even if he said he was some hidden melee professional. As far as I know, the fortune players, being the best of the mystic line, should have multiple routes themselves. I'm afraid that Suyu has gained the abilities of other routes in his body, in addition to the skills of that lunatic Yu. Willow Sparrow Immortal was so full of thoughts that she couldn't help but somewhat regret sending him to the purgatory school. This kind of talent, even if the profession is not suitable for the Holy Spirit School, will pour out all their money to cultivate it, right? Alas. Willow Sparrow Fairy sighed softly. Now that the wood is gone, it's too late for regrets. She casually shut down Suyu's projection before unfurling her vermilion bird-feathered wings and charging towards the group of stormy bears. What are you doing, Mr. Ryu? The city lord subconsciously asked. What do you mean? Help! Willow Sparrow Fairy turned around and cursed. Do you really fucking think he can deal with tens of thousands of violent bears? The city lord froze slightly, then smiled bitterly. I must sit in the last line of defense. There is no way. Got it. I'll bring the kid out. Willow Sparrow Fairy waved her hand, her eyes deep. Brat, Dasha professionals never die from high to low. It's not your turn to be a hero. Looking at the figure that was luring tens of thousands of monsters alone, all the professionals were silent. Suyu, we'll remember you. Deep in the storm bear plains, Suyu was covered in steam. His skin was red and purple, and his entire body was like a bomb about to explode. He was holding an ink-colored box, and his spiritual energy was surging into it frantically. Suyu was overwhelmed with the desire to stop and then personally beat the stormy bears in the back to a pulp one by one. The gatekeeper pathway was nothing short of a berserker, making him incredibly belligerent as well. However, Suyu knew he couldn't stop. Once caught in the surroundings of tens of thousands of violent bears, even if one's talent was heaven-defying, one would still have to be consumed to death. 128 sword chi. Still not quite enough, Su murmured. Level 7 combat rage granted a large amount of mental energy when stacked full, but even so, there was no way for him to increase the sword chi within the Qian Kuan sword box in a short period of time. Another desperate run for some distance. Seeing the stormy bear behind him getting closer and closer, Suyu's heart was about to open the sword box. Ha, what brings you here? Just then, a low voice rang out abruptly. Immediately after, a middle-aged man with a big belly landed in front of Suyu. The man was wearing a blood-stained pink dress, which was extremely hot with a stubble-covered face. Suyu, what are you doing here? Hurry up and go. Qian Wanxian's face was unnatural and he grabbed his arm to forcefully take him away. Wait, who are you? Suyu frowned at this suspicious fellow. Me, I'm a tutor of the Purgatory Academy. But that's not important. Right now we have to run away. This secret realm. No, the entire Qingcheng can't be saved. So this place is still really what you got for the test? Suyu looked at Qian Wanxian incredulously. It was said that there were quite a few perverts in the Purgatory School. This time Suyu really believed it. Not only do you like women's clothing, but a random test is going to destroy the city? You're the one with the big face, aren't you? Do I have to make this kind of noise for a little guy like you? Qian Wanxian's face darkened, not caring if Suyu agreed or not. He pulled him and rushed outside. There's been a change in the secret realm. It's hard for me to explain the exact reason to you, but all you need to know is that it's related to the Advent. When I get out. Rumble. Right at this moment, the entire storm bear plain suddenly shook, and the earth crumbled and shook. Crap, didn't all these monsters get scared out? Why are they back? Qian Wanxian was immediately depressed and wanted to vomit blood. It would have been fine if he was in his heyday. These monsters could be swept away by any of his skills. But now, he was severely injured, and it was good enough for him to be able to exert the strength of a first turn. Suyu shrugged and didn't talk. His hand pressed against the sword case, once again ready to lift it off. My toy, where do you want to run off to? However, he was interrupted again this time. A soft girl's voice echoed in the two men's ears. He. Hearing this voice, Qian Wanxian was as if he had lost his life and collapsed on his butt, the corners of his mouth twitching, his eyes lifeless. Suyu, on the other hand, had his pupils drastically shrunk, sensing a strong sense of danger. He looked up expansively, his eyelids fluttering. The sky was dark and cloudy, obscuring the sun. A huge bear head that was 100 feet huge slowly emerged. It was pitch black, with a lightning-like white pattern imprinted on its chest, and a thunder snake roamed around its body, emitting a monstrous fury. That hideous bear face wore a chilling expression of cruelty, bloodlust, and killing. And on the shoulders of this mountain-like bear was sitting a cub. And it was from her that the words just now came out. What the hell is this? Suyu's head buzzed. He had never encountered such a huge monster at all. Even the textbooks don't say that. The sense of oppression that comes with that visual is breathtaking. What level is this thing? 200 or 300? I told you to hurry up and go? Qian Wanxian sat paralyzed and laughed bitterly. He saw the core of the problem directly when the beast tide broke out and rushed straight to the deepest part of the secret realm. ready to solve the problem at the root. Which would have thought that a level 200 mythological creature would appear in an intermediate secret realm? There, he saw the trail of the Adventist church and powerfully killed the men. However, in the end, they succeeded and awakened this mythical creature from the ancient times. Titan Bear. Chen Wanxian was slapped half dead without any resistance, and then was thrown by this Titan Bear to that little bear as a toy. Then after that, he took advantage of that big bear's inattention to escape, not expecting to be caught up again after being delayed for a while by Suyu. Of course, even without Suyu, his chances of escape were close to zero. The bear was probably just trying to enjoy the thrill of enjoying chasing his prey. Is this thing a monster that should appear in the plains of the storm bear? Suyu swallowed his saliva and looked at Qian Wanxian next to him. In this world, such a monster could actually exist. Who knows about that? Every secret realm hides secrets. Qian Wanxian sighed, not caring. Suyu continued to pursue. Then how did the Adventists find the Titan Bear and awaken it? I'm not sure, but odds are we won't have to figure that out. Chen Wanxian laid flat on the ground as if he were posing, and casually threw a small blue pill over. The bear thing likes to eat living things raw, so we'll probably go easier if we just take the poison. I don't eat it. Eat it yourself if you like. Suyu thanked him for his kindness and raised his head to lock eyes with the two titanic bears. It has teeth, and so do I. Why not ask the giant bear if he fears me? Majestic and vast pressure filled the four directions. The red light under the eyes of the upper berserk giant bear disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the fear originating from their bloodline overcame the anger in their hearts. One head of the violent bears was scared shitless and could no longer care about attacking Suyu, fleeing in all directions. Compared to that titanic bear, these former overlords of the storm bear plains looked especially ridiculous. Willow Bird Immortal waved her flame-feathered wings and quickly arrived deep into the plains of tyrannical bears, just in time to see the scene of those tyrannical bears desperately trying to escape. What is happening in the depths of the secret realm? Is that one a mountain? No. Where did the storm bear plains get mountains? Her eyes widened and her pupils constricted slightly. At the end of the line of sight, a behemoth was slowly emerging from the gray mist, just like a heavenly god approaching the world, giving people an unspeakable sense of shock. Mythical creatures, this secret realm is hiding something so dangerous. Willow Bird Immortal's beautiful eyes rounded as her face changed, and then, she suddenly saw that below that titanic bear, two figures were standing. Not good. Suyu is in danger. She hurried forward at a gallop. However, the titanic bear was seen waving its claws towards the bottom. This moment was like a heavenly fall. No! The Willow Sparrow Immortal hissed in despair, dumbfounded as she watched the devastating attack fall, and the entire space seemed to be collapsing. Then, in the midst of her eyeballs, the earth where Suyu was completely exploded and shattered, annihilating along with the surroundings. It's over. He's dead. Willow Sparrow Fairy muttered, her face full of bitterness. He's probably hopeless, but I should still be able to salvage him. Suddenly, a voice came. Willow Sparrow Fairy looked up sharply, only to see that on the shoulders of that titanic bear was sitting a cub. She had what looked like a strawberry pattern of white stripes on her chest and was covered in fluffy fur, which was quite a bit cuter than the big guy. Of course, it's a living hell when compared to a normal storm bear. At the moment, Qian Wanxian looked like a Barbie doll being played with by it with abandon, and wore a wig made of bear hair. However, Qian Wanxian's face was gradually turning black and his life breath was dissipating. Qian Wanxian, you even. A touch of bitterness spread across the corners of Willow Sparrow Fairy's mouth. Can't even he do anything but take poison to end his life? Without waiting for Willow Bird Fairy to think for long, a pair of eyes like a brilliant sun slowly moved towards her. Another toy delivered to the door. It really makes this baby happy. It somewhat disgustedly kicked away Qian Wanxian, who had grown corpse spots, and looked at Lu Bird Fairy with glowing eyes. This toy looks fragrant and soft. This baby loves it, the little bear said in a milky voice, then reached out his paw and pointed at Lu Qixin. Mom, I want that toy. In an instant, an aura of death climbed to his heart. Willow Bird Immortal's entire body sweated, and without thinking, he turned around and ran wildly. However, before he could even take a step, he only felt a terrifying heaviness descending upon him. The flame plume instantly broke, and she was directly immobilized on the ground by that pressure. In the meantime, inside the titanic bear, still underestimating this guy's speed, to think that he can't even react to fate's sense? Suyu was lying in the lake of stomach acid with a face of egg pain. He had intended to utilize the fate modification to wrestle, but he did not expect that the gap in strength was too large, and the speed of the fate perception was far lower than the speed of the Titan Bear's strikes, so much so that his fateful terrier was only triggered out after he was swallowed. Suyu had his hands resting on his head, and his body was constantly being corroded and decomposed by the stomach acid. However, due to the fact that his battle rage tears were already stacked, His powerful self-healing ability was actually equal to the speed of the corrosion, and in a short period of time, the Titan bear really didn't have the means to digest him. At this moment, Suyu was incomparably entangled in looking at this fateful terrain. Fateful events: you are attacked by a titanic bear and eaten alive after a difficult struggle. The outcome of the fateful synopsis is already predetermined. This meant that Suyu's scope of operation was extremely small and could only revolve around the results. He also thought about reversing the result by replacing the word "were" with another word, but soon he realized the problem. Even if the results could be reversed, so what? Even if he ate a titanic bear raw, he'd be straight up dead, wouldn't he? Alas. After a sigh, Suyu made a decision that went against his ancestors. Fateful events: you are attacked by a titanic bear and eaten alive after a difficult struggle. Ding! Destiny's greatest happenings: you are attacked by a titanic bear and are born after a difficult struggle. The moment the fate modification was completed, 2 lines of hot tears slid down from the corners of Suyu's eyes. His form instantly merged into the titanic bear, moving rapidly towards a certain organ in his belly. The titanic bear's belly instantly bulged as a strange sensation spread throughout his body. Immediately afterward, a familiar pain struck. What's going on? No male titanic bears have been here all these years, either? It had a few moments of doubt on its face. Was it not just diarrhea, as it thought? At that moment, just when Lu Bird Fairy was also ready to follow Qian Wanxian's example and take the poison out of her pocket. Ouch! It hurts so much. A low, hoarse female voice emanated from the titanic bear's throat. Willow Sparrow Fairy was so relieved that she hurriedly looked up. The look startled her, only to see the Titan bear covering his belly with a face full of pain. There was a constant flow of liquid from underneath it. The water broke? This titanic bear is in labor? Such a sentence floated in Willow Sparrow Fairy's mind. Although she had never given birth to a child, she still knew about mammalian creatures, and at this moment, the Titan giant bear's behavior was clearly that of giving birth to a cub. That's a large mythical creature. This creature is actually giving birth? What does that mean? That means it's highly likely that another male Titan bear exists here. She didn't even dare to imagine that a mythical creature was scary enough. Adding a male titanic bear to the mix, she simply couldn't imagine what Daxia would be plagued with. Mom, what's wrong with you? At that moment, the bear's milky cry rang out again. Filled with a strong sense of doubt, Willow Sparrow Fairy took a deep breath and tried her best to keep herself calm. Then she hurriedly and quietly slipped away while the two didn't have time to pay attention to her. She couldn't die. She had to get the heavy news out. Ouch! At this time, the mother bear once again howled in agony, her voice shaking the entire secret realm. In the end it even just collapsed. Baby, you're going to have a brother or sister soon. The titanic bear looked at the cub with a loving face and doting eyes. Brother? Sister? The bear blinked twice, seeming a little confused. At that moment, there was a muffled boo sound, and a dark figure fell out from under the mother bear, holding the placenta. Is this my brother? The bear scratched his head with his paw in some confusion, taking a look at the naked, white and naked Suyu, and looking at his own furry hair. He thought to himself, it seems like something is wrong somewhere. It should be. The titanic bear brought its head over and after carefully sizing up Suyu for a while, it slowly said, no problem. This is the cub I gave birth to. Perhaps some malnutrition as a result of sleeping too long? Hearing the Titan giant bear's words, Suyu painstakingly tore open the fetal membrane wrapped around himself and stood up and shouted, Mom! After hearing these words, the trace of doubt in the Titan bear's heart immediately dissipated. Good boy. Worthy of my titanic bear bloodline. Just born and already calling out for mom. Its eyes were filled with intense motherly love and heartache. See how hungry the kids are? It's not big and hairless. It's not a preemie, is it? Well, it's quite possible. I must have just woken up from a nap and moved the fetus, and that's what caused the premature labor. Alas, the child is suffering. The Titan bear carefully swept Suyu over and held him in his arms, fearing that he would crush him if he was not careful. And then, it stroked its chest and thought about it. Suyu so little is probably a problem to drink milk. Afterwards, it directly squeezed out some milk cupped in the palm of its hand and threw Suyu in. Goo goo. Suyu's entire body was engulfed by the bear's milk and choked on a large mouthful, hanging on for dear life. He let out a long breath, finally slowing down. The gaze that looked at the titanic bear was filled with complexity. When the two were in a hostile relationship, this titanic bear was on the verge of scaring people to death, and the sense of oppression was unparalleled. But after it treated Suyu as its son, that sense of security was equally explosive. What a mother's love! Suyu also stopped being polite and swallowed the bear's milk in a big gulp. He could feel the terrifying energy contained in the bear's milk. After this energy entered his body, it immediately surged into his limbs and bones, crazily strengthening his body. You activate the Titan bloodline and gain the skill, Savage Growth. Savage growth, passive skill, your digestive ability is strengthened at an epic level, allowing you to digest and break down anything. Hiccup, touching his bulging belly, Suyu squinted his eyes in comfort and only felt warmth all over his body. It's like he wasn't just simply born out of a titanic bear. When he was in Mama Bear's belly, there seemed to be a wonderful energy that transformed his body. After drinking bear's milk at this moment, that energy was completely activated. Click 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 click. A crunching sound like fried beans came from within Suyu's body. And then, his body began to produce a metamorphosis. His height went straight from 175 to 195, and his limbs became athletic and bulging with muscle. Instead of making him look bulky, though, these muscles had a coordinated sense of power. The power flowing within his body caused Suyu to be in high spirits. You have successfully activated the Titan bloodline. Looking at the prompt that appeared before his eyes, Suyu brightened up and unfolded it. Titan bloodline, the blood of a mythical creature from ancient times. The power of the Titans flows within you. Bloodline level, S+, activated. Lineage quality, SSS, pure blood. Bloodline source, Titan bear. Bloodline talent. 1. Beyond the limit. You can gain life energy in battle or after devouring flesh and blood. 2. Every year you grow, you will receive a life level metamorphosis. The degree of metamorphosis is determined by the life energy reserves. 2. With the Titan bloodline, you will gain powerful defense and recovery abilities. Suyu glanced at the introduction of the Titan bloodline and then looked at his battle rage, which was as high as level 7. And his heart thumped. He tapped the attribute panel furiously. Occupation, Thespian. Grade, 37. Strength, 856. Physical strength, 767. Intelligence, 273. Agility, 567. Awakening, first turn. Skills, sense of fate. Savage growth. Rhythm of life. All fall down LV4. Weapon master LV1. Battle rage LV7. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny point, 2780. Crap. 856 power? It's broken. I'm a mangina. Why am I either overly physical or bursting with strength in a profession where intelligence is the main attribute of a thespian? The Titan bloodline was a complete addition to the physical body's ability, and stacked with the significant increase in battle rage. Suyu's current melee ability was even approaching that of a third-turn melee professional. That high power value of 857 was a nightmare for any mage. Now Suyu only needed one finger to make all the mage girls scream. Not only that, the Titan bloodline also undergoes a metamorphosis every single year. After the metamorphosis, his size and strength, defense and so on would rise again. Suyu dared to say that his current attack power could definitely easily kill an ordinary second-turn professional. This was just a base bonus from a bloodline, yet it had already caused his strength to skyrocket several times. This made the mom in Suyu's mouth more and more smooth. The Titanic bear also gradually lost himself in that cry of Suyu's, immersed in the joy of being blessed with a son. Mom! Suddenly, the bear cub on Mama Bear's shoulder yelped. What's wrong? Mama Bear froze and looked sideways at Bear. Don't you think that this brother looks a lot like the human you ate before? The bear frowned and scrutinized Suyu for a moment and said. At those words, Suyu's heart jerked. Shit, this little bear doesn't look so big. Why does he have such a vicious mind? This is going to put me to death. Have you? I forgot what that human looked like. Mama Bear scratched her but in some confusion. In the same way that humans can't tell the difference between every bear, Mama Bear is somewhat faceblind to humans and thinks every human looks the same. The only distinction is the difference in clothing and such. However, Suyu had nothing on him right now, and other than his face being a bit strange unlike a bear, he was not much different from a small bear cub. No! Mama Xiong suddenly changed her face and looked at Suyu's face unusually carefully. Suyu was stared at with goosebumps all over his body. A powerful sense of oppression hit him, and he couldn't even get a word out. After a few moments, Mama Bear sidled up to Bear and said, he does have very distinctly human features. See, I told you. Bear was just excited to open his mouth when he was interrupted again by Mama Bear. But that should be normal. Mother Bear stammered, and Suyu realized with horror that he had seen a touch of petulance on its face. Immediately after, Mama Bear patted Suyu's head with a face full of love. Your father should be a human. That seems to be 1,000 years ago, when a human race came here, and he looked a lot like you. Ha! This. Suyu was filled with horror, looking at the Titanic bear that was nearly 3,000 meters and stood up to more than 5,000 meters. His heart galloped past 10,000 grass mud horses. What warrior was it that managed to capture the heart of a Titanic bear 1,000 years ago? His hardware would have to be hundreds of meters long to complete the docking, wouldn't it? When Mama Bear finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the entire scene. Baby Bear also stopped issuing questions and looked at this brother of his with a sympathetic face. It had originally been a little jealous of Suyu for parting with Mama Bear's care for itself, but now, it had some pity for Suyu itself. Not only was he a preemie, he was also a human hybrid, far inferior to himself, a pure Titan bear bloodline. Alas, let the stale past go with the wind. Mama Bear sighed. With that, it shook its body and a jade pendant fell from it. This is something the man once left behind. You can use this to find him, if he's still alive. Listening to Mama Bear's words, Suyu hesitated for a moment or picked up the jade pendant. He would like to get to know this fierce man if he had the chance. Mama Bear's eyelids drooped and a flash of exhaustion flickered under her eyes. It scratched its fingertips and sketched out a contract spell with a drop of blood. I don't have much time left to awaken, child, and it just so happens that you possess human traits in you, and I feel comfortable leaving Baby Bear in your hands. You must be careful as you move around the secret territory and watch out for those humans. Mama Bear's voice grew fainter. It placed the baby bear by Suyu's side, and that contract spell formation gradually disappeared into the two. Afterwards, it then walked towards the depths of the secret realm alone, step by step. This awakening was supposed to be an accident. It was the equivalent of being forcibly awakened from hibernation, and now it was going back to its slumber. However, due to the accidental birth of Suyu, Mama Bear also happens to let Baby Bear, a bear child, befriend Suyu. With the ally contract constraints, the contractors cannot harm each other, so that there is no fear that Suyu, who was only born, will be accidentally harmed by the baby bear. At the same time, Suyu, this child looks witty. Bao Bao Xiong can't suffer any loss by following him for sure. After doing all this, Mama Bear's figure gradually disappeared in Suyu and Baby Bear's line of sight. Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of my brother. Baby Bear slapped Suyu on the head, causing him to lose his center of gravity and almost didn't plant his head into the dirt. Fate minor event. You enter into an alliance pact with Baby Bear, glancing at the fateful terrain that popped up, and then at the lawless Baby Bear. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Allies. My name is Baby Bear, and you're so white. I'll call you Bear White. Brother, bye-bye. Where are we going to play now? Or are we hunting in the secret realm? I'm a bit hungry. Are you hungry? Baby Bear came up to Suyu and rubbed Suyu's cheeks with those pairs of furry bear paws with a wide smile. Ugh. Mom takes a long time to fall asleep every time. I can't wake up even if I scream. I'm bored out of my mind. Luckily I have you this time. Suyu reached out and touched its big head, shook his head and smiled gently. No hurry first. You said that Mom can't be woken up after slumbering, right? Of course. Or she wouldn't have only brought me out every time she woke up. Baby Bear took it for granted. The corner of Suyu's mouth lifted. Good. In the next moment, the fate modification was unleashed. Ding. Fateful minor event. You enter into an alliance favor contract with Baby Bear. Fate points plus 100. You gain an allied pet, Titan Bear, Juvenile. You. What did you do to me? Baby Bear's eyes widened and his fur exploded into a ball of fur. It only felt that the ally contract left behind by Mama Bear was being forcibly modified by an irresistible force. Its throat vibrated as it looked into the depths of the secret realm, trying to call out to its mother, but it couldn't produce half a syllable. Gradually, the eyes it looked at Suyu with became gradually softer. The mouth was reluctant, but he still shouted in a good-natured manner. Master, bye-bye. Can you change your name? Suyu's face darkened. However, watching this bear child finally behave himself, his heart was still incomparably happy. Baby Bear crossed his arms and pouted. Bye-bye, master. That's what's written in the contract. There's nothing I can do about it. Line it. Upon hearing this, the corner of Suyu's eyes twitched and he reluctantly accepted this name. An alliance pet contract was different from a simple pet contract. Although Baby Bear had become his pet, he was also unable to subjectively be malicious towards it. In other words, the idea of slaughtering and eating bear paws doesn't work. Suyu opened Baby Bear's panel. Baby Bear. Race, Titan Bear. Grade, 84. Natural skills. Earth power. Titan bears are the favorites of the earth. Fighting on the earth can greatly increase defense, attack power, and quickly recover physical energy. Titan's wrath. The Titan bear's base attributes will gradually increase in battle, up to 300%. Sky crash. The Titan bear releases all of its life energy and strikes a devastating blow. Hiss. This little thing looks cute, but it's actually level 84? Suyu's eyes slightly condensed, and many thoughts immediately rose in his heart. This was a rank equivalent to a human fourth-turn professional. Moreover, the Titan bear had a mythical creature panel, so I'm afraid that an ordinary fifth-turn professional wouldn't be able to beat it, right? That is to say, one now owns a fifth-turn beater? Won't they all be able to walk sideways from now on? The corners of Suyu's mouth rose, and he was in a good mood. Although he was forced to recognize a mother this time, he was also blessed by the misfortune. Not only did his strength increase on all fronts, but he also got a mythical pet. Suyu thought for a moment, and then led Baby Bear over to a corpse. Hey, wake up. He kicked Qian Wanxian's foot and urged. Seeing that Qian Wanxian didn't react, Suyu came to his ear, like a demon whispering, bears are carrion eaters. If you don't wake up, I'll let Baby Bear eat you. Yeah, this guy stinks. I'm not eating it. Baby Bear looked contemptuous. However, perhaps Suyu's words had worked. Qian Wanxian, who had originally all produced necrotic stiffness and had corpse spots all over his body, sat up violently. A great favor. Classmate Su, you're really a heifer eating firecrackers. Bull X exploding. Qian Wanxian turned around and bowed. In the future, we'll talk about each other. You'll call me teacher, and I'll call you righteous father. His eyes were full of tears and his words were full of sincerity. After falling into a false death, his 5 senses did not disappear. Thus, unmistakably aware of what was happening around him. In his opinion, Suyu was simply a god. After picking up being swallowed by a titanic bear surprisingly are able to reverse the death, and also turned the enemy into a friend. Recognized a 200 level mom. Even at the end, it forcibly modified the ally contract and took all the baby bears as pets. Is this a fucking human thing to do? It's not even if the great summer war god comes. Suyu rolled his eyes. Don't bullshit. Tell me what you know. What exactly happened in this secret realm? Qian Wanxian looked at Baby Bear with a touch of hesitation in his eyes. Don't worry. There are contractual restrictions. It can't hear what it shouldn't. Well, so much for that. Suyu listened carefully as Qian Wanxian recounted his experience after entering the secret realm. A moment later, his eyes chilled slightly. Another handful from Advent. These softies know a lot of tricks, but they use them on their own people. If he hadn't utilized the fate modification to break the game, I'm afraid that Xia would have hemorrhaged money this time around. Right? Although the Titan Bears had no intention of coming out of the secret realm, those monsters would definitely rush into the city and wreak havoc. Right. Suyu had a flash of light in his mind, and then he gazed at Baby Bear, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. Almost forgot there were tens of thousands of monsters in the secret realm. These are the riches left behind by my cheap mother. Thinking of this, Suyu decisively turned around. Baby Bear, let's go. Your allied pet, Baby Bear LV84, killed Berserk Bear LV45. You gained experience value of 9,640. Your allied pet, Baby Bear LV84, killed Berserk Bear LV72. You gained experience value of 35,440. Your level has increased, current level LV38. On the Storm Bear Plains, Suyu took Baby Bear and started killing big time. Under the pressure of Baby Bear and Suyu's Titan bloodline, those berserk giant bears were like toothless tigers, shivering as soon as they approached, not daring to resist at all. Ola! Baby Bear swung his claws, and with a casual slap, he was able to slap a berserk giant bear into a meat cake, which was simply ferocious to the extreme. Ola! 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 The baby bear was incredibly excited, roaring out continuously, and every time it struck, a berserk giant bear was slapped to death by it. Suyu, on the other hand, after striking out a few times and realizing that his efficiency was far less than that of Baby Bear, he gave up on doing it himself and chose to sit on the sidelines and enjoy it. His experience bar was rising madly, and he was soon up another level. Your level has increased, current level LV39, only one level short. Suyu would be able to fulfill the conditions for a second career awakening. Mr. Qian, why are you still wearing this dress? Suyu glimpsed Qian Wanxian following him, but his current image made Suyu feel very hot. He's obviously a bearded older man, but he's also wearing a bear hair wig and a long pink dress. Isn't that pure and simple perversion? Hey! Qian Wanxian didn't seem to care and said quietly after approaching Suyu, you do not look at this dress as inconspicuous. This thing is a diamond level equipment, and these bear hair, that is the hair of the Titan bear take to sell at least worth this number. He spread his 5 fingers wide with a look of wealth, took the gown off and examined it for a few moments before putting it away. Suyu had a look of contempt on his face, while he said expressionlessly afterward, share half of it with me, or I'll have Baby Bear wear it for you again in front of everyone. You! Qian Wanxian's mouthful of old blood rushed up to his throat. However, after weighing it again and again, he reluctantly agreed to Suyu's request. With a bitter face, he took a bank card from his arms and handed it to Suyu. Then he watched the ferocious Baby Bear from a distance and winced. And then, with a slap of his head, he took out a crumpled piece of paper from his bosom and shoved it to Suyu after writing and drawing. This is your acceptance letter. Remember to report to the academy in half a month. I still have to report the situation here, so I'll go first. As the words fell, he hurriedly launched his skills, fearing that he would be blackmailed by Suyu again if he ran late. Suyu took the notice and casually scanned it before tucking it away, the corner of his mouth hooking into a smile. He was just about to bring Baby Bear to a different place to continue brushing the monsters, when suddenly his mind shook and he violently turned his head towards Baby Bear, who, at the moment, the baby bear looked ferocious, and his fur was dyed red with blood. Apparently it's killing the head. With that hiss of its resounded through the Storm Bear Plains. The monsters on the entire Storm Bear Plains were actually madly rushing towards this place. Their faces were filled with fear and despair, completely propelled by force. Suyu narrowed his eyes and looked at the feet of all those monsters, muttering under his breath, "Is this the Earth's favorite?" In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of monsters in the entire secret realm were forcefully dragged over by Baby Bear. And then, it rapidly expanded in size. 10 meters, 20 meters, 40 meters. It didn't stop changing until it stood up to a height of 200 meters. And its huge body exuded an appalling aura. Roar! It roared at those monsters in front of it. And immediately, countless monsters fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Their bodies were unable to withstand this massive pressure. And their skin cracked and their 7 orifices bled. Destroy! Baby Bear bared his teeth and slammed the ground with a full force blow. Rumble! In an instant, the entire sky was instantly darkened. Black clouds rolled over, and a huge claw surfaced in the sky, blocking out the sunlight. Under the gaze of many eyes, he fell down hard on top of the plains. In an instant, the plains collapsed and smoke rose in all directions, as if the end of the world had come. Inside that abyssal deep pit, there were tens of thousands of monster corpses lying densely packed. Your allied pet, Baby Bear LV-84, killed Storm Bear King LV-80. You gained experience value of 99,640. Your allied pet, Baby Bear LV-84, killed Storm Bear King LV-80. You gained experience value 95,440. Your allied pet, Baby Bear LV-84, killed Moon Shadow Wolf King LV-65. You gained experience value of 49,640. Your allied pet, Baby Bear LV-84, killed Berserk Bear LV-72. You gained experience value of 35,440. Fogweed, Baby Bear's so mean? In an instant, Suyu's eyes were directly screened by densely packed message alerts. Your allied pet, Baby Bear, has leveled up. Current level LV-86. Your level has increased. Current level LV-40. The two leveling tips that appeared in it seemed so trivial in comparison. It's full. It's overflowing. Suyu was practically laughing his ass off. Although the level was temporarily stuck at level 40 due to the lack of career awakening, he only needed to complete his career awakening within 3 days. Then not a single point of these experience values would be wasted, and would instantly allow his level to insanely rise after the awakening was completed. White Master, Baby Bear is sleepy. It wasn't long before Baby Bear's voice came from the middle of that deep pit. Suyu walked over and caught the fluttering Baby Bear with one hand. At the moment, it was much smaller in size, and its sleepy eyes looked like a small bear doll. And look at that deep pit. Tens of thousands of those monster corpses had disappeared, leaving only white bones. You ate them all? Suyu's pupils shrunk slightly. Baby Bear. Sleepy. Baby Bear closed his eyes and soon fell asleep in Suyu's arms. It didn't answer, but that bloody aura emanating from its body said it all. At this moment, Suyu's understanding of the words mythical creatures deepened a lot. Baby Bear's personality is that of a mischievous bear child, and he usually looks harmless, but once he fights he is a complete tyrant. Suyu shook his head slightly and found a piece of cloth to tie the baby bear to his back. And then, he walked to the edge of that deep pit and slid all the way down the slope. Baby Bear shot no light and heavy. Tens of thousands of monsters at least burst a few thousand pieces of equipment. The result is almost all buried in that claw. However, the equipment that survived from it was superb. Suyu's 2 eyes were glowing as he rushed straight towards one of the pieces. The glistening green light clearly showed that this was an emerald-grade equipment. In the meantime, while Suyu was happily picking up his equipment, several thousand pairs of eyes also watched the scene unfold through the projection of the monitoring device. How the hell did this guy do that? The lord of the city was puzzled. Suyu was actually able to command that titan bear to attack the other monsters in the secret realm? Could it be that he still has the sentinel beast ability in that pathway? Being young is different. He shook his head slightly, sighing a little. Indeed, that's what my sister-in-law says. The staff officer subconsciously picked up on that. What did you say? Nothing. You misheard me. The city lord glanced deeply at the staff officer, and then had the medals as well as the banners prepared, ready to receive Suyu at the exit of the secret realm. Storm Bear set, Emerald grade. Rating, 55. Type, top plus bottom. Attributes, plus 300% defense, plus 80% movement speed, 40% increase in stamina. Durability, 500/500. Talent, Sturdy LV6, when worn. Physical damage taken is reduced by 50%. Resistance LV6, when worn, magic damage taken is reduced by 50%. Skills, Storm Bear Roar. Use Storm Bear Roar to attack all surrounding enemies, causing a fear effect with a 3-minute cooldown. Storm Bear Trample. Trample the earth, inflicting ranged damage with a stun effect. The higher the user's strength, the higher the Storm Bear Trample damage. Cooldown 3 minutes. Is there actually a kit like this? Suyu looked at the holster like Storm Bear set in his hand and sked. This thing was a furry doll from the looks of it, but it actually had perverted attributes and belonged to a warrior or shield mountain artifact. Suyu put it away and put it in the middle of a gold-level storage bag that he got from touching the corpse. Maybe you can put on the Stormy Bear suit afterward and put on a double bear fight with Baby Bear? It didn't take long for Suyu to discover another extreme emerald grade equipment. Wings of the Sky, Emerald. Grade, 58. Type, Boots. Attribute, Agility plus 30%. Durability, 200/200. Talent, Sentry Air LV5. When worn, your movement speed increases by 10% and you gain the ability to fly. Suyu walked down in a circle, and his gold-level storage bag was stuffed to the brim. There were a total of 7 pieces of emerald-grade equipment, and 5 pieces of platinum-grade equipment survived. On top of that, he had picked up 2 platinum-level skill books. Suyu briefly estimated that if these things were converted into money, there were tens of billions of dollars. Of course, these goodies are usually bartered in the marketplace, and no one is foolish enough to take huge sums of money. They all spend all the resources they can to strengthen themselves. After turning around 2 more times to make sure that there were no fish that had missed the net, Suyu took that level 40 Moonshadow cloak out of his bag and draped it over his body. Then he turned into a residual shadow and ran towards the exit of the secret realm. All that was on his mind at the moment was the second career awakening. Those accumulated experience values were afraid that they could push themselves to level 60 the moment they succeeded in awakening. In this way, these powerful equipment themselves are not just to be watched. It was Suyu who dissolved this disaster? At the exit of the secret realm, Willowbird Immortal had an unbelievable face. She was followed by a group of Night's Watch boundary makers with a disposable diamond bureau prop, all planning to just die to permanently close the secret realm of Storm Bear Plains. As a result, he had just stepped into the secret realm with a face of death, only to see the city lord organizing people to pull banners. There were even 2 rows of beautiful women in black silk standing on either side of the secret area, each holding baskets filled with flowers and champagne. Willow Sparrow Fairy was instantly confused. Moreover, what shocked Willowbird Fairy the most was not the fact that the other monsters of the Storm Bear Plains were taken care of, but how exactly did Suyu survive from those 2 titanic bears? In the city lord's description, that one of the Titan bear cubs was even driven by Suyu, suspected to have been taken as a battle pet? What's going on here? Did Suyu sell his beauty to become that bear's stepfather? The rest of the professionals were also confused as to why the battle situation had transformed so quickly. What was clearly a city-destroying catastrophe had ended up being dissolved by a first-turn professional just like that. Still, it always turns out well. No matter black cat or white cat, catching a mouse is a good cat. Even though Suyu's profession had caused panic, now, he was a hero who had saved a city. Soon, a figure came before the crowd in the midst of all the attention. The figure was tall, with a silver-white cloak flooded with moonlight, giving off a mysterious aura. Suyu's expression was a little wary and did not step forward at first. What are you doing? Of course you're welcome, big hero. Willow Sparrow Fairy teased a bit. The group of female professionals in black silk then came forward to swarm him forward. Hey, sticking too close. Is it okay to foul someone with the ball? Suyu frowned, uncomfortable with this kind of scene. Classmate Su, you're back. The city lord greeted warmly, and at the same time, arched his hand towards Suyu. Thank you for your contribution to Qingcheng. Without you, I'm afraid Qingcheng would have been in danger today. For this, the city hall intends to honor you with the Order of the First Degree. After saying that, the city lord smiled and pinned a medal on Suyu's shoulder. Willow Sparrow Fairy also came over and whispered, I've taken on a quest for you on the Night's Watch side. A total of 50,000 merit badges, so you can take the time to exchange it for some resources. By the way, you're now a level 1 Nightwalker, but you can't update your privileges until you enter the guild. Willow Sparrow Fairy said with some envy. Even she, who had been in the Night Watchman's Guild for more than a decade, was only a level 2 Nightwalker. This guy, Suyu, is really good at creating miracles. Suyu was puzzled. How do you guys know that I did it? Everywhere in the secret realm is equipped with monitoring devices, and almost all of the rest of the place can be probed except for the core area, which is not. At those words, Suyu tightened the bag behind his back. These people aren't going to see an image of themselves recognizing a bear mom, are they? However, Suyu was quickly relieved. It looks like these city lords just know they can drive Baby Bear? But you don't have to worry. As long as you can control that titanic bear and keep it from being a threat to Dasha, no one will have a problem with it. The city lord smiled. By the way, this time, You have a huge amount of credit, so you can make a request to the city lord's office. Upon hearing this, the surrounding occupiers cast envious gazes at Suyu. The Vigilant Guild was more like a state enterprise, while the city lord's mansion was the real official power. If Suyu wanted to take the career path, this heavenly credit was enough to make him jump a few levels in a row. Requirements? Suyu thought for a moment, then said, then give me 1 or 2 pieces of mythic equipment. Can change it? The city lord's smile froze on his face. Mythical equipment? This guy is really daring too. That thing the whole of Dasha cannot get together enough 2 pieces or 2 words. That is a real state-suppressing weapon. Epic equipment? No. Legends are always okay, right? The city lord took a deep breath and interrupted the words Suyu was still trying to say. At most, I'll request a diamond equipment for you, but only if your level is up. All right. Suyu nodded. A diamond equipment was not bad. It was better than nothing. I'm kinda in a hurry. I'll leave if it's okay? Suyu said and prepared to leave. Wait. Willow Bird Immortal hurriedly called out to Suyu, and after hesitating for a moment, she suddenly asked, Suyu, can I ask what happened after you encountered those 2 titanic bears at that time? And where is that other one? Well, you can ask Qian Wanxian about the first one. He knows all about it. And the second one? Suyu pointed to the depths of the secret realm. Hiss, you mean? Suyu smiled and nodded. Instantly, both the Willow Bird Immortal and the city lord's faces changed. They had thought that the adult titan bear should have left, but they didn't realize that it was actually still in the Storm Bear Plains. A guy of that caliber could wipe out a city with a casual flip, right? You guys don't have to worry about that though. Mom closed off the Storm Bear Plains right away to keep people out, and you'll be fine. It has problems with its own state and is still in a deep sleep, only to be temporarily awakened by the descent. Hearing Suyu's words, the 2 of them were then slightly relieved. Immediately afterward, under the city lord's arrangement, the professionals evacuated out of the secret realm in an orderly manner. And then, Willow Bird Fairy took out that disposable diamond equipment, completely blocking the entrance to the Storm Bear Plains. Willow Bird Immortal chatted with Suyu for a few moments before rushing back to interrogate Li Xianshan by grabbing the city lord. They thought that Advent must not have stopped that simply, and they feared that this one was just an appetizer. Suyu, on the other hand, came to the Awakening Divine Hall without stopping. However, before he could enter the Hall of Awakening, a man with a large back erected stood in front of him. Suyu, right? Are you interested in having a chat? I'm not available right now. Some other time. Without thinking, Suyu made a perfunctory remark and then intended to bypass the other party to enter the Awakening Divine Hall. But the man clearly had no intention of giving up. Do you really think you can subdue a titanic bear with some tricks? That's a mythical creature. Aren't you afraid to die? What are you? Suyu frowned. Oh, didn't you already guess? The man sneered. Adventists? Quite bold. Suyu narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at the back-headed man. This guy's guts weren't ordinary, and he dared to appear at the entrance of the Awakening God's Temple in an open and honorable manner. Why do you think the Advent Society is an 8th-level guild? The man with the back of his head laughed, then took out a crystal ball from his arms. I'll give you a chance. Join the Advent or die. After saying that, he pressed his palm on top of the crystal ball. Only hearing a bang, Suyu's eyes suddenly blinked before him. Fate Medium Event, you are locked in a high curse. Curse? Suyu did not rush to make fate modifications. But, boom! Suyu fiercely threw out a punch, but the blow went straight through the back-headed man's body, shattering the huge stone pillar behind him. Young man's fire is quite strong. It seems you've decided to go against us? The back-headed man sneered, glancing sideways at the destruction that Suyu had wrought, and the corner of his eye twitched. Is this guy really a fortune teller like Aftermath? It's not one of those melee avenues like Nanten, is it? But it doesn't even matter. Since you've made your choice, go to hell. I thought you were close to the Titanic bears and would be on our side, but I didn't expect it. As the words fell, the back-headed man pressed his hands violently on the crystal ball, and a wisp of ghostly light immediately rose up to the sky, coming towards Suyu. Suyu's face did not change as he carefully observed the back-headed man. It's not a solid body. Is this some sort of projected remote attack method? No wonder you dared to appear before me. Very clever, but too late. In the next instant, the ghostly light completely wrapped Suyu. Fate Medium Event, Lin Tai has used the High Curse lifespan replacement on you, and your lifespan will be reduced by 10 years every second until you die. Glancing at the Destiny synopsis, Suyu completed the Destiny modification without even thinking about it. Ding! Fate Medium Event, Lin Tai has used the High Curse lifespan replacement on you, and your lifespan will increase in increments of 10 years per second, lasting until death. Good lord! Someone else came to get killed? After the revisions were completed, Suyu wrapped his arms around himself and stared at Lin Tai with a look of nobility. Let's hope this guy can sustain the curse for a little longer. What? Accept your fate? Looking at the motionless Suyu, Lin Tai sneered and laughed. His body trembled with excitement at the thought that a supreme genius like Suyu would be strangled by himself. This was a demon that could grow into a top powerhouse or even a sealed king, if he was allowed to live. Who knew how far he would develop in the future? Not to mention he's suspected of having taken in a titanic bear. Being able to personally snuff out this kind of existence with unlimited potential would elevate one's status in the Advent Society, right? However, the next moment, Lin Tai's face changed wildly, because he realized that even though Suyu was locked by the curse was proceeding normally. But why didn't any changes appear in him? Is it even getting better? It can't be that the curse is in trouble, can it? That's a high curse. Each second will cost 1 year of your own life and replace 10 years of your opponent's life. Could it be that this kid has a lifespan of several thousand years? 10 seconds. 30 seconds. How come you have such a long fucking life? It was not until 60 seconds had passed that Lin Tai was finally unable to hold back. His hair had turned pale and age spots were appearing on his face. His hand pressed desperately on the crystal ball, trying to terminate the life replacement. However, like he said, it was a high curse, so how could it be terminated so easily? Finally, after another 10 seconds, Lin Tai completely transformed into a dry corpse, and his projection disappeared. Why didn't the Advent Society, who willingly served as a son to the secret monsters, just kneel down and kowtow when they saw you? Suyu spat out as he looked sideways at Baby Bear, and then, he edited his encounter into a message and sent it to Willowbird Fairy. Ugh, 900 more years of life expectancy just by standing still. Where can I find such a good thing? Suyu was practically laughing his ass off. With that, he quickly stepped inside the Awakening Divine Hall. After walking into the depths of the Awakening Hall without any hindrance, Suyu as usual stroked his hands on the goddess statue's twin peaks and prepared to receive the second turn quest. In the next moment, the goddess statue flashed with a flash of arcane light. Without waiting for the second turn quest to appear, a fateful synopsis was brushed in Suyu's face. Fate minor event, you have been noticed by the goddess. You have been blessed by the goddess, and your luck value is +1. Suyu's heartbeat accelerated slightly. Goddess blessing? In that instant just now, he clearly perceived a gaze sweeping over his body, lingering on Baby Bear for a moment before disappearing again. With that, a ray of golden light merged into his body. Suyu silently took his hand off the goddess statue. Before, he had thought that this kind of statue was just some kind of prop, but he hadn't realized that there really was such a thing as a goddess in the world. However, Suyu thought for a second, even if you're a goddess, you still have to pull the wool over your eyes. Well, can numbers only be replaced with digits, not with Chinese characters or symbols? Suyu skimmed his lips. He still wanted to try to see if he could change it to +infinity, or +billion lucky points. But, if it really worked, maybe that goddess would just come over and hack herself to death? In the next moment, the fate modification was unleashed. Ding! Fate minor event, you have been noticed by the goddess. You have been blessed by the goddess, and your luck value is +9. Instantly, the golden awnings that were wrapped around Suyu's body instantly increased by 8 more. Luck is something that usually doesn't look like much, but can often play an unexpected role at critical moments. After reaping the blessings of the goddess, the light that bloomed on the statue of the goddess changed another color. Detected that the professional meets the conditions for the second awakening. Start drawing awakening quests. Awakening mission in the extraction. Awakening quest, the Lotus of Death. Mission difficulty, 5 stars. Introduction, the whispers of the dead are guiding your path, and the fallen leaves of corruption will be the sustenance of new life. Please go to Strange Talk Town and kill the skeleton dead to get the death crystals. Conditions for awakening, death crystals 0/1. Fate points 1000/1000. Time limit for the mission, 48 hours. If the time limit is exceeded, the mission will fail and you will be permanently disqualified from obtaining a second professional awakening. Only 5 stars? Suyu frowned. Compared to the first awakening mission, this was a little too simple, right? Strange Talk Town, a secret realm he knew, was in the middle of a mass grave not far outside of Qingcheng. It was a mid-level secret realm that was slightly higher in rank than the Storm Bear Plains, and most of the monsters in it came from all sorts of horrific urban legends. Most of the monsters in the secret world are some kind of crackpot lady, pen fairy, flower child in the toilet, 8-foot lady, or something like that. It's not easy, but it's not hard either. After walking out of the Temple of Awakening, Suyu turned a few corners to the Vigilante branch. As soon as he stepped into the guild hall, he felt a lightness in his body, and his already extremely high basic attributes were once again increased. Occupation, Thespian. Grade, 40. Strength, 1008. Physical strength, 952. Intelligence, 436. Agility, 785. Awakening, first turn. Skills, sense of fate. Savage growth. Rhythm of life. All fall down LV4. Weapon master LV1. Battle rage LV7. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny point, 4650. The power broke 1,000? Suyu clenched his fists and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The next moment, a deafening guild announcement resounded throughout the guild building. Guild announcement, congratulations to Dad for successfully unlocking level 4 access and becoming a level 1 Nightwalker. At the sound, all the night watchmen in the hall stopped moving and looked at the door. Sure enough, it was this guy Suyu who had returned. It's just him. No one else would have had the courage to come up with such a code name. However, the eyes of everyone present looking at Suyu were somewhat complicated. It was clear that he had only been a member for a short while, but as a result, his privileges had risen again and again, and in just a few days, he had accomplished achievements that other people would not necessarily be able to accomplish in a decade or so. This is a demon, and God knows what other accomplishments he can obtain in the future. The minister of the Vigilante Division also cast an appreciative glance at Suyu. However, he heard that Suyu didn't like to socialize, so he didn't go up and climb into the conversation. Just in his heart, he silently put a fork in his heart for the guy who had provoked Suyu before. After Suyu entered the guild hall, he followed the road sign guidance and made his way to the contribution exchange office. He has a huge amount of money in his hands right now, and he's not spending it. Hello, what do I need to exchange? An imperial lady in a uniform of white silk greeted sweetly. I've heard that it's possible to order equipment with guild contributions? Suyu asked. Yes. The uniformed imperial lady handed a form to Suyu. There are various weapon types at the top of the form, and you can fill in the requirements in the space below. Suyu took it and started writing and drawing on it. As he leveled up, his silver-grade shotgun and bronze sandhawk had become somewhat inadequate. If the power is so low that it can't even cause a superficial wound, then it's extremely difficult to trigger out of his faithful Terpsichorean. Although his own melee combat ability was already extremely powerful, Suyu still decided to customize a set of firearms just in case. The set of emerald-grade firearms you require consists of a pistol, shotgun, and sniper rifle, and requires a total of 30,000 guild contributions. It will take 3 days to customize the weapon. Leave a phone number and I will contact you in 3 days. The uniformed royalty said thoughtfully. Well, there are still 10,000 guild contributions. Help me exchange them into elemental bullets. Bullets with special effects, come on some, Suyu said after thinking about it. With that, he left his number and walked out of the vigilante branch. Goo goo, coming outside, Suyu touched his stomach. He didn't feel it just now, but after leaving the secret realm that hunger became more and more obvious. After obtaining the Titan bloodline, his body was a lot stronger, but the consumption was also exceptionally terrifying. The soldier's food pills in his pocket had all been consumed long ago. Without much thought, Suyu quickly walked to an upscale restaurant. After entering the door, he directly slapped the bank card given by Qian Wanqian on the table. 3 hours later, with 20 cooks' faces full of kidney loss, he walked out satisfied. Consuming large amounts of monster meat seemed to be quite beneficial to the growth of the Titan bloodline. Bang bang, bang bang. Suyu's powerful heartbeat was like a big drum, shaking the girls in Chun Man Lu on the side. Little master, come up and play. Nah, I'm allergic to glue. Come to the city gates. Originally there was some red tape to get out of town and then a week's wait for clearance. However, when Suyu casually took out the medal given by the city lord from his clothes pocket, that guard officer immediately chose to release him. Looking at Suyu's distant back, this officer silently saluted. It was the first time he had ever seen a living person get a first-class merit badge. After walking out of the city gates, a desolate and dilapidated feeling filled the eyes. The smell of rotting meat and the faint odor of blood hit Suyu, causing him to fight back. The dangers outside the city were no less than in the secret realm, and if one was unlucky, one could even run into some hundreds of level monsters. However, Suyu felt that with his lucky value he was afraid that he would not be that unlucky. Pop! Baby Bear was wrestled to the ground by Suyu. Get up! Haven't you slept enough? Suyu patted its bare face. Although he had eaten and drank enough, the guy still stayed on the ground, unwilling to get up. Ow! Baby Bear grunted in aggravation for a couple of moments, then continued to lie on the ground pretending to be dead. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. He's been carrying this guy all the way. Who's pet? Anyway, if you don't get up, I'm going to send you back to bed with your mom. At that, Baby Bear winced and sat up sharply. Master bye-bye. Are you really cruel to abandon Baby Bear? Baby Bear's heart hurts. Don't bullshit. Suyu rolled his eyes and slapped it on the ass. Hurry up. Ow. Baby Bear wagged his tail and gradually became huge in size. Suyu climbed onto its back and pointed in a direction. Baby Bear nodded and breathed heavily. Is this the outside air? Full of the flavor of freedom. Much better than that little secret place. It then unfolded its extreme speed and sped through the wilderness as if it were flying. Ola, baby bear strikes. In an instant, the howling wind blew Suyu's hair upside down. On the wilderness, some monsters and scavengers were originally interested in Suyu, but the moment they saw Baby Bear, they lost all thoughts. Half an hour later, the dusty man and bear finally arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Suyu got off of Baby Bear. Looking at the entrance to the secret realm that was like a ghostly face, he stepped forward without hesitation. However, the normally lawless Baby Bear was standing still at the moment, his legs trembling a little. Ha, Suyu looked back. I'm scared. Baby Bear's fur exploded. Cut the crap. You're a fucking 20-ton titan bear and you're still afraid of ghosts? There's not going to be zombies around here. Are there? Baby Bear looked grave. It once picked up a projector on the Storm Bear Plains, along with a whole 300 zombie movies. Therefore, it is extremely scrupulous about such places with deep chi. After taking 2 deep breaths, it was only then that he slightly gathered the courage to follow behind Suyu. Only, it had a bit of an odd stride and 3 sticks of incense on the back of its neck. Where did you learn this Big Dipper step? And where did this incense come from? Suyu said with a black face. This guy is simply strange. I taught myself. Why? Baby Bear was puzzled. Isn't this for warding off evil spirits? Suyu was speechless for a while. Forget it. Anyway, no matter what, this bear thing is also a slap in the face of a ghost. Love it. The two walked into the secret realm, and what greeted them were endless dead bones, as if hundreds of millions of living beings had been buried here. Strange Talk Town was said to be a small town, but its area was incomparably huge, no less than the Storm Bear Plains. However, Suyu soon discovered a strange point. There were quite a few professionals here, but most of them were first or second turn, and it was extremely rare to see higher-ranked existences. And they were all gathered around the exit of the secret realm, with signs hanging from their chests. Little brother, need a guide? Good price. Comes with tons of monster intel. Seeing Suyu's arrival, a group of people gathered around. Suyu was not surprised. He stopped by the vigilante branch to look up information on the town of Weird Tales. The monsters here were different from the other secret realms, carrying some weird attack patterns of their own, extremely difficult to deal with, and needed to follow a specific attack method in order to deal with them. I'm going to the core deadlands to hunt the skeleton undead. Which one of you can lead the way? Suyu inquired. He was aiming for the second awakening and didn't have the time to bother with the other little monsters, so he came up and went straight to the point. The skeletal dead? Why do you want to kill it? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Suyu with a puzzled expression. Although that big guy was strong, it was extremely special, and had never killed a single human professional in decades from start to finish. The biggest problem with finding the skeleton dead man wasn't killing each other. It was the fact that the core area where the creature was located was too dangerous. The crowd only thought that this was a rash person, and they persuaded, the core area is too risky. You might lose your life. Yeah, there are too many weird restrictions in the core area. Even a small team of third-turn professionals would have trouble breaking through to get in. And you're just one person, with an epileptic bear, the excessively young Suyu in front of him, and the baby bear who was wearing the sun incense and treading a strange pace. These guides are how to look at how to feel unreliable. Double the commission. No takers even. Suyu ignored the skepticism and repeated what he had just said, looking at Suyu's resolute attitude, plus the 5 stars above his head. Everyone present also understood his purpose. Looks like an awakening quest requirement? Ahem. I'm just afraid that I don't have the money to spend. A man smiled sarcastically. Good. Suyu arched his hand. In that case, it was not to be forced, and he was prepared to go in search of the skeletal dead himself. Little brother. Wait a minute. Did you just say extra money? A ragged old man hurriedly called out to him, revealing joy. I'll take it. Old Lee too. I think you've really lived long enough. Seeing this, the guides on the side took a few steps back and looked at him with the eyes of a dead man. Suyu looked back at Old Lee too and casually threw away a gold wrist guard. Is it enough? I'm in a hurry. Old Lee's head lit up with excitement. Enough is enough. I've been working as a guide in this secret realm for 30 years. I guarantee your satisfaction. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes carried a few moments of nostalgia. In his last life he had also done some guiding. Weird Tales Town is divided into an outer perimeter, an inner perimeter, and a core area. But the monsters here aren't like other secret realms. Regardless of the inner or outer perimeter, the strength of the monsters is randomized. It's because of this that this secret realm has spawned professions like ours. Old Lee too walked beside Suyu and explained the situation in the secret realm to him. The monsters in the town are few and far between, and all of them are the best monsters of the same level. Few professionals choose to come here to practice leveling, and most of them are looking for some materials or awakening tasks. At the moment, they were traveling down a ragged concrete road. The surrounding area was filled with dilapidated short buildings and was extremely eerie. This, Bear brother? Oldly Two looked at Baby Bear a little hesitantly, wanting to say something. These props of yours won't work here, he said, pointing to the cross hanging on Baby Bear's chest, and the talisman affixed to his forehead, and the mahogany sword, the 5 emperor's coins, the Bible, and other strange objects hanging at his waist. I know, Baby Bear didn't mind, but they give me peace of mind. Isn't it true that if you believe, you don't believe? Oldly Head choked, looked at Suyu and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Your pet is really special. Suyu nodded. Oldly Two was right. Baby Bear was indeed the most special category amongst all the secret realm monsters. Cluck cluck cluck. Just then, an overcast wind blew. Do you guys think I'm beautiful? Accompanied by the sound of bone knuckles crisscrossing, a slender figure wearing a mask appeared in front of several people. Seeing this monster, Oldly Two's pupils shrunk and his mouth quickly said, Slit woman, level 60 to 75 monster. Special law is to ask questions to people. When the question is asked, it is immune to any attack. You must attack it before the question is asked in order to do so. He hastily closed his eyes and pulled Suyu's coat. Now it has asked questions and locked us in. But the solution is simple. We just need to go around with our eyes closed. After Oldly Two finished speaking, he wanted to pull Suyu away. However, when he pulled, Suyu did not move. Maybe there's a better way. Suyu squinted his eyes at the fateful terrain that surfaced in front of him. Fateful little event. You meet the crackerjack lady blocking the road. After thinking for a moment, Suyu had a decision. Ding! Fateful little event. You meet the crack woman fixing the road. Fate points plus 20. Oldly Two immediately became anxious when he saw Suyu not moving. Hurry up! It's too late if you don't leave. He panicked a little bit. The rift woman blocking the road had to quickly utilize that way to get around, or else just closing his eyes wouldn't work. The rest of the guides watched the scene from afar and shook their heads. The one thing they hate is guys who hire a guide and like to make a fool of themselves. Oh, I'm afraid Oldly Two is in for a hard time. Something's not right. Why did the cleft woman leave on her own? Abruptly, someone exclaimed. What? When the crowd heard this, they all raised their heads to look at the departing back of the cleft woman with a stunned expression. She actually left on her own. This is illogical. Die. Not only that, but the cleft woman also carried a bag of cement, and while laughing maniacally, she mixed the concrete according to the proportion and filled in the place where the road was broken. Crap, what's it doing? Building a road? A few of the guides looked at each other with expressions of having seen a ghost. Oldly Two's jaw was wide open as he looked at the cracked woman and then Suyu, and a thought surfaced in his mind. Could this be his handiwork? With such bizarre tactics, what exactly is his profession? Mystic ghost manipulator? Without explaining anything, Suyu casually pulled out Thorn Rose and gave himself a slash. Destiny modification unleashed. Fate points plus 15. Rage level plus 1. A flash of demonic red flashed from the bottom of his eyes. Are all the destiny points going to be more after the strength increase? Suyu muttered. It's only 5 more fate points, but it's a lot of money in the long run. With that, he continued on down this concrete path. Along the way, from time to time, crack women came out to stop the road, but all of them were transformed into road repair armies under Suyu's operation. By the time they reached the end of the road, the whole 30 or so rift women had become an engineering squad, repairing the otherwise dilapidated concrete road, even widening it a bit to make it more spacious and smooth. Go for it, Baby Bear. Suyu nudged at Baby Bear and said, now it's time for you to play. Yes, Baby Bear's face was full of concentration. And then, it picked up an air-dried gecko from somewhere and danced a weird pace while chanting incantation like, Demons and monsters leave. Demons and monsters leave. I fucking told you to take a shot at the monster. What are you doing? Suyu blackened his face and walked up to slap it on its butt. Even if you roar twice, it works better than this. Old Lee screwed his thighs together and forced himself not to laugh out loud. It was obviously too hard, though, and he thought about all the sad things in his life, but he still couldn't suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. Really? I see that's how they exorcise ghosts on the movies. Baby Bear had a resigned look on his face. With that, it removed the talisman stuck to its forehead, and with a few tender moments, opened its mouth towards the street. Ola! In an instant, a majestic pressure descended. Put, poof, poof. In an instant, except for a few people, almost everyone fell to their knees. Oldly Two screamed miserably and slammed his knees into the ground, the choking sensation making him almost faint. This might is too powerful. It was as if the might of heaven had descended, making him unable to muster the slightest bit of resistance. This is the pressure of a legendary creature? No. Myth? He looked at Baby Bear in immense horror. This somewhat comical-looking bear is a mythical creature? Your allied pet kills Riftwoman LV62. You gain experience value 43960. Your allied pet kills Riftwoman LV71. You gain experience value 65907. Your allied pet kills Riftwoman LV61. You gain experience value 42907. Okay, that's fine. Suyu patted Baby Bear and nodded in satisfaction. So these ghosts aren't as scary as they look? Baby Bear seemed to be getting his confidence back, and directly ripped off those strange exorcism props from his body. And then, it rushed to the place where those rift women died with light in both eyes, and picked up all those things that popped out. With this battle cry, Baby Bear filled Suyu's experience pool to the brim again. Now, Suyu could be certain that as long as he completed the second turn, his level would definitely soar straight to the sky. Master bye-bye. Look what I found. Baby Bear's paws were holding a few round, blackish spheres that were happily walking towards Suyu. Deadly breath pearls, platinum grade. Introduction, beads containing dead energy that can be used to build equipment. Oldly 2 gave Baby Bear a glance full of scorn and then explained to Suyu. This is a specialty of Weird Tales Town. A platinum grade death air bead is worth around 300 million. This thing can attach dark attributes to equipment. It's very valuable. Upon hearing this, Suyu's heart slightly moved. This deadly chi bead was not bad. Perhaps it could attach dark attributes to all of his customized set of firearms? White Master. Here. As he spoke, Baby Bear had already stuffed the 4 dead chi beads that had burst out into the air to Suyu, and even rubbed Suyu's face affectionately. Well done. Suyu smiled and reached out to stroke Baby Bear's fur. Afterwards, the group continued to walk deeper towards Weird Tales Town. That's a fucking bigot. The previous group of guides repented. If they had known that this one was carrying around a mythical creature, they wouldn't have even wanted the money. Befriending this kind of character was simply an unattainable opportunity. However, they actively missed it. Perhaps because of Baby Bear's roar? After coming to the inner circle, Suyu and his party did not encounter any more monsters actively attacking. Baby Bear looked around curiously with a leap in his eye. It wants to try its exorcism powers again. Right at this moment, Suyu suddenly felt the land under his feet tremble slightly. Suyu frowned slightly, only to feel some discomfort in his body, only to see countless black mists suddenly emerge all around. The mists covered the sunlight, and it was gloomy. From time to time, a terrible low roar came from the black fog, like the hissing of a wild beast, or like the whispering of the devil in general. The black fog gathered more and more and soon filled the entire street, so thick that it was suffocating. Oldly 2 tensed up, his face ashen. This is the characteristic of a Lord-class monster descending in the town. If I'm not wrong, this monster should be a Doom demon. He looked anxious. We have been surrounded by the domain of Doom. We must escape the domain's range in order to deal with it. Otherwise it is invincible here. We will be entangled in Doom and all attacks will produce no effect. After saying that, fearing that Suyu would not believe it, Oldly 2 even rubbed a fireball spell out with his own hands. And then, just as he said, he inexplicably failed twice in the chanting phase first. In the end, after barely sending the fireball spell out, the fireball spell also happened to be blown by a gust of wind that shifted its course and turned a corner like a boomerang flying back towards him. Even during its flight, that fireball grew bigger and bigger. If it wasn't for Baby Bear's slap to extinguish the fireball, I'm afraid Oldly 2 would have to somehow die under his own fireball spell. Doom and gloom. Fateful little event, you've got bad luck on your side. The corner of Suyu's mouth lifted slightly as he glanced at the fateful synopsis. Ding! A small event of fate, you are in the grip of good luck. Fate points plus 20. Ola! Cough cough. Baby Bear looked at the black mist and opened his mouth, ready to roar again. However, just as the breath rushed up his throat, he happened to choke on a mouthful of spit and cough. Let me do it. Looking at even Baby Bear being affected by Doom, Suyu slightly shook his head and walked up to the 2. Boss, let's go around. This thing is evil. Seeing that Suyu still wanted to force his way out, Oldly 2 hurriedly discouraged him. It's not a problem. I'll take care of it. As he spoke, Suyu's gaze landed on the black mist in the distance, and the corner of his mouth drew a playful arc. You guys back up to 10 meters away from me. Suyu commanded, then took out the silver sword that he had not used for a long time, and then, without looking, his muscles bulged and he ruthlessly threw the silver sword towards the black mist. Boom! That speed was so fast that a sonic boom even occurred. This will work? Oldly 2 hurriedly retreated a few more steps, fearing that the sword would bounce back like the fireball spell just now. Put! The next moment, the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh rang out. Fate minor event, you hit a Doom demon with your silver sword, attaching a light wound effect to your opponent. Suyu's face moved slightly. Ding! Fate minor event, you hit a Doom demon with your silver sword, attaching a critical wound effect to your opponent. Fate points plus 20. Roar! Immediately afterward, An agonizing roar came from the black mist. Is this even possible? A miracle with great power? Old Li Tu muttered with glazed eyes. He had thought that Suyu would hit the same wall as himself, but he didn't expect him to actually hit the doom. And listening to that sound, it seemed that the damage caused wasn't small. Master Bye Bye is awesome. Baby Bear also opened his mouth wide in surprise. Suyu smiled faintly. How powerful the bad luck was. How strong the good luck was after the reversal. He didn't even have to aim. Good luck would force that sword to fly into doom. Human, you have succeeded in angering me. Out of the black fog came a demon with wings on its back and dark skin. It held a staff with a silver sword stuck in its chest, and dark blood continued to gush out of the wound. Suyu narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the demon. Looks like it's the doom and gloom? Prepare to receive your death. The doom demon was incomparably furious. This was the first time someone had injured it in the doom domain. In the next moment, infinite black ons coalesced at the top of the staff. A pitch-black ball of energy quickly took shape. Watching this scene, Suyu pulled out the thorn rose without any haste and continued to slash at his palm. After entering the secret realm until now, he had stacked 9 layers of rage. Fate points plus 15. Rage tier plus 1. Current tier reaches 10. Your pain sensation disappears. Your self-healing ability increases by 300%. And your nerve reflexes increase by 500%. In an instant, it was as if the image in front of Suyu's eyes was pressed with a 0.2x speed button. He surged forward and dove, easily dodging the ball of dark energy. Then, under the doomed demon's unbelievable gaze, a spinning sidekick was delivered, heavily kicking it in the abdomen. Click! The doomed demon's ribs directly broke, and its entire body flew out horizontally. Ow! At the same time, the doomed demon let out a miserable scream deep in its throat, and the mournful sound simply pierced the eardrums and caused heart palpitations. It forcibly unleashed black magic to stabilize itself and avoid being knocked out of the doom field. Are you kidding? This guy is so terrifying even after he's caught in the doom and gloom. What's going to happen when he's out of the realm? Not only that, the doom demon also took the initiative to have doom attached to Suyu. Kill. Without hesitation, Suyu took advantage of the victory and bullied his way up. He was so wrapped in black doom that he was almost more demonic than even the doom demon. Go boss! Old Li Tu and the others watched with fervor, only to see Suyu launching a straight charge. The doom demon, on the other hand, kept coalescing black magic missiles. However, it was clear that Suyu did not perform any dodging, but those black magic missiles all smashed into the air, and there was absolutely no way to get close, as if there was something blocking them. How come? The doom demon's eyes twinkled with disbelief on his face. Ha! Your doom is awesome. Suyu smiled indifferently and coldly. His right foot stomped on the ground and his body suddenly took off into the air, leaping 100 feet high and heading straight for the doom demon. This palm strike from the sky. I wonder if you can catch it. Accompanying the fall of his words, the speed of Suyu's descent steeply accelerated. The invisible feeling of oppression made the doom demon's heart skip a beat. If you are hit by this blow, you will die. Shit. The doom demon's pupils shrunk drastically, frantically moving in all directions in a vain attempt to avoid this strike. But no matter how he moved sideways, that threat of death didn't diminish in the slightest, as if that palm had the attribute of a sure hit attached to it. The back-to-back encounters caused the doom demon's mind to explode. Am I the doom demon or is he the doom demon? After letting out one last question, its head was directly shattered by Suyu with a slap. You have slain Doom Demon LV72, Lord level, and gained experience value of 296. 480. The black mist dispersed, and a pure black 4-leaf clover amulet appeared beneath the corpse of the Doom Demon. Suyu's complexion perked up as he picked it up. Amulet of Bad Luck, Diamond. Grade, 0. Type, Special. Attribute, Luck value -5. Durability, 30/30ths. Skills, Doom Entanglement. Activates Doom Entanglement on any unit within 500 meters around it and causes it to have a luck value of -100 for 1 minute. Cooldown time 24 hours. This property? Suyu was in deep thought. For ordinary people, this was a powerful cursed equipment with a strong effect. But the effect of a long-term luck -5 would undoubtedly cause problems for them. But for Suyu, seems like, is pretty good? He had at least 9 points of luck at the very least, and wasn't afraid to reduce those 5 points. The point is, it's so effective you can use it on yourself. In Suyu's hands, wasn't this thing just giving himself plus 100 lucky points at 24-hour intervals? Nope. I'm afraid it's more than 100. Suyu pinched the amulet of bad luck and directly chose to give himself a shot of bad luck. Fate minor event. You are affected by the Doomstalker effect. Luck -100. Symbols can be more than just addition and subtraction. What if they were modified to multiplication? Suyu's heart thumped wildly as his intention focused on that minus sign. Ding! Fate minor event. You are affected by the Doomstalker effect. Luck x 100. Crap, it's actually possible. Suyu was incomparably excited. Do you see any changes in me? He inquired towards Old Li Tu and Baby Bear. Seems like nothing has changed. The two froze and scratched their heads. Boss, I feel like you're getting more and more handsome. Old Li Tu fawned. Baby Bear also rushed to show his loyalty. I also think Master Shiranui is getting more and more handsome. Suyu's smile disappeared. Luck value is a hidden attribute, and you should have to find something to test the effects it brings. Doing as he thought, Suyu accelerated his speed towards the front. Baby Bear and Old Li Tu didn't understand what was happening, but they quickly followed. The buildings on the inner perimeter of the Weird Tales town gradually became brand new, not as dilapidated as those on the outer perimeter. However, the eerie, spooky atmosphere flourished. Death hangs over you. A monster with a human face and goat horns with bat wings on its back suddenly rushed towards Suyu from the shadows. Black flames coalesced in the center of its hand, and the terrifying heat distorted the surrounding light. Dead, before it could get close. However, it suddenly tripped over itself. Death. It was just about to stand up when the black flames in its hand happened to detonate themselves. Boom! The flames rolled over, and the monsters were instantly blown to smithereens. You have slain the Black Inferno Demon LV-52 and gained experience value of 11,648. So you glanced back in surprise? Was this the benefit of having a high lucky value? Existences that harbor malicious intent towards me will all meet with misfortune? Suyu muttered. He then continued on his way. In less than half a minute, the area he walked through was like a dead zone. Countless monsters rushed out to attack Suyu, but failed to do so for various reasons, and took themselves in instead. Moreover, Suyu also often accidentally tripped over various platinum emerald equipment as he walked, accidentally harvesting more than 10 pieces of equipment in just a few dozen seconds. This is too good to be true, isn't it? This isn't even God's own son. This is God's own father. After the 1-minute effect was over, Suyu was a bit unimpressed. This kind of strong luck is simply invincible. Brushing monsters and equipment don't even need their own power. Just need to stand there and wait. Unfortunately, the amulet of bad luck needed to be on cooldown for a day once it was activated, or else Suyu would definitely want to clear the entire town before going slow to brush the bosses. Master bye-bye. Look what I've picked up. At this time, Baby Bear also ran over holding a bunch of equipment, as well as a few emerald-grade death chi beads. Looks like my luck can be shared by Baby Bear? Suyu was thoughtful, looking at Old Li Tu. He was empty-handed and dumbfounded at the moment, so he thought he hadn't been shared in the luck. Suyu thought for a moment that this might be the effect brought about by the Alliance favor contract. Boss, up ahead is the core area of Weird Tales Town, and the skeleton undead you're looking for is inside. At this time, Old Li Tu pointed to an ancient castle not far ahead and said. A flash of scorn flashed under his eyes. This ancient fortress is home to a concentration of the most powerful monsters in Weird Tales Town, some of which even possess many unsolvable rules and are extremely difficult to deal with. Good. Suyu nodded and called on Baby Bear. Then he turned his head and said, you don't have to go in if you don't want to. Old Li Tu froze, stood still and pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and chased after him. Boss, what are you talking about? Receiving money to do a job. This is my professional conduct. Suyu smiled faintly and did not say anything. With light steps, he had already walked into the ancient castle. This old fortress was huge and palace-like. Suyu's trio passed through the heavy corridors and finally arrived at the main hall of the ancient castle. In the middle of the main hall, a man wearing a straight suit, with a slender figure that stood 5 meters tall slowly turned around and gazed at Suyu. Old Li Tu breathed heavily and hurriedly roared. Boss, this thing is called the Slim Ghost Shadow. Don't ever lock eyes with him. This thing is extremely good at torturing people, especially melee professionals. They'll be pulled to their deaths. Can't see eye to eye? Pulled to death? Suyu raised an eyebrow. He had locked eyes with the long, skinny ghostly figure long before he had turned around. 3 words were even delivered with a wink. What are you looking at? Buzz. In the next second, that long and thin ghostly shadow was like a flash, directly face to face with Suyu. Minor fateful event, you were attacked by a long, skinny ghostly figure and suffered a superficial wound. Before Suyu had time to ponder on how to revise the fateful synopsis, he saw a bright flash of light in the hands of the long and thin ghostly figure. In the next moment, a cut was made on Suyu's shoulder. The moon shadow cloak was also cut open by this slash. Boom! Suyu subconsciously blasted out a punch. However, before this punch could touch the other party, the long, thin ghostly figure had already appeared dozens of meters away from him. A few drops of blood were stained on the suit of the long and thin ghostly figure as he placed the scarlet sharp knife to his mouth, stuck out his tongue to lick it, and revealed a cruel smile towards Suyu. That look in his eyes, it was like he was teasing his prey. Come on, it's too fast. The opponent's speed that was simply like an instantaneous movement directly crushed Suyu. Even if he maintained the 10 layers of fury at this time, he still couldn't react to the speed that was like light. Suyu's brows were furrowed. This enemy was somewhat difficult to deal with. However, it was only difficult. In an instant, Suyu's cut open skin had healed itself. A grin spread across the corners of his mouth, stopping Baby Bear's attempt to strike. This enemy, he would take down with his own hands. Then let's have a head-to-head. With those words, Suyu fiercely stepped forward, his body transforming into a residual shadow. His speed had increased by more than double from before, and he even appeared in front of the long and thin ghostly shadow in the blink of an eye. His arms were like giant pincers of steel, wanting to grab the other party's neck. However, the long and thin ghostly shadow once again displayed that instantaneous movement-like means and flashed directly behind Suyu. Swish! The sharp blade slashed through the moonshadow cloak, but it was blocked by a layer of hazy moonlight. Twilight barrier. Taking advantage of the moment when the lunar shadow cloak skill blocked the long and thin ghost shadow, Suyu fiercely threw a spinning elbow strike, ruthlessly elbowing the long and thin ghost shadow in the waist. Bang! The body of the long and thin ghostly figure flew directly out horizontally, smashed the wall, and disappeared. It can actually move instantaneously? Suyu was secretly shocked. This guy was really weird. So fast that even his nerve reflexes that had been increased by 5 times were hard to catch. So damn perverted. Suyu immediately chased after him. However, just then, a sense of danger surged through his body. Fate minor event, you are attacked by a long, thin ghostly figure and stabbed in the abdomen by the opponent holding a sharp knife. The moment he saw this fateful terse, Suyu had already detected a stabbing pain coming from his abdomen. However, at this moment, joy showed on his face. Ding! Fate minor event, you are attacked by a long, skinny ghostly figure and stabbed in the stomach by the opponent holding a scream. In the next moment, the smile on the long and thin ghostly figure's face instantly froze. It only felt that the sharp, incredibly sharp knife in the past, how come it suddenly didn't feel right in its hand? After picking it up and reading it, its expression instantly became brilliant. How did that one cold, sharp knife somehow turn into a $5 bottle of screaming drink? The long, thin ghostly figure squeezed the plastic bottle incredulously. In the next moment, a stream of transparent liquid was ejected from the mouth of the bottle. Baby Bear's eyes lit up and he rushed over to catch it in his mouth. That's sweet, can I have all of one bottle? It slammed its mouth. At that moment, a look of anger finally appeared on the face of the long, thin ghostly figure that had been maintaining its elegance. The weapon it had been relying on was somehow rendered useless by Suyu, which made it very angry. Oh, are you finally mad? Suyu sneered. If the long, thin ghostly figure was willing to go head-to-head, that would definitely be good news for him. Intruder, you're dead. The long, thin ghostly shadow's sorrowful voice rang out from all around, and as his words fell, his entire body dispersed steeply, actually transforming into hundreds of long, thin ghostly shadows. These long, thin ghostly figures didn't carry swords, but they did show their sharp nails. Suyu was not polite and directly mangled over, fighting with hundreds of long and thin ghostly shadows. Just after the engagement, Suyu felt a hard time. Each of these long and thin ghostly shadows was actually a solid entity, and each of them also possessed that kind of instantaneous movement skill. Slippery as hell. After scoring a hit, without waiting for Suyu to get closer, they all instantly moved away again. Humph. Intruder, you're no gentleman at all. Suyu was practically numb from the pull. By the end of the day he even pulled out a shotgun and started blasting away. However, a silver-level shotgun couldn't even scratch an itch when it hit this level 73 Lord-level monster. You made me. There was simply fire burning in Suyu's eyes. Under the influence of a full tier of rage effect, he would have been a little bit of a mess. Not to mention that the long and thin ghostly figure was deliberately teasing him. How many levels of weapon master do you order? Suyu thought about it, but still didn't choose this option. This thing can travel much faster than a bullet, and getting hit just now was probably intentional. With that, Suyu threw the shotgun away as soon as he did so, and once again rushed towards the long and thin ghostly shadow. However, at this moment, he closed his eyes and unleashed his destiny perception with all his might. Oh, human, do you really think I can't help you? Hundreds of long, thin ghostly figures spoke at the same time. They maintained a graceful stance, a bright red pattern appearing beneath each long, thin ghostly figure. These were symbols carved out by Suyu's blood. There were a total of 444 long, thin ghosts and shadows, and at the moment, 380 heads had already burned out symbols. Only 2 in the distance discovered the end and shouted towards Suyu. This is a death curse ceremony. It's using your blood to make a high curse ritual. Once it is allowed to complete the death curse ritual, then even a 5th turn professional won't be able to carry it and will die outright. However, Suyu acted as if he didn't hear it, still allowing the long and thin ghostly shadow to cut on his body, taking away a piece of blood. Oldly too looked anxious and was about to rush over to help. However, it was slapped down by Baby Bear. Don't worry, Master Bye-Bye isn't that stupid. Baby Bear sipped from a screaming bottle and blandly said. Oldly too froze, and then he also stopped in his tracks. It wasn't until the 440th symbol appeared that Suyu's expression finally changed. Gotcha. His eyes snapped open to a faithful terrier in front of him. Fate medium event. The long, thin ghostly figure pulls while unleashing a death spell ritual on you. Ha 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 ha. Stupid human. Since you dare to step into the castle of the dead, today you will be buried here long. The long, thin ghostly figure laughed madly and began to coalesce the 441st symbol. Right at this moment, Suyu completed the fate modification. Ding! Fate medium event, long, skinny ghostly figure unleashes a death spell ritual on you while dilating. Fate points plus 66. What's going on? The long and thin ghostly figure had just condensed the 441st symbol when a sharp pain suddenly came from within his body. What have you done to me? A total of 444 long, skinny ghostly figures covered their small bellies at the same time. Their faces were full of terror, and they no longer looked as graceful and agile as they had been. At this moment, they simultaneously transformed into jet fighters, and the entire hall of the ancient castle was dyed a pale yellow. Watching the scene in the hall, Baby Bear silently threw away the bottle of screaming that he hadn't finished yet. There was no flavor, but the sight was truly appetizing. The entire 444 long, skinny ghostly shadows scurried and thinned while trying to carve the death spell runes. As a monster, he doesn't have the ability to scurry rare as such. So, scurrying around, those pale yellow liquids changed to a deep red color. Intruder! You are shameless! All the long, skinny ghostly figures were going crazy. This is the first time it has suffered such a strange humiliation. Even it, whose every move was usually in strict accordance with the gentleman's code, was actually pulling its pants pockets under Suyu's bizarre ability at the moment. Humans, death will not spare you. Perhaps scuttled and deflated, the voices of the long, skinny ghosts and shadows became incredibly weak. Gradually, all the long, thin ghostly figures became illusory. After burning the 443rd death spell rune to completion, the long, thin ghostly figure completely turned into flying ash with unwillingness and shame. Even before Suyu could even make a move, it scurried to its death on its own. According to the revised Destiny synopsis, if it had terminated the death spell ritual that it continued to unleash on Suyu, it might have been able to pop up a few more times, and it wouldn't have been able to pull itself to death alive. You have killed Slender Ghost Shadow LV73, Lord level, and gained 336, 458 experience points. TSK, TSK, TSK. Suyu glanced at the emerald equipment lying in those yellow and red intermingled liquids, and could not bear to pick it up. Oldly, you've worked pretty hard to lead the way, so that piece of equipment is yours. Thank you for the reward, boss. Oldly had immediately thanked. This thing looks disgusting, but it is a real emerald level equipment. If the attributes weren't bad, it would start at 1 billion levels. However, Oldly too still overestimated his ability to endure. Vom dash. After picking up the emerald piece of equipment, a wave of revulsion washed over him, and he began to dry heave as he propped himself up against the wall. Seeing this, Suyu shook his head. Emerald level equipment he has plenty of. This money should be earned by Oldly head. Cluck cluck cluck. Little fellow, I didn't expect you to be quite capable. At that moment, a slender figure slowly walked down the long staircase in the hall of the old castle. It was a beautiful woman who was 8 feet tall. She was wearing an evening gown with her cleavage hidden in her chest, chestnut brown curls cascading down her shoulders and a seductive smile on her exquisite, stunning face. Lord Yushaku. Seeing this woman, Oldly too didn't care about throwing up and rushed to Suyu, shielding him behind him. Boss, this monster is crushingly invincible to male professionals whose level is lower than hers, especially a virgin who has no chance against her. Oldly too looked at Baby Bear and then at Suyu. Let your pet go on, boss, really listen to me on this one. Suyu paused, then slowly nodded. He had voluntarily retreated from his frenzied state at this moment, and was much more sensible than he had been just a moment ago. Since Oldly too had said so, letting Baby Bear kill the monsters himself wouldn't be a disadvantage. Well, Suyu would never admit that he was still a virgin in his life. So, Suyu made a wink towards Baby Bear and, go Baby Bear, slap this monster. Gah! Baby Bear responded excitedly, and then pounced on him, waving his bare paw and slapping it directly at the 8-foot adult. Little thing, just you can't hurt me yet. Lord 8 Feet grunted lightly. a look of gravity appearing between his brows as he stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. Click click click. The space around Baby Bear seemed to be imprisoned, although it was only instantly broken free by Baby Bear, but taking advantage of this momentary gap, she also unfolded her near instantaneous speed and came behind Suyu, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up. Crap! Su was pinned down in an instant. At this time, he finally realized what Old Li Tu meant by invincible. All he felt was that his body became limp and weak, and that all the blood in his body was rushing towards a certain location. Lord 8-Foot's face closed in towards Suyu and imprinted directly on his neck. Fate medium event, you have triggered the boyish suppression of an 8-foot lord, and your yang is being sucked out of you. Suck my yang? Suyu's heart was slightly in awe. You seem a little nervous. Little thing. Sensing Suyu's change in mood, Lord 8-Feet seemed to be even more excited as she licked her scarlet lips. Your yang qi is too pure. If I sucked you dry, my energy will definitely be boosted a lot. Scratch that. Whatever. Feeling his body go cold, Suyu hurriedly launched Destiny Modification. Ding. Fate medium event, you've triggered the boy suppression of Lord 8-Foot and your balcony is being sucked away. In this instant, a trace of doubt surfaced in Lord 8-Foot's eyes. She suddenly couldn't feel the yang qi in Suyu's body. Cubby, trying to sneak up on me? In the next instant, she only felt a strong wind coming behind her. She jerked around, but her face froze abruptly. Ben thought it was Baby Bear attacking again. I didn't expect to be greeted by the balcony of Suyu's house. Lord 8-Foot was a bit puzzled, not understanding how this building, which was clearly not in the secret realm, had appeared here. She hurriedly grabbed Suyu and stepped back. However, the balcony of Suyu's house was in hot pursuit. In the face of this bizarre scene, Lord 8-Feet could not think of anything else, and directly threw Suyu away, fleeing to the rear at great speed himself. Her essence is extremely weak, and she just has a surefire attribute against young virgins. Right now, it was necessary to hurry up and get rid of the balcony that had the ability to track. Baby Bear, stop her! Suyu shouted in a hurry. Ola! Baby Bear bared his teeth and looked extremely angry. This woman dared to suck Master Bai Bai's yang energy right in front of her? Baby Bear is angry, and the consequences are dire. The next moment, a bear claw viciously slapped the 8-foot lord on his back. Immediately after that, the balcony of Suyu's house followed suit and took over, smashing into Mrs. 8-Foot's head. Your allied pet kills Lord 8-Feet LV73. You gain experience value 365080. Your allied pet, Baby Bear, has leveled up. Current level LV87. 2 messages rang out. Who? Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 8-foot lord was indeed not to be messed with, and one still couldn't underestimate any secret realm. After all, who knew that there were virgin killers in this thing before coming here? Boss, are you okay? Old Li Tu rushed over and asked with concern. It's okay. Suyu shook his head. Rumble. Just then, the entire ancient castle began to tremble. Countless skeletons poked out from underneath the ancient castle. In an instant, it was as if the place had come to the underworld. Countless white bones intertwined together, forming a white bone throne that was 100 meters tall. A huge skeleton that was also 100 meters tall sat on top of the throne, with ghostly blue flames bursting out from its eye sockets, condescendingly looking down at Suyu. Human, what is your purpose in coming here? The skeleton on the white bone throne said in a hoarse and eerie voice. Its tone was cold and mechanical, revealing a strong sense of intimidation and oppression. Suyu raised his head to lock eyes with him, and the aura belonging to a mythical creature suddenly spread on his body. The two auras collided with each other in midair. Suyu's aura actually did not lose to the skeleton undead in the slightest. He said coldly, kill you. Ha, foolish fellow, I am originally dead. How will you kill a dead man? Dead people? Suyu thoughtfully jumped onto the skeleton undead in 3 or 2 steps. The other party didn't make any move. Only the soul flames ignited and his eyes flickered. The skeletal dead gave him a strange feeling. The other party does not look like a monster, but rather like a person. Watching Suyu's bold maneuver, Old Li Tu's heart jumped into his throat. The skeleton undead was the strongest lord-class monster in Weird Tales Town. Not only was its level as high as level 90, it also had the ancient castle of White Bones as its heaven-defying home base. It is claimed that white bones do not die and the dead do not perish. As long as there were still white bones present in the ancient castle, then the skeleton dead would not be completely killed. This guy, he's strong. Even Baby Bear showed a rare look of gravity. It might be able to beat its opponent if it let go of everything, but I'm afraid it would be a disastrous victory. This was someone else's home turf, after all, and Baby Bear was able to sense a hint of mythical creature scent in the skeleton undead as well. You were once human? Compared to the gravity of the two, Suyu appeared somewhat reckless. He said as he stood on the thigh bone of the skeletal dead man and tilted his head as if talking to his neighbor. You're sharp. Instead of retorting, Skeletal Deadman said something like this. Then why did you become a skeleton? Suyu asked again. He had now figured out his opponent's temperament, and although the bastard looked ferocious, he had no ill will towards himself, and even provided himself with information, more often than not. Of course, in silence. Suyu was also used to its attitude. My power comes from death. It was silent for a long time before saying slowly, everything has a price, but some of it is heavier. Suyu was thoughtful. You want to take my life? Might as well give it a try. The skeleton deadman continued to speak, his voice hoarse and revealing an inexplicable flavor. Yeah. Suyu nodded his head. He came here for this. Since the other party agreed, he naturally did not hesitate. His left hand pressed down on the skeletal dead man's leg bone. 10,000 people poured in and unleashed. In the next moment, countless threads of fate surged into the skeletal dead. However, due to the opponent's level being too high, the thread of fate was only halfway into it, and the length was somewhat insufficient. You're a little short, little guy. Skeletal Deadman teased. It's okay, it's not short once you get into the swing of things. Suyu frowned and directly used the fate point reinforcement skill. Destiny points 2000. The crowd is pouring LV4 to LV5. Destiny points 4000. The crowd is pouring LV5 to LV6. 6000 destiny points disappeared, and Suyu's destiny points that were about to break 10,000 fell back. He wasn't heartbroken, though. The threads of fate, which had been somewhat weak, instantly bulged and began to travel through the skeletal dead man's body. That's more like it. Skeletal Deadman laughed softly. Suyu raised his head to look into its eyes. For some reason, he seemed to see a touch of relief in those two clusters of ghostly blue flames. You've wanted to die for a long time, haven't you? Suyu lowered his head as he manipulated the threads of fate. Did you see it? The skeletal deadman sounded a bit surprised, then sighed. Yeah, anyone would like to be alive, and so would I. But, at this point, it abruptly stopped talking. Forget it. It shook its head and resumed its indifference once more. The ability of a fortune teller is indeed good. Even death cannot stop fate. But you're still worse than that Yuashin guy. It's a pity that he doesn't recognize my soul, or else it wouldn't be your turn. Suyu nodded slightly. I've heard a lot of people talk about Remnant. What was he really like? Skeletal Deadman thought for a moment. Him, a madman, I guess, obsessed with art. So where is he now? I'd kinda like to meet. As Suyu's words fell, the skeleton dead man's bone joints began to crumble, gradually reorganizing towards the lotus pattern. However, it didn't seem to feel any pain, and the light blue flame that symbolized the soul instead became brighter and brighter. Aftermath slaughtered 3 cities totaling 45,680,000 people 30 years ago. He crafted them into a lotus flower and threw them into the Frost Giant clan. Well, I remember. His lover died at the hands of the Frost Giant race. After slaughtering half of the Frost Giant clan, he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Perhaps dead? The voice of the skeletal dead came slowly. At those words, Suyu was silent. It's hard to evaluate, right? Skeletal Deadman smiled. He's helping the human race to fight against the invasion of foreign races, but at the same time he's personally doing things like massacring the city. It's simply more cruel than the foreign races. Indeed. Suyu nodded slightly. He is indeed crazy. He kind of admired the art of the aftermath, but that kind of massacre was indeed too crazy. In Suyu's own words, he would have chosen to travel alone to the Frost Giant clan to have a massacre, right? He would be 10 times and 100 times more evil than the evil one. But it was not Suyu's style to spill over to the innocent. The two had a chat. Countless white bones came out of the ground and merged into the skeletal dead. Soon, the skeletal dead man became a white bone lotus flower completely. It was as white and flawless as a pure white lotus, causing Suyu to be somewhat mesmerized by it. Where will you choose to bloom me? The voice of the skeletal dead came from it. I don't know. I'll think about it. Suyu took a deep breath before shaking his head slightly. He was really a bit reluctant to freely put this white bone lotus flower to use. However, his second awakening quest again required that he had to kill the skeleton dead and obtain the death crystals. For a while, Suyu was caught in a tangle. This is too damn magical, isn't it? Reality is simply more outrageous than fiction. Behind the duo, Old Li too was filled with horror. It was the first time he'd seen someone who could make small talk with something as horrible as the skeletal dead. And, even Suyu made the skeleton dead into some sort of prop? What's this big shot all about? He also seems to have mentioned the aftermath? Could it be that there's still that madman's handiwork involved? Baby Bear was also blinking his big eyes, looking at the white bone lotus flower with an astonished expression. Among the things it had seen, this white bone lotus flower was definitely the most beautiful. Rumble. Just then, the entire ancient castle began to crumble, and the ground shook violently. Immediately after, Suyu felt an extreme coldness sweeping over him. and his entire body's blood instantly solidified, nearly freezing. Suyu's eyes flickered as he violently took a step backward, avoiding the impact of the earthquake. Click, 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 click. A stone pillar fell and the ground cracked. A crack that ran through the entire Weird Tales town slowly spread out. Suyu's expression was gloomy. His feet stepped into the air and his figure suddenly drew up, bringing old Li Tu and Baby Bear to dodge the crack. At the same time, a blinding red aura erupted from within the crack. Boom! With a muffled sound, the entire ancient castle completely collapsed. Suyu stabilized his stance and looked into the distance, his pupils shrinking slightly. Beneath the crack, an eye actually slowly emerged. What's going on? The entire Weird Tales town began to change drastically, and countless professionals watched in horror as this happened. That one white bone lotus flower was hanging high in the air, and underneath it was a bottomless abyss, and the two seemed to be communicating something. You're too late. The voice of the skeleton undead came out from the white bone lotus, and there were a few hints of mockery in that voice. Why break the covenant? A low, angry response came from the abyss, and a piece of dense dark runes surged out from the abyss. However, the skeleton undead did not pay any attention to the other party as it turned to Suyu. It is now. Burn me to ashes. That is the Eye of Death. There is no way for you to deal with it. At this instant, that Eye of Death also looked towards Suyu. The moment he saw Suyu, Death's Eye was instantly enraged. Theatrical masters, damn you, you blasphemers. Fateful event, you are watched by the Eye of Death and receive the mark of the Goddess of Death. A strand of pure darkness flew from the abyss and straight into Suyu's body. Suyu gazed at the eye in the abyss and nodded after a moment of contemplation. The sense of oppression that the Eye of Death gave him was too strong. It wasn't something he could deal with right now. Suyu took the initiative to snuff out the thread of fate linked to the skeleton undead, handing over this fuse that had ignited itself to itself. With that, he immediately allowed Baby Bear to lead himself and Old Li Tu out of the core area. The next wonderful scene must be a stunning beauty that is hard to see in this life, but if you watch it from close range, I'm afraid that the lives of several of your own people will be set ablaze together, right? Sitting on Baby Bear's back, Suyu's eyes moved slightly as he completed the fate modification in passing. Ding! Fateful event, you are watched by the Goddess of Death and receive the Diary of the Goddess of Death. Fate points plus 600. In an instant, the mark within Suyu's body transformed into a black book. Instead of rushing to check it out, he put it away and looked back. Just a short while after they had left, a monstrous wave suddenly rose up in the middle of the originally fairly calm abyss. It was a pure black ocean composed of countless black runes, carrying an endless aura of death. Rumble! The thunderous explosion was deafening, as if it was going to tear apart the entire secret realm. Immediately afterward, he saw a pitch-black palm break through the water and grab towards the white bone lotus flower. You can't die without my permission. Cold to the extreme words echoed in the secret realm, but with a trembling might. I told you, you're late. The dark fingers clenched violently, seeming to crush it. Unfortunately, just as that pitch-black palm was about to fall, the white bone lotus flower bloomed. The bright and holy light illuminated the void like the dawn rising, dispersing the cloudy night, causing the sky to show a fish-belly white color. Even the darkness of death could not hide that radiant light. Everyone in the secret realm was stunned. Even forgetting to run away, he turned to gaze at the white lotus. A lotus leaf fell off, and in an instant it ignited a seven-colored fire. Everyone was mesmerized and oblivious to the dreamlike scene. In the haze, a picture unfolded before everyone's eyes. Mr. Lee, do you know what the language of the sunflower is? A woman of 22 or 23 stood at the window with a smile on her face. Of course I know. It stands for sunshine. Brilliant, hope, Lee babbled in a serious manner. Mr. Lee is really knowledgeable. The woman smiled like a flower. Mr. Lee scratched his head and giggled. Then how about our daughter is called Lee Kwai? The woman looked back at the baby in its swaddling clothes with happiness and doting in her eyes. Ha, I lied to you. Let's just call her Lee Pingin, Pinginin. Suyu raised an eyebrow. This was the memory of the skeleton dead? The dazzling firelight not only held her soul and white bones, but also reflected that deepest of memories. Immediately afterward, the scene shifted. Lee Pingon, I'm sorry for your father's sacrifice. He died on the battlefield. A heroic death. An old man stood in front of the young Lee Pingon with a serious expression. Mommy, will Daddy come back? Doubt was written all over Lee Pingon's little face. The young one did not understand what death was at this time. That old man slowly opened his mouth. War. There is always a need for someone to bleed in sacrifice. This world is always filled with killing. We can't stop it. We can only make ourselves strong. Truth, only in the hands of the strong. Got it. Lee Pingon nodded vigorously. If you study hard and become strong, Dad will come back, right? The woman held Li Pingon in her arms as two lines of tears slowly fell. Then that image shifted and turned back into a valley with sunflowers growing all around it. Mom, I did listen to you and tried to get stronger. Oh, now, I'm a fourth turn pact master. Pingon Li looked at the 4 graves in front of him and smiled ruefully. An attack by a face squad had brought down half the city, killing and injuring the human race, among them her grandparents and mother. The scene switches again. This time it was seemingly on the battlefield. Shouting and killing shook the sky, and blood stained the earth red. Pingon, you go first. I'm afraid I can't go. A man with only half of his head left laughed miserably and wiped her tears, telling her to leave the battlefield. But Li Pingon shook his head and refused. She stood up and looked around, full of broken limbs and corpses. The route of the logistics squad they were in was learned by the foreigners, and almost all of them were wiped out in the Great Green Mountain battlefield. We can't let the foreigners enter the Great Xia from here. A touch of determination surfaced on Pingon Li's face. Death, I contract with you. At the cost of, well, everything I have. In the next moment, Pingon Li's flesh and blood withered away, and in its place was a skeleton undead that was 100 meters in size. The dead human soldiers crawled out of hell and stood behind the skeletal dead. White bones do not die, and the dead do not perish. Just like that, she had hardened herself against the hundreds of thousands of alien troops at the Great Green Mountain Pass, not letting the other side advance by half a step. Pingon Li, you were the one who chose to embrace death in the first place, only to go back on your word now? Watching this scene, Death's eyes' anger increased. Rumble. However, that piece of white bone lotus continued to fall off, blowing it up so that it couldn't get even the slightest bit closer. Gradually, the white bones faded away, leaving only a blue-colored soul fire still suspended in the air. Pingon Li's gaze seemed to penetrate the secret realm and fixed on the hill filled with sunflowers. There were 6 members of her family, yet 5 graves stood there. Li Pingon. The Eye of Death let out an angry hiss. Though it was a great general under the command of the goddess of death, it could not pass through the fire that burned everything. Pingon Li would rather give up his life than give them a chance to manipulate her. Pingon Li had his eyes closed and a faint smile on his lips. This time we go to Quantai to recruit our old troops, and our flags are 100,000 to cut down Yanluo. Old boys, follow me. Kill the enemy. She slowly stepped from the fire of her soul and into the abyss. A figure emerged from the blue flames behind her and followed her. They were either clad in armor or carrying lances. It was a general, a soldier. They were all once elite divisions. They had followed Li Pingon for countless years and had long since fused into one. Kill. They drank in unison, shattering the mountains and rivers and stepping on the earth. A cold light flickered in the eyes of the Eye of Death, but even it could not underestimate these souls who had been robbed of their control by fate. In an instant, black and white violently collided, creating a violent storm. Endless black flames rushed into the sky, transforming into a black dragon that roared into the heavens. Roar! Bang! The black dragon meets the sea of fire, and darkness and light disappear at the same time. A soft sound came from a transparent crystal that fell onto the cliff wall of the abyss. Mom, I know what the word for sunflower is. On Baby Bear's back, Old Li too had long been in tears. Even Baby Bear had tears in his eyes. However, Suyu was expressionless at this moment, not knowing what he was thinking. He flew down into the abyss in a few jumps and grabbed the death crystal in his hands. The previous scene flashed in his mind, eventually turning into a sigh. He sort of knew why Yu Xiang was unwilling to help Pingon Li free himself. Li Pingon had a similar experience to him, but the choices of the two were very different. For Yu Chen, this white lotus in full bloom would be a big shock to his mind, right? Suyu shook his head slightly, no longer thinking about it. Destiny points 1000. Along with the disappearance of the destiny point, the one death crystal was also integrated into Suyu's body. Second professional awakening. Complete. The little star hovering above Suyu's head also disappeared. Immediately afterward, a deathly aura that was dense to the extreme erupted from his body. The surrounding area in a radius of thousands of meters became gloomy, and the air seemed to be instantly frozen. Ah! Suyu snapped his head up, and his eyes became pitch black and dark. This feeling is like walking on the bridge of Naiha, witnessing the alternation between death and new life. Second career awakening successful. Your level has increased. Current level LV 60. The instant the level restriction was lifted, the massive amount of experience value directly pushed Suyu from level 40 to level 60. Suyu only felt that his body was permeable and filled with power in an instant. You gained the Divine Destiny Pathway skill, Deadware. You gained the Divine Pathway skill, Birthing Vessel. You gained the Divine Pathway skill, Lawbreaker. 3 more skills? Suyu's eyes moved slightly, and as he was about to check the skill introduction, a prompt popped up in front of him once again. Your skill Dead Vessel fuses with Living Vessel to become Life Vessel. Seeing this, Suyu directly tapped on the introduction of the skill Fate Weapon. Fate weapon, you have the ability to cast a fate weapon, which will grow with you and can gain abilities by devouring fodder. A weapon of destiny? Suyu raised an eyebrow, and in an instant, he thought of the large white bone sniper of you, as well as the short sword in the pathway of the cocoon breaker. In that case, the white bone great sniper of the remnant is a dead weapon, and the cocoon breaker's weapon is a living weapon? What about the gatekeeper? Does he have the ability to build exclusive weapons? Countless thoughts surfaced in Suyu's mind. With that, he closed his eyes and felt the skill of fate weapon in detail. Soon, Suyu realized that his own destiny weapon seemed to contain the characteristics of these three, and was more blue than blue. His destiny weapon contained the powerful destructive power of the dead weapon, as well as the unlimited growth ability of the living weapon, and also possessed the gatekeeper's trait of being indestructible. Suyu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and slowly spread his palms out. In his palm, a transparent orb emitted a faint light, as if it contained endless energy, filled with a mysterious and dangerous flavor. This was the prototype of his life weapon. Suyu immediately picked a few emerald-grade weapons from amongst his storage bag and threw them in. In an instant, these emerald-grade weapons were devoured by the fate weapons. Perhaps it was because it had swallowed the emerald weapon. That transparent orb also began to glow with an emerald color. Fate level, 30. Grade, emerald. Type of weapon, knife, sword, axe, spear. Weapon characteristics, indestructible, sharp, bleed, strike, stun. Weapon skill, not fixed. What weapon is devoured possesses the form and characteristics of what weapon? Suyu curiously played with his life weapon. As his thoughts flowed, the life weapon kept switching between the four forms of blade, sword, axe, and spear. This life weapon is truly overbearing. As long as it was infinitely devoured, the fate weapon possessed the possibility of infinite growth. Moreover, as the grade increased, Suyu could also fix the skills of the weapon he was swallowing on the fate weapon. Emerald levels can immobilize two skills, and when immobilized, they can be unfixed with fate points. However, the weapons he was currently devouring came with average skills, and there was no need for skill fixing for the time being. After playing with it for a few more moments, the destiny weapon transformed into the form of an orb and was put inside Suyu's body. With that, he tapped the introduction of the skill Breaking the Law. Breaking the Law LV1. You are an outlaw who walks outside of the rules, and all attempts to constrain you will be cut off by you. Your attacks come with the armor break property and add 10% true damage. You deal double damage to spells, incantations, curses, knots, etc. This seems to be an ability of the cocoon breaker pathway? Suyu's eyes lit up and he was extremely satisfied with this skill. Being able to cut through spells, curses with normal attacks, which can prevent one from encountering certain attacks that are difficult to manipulate with fate modifications. And now just a level 1 spellbreaker can do double damage to the boundary. Then, if the level of spell breaking was up, no boundary would be able to stop one slash, right? Suyu smiled faintly and opened the attribute panel. Occupation, thespian. Grade, 60. Power, 2908. Physical strength, 2152. Intelligence, 1036. Agility, 2185. Awakening, second turn. Skills, sense of fate. Savage growth. Rhythm of life. Weapon of destiny. All fall down LV6. Battle rage LV7. Weapon master LV1. Spellbreaker LV1. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny point, 40-50. Leveling up 20 in a row plus his second occupational awakening had almost tripled his attribute panel. Those experience values were consumed after raising Suyu to level 60. However, this way, he wouldn't have to be in such a hurry for his third awakening. A trace of exhaustion flashed in Suyu's eyes. His body was incomparably mental, but such a high intensity of brushing monsters and doing quests had caused his mental state to become extremely poor. Thus, after Suyu adjusted for a moment, he took 3 or 2 steps out of the abyss and called on Baby Bear to prepare to leave the secret realm. However, before Suyu could take 2 steps, a burst of hurried footsteps in the distance approached towards this place. Something's up. Old Li Tu's eyebrows furrowed at once, his experience of having been in the secret realm for a long time warning him. Soon, hundreds of professionals surrounded Suyu and the others. Kid, where's that treasure? I saw it fall here with my own eyes. Don't try to muddle through. One of the puppeteers stepped forward and said. The rest of the professionals also cast threatening gazes at Suyu. The skeleton undead has been sitting in Strange Tales Town for hundreds of years, and no journeyman has ever been able to slay it. And now, that monster had suddenly died with another monster. And this kind of powerful lord-level monster would definitely burst out good things. Now, however, they hadn't seen a single hair, and there was no reason not to suspect the closest Suyu. I clearly saw something fall out just now. You must have picked it up, right? A third-turn warrior took a few steps forward and said. Take advantage of the fact that I don't want to kill anyone right now. You guys have other options. Suyu shrugged his shoulders, not putting these several hundred occupiers in his eyes in the slightest. Hand over the treasure and spare your life. That puppet master coldly snorted as his body steeply rose up from the ground, condescendingly staring at Suyu. Ha! Suyu snorted and looked below the abyss. Is this the person you put your life on the line to protect? In this instant, Suyu's mind was enlightened. He wouldn't be as crazy as Yu Xiang, nor would he be as great as Ping Donli. His mind was simple, repaying kindness with kindness. Suyu bowed violently and made a grasping gesture with his right hand. With that, the life weapon transformed into a spear, which he threw out fiercely. Boom! Sonic booms rang out, and the spear carried an unparalleled huge force, instantly penetrating through the 5 people. Don't you dare! Suyu's sudden outburst caused all the professionals to be startled. They didn't expect that with a pair of hundreds. Suyu would dare to take the initiative? Shouldn't they all be commiserating and handing over treasure to save their lives in this situation? Everyone, let's go together. This kid looks like he's a second turn, but he's actually not weak. Let's kill him first before we equally share the treasures. A shield mountain set up his giant shield and sneered as he topped the front. The others also revealed a teasing look as they each took out their weapons. In their opinion, Suyu's approach was tantamount to seeking death. Ola! Seeing this group of people approaching, Baby Bear immediately blocked in front of Suyu, and the titans might suddenly spread. Everyone was startled by Baby Bear's intimidating pressure, and were a little hesitant for a moment. Let me do it. Suyu patted Baby Bear's shoulder, stepped forward, and hooked his finger towards the professional in front of him. After all, Baby Bear can share his experience value for killing monsters, but there's no way to share fate points for killing people. Ha! Hubris! Seeing that Suyu was planning to pick them all by himself, the group of professionals immediately regained their confidence. It might be kinda tricky to get that pet of yours on it, but aren't you getting yourself killed? Can everyone give me a face? Oldly had hesitated for a moment and then stepped out from the back. Crap! However, the next moment he was knocked unconscious by a brick that flew out of nowhere. Sorry, but I'm best at fighting one against many, Suyu said indifferently, reaching out to steadily catch the spear that had swung back. The thorn rose in his hand, stabbed down hard towards his abdomen. Fate points plus 20. Rage level plus 1. The pain coming from his abdomen caused a red light to flash in Suyu's eyes. With his current physical strength, the only way for Thorn Rose to break through the defense would be to attack the most vulnerable part of his abdomen with all her might. Immediately afterward, he leapt up. The spear in his hand instantly switched forms and transformed into a long sword. Immediately, he tightened his grip on his longsword and violently slashed down towards that shield mountain. Sculptor's trick. Shield Mountain snorted. You think this trick can hurt me? Before the words left his mouth, his eyes were filled with gravity. Swish swish swish. 3 white lights flashed. Then, Shield Mountain only felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. At the same time, stuns, bloodshed, broken armor, and all sorts of negative effects were attached to the body. Looking down, that platinum-level shield was as fragile as paper mache in front of Suyu, and all of his equipment was directly shattered. His body was naked and extremely miserable. Shield Mountain opened his mouth wide just as he was about to speak, but blood spurted out from his throat, his eyes rounded, and he died of gas. Ding dong! Fate points plus 200. Seeing Suyu slashing that Shield Mountain so easily, the footsteps of the rest of the melee professionals instantly stopped. That was a second turn Shield Mountain, the existence with the strongest defense among all the professionals, and it was just hacked to death by 2 swords? Why is this guy so sick? The faces of the group of professionals changed slightly, but they quickly reacted and raised their staffs or guns to fire attacks at Suyu. Rumble! A dozen of fireballs, ice arrows and enchanted bullets came whistling, cutting through the void with sharp wind and air-breaking sounds, heading straight for Suyu's vitals. Bang! Fate minor event, you are attacked by a large number of flying spells. Suyu's face did not change. Ding! Fate minor event, you are attacked by a trace amount of flying spells. The next moment, under the expectant gazes of all the professionals, those flying spells instantly shrunk. When it came in front of Suyu, it had already changed from a dozen meters in size to a fireball of less than a meter. Suyu held his long sword and casually swung it a few times, but he directly chopped those fireballs and ice arrows into several petals and shattered them on the spot. What? Everyone's pupils shrunk steeply. This is outrageous, isn't it? It's not even if the spell somehow decayed, but he was able to use his weapon to directly shatter a fireball spell? The group of mages looked at each other in disbelief. Suyu couldn't just cut down the fireball as simple as that. Just the moment the fireball spell was hit by that sword, the spell circuit in it was also destroyed along with it. This sword, I'm afraid that it comes with a powerful law-breaking attribute. Suyu did not pay attention to the shocked expressions of the others as his body swayed and rushed forward with his long sword in hand. With every step he took, a piece of flying spell disappeared. It was as if he was a mobile forbidden demonic artifact, and wherever he went, flying spells were all chopped to pieces. Quick! Stop him! Don't let him get close, a mage shouted while casting the sprint skill to run wildly towards the back. This kind of warrior with its own spellbreaking skills was a complete mage nemesis, and there wasn't a single mage who wasn't panicked. Phew! A thief charged out first. The dagger in his hand flashed with a cold aura and ruthlessly stabbed at Suyu's neck. At the same time, a large knife chopped at Suyu's waist and abdomen from a diagonal, and several other assassins even surrounded him from all sides. Suyu's face did not change as he hardened himself and carried the countless attacks forward. Hazy moonlight spread out from the Moonshadow Cloak, blocking the countless attacks for a split second. However, the skills of Moonshadow Cloak could only go so far. In the next instant, more than a dozen attacks bombarded Suyu's body. However, under the 10 tiers of rage effect, Suyu's stamina value had already exploded. These attacks don't even hit the Fate Stalker. Immediately afterward, Suyu stomped his toes on the ground and his figure rose up in the air. He raised his left arm and swept his long sword out horizontally. Bang! A strong aura erupted. The surrounding air was instantly rejected, and everyone only felt that their bodies sank, and they were actually unable to control their forms. The dagger and the large sword were directly chopped off, and the assassin was even chopped in two without even being able to let out a scream. One move in a second. Suyu's feet did not stop as he continued to step. One by one, the heads of the melee professionals were chopped off, and 17 or 18 of them fell in just a few seconds. The remaining people looked terrified and desperately tried to escape, but Suyu's speed was too fast to escape. Suyu was like an evil ghost coming out of the Morrow Hell, constantly harvesting the lives of these professionals. Whether it was Shield Mountain or Assassin, they were all destined to be killed in one hit. There were assassins who wanted to sneak and attack, but under the rhythm of life there was nothing to hide, and the moment they struck was the moment they were killed. Fate points plus 200, fate points plus 150, fate points plus 300. One by one, the bodies of the professionals piled up. There was even no shortage of third turn level 70 warriors among them. Of course, it was also that warrior who was overconfident and wanted to go head to head with Suyu. He did not expect that Suyu's power after stacking up 10 layers of rage was not weaker than him at all. A sword breaking armor and a sword piercing the heart, coupled with that terrifying real damage addition, made him have no resistance at all. In a short span of 10 seconds or so, the melee professionals that had originally surrounded Suyu were cleared out. It's better to kill someone to get to the destiny point faster. Suyu retrieved his long sword and looked at the corpses scattered around, only to feel much more relaxed. Killing so many occupiers, there were also many more wounds on Suyu's body. However, under that powerful self-healing ability, soon all the wounds healed quickly. It was the Moonshadow Cloak that had become tattered and torn, and was finally ripped off by Suyu and thrown into the storage bag. What the hell are you? Looking at the demonic-like Suyu, the remaining 80 or so survivors were so scared that their livers cracked and they did not dare to approach. They all gathered on a white cloud coalesced by a few mages and fled towards the exit of the secret realm with panicked faces. Me? Suyu smiled coldly and slowly said, I am the mandate of heaven. With that, he took out the sky wings from his storage bag. Wings of the Sky, Emerald. Grade, 58. Type, Boots. Attribute, Agility plus 30%. Durability, 200/200. Talent, Sentry Air LV5. When worn, your movement speed increases by 10% and you gain the ability to fly. These boots did not have a high attribute bonus, but they did have the ability to control the air. Suyu glanced at the baby bear and signaled for it to throw itself towards the group of professionals. Baby bear nodded, and his figure instantly drew up dozens of meters, holding Suyu in his hands. Not good. Get out of the way. Seeing this scene, the group's faces suddenly changed and they hurriedly dodged. Whoosh! Suyu transformed into a stream of light and directly swept past them, arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye. Don't kill me! The two charm masters immediately ripped off their collars and said with tears in their eyes, as long as you spare us, you can do whatever you want. Yes? Suyu asked with a raised eyebrow. The charmers nodded their heads in a hurry, one after another stating that they were willing to serve him and saying all sorts of fleshy and disgusting words of love. Pink energy floated out from the duo and wrapped around Suyu. Seeing this, the rest of the professionals rushed towards Suyu. The mages at the back also hurriedly began chanting, vowing to capitalize on this opportunity. However, those pink energies were maintained in front of Suyu for a long time, but there was no way to drill into the body to cause a charm effect. Can't even pass my lowest intelligence attribute judgment? Suyu shook his head in disappointment. He still wanted to see what kind of fateful terrain would emerge from being charmed. Since this point of usefulness can't be utilized, It's useless to keep you. No, don't The two charmers' faces changed drastically as they screamed in horror. However, it was already too late. With a burst of intense pain hitting them, the two heads directly landed on the ground, and countless pink rays of light exploded like fireworks, brilliant and eye-catching. All the professionals' heartbeats missed a beat. Not only was this guy invincible in melee combat and surprisingly powerful, he wasn't even weak in defense or long-range means. Even the assassins didn't have a way to sneak up on him. It's literally a boss with no shortcuts. The dozen or so mages didn't dare to store up any more power and hurriedly sped up their chanting. Shut up! However, Suyu let out a low roar and suddenly released a terrifying pressure all over his body, and even directly interrupted their chanting. Not only the mages, but the remaining professionals all had blood spilling from their mouths and noses and were filled with shock. Higher biological intimidation. Could this guy really be a secret realm boss? How could it have the abilities of those high-level monsters? Suyu was too lazy to continue spending time. With a movement of his feet, he was unusually nimble and transformed into a silver light in the air. Fate points plus 150. Fate points plus 250. Fate points plus 100. In less than a minute, these professionals were all reduced to a field of equipment and a large amount of fate points. Suyu greeted Baby Bear and collected the equipment that was all over the ground. Aside from weapons that were useless to him such as staffs and boundary books, all equipment above the emerald level was fed to the fate weapon. Suyu thought about it and then threw in another wave of those deadly chi beads as well. Time to fix the first skill. Suyu waited for the destiny weapons to digest while checking the attributes of all the weapons. It takes a large amount of fate points to replace a fate weapon after it has fixed skills, so you have to be careful. Soon, among these weapons, he looked at the skill of an emerald grade dagger. Shadow Kill, Emerald. Grade, 58. Type, Dagger. Attributes, Agility plus 50%. Strength plus 10%. Durability, 130/300. Talent, Disguise. When worn, your presence is reduced by 30%. Skills, Instant Prison Shadow Kill. Instantly move behind an enemy within 1000 meters and deal a fatal blow to the opponent. Cooldown 10 minutes. Instantaneous movement behind me within 1000 meters. Plus a spell-breaking effect. Now I'm really a mage nemesis. Suyu smiled faintly. The first skill of the fate weapon was finally available. Fate level, 43. Grade, Emerald. Weapon types, Sword, Rapier, Axe, Spear, Bow, Shield, Halberd, Spear, Short Sword, Dagger. Weapon characteristics, Indestructible, Death, Sharpness, Bleeding, Bludgeoning, Stunning, Penetrating, Defense Breaking, Magic Breaking, Camouflage. Weapon skill, Instant Hell Shadow Kill. After devouring hundreds of weapons, the weapon types of the Destiny weapon were finally abundant. And the weapon carries up to a couple dozen traits, so you could even imagine how sour the effect of a slash would be. Even a level 80 shield mountain wouldn't be able to take a hit, right? The only shortcoming of the Destiny weapon was that it did not have any bonus to the basic attributes, but Suyu did not need it at the moment is all. After the rage tears stacked up, his basic attributes were already approaching those of a fourth-turn professional, and the little bonus from his equipment was already dispensable. With a few moments of anticipation, Suyu opened the attribute panel. Occupation, Thespian. Grade, 60. Power, 2908. Physical strength, 2152. Intelligence, 1036. Agility, 2185. Awakening, second turn. Skills, Sense of Fate. Savage Growth. Rhythm of Life. Weapon of Destiny. All Fall Down LV6. Battle Rage LV7. Weapon Master LV1. Spellbreaker LV1. Talent, Modification of Fate. Destiny point, 96050. Hiss. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, he was still taken aback by the nearly 100,000 fate points. Sure enough, killing people is the main way to accumulate fate points. Suyu sort of understood why his profession was listed as the top 10 dangerous professions. This type of growth doomed him to kill monsters far less than killing professionals to improve. Especially since the premise that a fate modification skill isn't available to fate players like Aftermath. Don't they have to keep killing pros to earn fate points? The red light in Suyu's eyes flickered, and he was not overwhelmed by this huge sum of money. He was not Remnant, and would not actively slaughter innocent professionals. But if someone took the initiative to mess with him, then he wouldn't mind taking the windfall. Suyu exited from his frenzied state, mounted Baby Bear, and quickly arrived at the exit of the secret realm. The place was still surrounded by a large number of guides, who originally wanted to escape, but were attracted by the white bone lotus flower. And when they came back to their senses again, the mutation was all over. After that, there were images of Suyu's massacre. Some of the guides gave a thumbs up towards Old Lee too, as if they were admiring him for even making it out alive. However, when looking at Suyu, these people's gazes became incomparably scornful. The eyes did not look like they were looking at a professional, but instead looked like they were looking at a terrifying secret boss. However, Suyu didn't care how the onlookers looked at him, and after parting ways with Old Lee too, he quickly left Weird Tales Town with Baby Bear. After a windy journey, he returned to Qingchang. Suyu returned home and froze as he looked at the missing balcony. Along with the floor-to-ceiling windows, this balcony looked like it had been shelled, and a breeze mixed with light rain blew in through that gaping hole. Forget it, let's stay in a hotel. Suyu shook his head slightly and opened a room in the nearby hotel to stay. After checking in, he first took a shower, then took out that black card of Qianwanqian's and gave the hotel kitchen a wave of intensity. This time, not only him, but Baby Bear hadn't eaten in a long time, and both of them were starving. There really weren't many tasty monsters in Weird Tales Town, and they couldn't stomach the cracked women or the lone, skinny ghosts and shadows. The meal lasted all day and all night. Titan bears are also among the top of the list of mythological creatures in terms of meal size. It was only after a chef had already been exhausted and was foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes that the two eaters stopped. After sleeping in the hotel again until midday, Suyu finally adjusted his state back, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked as he took out a black leather book from his storage bag. As soon as the diary was opened, a strong scent of death hit the room. Fateful minor event, you are enveloped in the breath of death and your life force will diminish rapidly. This dark and erosive power made it difficult for Suyu to resist, and his skin instantly became much darker. Ding! Fate minor event, you are enveloped in the breath of death and your life force will increase in rapid increments. However, after the completion of the fate modification, this huge breath of death was directly reversed, providing Suyu with a large amount of life force every moment, and it simply became even more terrifying than a high-grade life potion. And this thing doubles as a blood pack when necessary? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Diary of the Goddess of Death coupled with the self-healing ability brought about by the stacking of rage. He was afraid that the speed of his blood return would be somewhat counterintuitive. Now even if Suyu stood still and let the previous batch of professionals fight for 3 days and 3 nights, it was estimated that they could not help him. Suyu stretched out his hand and waved it, dispelling the aura of death from the surface of the diary, and then began to read it with interest. April 10th, weather in God's country, clear. I wanted to go collect some naughty souls and develop a few believers along the way, but I was stopped by Goddess Luck at the entrance of the Divine Kingdom. Solely gather the rabble-rousers and have a grand orgy. Young souls, it tastes so good. The weather in God's country, April 15th, was cloudy. The god of war came along and actually made me take on the appearance of a 3-headed dog from hell. The process was torturous, but kinda exciting. May 1st, weather in God's country, rain. Here comes the sun god. Useless guy. It was over in less than 3 minutes and that thing still burned me. On the 2nd day of May, the weather in God's country, heavy rain. Poseidon came, his trident as hard and content as ever. May 20th, weather in God's country, clear. The fertility mother goddess came, and she brought with her 4 sisters, among them a legendary chimera, a flying experience. June 6th, the beast god is coming. Are you the goddess of death or the goddess of the greenhouse? Master bye-bye, what are you looking at? You look much better now than you did before. Baby Bear's head came over, but was pressed back by Suyu with another hand. Nothing, no underage bears allowed. Suyu turned the pages faster and faster, and finally with a long sigh, he closed this diary. It would have been nice to see what rare secrets a god-level existence would record. I didn't realize that the secret was indeed rare, but it was all a fucking mess and not worth the slightest bit. Goddesses are indeed goddesses and do play with flowers more than the average person. Suyu weighed the diary. I'm afraid the thing is worth the most for what it is. Melting it down could probably create a legendary piece of equipment. After thinking about it, Suyu still put the diary away properly first and wrapped it with the threads of fate to avoid being found by the goddess of death to kill and exterminate her. Maybe we can use this to threaten some existence afterward? After all, the worst recorded here is a legendary level creature. With that, Suyu looked at his skills, intending to squander some fate points. After pondering for a moment, Suyu decided to strengthen Weapon Master to level 10 first, with the diverse weapon choices brought about by fatal weapons. This skill was prioritized by Suyu to the top of the list. A level 1 Weapon Master obviously could not satisfy Suyu's need to manipulate multiple weapons at the same time. In the next moment, the destiny points began to rapidly deplete. Destiny points 64,000. Weapon Master LV1 successfully upgraded to LV10. Weapon Master LV10 passive skill. You are a natural weapon master, and any weapon will turn into a horrible weapon in your hands. Attack power is increased by 100% when wearing any weapon. Adds a sharpness effect when you use a sword-type weapon. Adds a stun effect when you use a club weapon. Adds a focus effect when you use a firearm weapon. Looking at the brand new skill introduction, Suyu could not help but be pleased. The boost after weapon level 10 was simply huge. Not only could it produce a doubling effect for every attack Suyu made, it could also bring special additions when maneuvering different types of weapons. This skill is totally a dream for any professional. Suyu will order the apparatus to present the individual weapon types, casually pulling the blade. A sense of flowing maneuvering gave him immense pleasure. Whether it was a sword, a spear, a sword, a halberd, or any other weapon, as long as it appeared in his hands, it would create an unspeakable sense of oppression. Compared to now, he was literally taking a flurry of weapons before. After playing enough, Suyu stood up and brought Baby Bear to the hotel lobby. Hello, this consumption totaled $560 million. Your balance is still $3 million. The receptionist handed over the black card with a trembling hand. She suspected that the Suyu in front of her was not a human being at all. She was afraid that he was a monster in human skin. Otherwise, how could he eat hundreds of tons of food in a day? 3 million left? It seems that Chen Wanqian guy's sincerity isn't very good. Suyu smacked his lips and took the bank card. With that, he led Baby Bear all the way towards the Night's Watch branch. The set of guns he had ordered 4 days ago had been made. Not only that, after unlocking the 4th level authority, he no longer needed to wait a month to climb the trial tower and could enter at any time. This time, Suyu intended to try his limits. No, maybe it's the limit of the trial tower. Arriving at the vigilante branch, Suyu realized that there were a lot more people here than before, and some unfamiliar faces appeared. However, he didn't care and went straight to the contribution exchange on the 2nd floor. Dad, Lord Nightwalker, your customized weapon is here. That uniformed imperial lady just wanted to read out Suyu's code name, but in the end, she did not say it. She blushed slightly and handed over the 2 large alloy boxes. Upon seeing Baby Bear, she ruffled her hair, a flash of adoration in her eyes. The matter of Suyu solving the crisis in the Storm Bear Plains had already spread amongst the Night's Watch. Moreover, he had unlocked level 4 permissions at an extremely terrifying speed, becoming the youngest Night Wanderer in the history of the Night's Watch Guild. These various deeds caused many people to become interested in Suyu, and even to fall in love with him. That look, I love it. Suyu opened one of the boxes and his eyes lit up. This big sniper was about 2 meters long, and the 80mm muzzle was dark purple, as if it had been soaked in blood for countless years, and was glowing with a cold, eerie light. Instead of a sniper rifle, a sniper cannon would be more apt. Hell's Calling, Emerald. Grade, 58. Attribute, Strength +1. Durability, 500/500. Talent, Solace LV6, Bullet Penetration Effect is increased by 100%. Skills, Weakness Strike, your next shot adds a 100% bludgeoning effect and has a 0.0001% chance of triggering an instant death effect with a 3-minute cooldown. Instant death effect? Without even thinking about it, Suyu directly took out his life weapon and melted this big sniper into it. No matter how low his chances were, Suyu was able to forcefully trigger it by consuming fate points. And this skill was undoubtedly a divine skill for Suyu. Soon, Weakness Strike became the second fixed skill of Fatal Weapon. Fate level, 44. Grade, Emerald. Weapon types, swords, knives, axes, spears, bows, shields, halberds, guns, short swords, daggers, sniper rifles. Weapon characteristics, indestructible, sharp, bleeding, bludgeoning, stunning, penetrating, defense breaking, magic breaking, camouflage. Weapon skills, instant prison shadow kill. Weakness Strike. Looking at the life weapon panel, Suyu nodded with satisfaction. Then his gaze swept over the second chest. There was a pistol loaded there and a shotgun. These 2 guns were of the same emerald grade, but their attributes were much worse than Hell's Call, and Suyu directly swept through them roughly before sticking them in his waist. The 2 guns were only used to trigger the Destiny Terrier, and he usually didn't intend to use them often, so he didn't let the Destiny weapon devour them. After all, he would still have to manually fill the bullets after the life weapon was transformed into a firearm, and it would not be as efficient as using them separately. After doing this, Suyu incidentally exchanged all of the things that the 500 or so professionals popped out last time into union contributions. Lord Night Wanderer, you've added a total of 23,600 guild contributions to these items. Here's the list. The uniformed Imperial Sister handed a list to Suyu. Suyu took it and scanned it. This Kryptonite Plus contribution value is not cost-effective and is only half the market value. However, Suyu felt no loss. The Vigilantes Guild high-level resources are much more than the Chamber of Commerce. Like that Hell Calling in the outside world as money is also very difficult to buy. To him, that pile of crap combined was no match for the Weakness Strike skill. After determining that there was no problem, Suyu walked out the door and threw the list with the phone number clipped to the back into the trash. The uniformed Imperial sister looked at this scene, her eyes slightly dimmed, a little lost. It looks like there won't be that chance to taste the youngest Nightwalker. Where's Suyu? He's gone? Shortly after Suyu left, a man with silver-rimmed glasses appeared at the Contribution Redemption office. Suyu? Who's Suyu? The uniformed royalty asked rhetorically. The Night's Watch almost always referred to each other by their code names internally, and only those who were particularly close would call each other by name. The man was momentarily speechless, really not wanting to say that code name. Speak out. The uniformed royalty had a straight face. Ahem. It's the Nightwalker whose dad. Code name is Dad. The man's toes buckled. Oh him. The uniformed royal lady came to a realization and said with a smile, he just finished picking up his custom-made weapon and headed downstairs. The man nodded and whirled around, walking quickly toward the stairs. Looking at his back, the uniformed Imperial sister stretched her back and her eyes narrowed slightly. Why have so many people come to the headquarters lately? To think that even the third-level Night Wanderer has come to one. In the lobby of the Vigilante branch, the man pushed back the silver-rimmed frames, his eyes looking around for Suyu. Guild announcement, congratulations to Dad for successfully passing the 20th floor of the Challenge Trial Tower. Come on, don't look for it. Hearing this announcement, the man's teeth ached for a moment, and he walked directly towards where the trial tower was. As soon as he entered, a commotion appeared around the trial tower. Holy shit, this guy did it again. How did he kill monsters so fast? After not seeing him for a few days, his strength has increased so much? Fast indeed. 3 seconds a tower. But let's hope he's not fast elsewhere. Listening to the murmurs around him, the man's eyes narrowed slightly as he pushed his way straight through the crowd and came to the front of the crowd. Someone wanted to turn around and curse, but once they looked at the 3 black rings lingering around that person, they were dumbfounded. A third-degree Nightwalker? How could an existence of this caliber appear in the branch? Even the minister is only a second-class Nightwalker. Ha! For a while, the fire outside the trial tower faded with the arrival of the men. Are you ready to go up to the 30th floor? The man looked at Suyu in the screen, his eyes moving slightly. The 20 giant scythe mantis on the 29th floor were easily resolved by Suyu with one punch. However, the 30th floor represented a level 60 Lord-level monster, which wasn't that easy to deal with. However, he was not allowed to wait long. The level 60 skeleton warlock in level 30 was still taken away by Suyu's close punch. Guild announcement, congratulations to Dad for successfully passing the 30th floor of the Challenge Trial Tower. Crap, Bullwinkle bro. In this instant, the surrounding professionals didn't care that there was a leader present, and once again erupted in cheers. Something's not right. Seeing this, the man's brows furrowed as he thought of a possibility. This guy, he wouldn't possess the exact same skills as the remnant at that time. Would he? The guess made his heart stutter. Ashes was the strongest newcomer in the Night's Watch Guild that year, and he achieved a good result of 18 floors on his first climb of the trial tower, just 1 floor behind Suyu. At that time, Ashes had abandoned his gun and took the initiative to get close to the monster. Strangely enough, the monsters turned into ashes as soon as they got close to him. At that time, Ashes became the newcomer king with this move. His level skyrocketed, and he has been famous ever since. Right now, Suyu seemed to be much stronger than the previous Yu. After all, he had the air of a berserker in his every move. Despite the gun in his waist, the man shook his head slightly and took out a tablet, writing a comment on top of a form. Danger level, high. Mental status, unstable. Are they entrusted with important tasks? No. Evaluation, investigators believe that this person is not suitable for politics. The probability that he or she will be selected by the Purgatory School's Hooker Envoy training program, and recommend investing in advance. After completing the form, the man sighed slightly and put the tablet away, ready to leave. He didn't come to Qingcheng specifically for Suyu. This was just an additional mission. However, just as he was about to walk out the door, there was another commotion from behind him. No way, this guy's getting ready to go up to the 40th floor? Against the heavens? Really against the heavens? You're going to fuck a level 80 Lord monster the second time you climb the tower? Go daddy! The corner of the man's mouth twitched when he heard that last shout, but he turned around and went back to that screen. Suyu's hands naturally hung down. His eyes were calm, not at all like he was about to challenge a level 80 Lord monster. The look was as if he was the Lord, looking down on the upcoming challenger. You have cleared the 39th floor of the Tower of Trials and gained experience value of 389,764. A prompt flashed before Suyu's eyes. After consecutively clearing 10 layers of the trial tower, the experience value he had gained was almost close to 3 million. However, the higher the level of the professional, the more experience value was needed to upgrade. These experience values Suyu estimated that they would only be enough to move up 1 level. Therefore, He planned to try his limits and pull some more wool over his eyes before proceeding with the third awakening. Fresh! A shrill whistle resounded throughout the entire level of space, only to see a giant cockroach slowly emerge from the bottom of the trial tower, its body burning with pitch-black colored flames, its aura overwhelming. Hell cockroach LV80, Lord. Suyu's gaze coalesced as he stared at the cockroach. The cockroach was 2 meters tall, with an ellipsoidal body, 8 legs on its back and 6 legs growing under its belly. Each of its legs was burning with pitch-black colored flames, emitting a blazing temperature as if it was cast in steel. It's actually this boss. This thing doesn't have a strong attack, but its self-healing ability is very nasty. I don't know if that move of his will work anymore. The man pushed up his glasses, his eyes much more serious. However, before he could lower his hand, the deafening sound of the announcement broadcast came to his ears. Guild announcement, congratulations to Dad for successfully passing the 40th floor of the challenge trial tower. On the screen, Suyu was still rapidly approaching. Then, 1 hit. Seconds. Outrageous. I'd like to see how many floors he can charge up. You guys? He wouldn't have turned 4 already, right? Otherwise, how could he kill the hell cockroach in 1 hit? 4 turns is unrealistic. How old is he? It's probably some kind of special ability that just happens to restrain the monsters generated by the trial tower. After all, although the monsters generated by the trial tower are realistic, there's always a difference between them and the secret realm monsters. Well, it's really realistic. I've tried it. Gradually, more and more people gathered around the trial tower. They were all attracted by the guild announcements that rang out one after another. Upon hearing Suyu pass the 30th floor, perhaps most of the people would just sigh. But after he passed the 40th floor with fire, everyone was no longer calm. That's a level 80 lord. Converted into a professional is also the 4th turn level. This level of monsters Suyu can also kill in seconds? How old is he? And he has this kind of strength? I'm afraid he's not turned on. It didn't take long before almost the entire branch crowded around the trial tower, staring at Suyu on the screen with unblinking eyes. After 40 floors, Suyu's climbing speed slowed down significantly. All the monsters he faced were level 80 or above. And the monsters after the 46th floor even reached level 92. The attack power of a monster of this level was simply terrifying. Even Suyu could not ignore it. Until Suyu climbed up to the 49th floor. His body had long been covered with large and small wounds. Not as easy as before. However, relying on the 10 tears of rage and the replies from the Death Goddess diary, his overall condition was still maintained at its peak. Soon, the few minutes of rest and recuperation ended, and Suyu resolutely stepped onto the 50th floor. Here, the monsters he had to face were an unprecedented level 100. Oh, level 60 is pretty good for getting here, kid. Right at this moment, low words suddenly came from the 50th floor of the trial tower. Got wisdom? Suyu's eyes slightly condensed as he looked towards the front. In his line of sight, a 30-meter-tall giant creature slowly turned around and locked eyes with him. Storm Bear King LV100, Lord Class. After seeing the true face of this leader, the corners of Suyu's mouth rose up. Isn't this an old friend? The level 100 Lord level monsters in the trial tower are already comparable to the combat power of the secret realm creatures, and the existence of this level of the Storm Bear King is even thicker skinned. Even if the mage is fully stored, it will be difficult to break through the defenses. This time around he should have to fight bitterly, right? Outside the trial tower, a group of people looked at this scene with grave faces. I think that against this Storm Bear King, he reckons that it will be easier than the previous layers. However, there were a few professionals who had participated in the Secret Realm Exit Guard battle in the Storm Bear Plains who thought otherwise. How is that possible? The Tyrannical Bear King is already the strongest one amongst level 100. You mean he can still kill the Tyrannical Bear King in seconds? I don't know, but we'll find out later. At the same time that the professionals were talking in low voices, Suyu, who was standing on the 50th floor of the trial tower, finally moved. On your knees. In an uncharacteristic move, he didn't take the initiative and instead walked slowly towards the huge brown beast. Every time he took a step, it was as if his body was enhanced by some kind of inexplicable power, and his breath became more and more terrifying. If the Suyu before seemed ordinary, now it gave people a sense of unfathomable, making people involuntarily rise in awe. As the distance approached, humanized fear actually welled up on the face of the Storm Bear King. Titan. Until after Suyu arrived in front of the Storm Bear King, it had already fallen to its knees and was covered in cold sweat that flowed wildly. This is the oppressive power of the higher creatures over the lower ones. Even if Suyu's rank was inferior to the Storm Bear King, relying on the Titan Giant Bear's bloodline pressure would be enough to make him lose any ability to resist. With that, Suyu pressed his hand against the Storm Bear King. The threads of fate surged into its body. Boo! In the next second, the Storm Bear King was just like those monsters before it, directly shattering violently into a field of ashes. Among those ashes, An illusory shrunken version of the tyrannical Bear King looked at Suyu with a face full of horror. Oh, isn't it a monster generated entirely by the trial tower anymore? Suyu narrowed his eyes and looked at the soul of that storm Bear King. Just as he was about to continue on with the challenge, he was directly forcefully kicked out of the trial tower by a repulsive force. Guild announcement, congratulations to Dad for successfully passing the 50th floor of the challenge trial tower. In this instant, the entire vigilante division was abuzz. Suyu is directly setting a new record for the entire division. Among the forest of monuments on the side, Suyu's one stood out. Starting from the 10th floor, the record for the fastest speed on each floor was broken by him. While listening to the incoming guild announcement, Suyu bristled. Isn't this unplayable? Why don't you let me continue? Why, isn't it fucking obvious? The man pushed back his silver-rimmed frames, stepped forward, and extended his right hand. Introduce yourself, Shan Tianjie, third-degree Nightwalker. Suyu turned his head and his pupils shrunk slightly. Surprisingly, Life Rhythm was unable to sweep out his exact rank. This guy is strong. Very strong. Suyu, a first-class Nightwalker. After thinking about it, Suyu extended his hand to shake his. Shan Tianjie gave a slight lurch, and his lips opened falsely a few times, as if he was conversing with someone. A few moments later, he brought Suyu to the cafe within the guild. After ordering a cup for both of them, he looked at Suyu's dark face and smiled. I'm sure you've noticed it too, right? The 50th floor and above of the trial tower are all virtual monsters made by the trial tower combined with monster souls. But your kind of attack breaks through the monster's surface and hurts it right to the core. That way, the monsters you killed can't be reused. At those words, Suyu frowned. So the guild is going to take away my right to go to the trial tower? Of course not. Shan Tianjie shook his head. You just need to use other skills to pass the level. Suyu's gaze swept over Shan Tianjie. What if I don't agree? The guild can make it up to you. What compensation? A mythical grade weapon? Suyu snorted. Over there means that it can provide help for your third awakening. Shan Tianjie almost choked on the words mythic weapon and awkwardly explained. Another 50,000 contribution value. Up to 5,000. Deal. Suyu's words changed. How much help can you provide? That. Shan Tianjie spoke to the open space for a while more in a godly manner, then shook his head helplessly and looked at Suyu. A level 117 professional, can escort you throughout the whole process. Are you satisfied now? 117 level hitter? Yes. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded. He had a premonition after reaching level 60 that this awakening quest would not be easy for fear, so he was in no hurry to go directly to the awakening shrine to collect it. Now if there was a fifth-turned high-level fighter to help out, there was a sort of bottom line in his heart. It's not a fighter. It's at most a protector of the path. Shan Tianjie corrected. Just senior hitters. Suyu shrugged and nonchalantly picked up his coffee and took a sip. Shan Tianjie was speechless and no longer argued. Alright, let's hurry up and collect your third turn quest now. I still have a lot of urgent things to do. After saying that, Suyu stood up and walked out from the vigilante division. The two of them quickly walked to the awakening divine hall. Shan Tianjie stood outside waiting in boredom. But right after Suyu walked out of the awakening god's temple with 20 little stars on his head, he suddenly had some regrets about agreeing to the conditions just now. What the hell is going on with you? Is something wrong with the awakening shrine? How could a 20-star awakening quest occur? Did you offend Lady Luck? Shan Tianjie bombarded in succession. Before seeing those 20 stars, he had never thought that the highest awakening quest was just 10 stars. But now, the emotional awakening quest is a 100-star system? Alas, Suyu was also helpless at the moment. His premonition came true. He realized something was wrong after walking into the awakening temple. At first the goddess statue was still drawing quests for him as usual. However, the moment the quest extraction was completed, a terrifying aura of death appeared at first, causing the goddess statue to actually crack. In order to prevent the staff of the divine hall from approaching him to claim compensation, Suyu also rushed out. I don't care. You promised anyway. Suyu immediately waved his hand and shared the details of his third turn quest to Shan Tianjie. Awakening quest, Song of the Dead. Mission difficulty, 20 stars. Introduction, an undead overture is played, and then life withers away. Withering or new life. The stage is set and the curtain is about to lift. Are you ready for anything as a performer? Awakening condition, hold a grand performance in front of millions of spectators and change everyone's destiny at the same time. 0/100000000. Time limit for the mission, 10 days. If the time limit is exceeded, the mission will fail and the qualification for professional awakening will be permanently unavailable. Shan Tianjie's jaw was slightly open and he couldn't say a word for a long time. What the hell kind of mission is this? To change the fate of 10 million people? What does it mean to change your destiny? Do you have a clue about this mission? After deliberating for a moment, he asked Suyu. You're helping you ask me? Suyu skimmed his lips. Changing fate? If I'm not wrong, the probability is that it will cause a huge change in the direction of the other party's life, right? Fearing that Shin Tianjie did not understand, Suyu thought for a moment and added, didn't you slaughter a few cities before? That way is also considered a change of fate. After all, the matter of being killed is indeed quite serious. At those words, Shin Tianjie's face suddenly stiffened and his gaze towards Suyu gradually became dangerous. You mean this mission is for you to slaughter millions of people? Suyu waved his hand, unconcerned. Killing is certainly the easiest method, but it doesn't have to be. The choice is yours. After all, you picked it. Idle. According to past experience, Suyu felt that this quest was estimated to be a way for him to get everyone's big fate event triggered out in front of millions of people. It sounds hard, and it's probably not easy to actually do it, but it's not the person who should be worrying about it right now. Shin Tianjie was silent. He looked at Suyu's quest details over and over again, wishing to awaken the time talent on the spot and go back to the time when he didn't promise to help him complete the awakening quest. Alas, after a long time, he let out a long sigh and stepped forward with an unnatural look on his face. This mission of yours is simply unheard of, and I don't have any clue at the moment. Can you tell me what you think? Shin Tianjie had a humble attitude, and his level 90 boots were snapped out of a hole. He would rather Suyu's mission was to kill a level 120 lord. That way even if it was tough, at least there was hope. But now, changing the fate of millions? This thing is not a repeat of the ashes of the same mistake. His own accessory that is not happy to mention the 9 tribes of elimination. Gambling with the lives of millions of people? He can't. Shin Tianjie looked at Suyu in death. Once the plan that came out of his mouth was too dangerous, then he himself would not agree to it even if he lost his reputation. A clue? Not before, but there seems to be a little bit now. Suyu's eyes moved slightly. A large red light ahead was rapidly disappearing in Life Rhythm's perception. This means that something is rapidly harvesting lives in the middle of the city. Shin Tianjie also realized that something was wrong. He stepped on his feet and an 8 trigrams formation was revealed. The patterns of yin and yang flowed in his eyes. After the third turn of the boxer, he stepped onto the Taiji boxer pathway, and now that he was about to turn 6, his aura of a grandmaster was revealed. Shin Tianjie, your hands have stretched too far. Just then, a figure stepped out of the shadows. He was slender, with a gray face and high cheekbones on either side. It looked like staying up 10 nights in a row and then rewarding yourself 100 or 80 times a day. It looks like this awakening quest is probably fulfilled on this kidney brother. Suyu narrowed his eyes as his gaze focused on the withered bone staff in Brother Kidney's hand. An overture of the dead was played, and then life withered away. This guy was clearly a necromancer. Just as the saying goes, is that young fortune teller? You'll regret refusing to join us before. I will craft you into an undead creature and corrupt your soul for all eternity. After Brother Kidney Void heard Suyu's address, his face sank, then he waved his staff in his hand. In the next moment, countless armies of undead jumped down from office buildings with a shrill cry, swarming out of subway entrances and squares. Damn, what the hell is the city lord's office doing? Surprisingly, it allowed a 5th-turn necromancer to blend into the city. Shin Tianjie's face was extremely ugly. Every skeleton minion that appeared meant the fall of a life. As the second most dangerous profession in the top 10, necromancers had always been a headache for all the cities and forces, but he didn't expect that they would appear in Xinjiang today. Boom, boom, boom. Shin Tianjie struck a Taiji starting stance and swung out 3 palms in succession, forming a wall of chi that directly blocked the undead army in front of him for an instant. However, as Brother Kidney waved his staff again, a skeletal dragon with the scent of the dead roared and crawled out of the ground. XXX City Lord XXXX. You XX are XXX, right? Letting something like this lurk underground? The moment he saw this dead spirit dragon, Shin Tianjie's Taiji Grandmaster's aura was completely taut. Does the city government eat shit? Roar! The skeletal dragon roared towards the sky with its teeth and claws open, and ghostly green spit was spat out. The intense pressure caused the air to hiss, and the fishy air caused Suyu to pinch his nose. Minor fateful event, you are corrupted by the breath of the undead, and your stamina has begun to permanently and slowly diminish. At the sight of this fateful synopsis, though, he silently lowered his hand and took a deep breath. Well, here comes the nobleman. Suyu didn't rush forward, squinting his eyes and thought, I'm afraid that the appearance of this necromancer is not a coincidence. I'm afraid that it's not Willow Sparrow Immortal asking for something on the side of Rican Mountain? You go first, leave these guys to me. Suyu walked up and said, Shin Tianjie froze at his words. Shouldn't I be the one to say this? There's no time to explain. Hurry up and shake people. This guy can't come alone to attack the city. The big one is probably still in the back. Suyu waved his hand and stepped forward to kick Shin Tianjie in the ass, sending him flying. Crap, Shen Tianjie covered his butt in midair with an incredulous face. I'm a 5-rotation Tai Chi master. How did I let this kid kick me away? Ding! Minor fateful event, you are corrupted by the breath of the undead, and your stamina value begins a permanent slow increment. Fate points plus 50, stamina plus 5, stamina plus 7, stamina plus 6. Every few seconds, a prompt of rising stamina value flashed in front of Suyu's eyes, which put him in a very good mood. Should I call you stupid or? A sickly smile appeared on Brother Kidney's face as he waved his staff, and a constant army of dead spirits emerged behind him. That skeleton dragon kept spitting out undead spit, turning the area into a dead zone. Seeing this, Suyu became more and more satisfied, humming and puffing as he inhaled these corrosive gases in large gulps. Suyu, don't be brave. Shen Tianjie violently turned around, and the Taiji pattern flashed behind him, dissolving the strong force. After standing still, he didn't hesitate for a second and rushed towards Suyu there. Didn't I tell you to shake people? What are you doing? Suyu gasped loudly and was surprised. He didn't want this guy to steal the monster. However, his appearance was misunderstood by Shen Tianjie as being unable to carry those necrotic spit. There's no one left. HQ can't afford to send anyone else anytime soon, so I'm the last reinforcement. No matter if there's anyone else behind this guy, I can't let you die in front of me. Shen Tianjie yelled as he rushed forward. Suyu was speechless for a while and made a wink towards Baby Bear. Boo! Baby Bear understood and slapped Shen Tianjie out again. Then go save the civilians. I'll be fine here, Suyu said without looking back. In midair, Shen Tianjie was filled with dismay. Suyu knocked him away even if it was fine. After all, this guy was evil and he could barely accept it. But now, this bear cub raised by Suyu couldn't fight himself? Shen Tianjie was a little depressed, but he also recalled that no matter if it was Suyu or Baby Bear, their strength was not much worse than his own. Thus, heeding Suyu's words, he turned around violently and began to quickly eliminate the undead creatures that were wreaking havoc within the city. Phew! Seeing that there was finally no one to disturb him from brushing his stamina, Suyu took a deep breath and the corners of his mouth rose slowly. Brother Kidney Void, we're the only ones left now, so hurry up and bring out any good stuff you have. Do not address me as such again, but as the Honorable Lord Necromancer. Okay, Brother Nephrite. Brother Kidney Flesh's face shifted, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This guy had been corrupted by the necrotic spit for so long. How come he was still keener and not the least bit weakened? One must know that even if one was a necromancer, one's body was still not as strong as a second-turn mage due to long-term exposure to the aura of the dead, resulting in physical strength that was not as good as a second-turn mage. Stamina plus 4. Stamina plus 3. How come it's not working? I haven't gotten over it yet. Watching the increase in stamina popping up in front of his eyes become less and less, Suyu was a bit dissatisfied. It seems like you need to be pressurized. Saying that, Suyu took out his life weapon. In an instant, the type of hit weapon changed to look like a 6-barrel machine gun. Suyu stuffed a bullet engraved with Buddhist scriptures into it, and then, he picked up his Gatling machine gun and began to strafe the undead army. Day. Machine gun fire rang throughout the city, and flames burned wildly through the undead army. The Buddha's light shone brightly, and one by one, the scripture-enhanced bullets exploded, dealing a devastating blow to these undead creatures. The city guards and night watchmen in the city were dumbfounded. As soon as the undead erupted, they had reacted quickly and started to resist. However, the undead creatures' ordinary holy light bullets weren't good enough to deal with them. They had to be high-level exorcism attribute weapons. Who knew that Suyu had stocked up on so many sutra bullets in advance, and that he was firing them fiercely without the slightest regard for attrition? In just a few minutes or less, the killing power caused by Suyu unexpectedly exceeded that of the city guards. The Vigilante Division Minister looked at this scene with an extremely complicated expression. Looking at Suyu, who was shrouded by the Buddha's gunfire and the smell of smoke, his eyes seemed to blur for a moment as he muttered under his breath, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. 6 roots of purity depleted uranium ammunition. 1 breath of 3,600 revolutions. Great kindness and great compassion to ferry the world. A golden bullet shot out from the organ, taking away a skeleton and a ghost. And even more so, it hit the skeleton dragon and screamed miserably, constantly spewing out undead spit towards Suyu. However, Suyu pressed on without choosing to dodge, and just bathed in the undead spit with his gun. That maniacal grinning and shooting to reap the rewards was like a warmonger. Seeing this, Brother Kidney froze. Who the hell is this guy? It's like a killing machine. Okay? The army of undead that he had managed to create was 1/3 killed by him in no time? Click dash. However, the good times didn't last long. Suyu didn't have many reserves of open bullets in his body, and it didn't take long for the barrel of the gun to mute. Good chance. Seeing this, Brother Kidney Void hurriedly waved his staff. and countless black threads suddenly sprang up behind him. These silk threads quickly twined towards Suyu, firmly confining him in place and wrapping him into a dumpling. Fate minor event, you are bound by undead threads. Brother Kidney breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat that broke out on his forehead, finally catching this guy. And then, the skeleton gargoyle went directly face to face and gave Suyu a wave of immersive undead spit. Suyu's face was calm and he did not struggle at all. Instead, he actively breathed in with an intoxicated face. Stamina plus 15. Stamina plus 18. Stamina plus 27. Yes, 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 that's it. Squirt it all out. Squirt it all at me. Suyu grinned widely. In just less than 10 minutes, his stamina value had already increased by 300 points. What's wrong with this guy? Brother Kidney is also not calm. It was thought that Suyu would be corrupted by the undead spit and die. But now, not only did this guy not show the slightest sign of weakness, but he was getting more and more hyper. Is it hard to believe that he's absorbing these undead spits? Isn't he afraid to die? Damn, why is this guy so evil? Brother Kidney's face was ugly, and with a clench of his teeth, he waved his staff to make the skeleton dragon stop spitting. Immediately afterward, the skeleton giant dragon swung its sharp claws and slapped down fiercely at Suyu. Since you're immune to magical damage, now I can use physical damage, right? Rumble. Along with the skeletal dragon's falling claws, the entire earth seemed to shake for a few moments. Don't, that won't work? Suyu had a look of intent, but he finally made a move as the giant claws glowing with green light were about to approach. Ding! Fateful little event, you are bound by the stockings of death. Fate points plus 50. With the completion of the fate modification, the silk threads binding him around him instantly transformed into a single black thread. Suyu gently moved and thousands of black silks shattered. And then, a red light flashed in his eyes. Rage tier plus 1. Current tier 10 tiers. Boom! A shocking sound came from the sky. The entire Qingqing was shaken to the point that they sat on their asses on the ground, their faces filled with horror. Shan Tianjie, who hadn't gone far yet, looked back violently, and his pupils abruptly shrunk, only to see that Suyu, who was wearing the tyrannical bear suit, actually grabbed the skeleton giant dragon, which was several hundred times bigger than himself, and then slammed an over-the-shoulder slam onto the ground. This guy really is a monster, right? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The huge body of the dragon smashed many houses and raised dust in the sky. Suyu, however, was not the least bit moved, and the surrounding buildings had long since been devoid of living people. He swung the skeleton dragon again and slammed it down hard once more. So handsome, white master. Baby Bear looked at it with stars in his eyes. At this moment, Suyu was dripping with what was called violent aesthetics. In full view of everyone, the skeleton dragon was like a sandbag, defenseless. Not only that, Suyu even pressed him to the ground in the end and pounded his chest until he had squeezed out the last drop of undead spit before giving up. Gulp! The whole town froze, especially those who used to go to the same school as Suyu. The squad leader slapped his head and suspected he was mentally ill. Damn it, I was just gloating about getting a Night's Watch internship, but this guy has already started slaying dragons? Seeing that the skeleton dragon could not hold on to Suyu's destruction, Brother Kidney Void hurriedly commanded all the undead creatures to charge towards Suyu. For a moment, the undead creatures in the entire city stopped scurrying around and locked Suyu in place. It also relieved a great deal of pressure on the city's defenders and night watchmen. Useless. Seeing that the skeleton giant dragon had been completely drained, Suyu simply transformed his life weapon into a long sword and beheaded it with a single slash. You have slain the skeleton dragon LV-119 and gained experience value of 625,899. The experience value prompt appeared, but Suyu did not care and instead opened the attribute panel. Occupation, Thespian. Grade, 60. Power, 2908. Physical strength, 2882. Intelligence, 1036. Agility, 2185. Awakening, second turn. Skills, Sense of Fate. Savage Growth. Rhythm of Life. Weapon of Destiny. All Fall Down LV6. Battle Rage LV7. Weapon Master LV10. Spellbreaker LV1. Talent, Modification of Fate. Destiny Point, 35050. Up over 700 stamina? That's not bad. Suyu's eyes focused on the physical strength column and nodded slightly. Fateful minor event, you are surrounded by a large number of undead creatures. He didn't put the incoming undead creatures in his eyes in the slightest. After the 10 layers of rage were stacked, his stamina value was approaching 6,000. Even if he stood still, these undead creatures would not want to break his defense. Suyu scanned the fateful synopsis with a touch of mischief in his eyes. Ding! Fateful little event, you are surrounded by large-breasted undead creatures. Fate points plus 300. Duong. In the next moment, All the undead creatures rushing towards him stuttered violently. And then, the chest of the necromancer who rushed at the very front bulged violently, and the peak of up to a G-cup broke through the armor and was just exposed in front of everyone's eyes. This hot scene made everyone's mouth twitch. Immediately after that, something even more bizarre happened. Only to hear two muffled thuds. The necrotic banshee who was whistling shrilly suddenly stagnated and swelled violently at her chest. The creatures, the skeleton minions and ghouls, did the same, and underwent unspeakable changes. Even Brother Kidney himself looked at his chest with a face full of horror. What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? Can you give me one too? No. Can it get bigger somewhere else? I'm in a hurry. TSK. I see that this necromancer banshee also has a lot of style. So you also had a vicious chill as he watched, and after 300 destiny points were credited to his account, he directly transformed his destiny weapon into a square halberd and rushed into it to start reaping it in a big way. There was no lack of holy light, exorcism, purification, and other abilities among the characteristics that came with the fatal weapons, and chopping on these undead creatures was simply like cutting tofu, completely killing them in seconds. Suyu was wide open, holding the handle of his halberd, and with a casual sweep, it was thousands of white bones flying. In no time at all, thousands of undead creatures were chopped up. What the fuck is a human being? Brother Kidney's face was becoming more and more miserable. He had already seen many people circling toward the area. Among them were Shin Tianjie as well as Lu Bird Fairy and the others. Although Willow Sparrow Immortal only had 4 turns, the Vermilion Bird Mage pathway was very much a restraint on him. For this reason, he had prepared quite a few means to deal with Willow Sparrow Fairy before this. However, one did not expect that one Suyu would make his plan directly bankrupt. The necromancer was most adept at one-to-many, and was most afraid of perverts with strong individual strength like Suyu. His heart sank and he made a certain decision. Suyu, you forced me to do this. I'm going to strangle you here even if I give up my life today. As the words fell, without waiting for Suyu to react, he sprayed a mouthful of black blood onto the staff. Immediately afterward, the undead army, which still had 100,000 left, actually began to disintegrate on its own. These undead creatures instantly fell to the ground, and endless white bones rose into the air, which then transformed into sharp bone spikes and fell towards Suyu. These white bone thorns were not small in power, and the number of them was terrifying. Each one of them was at least comparable to the full force of a third-rank swordsman. Even if an ordinary peak 5th turn encountered it, it would surely die. Suyu, watch out! Shin Tenjie and Willow Bird Fairy and the others warned at the same time. Fate Medium Event, you have been targeted by a high undead spell and have been attacked by a succession of white bone spikes. Suyu's face moved slightly. The white bone spikes fell like a torrential rain, and even he was unable to move. After standing in the white bone rain and pondering for a moment, Suyu's eyes moved slightly as he began to make fate modifications. Ding! Fate Medium Event, you have been targeted by a high-level undead spell and are under continuous attack by white bone soup. In an instant, the tingling sensation coming from Suyu's body surface disappeared. In its place was a rich aroma of big bone broth. Tastes good. Suyu licked his lips and revealed a bright smile towards the necromancer. Seeing this, the footsteps of Shin Tianjie's several people were stuttered, and their faces looked at Suyu in a somewhat odd manner. White bone spikes turned into big bone broth. How the hell did he do that? Blanche! Brother Kidney gritted his teeth, and the hand clutching his staff went a few shades of white. His heart was filled with shock and anger, not understanding what kind of ability Suyu had used. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Why did my high spell turn out like this? Brother Kidney was full of doubt, but it quickly turned into a heart full of killing intent. However you did it, it doesn't matter now. With this strike, you will surely die. His face calmed down, and his body, which was already skin and bones, was now wrapped in the aura of death, completely transforming into white bones. The dead chi that had been separated from the white bones earlier converged towards him crazily. At this point, it might not be possible to call him Brother Kidney Deficiency anymore. After all, he doesn't even have kidneys now. At that moment, the necromancer began to chant, "O noble and holy goddess of death, hear my praises. You are the god who holds life and death. You are a great and invincible being. I would dedicate my life to serve you. Give me strength." The necromancer's speech was extremely fast, as if in an aria, but it was indescribably eerie. As his voice fell, a drop of black water slowly emerged from the void. The black water was a pitch-black color, like ink, and emitted a suffocating coldness. How come the divine magic worked all at once this time? He was a bit puzzled, but in the past, the probability of success in launching a divine art was only about 10%. Could it be the reason for the sacrifice of life? Forget it, whatever. The necromancer tilted his head back and swallowed the black water. In an instant, the blue fire dancing in his eyes turned into black flames. Death divine art, life stripping. Long live the goddess of death. The necromancer's face was frenzied. He wasn't afraid of death. He was just afraid that he wouldn't be able to return to the embrace of the goddess of death after death. Boo! In the next moment, he himself instantly exploded apart, transforming into 3 death chains with everything he had. The 3 chains surrounded Suyu in a triangular position right in the center. Willow Sparrow Immortal and the others looked grave. Divine magic required a great price to be paid every time it was activated, but the relative power was also extremely terrifying. This necromancer had managed to communicate with the goddess of death right under their noses. Buzz. Vaguely, Suyu seemed to see a great figure. He was 10,000 meters tall, shrouded in a cloak of darkness, revealing only 2 eyes, whose dark light flickered erratically. This is. Suyu's pupils contracted violently. This is clearly the image of the goddess of death. This being has personally descended? No, it should just be a projection. Hand over the item and become my devotee. In this instant, there seemed to be countless wailing and hissing sounds exploding beside Suyu's ears. Suyu's face showed a pained expression, obviously tortured by the voice. He removed the diary of the goddess of death and held it in his hand, shaking it. Want this? The goddess of death didn't say anything, but those eyes were staring at Suyu as if she wanted to completely devour him. His meaning is simple: give it to me and I will give you great power and authority. You can have it if you want it. Call me daddy and you can have it. Don't you always call it that in your diary? Suyu played with the diary and laughed coldly, without any respect for the gods in his eyes. Boom. Mortal. You have succeeded in angering me. Consequences. Serious. The goddess of death narrowed her eyes and gently closed her 5 fingers. In a flash, the rapid tightening of those 3 chains, the aura of extermination of all things erupted from it, causing everyone to be horrified. That's the extinction death spell technique. Extinction of life, longevity, and soul. Once it's activated successfully, it's the end of the form and spirit. Even the mythic prop rebirth cross has no way to resurrect it. Shintianjia's face was very ugly as the records about this divine art suddenly came to mind. So what should we do now? Is there any use in communicating with the goddess of luck? Willow Bird Fairy asked hurriedly. I'm trying, but I'm afraid it's too late. Shintianjia shook his head inside. A flash of guilt flashed across the eyes of Willow Sparrow Immortal, not expecting that in the morning she had just gained something from her interrogation of Li Xinshan, and that descendant would launch an attack in the afternoon. However, there was no use regretting it now. They could only watch the scene and expect a miracle to happen. Ola! Baby Bear grew larger and hissed towards the projection of the goddess of death in the sky. Titan Bear? Oh, I didn't expect that there would still be bloodline left, but you're too small. It's okay to let that old bear come over. The corners of the goddess of death's mouth hooked as she casually flicked out a death aura, making Baby Bear fall asleep. Fateful event, you have been attacked by the goddess of death and have been subjected to the effects of the exterminate death spell, with your life value disappearing. Looking at the fateful synopsis floating before his eyes, Suyu's eyes slightly condensed. You just read the diary? Why are you messing with me like this? Suyu's mind raced as he contemplated a solution. The result of this fateful synopsis has been fixed, which means that the only thing that can be changed is the words life value disappears. These are the only words that can be changed. Difficult, but not without room to maneuver. Ding! Fateful event, you have been attacked by the goddess of death and have been subjected to the effects of the exterminate death spell, and your lifeline has disappeared. Fate points plus 800. In the next moment, as the extinction death curse completely descended, a terrifying force of death entangled Suyu. It felt as if the heart was clutched by a big cold hand, and then something most important would be hardened and withdrawn. Soon, in the midst of all the gazes of either despair or sadness, the power of death blasted and erased the lifeline on Suyu's palm. The power of fate? Seeing this, the goddess of death's face moved slightly and looked at Suyu somewhat oddly. Manifest destiny, but the one who teases fate. Interesting. Willow Sparrow Fairy wiped at her tears for a long time. The extermination death spell. That's it? Didn't they say erase lives? Did you just erase a lifeline? Shintianjia's eyes widened and his pupils contracted. Could it be that the result was reversed again by his amazing ability? Suyu looked at his palm and realized that everything was normal except for the lifeline being gone. However, he didn't wait long to be happy when the second force of death descended. This force of death targeted his lifespan. However, perhaps it was due to the additional 900 plus years of lifespan gained earlier. This force of death was not as destructive as it was just now. Soon, another fateful terrain appeared in front of Suyu's eyes. Fateful event, you have been attacked by the goddess of death and have been subjected to the effects of the exterminate death spell, reducing your lifespan considerably. Suyu swept a glance and the corners of his mouth rose. A bonus question? Ding! Fateful event, you have been attacked by the goddess of death and have been subjected to the effects of the exterminate death spell, increasing your lifespan considerably. Fate points plus 800. Hiss. Yes. Suyu only felt a long life force surging into his body, nourishing his fleshly body and moisturizing his soul, causing his lifespan to increase dramatically. Interesting. While watching the scene, a smile appeared in the eyes of the goddess of death. She did not interrupt the divine art, but allowed the power of death to add to Suyu's lifespan. This kid seems to have solved the second round of death spell magic? Shen Tianjie gulped, his eyes filled with astonishment. If it had been some other skill that had been circumvented, he wouldn't have thought anything of it. However, this was a divine art unleashed by the goddess of death's projection herself, and even a seventh-turned professional would not be able to resist it in the slightest. The only reasonable guess was that ability of Suyu's was prioritized over divine art. Is he still human? Shun Tianjie muttered, although he did not know exactly how Suyu's bizarre ability was unleashed, but looking at the effect produced now, it could simply be described with the word anticlimactic. The willow bird immortal and the city lord were also astonished. Suyu seemed to be very good at creating miracles, as was once the case in the Storm Bear Plains. She had thought that there was no hope left in facing that mythic rank Titan Bear, but Suyu was just able to hit her in the face with the truth. Time passed slowly, but Suyu, who was enveloped by the power of death, felt like he was soaking in the middle of the ocean of life, and that vitality and vigor was almost overflowing. Suyu estimated that this wave had at the very least increased his lifespan by 5,000 years. If he'd had a few more, he'd have been afraid to live forever. It's the last round. The goddess of death's projection can only release this one divine art at most. As long as it survives the barrier of the absolute soul, Suyu will be secure. Shen Tianjie narrowed his eyes and said excitedly. Soon, in everyone's gaze, the power of death that enveloped Suyu instantly withdrew, and then transformed its form to once again rush into the center of Suyu's brow. This time the target was his soul. Fateful event, you are attacked by the goddess of death and your soul is corrupted. Is it a fixed result again? Suyu's brows instantly furrowed. Fallen souls. Falling? Or abortion? Hiss, that's a bad one to change. For a while, Suyu was caught in a dilemma. This fateful synopsis is so hard to modify that it almost always produces the same ending, no matter how you change it. Is the difference in strength so great that even fate modification can't be helped? No. Something has to be done about this fateful terrier. Suyu gritted his teeth for a while. Time passed quickly, and that power of death invaded Suyu's soul inexorably, about to pull him completely into the abyss. Why hasn't there been a reversal after all this time? Could it be that his ability can't be activated continuously? Not far away, Shen Tianjie and the others secretly pinched a sweat for Suyu. Fuck! Just as Suyu's soul felt that violent pull. Whatever, change it first. Suyu gritted his teeth and instead of choosing to fix the second half of the result, he chose to modify the first half of the phrase. Ding! Fateful event, you are attacked by the goddess of death and your soul is corrupted. Fate points plus 800. The moment the modification of fate was completed, that power of death stalled. In this instant, the goddess of death looked at Suyu with hazy eyes for a moment. How come you're looking more and more handsome, little guy? The goddess of death slowly lifted her cloak down, revealing that breathtakingly beautiful face, and her deep purple eyes were as dazzling as two precious stones. She slowly approached Suyu and extended her palm, lifting Suyu up to her eyes for a closer look. The stunning features do not deserve the title of goddess. This is the beauty that does not belong to the earth, so beautiful that it is breathtaking. Another one without a mask. Suyu lowered his head and looked at the two gullies that were like mountain peaks in Sked. From his viewpoint, he could clearly see that the goddess of death wore nothing underneath her cloak. Are you sure you want to turn down the chance to become a follower of mine? The voice of the goddess of death was soft and pleasant, like the tinkling of spring water in the mountains, but it was cold to the bone marrow. I refuse. Suyu frowned. He had only changed the first half of the fateful synopsis, and the soul fall was a foregone conclusion, so it made no difference whether he answered or not. Just while the power of death was not wrapping around his soul, Suyu quickly took out the amulet of doom and gave himself a shot. And I wonder if the luck value will do the trick? Ding! Fate minor event, you are affected by the Doomstalker effect. Luck X 100. For a moment, Suyu seemed to feel a trace of connection between himself and a certain location in the city. What an annoying little guy then. Suyu's reply caused the goddess of death to narrow her eyes, the corners of her mouth sketching out a dangerous arc. Hee, but I kinda like this tone. Her eyes misted up a little, and she suddenly had a sticky feeling like she'd hooked a gravy. Ha, don't try to seduce me. I won't give in even if you give me 100 pieces of mythic equipment. Suyu didn't have the slightest intention of being soft. Anyway, no matter whether it was a fate modification or the effect of lucky value, it wouldn't change due to his subjective behavior. So he might as well have a good time now, even in death. You are not willing to become my devotee? Don't fucking bullshit. Do it if you can. Interesting. I'm a little reluctant to kill you. The goddess of death's eyes glowed with a strange color, as if she had found some fun toy. Looking at the sudden ambiguous atmosphere of the two, Shin Tianjie and the others were a bit messed up for a while. How these two just fought to death. Now it is like a couple flirting. Is it possible that there is some kind of adultery? Love? Your name is Su Yu, isn't it? The goddess of death continued to ask, her tone becoming gentle and could even be called doting. Su Yu was silent. The goddess of death held Su Yu slowly close to herself, smiling like a flower. How about coming to the kingdom of God to serve me? No, I'm afraid of getting sick. Su Yu didn't hide his disgusted eyes at all. Since reading that diary, he had an extremely bad impression of this goddess of death. Oh, by all means. Upon hearing this, the goddess of death's eyes turned cold, and her 5 fingers closed, grabbing Su Yu and sending him towards her mouth. Su Yu's heart went cold and he only felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Damn it, it's not going to be born again, is it? However, the fateful synopsis that Su Yu had imagined did not appear. Wisps of high-grade death power surged into his body, but instead of harming him, these death powers transformed his soul. You have been blessed with death, and your soul has fallen to the dead. Sure enough, did the fateful terrier happen after all? Su Yu was silent. This one was just an ordinary tip and not a destiny synopsis, so he couldn't modify it. Death, you crossed the line. Just as the goddess of death projection was about to take Su Yu away, a pleasant whispering voice came from within the city. Shin Tianjie was sweating furiously. Finally, I managed to communicate with the goddess through a one-time prop, and I don't know if it's too late. Su Yu looked through the projection. The statue of the goddess in the city was shimmering with colorful light. Goddess of Luck's white robe fell off, revealing the lean physique within it, which was as beautiful as the golden division of power. Goddess, save me. Su Yu stood within the goddess of death projection and shouted. Boom! A loud bang came, only to see the goddess statue suddenly come to life, rushing forward and punching the goddess of death projection. The punch was so powerful that it distorted space. The fierce shockwave scraped off a layer of skin from the city walls. In an instant, the goddess of death projection was directly smashed. Goo-doo. There was a lot of gulping and gagging in the city. It was the first time anyone had seen the goddess statue manifest. I didn't realize that Lady Luck, who looked so soft and weak, could be so fierce in a fight. Lucky, you've come at a bad time. The goddess of death's projection was shattered, and a wisp of her divine soul was about to leave. Her eyes were filled with scorn, and she glanced at Su Yu rather fondly. Little fellow, wait for me before slowly pampering you afterwards. In the next moment, Su Yu climbed up from the ground and looked at the goddess of luck statue. His eyes snapped open. What the fuck is this? Lady Luck? So our goddess of luck is so fierce? Isn't she Lady Luck? Why is she so strong like Barbie? Hoping that underneath that plain white robe is all muscle. Rumble. The goddess statue shattered directly after she threw a punch and disappeared into points of light in the sky. Seeing this, Shin Tianjie and the others rushed forward to check. Fortunately, Su Yu only suffered some superficial injuries, and his life was temporarily safe. Still, the matter of his soul being forcibly corrupted by the goddess of death harbors many hidden dangers. As a deceased person, innately governed by the death god system, not to mention the goddess of death, even an ordinary eye of death can forcefully manipulate Su Yu, making him worse than death. Even the Pingonli of the past had the help of a great person in Kyoto to keep himself from being manipulated by the Eye of Death with the help of the secret realm. However, there was nothing for Su Yu to worry about in this regard. As long as it wasn't in existence as outrageous as the goddess of death making a move, he would be able to circumvent it or even kill back through fate modification. Unless Death's Eye's strength reached a heaven-defying level, it was just giving him experience and materials. As the goddess of death projection disappeared, Qingcheng quickly completed the aftermath with the help of the night watch. But everyone in town won't be short of things to talk about for a long time. Whether it was the raw and fierce goddess of luck, or Su Yu, who had bizarre abilities and was still hardened in the face of the goddess of death, they were the objects of everyone's admiration and worship. On the other hand, Su Yu carried the still sleeping baby bear on his back and arrived in the city lord's mansion with Shin Tianjie. Su Yu, are you okay? Inside the city lord's mansion, Lu Bird Fairy looked at Su Yu with a worried expression. Su Yu shook his head slightly and looked at the attribute panel. Occupation, thespian. Grade, 60. Power, 2908. Physical strength, 2752. Intelligence, 1636. Agility, 2185. Awakening, second turn. Skills, sense of fate. Savage growth. Rhythm of life. Weapon of destiny. All fall down LV6. Battle rage LV7. Weapon master LV10. Spellbreaker LV1. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny point, 36550. He's not only fine now, he's blessed by it. Not only were there over 3,000 more fate points, but the intelligence attribute that had been dragging him down had skyrocketed by over 600. Su Yu, Did you offend the goddess of death somewhere? Shen Tianjie frowned. With years of experience, today's events were as wrong as he could imagine them to be. God-level existences were too far away from them, especially gods of the goddess of death and goddess of luck's level. To this day, he still couldn't figure out how the goddess of death could respond to the call of a fifth-turn necromancer. I'm not. Suyu raised an eyebrow and did not intend to say anything about the diary. After the soul has fallen into the undead, the journal of the goddess of death can not only act as a powerful blood-returning prop, but can also strengthen one's soul by absorbing the death aura within it. Although he didn't know what benefits there were after his soul was strengthened, Suyu always felt that his soul was extremely important to him, and perhaps after a few more occupational awakenings he would be able to reflect this. Seeing that Suyu did not admit it, Shen Tianjie also shook his head helplessly and could only remind Suyu to pay good attention not to be attracting the attention of the death god system's side. Suyu nodded his head in response, and then curiously looked at Willow Bird Fairy and asked, "So, what is it that you guys have discovered that would cause the Advent Society to be unable to resist making an early move?" Willow Bird Immortal pondered for a moment, then quickly recounted to Suyu the information he had obtained from Li Xianshan. Rikanzen was indeed corrupted by Advent and became a core member. Not only did he suppress and even plot against the young geniuses in the city, he was also involved in a big event that the Advent Society was plotting. The intelligence indicated that the Adventist Church was about to make a big move, and its scope encompassed 8 entire cities, including Qingcheng. However, their purpose was clear, but they didn't get much information on the details. After all, Rick Hanshan was just one of the pawns and didn't know much. Suyu pondered for a moment and then spoke, that is to say, the previous one was just an appetizer. The real attack is still to come? Willow Sparrow Immortal nodded and quickly analyzed. But since we know their intentions, we can make preparations in advance. However, since the Advent Society chose to beat the bushes, it is highly likely that they will abandon Qingcheng and turn to attack other cities is not out of the question. Suyu tapped his fingers on the table, making a rhythmic thud sound. His eyes narrowed, flashing with a refined light. The Advent Society will definitely not let Qingcheng go. The stage is already set up. There is no reason for them not to come. After saying that, Suyu stood up and walked out, and after reaching the door, he looked at Shen Tianjie and said meaningfully, "Prepare in advance. The Undead Overture has been played, and the next moment is the moment to change destiny." After saying that, he quickly walked out of the city lord's mansion. Shen Tianjie would understand and knew that Suyu was talking about the content of the awakening mission. That prophecy-like introduction to the mission has been fulfilled, and there's bound to be another big show to follow. Shen Tianjie clenched his fists and made a bone-crunching sound. He looked to the city lord. "Tell me, how was that fifth-turn necromancer let in?" Upon hearing this, the city lord's head immediately motions into a rattle. "I don't know." He looked at the scrutinizing gazes of Lu Bird Fairy and Shen Tianjie and hurriedly explained, "I know what you guys suspect, but I'm not a traitor. Qingcheng is currently in such a situation. The city's boundary masters are only at the 3rd turn. How can they hold back a 5th-turn necromancer?" Upon hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and did not pursue the matter any further. Leaving the city lord's mansion, Suyu brought Baby Bear and found another hotel to stay in. Baby Bear is still unconscious from being messed with by the goddess of death, and doesn't know when he'll wake up. Suyu simply threw it directly to the side regardless, and then took out that diary. Soon, a thick aura of death enveloped him. 2 fateful terriers popped up at the same time. Fateful little event, your body is corrupted by the breath of death and your life force is gradually diminishing. A small event of fate, your soul is nourished by the breath of death, and your intellect and spiritual power gradually increase. After thinking about it, Suyu still decided to revise the first faithful synopsis. The main reason was that if he didn't change, he was afraid that it wouldn't be long before he would be corrupted into white bones by the breath of death. By then, I'm afraid I'll really follow in the footsteps of Li Pingan. Ding! Fateful minor event, your body is corrupted by the breath of death, and your life force is gradually incrementing. Fate points plus 20. Soon, the traces of corrosion by the death breath on Suyu's body disappeared, and was replaced by exuberant vitality. The diary was a personal item of the goddess of death, and the power of death tainted on it was extremely pure. As a result, the strengthening effect that this brought to Suyu's soul and spiritual power was also extremely obvious. It's almost like a dozen points of intelligence bonus every hour. The hidden attribute of mental strength was also rising at an extremely rapid rate. Suyu only felt that his mind became more and more empty. Gradually, he had even been able to interfere with reality through his thoughts. For 3 days in a row, Suyu stayed at the hotel without leaving the house, eating, drinking, and pooping in the room to solve. After 3 days, his intelligence attribute finally took on the appearance of a main attribute, riding high and leaving the rest of the attributes far behind. At the same time, Suyu also insisted on stabbing himself every 3 minutes. using the bleeding effect to brush up on his fate points. Occupation, thespian. Grade, 60. Power, 2908. Physical strength, 2752. Intelligence, 3636. Agility, 2185. Awakening, second turn. Skills, sense of fate. Savage growth. Rhythm of life. Weapon of destiny. All fall down LV6. Battle rage LV7. Weapon master LV10. Spellbreaker LV1. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny point, 41550. Suyu looked at his hands, and countless threads of fate instantly surged out from them. These threads of fate were far stronger and longer than before. Fortune-telling is really an intellectual profession. Suyu sighed slightly. With that, he removed the wisdom source stone that he had been wearing close to his body. Source of wisdom, platinum grade. Grade, 0. Attributes, 0. Durability, talent. Light of wisdom, after wearing it, you will permanently gain 1 point of mental energy every 10 days. Suyu took a deep breath. 10 days have come and gone. And next, it's harvest time. Fate minor event, you gain a wisdom source stone enhancement, plus 1 point of mental strength. As the light from the wisdom source stone merged into Suyu's body, a destiny stalk appeared before his eyes. Suyu's eyes were thoughtful. There's a lot of room for change in this fate synopsis, and the 3 mental powers alone could be replaced with other divine powers. What would be the effect if I changed it to mental power plus 100 million? Suyu frowned in thought, but as he entertained this thought, a warning sign arose from his sense of destiny. Spiritual power was something similar to will produced by the combination of the physical body and the soul. Something that was highly likely to go terribly wrong if it exceeded the carrying limits of the soul and the physical body. Plus 10,000 is always good, right? Suyu muttered. However, when he used his destiny sense, the warning sign still didn't go away. Plus 1k? He tried changing it to 1,000, and this time there was no sense of alienation coming through. However, Suyu was somewhat unwilling. He took out the Qiankuan sword box. During this period of time, Suyu had been converting the excess spiritual energy into sword chi, and now thousands of sword chi had been accumulated among the sword box. Still, he didn't think it was enough. Not only did he have to deal with the attacks that might come from Advent, but he also had to keep an eye out for a sneak attack from the goddess of death. Suyu didn't want to be captured in the god's kingdom to serve that goddess of death whatsoever every day. Ding! Minor fateful event, you receive a wisdom source stone enhancement, plus 1x mental strength. Finally, Suyu had an idea and quickly completed the fate modification. As the light of wisdom was absorbed, his mental energy began to storm, and things in front of him were suddenly fast and slow. His head also became incredibly dizzy, as if there was a brute bull charging madly inside. Gradually, Suyu even had the illusion that his spirit and flesh were separated and his consciousness was about to detach from his body. Crap! Double the increase is still too much? Suyu hurriedly sat down on his knees to stabilize his mind and quickly injected his stormy spiritual energy into the Qiankuan sword box. It was only after about half an hour that Suyu's eyes regained their clarity. However, he didn't dare to put the Qiankuan sword box down at all right now. The skyrocketing mental power was out of his control, and if he didn't keep making the exertion, it was highly likely that it would cause him to hallucinate or even fall into a state of insanity. It seems like there was still some haste, so I can't be too greedy next time, Suyu muttered, his gaze falling on the baby bear in the corner. Baby bear was leisurely watching TV when he suddenly realized that the TV was getting farther and farther away, and looked up to find himself flying in mid-air. Master bye-bye, am I still dreaming? It rubbed the rims of its eyes with a look of surprise, and then, the moment Suyu drew away his spiritual power, it fell straight down, smashing several tables and counters. Fortunately, as a titanic bear with thick skin, it was not injured. Lifting a 20-odd ton baby bear is no trouble at all, so it seems that doubling your mental power is not a small boost. Suyu smiled and shook his head. He kept injecting his spiritual energy into the Qiankuan sword box until the sun set in the west, and nearly 10,000 sword chi had already appeared in the Qiankuan sword box. Once it was opened, it would be a magnificent scene of 10,000 swords firing together. Phew! Finally slowed down. Suyu took a long breath. Fortunately, he did not choose the head iron to directly increase 100 million spiritual power. That way I'm afraid that his will be directly lost, transformed into a ball of only instinctive unnameable things. So this thing can still be used as an offense? Suyu held the wisdom source stone in his hand and coiled it, his eyes moving slightly. If he faced some unbeatable guy, he could totally choose to give the other party a light of wisdom and then directly burst the other party with his skyrocketing spiritual power. Hey goddess of death. The corners of Suyu's mouth hooked up into a playful smile, and a wisp of the aura of the dead overflowed from his soul, making his entire aura appear eerie and secretive. Is that? Suddenly, Suyu's gaze glanced out the window and his eyebrows raised. On the street outside the hotel there were two silhouettes standing there furtively. Both of them were covered in black robes with cloaks, filled with a stern aura. They had just walked up to the entrance of the hotel, but there were maniacal smiles on their faces. The two men chanted some inexplicable words as they took flyers out of their pockets and handed them out. Descend, descend. The world is defiled and needs the true God to come down and clean it up. The end day is coming. The two men shouted at the top of their lungs, their voices shrill and piercing, resounding throughout the city at night. What the hell? Cultists are so bold now? It's not supposed to be a psychopath, is it? Whatever. It's not like it has anything to do with us anyway. Just go. Listening to the crowd around them. The two black-robed men paid no attention to them, but just kept throwing out a large number of flyers from their pockets. Coming at me? Suyu held up the phone, originally wanting to notify the city guards to deal with it. However, those two men's gazes locked the 6th floor of the hotel he was in dead center. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he pulled off 2 strips of cloth to tie the Chen Koan sword box to his back. After holding back for so long, you're finally ready to make your move? He threw his bank card on the table, kicked open the landing window, and jumped straight down from the 6th floor. Bang! Suyu crashed to the ground with a dull thud. Without looking, he headed straight for where those two were. Blasphemer! You shall fall into the underworld forever. Looking at Suyu's lively appearance, the two men's faces changed slightly and hurriedly took out their weapons from their arms. What's going on? This guy has been hiding for so long. Isn't he injured? The two men had a sword and a knife crossed in front of them, their faces full of vigilance. Stay back. One of them was full of color while the other set those flyers on fire. Damn it. Let's hope the incense boundary can delay it for a while. The two of them looked at each other, and a trace of regret flooded their hearts. If I had known, I wouldn't have coveted that high bounty to face Suyu alone. Soon, a wisp of green smoke spread out and enveloped the duo. Boundaries? Suyu raised his eyebrows, his right hand held in a false grip, and the translucent life weapon flowed, transforming into a crystal longsword. It was followed by a plain and simple chop. White light flashed on the blade, and the incense boundary was torn apart like paper. Swish! A brilliant white light cut through the night sky. Put! Put! Blood splattered and 2 hideous heads were thrown out. Immediately afterward, the 2 bodies fell straight down. Fate points plus 300. Fate points plus 300. Suyu expressionlessly shook off the blood stained on his sword and raised his head to look into the distance. He guessed correctly that the Advent Society had no intention of letting go of Qingcheng, and had indeed made a comeback. Boom! A black shadow fell from the sky, smashing out a huge crater. Ola! The thieves will not hurt my lord. Baby Bear climbed out of the pit and ran quickly to alert Suyu. This guy has recently become obsessed with the 3 kingdoms again, and he's learning the moves on TV with style. Suyu patted its head and rode Baby Bear quickly towards the city center, smelling the aroma of incense coming from all around. Suyu's face moved slightly. It seems that the stage has been set for what he needs. Boom! Just as Suyu fell into deep thought, violent explosions suddenly rang in his ears. Rumble! 2 men were standing on a building on one side of the street. An old man in white, a woman in black tights. It seems like it should be dead, the woman in black said coldly as she looked down at the continuously exploding streets below. The white-robed old man closed his eyes tightly and shook his head after a moment of perception. It's not that simple. His defense is comparable to a 5th-turn professional. Don't take it lightly. 5 turns? Isn't he a life playmaster? How can the defense be so strong? The woman in black was surprised. As far as she knew, there hadn't been a shield mod-like pathway for a playmaker in history. If it doesn't work once then let's do it a few more times. I don't believe that he's so hard to kill for a 2nd-turn life playmaster. The black-clothed woman's eyes completely turned black, like the pupils of a demon, flickering with a dark light. In an instant, dozens more black orbs appeared out of thin air on the streets below. Rumble! These black orbs exploded one after another, producing a deafeningly loud sound that shook the ground. And at the center of the explosion, there was also a thick smoke rising up. After a long time, the smoke gradually cleared. A smile appeared on the black-clothed woman's face. Now we can finally kill him, right? But when she looked closely, she realized that a dark shadow had rushed out of the thick cloud of smoke. Ola! Baby Bear roared and hardened himself to carry the explosion out of the black flames. Its entire body fur had been somewhat scorched by the blast, but that was about it. Seeing this, the black-clothed woman's pupils shrunk. It's confirmed. This bear is the mythical creature, the Titan Bear. She screamed as hundreds of black balls reappeared in front of her. With that, she pulled up the white-clothed old man and violently retreated towards the back. In an instant, the deafening explosion rang out again. Although it might not be impossible to take down Baby Bear with the combined strength of the two of them casting out the forbidden art, they didn't forget that there was still a Suyu watching over them. Boom! Just as the explosion came, the baby bear chased her close, and its sharp claws slapped down on her legs, tearing off pieces of flesh and blood. Well, the woman in black stifled a grunt and fell down from midair. Whew! Baby bear rides out the attack, trying to finish the two off with a single claw. Just then, the white-clothed old man violently opened his eyes. Those eyes were glowing with a greenish-black aura, blocking baby bear's attack in just a moment, and also causing it to stiffen. Unable to move. Awari pupil technique, flesh interference. Go! One strike built up, but the white-clothed old man did not hesitate at all, yanking the black-clothed woman's wrist and then quickly darting backward. Want to go? At this time, Suyu suddenly killed from the side, holding up his shotgun and stepping on his sky wings to bombard the sky. However, the bullets he shot were attacked by a strange force in midair and disappeared halfway through the journey. Fate minor event, you attacked with a shotgun, which was defused by the power of the pupil of the green eye. Suyu's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't rush to use fate modification. He just kept a good distance and kept attacking the opponent using his firearm. These two professionals were both at the 4th turn level, and the old man in white was even at the peak of the 4th turn. Although he looked senile, in Suyu's eyes, his vitality was almost comparable to that of a baby bear. These two were deliberately showing weakness, ironically brewing up some kind of scheme, but Suyu wasn't afraid in the slightest. Seeing that the bullets were useless against the two, he took the initiative to put away his gun and brought up his life weapon, the long sword, and rushed forward. Seeing this, the white-clothed old man was not surprised but pleased. Oh, young people are just indolent. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. If Suyu kept hanging on and fought a tug-of-war with him, then he would really have a bit of a headache. But now, Suyu even took the initiative to give up his advantage and rushed over. Wasn't this rushing to his death? The black-clothed woman's miserable face also flushed red, as if she had seen the end of Suyu. Suyu rushed to the two men and was about to do away with them with a sword when a warning sign suddenly rose in his heart. Pupils? His eyes locked with the white-clothed old man's, and a stream of bizarre power came from all directions, seeming to tear him to pieces. Minor fateful event, you are gazed upon by the eye of the green underworld and strangled by the power of the pupil. The green destiny eyes? Surely a pupil artist. Suyu pondered slightly and quickly completed the revision of the fateful synopsis. Ding! Minor fateful event, you are gazed upon by glaucoma and strangled by the power of the pupil. Fate points plus 50. In the next moment, the white-clothed old man's eyes blinked and he felt bad. What's going on? Why can't I see anymore? As a pupil master, he not only possessed all sorts of bizarre skills, but his eyesight was also proud of all colors of professions. But now, not only was his vision blurry, it was even accompanied by pain as well as tears against the wind. What have you done to me? The white-clothed old man was completely flustered. The woman in black was also filled with fear. Her pupil art couldn't even help either of Suyu or Baby Bear. Now that the white-clothed old man's means had also been cracked, she no longer had the arrogance and haughtiness she had at the beginning and began to frantically flee. As for the white-clothed old man, because of the blindness as well as the pain, his fighting strength was greatly reduced, and he was quickly cut down by Suyu with 2 swords. Fate points plus 400. And the woman in black can't escape the bad luck. Injured, she can't run fast at all. Not 2 times to catch up with the baby bear pounced on the ground. Ow! Bao Bao Xiong was just about to smash her head with a slap when he was robbed of his head by a spear thrown by Suyu. Fate points plus 400. After collecting these 2 heads, Suyu stepped on the air and quickly climbed up to the building to look around. At this moment, all parts of Qingcheng were in chaos. The smell of blood and the burning incense of that particular flyer mixed together and filled the entire city, making the originally calm and peaceful atmosphere treacherous and terrifying, sending shivers down the spine. Suddenly, Suyu's gaze froze. He felt a familiar fluctuation coming from him and immediately looked in that direction. That was located in the main center of Qingcheng, the orientation of the city lord's mansion. As far as the eye could see, the city lord's mansion had been razed to the ground at the moment, with corpses lying all over it and blood staining the ground. Shen Tianjie and the others had their colors on, and were huddled together, confronting a figure in midair. The lotus-style thunder that had been crafted from Rican Mountain was grasped in the mysterious man's hand and was hovering in midair. Seemingly sensing Suyu's gaze, the man turned his head and smiled towards Suyu. Do you like it? This stage built for you. He was handsome, with a slender figure and a wicked brow. The left arm, however, was empty, and it was clearly missing an arm. While looking at Suyu, his finger tapped on the lotus-style thunder. At this instant, Suyu's brows instantly tightened. He realized that the connection between himself and the lotus-style thunder was severed. Can you actually cut the threads of fate? Suyu's face was slightly stagnant as he jumped down from the building and headed straight to the city lord's mansion. Baby Bear, on the other hand, was commanded by him to rescue people in the city. However, Suyu's face did not ease up at all. He looked to the mission details. 0/100000000. By all rights, saving someone from certain death should count as changing the course of destiny. However, no matter how many people Baby Bear saved, the number of people required in the mission still did not increase by a single one. Rumble. In mid-air, the man casually tossed the Lotus Guile Thunder in front of Shen Tianjie. In an instant, the Lotus Guile Thunder was actually directly detonated. Everything in Rican Mountain exploded, erupting in monstrous flames. Shen Tianjie spread his legs apart, set up a Taiji starting stance, and blasted out several palms in succession. Willow Bird Fairy also pulled a fiery red staff out of her hip and cast Vermilion Bird Flame in response. The City Lord, on the other hand, had run off somewhere at this time and did not join the two to meet the enemy. The major guilds in the city were also entangled and unable to rush to support them. Fortunately, although this mysterious person was able to detonate the Lotus Guile Thunder, the power was not as terrifying as when Suyu himself detonated it. The two had a scare and quickly squashed the explosion. However, in the next moment, the surrounding scenery became blurred, as if they were overlapping. Rumble. The explosion that should have disappeared had made a comeback and seemed to have been superimposed several times over, engulfing the two in an instant. When Suyu arrived, the two of them, Shen Tianjie, were already lying on the ground dying. How did you do that? Suyu carried his sword and walked slowly. The long sword left a straight sword mark on the ground, and the blade was slowly lifted up, pointing at the mysterious man. The mysterious man smiled slightly and didn't answer. Smoke and fire constantly filled the air around him, like a god coming out of a temple. Suyu, you must be careful. He's a historian of the mystic department, and his abilities are very bizarre. Shen Tianjie brought up a breath of caution. He can cut out segments from history and project them into reality, and he can also copy the skills of other professions from history. We just didn't block his triple explosion stacking bombardment just now. Historian? Creepy profession indeed. Suyu nodded slightly and continued without looking back. Didn't I remind you guys? Why didn't you call for reinforcements? Upon hearing this, Shen Tianjie couldn't help but laugh bitterly. There's not enough manpower up there. The Advent Society has locked down too many cities at the same time, and it's already not easy for each city to get a share of a fifth-turn professional. Who knew Advent could lay down the blood to attack Castle, and send a historian from one of the twins? Suyu was silent and looked at Shen Tianjie and then at the historian. As the same fifth-turn professional, the gap between the two was simply like a glowing fire and a white moon, which was extremely abnormal. Enough said? Now, may I taste the flavor of your blood? The historian shrugged off his right hand, the white glove coming off to reveal the scarred right hand. His 5 fingers were open, and his face held a slightly playful expression. Curious? It's a souvenir left over from the fight with Aftermath. His face twisted at the mention of the word Aftermath. With that, the smoke and fire around him suddenly emptied. I hope you enjoy the gift I have bestowed upon you as well. The historian's mouth quirked up as he raised his right hand. In a blink of an eye, the scenery around Suyu changed drastically, as countless guns and bullets as well as terrifying explosions came at the same time. Join Advent. After today, even if you don't want to, you can't. The historian's shoulders opened and he laughed maniacally. I'll make a city of people into Lotus Guile Thunder. What do you think will happen to you? A fortune teller? When the top brass of Disya sees this scene, you actually managed to replicate my skill? No, it's the skill of Remnant? Suyu's eyes flashed as he violently retreated violently while turning his life weapon into a shield in front of him. Bang bang bang. Only several loud sounds were heard, and Suyu was instantly flooded by countless attacks. Fate minor event. You were attacked by the history replication technique and suffered minor injuries. Suyu held up his shield, stacking battle rage as he retreated. He didn't rush to make a fate modification, but quickly analyzed the intelligence in his mind. This guy must be stopped. If we let him succeed, then this black pot will definitely be impossible to shake off. Suyu frowned. The historian's ability to replicate history was tricky even for him. As strong as the profession of historian is, it shouldn't be as strong as it is. Suyu took the time to look at it and realized that every time he used history replica, a large portion of the smoke and fire around that person would disappear. Obviously, he didn't unleash this powerful skill without a price, but those flyers were now burning everywhere in the city, and there was no way for Suyu to stop the other side. What is the problem that Castle has not escaped its set fate by now? After thinking for a moment, Suyu planned to take down the historian first before saying anything. Ding! Fate modification unleashed. Minor fateful event, you have been attacked by historical reproduction and have been slighted. Fate points plus 50. Rumble. Soon, the attack that history had reproduced gradually disappeared, and Suyu walked out of the ruins unharmed. He wore the Storm Bear suit and transformed his life weapon into a spear, viciously throwing a strike stacked with 10 layers of fury. Boom! The spear broke through 10 times the speed of sound the moment it came out of his hand and created a violent friction in the air. producing an ear-piercing whine as if it had torn through the void. This terrifying speed made it extremely difficult for even a pupil artist to react. The historian had originally disdained the chase and stood his ground and coldly said something sarcastic. However, the moment he saw the spear coming, his pupils shrunk violently, and his figure instantly retreated violently to avoid it. At the same time, the historical reproduction was utilized to summon a large building to block in front of them. Half of his smoldering aura disappeared again. His figure was like a ghost, his feet stepping on top of the building ruins, his body as slippery as a loach. The life weapon spear penetrated through the heavy obstacles, but eventually it was unable to follow through and got stuck inside a layer of tin building. Suyu secretly said that it was a pity and reached out to recall his life weapon. Gulp! A knot in the historian's throat rolled, and a hint of fear appeared on his face as he looked at the thousands of layers of copper walls that had been pierced before him. How dare you disobey my will? The historian stared at Suyu dead in the face and gritted his teeth. The game of cat and mouse is over. Next, meet your fate well. Descend, descend. With the historian's roar, the entire Qingcheng suddenly trembled madly. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterward, a reinforced concrete building collapsed, and countless pieces of rubble shot out in all directions. As everyone looked on in horror, portal after portal emerged from beneath the city. Damn, why are so many secret portals underneath Qingcheng? Xun Tianjie and Lu Bird Fairy exclaimed. An entire 10 secret realm teleportation gates appeared in the city, and countless monsters were dumbfounded at the gates. These monsters varied in level, but the lowest was level 40. Wang Hailong, so many portals have been shoved under the ground. Don't say you don't know. Willow Sparrow Fairy stormed out, trying to find a trace of the city lord. However, at the moment, she didn't even see a single shadow. A piece of white paper floated into her hand at some point. I'm really not a traitor, but I just made a deal with Advent. The human race is already weak. The Great Summer Border was broken in succession. I have no choice but to choose to protect myself in times of crisis. Teacher Lu, I've always admired you. If you want to live, you can escape through the tunnels inside the city lord's mansion. Wang Hailong stays. Fuck. Lu Bird Fairy violently tore the note to shreds. It's really that goon, dog thing. Don't let my old lady find you. The whole 10 secret realms stand in the city. Countless secret realm monsters have roared, full of hunger and thirst rushed to those secret realm exit. They want to leave here as soon as possible, and then go to eat a full meal. Demon Ghost Canyon, Swinging Soul Mountains, Scarlet Monastery. Surprisingly, all of them are mid to high level secret realms. Within Qingcheng, countless people looked at this scene in despair. Of those 10 secret realm teleportation gates, except for one that seemed to be out of order and didn't have any monsters running out of it, all of the remaining 9 channels had high-level monsters pouring out. And the most terrifying thing was not only that, because in the sky above their heads, there were also dense black threads descending. As long as they were entangled in that silk thread, they would immediately become puppets on strings, eventually transforming into a lotus guile thunder. What to do? Someone couldn't help but scream. What else can we do? Put up a fight. At worst, I'll be a Daxia soul in the next life. An emotion called despair spread through the crowd. 10 giant gates across the sky, with a powerful historian watching from behind. There was no hope. Qingcheng would fall completely today. Just like the rest of the cities in Dixia, the Night's Watch had managed to gather the city guards, but morale was still low at the moment. The crowd scattered and fled in all directions, not forming a fighting force at all. Many of them were torn apart and gnawed on by the monsters just as they ran out not too far away. Some people chose to escape home, but the alloy security door was no different from tofu under the monster's sharp claws and teeth, and was casually scratched through. And the 3 members of the family who were hiding in the house were also in the monster's belly. The screams of children came, the muffled grunts of men rang out, and the screams of women were unceasing. Tonight, blood is the main theme. Buzz. Just then, a silver-white figure flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Suyu was expressionless. One person, one sword, just killed the monsters without the slightest hesitation. His sword was glowing with silver light, and no matter what level of monster it was, he killed it with a single stroke. He traveled through the monsters, and wherever he went, corpses littered the landscape. One monster after another died in his hands, blood splattering out and staining the ground, all the way forward. It was actually hard to kill a bloody channel, and at the end of this passage, the historian's only remaining right hand involuntarily trembled, as if recalling some familiar memories, and even voluntarily averted his gaze, not daring to meet Suyu's eyes. This scene was undoubtedly a shot in the arm for everyone in the city. Kill. In the Vigilant Guild, a bald old man led the charge. He was not of high rank, and his physique was somewhat bloated, but he was red-faced and tearful. Suyu, I didn't think it was your turn to teach me a lesson today. The old principal looked at Suyu's back and a flash of guilt flashed through his heart. On that day when Suyu awakened, he did have a distaste for Suyu's profession rise in his heart. But now, that figure made him feel immense admiration. It was the boldness of going forward in spite of millions of people. Shen Tianjie and Lu Bird Fairy exchanged a glance and nodded. Even though they were not lightly injured, the two of them quickly followed behind Suyu. In an instant, the wariness of everyone in the city was mobilized. Everyone's eyes were red, and even the life profession professionals had picked up their weapons. The human race has never lacked the spirit of resistance. Courage, the seventh piece of equipment for professionals. Rumble. With the rhythm brought up by Suyu, the 10 million people in the city were twisted into a single force, and miraculously fought off the beast tide. It pushed those monsters back a bit. However, the good times didn't last long, and as time passed, all 9 secret realm gates let out violent rattles. Those monsters that came out of the secret realm were getting higher and higher in level, and in the end, they had even generally reached level 60. This was already the equivalent of a third-turn professional. Monsters of this level were no longer something that could be dealt with by relying on a rush of blood. Suyu, the willow sparrow immortal, was dyed in blood, and the vermilion bird flame was brightly flickering, clearly nearing its limit. Suyu sank his face. His life weapon transformed into a square sky painting halberd, opening the matchless light, clearing the strange force demonic ghosts and ghost nuns that came in all around. However, the number of monsters was simply too many, and even if he killed them in seconds every time, the speed of advancement remained slow. It's too hard to implement a plan to catch a thief. Lu Bird Fairy rushed to Suyu's side with great difficulty. Her lips mumbled for a moment before she said, "You go, Suyu. There is a road under the city lord's mansion that can get out of the city." Shen Tianjie's eyes moved slightly, and eventually sighed and agreed. Xinjiang is located in the borderlands, and although the higher-ups didn't say anything, they also have the attitude that it's best to be able to hold on to it, and give it up if they can't. Honestly, I'm afraid you're more important than Ichijo in a way. Cut the crap. Suyu coldly drank. His footsteps became firmer and he continued to move forward, waving the square heavenly painted halberd in his hand, sending all the monsters in front of him flying. "Run yourselves if you want to," he roared with rage, a look of determination in his eyes as his vital weapon transformed into a guan blade and violently slashed the several ghostly nuns blocking his path. Immediately afterward, the body leapt up in the air. Roar! A ghostly nun hissed and lunged, extending her sharp nails. Suyu clenched his left hand and met him with a brazen punch. Bang! This punch seemed to carry a huge force of 10,000 pounds, and even directly whacked the ghost nun. Roar! On the other side, hundreds of demons swarmed to Suyu. His arms crossed, his life weapon transformed into a shield, and he hardened himself against the countless attacks. The battlefield was changing rapidly, and fate stocks were literally popping up on the screen, and many times he couldn't even use his fate modification. Suyu did not say a word. His entire face was filled with madness, his body constantly prancing around, his means coming out frequently. Seeing this scene, the Lu Bird Immortal duo also gave up their persuasion and followed Suyu, dealing with the monsters on both sides for him. But the deeper they got into the beast tide, the slower the trio advanced. There were already level 80 plus monsters in the 9 secret gates. Suyu took a deep breath, forcibly pressing down the negative effects brought about by battle rage, causing himself to stay awake as much as possible. His eyes went to the only portal where no monsters appeared. "Where does that secret portal lead?" Suyu said without looking back. At those words, Willow Bird Immortal narrowed her eyes and gazed for a moment, then said with a hint of complexity, 90% chance that it's the Storm Bear Plains, because you emptied it of monsters before, so no monsters are coming out of it now? What? You say that's the Storm Bear Plains? Suyu's heavy expression instantly disappeared. Scratch that. Why didn't you say so earlier? He reached out and rubbed his face. It's a good thing I've been acting for so long. Suyu slightly shook his head and took back the bad luck amulet while removing the Chin Kuan sword box on his back and cradling it in his arms. He was going to put on a show and wait for the historian to get close enough to just bottom all the way out and hammer it home. But now, it doesn't seem to need to be acted out. No more pretending. I'm showing my cards. The moment Suyu relaxed, the body position that the three of them had managed to push up was directly rushed back by the monster swarm. Seeing this scene, the gazes of everyone in the city darkened. Does it still not work? However, Suyu did not feel the slightest bit of pity. Without hesitation, he lifted the Qiankuan sword box. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, 11,000 sword chi broke through the air. 10,000 swords were fired, and the sword light was bright and dazzling, like fireworks in full bloom. Splendid to the extreme. The power of these sword chi wasn't amazing, but they were superior in number. A full 10,000 sword lights were enough to strangle a level 100 monster. Damn, this guy still has such a strong backhand? A hint of panic surfaced in the historian's eyes, and his body hastily dodged in an attempt to escape. However, Suyu's target was not him. Baby Bear! Suyu roared, his voice shaking the four directions. Ola! Baby Bear killed a bloody path with a claw and growled in response to Suyu. Its size at this time was as high as 100 meters, and its level was directly piled up to level 90 by the experience value shared by Suyu's monster kills, which was like a crane amongst all the monsters. The Titan's might was suddenly unleashed, and the 10-kilometer radius was instantly empty, without any monsters daring to approach at all. Follow me! Just then, Suyu harnessed 10,000 sword chi to fly towards it. The surrounding monsters hissed and grabbed towards Suyu, but they were torn apart by the sword light before they could get close. At this moment, he was like the absolute sword immortal, and nothing could stand in front of him. In the midst of the infinite sea of monsters, Suyu was as easy as walking on the ground. The moment he was close to the baby bear, Suyu single-handedly held it by the neck, and then brought it to violently rush towards the only secret realm portal that was free of monsters. Stop him! Seeing this, the historian's eyelids fluttered and he had a bad feeling. It seemed that something extremely terrifying would happen after allowing Suyu and that bear to approach the secret realm portal. Historical flashbacks. History reproduced. The flow of descends. The fireworks around the historian disappeared instantly. At the same time, thousands of soldiers manifested behind him, forming a huge army with various powerful monsters that had appeared in history. The aura of age came overwhelmingly, and these alien soldiers whose battle armor was stained with blood were under the torrent of history, as if they had been washed away for countless centuries, and as if they had just awakened from their slumber. Kill! Deafening roars resounded throughout the four directions. The torrent of history combined with the monsters pouring out of the 9 secret realm gates, vowing to stop Suyu in his tracks. Anxious? However, the current Suyu no longer had any scruples. He grabbed Baby Bear firmly, and with 10,000 sword chi, he righteously met up with the group of monsters. Rumble! A shocking collision erupted. Terrifying energy raged in all directions. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. However, only a few seconds later, the crowd felt something more on their faces. When he opened his eyes, what he saw was a red mist of blood flying in the sky. Suyu's eyes were scarlet, the corners of his mouth were tinged with an evil smile, and 10,000 sword lights converged into a sharp sword that was unrivaled and unstoppable. Ola! The baby bear beside him was also incredibly excited, his 2 paws waving frantically. Monster after monster fell, corpses strewn everywhere. The short exchange of words had greatly affected the minds of those foreign races. For a moment, it actually froze in place, with fear in its eyes. Damn it! Stop him! Stop him! Historians eyeballed it. The history book of the ages that glowed with an orange luster was flipped open by him, and a head of monsters that had left a deep mark in history was summoned out, heading towards Suyu in a forward and backward motion. However, under that radiant sword light, everything was going to be churned to pieces. As he neared, dozens of level 100 monsters appeared in front of Suyu, and his Qiankuan sword chi had also been exhausted. Suyu remained calm in the face of the eyeing high-level monsters, only to see him gently aiming his life weapon at the evil spirit closest to the secret portal. In the next moment, instantaneous prison shadow kill was unleashed. Suyu and Baby Bear's figures instantly disappeared before appearing behind that evil spirit. Suyu obediently struck a blow to the chrysanthemum, poking the evil spirit on the spot. And then, the amulet of bad luck activates. Fate minor event, you are jinxed. Luck X 100. Fate points plus 50. In an instant, the monsters that tried to turn back to attack suffered their doom, each other's attacks inexplicably falling on friendly forces. A curse from the ghost sister landed on the frost dragon's head, cursing it into a fool. The frost giant dragon backhanded an ice flame spit to try to free Suyu, but it happened to be deflected by the curse, freezing the hell's 3-headed dog that had already rushed in front of Suyu into an ice sculpture. Within a few moments, the monsters fought amongst themselves, killing and wounding most of them. Some of the remaining remnants of the blood were also set up by Suyu to call out from hell, blowing their heads off one by one with a single shot. One of the unlucky ones even triggered an instant death effect, and was directly hit by a shot that left no crumbs left. After the last monster fell, Suyu also slowly stopped moving his hands and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He bowed his head, looking down at the Fae beneath him with disdainful eyes. It's over. His voice was like thunder, and the vast waves of sound were transmitted, causing those foreigners to tremble. The people in the city were also trembling and their scalps were numb, although he didn't know what Suyu was going to do. But judging from that historian's expression, perhaps what Suyu did next would really have the effect of turning the tide. Suyu slightly raised his head and looked at the secret realm teleportation portal suspended in the firmament, the corners of his mouth crossing a treacherous arc. He stretched out his right hand and transformed his life weapon into a large trumpet. Immediately after that, Suyu thought slightly and cupped his fist to deliver a hard blow on Baby Bear's head. Dang! Hiss! It hurts! Baby Bear's eyes were full of tears and he covered his head with a resigned face. That's the right look. Seeing this, Suyu nodded with satisfaction and placed the horn in front of it. Baby Bear blinked and froze, then suddenly understood and used a battle cry towards the horn. Mom! In an instant, the entire space trembled violently, as if even time was frozen for it. The terrifying soundwave was amplified several times again by the life weapon speakers, and it was unreservedly transmitted to the depths of the Storm Bear Plains. It's over. The historian covered his face, a look of despair filling his eyes. Damn! How could I forget about this Titan bear cub? Now that old bear is awakened. It's all over. He looked at Suyu, his eyes ruthless and, you're asking for death. That old bear is not an ally of the human race. If you awaken it, the entire city will be buried by you. I won't bother you with that. Suyu shrugged, his mouth tinged with playfulness. Humph, stupidity, the historian sneered. Wait for it, but I don't want to die with you. Reproduction. A pair of feathers unfurled behind the historian and jerked back. Boo! However, he had only taken one step when an armor-piercing shell as thick as a cannonball grazed his cheek, bringing out a few drops of blood. Are you crazy? The historian was furious, but he no longer dared to take a step forward when he was pointed at by Suyu's gun. His senses were frantically warning him that he could not catch Suyu's next shot. This maniac, does he really want to take everyone down with him? Suyu ignored him and instead looked towards the secret realm teleportation gate in the distance and muttered, "It should be about time." As the words fell from his lips, he jerked up his life weapon horn and, "Mom, come quick. Someone is bullying me and Baby Bear." Ha! Hearing Suyu's voice, even Lu Bird Fairy and the others froze. What did he call that bear? Mom? Shin Tianjia's face was full of dismay. He had thought that Suyu had made some kind of deal with that Titan giant bear, allowing it to bring its descendants and children out of the secret realm. Willow Sparrow Fairy at that time only thought that Suyu had used some rare prop to escape and was lucky enough to gain the goodwill of the Titan giant bear. After the intelligence was passed on, the Night's Watch executives thought that this was a signal of goodwill released by the Titan bear, and even set up a special group that was preparing to look for an opportunity to approach the Titan bear to seek cooperation. However, Suyu's current sentence directly overturned all their speculations. Did this guy recognize the Titanic bear as his godmother? That's not true. Titan creatures are especially valued for their bloodline. How could they recognize a human as their son for no reason? There is no doubt that what is happening now is simply beyond anyone's expectations. Even the historians had their brains down for a few seconds. What do you call that old bear? He spoke with difficulty. That's an existence that once attempted to ignite divine fire and ascended to the divine throne of the Earth Goddess. Don't mess around. There's no messing around. Suyu blinked his eyes, looked at him with great sincerity, and spoke. If you don't believe me, ask Baby Bear. Baby Bear scratched his head in disbelief. Why isn't our mom awake? Boom. Everyone present felt as if they had heard a bolt from the blue. I can't believe it's really my own son? This sudden change in the style of painting was just too subversive to cognize, making everyone completely unable to react for a moment. You really have a Titanic bear bloodline inheritance? Hearing Baby Bear's admission, the historian froze for 2 or 3 seconds before coming back to his senses, and couldn't help but exclaim, No wonder you have such a heavy scent of a Titanic giant bear on you. After marveling, a hint of greed rose in his eyes. Is it a change spell or a transmutation spell? There's no denying that the miracle you've created is tantalizing, and even more irresistible to us at Advent. If you're willing to share, I think the chairman will agree even if you make any offer. The historian had no intention of retreating at this moment. Instead, he was gazing at Suyu with a fervent face. Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang? Suyu raised an eyebrow, not expecting this guy to still think of turning him when he was dead. Just when he wanted to say something, suddenly, Suyu's face changed and his eyes instantly reddened. He crouched down next to Baby Bear without saying a word, putting the word aggravation into perspective. Baby Bear followed suit, and with the fire-roasted fur and the big bulging bag on his head, he simply looked like an aggravated little daughter-in-law. Boom! A giant claw that covered the sky stretched out from the secret portal. In an instant, the entire secret realm teleportation gate was propped up and burst open. A storm rolled steeply across the sky and the earth trembled. All the secret realm monsters stiffened in place at the same time, and even escaping was a luxury. The people in the city also stopped breathing, only to feel a mountain pressing down on their hearts. The power of the Titans is as terrifying as it is. Suyu raised his head with tearful eyes and locked eyes with the pair of eyes in the firmament. Woo-woo. Baby Bear hugged Mama Bear's mountain-like thighs and cried, Mom, don't abandon me, okay? I'm so scared. Ooh. Hiss. Suyu unexpectedly looked at Baby Bear, not realizing that this guy usually looked naive and silly, but turned out to be an actor? As expected, when Baby Bear's words fell, Mama Bear's anger level was instantly pulled up. Suyu rushed to add fuel to the fire, pointing at the historian in midair and shouting at the top of his voice. Mom, it's that guy. He brought those secret realm monsters to besiege Baby Bear and I. If it weren't for the help of the humans in this city, we wouldn't have been able to hold out long ago. At those words, Mama Bear's eyes went completely cold. No, that's not it. Let me explain. The historian panicked and waved his hands, trying to weasel out of it, but Mama Bear was clearly in no mood to listen. Dare to bully my child. Die. It slapped down with a claw containing anger. And even space could not withstand it, ripping out a dark and incomparable spatial crack. Rumble. The earth collapsed, the sky cracked, and everything seemed so small and feeble. No, history reset. Reset. You fucking reset. The historian hissed desperately, but the difference between the two was too great, and those pyrotechnics consumed dry couldn't even resist the slightest bit. Willow Sparrow Fairy and the others only felt a darkness before their eyes, followed by a ringing in their ears and blurred eyes, unable to open their eyes at all. When he regained his sight again, he only saw that everything around him had disappeared, and in its place was a vast empty plain. Under that titanic bear's claw, not only did all the enemies disappear into thin air, even the entire Qingchang was gone. Fortunately, with Suyu's previous words as a gold medal of immunity, the people in the city were actually unharmed by this attack. The joy of the aftermath was on everyone's faces. What the hell is going on with Suyu? However, Shen Tianjie looked at Mama Xiong not far away with a complicated expression. He was suddenly a little confused as to how to treat Suyu, who possessed a foreign bloodline. Was he originally mixed? Or, shaking his head, Shen Tianjie intended to throw this question up and let those old men have their own headaches. At the moment, Mama Bear was looking at her palms with love. A sea of blood was flowing silently in the center of its hand. That was the life essence condensed from the monster's flesh and blood after Mama Bear had slapped all the monsters in the 9 secret realms with one claw. Suyu, on the other hand, was taking a pleasurable dip in the sea of blood with Baby Bear. Nourished by this blood and flesh essence, his Titan bloodline produced a metamorphosis in advance, and there was no need to wait for the 1-year time point. Terrifying vitality rippled out. Even the crowd from afar had a feeling of refreshed spirit, unable to imagine what kind of benefits Suyu, who was at the center of it all, had received. Click 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 click. Explosive sounds kept coming from within Suyu's body. Those were the sounds of bones breaking and reorganizing. He was emitting an intense light that was as thick as the earth, and the surface of his skin was covered with lines as if it was a divine pattern. These lines appeared soon after and then quickly hid, but Suyu could clearly see them. This is his true name that he awakened after becoming a Titan creature, Prometheus Gaia. Prometheus is the prefix for all Titan creatures. Gaia stands for the earth, and the final U stands for Suyu. The true name is a symbol of the glory of the Titan creature and is extremely important as the basis for igniting the divine flame. Therefore, until one becomes a god, one's true name must be kept strictly confidential. Soon, within just a few breaths of time, Suyu's basic attributes received another qualitative improvement. Not only that, but his body had changed drastically. His height jumped up to 2 meters, with a gnarled and coiled muscle, and his body's sinews were tough and filled with explosive strength, as if it were steel. His power was even more terrifying, and his hands and feet contained a breathtaking greatness. This power does not originate from the bloodline, but is due to the evolution of the body's instincts. The body of the Titan giant bear was already considered perverted, and Suyu was even using a large amount of life essence to forcefully reach the metamorphosis. Among 1-year-old Titan bears, his physique was absolutely unrivaled for his age. Not only that, under that amazing claw of Mama Bear, Suyu's third turn quest was also completed. In the presence of millions of people, this scene of drama was a spectacular one, and the fate of certain death for all was reversed, reversing heaven's destiny. Destiny points plus 88888888. In this wave, Suyu's harvest of destiny points was horrifying, amounting to nearly 1 million. Second career awakening successful. Your level has increased. Current level LV 65. The level restriction was lifted, and the experience value accumulated from killing monsters before was instantly absorbed. Suyu squinted his eyes, feeling the pleasure of increased power. You gained the Destiny Pathway skill, Perfect Appreciation. You gained the Divine Pathway skill, Order Destruction. You gained the Mandate Pathway skill, Guardian. 3 tips appeared in front of Suyu. Not surprisingly, he gained 3 more skills after his third awakening. Suyu tapped the skill introduction away. Perfect Curtain Call LV1, passive skill when you use Sniper. The 4th shot will randomly trigger a blast, decimate, or instant death effect. Order Destruction LV1, passive skill. Your attacks will have a disintegration trait attached to them, allowing you to disintegrate any energy body or special energy. Guardian LV1, passive skill. When you are fighting in a territory, you will constantly receive a full attribute bonus. currently boosting your full attributes by 1% per second, up to a maximum of 40%. Hint, your skill perfect curtain call LV1 order destruction LV1 demon LV1 lawbreaker LV1 can be fused. Will you spend 444,444 destiny points to fuse them? Tip, the initial level of the new skill after fusion is max. Before Suyu could finish reading the skill introduction, a prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Fusion? Suyu's face was torn, a little reluctant to give up destiny points, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Fusion. After all, skills were in the essence, not in the number, and besides, the skill level was directly maxed out after the fusion, so he didn't need to spend any more fate points to raise the level. When you really get down to it, this is actually not that expensive. Right now, although Suyu's sustained combat ability was strong, he lacked a 1-2 punch. The Chenkuan sword box that could be used as a base card at the moment required a long time to accumulate sword chi again, and if he could fuse a great move, it would undoubtedly make up for his shortcomings. Your skills perfect curtain call LV1 order destruction LV1 demon LV1 and lawbreaker LV1 merge to become final prologue max. Final prologue max, passive skill. Your fourth attack will simultaneously trigger 4x blast, 40% blood decimation, 40% true damage addition, and 4,444% instant death determination. When you are located in territory fighting enemies, you gain a 4% full attribute bonus every 4 seconds, stacking up to 44 times. Note, only sniper rifles can trigger the 4,444 effect. Hiss. Looking at the skill introduction of the final prologue, even Suyu could not help but be shaken to the core. Strong, too strong, worthy of being a max level skill that came out of the fusion of 4 skills. This fourth attack shall not be heaven-defying? Quadruple strike plus 40% true damage added, and then you'll also be outright decimated after your blood drops to 40%, even if you can't be decapitated. What about the instant death effect? Once the instant death effect is triggered, monsters below the god level can't withstand it, right? Earned. Definitely earned. Suyu licked his lips and then opened his attribute panel. Occupation, thespian. Grade, 65. Strength, 4,618. Physical strength, 4252. Intelligence, 3,636. Agility, 3,185. Awakening, third turn. Skills, sense of fate. Savage growth. Rhythm of life. Fate weapon. All fall down LV6. Battle rage LV7. Weapons master LV10. Final prologue max. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny point, 461550. Looking at this attribute of his that could be described as terrifying, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. The completion of the 3 revolutions, plus the first metamorphosis of the Titan bloodline, directly caused his strength and stamina to skyrocket by nearly 2,000. And, with $460,000 left over after using $440,000, Destiny point is an absolutely huge amount of money. Suyu leisurely lay on the sea of blood and thought about it, then with a wave of his hand, he directly disliked all the skills that could be upgraded with fate points. Destiny point 348,000. Your skill Wanzue LV6 is upgraded to max level. Your skill Weapon Master LV10 is upgraded to max level. Your skill Battle Rage is upgraded to max level. All fall down max. Active skill, you are a paranoid artist, a painter who records the splendor of life, and a dancer who walks between deaths. When you cast All Fallen, you can piece together any corpse in its surviving or dead state into a single lotus guile, the power of which depends on the materials used to craft it. Max effect, your art has reached its peak, and will additionally boost the power of Lotus Trick Lightning by 100%. Weapon Master Max, passive skill you are a natural weapon master, and any weapon will turn into a horrible weapon in your hands. Attack power is increased by 140% when wearing any weapon. When you use a sword, the duration of special effects caused by the weapon is increased by 100%, and the judgment level is increased by 20 levels. Battle Rage Max, passive skill when you fight or receive damage. You can build up your rage to a total of 12 levels. Each level of rage status will increase the full attributes by 30%. When the rage tier reaches the 12th level, your pain sensation disappears, your self-healing ability improves by 500%, your neural reflexes speed increases by 800%, you enter a state of frenzy, and your sanity minus 300%. The first 2 skill enhancements Suyu was extremely satisfied with. However, this last skill caused him to have a slight regret. Sanity minus 300% when entering a berserk state. This fucking. For Suyu, who needed to make fate modifications under special circumstances, the impact caused by this negative effect was too great. And I wonder if it can be circumvented by fate modification? Suyu muttered. But he couldn't afford to try that now. If he suddenly lost his mind and attacked Mama Bear, It would be a godsend. Soon, after about another hour or so, this sea of blood was completely sucked dry by Suyu and Baby Bear. Although Baby Bear's bloodline purity was high, Suyu, who possessed savage growth, was not far behind. Even though he had already completed the bloodline metamorphosis, Suyu still absorbed and hoarded a massive amount of life energy in his body. These life energies could be used not only for the next bloodline metamorphosis, but also as a backup energy to recover from injuries and so on. Ola! Baby Bear growled up at the sky in excitement and slapped his chest in great delight. It had also completed a bloodline metamorphosis at this moment, and its body size had risen by a head, standing up to be almost close to 60 meters, and its strength had increased greatly. Baby Bear. Race, Titan Bear. Level, 95. Natural skills. Earth power. Titan bears are the favorites of the earth. Fighting on the earth can greatly increase defense, attack power, and quickly recover physical energy. Titan's wrath. The Titan bear's base attributes will gradually increase in battle, up to 300%. Titanic might. A Titanic bear releases a high level of creature might that will exert a great oppressive force on lower level creatures. Sky crash. The Titan bear releases all of its life energy to strike a devastating blow. Suyu casually glanced at its attribute panel and nodded slightly. Baby Bear as his ally pet is naturally the stronger the better. Boys, it's Mommy's fault for letting you suffer. With an apologetic face, Mama Bear held Suyu and Baby Bear in her arms, unable to stop the tears from flowing down her face. Her body was over 2,000 meters tall, but she cried like a child, causing a warm current to well up in Suyu's heart. It was a mother's love he had never known before, and although the race was different, the love was purer. Baby Bear rubbed his head against Mama Bear and said somewhat sheepishly, "Mom, don't cry. In fact, we haven't suffered any grievances. Why not?" Mama Bear gazed at Suyu, her eyes piercing through his body and going straight to his soul. Looking at Suyu's soul that was filled with the aura of death, Mama Bear trembled, obviously furious. "Ugh, while I'm in a slump, that bitch Lilith had the audacity to transform you into." Mama Bear gritted her teeth in hatred. "Now that your soul is corrupted, you mustn't come into contact with the higher necromancers, or else you'll be completely reduced to a puppet." Saying this, Mother Bear reached out and stroked Suyu's head, saying in a serious tone, "I still need to sleep for 30 years to make up for the damage caused by the divine fire burning." And during this time, Mama Xion slowly turned her head and looked at Shin Tianjie, saying in a single word, "If the human race can provide shelter for my heirs, one day if I rekindle the divine flame and ascend to the divine throne, I may consider staying in Daxia." Upon hearing this, Shin Tianjie was first stunned, and then he was ecstatic. Such a heavyweight being is willing to get close to Great Xia. It's like pie in the sky. Shin Tianjie was incredibly excited and hurriedly assured, "Don't worry, senior. Leave Suyu's safety to us. As long as I'm still alive for a day, no one will dare to mess with them." Aha! Mama Xiong nodded her head, and immediately, her gaze moved to Suyu once again, and she softly said, "You, don't blame Mom for being cruel. I'm already at my limit with this awakening. Even if I keep you with me, it'll be hard to stop Lilith from getting her hands on you." Suyu hurriedly nodded his head. "Just don't worry. I'll be fine." Mama Bear's decision was right up his alley. He was really afraid that Mama Bear would worry about his safety and force him to take him with her for 30 years. Aha! Mama Bear's eyelids were lowered and exhaustion was written all over her face. After handing over a few more words to Suyu and Baby Bear, it forcefully ripped open a spatial crack and stepped in. The scene was shocking for everyone to see. Tearing apart space with just his physical body? This one's state doesn't seem to be as bad as it looks, does it? Shin Tianjie's eyes moved slightly, but he quickly smiled without caring. As an ally, of course he wanted Mama Bear to be as strong as possible. After Mama Xion left, under the leadership of Shin Tianjie, the crowd began the post-disaster reconstruction work in a tight schedule. Fortunately, in today's entire environment, the professionals are quite knowledgeable about infrastructure, coupled with the powerful productivity of the professionals. In just one night, the entire city had been erected. The materials for building the city wall were also delivered one after another under Shin Tianjie's urging, and the Vigilant Guild enabled the air transportation channel, which was not too much of a hassle. With the concerted efforts of the crowd, the city was finally slowly stabilized over the course of 3 days. Due to the special circumstances, the position of City Lord was then temporarily held by Shin Tianjie until the new City Lord was parachuted in. Suyu had wanted to continue to go to the secret realm in the wild to brush up his experience, but the start of the Purgatory School was approaching, so he subsided. During this time, there were quite a few media reporters who wanted to interview him, and Shin Tianjie also asked him to receive a batch of medals and honorary souvenirs, but they were all rejected by Suyu. On this day, within the newly established City Lord's mansion, Suyu, Shin Tianjie and Lu Bird Fairy sat together. "Are you saying that the previous City Lord, Wang Hailong, not only didn't die, but was also promoted? Suyu's face was cold and his tone was icy cold. Shen Tianjie sighed and said, "It's not that. He actually abandoned everything he had originally done and changed his face to serve in a certain department in Kyoto." Not the same thing I said? This kind of guy who sells out his fellow countrymen can still be promoted? I'm very skeptical that there's a big problem within Daxia. Suyu skimmed his lips and snorted. Su is right. I need an explanation. Willow Sparrow Fairy raised her eyebrows slightly and gazed at Shen Tianjie seriously. Shen Tianjie's scalp was numb from the two men's look, pressed a mouthful of tea, and slowly spoke. There is indeed a problem within Daxia, but I can assure you that it's definitely not what you think. He paused, then quickly said, the Great Xia is currently divided into 3 factions within it. One of them is the radical faction dominated by the 4 major academies, who advocate fighting violence with violence and taking the initiative in the face of alien invasion. The second is the conservative faction, dominated by the Supreme Council, which is composed almost exclusively of political officials and aims at a smooth development, and the hustle and bustle of the outside world. Finally, there is the neutral faction represented by the Vigilant Guild, as evidenced by the fact that anyone can join the vigilantes and participate in taking on missions. Suyu's eyes moved slightly. So, the conservatives and the Adventists are colluding? Collusion is too hard to hear. They mean edict. Shen Tianjie smiled bitterly. The situation in Daxia is deteriorating, and there are quite a few experts in the Advent Society. So, okay. Suyu waved his hand and interrupted Shen Tianjie's words. He stood up and left straight away, leaving only a dashing back. Willow Sparrow Fairy followed. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Go to Kyoto and report for duty. Do you want to go and kill Wang Hailong? Suyu's footsteps did not stop and he said indifferently, don't you want to? Willow Sparrow Fairy laughed bitterly. Of course she wanted to, but killing a defector and killing a newcomer to Kyoto politics were 2 different concepts. But don't be impulsive. The water in Kyoto is deep. You can take your time to scheme. Good. Suyu nodded. Ugh. Willow Sparrow Fairy let out a long sigh. I could tell by the look on his face that he wasn't taking his words seriously. The two walked together to the newly constructed gates of the city. Call me when you have a plan. Can't let you risk it alone. Willow Bird Fairy patted Suyu's shoulder and smiled. By the way, you've built a great merit in solving the Qingcheng crisis, but the merit is too great, and the higher-ups are discussing what reward to give you. I've also been blessed by you, and I guess I can become a 3rd-level night wanderer after I go back this time. When you get to Kyoto, you'll probably be enacting your reward almost as soon as you get to the Night's Watch headquarters there, and by then you'll probably be the youngest level 3 Nightwalker. 3rd-degree Nightwalker? Suyu raised his eyebrows. Is that the same level as Shen Tianjie? It's not bad. Not bad? Do you know how many people think about that position? Willow Sparrow Fairy gave him a blank look. Stepping into the Night Wandering God is equivalent to the status of the Lord of a city. The 3rd level of Night Wandering God is equivalent to the provincial ministry level, on the battlefield, that are directly ignoring the experience of serving as the existence of the general. If you were to go 1 level up and gain the position of Daywalker, I'm afraid that no one would be able to do anything about you even if you directly killed Wang Hailong in public. That's too late. I don't want him to live that long. Suyu skimmed his mouth, didn't bother to say any more and turned around to leave. Coming into the wilderness, a rough railroad track appeared in front of Suyu. Clunk. With the whistle blaring, an old green train gradually came into view. Suyu narrowed his eyes. The train was glowing with a faint orange luster, and it was actually a rare orange equipment. Suyu right? Get on the bus. The quality of the freshmen in the Purgatory School looks pretty high this time. The train slowed to a stop and a tall woman came down from the top. The woman's gaze lingered on the baby bear on Suyu's shoulder for a moment. Then she took a deep breath and said, "Take a look at your acceptance letter." Suyu nodded and took out the letter of notification and waved it in front of the woman's eyes. Then boarded the train. A gaze looked over and focused on Suyu. He didn't care, though, and found a seat at random. Just as his but touched the seat. A fateful terrier jumped out in front of Suyu's eyes. Minor fateful event, you enter a special area and your mental power attributes are increased and begin to increase in small increments. There's such a thing as a good thing? Suyu's face moved slightly, not expecting to get a wave of benefits from a car ride. With a previous lesson in mind, he first took out the already drained Xiankuan sword box to avoid accidents from his spiritual power storming out when the time came. With that, Suyu took a deep breath and started destiny revision. Minor fateful event, you enter a special area and your mental power attributes are increased and begin to increase in huge increments. Boom! In an instant, Suyu only felt a roar in his brain as layers of overlapping shadows appeared in the scene before his eyes. The body was getting lighter and lighter, practically floating. Hiss, come on! He hurriedly grabbed the Qiankuan sword box with a death grip and injected all of his excess spiritual energy into it. Fortunately, after the metamorphosis of his physical body, The amount of spiritual energy he could carry had also become a lot more. The Qiankuan sword box continuously trembled and emitted a buzzing sound, like it was extremely joyful. A sword chi was rapidly generated in it, and in less than a few minutes it had already broken 1,000. Based on this speed, it was estimated that by the time Suyu arrived at the station, the number of sword chi was afraid that it would directly break 100,000. Bro, are you okay? A youth sitting opposite Suyu saw Suyu's strange expression and couldn't help but ask. Oh, it's okay. Suyu snapped back to his senses and shook his head with a smile. The youth's face looked strange. Although this legendary equipment of the long skytrain had the effect of increasing mental power, it wasn't that exaggerated, was it? He had just watched Suyu roll his eyes and tremble and twitch, and thought he was in the middle of something. My name is Wang Fei. And you? Suyu. They are all freshmen of the same class. Then we will all be friends from now on. We should take care of each other in the future, ha. Wang Fei grinned. Ha, friends? Where does the purgatory school get friends? When Wang Fei's words fell, sneering laughter came from the back of the carriage. The Purgatory Academy has the most brutal competition. Even blood brothers have times when they turn against each other. Who would still be friends with you? That's right. This man. I advise you not to think of yourself as an onion. It's more reliable to take care of yourself. I'll give you 8 words. The weak and the strong. The best and the worst. A group of people were talking and flaming. Wang Fei's face revealed a look of embarrassment. Apologetically smiled at Suyu, and then closed his mouth tightly to stop speaking. The face of the female tutor accompanying her changed, but she didn't stop it. These freshmen look furtive, but they're just venting their fears. The word purgatory of the Purgatory Academy was definitely not taken at random. The underdog? I like it. Suyu lightly glanced at the crowd, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. For a moment, a pin dropped in the compartment. The eyes of the man who spoke earlier widened, and his face instantly rose to the color of pig's liver. How many levels is he? How come the aura is so strong? One swallowed hard. I feel. Another person swallowed and lowered his voice. This one is at least level 40. It should be lucky to have taken a low-star awakening quest. No, isn't his name Suyu? It can't be that Suyu. Can it? Should. Can't. At this moment, Suyu's aura caused the entire carriage to be as depressing as an aura. Ding dong. At that exact moment, the originally soft yellowish light in the compartment quickly transformed into a deep yellow color. Wang Fei glanced out of the car window out of the corner of his eye. In his line of sight, a black and purple silhouette suddenly flickered by the car window. The shadow's appearance was blurred, as if it was pieced together from pixelated dots, and it was extremely bizarre. Is this Mordecai? The accompanying mentor was surprised. Then, a flush of joy spread across her face. Everyone open the windows of the car and use all the means at your disposal to kill the endbringers. After hearing the 3 words Mordor man, all the freshmen except Suyu stood up violently, their faces full of ecstasy. Wang Fei also quickly pulled the car window open. Seeing Suyu looking at them with a puzzled face, he quickly explained to Suyu, legend of the Mordorians is that they are a group cursed by the god of time. This monster has no offensive power. Their own time has become extremely chaotic by the curse, thus occasionally producing phenomena such as instantaneous movement and jumping. The confusion of their own time causes them all to be tachyonic, and when they encounter something moving at high speeds they uncontrollably try to catch up. These monsters are extremely difficult to kill, but you can gain the time on them after killing them. Time? What's the point? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Useful. The accompanying mentor picked up the conversation. Mordor man bursts out of the time sphere can be used directly on the body to increase lifespan, and crushing it during battle can accelerate its own time, and can even manage to chop out thousands of slashes in a second. Sounds like it's going well? Suyu nodded with seeming understanding. Hey man, I don't know if you've ever seen the series that pauses time before the overthrow of the island? Wang Fei came over with a you-know-what smile. Oh, I understand if you say so. Suyu came to a realization and patted his shoulder appreciatively, then turned his eyes out the window. At this moment, in the wilderness outside the car window, there were large black and purple silhouettes constantly flickering. Those monsters are painted in a clear style and look extraordinarily grotesque and bizarre. However, the attacks struck from the train fell on these Mordorians as if they were like a stone sinking into the sea without any effect, and even the skin of the other party hadn't been harmed in the slightest. It's a hard thing to kill, but there's no reason not to try. Wang Fei's eyes brightened as he excitedly said, let's try to see if we can slaughter a few for fun too. Suyu nodded and took out the life weapon. Baby Bear was also eager to try, but it had no means of long-range attack, so it could only lie on Suyu's shoulder and watch. Master bye-bye, what is the time suspension series? Is it awesome? It asked, blinking. Well, that's a strong skill that can easily knock someone out. Suyu casually made a perfunctory comment, then transformed his life weapon into a hell call and set up a snipe at the car window. Alas, Suyu, I guess I can't. This thing is too difficult. Crap. Wang Fei had just retracted his weakened staff from the car window when he turned his head and saw the 2-meter-long, large sniper with a cold aura. For a moment, waves of shock surged through his heart. A talking bear plus this big sniper. This guy, he can't really be that Suyu, right? Wang Fei shivered and lit his phone up, opening the first video in his favorites. That was the video of a man and a bear sprinting towards hundreds of thousands of hideous monsters, and along the way, those monsters couldn't even get close before they were all chopped to pieces by the sword light that surrounded his body. And that kind of might was suffocating. Looking at the Suyu in front of him again, it was exactly the same. Naya, it's really him? Wang Fei swallowed his saliva and arduously turned his gaze to Suyu. Suyu had no time to pay attention to anything else at the moment, revealing a smile as his finger slowly pulled the trigger. Boom! Bullets whizzed out of the barrels, blasting through the air as if they were going to tear the heavens apart. Even the cars of this legendary train shook 3 times. Under this huge thrust, the 80mm armor-piercing projectile sped out like a stray arrow and slammed straight into a Mordor. Bang! In an instant, the hundreds of characteristics attached to the bullet triggered at the same time. You have killed Mordor Man LV65 and gained experience value of 65,468. That Endbringer instantly disappeared, and a cloudy, dark yellow time bead appeared in its place. Baby Bear immediately reached out and grabbed. A strong air current rolled carrying the time bead to Suyu. Holy fuck, so tough. Wang Fei had frozen. Brother Su is bullish. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up compliment. Suyu smiled faintly and put this time bead away, and aimed his gun at another Endbringer. Boom! You have killed Mordor Man LV63 and gained 7,6458 experience points. The muzzle of the gun once again spat out flames, and soon another time bead came into Suyu's hands. What skill is this? How long has this been? To actually be able to kill 2 Mordorians in seconds, it's too terrifying. Looking at the time bead in Suyu's hand, the crowd of freshmen all had a look of living hell. They had spent half a day's effort without succeeding in killing an Endbringer. In contrast, Suyu, 1 shot at a time, seconds when he showed his head. The accompanying tutor also had her small mouth slightly open in awe at this moment. Although she had known Suyu's true strength for a long time, after seeing it with her own eyes, that amazing sense of oppression still shocked her. This was definitely a super demon, obviously only a freshman, but his strength had already surpassed her as a mentor. Boom! As the third bullet struck, 3 of the Mordorians in that patch instantly turned into flying dust. This shot Suyu grabbed the right angle, and surprisingly, it was a 1-2 punch. After putting the time bead away, Suyu did not rush to fire the 4th shot, but stopped to observe. The 4th shot will trigger the final prologue. Gotta catch a big one. It didn't take long for Suyu to spot the target. In the middle of those Mordecai, there was a Mordecai that was smaller in size, covered in black stripes, vaguely blending with the surroundings, and if not for a closer inspection, it would not have been detected at all. Elite level, or Lord level? Suyu's eyes narrowed, and after a little thought, he decisively pulled the trigger. Suyu wait, that's a Mordor Lord, already possessing a simple consciousness. If it doesn't die in one blow, it will haunt you and keep stealing your time. The accompanying tutor rushed to warn, but it was already too late. Boom boom! The bullet cut through the void and reached Mordecai in a flash. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the Mordor man suddenly flickered and his figure instantly disappeared, seemingly fleeing from its original location. However, Suyu didn't think so. Under life rhythm perception, this guy should have used some kind of special skill. But, this 4th shot was obviously not so easy to circumvent. Boom! In a flash, the quadruple blitz was triggered, and 40% of the true damage was attached, directly causing that Mordorian Lord's blood level to drop by 40%. You have killed Mordor Lord LV80 and gained 108,640 experience points, without even an imminent death judgment appearing. The Mordor Man Lord was directly beheaded by Suyu. A large time bead was rolled over by the baby bear and then put into the storage bag by Suyu. What did you just say? Suyu pulled out his ears and looked at the accompanying tutor. Is nothing. The accompanying mentor took a deep breath and tried to maintain his composure. Suyu nodded and continued to start hunting. After the Mordor Lord was killed, the rest of the Mordorians, as if they had suddenly lost the fun of chasing the train, began to scatter in all directions. Suyu grabbed the time and swept all the way across, with a time bead coming into his hands every 5 or 6 seconds. In the end, a full 32 more time beads came out of his storage bag. This is now more than enough for a time pause series even if Su really wanted to make one. The green wagon whizzed through the wilderness, though few monsters other than the Mordorians chose to approach. The scenery along the way was good, but the crowd couldn't help but feel a heaviness in their hearts as they passed by some city ruins. 3 hours later, the train slowed down and stopped in front of a huge portal. Is this the Purgatory School? Suyu was the first to step off the train and looked up. The portal was different from the ones he had seen before, black in color, with a dim vortex flowing in the center, and the words Ghost Gate engraved on the door. Before he even got close, an eerie scent hit his nose. Go! The accompanying mentor crossed over to Suyu and looked back at the crowd with a smile. You have one last chance to regret this. After stepping into the Ghost Gate, there are only two endings, death or becoming a supreme power. The words fell out of her mouth, and she took a step directly toward the ghostly gate. Without the slightest hesitation, Suyu stepped into the Ghost Gate right after him. The rest of the freshmen looked at each other, their faces not looking too good. It was not that he was afraid of entering the Purgatory School, but the sense of oppression that Suyu brought to the train was just too strong. Before entering the academy, his strength is so horrible. Does this guy still let people live? However, the last thing a teenager needs is courage and fervor. Taking a deep breath, the crowd also took a step into the Ghost Gate. In the twinkling of an eye, the scene in front of the crowd changed drastically. A huge boulder stood in front of him, on which were engraved three big words, Yellow Springs Road. The Yellow Springs Road was lined with tombstones, which made that eerie feeling a little heavier. Entering the Ghost Gate and walking on the Yellow Springs Road, the image of the Purgatory School does live up to the name. Suyu shook his head and looked around. This Yellow Springs Road is not long, and when you look out, you can vaguely see the villa area not far away, as well as the library, the school building and other buildings. The female tutor led a line of 24 freshmen walking in silence, her face solemn, without the slightest intention of conversation. At this moment, Suyu's footsteps suddenly stalled and his gaze locked onto one of the tombstones. Li Pingan died at the Battle of Dakingshan. A simple sentence, but a scene from the past flashed through Suyu's mind. His gaze shifted again. Chiu Chunbang died at the Battle of Pingchuangang. Willow Green died at the Battle of Riverhead Crossing. These tombstones had no photographs, no biographical details, but it was as if Suyu had seen a scene of a tragic and sad battle that had once actually taken place. Suyu took a deep breath and regulated his emotions back. Only, at this moment, the eerie feeling around the body is eliminated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of security. What's wrong? A girl asked curiously. Nothing. Suyu shook his head slightly and followed the group. The female mentor noticed his abnormality, but didn't say anything. Dasha never proclaimed anything on its own accord. Every academy had such a path, burying countless martyrs. Yet there were still countless people who wanted to be buried here. As the group continued on, the tombstones around them disappeared and the light brightened. It was then that they noticed that there was a tower of heaven standing next to the school building. The tower towered so high you couldn't see the head. Is this the Tower of Trials? I remember there being one in the Night's Watch Guild. Suyu raised his eyebrows lightly. That's right, but the quality of the trial towers in the Night Watchman's branch is generally low, and the strength of the high-ranking monsters within them is far inferior to that of the true Secret Realm monsters. The female tutor smiled faintly. The trial tower within the academy is epic level. The highest in there is equipped with level 180 monsters. The rewards for clearing the level are also a bit richer, and not just in experience points. All of this you can explore in the future. For now go ahead and choose your residence. The female mentor paused, then said meaningfully. One of the students was right. Within the academy, the underdog is the main tone. All resources have to rely on competition. If you can't compete, then go and grab it. If you can't snatch it, poison it, and the poison can't die. Well, then just resign yourself to your fate. The smile on her face was extraordinarily creepy, causing all the freshmen except Suyu to tremble. This tutor looks soft and weak, but the person who came out of the Purgatory School is also black when cut. Suyu had no problem with this. The more competition there was, the more he liked it. Another new student is here? There are quite a few new students in this class. Not bad, not bad. The more people, the more resources. In the surrounding 2 rows of villas, one after another, people opened the windows and probed out, their gazes sweeping over Suyu and the others. Oh, I should be able to grab something good this time. A fat man grinned coldly. He. I heard that there are 2 dark horses in this term. A skinny scarred face licked his lips and, one is called Suyu, rumored to have obtained a hidden occupation. The other is Lin Chenxue, the pride of the Lin family in Kyoto, who inherited a special occupation from her ancestors. There was a lot of talk around them, making the group of first-time freshmen so nervous that they were on the verge of blowing up like stressed cats. However, Suyu acted as if he hadn't heard it and walked in, looking for a villa on his own. Buzz! He had just stepped into the villa with his front foot when the floor on the first floor suddenly glowed red. Immediately after, a soft light reflected over, causing Suyu's spirit to be shaken. Oh, After feeling it carefully for a moment, Suyu's eyes lit up and then dimmed. A stamina-enhancing formation? But it's too weak to trigger the destiny stalk yet. No! Suddenly, Suyu quickly stepped out of the gate, his eyes sweeping over the rows of villas. Sure enough, the more front-row villas, the stronger the effect of the formation? I also wonder if the formation in the first row, first seat can trigger the destiny stalk? Suyu's eyes moved slightly as he quickly stepped forward. The freshman who had come with him was currently surrounded by a few freshmen who had come from the previous batch, and it seemed that some conflict had arisen. The man at the front was crying out and handing over his long knife that he had with him. That person Suyu recognizes. It is the train opened his mouth to say that sentence the weak is strong, the survival of the fittest guy. Suyu didn't want to be bothered with this crap, but the group didn't seem ready to let him go. Stop! The scar-faced teenager stopped Suyu. Suyu glanced at him and frowned. I don't want to make a move for now. The scar-faced teenager sized up Suyu and grunted coldly. You're pretty wild. Ha, I'm sorry. All those who can come here are crazy. He licked the dagger and then spun around, pointing the tip of the blade at Suyu. The corner of his mouth quirked. You don't know, do you? Inside the Purgatory Academy, it is possible to kill people. The moment he sensed the killing intent, Suyu nodded. I didn't know that just now, but I do now. After thinking about it, he took out a time bead from his storage bag and crushed it. In an instant, a strange sensation surrounded him. Fate minor event. You use the time bead to speed up your own time by a factor of 11. Is this time acceleration? So amazing. Suyu looked around in awe. The scenery around them was slowed down 11 times, and everything slowed down to turtle speed. It's much like the increased speed of nerve reflexes that comes with a full stack of combat rage, though the time acceleration brings an overall acceleration that's much more powerful. Suyu didn't bother revising the Destiny Stalker. The 11x effect was enough. If it wasn't for the purpose of testing the effects of the time beads, he wouldn't have wasted one on this kind of person. You have no shame. Surprisingly, with props, the scar-faced teenager's speech slowed down 11 times, sounding extraordinarily odd. The viciousness on his face disappeared and was replaced by extreme fear. He suddenly had some regrets about provoking this ruthless man in front of him. This guy is really daring to kill someone. Click. Fate points plus 200. Feel free to snap the man's neck with one hand. Suyu continued forward and kicked open the door of the first villa in the first row. Open the door. Check the water meter. Check what? I haven't heard that the Purgatory Academy has to pay the water bill? Inside the villa, a man with an inch hair sleepily peeled back the covers. The next moment, he was light, and when he opened his eyes again he was already on the stone path. Crap! Xinhuai instantly lost his sleepiness and hurriedly reached out to block his vital parts. Which fucking old sick sneaked up on me? He roared. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a familiar back walking towards him and couldn't help but break out in curses. Son of a bitch, you guys! Before the words fell, Xinhuai's pupils suddenly shrunk. Not far away from him, there was a dead body lying. Surrounded by a group of people were standing there wide-eyed. Crap, which rash young man dares to kill in the street? Doesn't he know that the academy kills only on the stage of life and death? Xinhuai fiercely gave himself a mouthful. Am I still fucking awake? Can someone tell me what's going on here? After taking a deep breath, he looked to the crowd and asked. After a long time, a fat man came out of the crowd. Boss Qin, here's the thing. After hearing what happened, Xinhuai let out a long sigh. Damn sure is a rash. Whirling around, he looked at the villa he had been living in for a few days with a gloating expression. This guy dared to kill without going to the life and death stage. Wait to be sanctioned by the academy. Heck, if you dare to rob my villa, you'll have to return it in less than 3 minutes. When he thought of the consequences after violating the rules of the academy, Xinhuai was jolted. Inside the academy, there are special law enforcers, called ghost messengers, who are specialized in controlling this group of little ghosts. Which one who could come to the Purgatory Academy was not a genius of their respective city? Each and every one of them was a lawless existence. As a result, during this time of the school season, there are not many people who touch the bottom line of the schoolhouse to be taken away by the ghosts. Once brought into the law enforcement building, after walking down the 18 layers of hell, a person would have to be wasted even if he didn't die. Xinhuai smoothly plucked a piece of clothing on the fat man and draped it over his body. Daring to rob his villa, he wanted to personally watch Suyu's crumbling appearance after being taken away by the Ghostbusters. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Suyu was currently sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation quietly waiting. Soon, with Xinhuai's departure exceeding the judgment, Suyu officially became the owner of this villa. Buzz! The formation on the floor of the first floor was quickly activated. However, the color was different from the one Suyu had entered before. Fateful minor event, you and Baby Bear have been empowered by the Tendu Spirit Gathering formation, increasing your experience value by 100 points per second. Oh, it seems that each villa has a different formation? Suyu's mind moved. Adding experience value is also good. And it saves him from spending time climbing towers or painting secret areas. Moreover, now that his level was not low, the amount of experience value needed for each upgrade was massive. I don't know if changing it to $10 billion will work either. After thinking for a moment, Suyu decided to make a bold attempt. But, as expected, the modification failed. It doesn't make sense. You have to change it to 10 billion experience points to make it work. One word less. Suyu shook his head slightly and didn't care. This formation is not an experience value generated out of thin air. Really want to change the success of the estimated entire schoolhouse's heritage to be drained by their own? Then I am afraid that the first day of enrollment will have to be hunted down by the whole school. Ding! Fateful minor event, you and Baby Bear have been empowered by the Tendu Gathering Spirit formation, increasing your experience value by 900 points per second. 900 a second is pretty good too. Staying for a whole day is 1,200,000 experience points. You don't have to do anything. You'll be upgraded in a few days. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. It's nice to lay back and get stronger. Baby Bear also noticed the effects of the formation and cozied up on the couch for a nap. And at that moment, footsteps sounded outside. Soon, a man dressed in black appeared in front of the villa. The Ghostbusters have arrived. Seeing this, everyone showed excitement and gloated as they looked inside the villa. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. Who? Suyu asked casually as he lay on the sofa with his head resting on Baby Bear. The Ghostbuster outside the door thought for a moment, then replied, "Open the door. Check the water meter." At those words, Suyu was instantly happy. "How dare you check my water meter?" He instantly pulled out his life weapon and took on the appearance of a hellish call towards the door. With a creak, the villa door opened from the inside. The corners of the ghost messenger's mouth rose, and he thought that this guy was really rampant, and he really dared to open the door. Suyu was the most arrogant handful he had seen in the decades since he became an enforcer. However, just as his hand reached for the big stick at his waist, a cold touch came to his forehead. Gulp! The Ghostbusters were instantly nonplussed. This crisis of certain death made his sweaty hairs stand on end. This threat is absolutely deadly. He could even clearly feel that if he dared to move half a bit more, the gun would take his life without hesitation. After all, this was the fourth shot that Suyu had purposely saved before. Class, calm down, calm down. He gulped, squeezed out a smile, and turned his neck with a shudder. What came into view was a smiling face. A teenager of about 18 or 19. "You want to come and rob my villa too?" Suyu smiled brightly, but it made people feel chills all over their bodies. "No, it isn't. So can you explain what you're trying to do with your hand there?" Su looked at his hand on the big stick. The ghost messenger is on the verge of crying at this moment, trembling and explaining. "I am sent by the academy to deliver something. There is no key to the safe in the villa. With this you can open it." After saying that, he hurriedly pulled out the big stick behind him and handed it to Suyu. Oh, Suyu took the big stick and looked at it, and thought that it really deserved to be called the Purgatory School, and the way this safe was opened was really unusual. "Alright, off you go, and by the way, tell the others that the next time you bother, I won't be so nice." Yes, I'll fuck right off." The ghost messenger sighed in relief and responded in a hurry. He turned and ran as fast as he could, as if a flood of wild beasts were chasing behind him. He cursed in his heart as he ran. "Nima, this guy is actually a freshman? That shot could definitely kill you, right? How the hell can one manage when all the freshmen are so rebellious?" As an enforcer, the expression on his face at the moment was on the verge of tears. The prestige built up by the enforcers was just taken away? The Ghostbuster ran wildly while hissing with a sobbing voice. "Grandma, don't run away if you have the guts. I'm going to shake someone." Watching this scene, the freshmen outside the villa were dumbfounded. Even the Ghostbusters can't take that guy? It's outrageous. Not only that, even the big stick known as the crying stick that made countless pricks cry and howl in pain was lost? Who is this big man? Really? On the street, Qinhui stared stupidly at the fleeing back of the enforcer, half speechless. The body on the ground was already cold, but no one cared at the moment. Within the Purgatory School, it was not uncommon to see dead people, and only existences that walked out of the Shura hell could be invincible on the battlefield. "Who the hell is this guy?" Qinhui muttered, his heart shocked but more puzzled. The enforcers were generally above the fourth turn, and for them it was heaven. Since when can a man poke a hole in the sky? Suyu. "Ah, didn't you guys just talk about him?" Wang Fei couldn't help but spit out. "Suyu? You're saying he's Suyu?" Qinhui's eyes widened at once, his face instantly turning white. A slight cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. The rest of them all had similarly complicated eyes. The matter of the Adventist Society plotting for the 10 cities on the border had long been rumored in the Great Xia. But it was when the other side poured firepower into Qingcheng that they unexpectedly suffered a big loss. Advent not only took out the dark hand that had been in preparation for years to open the 10 secret portals at the same time, but also sent out a historian who was known as one of the Gemini stars. However, it was this kind of formation that was saved by Suyu alone, saving the entire Qingcheng. It can be said that Suyu is already vaguely going to be the representative of the new generation under the propaganda of the official media. However, due to the closed transportation between the various cities of Daxia, this news was not yet known by most people. Even the video circulating on the internet only captured the side of his face. It was also because what Suyu had done was too much, plus the Vigilante Guild hadn't made an announcement yet. As a result, many people had decided that this was a new round of god-making by the radical faction, which had only utilized the east wind of that titanic bear, and did not believe that the Battle of Qingcheng had been solved by Suyu alone. However, now it seems that the news seems to be true. Suyu, were you guys just talking about that Suyu from Qingcheng? Just then, a flake of snow fell. In mid-air, a flash of icy blue silhouette stepped on the snow and arrived. She was wearing a long ice feather dress. Her face was cold and clear. Her figure was tall and slender. And her temperament was extraordinary, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Lin Qianxue, the crowd all exclaimed in shock. It looks like the last of the long-haul trains has arrived. I've been idling away these past few days, finally waiting for these two heavyweights to arrive. Qin Huai narrowed his eyes, his heartbeat accelerating slightly. Okay, great. Geniuses were never self-appointed, and only by defeating everyone did one deserve to be called a supreme genius. Qin Huai was looking forward to just what kind of spark Suyu and Lin Qianxue would collide with. Will he or she be able to buck the trend and trample them all underfoot? Lin Qianxue's footsteps were light. Each step taken seemed to be accompanied by wind and snow, and in the blink of an eye, she had already arrived in front of her. Where's Su? She asked, frowning as she lifted her chin and scanned the weak. Here Qin Huai ignored her commanding way of asking and pointed to the first villa in the first row. Smiling playfully, he gave a warning earlier. If you're not afraid to die, go in. Qin Huai smiled brightly. There are law enforcers in front of him, and the first person from Kyoto came to trouble Suyu afterward. This is God helping me? Lin Qianxue looked along with what he was pointing at. Her eyebrows knitted. Then her gaze flashed and she lifted her leg towards the villa's front door. Bang! Lin Qianxue fiercely kicked open the door of the room, and a piercing coldness surged into the room. To his eyes, a handsome 2-meter-tall man was lying on the sofa, holding a small bear doll in his arms, staring blankly at the television. It's not over, is it? Hearing the commotion, Suyu frowned and placed the already sleeping baby bear on the sofa, then moved his fingers and walked towards the door. Do you realize that this villa is already mine? Ready to pay the price for trespassing? Suyu said in a cold voice. Yes? Lin Qianxue's face was calm and was not intimidated by Suyu's aura. You know what? They juxtaposed me with you. So? Suyu said in a salty manner. A flash of disgust flashed across Lin Qianxue's pretty face, and she pressed one hand to her chest as if she was retching. This kind of thing makes me sick. What are you that you deserve to be listed alongside my name? Country bumpkin. Go back to your Qingcheng. Kyoto was not the place for you. Lin Qianxue's delicate body shook as a strong aura swept over her. This is the invincible aura forged by defeating all of Kyoto's contemporaries. At this moment, she was like a haughty ice phoenix, condescending and scornful of the ants. Oh, so it's Master Q. Suyu slowly stretched out his hand and a little cold aura appeared. Lin Qianxue's eyes stared and her body retreated violently. Ding! In the next second, the villa door instantly burst into pieces. A finger grazed Lin Qianxue's forehead, and that finger was like fine iron. It even scraped off a few strands of green silk. So fast, Lin Qianxue's heart flinched as her figure stormed back to the edge of the street. Suyu leaned on the doorframe and spoke coldly. Humph, I only need one finger to make you wow. Seeing Lin Qianxue fly out, the eyelids of Qin Huai and the others on the street jumped. These two people were a heavenly pride who stood out among the second and third generations of Kyoto, and a freak who had risen to prominence in a small border town. One was a mystic profession fortune teller, and the other was also a mystic profession ice phoenix fusionist. When two demons meet, there will be a dragon fight. Qin Huai came to Wang Fei's side and spoke in a low voice. Wang Fei, you and Suyu made a trip to the car, so you should know something about him, right? Predict the winner? That goes without saying? Wang Fei shrugged. 37%. Upon hearing this, Qin Huai immediately became interested. Oh, what do you mean by that? Wang Fei smiled. In 3 seconds, Lin Qianxue was cut into 7 pieces. Hiss, the difference is so big? Qin Huai's smile froze for a moment. Wang Fei looked disdainful. Of course, do you think he solved the Battle of Qingcheng all because of his relationship with that titanic bear? I'm telling you, even without the help of that big bear, He could probably kill all those monsters and that historian by himself. Gulp. Qin Huai swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He was a bit in disbelief. Was this really the strength that someone of his age could achieve? I don't know if I need to pay for the door repair myself. Suyu shook his head and slowly stepped out of the villa. Let's make this quick and save me from wasting my experience value. Lin Xianxua's willow eyebrows were raised and her pretty face contained frost. I'll admit you've got a few tricks up your sleeve, but that's not enough. Her eyes were slightly closed and, take out your full strength or you will die. In the next moment, Lin Xianxua's body was covered in ice feathers. Fresh. Vaguely, a clear phoenix sound resounded in the ears of the crowd. A wisp of killing intent coalesced in Lin Xianxua's eyes. Her hostility towards Suyu was by no means for such a simple reason. Rather, his profession is that of a trickster. As in the aftermath, Ice Phoenix spreads wings. In the next instant, a silhouette emerged behind Lin Xianxue. Her entire body instantly transformed into an ice phoenix, her wings flapping as ice and snow filled the sky. Rumble! A roar came from between the heavens and the earth as a huge ice lotus bloomed, carrying a terrifying coldness as it suppressed towards Suyu. This pressure, is she more than a third turn? Qin Huai and the others quickly retreated to avoid being mistakenly injured by the terrifying frost power. An ice phoenix fusionist could be several blocks away from a normal ice mage. Lin Xianxue was not a summoned ice phoenix phantom. At the moment she was truly fused with the ice phoenix, no different from a real ice crystal phoenix. The pressure that belonged to an epic level creature made the crowd gasp. Everyone gazed at Suyu in death, wanting to see how he would face this ice phoenix. What an amazing career. Suyu clasped his hands to his chest with a look of amazement. He discovered from the life rhythms that Lin Xianxue had actually completed the transformation of her life form from the ground up. This ice phoenix in front of him was indeed a genuine epic creature. Looking at the ice lotus, Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Doesn't this thing need air conditioning in the summer when you catch it and keep it? How dare you be distracted at the end of your life? Lin Xianxue snorted coldly and tapped her finger in the void. Click, click, click. In an instant, the surrounding cold air gathered crazily and surged towards Suyu. Forget it, with such a foul mouth. It's better to kill it and eat the meat. Suyu skimmed his lips and yelled at the villa, Baby Bear, start the pot and boil the water. Okay, hearing that there is food. Baby Bear's sleepiness completely disappeared, and ran to the kitchen with an excited face. After Suyu said that, his feet stepped down, and his entire person instantly disappeared in the same place. Lin Xianxue's pupils suddenly shrunk and she only felt a black aura flash before her eyes. Immediately afterward, she felt a sharp pain coming from her body. His own wings were screwed off. How is this possible? Lin Xianxue's eyes were filled with disbelief. This was absolutely impossible. Even though he was only a third turn and couldn't utilize the full power of the Ice Crystal Phoenix, he shouldn't be able to resist an existence of the same level, right? What's more, why wasn't Suyu affected by the epic creature's pressure? Boom! In the next instant, a mountain-like pressure suddenly descended, pressing down on the Ice Phoenix that Lin Xianxue had transformed into. Unable to move. How is it possible? The bloodline pressure on him is even higher than the Ice Crystal Phoenix? Lin Xianxue's heart set off monstrous waves. Click, click. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, the two wings of the Ice Crystal Phoenix were hard broken off by Suyu. Ah. Lin Xianxue couldn't help but howl miserably and spit out blood. Master Kyo, right? Looking down on small towns. Ha! So proud. If you have the ability to go to the battlefield and be proud? Suyu pressed the Ice Phoenix under his body, and with every word, he ripped off a few of those ice feathers. And I wonder what phoenix meat tastes like. Looking at the Ice Phoenix that had turned into a ball-furred chicken in front of him, Suyu could not help but swallow his saliva. Is the water boiling, Baby Bear? Suyu carried the Ice Phoenix in one hand and hurriedly walked towards the villa. Seeing Suyu destroying Lin Xianxue, everyone on the street was dumbfounded. Crap, he grabbed Lin Xianxue into the villa. He didn't want that, did he? It's over. It's over. The innocence of the Lin family's generational pride won't be taken away just like that, right? This guy can do murder in the street. What else can't he do? The crowd had come to the door of the villa and listened with their ears to the movement inside. Almost there. Baby Bear also wiped the drool that ran down the corners of his mouth but Master Bye-Bye, we're probably not the right size for this? It looked at the Ice Phoenix's 5-meter-long size, and for a moment, it was a bit confused. That's easy, if you can't get it all at once, just get it more often. Suyu waved his hand and laughed. Crap, he's not only going to get it alone, he's going to take that bear with him? The people eavesdropping outside were once again shocked, not expecting Suyu's tastes to be truly unique. Inside the villa, Suyu made a gesture that he was about to slice open Ice Phoenix's neck to bleed. You guys? Wah! Seeing that the two were really trying to eat themselves, Lin Xianxue could no longer hold back the fear in her heart and cried out with a wow. Her ice phoenix state also instantly disappeared and she reverted back to her human form. Fortunately, her current career awakening level was not high. If she entered the 7th turn and could permanently maintain her ice phoenix form, I'm afraid that she would have perished here today. How did it change back? What a bummer. Suyu flung Lin Xianxue away with a look of disgust, and then threw the 2 wings turned into ice sleeves onto her. How are we supposed to eat when we become human? Baby Bear also looked lost. It had never eaten anyone either. At most it had played house with some professionals, although the other party couldn't carry it off and died while playing. I'll be damned. He's still not happy about becoming human? So an iceberg beauty doesn't want it, and you like to challenge yourself? It's hard to judge. It's true that the hobbies of demons are also beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The expressions on the faces of the people outside the villa were all over the place. I'm going to kill you. Lin Xianxue kept sobbing, all naked, just picking up the 2 sleeves that Suyu threw over to cover the key areas. I have to say, it is indeed white. The average person who dies in a river for 3 days isn't this white. Suyu sked and casually flung a blanket over. You can kill me if you want to, but wait until after your 7th turn. Suyu planned to release this phoenix, and then he would be able to taste what phoenix meat tasted like. Lin Xianxue gritted her teeth but had no way to retort. She had just been completely crushed by Suyu and had no power to fight back at all. 19 years old. 3rd turn level 69. Mystic hidden profession Ice Phoenix Fusionist, plus the epic Ice Crystal Phoenix that her father got for her at great cost. These various achievements are beyond dazzling anywhere. However, it was shattered by Suyu's touch. There were tears in Lin Xianxue's eyes, and that iceberg haughty face was no longer visible. Instead it was a face of tenderness that I felt sorry for. However, Suyu didn't have the heart to appreciate it and raised his foot to kick her out of the villa. Tap. However, at that moment, a burst of dense footsteps came from outside the villa. People dressed in black and white blocked the doorway. Crap, such a big battle? 10 tutors and 10 enforcers. Those who don't know about this lineup would think that the foreigners have fought their way in. The crowd outside the villa watched this scene with different faces. Other than Wang Fei and a few people who were on the same bus as Suyu, the rest of them had a few moments of gloating on their faces. Xin Huai narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe that this time, Suyu would still be able to harden himself against so many 5th or even 6th or 7th turn existences. It's simply lawless. Inside the villa, a female tutor went forward and helped Lin Xianxue on the ground up. But when she saw Lin Xianxue without a piece of clothing on her body, a look of being bullied badly, her tone sank violently. What did you do to Lin Xianxue? Suyu shrugged and casually perfunctorily said, I wanted to eat her, but it didn't work out. It's too small and the human form can't get off. Hiss. At those words, all the mentors and enforcers jerked. This guy, pervert, right? Even if you kill someone in the street, you still want to go after Lin Xianxue, but in the end, it's because you don't like the human form? After a long period of silence, a 6th Revolution's enforcer walked to Suyu with a cold face. You have violated the regulations of the academy, killing people on the street and attempting to forcefully ex a female student. Come with us to the law enforcement building. What did you say? Suyu was slightly stunned and was surprised. Isn't it possible to kill people within the academy? That guy said it was possible to kill people before I killed him off. Besides, when did I ever intend to rape a schoolgirl? Suyu looked at the top of this enforcer's head. This Mediterranean uncle, shit can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Listening to Suyu's words, the tutors and enforcers present were silent again for quite a while. The 6-turned enforcer blackened his face and stubbornly brushed the few hairs he had into the center. But there's really no way to block the reflected light with that amount. Are you telling the truth? Suyu patted his chest. I'm going to have one false statement and recognize your father on the spot. That's not necessary. The enforcer nodded his head slightly. This kid had quite the temperament. Suyu didn't look like he was lying, but if the truth was really as he said, it was a bit too evil, right? A mentor came out of the villa and pulled up the surveillance from the time of the incident. At the same time, Wang Fei and several others also took the initiative to enter the villa to act as witnesses, proving that it was that Scarface who took the initiative to provoke Suyu. The misunderstanding with Lin Xianxue was also cleared up by the female teacher's questioning. Lin Xianxue took the lead in picking a fight and was seriously injured. Suyu not only doesn't have to be responsible, she also has to take the responsibility of repairing the villa's gate. This caused Lin Xianxue's little eyes to become more and more aggravated. A good head of high-cool ice phoenix was directly whacked into a chicken by Suyu. Well, you didn't lie, but it's against the rules of the academy. A law enforcement officer pointed to the video surveillance and said, private death fights are forbidden in the academy. If you have a grudge you can apply to the academy to go on the life and death stage. This is written on your admission notice, right? Yes? Suyu skimmed his lips and took out a crumpled pile of paper from his pocket. It was a long time before he saw a row of small letters in the corner of the second half of the paper. Those were the 8 prohibitions of the academy, and one of them, bolded in red, was the prohibition of deadly fighting within the school. It's also true that the entire dasha only recruits more than 20 freshmen a year, so if they don't prohibit deadly fighting, I'm afraid that they'll be consumed internally before they graduate. Right? Okay, so how do you guys want to punish me? Suyu asked with both hands. Considering you're a first-time first offender, go up to the 3rd floor, the 6th turn enforcer at the head said after some thought. 3rd floor? Qin Huai rushed in, frowning and shaking his head. Tomorrow is the day of the freshman's military training. This time it's the same training for all 4 schools. He can't go to the 3rd floor. That enforcer's eyes were firm as he gazed at Qin Huai and said word for word. There are no rules. The academy has clear rewards and punishments. No matter what day tomorrow is, no matter who he is, he has to follow the rules. A cold chill ran down his spine and he sighed, so he could only step aside. It doesn't matter if you don't pay me, but can you manage a meal? A bit hungry to be honest. Suyu shrugged his shoulders and followed the crowd to the 18 layers of hell that the freshmen were talking about without any burden. Not long after, surrounded by 10 enforcers as well as more than 20 freshmen, the law enforcement department building was already close at hand. You guys wait at the periphery. Don't approach this building, the enforcer at the head barked, leading Suyu into the hall. In fact, he didn't have to tell him that no one wanted to walk into that hellhole. The halls were empty, as far as the eye could see. Every now and then, a scream would come to his ears. Suyu followed that 6th turn enforcer to pick up the steps. What's the name of the old Nakai brother? Idle and bored. Suyu casually climbed into the conversation. You can call me Zero, and don't mention the hair thing again. The corner of Enforcer Zero's mouth twitched as he faintly said, Zero, why is there always that sound in the law enforcement building? Suyu shouted thoughtfully and asked, you're going to call it by its full name. And as for the voice and all that you'll find out later. A few black lines crossed Zero's forehead. The guy was poking him in the lungs with every word and it made him want to punch him in the face. All the way up, the smell of blood grew stronger. From time to time, there were some figures in white coats interspersed. Soon, the duo finally made their way to the 3rd floor. As Zero pushed that steel door open, a scene like a purgatory on earth was displayed in front of Suyu's eyes. Mutilated limbs, dark red blood, shredded flesh, brain tissue, etc. piled high. It's like a slaughterhouse in here. Hiss. Even though Suyu was used to seeing bloody killings, he could not help but suck in his breath at this moment. Suyu's eyes moved slightly as he took a few steps back and looked at the sign hanging on the 3rd floor. Skinning hell. These are alien soldiers shipped back from the front line, or some alien spies exposed in the rear. Zero's face was as usual, as if he had seen it all before. He looked at Suyu with some surprise. I'm pleased with your response. The average person would have a stress reaction just standing in the doorway, and those freshmen, who were awesome in their respective cities, were so scared they threw up as soon as they got here. Come on, I'll show you around inside. After saying that, Zero walked straight towards the deepest part. Suyu did not hesitate and followed suit. His gaze wandered curiously within the 3rd floor. These foreigners had all been stripped of their skins, dripping with blood, and there were even some foreigners that even had their intestines and stomachs exposed, making the picture extremely disgusting. Strangely enough, though, none of them actually died. Could it be that every floor in the law enforcement building holds foreigners? Suyu muttered. Nice. Zero nodded and patted Suyu's shoulder. To be able to calmly analyze under such circumstances, your heart quality is very good. After saying that, he casually plucked a bloodied scalpel from the wall and handed it to Suyu. Your punishment is to complete 100 vivisections in 1 day. After saying that, Zero sighed, fearing that Suyu would have a psychological burden, and explained, the conservatives have always opposed us doing this. But the Fae are not so merciful to us, and things like the law enforcement building are found within every Fae. Understand, but this kind of punishment. Suyu raised his eyebrows. What? Scared? Zero grinned. No, it's just weird. Is that a punishment? Isn't it a reward? Suyu slightly shook his head and straight away took the scalpel from Zero's hand. With a slight movement of his fingers, the scalpel actually spun gently as if it was dancing, as if it had its own consciousness. You. Zero's eyelids fluttered. Why are you so skilled? Suyu smiled. Nothing else, only the hand is familiar. After Lotus Guile Thunder was fully leveled, he had been trying to find an opportunity to do some hands-on maneuvering, and he didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. Under the bright shadowless lamp, Suyu stood in front of the dissecting table in a neat white lab coat, wearing a mask and gloves. His eyes were focused and calm. The scalpel in his hand drew an elegant arc in the air, accurately slicing through the skin of this demon clan abyssal magician. There was a slight hissing sound as the blade made contact with the skin. He gently set the cut skin aside, revealing the dark muscle tissue underneath. What a marvelous body structure. Are there abyssal runes flowing through the veins? Suyu picked up the logbook with his other hand and quickly jotted down the data with a pen. His handwriting was neat and elegant, a great contrast to that lanky 2-meter tall body. Whenever he found something interesting, he'd pause for a moment to take his scalpel and mash around in the abyssal wizard's stomach for a few moments before continuing to take notes. The abyssal wizard's 2 pure black eyeballs were staring at him dead in the face, and his mouth kept spitting out some strange syllables, which were probably not good words. The air around them smelled faintly of formalin, but this did not affect Suyu's concentration. His gaze remained on the dissecting table, as if he could see through to deeper structures. The scalpel danced in his hands, each cut accurate. Over time, the abyssal wizard's body was uncovered layer by layer, revealing the complex network of organs and fascia within, influenced by the special characteristics of the third floor. Even after being dissected to such an extent, this abyssal magician surprisingly managed to clearly maintain his consciousness and did not die. But I'm afraid that's not a good thing. The surrounding fellows and enforcers cast strange looks from time to time. Zero, is this a new colleague? A law enforcer couldn't help but come to Zero's side and whisper. He's skillful. He looks like he hasn't practiced much. Precise and elegant. It's an art. Where did this get hired from? With his help, I guess we'll be able to deconstruct the abyssal magician's skill soon. Several fellows also dropped their work at hand and gathered around, marveling. Colleague? Hire? The corner of Zero's eye twitched. He's just a freshman in this class, and he's being punished for killing someone in violation of the rules. A new student? At those words, several people froze. With this proficiency, this knife control, you're telling me this is a new student? How old is he? The same thing used to punish students. I guess it doesn't apply to him. The crowd murmured and looked at Suyu with more and more surprise. An 18 or 19-year-old not only possessed such skillful techniques, but also such a strong psychological quality. He even managed to dismantle his opponent's brain without changing his face when he locked eyes with that abyssal wizard. This guy is definitely a genius at the demon level in the field of scientific research. Zero, why don't you borrow him for a few days? A researcher bumped Zero with his shoulder and squeezed his eyebrows. Can't borrow a bit. He only enrolled today and will be participating in freshman military training tomorrow. Where else can he come here to waste time? Zero refused without thinking. Military training? That's true. This time it's the same training for all 4 schools. It's about the allocation of resources for the academy, so there's no room for delay. Alas, it's a shame. The project plan could probably have been sped up a lot faster with his help. A group of fellows were talking in tongues. What's your project plan? Tell us. Su put down his scalpel and logbook and took a step back, scrutinizing his work. A small smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. In front of him, the abyssal magician was completely disintegrated into orderly pieces, like Legos, with each piece well labeled with its name and functional use. Hearing Suyu's question, the several researchers glanced at each other, somewhat hesitant to tell him. Eventually, a female researcher stepped forward and said, "We're trying to strip the skills from the abyssal magicians individually and make them into skill books. If enough are stripped, the odds are that the mage profession will have an additional pathway in the future. So that's how it is. So what did you guys say earlier?" Suyu raised his eyebrows in surprise. He thought the perverts were just there to torture the Fae for information. Thanks to him, he had been slowing down just now, just to make that abyssal magician explain himself. Those alien languages don't seem to be tortured for information. I'm afraid they've been spitting fenugreek. No wonder the recorder next to himself hadn't moved his pen. Was that the reason? After knowing the intentions of the researchers, Suyu once again walked over to a stationary abyssal magician. This time, he didn't carry a scalpel again, but came empty-handed. However, the numbness on that abyssal magician's face instantly disappeared at this moment, and was replaced by an expression of extreme terror, as if he was afraid of something. Suyu raised his right hand and slowly approached. There was clearly nothing to see on his palm, but he couldn't help but send chills in his heart. Wow 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 wow. That abyssal magician struggled and twisted crazily, yelling a foreign language under his breath, wanting to pounce and attack Suyu, but its feet were fastened to the post and it was powerless to escape. In the next moment, countless threads of fate surged into the abyssal magician, completely taking over its destiny. Every piece of flesh and blood, every bone seemed to be alive at the moment, dancing under Suyu's will. Not only was it the physical body, the soul that was controlled by the abyss was actually forcefully taken over by Suyu as well. Roar! A pale roar resounded throughout the 3rd floor. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Crap, what's he doing? He snatched that demonic soul from the abyssal will? Is this something a fucking human being could do? Incredulity was written all over the faces of all the fellows present. The shock of the scene to them was tantamount to physics ceasing to exist. The souls of each foreign race are sheltered by a god-level existence within the race. They just couldn't get at the souls of the Fae, so they retreated to the flesh. But now, Suyu was directly one step ahead? After a short period of shock, the fellows were again in ecstasy. Shu, the oldest director, put his index finger to his mouth. His eyes ferocious. Don't say a word. Whoever dares to interrupt him, I'll give you a direct cut. Looking at Suyu, who was surrounded by everyone to worship. Zero, however, felt a little embarrassed and lightly coughed. So what? This kid will be tomorrow. As soon as he opened his mouth, the director appeared in front of him as if in an instant and put a scalpel on his neck. Zero silently shut up. Suyu did not pay attention to what was happening around him, and was almost entirely devoted to the process of making this blood-colored lotus flower. It was the first time he had used this skill after the million pores reached max level. Unlike before, after fully leveling his skills, he was not only more comfortable in operation, but he was also like a master painter in the entire production process, able to add more of his own understanding. Abyssal Wizard attribute is on the dark elemental side, so it can use the dark attribute as its main color, and when it explodes it is able to attach dark elemental corrosion to the enemy, and with its own mana value, it can also do a blinding effect. The skill it possesses on its own, Dark Energy Explosive Bombardment, is a second layer of lotus flowers that can be crafted to overlay a layer of dark energy bombardment when detonated for optimal destructive power. Wait, like that's off topic. I think I'm supposed to be extracting skill books? Never mind. You can learn skills by watching them after detonation anyway. Soon, Suyu's masterpiece was completed. Looking at that absolutely beautiful blood-colored lotus flower, everyone present was in awe. It was a work of art, especially in the light, beautiful and mesmerizing, as if it were a black lotus blooming from the bottom of the abyss. Ahem. Suyu coughed lightly, drawing the crowd's attention over. Okay, now let's find a place to blow it up. What? The crowd froze. This thing still explodes? That's for sure. Suyu was surprised. Have you guys never seen it before? Yuchen didn't make a lot of Lotus Guile thunder at that time, did he? Remnants? After hearing those two words, the scene froze for a moment, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. A realization dawned on the fellows. So, you're a fortune teller? The director said thoughtfully. Su nodded. So where are we going to blow up? Right here? Sure enough, you do have a few shades of remnant in your personality. A shadow? I don't think so. Suyu shook his head slightly. The director smiled. You're better than him. With that, he led the crowd to an empty room. Let's blow it up right here. It's a specialized quarantine area that provides for high-intensity experimentation. Good. Without hesitation, Suyu flung that black lotus onto the open space. Rumble. The next moment, black light bloomed. The terrifying dark energy crazily eroded towards the surroundings, and the violent explosions kept rushing against the surrounding boundaries. The remnants of the abyssal aura climbed over the boundary, even corroding holes in it. If it wasn't for the director's quick eyes and hands, rushing to use his skills to repair the boundary, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to block the boundary set up by that 7th turn boundary master. An abyssal magician at the peak of the 5th turn has blown up with the power of the peak of the 6th turn? The crowd was in awe. The black lotus in front of him was still blooming, layers and layers of black petals stacked on top of each other, and its power became more and more massive. The flash of black was extremely radiant, truly illustrating what it meant to be colorful black. It took a while for the explosions to die down. The director wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the fellows next to him with some trepidation. These guys are still here watching the show. It was a good bet that the explosion had just broken through the boundary, and at the very least, more than half of the people present would have to die by then. However, a smile soon appeared on the director's face. The boundaries in the room quickly closed, and 2 skill books that had been reproduced in the explosion appeared in front of him. Abyssal Magic Dark Energy Bombardment, Diamond Grade. Abyssal Magic Fear Corruption, Emerald Level. Now, all that was needed was to spend a price to copy and spread these 2 skill books, and after a few tens of hundreds of years, a pathway called Abyssal Mage would naturally arise from the mage profession. Tell me, what reward do you want? The director happily patted Suyu's shoulder and said, a reward? Let me think. Suyu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that this time he came to be punished, but it turned out to be a reward in the end? You guys. Zero's eyes were also extraordinarily complicated. He had read Suyu's file, and the guy seemed to bring surprises wherever he went. Reward or something? Can those abyssal magicians give it to me? After thinking for a moment, Suyu pointed to the door and said, sure, you can have as many heads as you want. The director patted his chest. He was about to fly high right now. The research that was expected to be deconstructed for 10,000 abyssal magicians to complete. Suyu managed to do it with just one head. This is simply invariably saving him a lot of manpower and resources. At this moment, the director's eyes looking at Suyu was simply like looking at a supreme treasure. Really? Suyu's eyes lit up. Then I'm welcome. With that said, he immediately rushed to an abyssal magician and unleashed a million pores to begin crafting lotus trick lightning. Pay attention to the time. Don't delay tomorrow's business. Or you can go back to rest first. We have to gather at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Take a nap to get your state in order. Zero sighed and stood next to Suyu like a little assistant voicing out a reminder. What time is it? Suyu said without looking back. 1:44 a.m. Okay, got it. After saying that, Suyu continued to plunge into the production of the Lotus Style Thunder, showing no signs of stopping at all. Zero was a bit helpless, but stood and watched quietly, trying to learn something from it. However, he soon realized that he would never learn. Suyu's maneuver seemed to be some sort of high-level skill, and he couldn't even observe how his opponent did it. Moreover, Suyu was not satisfied with his speed in the slightest, and directly pulled out a time bead from his bosom. Fate minor event, you are affected by the time bead effect, accelerating your own time by 12 times. Suyu's eyes moved slightly as he unleashed destiny modification. Ding! Fate minor event, you are affected by the time bead effect, accelerating your own time by 92 times. Fate points plus 30. For a moment, it was like the world in front of him had come to a standstill. The flow of time is only vaguely noticeable under close scrutiny. Crap, what quality of time bead is this? And how is the power of time so terrifying? Zero's pupils plummeted. In his line of sight, Suyu was simply like he had turned into a beam of light, constantly weaving in and out between the various abyssal magicians. The Lotus Trick Lightning, which originally took about 3 minutes to make, was now completed in less than 2 seconds. Under Suyu's operation, a Lotus Style Thunder was born. Roar! That pale and furious roar continuously resounded, shaking the entire law enforcement building. As it continued to be made, a trace of aura gradually surfaced in Suyu's mind. Finally, after the 100th Lotus Style Thunder was crafted, those flashes of inspiration gradually converged into a single point. You have comprehended the advanced axiom, Abyssal Fire, from the skill 10,000 Pores Max. When you make Lotus Trick Lightning, an additional layer of Abyssal Flame attribute will be added. After 4 minutes had passed, all the abyssal magicians within the entire third floor had been crafted into Lotus Trick Lightning by Suyu. A whole 110 pieces in all. Looking at the black lotus flower floating in midair, even Zero, a 6th-turn swordsman, couldn't help but feel weak in his heart. Along with that, the tone in which he spoke to Suyu was also much softer. Student, you have to be steady. There are still many less powerful fellows in the law enforcement building. Don't worry. Suyu smiled and reached out. With that, the entire 110 Lotus Style Lightning were shrunken and flew into his palm. After thinking about it, Suyu took out 2 from it and handed them to the director. Let's give you 2 more. Otherwise it's weirdly embarrassing. And then Suyu casually slipped these black lotus into his clothes pocket and stored them away. Good boy. I was right about you. The director happily received the 2 black lotuses and looked at Suyu with a gaze full of appreciation. I'll be the first to let you know when there's something good in the future. The director held out his hand. Yes. Suyu nodded with satisfaction and walked forward to shake his hand. The law enforcement building was a treasure trove for him, and it was simply too good to be true that these high-level foreigners could not resist and could only let themselves play. This kind of opportunity was too rare. Even if Suyu was allowed to go to the secret realm on his own, it would be difficult to find such a complete and advanced material. Seeing this, Zero sighed somewhat feebly. Director Zhao's status in the law enforcement building was not insignificant, and with him as his backstage, wouldn't this kid be even more lawless in the future? Not long after chatting with Director Zhao and the rest of the fellows, Suyu walked out of the law enforcement building alone. As soon as he left the house, Xinhui came forward with a grave expression and said, "How is it? Can you still hold up? What happens inside the law enforcement building is not like going to the battlefield to kill the enemy. First-timers can easily create psychological shadows. I have prepared a gold-grade heart cleansing pill, so eat it." "No, thanks." Suyu shook his head slightly and politely refused the elixir. Xinhui frowned at once. "Don't try to be brave. I went through it once when I was here just last week and know what it feels like. It's just that it doesn't matter if you kill your opponent in a sparring match, but that's for you to be an executioner, cutting off their flesh and blood piece by piece." Vomit. As he said that, Xinhui seemed to recall some bad memories. His face turned pale and he let out a dry heaving sound. "You might as well just eat it yourself." Looking at this guy, Suyu was speechless for a while. "You, vomit. You're better than me. You eat, vomit." It seemed to be the reason that it was too close to the law enforcement building. The unique odor from inside constantly wafted this way, causing Xinhui to stifle a wave of dry heaves. Suyu frowned straight away as he watched, and despite his objections, he broke his mouth open and stuffed the clear heart pill in. Gulp! As the medicine kicked in, Xinhuai's face instantly looked much better. He was just about to say something when the door to the law enforcement building in front of the crowd suddenly opened again. Student Su, I almost forgot. You assisted in the breakthrough of the third floor project. Here are the credits awarded to you, a total of 10,000 points. Director Zhao's figure ran quickly and shoved a card into Suyu's hands. You're only enrolled now. The credit system hasn't been activated yet. Just take this credit card and exchange it for credits when the time comes. Suyu smiled and accepted the card. Thank you, Director Zhao. Then what kind of talk is that? It's more like I thank you. Director Zhao couldn't even suppress the corners of his mouth. Keep in mind that the time frame specified at the top of this program is 10 years. Not only did Suyu directly shorten the time to 1 day, but the result was also far better than what they had done. Just call me Lao from now on. There's my phone number on the credit card. So get in touch often if you're not doing anything. Definitely. Director Zhao took Suyu's hand and shushed him for another good while. Xinhuai and the others watched this scene, their jaws practically dropping to the ground. What's wrong with this guy? Aren't you going to be punished? How is it that when you get out, there's a director-level person to give away credits? For a while, the eyes of the freshmen looking at Suyu were simply like they were looking at a god. Especially some of the pricks who had been sent in for disobedience were practically on their knees asking Suyu how in the world he did it. Cheer up tomorrow, old brother Su. If anyone bullies you in the academy, report my name. Okay, elder brother Zhao. Suyu and Director Zhao waved and parted. It was only after Director Zhao left that Xinhuai rushed over. What exactly did you do in the law enforcement building? Nothing much, I guess. It's just that according to Zero's words, I dissected some foreign races, and incidentally, I helped elder brother Zhao and the others with their scientific research. Suyu said after thinking about it. Bull. After hearing this, Xinhuai held back 2 words for half a day. The crowd whirled toward the villa area. With no words along the way, greeting the hazy moonlight, the crowd returned to their respective residences. When Suyu walked to the villa's heel, he found that the villa's gate had already been repaired, and a ghost face had been drawn by watercolor pencils at the cat's eye position. It seemed that a family as prominent as Lin Qianxue could not go against the will of the academy. Suyu took a step in and the formation on the floor was activated at the same time. Come on, master, bye-bye. I've cooked and am waiting for you to come back to eat. Baby Bear took off his apron and greeted Suyu for dinner. Suyu was slightly stunned. Baby Bear could still cook? He raised his eyes to the table. Sure enough, what Baby Bear calls rice is just meat cooked over a fire. However, Suyu wasn't picky about what he ate, and he and Baby Bear leaned in to sit together and nibbled on the roasted meat. A meal that lasted over 2 hours. Clang! Suyu leaned on the sofa and squinted for a while, and it wasn't long before he heard a bell ring inside the academy. He got up at once and headed out. Military training lasts for 3 weeks. No pets, no equipment above the diamond level. Therefore, Baby Bear had no choice but to wait pathetically in the villa. But the school side will provide food every day. Moreover, it wasn't a bad thing for Baby Bear to stay in the villa and keep enjoying the experience value bonus from the formation. In no time at all, there were 24 young figures standing in the playground. I'm your counselor. You can call me Sister Kai. A hot woman stepped out of the shadows in style, with a white shirt on top, suit pants underneath and a pair of black high heels. She exuded the flavor of a mature woman. Sister Kai's looks could not be said to be absolutely beautiful, but the aura caused several boys in the group to unconsciously bend over and press their guns. Seeing this scene, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly and her beautiful eyes narrowed. Does the teacher look good? Good looking, one of the boys in the group unconsciously picked up. Boom! As his words fell, Sister Kai's figure suddenly disappeared, and when she reappeared, she grabbed the boy's collar in her hand and slammed him to the ground with a vicious over-the-shoulder slam. Boom! The ground was instantly smashed into a deep crater by the boy. Do you have to be beaten even for telling the truth? His head was buzzing, his mouth and nose were overflowing with blood, and his appearance was miserable. Your mouth is quite sweet, but don't talk nonsense if you don't have that strength. Sister Kai clapped her hands and finished lightly before she turned her head to look at the crowd and continued. Let's go. Your good times are still ahead of you. With that, a portal appeared in front of her. This time, the 4 schools are training together within a special secret area. Be careful when you get to the place. The Purgatory School has always been uninviting. Suyu and his group stepped into the teleportation portal right behind him. Soon the scene opened up before the crowd's eyes. A dense crowd even appeared before his eyes. The Holy Spirit Academy, the War Academy, and the Civilization Academy. The students from the 3 universities seemed to have arrived a long time in advance. At this moment, they were looking at Suyu and his group, who had only just stepped out, with an unkind expression on their faces. A calm male voice resounded throughout the entire secret realm. This 4-school training will begin in 10 minutes. The first item of content. The red and blue confrontation. The 3 university academies are the blue side, and the Purgatory Academy is the red side. High up in the sky of the secret realm, there were 4 great thrones standing as dazzling as 4 great suns, and that was where the principals of the 4 great academies were located. At this moment, the principal of the War Academy was reading out the rules. Red's victory condition is survival for 1 hour. Blue's victory condition is the total annihilation of red. A total of 150,000 credits will be awarded for the red-blue confrontation, with the victorious side calculating credits according to the battle credit calculation method. Red is free to move until the countdown is over. That's not fair. As soon as the rules were read out, Qin Huai immediately issued a challenge. Although the 22 of them were all top geniuses from all over the place, the number of freshmen from the 3 university campuses was simply too much, and such a large numerical base was enough to erase all individual gaps. The number of new students has even exceeded 200,000, especially in the War Academies. Due to the lowest enrollment threshold, the number of new students in the Holy Spirit Academy was not low either. There was an estimated 70,000 to 80,000 of them, mostly mages, blessers, and other weaker professions up front though. The number of people in the Civilization Academy, on the other hand, was similar to the Purgatory Academy, with the number of new students being no more than 100. Those are reserve officers, and it's normal for them to be fewer in number. Unfair? On a chair built out of skeletons, the principal of the Purgatory Academy slowly spoke. There is no fairness on the battlefield, but you can choose to be a deserter to try it out. In an instant, a vast pressure descended, pressuring Qin Huai to instantly kneel on one knee with a pained expression on his face. Well, Principal Qin, don't scare the freshmen. There are just a few seedlings. Sister Kai blocked in front of Qin Huai, and with a sudden lightness in his body, he was finally able to stand up. Humph. What kind of purgatory school do cowards still choose? Principal Qin snorted coldly and dispersed his intimidating pressure. Sister Kai smiled as she helped Qin Huai up, then opened her mouth to explain. This isn't directed at you guys. It's the regular treatment for students of the Purgatory Academy. You must realize that in the future you will be operating behind enemy lines for a long time, facing the strongest forces and the most firepower of the foreigners. You have no reinforcements, not even teammates, and are left to fight alone. Therefore, it must be adapted from the beginning. After saying that, Sister Kai waved her hand and summoned an illusory screen with a countdown clearly displayed on it. 9:05. You don't have much time. Think about how you're going to survive the siege. The crowd fell silent. From this moment, they finally understood the meaning of the word purgatory. I know, Sister Kai. Qin Huai took a deep breath and said, and then he glanced at his watch to look at the rest of the group. So, are we spreading out or working together? Why don't we cooperate? There are so many people on the other side and only a few of us. If we don't cooperate, I'm afraid we'll lose in seconds. I think it's better to spread out. Didn't Sister Kai say that all we face in the future is fighting alone? But that's later, right? There's a higher probability of success when you team up now, right? The freshmen looked at each other, communicating with each other, but no one could make up their minds. Seeing this, Qin Huai directly skipped the rest of the people and looked at Suyu and Lin Qianxue. I don't like teaming up. Lin Qianxue directly shook her head and refused. Me too. Seeing Qin Huai looking at him, Suyu also shook his head slightly. His gaze wandered to the interior of the secret realm. He had been observing the terrain as early as when he entered the secret realm. The opposite side of the huge number of people. You must find a terrain where you can play guerrilla, or else tens of thousands of mages will have to account for themselves with one fireball spell each. Although his fate modifications were counterintuitive, what he feared most was excessive quality and quantity. Tens of thousands of destiny synopses popped up at once, and he couldn't change them even if his brain went up in smoke. Alright, then, to each his own. Seeing that the two refused to team up, Qin Huai let out a light sigh and also began to grasp the terrain. His eyes finally locked on a hill, where the foggy and miasmatic terrain was treacherous and most suitable for guerrilla attacks. Countdown 8:45. Just as he was about to move, he noticed a man walking beside him. That's Suyu. Has he finished his observation and is ready to go first to the favorable terrain? However, Suyu's next action caused everyone to be stunned, only to see him stepping into the air, his figure continuously pulling up to the 4 thrones. The 4 principals looked up at the same time, staring at him in surprise. There's not much time left. What's he doing here? Is there an extra bonus if red annihilates blue? Suyu spoke calmly, his tone serious. The room was quiet for a split second at those words. Immediately afterward, the freshmen of the 3 great universities below all exploded. Are you kidding me? What's this guy's big problem? How can he really be a hypochondriac? Crazy is quite crazy, and wiping us out. Don't even look at how much weight you have. Laugh out loud. That's definitely one of the biggest jokes I've heard this year. The crowd murmured and stared at Suyu as if they were fools. Even Qin Huai and Lin Qianxue froze, not expecting Suyu to be so wild. Isn't he a little too high on our reds? Afraid of the opposite side's lack of battle spirit, and purposely pull another wave of hatred? All four principals laughed as well, but the principal of the civilized academy was laughed out of breath. Big words, do you know what you mean by that? He gazed straight at Suyu. His terrifying spiritual power surged out, and the space around him distorted. This red-blue match looked like a 1-against-3 match between the Purgatory School, but in actuality, it was a confrontation between the Purgatory School and the Civilization School. 280,000 professionals looks like a lot, but without a commander to tie it all together, the outcome is hard to say. This secret realm has all kinds of terrain. It's not as simple as 22 versus 280,000 on the plains. Once the battlefield was divided, how were those freshmen who only averaged one turn going to fight? Thus, Suyu's words were simply slapping the face of the Civilization Academy. Does he mean that the commanders of the civilized academies are garbage and can't effectively put their numbers to good use? So what? Is there an added bonus? Being enveloped by that spiritual pressure, Suyu did not have the slightest fluctuation on his face. His spiritual power had been increased over and over again, and now it was simply terrifyingly strong, and he didn't feel it at all. Good boy. The principal of the war school smiled broadly, with a few moments of appreciation in his eyes. Daring to say such words, whether he can succeed or not. At least the courage is amazing. What the human race lacks now is this kind of heart. Wipe out the blue side, and I'll personally give you an additional 50,000 credits. Principal Qin was the first to speak. I'll add 30,000. The principal of the War Academy seconded. I'll add 20,000. The principal of the Holy Spirit School followed suit. I'll add 40,000. But if the red team loses, they will also lose 40,000 credits. The principal of the Civilization Academy looked at Suyu and said viciously, "Good, it's a deal." Suyu smiled and nodded, but did not hurry down. "Kid, I appreciate you. If you can't make it in the Purgatory Academy in the future, the door of the War Academy is always open for you," the principal of the War School said with a big smile. He was shirtless, his body gnarled with muscle and littered with wounds, large and small. As soon as they opened their mouths, it was as if a fire of war was ignited in the bottom of everyone's hearts within the secret area, and their wariness was inexplicably ignited. "Tell me more," Suyu said in a salty manner, not in the slightest bit rushing up to flatter the other party just because of his words. "Old Lu, are you almost there?" Principal Qin felt that fiery sensation in his heart and slightly glanced sideways. Principal Lu was not annoyed by Suyu's cold attitude. Glancing at the shadows behind Principal Qin smiled. "You're not so bad." The four principals were all originally lying on their thrones, but after letting Suyu have a go at them like this, each of them sat up straight, their drowsiness disappearing. They all knew that the probability of Suyu trying to wipe out the blue side was not high, infinitely close to zero. Even if he was allowed to bring that little bear with him, there was no way he would be able to defeat a legion of 280,000 professionals. However, this Suyu kid seemed to have a lot of stamina. It raised their curiosity, especially the principal of the Civilization Academy. He had been aroused by Suyu's words and was eager to see how he would be defeated. Where on earth did this guy get the confidence to bet against me? That's 40,000 credits. If he loses, he's afraid he'll have to spend his entire freshman year paying off his debt, right? "Su, there's still 1 minute left. If you don't leave it'll be too late, yo," the principal of the Holy Spirit School reminded with a smile. She was so shrouded in moonlight that her face could not be seen. Still, you could tell from the profile that it was a stunning woman. "It's okay." Suyu nodded and looked at his feet. Then he merged his fingers into a sword and left a scratch on his arm. Rage level +1. Same scratches. This is the 11th. By now, however, the crowd below had begun to stir. In 10 minutes' time, the commander of the School of Civilization had begun his mobilization efforts quickly. The freshmen of the War Academy as well as the Holy Spirit Academy were quickly disorganized and reorganized into small groups. Each squad was paired with 20 melee professionals, 5 mages, 1 boundary master, 2 blessing masters, and 2 professionals of the spiritual perception system. 10 squads form a company, with a freshman from the Civilization Academy acting as the company commander for mobilization. A war machine is methodically bearing its fangs under the tandem of its commander. It was an entire legion of 15 brigades and 3 independent regiments of professionals. Aside from the fact that they were not yet high-leveled and not very experienced, they were already considered a powerful human force. 0-10. With only 10 seconds left on the countdown, the expressions on everyone's faces all but disappeared. No matter how irrational this confrontation may seem, once it begins, They are soldiers and are expected to follow their commander's dispatches with determination. The new students of the Purgatory Academy had long since disappeared, and almost all of them had followed Qin Huai and hid into the mountains. The only exception was Lin Qianxue. She dove headfirst into the lake on the other side and used her Ice Phoenix form to create a battlefield in her favor. However, Su Yu, who was the only one who had put down the harsh words to annihilate the blue side, was still standing next to the four principals and did not look like he was going to leave in the slightest. Humph. The countdown went to 0, and the principal of the Civilization Academy rose straight to make the announcement. All hands on deck. Red and blue confrontation. Action. As soon as his words fell, Su Yu fiercely stepped on the ground, not choosing to land, but rushing straight towards the four principals. A 12th scratch appeared on his arm. Rage tier +1. Current combat rage tier 12? Your pain sensation is gone. Your self-healing ability is increased by 500%. Your neural reflexes are increased by 800%. You enter a state of berserkness, and your sanity is -300%. The show. It's on. In an instant, Su Yu's eyes turned scarlet. Roar. Su Yu's muscles bulged out all over his body, all berserk and extremely appalling. He didn't pay the slightest attention to the legions of occupiers under his feet, but even rushed towards the headmaster of the Civilization Academy like a madman. Crazy, you want to take a shot at me? The principal of the Civilization Academy was enraged. This guy was simply lawless. He himself was at least a high-ranking professional, and he was also under the gaze of many students, and to be provoked by him like this was nothing short of an insult. However, something that made the principal of the civilized school even angrier happened. That guy actually ignored the gazes of the hundreds of thousands of professionals around him and directly attacked himself. Boom! Su Yu set up his sniper with one hand and fired a shot without hesitation. The shot was not the fourth bullet, but it was just as powerful. The remaining three principals' faces all changed. On your second day of school, you dare to attack the principal? This is also too wonderful, isn't it? Principal Qin couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. Interesting, this Su Yu kid is too interesting. Seek death. The principal of the Civilization Academy violently stood up from his throne, and a void crown appeared above his head. In the next instant, an infinite number of soldiers stepped out of the void. As a Spirit System 9 Revolutions Marshal, his spiritual power had already reached the realm of Void Condensed Soldier. Boo! Su Yu's bullet instantly pierced through 20 Void soldiers before exploding violently, engulfing dozens more. However, the difference in rank between the two was simply too great, and in the end, that one only shattered a few hundred shadows before completely dissipating into the air. The principal of the Civilization Academy sneered. Unbearable. In the next moment, his eyes flickered with a ghostly aura as he spoke once again. Void Forbidden Stab. Buzz. As his words fell, 3 assassins with spatially sharp blades in their hands steeply appeared beside Su Yu. Minor fateful event, you were attacked by a Void Forbidden Spike and were seriously injured. Tingling pain came from Su Yu's body, and his own perception constantly warned him. However, he hadn't the slightest idea of revising the fateful synopsis. This is not a side effect of the tripling down of sanity. But, boom, boom. Su Yu let those 3 sharp blades enter his body and pulled the trigger twice in succession. Looking at the bullets that were coming at them, the Holy Spirit School headmaster as well as the War School headmaster froze for a moment. What's going on? Is this kid really crazy? I was expecting a good show, but the fire is burning on me? Su Yu drew his legs and ran after firing his gun, and hardened his flesh body to carry the cuts of the void blade and rushed out of the encirclement. At the same time, he crushed a time bead and directly fled into a red light to the fringe of the secret realm. Principal Lu of the War Academy stretched out 2 fingers and steadily clamped down on the speeding bullet. Kid, you're in a special state. I can understand that, but, offended the principal and still want to run? The corner of his mouth pulled up a maniacal smile as he chased after Su Yu in large strides. The Holy Spirit Academy's Kagaya headmaster also shook his head, the moon haze flowing around his body. The instant that bullet exploded it was directly disintegrated, and even the hundreds of traits attached to it were also worn away. Ugh, what a child who doesn't know how to respect the elderly. Aren't you seeking your own death by doing this? She did not know what Su Yu wanted to do, but the principal's majesty was inviolable, and she similarly chased towards Su Yu. In this instant, the 280,000 freshmen below were all dumbfounded. What is this? Has the world gone mad or have I gone mad? Aren't we in military training? Why is the principal all out? Bullish. This guy is truly awesome, daring to challenge 3 principals at the same time. The 3 principals were chasing one person at the same time, and the man was a freshman. An image that was simply unprecedented. The new students were in no hurry to find the others from the Purgatory School at this time, and they all gazed at the figure that was fleeing in midair. Both Qin Huai and Lin Qianxue didn't hide anymore either. and were similarly staring at the scene in the sky with their jaws open. Suyu, this guy, how can he do anything out of the ordinary? The three principals were all ninth-turn professionals. Wasn't provoking them looking for death? In midair, Suyu's clothes were tattered and torn, looking extremely miserable. Phew, his eyes were red and he was breathing heavily. His body was covered with wounds of all sizes, but they were healing rapidly under his strong physique. The drop in sanity from combat rage is not a negative gain. Suyu realized that as long as he got angrier, the gain from the skill would be higher, especially when critically injured. The full attribute increase has been over 400%. Good boy, did you go that way? Principal Lu followed closely behind Suyu, but was in no hurry to launch an attack. However, right at this moment, Suyu took the initiative to stop and lifted his battle rage. Phew, he shrugged it off. The feeling of unbridled rage did feel good, but now he didn't need the effects that came with battle rage. Not running? The three principals surrounded Suyu in the corner of the secret realm, blocking all his routes. The freshmen of the three universities also cast mocking gazes, talking big. And this is the result? In front of the three principals, Suyu unhurriedly changed into a clean set of clothes, stuck his hands in his coat pockets, and leisurely said, "Sorry folks, the red team won." The three principals froze at the same time, somewhat confused by Suyu's words. What do you mean the Reds won? He, the strongest combatant, was about to face elimination. How can the Reds win when it's clear that the sky is falling to start the season? The freshmen from the three universities were equally puzzled, thinking that Suyu was afraid that he was really crazy and was already talking nonsense. Even Lin Qianxue and Qin Huai both began to prepare to hide their forms, not holding out hope for Suyu. However, just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. He's right, the Reds did win already. A short sword glowing with a ghostly aura stabbed into the principal of the Civilization Academy from behind, the blade carrying blood across his chest, bright red blooming like a spark. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Qin Tian, are you crazy too? The principal of the Civilization Academy looked back incredulously. Principal Qin shook his head slightly, somewhat helplessly. Principal Yi, think it over yourself. After saying that, he glared sideways at Suyu, bold and calculating. Your name deserves to be remembered by me. Thanks for the compliment, Principal. The corners of Suyu's mouth rose slightly, and his hands were in his pockets. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Principal Lu scratched his head, only to realize that things had suddenly gotten complicated. He was really a bit of a brain overload for a ninth-turn warmonger. Sure is a good deep calculation. Ringing with interest, Principal Yi looked at the pierced chest and then at Suyu. Then he sighed and said, "You've really quit your pride with this blade. Red and blue against each other. The three universities are on the blue side, and the Purgatory Academy is on the red side. The rules don't point out that both parties involved have to be freshmen. It's a play on words, but there's no way to add temporary rule restrictions after we've been forced to make a move. One has to admit that." Principal Yi looked at Suyu with a complicated expression. You deliberately provoked me earlier and also took the initiative to attack the other two principals for this reason, right? Once Principal Qin joins the red side, it's impossible for us to kill each other within an hour even with a three-man siege, and that's even if I'm hit hard first. Red has indeed won. After saying that, Principal Yi skimmed his lips and his figure became dim before he emerged from the throne unharmed. He was voluntarily giving up the struggle. Well, Principal Lu, Principal Yu, still want to try? Principal Qin gripped his short sword with an excited expression, leaping forward. Forget it, I don't like being stabbed from behind. Principal Yu's eyes flashed with a strong look of scorn, and he also returned to his throne and sat down in an instant. Suyu, right? I've memorized your name as well. Principal Lu reached out and flung out a business card. Report my name when you get to the battlefield and no one will dare bully you. After saying that, he walked back to his throne without a word, not even looking at Principal Qin. Suyu took the business card and put it away, placing his hands in his shirt pockets. His body still had no intention of moving. Can a fucking human being come up with tactics? Hidden deep in the mountains, Qin Huai's eyes dropped out. He had thought of countless possibilities, but none of them had expected Suyu to win in this way. It had only been a minute or two when he flew up to the four principals. Did he have a complete plan when he heard the rules? Pulling the principal into this rivalry with him is really something. Lin Qianxue in the lake also looked extremely pale. She'd only just frozen half the lake, and now she was telling her the game was over? However, the ones with the most wonderful faces right now also belonged to the freshmen of the three universities. No fight? What a bummer. With a lost look on his face, Principal Qin put his short sword away and also returned to his throne, casually announcing the results of the match. Red against blue. Red wins. But because of the existence of Suyu's pre-match betting agreement, the course of the match continues. As the words fell, The freshman instantly exploded. Crap, that's the end of it? My credits damn. This is a talent, to actually win in this way? What the hell is wrong with this guy's brain? Fuck, labor doesn't care. The last time must be to kill him by 1,000 cuts. The entire 280,000 people went crazy, itching to cut Suyu, the old six, to death by 1,000 cuts. It was thought to be credits that were already in the bag, but it turned out that they lost without even moving a muscle while standing still. The freshman commanders were not in much of an emotional state. Instead, they gathered around each other, reviewing Suyu's series of actions from the time he entered the secret realm. This clever thinking is very informative. After all, now that they had lost, there wasn't that need to revile Suyu. Seeing this scene, Principal Ye's eyes moved slightly and he opened his mouth to add more fire. By the way, the bet requires a total of 90,000 credits to be paid, and if you can kill him at the last minute, the 90,000 credits will be allocated to the blue side. Hearing this, hope instantly sprang back into the eyes of all the freshmen. Rumble. Now, the commanders of the Civilization Academy all had fiery eyes as well. Who would want to cross the credits? The army immediately opened up and crushed towards Suyu's position. High in the air, Principal Chin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Aren't you not dealing with that kid? Why are you still helping him? How can I really compete with a freshman? He can count the four of us in. That's his skill. Principal Yi shook his head slightly. Sighing, he sat paralyzed on his throne. Old Chin, you've picked up a treasure this time. Not only did he formulate a complete plan to lure us in a minute's time, he even thought of a follow-up. From the very beginning, his goal was not just the 150,000 credits. The bottom line is that he has the audacity to challenge authority. There have been quite a few four-school co-training sessions, and there can't be a single student who doesn't have this kind of idea, but he's the first one who dared to do it. And it worked. Principal Yi smiled to himself. It's not like I'm one of those old codgers from the conservative faction. Not to mention, that kid provoking me is just part of the plan. I didn't expect someone as proud as you to praise a new student like this one day. Principal Chin unconsciously grinned. Three's a crowd. Principal Yi shook his head slightly. Watch. He turned his gaze to the corner of the secret area. Suyu was currently watching the place with a big smile on his face. He was seen saying wordlessly with his lips, "Enjoy this great fireworks display. Charge on, brothers. The credits are beckoning us. Kill. He's only one. Let's just push through and be done with it." The shouts and killings within the secret territory were deafening, and the freshmen had maintained an orderly advance. But unfortunately, they messed up their formation halfway through the charge. Some of the mages were even running in front of the warriors with their staffs raised. In their opinion, 1 against 280,000 people, the credits couldn't have come more easily. Although Suyu had coincidentally won this confrontation, his own strength was not as terrifying as that of the four great principals, able to ignore the disparity in numbers. Can he really wipe us out? How should he win with this hard power gap? Chin Hui rubbed his chin, and really couldn't think of how Suyu should make good on his boasts. The principals looked menacing, but none of them were serious. But those freshmen who had been blinded by the credits were full of thoughts of dismantling Suyu. I think he can win. At this time, Lin Xianxua ran out from the lake at some point and walked over to Chin Hui and said, her eyes were complicated and she sighed. Hate to admit it, but it seems like there's nothing that guy can't do. Chin Hui nodded with deep understanding. He had a negative mindset before the confrontation even started, believing that the opposite side was too outnumbered and needed to be delayed for too long, making it difficult for his side to win. However, Suyu never questioned the rules from the beginning. He seems to be used to looking for a break from the rules that are already in place. Alas, it's a pity that although the red team won, but according to the credit calculation standard, that 150,000 credits we probably can't share much. Suddenly, just as Chin Hui was about to say something else, a flash of darkness crept in. The two men looked up in a hurry. Immediately afterward, a huge and incomparable black lotus appeared in everyone's field of vision. The rich abyssal aura exploded, causing both of them to feel a sense of suffocation. The magical elements of this space were ignited by the black lotus as if they were somehow guided. Boom! It wasn't until a few seconds later that the devastating explosion reached the crowd. Crap, what is this? Chin Hui couldn't help but burst out in foul language. This is too much of a nuisance, isn't it? The blast radius is almost 1 kilometer. The grade of this prop must be diamond grade or above. Rumble. Without waiting for the two to react, another black lotus bloomed one after another. The NWO was caught off guard by the bombing and lost a fifth on the spot. They realized that something was wrong and just wanted to escape. But it turned out that black lotus bomb bloomed continuously behind them. The path of retreat was blocked, and destructive fluctuations were constantly coming from both sides, which made the only way for the freshman legion to advance. Looking at Suyu, who had his two hands open and his face intoxicated. Everyone's heart was ice cold. He was prepared. While being chased by the principals, he even had the effort to lay a trap. Damn, I have to give him a go today. An assassin, hiding in the shadows, suddenly stormed up and rushed towards Suyu. However, he had not yet reached the halfway point when there was a sudden click under his feet. Boom! Immediately after that, the Black Lotus of Destruction bloomed. A total of 108 Lotus-style lightning were detonated by Suyu at the same time. In this instant, that dazzling black light shone in every corner of the secret realm. Destruction, abyss, corruption, dark energy erupted, bringing a second, third wave of stacked explosions. This fledgling army of 280,000 men was wiped out in a matter of moments. Suyu was like an orchestra conductor, dominating this wonderful fireworks feast. The brilliant explosion lasted a full 5 minutes. After waiting for that black aura to disappear and everything to calm down, only devastation was left in the original spot. Several of the hills had been leveled right down to the ground, and no trace of them could be found. This kind of means is indeed a great killer on the battlefield. Principal Qin, you must cultivate it well. Principal Lu's face was envious. He simply couldn't wait to send Suyu to the front line tomorrow. Don't bother. The Soul Hooker Envoy program will definitely have a spot for him. Principal Qin licked his lips and lay back very contentedly. This fireworks display was a real treat for him. Hiss, I'm not dead? Fuck, that was just horrible. I thought I was really blown up. Didn't they say you can't bring equipment or props above diamond level? What is he using? So envious of his girlfriend. The sight of these Black Lotus exploding is so romantic, isn't it? Love brain dead aside. With a flash of green light, all of the previously dead freshmen instantly reappeared unharmed in the clearing. Everyone had shock on their faces, and although they didn't really die, the feeling of death was real. Principal Yi stepped down from his throne and looked at the crowd. The commanders of those civilized academies, to be precise, go back and each do a 30,000 word review and set up a good sandbox simulation of this battle. In addition, the Civilization Academy performed very poorly this year, and each person will be deducted 500 credits when they return. Hearing Principal Ye's words, the dozens of commanders' faces turned bitter, and a few of them even directly sat down on the ground. However, this time it was indeed that they were too careless. If one could withstand the temptation of the credits and the hatred pulled up by Suyu's taunts, perhaps the outcome would be different. I protest. He cheated. A prop with this much power must have exceeded the carrying limit. Someone in the crowd jumped out and pointed at Suyu's position. The protest is invalid. Principal Yi glared at those people, and then he didn't bother to look at them anymore. Looking at the figure walking in the distance and slowly said, I declare that the red-blue match is completely over. The red side wins, and in addition, Suyu fulfills his bet and completely annihilates the blue side, earning an additional 90,000 credits. Just as he finished speaking, rows of blue light points suddenly appeared in the sky above the secret realm. Soon the dots of light formed a name. Suyu, Purgatory Academy 237, 900. Qin Huai, Purgatory School 100. Lin Qianxue, Purgatory School 100. Wang Fei, Purgatory Academy 100. Li Jia, Purgatory Academy, 100. The credits list was topped by Suyu with an astronomical number. The remaining 21 people in the Purgatory Academy were given a consolation prize of 100 credits each, close to 240,000 credits. Doesn't that mean he can just exchange it for a legendary grade equipment after military training? The purchasing power of credits is staggering, something on a par with frontline military service. 250,000 credits would be enough to exchange for a legendary equipment or a complete diamond set. How does this keep freshmen from being envious and jealous? At this time, Suyu also slowly walked back from the corner of the secret realm, with a few moments of amazement on his face. His hands were stuck in his pockets, playing with the 108 Lotus Trick Lightning. Did the Lotus Trick Lightning actually come back after it detonated? He muttered. He had obviously detonated it with his own hands, but he didn't expect these Black Lotuses to reappear in his pocket. Seemingly seeing his confusion, Principal Moon on the throne spoke out and explained. This secret realm is known as the Dreamlands, which allows for the transformation of reality and falsehood at any time, avoiding casualties while gaining a real battle experience. So that's how it is. Many thanks to Principal Yu for clearing up the confusion. Suyu drifted off. At that moment, Principal Yi then continued to speak. You will be given half an hour to adjust, and then we will proceed to the second and final round of this military training, the simulated assault. That crown of emptiness once again appeared above his head. Dream memory projection. The next moment, a thick purple mist rose. Countless creatures that looked similar to humanoids but had bat wings came out of the void. These demonic creatures had a strong aura, and each one of them exuded an amazing charm, instantly making the majority of the freshmen blush and unconsciously bend their backs. Is this the Phantom Clan? Suyu's face moved slightly. It was the first time he had seen this legendary race with his own eyes. Unlike what is depicted in some movies and TV shows, the real Chimera itself is not to be underestimated in terms of strength. Its innate spiritual power was extremely large, and coupled with the strong body of the abyssal demon race, it made the phantom demon race an almost invincible existence at the same level. The strength of these phantom demon clans that had been visualized was similarly not low. Once they appeared, they quickly assembled and built out a line of defense under the eyes of the crowd. At the edge of the secret realm, Sister Kai had a complicated face. She's half-blooded as a chimera. So, even dressing conservatively to a fault on weekdays can cause all sorts of trouble. Your mission is simple. Just annihilate these phantom demons. Credits are calculated according to battlefield principles, with a cap of 20,000 credits per person. Time limit. Within 6 days. If there is still a chimera alive within 6 days, the mission will fail and each person will be deducted 2,000 credits. After saying that, Principal Yi looked at Suyu and continued to add, the only participants in this attack are freshmen, and those bombs of yours are not allowed to be used. Learning from his mistakes, with the existence of Suyu as a variable, he didn't dare to make the rules vague anymore. All right. Suyu shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent face. This round is low on credits, and he can't afford to throw Lotus Guile yet. But after this military training, you should be able to upgrade your life weapon to diamond level, right? An offensive battle? This one is good. As long as we don't fight Suyu, anything is good. The new students, on the other hand, were happy. The sense of oppression that Suyu brought was there for all to see. Now that he's a friend, it brings a sense of security that is simply not enough. A teenager with stubble walked up to Suyu and said with a smile, Lin Min, Spirit Department 3rd turn chess player, nice to meet you. Suyu, listen to my command later. With your help, this attack will be absolutely fine. Depends. Suyu nodded his head slightly, non-committal. He always felt that the eyes of that Principal Yi looking at him were not quite right, and this attack was not expected to be simple. Moreover, the commander who had rushed into his trap with his men struck him as somewhat less than reliable. Lin Min's smile became a little stiff, and his outstretched hand stopped in mid-air. At this moment, an ice-blue silhouette came before the two of them. He's my brother, and he's commanded a few small battles before enrolling, so he can be trusted. Lin Xianxue looked at Suyu and said seriously, your brother? Isn't that even less trustworthy? Suyu raised an eyebrow. You, at those words, Lin Xianxue grit her teeth for a moment. What? You would trust me? The person who almost ate you? Suyu shook his head slightly and walked alone to a large tree and sat down. I will determine the timing of my strike myself, and since we are on the same side, I will take your opinions into account. After saying that, Suyu closed his eyes and stopped speaking. Seeing this, Lin Min was somewhat helpless. The Purgatory School really lived up to its name, and the ones who came out here were all pricks among pricks. Once they don't recognize your competence, they can't control it even if they are a few ranks higher. But, old sister, this one is brother-in-law? Lin Min remembered Suyu's words and came to Lin Xianxue's ear to ask in a low voice. What are you talking nonsense about? Lin Xianxue's face swished red to her ears. Her eyes flicked to Suyu. This guy is just being literal when he says eat. That's fine. Lin Min trembled and looked at Suyu with even more scorn. But thankfully, this one is now on his side. Guys, Lin Min lightly clapped his palms together, suppressing the sound of the restless people around him. With that, he began to reorganize the formation. Apart from Suyu, the rest of the Purgatory School were forcibly formed into the team under Lin Xianxue's Ice Phoenix spreading wings. 20 minutes later, the number of 280,000 freshman legions was unchanged, but their aura was much sharper. Although the rest of the Purgatory School could not compare to Suyu, they were still geniuses among geniuses in the eyes of the rest. This is the moment when freshmen feel that the day of earning credits has finally arrived. But soon, looking at the second turn Phantom Demon soldiers that kept appearing in front of him, there was also a sixth turn Phantom Demon Lord. At this moment, the smiles on all the freshmen's faces stiffened a bit. Don't be such a douche, right? $100, 000 versus $280, 000. But why is the opposite side overall a big level above us? Moreover, who's going to solve that sixth turn Phantom Demon Lord? I'm afraid that one of those things can exterminate all of us, right? The freshman looked extremely pale and couldn't help but complain. Even Principal Moon couldn't help but open his mouth to question. Isn't a turn 6 Phantom Lord too high for these freshmen whose average level is less than turn 2? Of course not. I don't set mandatory losing missions. You guys are definitely up to the task. Principal Yi smiled faintly. His eyes swept Suyu. Then his figure flashed back to the throne. Is it coming at me? Suyu raised an eyebrow. This Principal Yi's guess was pretty accurate. 6 turns and a level 120 Lord level monster was indeed his current limit without using fate modification. Silence, Lin Min roared, his spiritual power spreading out quickly to stabilize the scene. All of you, form up. Melee professionals advance in an orderly manner according to the 4-9 array. Keep the front battlefield stable first. Lone wolf off the team. Spirit professions quickly make a map of the battlefield and complete the spirit link to project the map to everyone. Mages as well as boundaries follow me. Soon, as Lin Min issued one order after another, the Freshman Legion immediately functioned. So you also quickly received a hint of a mental link request. He didn't block the other guy. Soon, a map of the battlefield constructed out of spiritual energy appeared in his mind. Moreover, he was able to communicate with everyone around him directly through his thoughts. And this method of communication could be considered very convenient. When there was still a minute left for the attack to open, Li Ning broke away from the large group and walked over to Suyu. He took 3 pieces of leather paper from his arms. Brother Yu, the war skill can only coalesce 3. I think it's the right choice to give it to you to use, Li Ning said as he exhaled a long breath. It was also his first time commanding a medium-sized battle of this kind, and the pressure was immense. Suyu picked up the 3 leather papers. Meteor Firestorm, Battlefield Skill. Skill effect, summons a meteor shower to fall at a designated location, dealing indiscriminate blows to all creatures for 10 minutes. War Cry, Battlefield Skill. Skill effect, attack power of all people in your party is increased by 20% after activation. Duration 5 minutes. Vajra, Battlefield Skill. Skill effect, increase the defense of all people on your side by 20% when activated. Lasts for 5 minutes. Battlefield skills were skills that were condensed by the battlefield commander utilizing the battle intent of the entire legion. And they were extremely powerful. Some of them could even be compared to high-level magic. However, each use significantly weakens the soldier's will and has an extremely long cooldown. As such, each battlefield skill can only be used once in all probability, and must be timed to maximize the benefits in order to do so. Good. Suyu nodded his head and put away the 3 skill parchments. Time, attack is on. In the next moment, as Principal Ye's words fell, the invisible barrier that separated the Freshman Legion and the Phantom Demon race disappeared. Kill. Shield Mountain raised his shield and charged, followed by the melee professionals. The mages suppressed their nervousness and started chanting, "Cluck cluck cluck, what a bunch of tasty meals." However, right at this moment, an ambiguous purple light suddenly swept all the new students. Oops, it's that Phantom Lord striking. Li Ning's heart thumped and his pupils shrunk into little hearts. Even he, a third-turn spirit department, had trouble resisting it, let alone the rest of the freshmen. In an instant, the main battlefield directly collapsed, and all the melee professionals directly broke away from the large army and pounced towards those chimeras like crazy. It's over. Bitterness spread across Lin Min's face. Was the hard power gap too great that he couldn't even resist? All the melee professionals were exterminated in the opening round, leaving only the mages and other brittle skin. Is this offensive war going to turn into a fleeing guerrilla war right from the start? It's not quite finished. Suyu swept his eyes at the 3 war skills in his hand and seemed to have thought of something. His body involuntarily trembled. Then he opened his mouth. I have a way to counteract the charmed demon's charming ability. But, you'll have to step up and take the fall when the time comes. There is a way? Lin Min's eyes instantly lit up again. As long as there's a way, whatever the pot is, I'll take it. Without hesitation, he was about to let Suyu make a move. Right now, the worst outcome had already happened. As long as Suyu could resolve that terrifying charm ability, he had the bottom line to be able to stabilize the battle. Wait. Just then, Lin Qianxue stepped forward to block it. You can't carry a pot that even this guy wouldn't dare to carry. I have no choice. This is my responsibility as the commander-in-chief. Lin Min's eyes were sharp, not showing any weakness as he locked eyes with Lin Qianxue. As long as I can win, let alone take the blame, you can let me die. After saying that, Lin Min looked at Suyu and urged, Brother Yu, hurry up and do it. I'm afraid they won't be able to make it if it's any later. Suyu nodded with a grave expression on his face. With that, he stepped on his sky wings and quickly rushed towards the engagement point. I have a feeling you're going to regret this. Lin Qianxue looked at Suyu's back, and somehow, a bad premonition suddenly arose. However, at the moment there really was no longer a choice. With fewer melee professionals carrying the front, it was almost impossible for those of them to defeat the phantoms. Suyu's footsteps were quick, and it didn't take long for him to arrive near the engagement point. That charmed demon lord didn't even put up a fight. Just the passive release of the charms are causing this effect? Suyu's heartbeat accelerated slightly. Those phantom demons, both male and female, were releasing a terrifying charm all the time. And, the charm is simply unisex. Suyu had already seen more than once several boys hugging a male chimera to death and not letting go. Phantom. My favorite phantom. Stickers, please stickers. A male? Wouldn't that be more exciting? Life is short, so why not give it a try? Listening to those blush-inducing movements, Suyu finally made up his mind. Ugh, I'm doing this for your own good. He shook his head slightly and removed a piece of battlefield skill leather paper from his pocket. Meteor Firestorm, battlefield skill. Skill effect, summons a meteor shower to fall at a designated location, dealing indiscriminate blows to all creatures for 10 minutes. In the next moment, Suyu directly crushed it, while using his spiritual power to select the strike location. Fate Minor Event, you unleash a shower of meteoric fire to deal a blow to a designated area for 10 minutes. In this instant, all the new students had a lightness in the back of their heads, and a portion of their spiritual energy was drained away. Rumble. A meteorite rubbed large sparks in the sky and projected towards here. Meteor fire shower? Looks like it's preparing for an indiscriminate strike. Oh, that's giving up on the kind. Not trying again? Little brother. Right after Suyu used his battlefield skill, a mature imperial sister's voice suddenly came from behind him. The voice was as pleasant as heavenly music, mesmerizing to the ear. Suyu jerked his head back and what met his eyes was a body full of seductive power. Phantom LV-120, Lord level. She floated barefoot in mid-air, with a pair of long white legs and only 2 black cloths as accents on her body. Explosive curves, perfect for the human eye. The freshmen around her were immediately drawn to her. However, just by looking at them, many freshmen suddenly fell softly to the ground, unable to get up again. At this moment, the Phantom Lord's mouth was tinged with a mesmerizing smile, and was staring at Suyu with those charming Danfeng eyes. She wasn't interested in those weaklings, only wanting to taste Suyu. The meteor fire rain was even less of a threat to her, and could be broken with her hand. Hello, bye. However, Suyu did not have the slightest idea of engaging her. The Phantom Lord's terrifying charm didn't affect him at all either. He erupted with a speed he had never seen in his life, and rushed towards the outside of the engagement point. Meanwhile, the Fate Revision was quietly unleashed. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you unleash a shower of meteor shit to strike a designated area for 10 minutes. Destiny plus 666. Giggle kinda shy? I like that tone. The Phantom Lord held his jade-like finger in his mouth as his gaze stopped on Suyu's back. Oh, skill failure? A flash of surprise passed through her eyes. I didn't realize that this third-turn human professional's mental power was so strong that he was able to exempt her from her charm? Hiss! What's that smell? It stinks! The Chimera Lord's nose twitched and he couldn't help but look around. Sensing the stench getting closer, she jerked her head up and caught a glimpse of the mind-numbing shower of meteoric shit. Crap! At this moment, the expression on her face was no longer as fluid as that, but was incomparably terrified. Countless meteorite-like huge shit smashed down like no money. The density was so high that it truly achieved the level of a raging wind and rain. Rumble. Countless meteorites fell on this side of the battlefield. Each time they smashed down, they stirred up a large amount of dark yellow unidentified objects to splash. Moreover, the unidentified objects were of different degrees of dryness and humidity, and some of them had already disintegrated in the sky and turned into yellowish raindrops. Crap, what is this? Why would a meteor firestorm come down with this effect? Is this a fucking meteorite that split from a big shit planet? Vomit. Is this a meteor fire shower? Isn't it a cottage summoning technique? Gulp gulp. Can't really drink anymore. Someone help me. Goo 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 goo. At this moment, the freshmen were considered completely detached from the charm of the chimera. Are you kidding me? Who can have feelings for a filth-covered chimera in an outhouse? The chimeras were equally bitter. As the cleanest of the abyssal demon race, the phantom demons were simply furious to the point of going mad at this moment. Damnable humans. Well, coo. Vomit. A chimera was about to say something when the oncoming sea of shit yellow engulfed him. 10 whole minutes. A large amount of meteor shit rained down and gathered together, forming a large lake. At this moment, both the phantom demon and the human professional were out of the mind of engaging in battle, and were focused on swimming quickly in the lake, wanting to get out of this hell sooner. TSK. TSK, 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 TSK. Suyu had long ago escaped to a high altitude and watched all this from afar. Although this method has miraculous effects against chimera, it does have a great impact on the human spirit, and ordinary people can't withstand it. I told you not to agree before. Right? Lin Qinshui patted Lin Min's back with a sympathetic face. At the same time, it was extremely backward-looking. Luckily, she could move freely as a lone wolf and didn't have to be hardened in a frontal battlefield. She couldn't even begin to imagine what it would be like if she was drowning in that shit rain. It'll just go crazy, won't it? I admit I was naive before, but guys are just outrageous, aren't they? Li Min rubbed his temples, pondering how he would explain to the other freshmen when the time came. The pot is just too big for him to carry a bit. Although it didn't cause any substantial damage to the freshmen, I'm afraid this psychological shadow will follow them for the rest of their lives? Phew. Li Min exhaled a long, cloudy breath. With that, he began to give orders in the mental network. All long-range professionals quickly head to the battlefield. This is a rare opportunity for offense. Make sure you take it. On the periphery of the battlefield, all the new students immediately looked embarrassed. However, at Li Min's repeated requests, they rushed to the front line with bitter faces. No, those chimeras seem to have gotten weaker. Ha, I found that too. It's just like that after you don't have the charm ability? Ha ha ha, hurry up and charge, brothers. It's time to brush up on your credits. The freshmen began bombarding the chimera below as if they had discovered a new land. Soon, as the mages as well as the archers attacked, some of the struggling chimeras in the lake began to be quickly cleared out. No one expected that the battle would be reversed in such a way. Seeing this scene, the faces of the four principals on the throne were extremely brilliant. Hiss, that's an unheard of tactic. Principal Ye's eyes were wide with incredulity. The Grand Xia had been at war with the abyssal demon race for a long time, and the phantom demon race among them had always been an incomparable headache. That powerful charisma attribute is a killer on the battlefield. A high-level phantom didn't even need to make a move. Just standing there would cause countless professionals to be unconsciously distracted, thus causing a series of chain reactions. Even many mentally weak professionals could be directly charmed into the enemy camp. Too right, that's a good idea. Principal Lu nodded his head repeatedly. Why don't we collect all the feces produced by the front line from now on and give the chimera a whack when we see her? Well, I think it's okay. Principal Yi nodded approvingly. But it can be completely compressed into bullets through space equipment. Don't those demons like to catch bullets hard with their flesh? Ha ha ha, yes. I suggest adding another strong binder so there's no way to remove it anytime soon. The eyes of Principal Lu and Principal Yi, two longtime frontline activists, were glowing. While looking at the two of them with that excited look, Principal Moon was speechless. She turned her head sideways and looked at Principal Qin beside her. Do you see how he did it? I can't understand this kind of tactic. Principal Qin's nose inhaled. I smell fate. Yeah, then you have a great nose. All I can smell is shit. You smell it carefully. I don't want it. Smell it yourself. Principal Moon pinched her nose in disgust. Boom. At that moment, another boom came from the battlefield location. Principal Qin fixed his eyes on it. Gotta. The mage's fireball spell ignited the methane gas in the lake and caused the shit lake explosion. This time, some long-range professionals who stood close to each other also suffered, and all of them turned into little yellow men. Wipe. Su Yu, who was located at an altitude of 800 meters, was also almost hit and hurriedly sidestepped to avoid a pile of flying. Ahaha. But the Phantom Lord who had just sneaked up behind him and was preparing for a sneak attack wasn't so lucky, and happened to be right in the center of the bull's eye. The delicate expression on her face instantly grimaced as a dense purple energy erupted within her body. However, the high temperatures released by the energies vaporized the moisture from the pile of objects and stuck more firmly to her chest. Now, that mind-blowing figure became instantly appetizing. Vomit. The Phantom Lord burst into dry heaves, and the abyssal energy in his body became unstable. She rushed to adjust, but for a moment there was a bit of a heartbeat. Good chance. Su Yu's eyes moved slightly as he prepared to take advantage of the situation. However, after considering it for a split second, he switched the sword in his hand to sniper rifle form. Boom. The three principals had just been shot once each, and this current shot happened to be the fourth bullet. The Phantom Demon Lord was instantly covered in chills and erect, sensing a deadly threat. This shot will kill you. At this moment, she could no longer care about the psychological devastation she had suffered and hurriedly condensed a large area of purple energy to block in front of her body. However, the abyssal energy that was hastily condensed was as fragile as paper mache under Su Yu's shot. With a flash of law-breaking light, the bullet easily broke through. Boo! The bullet pierced through the Phantom Lord's chest, leaving a huge empty hole. One shot critically wounded. However, her blood level was not reduced to below 40%, and the decapitation effect was not triggered. But, just as the Chimera Lord reacted and intended to rush forward to counterattack, her pupils snapped shut, her mouth opened, and she suddenly lowered her head. At this moment, her body actually began to irreversibly decompose. How can that be? Imminent death ruling triggers and takes effect. The Phantom Lord was forcibly erased directly within a second's time. Destiny points 6,000. Su Yu glanced at the flashing hints and didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. The Phantom Lord was level 120 after all, and his speed was just too fast. He didn't want to be dragged into a close combat. As such, it's better to spend some fate points to force trigger the instant death effect. After killing the Phantom Lord, Suyu looked down. The tide of battle had been turned at the moment, and the freshmen were getting used to fighting in the lake, pinching their noses at the swampy terrain. For a while, the phantom demon race was killed and routed. Even those lone wolves from the purgatory school couldn't help but rush in to grab the credits. The big deal is that we can't afford to take a shower later, and we can't afford to lose our credits. It is thought that after this vicious battle, the psychological quality of this group of freshmen will be greatly improved. Never mind. Consider this some compensation I'm giving you guys. Suyu shook his head slightly and pulled out the remaining 2 pieces of leather paper from his pocket and crushed them. Fate minor event, you activate the war cry, increasing the attack power of everyone on your side by 20% for 5 minutes. Fate minor event, you activate Vajra unbreakable, increasing the defense of everyone on your side by 20% for 5 minutes. Looking at the 2 faithful synopses swiped out, Suyu casually completed the revisions. Ding, ding. Fate minor event, you activate the war cry, increasing the attack power of everyone on your side by 90% for 5 minutes. Fate minor event, you activate Vajra unbreakable, increasing the defense of everyone on your side by 90% for 5 minutes. Fate points plus 200. Woo! The loud trumpet sound resounded throughout the battlefield. At the same time, a layer of golden light emerged from each person. Everyone suddenly realized that their attack power had suddenly received a huge boost. The original damage that could only break defense actually directly killed the opponent at this moment. Not only that, under the enchantment of Vajra Unbreakable, it was actually able to isolate the lake. This discovery caused all the freshmen's wariness to skyrocket. For a while, the efficiency of killing the phantoms multiplied, and soon the lake was cleared of phantoms. The remaining chimera hunkered down in the rear line of defense, looking at these scorched and red-eyed human troops with fear. Don't you come over here! The chimeras howled in horror. Although the levels were mostly higher than the freshmen, the lords were killed. Plus the humanoids each had shit yellow shields to protect them and pressed to be charmed, leading to the defense being easily breached. At Lin Min's command, the water mage even directly used the shit lake as a spell-casting material, displaying a horrifying scene of water flooding the mountain. The phantom demons were soon slaughtered in a lopsided manner. This attack, which was expected to take 6 days to complete, actually took less than half an hour under this meteorite rain and already showed signs of ending. 28 minutes and 46 seconds after this offensive opened, the 6 lines of defense constructed by the Phantom Clan were declared to be out of position, and were easily broken through by the Freshman Legion. Tens of thousands of chimera were all grabbed and killed by the freshmen. In the end, Lin Qianxue couldn't help but rush from the back to the front to grab the credits. Still, because she went too late, not only did she fail to grab a few credits, but she also made that ice-feathered jade clothes dirty and extremely wretched. Not long after, the new students returned triumphantly and assembled once again in the open space in the center of the secret realm. Everyone was excitedly looking up at the list of credits in the sky. Suyu, Purgatory Academy 257, 900. Li Nin, Civilization Academy 20, 100. Lu Jiajia, Holy Spirit Academy 20, 100. Ji Bo Chang, Holy Spirit School 17, 764. Qin Huai, Purgatory School 14, 698. Song Book, Purgatory Academy 11, 649. Wang Fei, Purgatory Academy 8, 664. Li Jia, Purgatory Academy 7, 649. Suyu was still firmly at the top of the list, with his credits surpassing the second place by more than 10 times. However, the rest of the Purgatory School did not continue to occupy the top few spots on the list. After all, it's not all about killing the enemy when it comes to getting battle credit. A perfect decision by a commander can sometimes result in a huge war credit. When Lin Min resolutely took this black pot for Suyu, he also immediately gained 20,000 credits, which was considered to be a slight consolation for his wounded heart. After all, after today, his reputation as a foul-smelling military advisor had sort of spread. Under the development of President Yi and President Lu, the probability is that this name will also ring to the abyssal demons in the near future. Lu Jiajia of the Holy Spirit Academy had also failed to kill even a single chimera, relying on her ability to maintain her mental power network to earn 20,000 capped credits. And below her, Jibo Chang was in 4th place on the list after releasing a huge fireball spell that accidentally set the swamp gas in the lake on fire, killing a large number of chimeras in one wave. Looking down at this invincible division, the 4 principals couldn't help but frown and hurriedly mobilized the power of Dream Earth to reset their status. As the dreamy light bloomed, all that filth was removed from the freshmen, and even that one horrible lake of shit disappeared. Phew! Looking at the refreshed freshmen, the 4 principals couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. Duh! Principal Yi tapped his fingers on the armrests of the throne and gazed at the freshmen in silence. This attack he had expected to take 6 days to complete. The freshmen were supposed to be the first to have their frontal defenses demolished by the phantoms. Subsequently, in the phantom chase, one by one, he used the skills of the spirit profession to get the charmed friendlies out of the way. Finally, slowly build up the military for a counterattack. This kind of direction is also the norm on the frontline battlefields of the human race, while their intention is to get the freshmen acclimatized to playing against the wind early. But who would have thought that Suyu would directly crush the Phantom Demon Clan's greatest advantage with a meteor shower? Coupled with Suyu's bizarre skills, he did away with the level 120 Phantom Lord with a single shot. The loss of high-end combat power, coupled with Lin Min's excellent command, caused the Phantom Clan's defense line to be directly decimated. Let's just say that the battlefield is ever-changing wherever it is, and even he can't perfectly predict where it's going. Never mind. An early finish is an early finish. Principal Ye shook his head slightly and stepped down from his throne. At the end of this four-school co-training, your class has performed well overall, and each of you has been rewarded with an additional 200 credits. As the words fell, the room erupted in cheers, and then the freshmen were all taken away by the principal of each house. However, the name Suyu was considered to be thoroughly imprinted in everyone's heart. In particular, the top echelons of Daxia received the news almost at the same time. This was a genius recognized by all four principals at the same time, and its light shone far brighter than any of its peers in history. Brother Yu, I look forward to the day when we meet again, and when that time comes, I'll make sure that you'll willingly listen to my command. Before leaving, Lin Min shouted at Suyu, I hope. Suyu turned his back to him and waved his hand, striding into the middle of the secret realm teleportation gate. After returning to the Purgatory Academy, Principal Qin sent the new students to Sister Kai and brought Suyu to the principal's office alone. His principal's office was located in the sky of the Purgatory Schoolhouse, like a black sun. You've done well this time. Because of you, the Purgatory School's resource allocation for this year is another 10% more. Say, what reward do you want? Principal Qin said as he reclined on his seat and crossed his legs. That upturned corner of his mouth indicated that he was in a very good mood right now. Reward? Suyu didn't rush to answer, and after a moment of contemplation asked, anything? Just keep it within 40,000 credits. Of course, you can switch to credits if you want to, Principal Qin said with a smile. 4 credits? No need. I only need 1 for my life. Suyu immediately refused. Principal Qin froze and asked, what kind of person dares to mess with you? Wang Hailong, the previous lord of Qingqing City. He colluded with the Advent Society, causing a 5th-turn necromancer to enter the city and kill over 100,000 people. Suyu slowly spat out a sentence. Principal Qin frowned at once. I really don't know about this. Has this person not been executed? Executed? Oh, others have even been promoted. I heard that they are mixing it up in Kyoto politics right now. Suyu sneered and laughed. Principal Qin's face also went cold when he heard this, and he didn't say anything for a long time. A few moments later, a stream of light flew from the window into the drawer. He opened the drawer and took out a note and handed it to Suyu. Suyu opened it and saw that there were a few lines written on it. Wu Jiang, formerly known as Wang Hailong, is the deputy director of the Department of Resources in Kyoto. Thanks a lot. Suyu nodded and put the note away. Principal Qin stepped down from his chair. You're in the right in this matter. I'll give you a backing. It doesn't matter if it's a big mess. Not only are those conservative guys inhuman, now they're even animalistic. He shook his head and walked over to the cabinet. I'll probably do it in 3 days. Suyu's eyes flickered. Then he walked towards the door. Wait. Principal Qin opened the cabinet and rummaged through the clutter inside to hand Suyu a violin. This thing Aftermath did not take away back then. Other people take it as also useless. Pad the corner of the table and too high. Now it will be given to you. Is this the deadware? Suyu's eyes lit up, followed by a frown. This piece of equipment was a dead weapon of the speaker's pathway, yes, but it was too worn out. The body of the instrument was covered in dust, and there were a few large cracks, and the durability had probably been cleared for a long time. Even the bow was half broken, so I guess it wouldn't take long to pull it off completely. I don't know what it is, but I'm giving it to you anyway, so do what you want with it. Principal Qin waved his hand. The next moment, the office door opened instantly. The scene in front of Suyu's eyes went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in the playground. Is it over so soon? It's just as well you come over too. I'll talk about your future plans. Sister Kai was talking to the others, and when she saw Suyu coming, she also hurriedly greeted him and sat down. However, at the sight of the violin, her pupils constricted imperceptibly and her heart beat a few beats faster. You've been selected for the hooker program? She asked suddenly. Upon hearing this, everyone also looked at Suyu incredulously. So soon? I thought he wouldn't be inducted until after his sophomore year at the very least. Was it the dazzling performance at military training? Xin Huai's face showed bitterness, only to feel that the gap between the two was being widened. Lin Qianxue lightly bit her lower lip and lowered her head in silence. The rest of them had different expressions. What's the hooker program? Suyu raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled. Didn't the principal tell you? Sister Kai was a bit surprised, then explained. The Soul Hooker Envoy program is the Purgatory School's most important talent cultivation program, aiming to produce the top individual combatants. Similar programs exist in the remaining 3 universities, such as the War God program of the War Academy, the Dharma God program of the Holy Spirit Academy, and so on. Sounds like a good thing? Suyu looked at the violin in his hand. Sister Kai nodded and continued. A good thing indeed. Your allocation of all resources will be increased after being selected for the hooker program, and you will have priority in selecting some good missions. And you also get a 50% discount at the credit exchange. Sister Kai paused, and her eyes became a bit grave. However, after being selected as a hooker, you will not be able to refuse anyone's invitation to the life and death stage, and everyone will be able to attack you directly within the school grounds, even after killing you without penalty. Then can I just kill people? Suyu's eyes moved slightly and immediately asked. Can't. Sister Kai's eyelids jumped. Instead of thinking about how to hold the spot, this guy wanted to use it to kill people? That's too bad. Suyu sighed, looking like he truly felt sorry. Everyone present couldn't help but feel a chill in their backs. Some silently withdrew their hands reaching for their weapons. So close. They almost forgot that this guy wasn't some weak relation. That was a ruthless person who dared to take the initiative against the principal. Alright, after the freshman military training is over, the next thing you guys have to do is to think of every possible way to utilize the resources within the academy to enhance your strength. Sister Kai looked at everyone, her eyes slightly cold. If you fail the midterm test in 2 months, you will be forcibly expelled from the academy. Only after handing over some more details did Sister Kai release the group. The Purgatory Academy is cultivated in a very different way from high school, almost as a free-range program. However, there was not a hint of relief to be felt here, as everyone rolled as hard as they could. Inside the academy, there are sound facilities, not only the trial tower which provides a large amount of experience value, but also a variety of strange buildings exist. With enough credits, a pig is able to be upgraded into a boar king. Suyu's goal was clear, and he walked straight towards the complex. This is the place to spend your credits on almost anything rare. I've only just earned so many credits, so of course I'm going to put them to good use. The rest of the people had similar choices as him. Only Lin Qianxue was walking straight towards the mission building. Suyu wasn't surprised. She had so few credits that she was probably going on quests to earn them. The quests of the 4 academies also shared the quest system of the Vigilant Guild, and the contribution value of the Vigilant Guild could also be converted into credits with each other. Stepping into the complex building, the space here was even bigger than Suyu had imagined. The floor and walls were pressed from alloy, giving it a futuristic technological feel. The students on the road all carried a heavy scent of blood, very much characteristic of the Purgatory School. After entering the door, the freshmen next to Suyu dispersed unanimously, not daring to express that they knew Suyu in the slightest. No matter what, this guy didn't seem to be afraid of anyone thinking about his spot at all, and was directly walking in with that token of entry. Feeling the seeming gazes around him, Suyu smiled faintly. Want it? Just issue an invitation to the life and death stage and I'll give it to you. Oh. At those words, the people around him who were looking at him instantly reduced by half. What class are you in? Why haven't I seen you before? However, there was still a bold junior student who walked head-on to Suyu and poked around. Suyu smiled broadly, and when he raised his hand, the large sniper was set on the man's head. Sorry to interrupt. Feeling the cold touch on his head, as well as the 2-meter snipe that appeared in an instant, the man immediately bowed deeply and ran out of the complex in a huff. It wasn't until he had run out 3 kilometers that he wiped his cold sweat with a palpitating look on his face, before patting his chest and, phew, scary as hell. What senior guy is this coming back from the front? Recalling the great sense of oppression, he almost blurted out. Anyone else want to know? Inside the first floor hall of the complex, Suyu turned his head to look at the rest of the people and asked. There were no exceptions, and all those he held at gunpoint ran for the hills. After all, the truly ruthless people within the Purgatory Academy were almost always out on missions or on the frontline battlefields. How would this kind of asshole who stayed in the school for a long time dare to mess with Suyu? Seeing that no one answered, Suyu also put away his life weapon and stepped up to the 3rd floor. The 3 upper floors were filled with all sorts of equipment along the road, and Suyu walked up to the entrance of a casting store. Lift your eyes and look in. There was an old man sitting on a taijin chair inside the door, all in a white undershirt with shorts and half a cigarette in his hand. How many credits do I need to repair this equipment? Suyu handed over the tattered violin. Can't fix it. The old man casually glanced at it and refused without even raising his head. Why? Suyu frowned. Repairing this thing requires high-quality death-based materials, the kind of materials you can't get without 1,000,000 credits, and the cost of labor isn't a small number. Why do you think Principal Chin, a stingy man, took it to pad the corner of the table and later marked it as a token? The old man took a drag on his cigarette down to the filter, and then he pulled out his old silver flask and took a nice sip. High-quality death-based materials? Suyu pondered for a moment, then rummaged through his storage bag and took out a diary and threw it in front of the old man. Is this thing high enough quality? The old man scanned the diary. His careless demeanor swept away, although he still didn't think that Suyu, a youngster, could possess anything good. The aura emanating from that diary made him go a little weak in the knees. The material does have a little something to it. The old man brought the diary close and sniffed it, sitting up straight in an instant, and then he took a pair of gloves from his arms and put them on, carefully rubbing the cover. Hiss, the skin of an epic necromantic dragon? Where did you get this? The old man's voice was trembling slightly, his face was filled with shock, and then he became incomparably excited again. If it's combined with a few other things, not only will it be successfully repaired, it might even raise the quality of that violin by one level. Perhaps, there are some special skills to be gained as well? It's good to be able to use it, Suyu said with a smile. The diary was useless for him to hold in his hands, he might as well use it to restore the violin. Suyu had a feeling that the origin of this violin was feared to be extremely great, and Yu was not its first owner. There's no rush. I'll take another look at what material the paper inside is made of. Maybe you don't even need to gather any other materials. The old man took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. It had been a long time since he had handled this kind of high-level refining material, and his hands were trembling with excitement. Quickly, he turned to the first page of the journal and scrutinized it. In that instant, a look of horror appeared on his face. Lilith? Looking at the name written on the first page, the old man gasped out in shock. Is this the fucking journal of Lilith, the goddess of death? This time he wasn't just shaking his hands, his whole body was trembling. The afterglow glimpsed some bits and pieces that scared him so much that he hurriedly closed the diary as hard as he could and tried desperately to keep himself from recalling the handwriting. This stuff is for his level to know? In an instant, the old man picked up the hammer next to him and gave himself a hard blow to the head. It wasn't until he felt those memory fragments being deleted that he then finally let go of his heart. What? Is there something wrong? Suyu looked at the large bag on top of his head suspiciously and said, You, what is your relationship with the one, a believer, or slave? The old man was just about to inquire about the origin of the diary, but he swept a glance at Suyu's pitch-black soul. That is clearly the characteristic of a soul that has fallen into darkness. He's dead? But how did the dead appear here? Shouldn't they have been manipulated by the eye of death to step into the kingdom of death? For a while, countless questions filled his mind. What kind of relationship? Supposedly she's trying to tease me. Suyu thought for a moment and then briefly described the encounter with the death goddess projection. Of course, the ones about the fate modifications were passed over. Bull. Luckily, with Lady Luck standing up for you, you don't have to be too afraid as long as you don't come into contact with high-level death creatures. After hearing this, the old man directly gave a thumbs up towards Suyu. Just over level 60, and not to mention touching a god-level existence. He even got away in one piece? Moreover, the characteristics of the dead on Suyu's body could not be seen at all without a closer look. Isn't it true that the physical body keeps declining after the soul has fallen? How come he's as strong as a bear? Phew. It's a good thing that the interior of the academy can isolate the prying eyes of god-level existences, or else I would have had to give it up just now. No wonder that only enrollment in the old Chin let you become a candidate for the hooker. After thinking for a moment, the old man squeezed a smile on his face. Call me Mr. Tang from now on, and you'll get a 10% discount on any equipment you come to build afterward. Oh, Suyu's eyes lit up with a 10% discount, plus a 50% discount for the hooker envoy candidate. When the two are stacked together, wouldn't one be able to acquire equipment at a very low price? Old Don, you're such a good man. Be called Mr. Tang, no big deal. Okay, Don, don't get cheap but still sell good. The thing you want to build is not low grade. Be prepared to hemorrhage. Old Don grinned and threw the journal into the forge. The repair materials also require a piece of legendary ranked Shura wood, a bottle of epic ranked jointing agent, plus a level 140 or higher dragon horse ponytail to make the bow hair. The external processing fee is 200,000 credits, for a total of 1.6 million credits. After saying that, Old Tang took out his calculator and drummed for a moment. You're a 50% discount for the soul hooker candidate, plus I'll give you a 10% discount here, for a total of only 720,000 credits. How's that? It's a great deal, isn't it? Hearing Old Tang's words, Suyu fell silent. Good lord. Minimum legendary material? 2 discounts would also cost 720,000 credits. So where could one afford that? Old Tang seemed to see Suyu's dilemma, waved his hand and said, "It's fine. For the sake of that diary, you can give half of the deposit first. The restoration work will take 3 days, and it's fine to pay the final payment after 3 days." Seeing that Suyu was still a bit hesitant, Old Tang did not have the good sense to say, "That thing of yours is at the very least epic level equipment after restoration. 720,000 credits for an epic level weapon. You've made it all the way to your grandma's house. Okay. If one were to exchange credits for an epic equipment, the price would be more than 10 times higher at the very least. It's still because I see you as a good person and waive many of the labor costs. Otherwise, humph, the credits are fine. But can you take a look at this equipment for me again? And can you bring it up to a higher quality? We'll settle the credits together then." Hearing Old Tang's words, Suyu did not retort, but took down the Qiankuan sword box that he had been carrying on his back. These days, the Qiankuan sword box had already been transformed by Suyu's exuberant spiritual energy into nearly 100,000 sword chi. If it really accumulated 100 million sword chi, this thing was afraid that it really wouldn't lose out to an epic weapon. However, if the grade could be raised so that the level of the sword chi inside would reach that of a 4-turn swordsman, wouldn't it be a straight-up myth after the billions of sword chi came out in unison? This is a good thing. Old Tang's eyes lit up as he took the sword case and said after feeling it carefully, "This special type of equipment is definitely a killing weapon, but it's a pity that it needs to be accumulated over a long period of time." "How? Is it okay?" Suyu asked. Old Tang looked at it carefully for a while longer. "Its limit is at the emerald level, and the sword chi power should be at the peak of the 3rd turn after raising the grade. However, after recasting to raise the grade, there's no way for your previously accumulated sword chi to shift grade along with it at the same time." With that, Old Tang wanted to open the sword case to see the inner workings. "Don't!" Seeing this, Suyu hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong?" Old Tang looked at Suyu with a puzzled face. "It's fine. It's just that I stored a lot of sword chi inside these days. It's best to be able to recast the enhancement without opening it." Suyu said. "How is this possible? How am I going to complete the recasting if I don't open it?" Old Tang couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising as he picked up his hammerhead and smashed it towards the Qiankuan sword box. "It just so happens that the casting addiction is off, so I'll help you upgrade this equipment for free without charging you." Old Tang's muscles bulged and his aura changed abruptly. "Watch it, kid. Today I'll show you what it means to be a peak 8th turn casting master." Suyu wanted to say something else, but looking at Old Tang's excitement, he still didn't have the heart to stop him. As an 8th turn caster, he should be able to tell that there were over 90,000 sword chi inside, right? Boo! As he spoke, Old Tang slammed another hammer on top of the Qiankuan sword box. That hammer looked ordinary, but after each hammer hit, a muffled sound was erupting from inside the entire sword case. Although this muffled sound was not big, it was as if it carried some kind of power, causing the mind to be shaken, and even Suyu's spiritual power was also shaken. "Kid, when I hammer the sword box open later, don't waste the sword chi inside. Take it and use it in the trial tower." Old Tang suddenly turned his head sideways and said to Suyu, "You've just started school. Your first time climbing the tower has the most experience value and rewards. Don't waste it." "Okay, no problem." Suyu nodded his head, and did not feel any pain in those sword chi. The old does not go and the new does not come. As Old Tang's movements became faster and faster, the muffled sound became louder and louder, and in the end it was simply like a thunderous explosion, causing the eardrums to buzz. At this moment, a dozen people had already gathered around this weapon store. "Old Tang has actually come out again? Didn't he say he sealed the hammer before? TSK. It seems like that connection in the freshman is really hard. Not only was he selected as a hooker in his freshman year, but now he's able to call out to Old Tang to help with the casting. Be careful when you walk at night when you're so flailing." The surrounding people were talking, their eyes sweeping over Suyu and that violin from time to time. "Get ready, take the sword and climb." And at this time, a glint flashed in Old Tang's eyes as his hands once again accelerated their dance. Only a bang was heard, and the originally tightly closed sword box violently burst open. Boom! In an instant, countless silver white cordons shot up into the sky, like 10,000 arrows flying in all directions. At the same time, a flash of astonishment flashed across Old Tang's eyes. What the hell? A sword box of this level that can store 100 sword chi is already tops, right? However, before Old Tang could react, more sword chi shot out from the shattered sword box, instantly filling the entire empty hall in a dense mass. Fuck, what's going on? There are actually nearly 100,000 sword chi hidden here? No wonder this kid looked like he was in physical pain just now. Old Don was completely nonplussed now. With this much sword chi, I guess we can call it a day with a 7th turn professional? This isn't scientific though. How on earth can this thing hold so much sword energy? Everyone in the complex was numb as well. Everyone instantly surged with bone-chilling coldness. Their bodies stiffened, not daring to move a bit. Even some of the merchants who were napping instantly raised their spirits at this moment. If these sword chi were to riot, it was feared that all the students would have to be accounted for here. Old Tang, I'll go ahead then. The credits will be given to you together then. At this moment, Su Yu's words were simply like immortal voices coming from him. Without saying a word, he maneuvered all his sword chi and ran directly towards the trial tower not far away. Shit. Old Don's face twitched. He still wanted to ask Su Yu how on earth he did it. Even a god-level foundry master couldn't stuff over 90,000 sword chi into a platinum-level sword box. However, the rest of them were silently relieved. And some of the people who were preparing to target Su Yu also put down that dangerous thought. Joking aside, how could there be any connections within the purgatory school? This guy is a fucking pervert-level demon, manipulating more than 90,000 sword chi at the same time. How strong of a mental strength must this be? Moreover, this guy was handsome and powerful. The already few resources for girls in the academy were afraid that it would be even more dangerous. How can this make people live? Meanwhile, around the trial tower, as a place where one could obtain a large amount of experience value rewards with the added bonus of increased experience in actual combat, the trial tower had always been a very hot spot within the academy, especially for sophomores and juniors. There's a huge amount of people getting into it basically every day. Today was no exception, and there were 20 to 30 people gathered in front of the door of the trial tower. However, instead of focusing on the figures of the climbers in the screen, they exchanged whispers at that moment. Hey, did you hear? There's a person who took a hooker candidate spot this freshman year. A mage clad in black robes suddenly said. At that, one of the assassins beside him nodded and, that man is a rash man, carrying a token and entering the complex. Who doesn't know that within the academy now? Well, should we do it? Seems like there's no need. The guy's already here. Just then, someone suddenly pointed at the sky and said, why is it light? The crowd looked up and were startled, only to see that the originally pitch-black sky was replaced by countless white sword chi, emitting a brilliant light. And in the midst of this roiling sword cloud, a silhouette stepped on the sword and came. It's a sight that's very visually appealing. Rumble. In the next moment, a violent hurricane blew, and the person wrapped in tens of thousands of sword chi violently rushed towards the crowd. Crap, it's not just a few bad words about you. Is it so bad? The crowd was so scared they almost peed their pants. Nima, this sword chi is too ferocious. However, the fearfulness continues. Under Su Yu's manipulation, those sword chis madly rotated and converged. And then, more than 90,000 sword chi converged in Su Yu's hand at the same time, forming a white giant sword that was more than 50 meters long. What a spectacular picture is this? Su Yu held a huge sword and descended from the sky at extreme speed. Everyone couldn't help but be scared and prostrate themselves on the ground, begging for mercy non-stop. However, Su Yu simply ignored the crowd and plunged headlong into the trial tower. In this instant, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. And then, they rushed to check the situation inside through the screen outside the trial tower. The teachers in the building were also startled and cast their eyes. After Su Yu entered the trial tower, his climbing speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he went up from the first floor to the 10th floor. Sword chi could only be naturally maintained for 5 minutes after being released, so he was killing the monsters within the trial tower almost non-stop. Fortunately, the Purgatory School's trial tower was obviously much smarter and had more diverse functions. The intermission time could be manually selected to be skipped. And of course, Su Yu directly chose to skip the rest time, and then continued the challenge of the next level. You have cleared the 15th floor of the trial tower and gained experience value of 269,543. You have cleared the 16th floor of the trial tower and gained 295,849 experience points. Any monster that appeared in front of Su Yu was easily swept away with a single sword. He kept going all the way, with no intention of resting. You have cleared the 37th floor of the trial tower and gained 469,725 experience points. You have cleared the 38th floor of the trial tower and gained 499,763 experience points. You have cleared the 39th floor of the trial tower and gained experience value of 529,961. You have cleared the 40th floor of the trial tower and gained 126,484 experience points. Your level has increased. Current level LV 68. In less than a minute, he had already climbed 40 floors in a row by relying on his giant sword chi. And the level went up 3 levels in a row. Unlike the previous Qingcheng branch's trial tower, the monsters in this one were significantly stronger. and the experience value rewards were also more generous. Moreover, these monsters were almost indistinguishable from the monsters in the secret realm except for their souls being a bit odd. It even explodes equipment when you kill it. Suyu has accumulated a dozen pieces of equipment in the open space in front of him, but the highest grade is less than emerald. Too lazy to take the time to pick up. Right now it's better to take a bite out of the brush. Damnable human. Aha! A group of level 85 frost witches had just appeared and were drowned by the roiling sword shadows. You have cleared the 47th floor of the trial tower and gained experience value of 929. 961. You've been given a 5-minute break. Do you choose to skip to the next level? Skip. So you continued to choose to skip with an expressionless face. Immediately afterward, another black fog surged in front of him. Abyssal Wizard LV92. Abyssal Wizard LV95. A total of 16 abyssal magicians appeared before him. Dense abyssal dark energy surged forth, and without hesitation, these abyssal magicians used instantaneous black magic. Moreover, the abyssal magician located at the back had begun chanting, preparing to store up high-level black magic. However, Suyu had never even considered something like tactics. Another sword sweep. No! All the abyssal magicians were all swallowed up by the sword energy. Although each of these sword chi was only at the 3rd turn level, the number of them was just too much. The quantitative change triggered a qualitative change, directly cutting all the monsters in front of him into pieces. When the black mist dissipated, the surroundings were already a mess, leaving nothing but 2 pieces of emerald grade equipment. You have cleared the 48th floor of the trial tower, gained experience value of 112,9961, and earned 10,000 credits. Do they actually give credits after this level starts? Suyu's bland expression finally fluctuated. With that, he took out a time bead from his bosom and crushed it. Ding! Fate minor event, you gain the effects of the time bead effect, accelerating your own time by 93 times. At this moment, Suyu's efficiency in brushing monsters was once again improved. Often, the monsters had only just been refreshed before they could react, and were directly annihilated by Suyu's manipulation of sword chi. Isn't this a bit outrageous? If I'm not mistaken, he killed the 50th floor monsters in seconds, didn't he? Outside the trial tower, a group of tutors had already been attracted by the commotion caused by Suyu at this moment. Sister Kai, if I remember correctly, this is the student you took? A male teacher asked. Sister Kai was also filled with shock at the moment, nodding her head and saying, yes, he's a freshman in this class. Freshman? A freshman killed a level 100 Lord-class monster in seconds. The tone of the group of teachers was filled with shock and incredulity. There's no excuse if it's a senior cadet doing it, but it's a freshman. It's not long since you went through military training, right? Sister Kai laughed and shook her head. No, he's at level 62 now, and that level 120 Lord at level 60 is also a second kill. Oh. The group of mentors were silent for a moment. Afterwards, that male tutor suddenly said, he wouldn't be the one who got the Soul Hookers candidate slot, would he? Sister Kai paused, but nodded anyway. The word had gotten out, and there was no point in hiding it at this point. So it is. At those words, the mentors' faces improved a little. Those who could become Soul Hookers were all demons within demons, and it was acceptable to do some unusual things. Clang! Right at this moment, a melodious bell rang out over the entire academy. Why is the funeral bell ringing? For a moment, everyone's hearts tightened. The death knell is only sounded when a major event occurs. It rang once before during freshman military training. Why is it ringing again now? Announcement: record of climbing the trial tower in the freshman stage has been refreshed. Record maker, Suyu LV80, 79th floor. What the hell? In less than a few minutes, he's fucked up to the 79th floor? Also, how did he charge up to level 80? Is this a fucking freshman? Is this still human, or is he a mythical dragon cub? The tutors who had just said that they could accept it couldn't hold their breath after hearing the announcement and couldn't help but exclaim, ha 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 ha. Sister Kai even couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a loud laugh. The best thing she ever did right in her life was to drug the bowl of the instructor in charge of this class. Not only do the students of the Purgatory Academy have to compete, but the teachers have to compete even more. Otherwise, it wouldn't be her turn to coach a demon of this level. This kind of performance is already comparable to the cubs of those mythical creatures, isn't it? The surrounding students were even more like a dream, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Above the 70th floor were already monsters above level 140, equivalent to the 7th turn level of a human professional. And Suyu rushed hard up to the 79th floor? Even if he was clearly relying on those strange sword chi to charge up, it was still intimidating. High-ranked monsters weren't something that could be solved by relying on external forces. He must have some other means besides those sword chi. Level 80? 79 floors? At this moment, even gazes were cast in that black sun in the sky. Principal Chin's eyes narrowed slightly as his vision directly penetrated through the heavy barrier and arrived inside the trial tower. I see. Relying on the manipulation of souls for trickery? He tapped his fingers on the tablet and shook his head after a moment of thought, choosing not to intervene, since he had already planned to let Suyu enter the Soul Hooker Envoy program. These benefits should be considered as an investment in advance, but it's almost time to send out the assessment tasks. Principal Chin's eyes moved slightly as he wrote a few words on a slip of paper before throwing it into a drawer. Outside the trial tower, a group of mentors and students were all gathered together, guarding the exit. Such an awesome student, definitely want to meet what he really looks like. While inside the trial tower, Suyu was puzzled. What's going on and what's on the 80th floor? He stood in the waiting room frowning back. Those 90,000 or so sword chi were almost depleted by the time they passed through the 70th floor. The subsequent layers were all Suyu relying on the time beads enchantment and then forcibly utilizing the threads of fate to kill the monsters in seconds. Although the Purgatory School's trial tower was powerful, the nature of these monsters had not changed and could still be directly strangled through the threads of fate. However, right after Suyu entered the 80th floor, the intensity of the monsters was different all of a sudden. Even with the time bead's 90+ times acceleration, he still didn't manage to react and was directly seconded by that level 160 Lord Monster. Forget it, don't think about it, 79 floors is enough. After thinking for a moment, Suyu still couldn't recall what the monster looked like, so he simply stopped thinking about it. After all, his harvest from this trip had been extremely bountiful. Not only had he leveled up by 15 levels and reached the qualification for the 4th occupational awakening, but he had also harvested quite a lot of high-grade equipment, as well as a large amount of credits. Suyu's gaze glanced at the corner of the waiting room where an orange-colored light was flickering. It was the legendary ranked equipment that had exploded after he killed the monster on the 79th floor. Vision Focus, Legendary, Grade, 0, Type, Special, Attribute, Intelligence plus 300, Durability, Talent, Perception LV7, when used. Your perception is increased by 100%. Skills, Void Sorcery, when invested in any medium, you can observe the opponent's viewpoint for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 day. Detective Equipment, Putting in the medium, Observational Perspectives. Suyu muttered as he looked at the equipment in front of him that looked like a divination crystal. Some strange thoughts appeared in his mind. This equipment didn't seem as useless as it seemed. However, these thoughts were not mature for the time being, so Suyu had to put them away and look at the rest of the equipment. In addition to this particular legendary grade equipment, he had also harvested 2 pieces of diamond equipment as well as more than a dozen pieces of emerald platinum grade equipment. Wings of Freedom, Diamond, Grade, 80, Type, Tops, Attributes, Agility plus 30%, Physical Strength plus 10%, Durability, 400/400, Talent, Sky Lord, you gain the ability to fly and increase your flight speed by 50%. Skills, Dive LV7, you dive down from a high altitude, increasing your speed by 300% for 5 seconds with a 10-minute cooldown. Pale Blue Guardian, Diamond, Grade, 80, Type, Boots, Attribute, plus 30% Physical Strength, Durability, 300/300, Talent, Pale Blue Resistance, minus 25% to all magic damage you take. Skills, Pale Blue Barrier LV7, generates a guardian spell on the surface of the body after use. Physical damage received is reduced by 50% for 10 minutes. Cooldown 3 hours. Looking at the attributes of the 2 diamond equipment, Suyu was satisfied. After thinking about it, he simply took off his sky wings and equipped his Freedom Wings in Pale Blue Guardian. Wings of Freedom has the appearance of a pure white jumper with a pair of clean white feathered wings printed on the back, and these wings are only revealed when in flight. Suyu looked in the mirror and found that the whole person's temperament was much more ethereal and his mood was very good. With that, he fed all of his weapon type equipment to the Fate weapon, allowing the Fate weapon to level up by 3 levels as well. Though the quality was currently stuck at Emerald, the remaining equipment was sold directly at the trading window in the waiting room for over 30,000 credits. Occupation, Thespian, Grade, 80, Strength, 5,818, Physical Strength, 5152, Intelligence, 4,626, Agility, 4,185, Awakening, 3rd turn, Skills, Fate Sense, Savage Growth, Rhythm of Life, Fate Weapon, All Fall Down Max, Battle Rage Max, Weapon Master Max, Final Prologue Max, Talent, Modification of Fate, Destiny Point, 133550, Guild Contribution, 650, Credits, 349,587. The credit gap is still 400,000 short. Taking a glance at the attribute panel, Suyu slightly shook his head. Old Tang needed 3 days to repair the violin, which meant that he had to find a way to earn enough 400,000 000 credits within 3 days to do so. Right, it seems like the Vigilante Guild side still owes me a lot of contribution value? Suyu slapped his head and suddenly remembered this matter. Willow Sparrow Fairy had once said that after he helped resolve the crisis in Xincheng, the Vigilant Guild side would reward him with a large amount of contribution value. The contribution value can be used as credits. Credits, Night's Watch Guild contribution value, and Battlefield Battle Merit have the same value, and can all be mixed together. Looks like it's time for a trip to Kyoto. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Right now, his level was also sufficient for a 4th occupational awakening, but there was no awakening shrine within the academy. That means he'll have to travel to Kyoto once no matter what. Walking out of the trial tower, Suyu found that there seemed to be a lot more people around him, and all of these people were still looking at themselves with eyes like they were looking at monsters. Suyu did not pay any attention to the strange gazes, but only nodded with Sister Kai in the crowd, and then headed straight to the mission building. Now that you've decided to head to Kyoto, let's see what tasks you can accomplish along the way. After all, he did lack credits right now. However, after half a day of searching, I couldn't find Heart's Quest. Either the credits are too few or they take too long. In the end, Suyu just randomly took on a few quests to kill wanted criminals. All of these wanted criminals are operating around or within Kyoto, and it's probably not too much of a stretch to find them using vision focus. Of course, it's much less of a chore to kill. Afterwards, Suyu walked back to his dormitory, woke up Baby Bear who was still sleeping, and walked towards the teleportation hall. Coming to the teleportation hall, Suyu paid 200 credits to sit on the teleportation array to Kyoto. In a flash of white light, Suyu's figure disappeared. At the same time, a silhouette stepped into the teleportation array right after him. The people in charge of the teleportation changed their faces when they saw him. Why is Wang Teng, the killing star, back? Isn't he still at the front line? How dare you run around instead of staying cowering in the academy? Oh, dare to take my spot. With a flash of bright light, Wang Teng's figure also instantly disappeared. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Wang Teng, as the number 1 in his junior year's class, had been a strong contender for the next hooker candidate spot, but I didn't expect Suyu to come out halfway. Only just enrolled in school a few days ago, and then hard to take this place in the bag. However, since Wang Teng had already returned from the front line, it was estimated that Suyu would not be able to keep this spot for a few days. Buzz. A strong feeling of weightlessness came over him. Immediately after, there was a flicker in front of Suyu's eyes, and the scenery in front of him changed drastically. When he reappeared, it was a brightly lit metropolitan scene. Suyu walked out of the teleportation formation and curiously surveyed everything around him. Unlike Castle, Kyoto did not build tall walls. Perhaps this was the bottom line of the Great Summer King City. Suyu took his cell phone and followed the navigation directly towards the Awakening God's Temple location. The Awakening Temple and the Night Watchman's Guild headquarters were established together, just in time to collect the contribution value along with the quests after receiving them. It's amazing how fast it moves. Extremely far behind Suyu, a black shadow suddenly surfaced. Wang Teng looked at the speeding back in the distance, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. It seems that he is still not stupid and knows to hurry and hide in the inner city. Ha, but do you think you can get away with that? You won't be able to escape me. After saying that, Wang Teng also rushed towards the inner city with quick steps. At the same time, Suyu also finally followed the navigation to a tall building. This is the Temple of Awakening? Looking at the 30-story tall building with the image of a goddess carved on it, Suyu stood in awe. Kyoto is just different. Even the goddess statue was built much more open than Xincheng. The Temple of Awakening? No, no, no. This is Red Romance Footwash City, and the Temple of Awakening is over there. Suyu walked out of the Red Romantic Footwash with a wooden face and looked at the inconspicuous low building next to him. Well, the whole thing is built of lapis lazuli, exactly like the one in Castle. After walking in, the seemingly oppressive feeling also made Suyu feel a sense of familiarity. He walked quickly into the depths of the temple. However, in order to avoid the previous situation, Suyu gave himself a shot of doom and gloom before claiming the mission. Ding! Fate minor event, you are affected by the Doomstalker effect. Luck X 100. With that, Suyu walked to the goddess statue with a strong aura of doom. Detected that the professional meets the conditions for the 4th awakening. Start drawing awakening quests. Awakening mission in the extraction. Awakening mission, puppetry. Mission difficulty, 6 stars. Description, you are a manipulator of fate. And even fate itself suffers from your teasing. Please feel free to tease fate and collect the anger and fear of all. When you manipulate fate so that your opponent's arbitrary emotions are at their peak, you can transform them into a puppet on strings. Awakening conditions, string puppet 0/12. Fate points 40, 000/40, 000. Note, The more types of emotions a string puppet has, the greater the boost after completing the career awakening. Time limit for the mission, 7 days. If the time limit is exceeded, the mission will fail and you will be permanently disqualified from obtaining the 4th professional awakening. Only 6 stars? And is the mission so generous? Looks like luck took effect. Suyu raised his eyebrows. He hadn't done such an easy awakening quest before, and was still a bit uncomfortable for a while. Humming a little song, he walked out of the Temple of Awakening. The description of the mission this time was rather vague, and Suyu planned to study it slowly after leaving from the Night's Watch headquarters. Along the way, Suyu's turnaround rate was extremely high. After all, the crowd had rarely seen 6 stars on their heads. Many of the professionals have been giving him strange looks. After all, the average person receiving a 5-star quest was already at the level of Heaven's Wrath, and most people's awakening quests were only around 3 stars. Looking at Suyu, who had 6 stars on his head, the crowd had a few moments of sympathy in their eyes. How dare you go and collect the awakening quest? Don't you have me in your sights? In the corner of the street, Wang Tang looked at Suyu's arrogant back and sneered disdainfully. You still have to complete a 6-star mission under my sniper? You're making a fool of yourself. With that, he took out a black ceramic shard. Shadow lurking, diamond grade, a one-time item that disappears after use. Transform yourself into pure shadow, unperceivable, and dive into the shadow of your target for 3 hours. After crushing the ceramic shards, Wang Tang's figure instantly transformed into a streak of black shadows that drilled into Suyu's shadow along the floor tiles. Suyu looked back somewhat strangely, but did not find anything unusual. He didn't care, and took Baby Bear along with him as he walked into the Night's Watch headquarters. Guild alert, you've gained 200,000 guild contribution points. Guild announcement, congratulations to Dad for unlocking level 6 access and becoming a level 3 Nightwalker. As soon as Suyu's front foot entered the door, a deafening announcement resounded throughout the guild's interior. Brother, there's something special about your code name. People came and went in the guild hall, but when the announcement sounded, all of them turned their gazes towards Suyu. Suyu smiled and nodded his head, stopping in place to feel the sudden surge of power within his body. After the guild authority was raised, his full attributes increased by another 10%. Most people within the academy would choose to join the Vigilant Guild for this high attribute bonus. After a moment, he nodded slightly and turned directly to push the door out of the guild. After all, the only reason for making this trip was to receive the contribution value. What's wrong with this guy? He came in here just to show off that code name? Inside the hall, the crowd looked at each other with egg on their faces. However, although the other party looked young, he was at least a 3rd-level Nightwalker, and no one dared to go up and pick a fight. Suyu, wait! Just as Suyu was about to walk out of the guild, a voice called out to him from behind. At this instant, the shadows beneath Suyu suddenly trembled. Suyu turned around, only to see a middle-aged man in a wide robe standing at the entrance of the guild. Hello! The man politely smiled at Suyu before handing him an envelope. Thank you for everything you did in Xincheng. This is the medal awarded to you by the higher-ups, as well as a note your principal asked me to pass on. Suyu froze for a split second and looked at a halo above the man's head. That's a trait that only daywalkers have. Thanks. Suyu reached out and took the envelope. Oh, would you be interested in attending a dinner party? There's a big shot who wants to meet you. No, I'm quite busy right now. Suyu pointed to the 6 stars above his head and said, okay then. This daywalker coughed dryly. If you ever change your mind and figure it out, feel free to find me. Oh, Suyu responded and directly left. Looking at Suyu's fading back, the daywalker let out a bitter laugh. This kid doesn't seem to have a very good impression of conservatives. He looked deeply at Suyu's shadow, but did not utter a word of warning. If he completely sides with the radicals, then death is not a bad thing. Out of the guild, Suyu opened that envelope. His eyes swept over the exquisitely crafted medallion and smoothly tossed it into the trash. And then he removed the one note. Hooker test mission, broken arm. Mission details, travel to Kyoto to assassinate the following individuals. Song Haojie, 6th turn swordsman. Harnessed swordsman pathway. Rosen, 6th turn mage. Wood elemental pathway. Kiki Chu, 6th turn blesser. Holy light pathway. The note was small, but sprawled with the names of 12 whole people. These people were all at the 6th turn level, and looked to be a well-equipped squad of professionals. After these names, Old Qin also thoughtfully gave an intelligence. The reason why Wang Hailong was bailed out is simple. 9 cities around Xincheng completely fell, and in exchange for this and the Advent Society, the frontline abyssal demon race made a truce for a month. He's got something on the top conservatives, so try to squeeze as much value out of him as you can before you kill him. Now that Kyoto's in a mess, as long as you don't hurt any civilians, feel free to play it out. Trading 9 cities for a month's truce from the other side? What the hell is in these people's heads? Suyu frowned and took out another note from his pocket. Wu Jiang, formerly known as Wang Hailong, is currently the deputy director of the Department of Resources in Kyoto. After a quick scan, he crushed the two notes together and threw them into a side trash can. Broken arm? Suyu didn't rush to do it, but found a hidden place and took out the sight focus. After thinking about it, he took another medallion out of his pocket. This medal was worn on his shoulder by Wang Hailong himself after resolving the riots in the Storm Bear Plains, and it should serve as a medium. Sure enough, in the gradual disintegration of the medallion, an unusually clear picture appeared in front of his eyes, almost as if he were there. Ha ha ha, little Li, I know you want to get ahead, but what does that mean? On the screen, Wang Hailong was laughing and counting down the young woman in front of him while taking a gift box from her, and incidentally, he also took the opportunity to touch her on her ass. Alright, go back, I'll keep your business in mind. Wang Hailong waved his hand, signaling the other party to back off. The young woman bowed her head in acknowledgement and then exited the room. Wang Hailong sat in front of his desk, took out the things contained inside, and nodded with satisfaction. Inside, there was a strangely shaped spirit fruit, as well as a white jade vial and a bag of tea leaves. These things were emitting a glittering green light on their bodies, and their grade had clearly reached the emerald level. What a dog! Suyu frowned, not expecting that the other party would still dare to openly accept bribes when they arrived in Kyoto. Watching Wang Hailong's move of picking up the white jade vial and putting it into his mouth, Suyu's eyes turned. Borrowing the perception enhancement brought about by vision focus, Suyu quickly took the initiative to unleash his destiny perception. Destiny minor event, your enemy, Wang Hailong, picks up the spirit liquid and drinks it. Ding! Fate mini event, your enemy Wang Hailong picks up the venom and drinks it. Fate points plus 40. Hiss ha! Kyoto is just different. I really would rather be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. Wang Hailong finished the liquid in the small bottle in one gulp, and then he laid down on the chair and waited for the medicine to take effect. Well, the taste of emerald-grade spiritual liquid is just extraordinary. He smiled and closed his eyes with a contented look on his face. However, after waiting for a few moments, he didn't wait for the hint that his experience value had increased. Generally speaking, it should have been upgraded after drinking the spirit liquid, right? He was a little puzzled. Did Li send a fake? Hiss. Just as this thought rose, he felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. Scratch that, it's poisoned. He yelped out in shock and then fell out of his chair onto the floor. It was a nasty fall, and it knocked him right off his feet. Shit, dare to shade me. Wang Hailong covered his stomach and cursed. His face turned pale and his lips darkened. Wang Hailong is puzzled. Li certainly do not dare to poison himself. In the end, who is counting on him? Could it be that someone from above is trying to get themselves? Wang Hailong supported himself with difficulty and walked towards the desk. Sitting down hard and paralyzed, he pulled open the drawer. Phew, good thing I was prepared. With a trembling hand, he painstakingly took out an emerald-grade elixir from the drawer and was about to take it. Looking at this scene, the corner of Suyu's mouth rose slightly, and destiny perception was launched immediately after. Fate minor event, your enemy, Wang Hailong, has fallen into a state of poisoning and is taking the psychic pure chi pill. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemy, Wang Hailong, has fallen into a state of poisoning, take the laxative and chi purifying pill. Fate points plus 90. In the next moment, Wang Hailong struggled with all his strength and finally managed to stuff that elixir into his mouth. Phew! He gulped it down and chewed it twice before swallowing it and letting out a long breath. The Tongling Pure Chi Pill was a high-level consumable refined by special lineage professional alchemists, which could not only detoxify ordinary toxins, but also lift some cursed states, with extremely strong effects and extremely expensive prices. This one was the one he had gotten at great expense to save his life, just to deal with unexpected situations like today. How come it's still hard? Wang Hailong's forehead was constantly dripping with cold sweat, only to realize that the pain did not lessen after taking the elixir, but instead it was even worse. Growling. Not only that, but there were constant rumblings coming from his stomach. Scratch that, it can't be that this elixir is used to expel poison in this way, right? Wang Hailong's face changed. He didn't have a separate toilet in his office. He had to walk to the restroom at the end of the hallway, but the problem now was that he was too sore to walk. The sphincter presses not to loosen up a bit, and when it does, it has to show its head. Damn. Spell it out. Wang Hailong clenched his teeth fiercely and forced himself to stand up against the immense pain coming from his abdomen and limbs. He held onto the wall and slowly moved forward. Director Wu? Just as he was about to walk to the door of the restroom, a cool female voice suddenly sounded behind him, scaring him so much that he almost didn't clamp down. MS. Kiki, what brings you here? Wang Hailong asked while wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. Are you poisoned? Chu Chichi frowned, her face grave. Behind her stood 11 sixth-turn professionals. They narrowed their eyes equally. We were just notified that someone was going to make a move on you recently, and we didn't expect the other side to come so quickly? So that's it? No wonder I said how I was suddenly poisoned. Hearing the other party's words, Wang Hailong was suddenly enlightened. Hiss, no. However, his already exhausted muscles, suddenly so relaxed, began a direct descent. In that instant, a sound like machine gun fire echoed through the corridor. Enemy attack? Looking at Wang Hailong's agonized appearance, the 12 professionals simultaneously assumed their battle stance. However, the imagined attack did not come. Chu Chichi's nose twitched twice, and then he whirled toward Wang Hailong's body. Director Wu, what are you doing? I have a special detox. Wang Hailong's old face turned red and he said stiffly. The rest of them blushed hard and turned their heads away. This director scurried off in public? What a disgrace. Wang Hailong wanted to cry without tears, but the gate is open where to collect? His muscles were also paralyzed by the toxin, and at the moment he just couldn't go hide in the bathroom even if he wanted to. Fortunately, although this elixir had a special way of detoxifying the poison, the effect was still there, and he could feel the toxin slowly being expelled from his body. The entire floor of the building was also attracted by the commotion and came out. Ha, Director Wu, what are you doing? Fog grass. Holding urine can work for thousands of miles. Tampering with thinning inches is really true. Don't believe you guys see. The director can't even hold it at the door of the toilet. Chief, stop pulling. I'm scared. In an instant, everyone saw the wretched Wang Hailong and the bomb that was still spewing out. Looking at those dozens of gazes, Wang Hailong had the heart to die. Grandma, don't let me find out who did this. Director Wu has been secretly poisoned. In the end, it was Chu Chichi who spoke up to relieve him. Director Wu, it's not a good idea for you to be like this. I'll directly use the blessing technique to help you detoxify. Chu Chichi shook her head slightly and chanted an incantation under her breath. Holy light gradually surging out of her palms. Good, then thank you, Ms. Chi-Chi. With tears in his eyes, Wang Hailong hurriedly thanked her. It's okay, we'll stay by your side to keep you safe for a while. Chu Chi-Chi sighed softly and with a wave of her right hand, a purification spell landed on Wang Hailong. In this instant, Wang Hailong felt a lightness in his body. The toxins in his body were being removed at a rapid pace. In the alley, Suyu smiled brightly, just short of letting out a jia laugh. So this is how you make a string puppet. He could see the pain and anger being extracted from Wang Hailong. Once this emotion reached its peak, then he would become Suyu's puppet on strings. However, Suyu didn't really want this low-quality string puppet. Those 12 six-turn professionals were obviously more appropriate. However, after seeing Chu Chi-Chi unleash the holy light technique, Suyu frowned. Although he didn't want to make Wang Hailong into a puppet on strings, he wanted him dead. Such ugly souls he could not endure. With 30 seconds left in the duration of the sight focus, Suyu quickly unleashed his third destiny perception. Fate minor event, your enemy Wang Hailong gains the effect of holy light purification. Oh, looking at this fateful synopsis, Suyu revealed an evil smile. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemy Wang Hailong gains the effect of holy light purification. In the next moment, the holy light on Wang Hailong's body gradually disappeared. He slowly exhaled a few mouthfuls of turbid air, his face filled with a look of gratitude. It was too close. It was so close he was done. Luckily, the higher-ups had the foresight to send a squad of sixth-turn professionals to bail him out. Otherwise, with that mysterious and unpredictable means of the other party, I'm afraid that I would really be handed over. But now, humph, all is vanity in the face of absolute strength. How could that kind of despicable villain who could only poison in the dark kill himself under the eyes of 12 professionals? Thanks to Ms. Kiki this time, Wang Hailong once again expressed his gratitude, then turned his head and entered the restroom, intending to take care of the dirt on his body. However, the next moment there was a scream of incomparable horror from him inside the restroom. Crap! Me? Where's my stuff? I've lost my fucking kombucha. After a long time, several male professionals racked Wang Hailong out from the restroom. A sigh spread across several faces. I thought that Wang Hailong's previous comment about Kumba was a tone of voice, but I didn't realize that it was really gone. Upon hearing this news, the crowd was extremely shocked, especially Chichiki. Really? It's really gone. Hiss, how could this side effect occur in this holy light purification technique of mine? Chu Chichi couldn't help but fall into deep thought after double-checking. Who is the opponent this time? Surprisingly, he made Wang Hailong look like this in front of everyone's eyes. With such a bizarre ability, could it be that it was a seventh-turn professional of the Mystic Department? Help me back to my office. I need to talk to the minister on the phone. Wang Hailong's face was filled with tears of desire, and he viciously glared at Chu Chichi and the others, feeling that he had been tricked. Or, is it that the higher-ups are trying to unload? Humph, you haven't given me what you promised me. Don't try to cross the river. Good. Chu Chichi and the others exited the room after they racked Wang Hailong back to the office. At this time, only Wang Hailong was left in the office. He shakily dialed a number on his landline. Soon, the call was connected and a deep male voice came from the other end. Why? The Red Sun Squad is already at your place, isn't it? It's here, but they're simply helping. Wang Hailong immediately, with a sobbing voice, added to what had just happened. After saying that, he gritted his teeth and continued in a deep voice. Minister Li, the blood banquet that was promised to me, isn't it time to fulfill the promise? The six-turn squad can't even protect you. On the other end of the phone, Minister Li frowned tightly and cursed a waste in his heart. A blood feast? Oh, Minister Li sneered for a long time. It was only after a long time that he said, tomorrow night in the eastern suburbs of Kyoto. After this is over you will disappear with everything. Okay. A flash of light flashed in Wang Hailong's eyes and he nodded his head in a hurry. The population of the 9 cities on the border is not a small number, and he took such a big black pot for the blood feast. Putting down the phone, Minister Li read a few more documents, his face full of worry. Ugh, those radicals guys, why are they so cranky? Why don't they wait any longer for me to finish a couple more blood feasts? Those flesh and blood, they don't hold up well. After a few moments, he finally made up his mind and picked up the phone to contact Red Sun Squad. Hold a small blood banquet in the eastern suburb tomorrow night, and if you really can't keep Wang Hailong, deal with him confidentially. Yes. On the other end of the phone, Chu Chichi's eyes were glowing and she nodded excitedly. Minister Li put down the phone and looked at his white, vibrant arms, a flash of fascination in his eyes. A blood-colored pattern surged beneath his skin. That's the characteristic of the abyssal blood demon race. The human race is so weak, only 100 years old. Why don't they combine with the foreigners and enjoy a long life? Although the Adventist group was insane, they still had redeeming qualities, and were able to come up with a way to transform the human race into the abyssal blood demon race. Using the blood feast, he had knocked on the doors of many of the top conservatives, though lately it seemed to be the cause of too much action that had drawn the attention of the radical side. Soon, just a few more times, and this damn daxia can stay whoever it likes. Minister Li raised his tall glass and drank the scarlet liquid in it in one gulp. In the alley, Suyu put away his vision focus with a regretful face, and then he took a big step towards the outside. He already had some ideas about how to collect 12 string puppets. However, just as Suyu walked to the entrance of the alley, he crouched down violently. By the streetlight, he gazed at his shadow. How long are you going to hide it? The corner of Suyu's mouth sketched a cold smile as he lightly drank. The next moment, in the gloom beside Suyu, a person slowly paced out. Under the shroud of darkness, Wang Tang's face was a little pale. He hid in Suyu's shadow, taking in all that had just happened. He did not expect that Suyu's methods would be so bizarre and terrifying. Even that extremely famous Red Sun Squad couldn't detect it. It's almost like those abyssal spell demons. You are also from the Purgatory School? Suyu's eyes narrowed, judging the origin from the other party's aura. That sharp, bloody aura was all too obvious. Smart, but you're still not smart enough. The corner of Wang Tang's mouth grinned as he pulled out a short dagger from behind him. You are indeed very strong. But it's a pity that a juggler who relies on long range means shouldn't be able to find an opportunity for me to get close. I'm pretty good at killing people. At this moment, his aura was so steeply overpowering that the air around him seemed to freeze for a moment. That murderous aura that had been tempered on the battlefield pierced straight to Suyu's brow. The narrow road is won by the brave. As a fifth-turn assassin, Blade Brave Pathway, Wang Tang was most adept at fighting in tight terrain. Swish swish swish. The dagger cut out several cold auras under the night and went straight for Suyu's throat. Kind of interesting. Is this the true heritage of the academy? Suyu's eyes lit up. The feeling Wang Tang gave him was indeed different. Far from being comparable to a new student, it was the killing aura of truly fighting between life and death. Not bravado. The Tsang Blue Guardian under Suyu's feet erupted with a blue aura. Then he clenched his fist with one hand and smashed it against Wang Tang's dagger. Dang! Dazzling sparks erupted from the short dagger impacting Suyu's fist. What kind of defense is this you fucking have? Wang Tang looked at the sparks of fire on the dagger and his eyelids fluttered wildly. Isn't this guy a fortune teller? How come the stamina value is so horrible? Even the fighter in Shield Mountain couldn't take his dagger hard with its flesh. Not bad, not bad. I kind of want to make you into a string puppet. Suyu's eyes gradually glowed red. Battle rage level +1. Damn, why is he fighting harder and harder? Wang Tang was alarmed. At the beginning of that slash the two of them were still able to share equally. But now, he was already being pressed by Suyu. Shadow Raid. Wang Tang's figure flickered, completely hiding in the night. In an instant, dozens of short daggers attacked Suyu at the same time, sharp and ferocious, with moves that took his life. Su Yu, on the other hand, swims with ease. His body was burly, but extremely agile, as if he was dancing, and no matter how many blades there were, they couldn't touch him in the slightest. The two were getting faster and faster. You know what? Su Yu suddenly said. Wang Teng froze, but the attack on his hands did not decrease at all, and his killing moves came out so often that they had become muscle memory. I'm also very good at killing. Su Yu smiled faintly. Instant prison shadow kill. In the next instant, Su Yu's figure disappeared. A warning sign suddenly rose in Wang Teng's heart. The legs fired up trying to dodge. However, a pair of large white hands had been placed on his neck. How is it possible? Wang Teng's body suddenly stiffened. He sighed and the dagger fell to the ground in his hand. However, the expected eternal darkness did not come. Not killing? Then don't let me find an opportunity in the future. Wang Teng turned his head and looked at Su Yu with a provocative smile. Click. Su Yu slightly exerted force, and Wang Teng's neck was immediately pinched and clicked. No, can't breathe. Wang Teng's face instantly rose to the color of pig liver. Su Yu grabbed his neck and lifted his entire body up. And then, looking into his eyes seriously, he said, "You like to laugh a lot? Then I can make you laugh all the time." The smile on Wang Teng's face instantly disappeared, sending chills throughout his body. He suddenly had some regrets about provoking Su Yu. In this man's hands, death might just be the easiest of downfalls. Bring something back from those 12 people as the price for your initiative. Su Yu threw him on the ground like a dead dog before he walked towards the outside of the alley. You want me to get killed? I'm only a 5th turn. That's the Red Sun squad with all 6th turns. Wang Teng stood up, still with a few moments of defiance on his face. Going or not? Su Yu took out a button that he had just ripped off on Wang Teng and said. Seeing this, Wang Teng's face suddenly turned pale, fiercely remembering Wang Hailong's miserable encounter. Count on it. After saying that, he crossed over Su Yu without a word and instantly disappeared as a cloud of shadows. There was still a way to live in the Red Sun squad alone, but to fall into Su Yu's hands would be worse than death. Kyoto Mansion, 336 floors high. Su Yu's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. He set up his snipe and looked out over the resources building from a distance. In the cross quasar, Wang Hailong was surrounded by the Red Sun squad in the center. Wang Hailong is extremely insecure right now. He was actually attacked even in the hinterland of Kyoto, and 12 6th-turn professionals were unable to save his Quin. So he didn't want to go anywhere now, and he didn't want any privacy, so he let these 12 men surround him until he stayed until tomorrow afternoon. He couldn't believe that he would still be attacked by that weird power like this. The Red Sun squad was also extremely speechless at this. They'd been on quite a few protection missions, but this was the first one where they were so afraid of death. The fact that this guy even requires them to accompany him the entire time he goes to the restroom is outrageous. Just hold on a little longer. We'll be able to complete a blood feast tomorrow night. Seeing that the crowd was not in the right mood, Chu Chichi spoke out to comfort them. At those words, everyone present was shocked and immediately became quite excited. The blood feast is a good thing. Not only can it enhance strength, but most crucially, it can also increase life expectancy, and it also has the effect of returning to old age. The corners of the mouths of several female professionals in the team were even more suppressed. Chu Chichi was obviously almost 50 years old, but from the outside, she looked no different from her early 20s. A single blood feast can be far more effective than any elixir. However, just at that moment, the detectors within the team suddenly changed color. Someone's coming, be on guard. The detectorist gave a quick warning. With that, the Nianli master quickly condensed a mental power bomb and threw it towards the direction of the warning. Rumble! Explosions instantly resounded all around. The players took up their fighting stance, each as if they were the enemy. With the previous intelligence, it was deduced that the attacker this time was most likely a 7th turn. Instead, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief when the man stepped out of the darkness. A 5th turn assassin? You're the only one? Chu Chichi said after waving her hand to add a layer of blessing to everyone in the squad. Wang Teng didn't say anything and pinched his short dagger before launching a charge. A mere 5th turn assassin dares to rush over like that? The people in the squad sneered and greeted him. The assassin's attacks were weird and tricky to defend against though, but it's a big flat. As long as he's contained on the front, then there's no threat at all to speak of. Boom! However, right at this moment, the forward-charging Wang Teng's figure instantly transformed into 3-in-1. Kill Chu Chichi, Song Haojie and Luosen respectively. Illusion? The faces of the crowd changed slightly, and the mage hurriedly used the Great Fireball spell, enveloping all 3 Wang Tengs in it. However, as the fireball spell exploded, Wang Teng continued to charge forward as if he was not affected in the slightest. Chu Chichi's face suddenly changed. At this time, Wang Teng had already approached half a meter in front of her, and his short dagger stabbed straight into her neck. Her legs stomped and her entire body shot backward like a cannonball. Snort! The short dagger cut against her collar. But the target was not her neck. As she watched the dagger stab straight down and remove her pinky finger, a bad feeling suddenly surfaced in her heart. He's just one. Get together and kill him. Shuqiqi's eyes turned red as she shouted frantically. The archers in the team hurriedly opened their bows and arrows. Shoo! A silver glittering arrow shot out. Put! The arrow penetrated the throat. Shadow raid. Wang Tang's figure disappeared, leaving only dozens of flying daggers in place. Blade brave. He's Wang Tang. Shuqiqi blanched. Although it was only 5 turns, a person like Wang Tang who could kill his way to fame on the battlefield was by no means an easy person to deal with. At least the Blessed One himself could never get close to him. Swish! Another silver arrow shot out. This arrow pierced straight through Wang Tang's shoulder, but it failed to slow down his forward speed by half a point. The archer felt bad and hastily raised his bow to crossblock, yet a sharp pain came from his hand. Wang Tang cleanly chipped off his little finger and then turned around to escape. The smoke screen descends. The next moment, he slammed down a special smoke bomb. At once, the entire clearing was wrapped in a thick cloud of smoke. Dozens of flying daggers were maneuvered by Wang Tang and surrounded him. For a while, the sound of sharp weapons entering flesh and the sound of angry roars and shouts were endless. Wang Tang was drenched in blood, and his body was covered in large and small wounds. As a fifth-turn assassin, his body plate was fragile in itself, not to mention the fact that the other party was a squad of experienced sixth-turn professionals. However, his arms were bulging. Even though it was tough, he fought to the death to take something from all 12 of them at the same time. Boom! With a loud bang, an explosive fireball exploded, dispersing the smoke. The faces of everyone in the Red Sun squad were extremely ugly. There were no deaths, though without exception, everyone's pinkies had been cut off in the battle just now. Wang Tang didn't say a word and turned around after the mission was completed. Stop him! Song Haojie roared with a two-handed sword. Wang Tang cutting off their fingers was definitely not a good thing, and he could not be let go. What elemental morphing? Rosen finally finished storing his power and struck out with a wood magic. In an instant, a thick vine broke through the ground, sealing off all of Wang Tang's retreat. The fierce aura in Wang Tang's eyes skyrocketed as he violently turned back, wanting to fight back to the death. As an assassin, it was fine for him to be caught off guard against this 6-turn branch professional squad, but when the other side reacted, he was afraid that it would be difficult to even escape. Boom! However, just then, a loud boom calmed everyone down. Rosen's right leg exploded in response and directly disappeared. The concrete floor behind him was then blasted open with a large crater. And help? The crowd exclaimed in shock, abandoning Wang Tang and immediately returning to defense. Wang Tang was also stunned, and then he revealed a joyful expression. He quickly turned into shadows and escaped the wall of vines by following the holes pierced by the bullets. Looking at Wang Tang's faraway figure, the faces of everyone present sank. They looked toward Wang Hailong, who was hiding in the corner and shivering, and suddenly had a feeling of great trouble. On the other hand, Kyoto Tower. Ahem. I brought what you asked for. Wang Tang threw a storage bag to Suyu. With that, he slowly sat down against the fence, and with a trembling hand shook a crumpled cigarette out of his cigarette case and lit it. Phew! He let out a long breath of blood-tinged smoke and felt his body go a little cold, while taking Song Haojie's finger. His small abdomen was pierced by that two-handed sword. Do you have OCD? Why did you have to cut off a pinky and bring it here? Suyu frowned at the storage bag. Isn't it easy to pick a button or a piece of clothing? Ahem. Wang Tang choked on his cigarette. Don't you mean you want a part of their body? Forget it. It's okay. Suyu skimmed his lips and slipped the storage bag into his pants pocket. With that, he looked at Wang Tang with life rhythm and said faintly, "You're going to die." Wang Tang smiled bitterly at his words. Is that so? The cigarette in his hand, blood and water stained and soaked, faded out. Too bad he didn't die on the battlefield. He looked at Suyu. You are very strong. Simply a pervert. But the more perverted the better. Dealing with the foreigners is to need a pervert like you. Wang Tang braced himself and stood up, overlooking the bustling night city from the Kyoto Tower. His life flashed through his mind as if it were a walk in the park. Unfortunately, in this life, I can't seem to find any other deep memories other than blood and fire. For example, this is the first time in his life that he has seen this stunning night view. In high school, everyone said college was an ivory tower. But when you actually go to college, you realize that this ivory tower is built of dry bones. The moment Wang Tang's life was about to fade away, a strong emotion surged to his heart. That's sorry. In the next moment, Wang Tang's body went limp and his life breath quickly fell to the bottom. However, just as he was about to fall to the ground, an invisible silk thread pierced into his limbs, his organs, and his skull. First string puppet, made. Suyu squinted his eyes, feeling the regret that was so strong that it reached the apex in a very pleasant mood. Moments later, the threads of fate disappeared. String puppets 1/12. Me, not dead? Wang Tang got up violently and looked at his hands with an incredulous expression. Not only did he not die, but all the injuries on his body miraculously healed? He remembered that he had his waist cut off by one. Even a 7th turn healer couldn't do it that fast, right? You saved me? Wang Tang turned his head to look at Suyu with an extremely complicated expression on his face. Sure. Suyu looked at Wang Tang with interest. At the same time, he moved his fingers slightly. Wang Tang only felt that his body instantly lost control, and his limbs stiffly throbbed with the frequency of Suyu's fingers. The scene was like a comical puppet show. Wang Tang could feel that there seemed to be some invisible threads in his body that were connected to Suyu's hands. Neither body nor soul belongs to you anymore at this moment. Even the hatred towards Suyu dissolved invisibly. Thanks, Wang Tang suddenly said. Thank me for what? Suyu stopped his movements and was surprised. Wang Tang was relieved and felt his body return to control. He looked out into the night sky, dotted with stars, and sniffed at the fireworks of the crowds on the tip of his nose. Thank you for such a beautiful view. Wang Tang's aura changed, and the sharpness that seemed to pierce the sky disappeared. In its place was a composure as deep as the starry sky. Suyu raised an eyebrow. This guy seemed to have become different. If the current Wang Tang was allowed to challenge the Red Sun Squad again, I'm afraid that the outcome would not be easy to say. It does seem that the string puppet slot is not a bad idea. Suyu pondered for a moment, then slipped an envelope to Wang Tang. Bring it back to the academy and give it to old Qin. Wang Tang nodded his head and without asking more questions, he collected the envelope and jumped directly over the fence into the night. Suyu stood in place and waited for a moment before muttering, after transforming into a string puppet, as long as I don't interfere, everything is no different from normal for the other party. But will they follow my orders unconditionally? Also, I can remotely transform a tic-tac-toe directly into a lotus trick ray. Not bad, not bad. Suyu's mouth was tinged with a few smiles. Isn't a string puppet with a lotus trick mine a beefed-up version of a self-destructing truck? The speaker's pathway was indeed bizarre, and once there was no restriction on striking out at will, I was afraid that the ranged striking ability would be even more terrifying than that of a necromancer. Shaking his head slightly, Suyu continued to use his scope to watch the movements of the Red Sun Squad. He had just read something interesting from the lips of a few people. The Blood Feast is not a good thing by the sound of its name. Is there a traitor in the top echelons of Daxia? The corners of Suyu's mouth gradually rose. Things seemed to be getting interesting. On the other side, in the open space under the building of the Ministry of Resources, the 11 members of the Red Sun Squad gathered around with grief on their faces. Rosen still hadn't survived those 100 or so additional traits after Suyu broke his thigh with a single shot. His body simultaneously showed various symptoms such as severe burns, frostbite, blood loss, and decomposition, and he eventually died a miserable death in Chu Kiki's arms. The loss of Rosen on this mission, not to mention the crisis it put us in. Yeah, who knew that I would encounter a top assassin like Wang Tang? Damn it, I should have known to abandon the protection mission at the first opportunity. A few others cursed in anger. If it wasn't for the protection of Wan Hailong, they would have lined up in formation at the first opportunity. Where would it be Wang Tang's turn to find a chance to break in? We can't stay here. Let's go straight to the eastern suburbs. Chucky stood up and dropped Rosen's body. With that, Wang Hailong was directly tied up with a rope by a few people, and together they brought them to speed towards the eastern suburb location of Kyoto. Run away? Seeing this, Suyu also withdrew his life weapon back into his body. However, he didn't rush after them, and instead took out his vision focus. After thinking for a moment, Suyu directly threw it into his life weapon and directly fixed Void Solitaire as the third skill of the life weapon. Fate level, 50. Destiny device grade, Diamond. Weapon types, swords, knives, axes, spears, bows, shields, halberds, spears, short swords, daggers, sniper rifles, divining crystal balls. Weapon characteristics, indestructible, sharp, bleeding, bludgeoning, stunning, penetrating, defense breaking, magic breaking, perception, camouflage. Weapon skills, instant prison shadow kill, weakness strike, void rope. After becoming a fatal weapon skill, Suyu would be able to activate the skill by consuming mental energy, ignoring the skill's cooldown time. Suyu switched his life weapon form to a crystal ball, and then threw a finger in from his storage bag. Soon a picture appeared before his eyes. The remaining sun was like blood, reflecting on the squad and their group, making their mood heavier and heavier. Kyoto was a vast area, but Chu Chi-Chi and the others moved extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to get out of the 5th Ring Road. Kyoto is not guarded by walls and is occasionally infested with monsters, so the areas that favor the outskirts are extremely sparsely populated. Soon, The Red Sun Squad crowd was completely out of the city. However, they didn't slack off in the slightest and remained on high alert. Almost. Seeing this scene, Suyu's gaze moved slightly and he took the moldy luck amulet out from his waist. Borrowing the effect of vision focus, Suyu crossed 600 kilometers and passed the Doom Fate minor event. You use the amulet of bad luck on Chukiki, and she is affected by the effect of bad luck stalking, with a luck value of minus 100 points. Ding! Fate minor event. You use the amulet of bad luck on Chucky, and she is affected by the effect of doom stalking, with a luck value of minus 900 points. Fate points plus 60. In the next moment, Chu Chi, who was walking at the very back of the group, was jolted, and suddenly had the feeling that a great disaster was on the horizon. Wait! She immediately called out to the crowd. What's wrong? At those words, the other members of the Red Sun Squad looked over in unison, only to see that Chu Chi's face was unsightly to the extreme, as if she had encountered something terrible. Captain, is there a problem somewhere? I just felt an inexplicable aura of danger. Chen Xiao, the spiritual thinker within the team, frowned slightly and swept a few glances around, but did not see anything out of the ordinary. Don't be paranoid. Hurry up and get going. Song Haojia shook his head and urged the crowd to quicken their pace. Although Chu Chi was uneasy in her heart, she didn't say anything else and continued on. Buzz off! The sudden ringing sound broke the empty silence, and the people of the Red Sun Squad were immediately alerted, taking out their weapons to stand on guard. It's the Star Sea Flying Dragon, Spirit Numinous Master Chen Xiao immediately said as she looked to the sky. At those words, the crowd looked up in a hurry. They only saw a flying dragon that was over 3 meters long and haunted with starlight was flying towards them. Phew! Seeing the group of monsters, the crowd was slightly relieved. The Star Ocean flying dragon swarms were generally not high-leveled, and the strongest flying dragon lords were usually only around level 60, posing little threat to their squad of 6th-turn professionals. These are treated like fireflies in the wild. But, Fate minor event, your enemy, the Red Sun Squad, has been attacked by a swarm of Star Sea flying dragons. Su Yu, who was far away from Kyoto, saw the Star Sea flying dragon swarm, but a smile appeared on his face. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemy, the Red Sun Squad, has been attacked by a swarm of Star Ocean berserkers. Why aren't there any creatures like the Star Sea Divine Dragon? After trying for a moment, Suyu slightly regretted turning the average level 40 Star Sea Flying Dragon Swarm into an average level 90 Star Sea Mad Dragon Swarm. Crap, was it a mistake just now? This is the Star Ocean Mad Dragon. In an instant, the Red Sun Squad's group all changed their faces. Just now it was a 3-meter Star Sea Flying Dragon, but as a result, it had now turned into a 40-meter long Star Sea Frenzy Dragon in an instant? Form up, prepare to meet the enemy. The squad's crowd immediately took up their stance, preparing for the onslaught of those 30-odd Star Sea Berserker dragons. Still, the crowd wasn't too worried. After all, these Star Sea Berserkers weren't too high-ranked. It was only the worry on Chu Chi's face that intensified. She smelled something unusual. The Holy Light technique, which was usually cast out at will, had now failed to launch several times in a row. This group of Star Ocean Mad Dragons had come in a similarly strange manner. Perhaps it was that mysterious person from before who had once again made a move against them. It's better to play it safe. Thus, Chu Chi looked to the team's boundary master. Defense boundary. Open. Boundary master Meng Yufan understood, and a strong light of boundaries erupted from his body. As a 6th revolutionary boundary master, he only needed to casually cast an ordinary boundary to easily block this group of Star Ocean Frenzy Dragons. Fate minor incident, your enemy, Meng Yufan, unfurls a boundary and protects everyone in the squad within it. A fateful synopsis appeared in front of Su Yu's eyes. Ugh, blame it on your bad luck. Su laughed a little creepily. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemy Meng Yufan unfurls his colon and protects everyone in the squad within it. In the next moment, Meng Yufan's face in the picture suddenly changed. No! He looked to his abdomen, where something seemed to be burrowing out. Boom! In an instant, Meng Yufan's stomach directly exploded, and the M-shaped colon violently unfolded, entangling everyone in the squad. This shocking scene frightened the rest of the Red Sun Squad. What's going on? Why did a perfectly good man explode? And blowing up intestines all over the place? It's that guy striking again. And at that moment, Meng Yufan's face was already filled with pain, as if he was suffering from some sort of great pain. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His face was twisted, and his internal organs had fallen out all over the place, so it was obvious that he was about to die. An emotion called pain instantly climbed to its peak. Just as he was about to die, a few threads invisible to the naked eye in the void pierced into his body. String puppets 2/12. Looking at Meng Yufan's miserable state, everyone in the squad was creeped out and couldn't help but shiver. Quickly kill these Star Sea Berserkers. Song Haojia yelled. All he wanted at the moment was to quickly get rid of this group of monsters, and then lead everyone to escape from the mysterious man's attack. This person was definitely a 7th or even 8th turn professional. Such a bizarre attack, where they couldn't even see the person and were easily toyed with, was simply terrifying. Let me go first. Within the team, spiritual thinker Chen Xiao roared out. Powerful mental power fluctuations erupted from the back of her head, quickly aiming at the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon not far away. The strength of this spiritual pressure caused the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon's swooping speed to slow down for an instant. Fate Minor Event. Your enemy Chen Xiao uses Psychic Blast on Star Ocean Berserker Dragon. A fateful terrain once again surfaced in front of Su Yu. No point in being difficult. He smiled and quickly completed the Fate modification. Ding! Fate Minor Event. Your enemy Chen Xiao uses Soul Blast on Star Ocean Berserker Dragon. Next moment. Spiritual Energy Explosion. Chen Xiao shouted as his entire body erupted with a terrifying might. Along with a ball of ghostly blue energy being punched out. A shrunken version of Chen Xiao boom. The sound exploded in front of the Star Sea Berserkers group. Rumble. The 5 Star Sea Berserker dragons that rushed at the front instantly turned into ashes, directly shattered by the impact of that powerful soul explosion. The strength of this strike was so strong that even the rest of the squad had a series of sideways glances. When did Chen Xiao's spiritual energy explosion become so strong? Chen Xiao, what's wrong with you? However, at this moment, Chen Xiao looked like he was demented, rolling his eyes and convulsing on the ground, and foaming at the mouth. An emotion called confusion is at its peak. Seeing this, Chu Chichi hurriedly applied 2 holy light spells to her. However, no amount of healing can restore a soulless person anymore. Everyone failed to notice that a thread of destiny was invisibly inserted into Chen Xiao's body. String puppets 3/12. Shit! Chu Chichi gritted her teeth and cursed lowly. She knew it had to have something to do with the mystery man. This kind of tactic was really indefensible, so much so that she didn't dare to use the holy light technique on her squad members at will, fear of accidentally netting them. Seeing that Song Haojia wanted to continue rushing up to attack the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon, Chu Chichi hurriedly stopped it. Come back, don't initiate the attack. Let Shield Mountain hold the pressure and we'll go straight to the Blood Feast launch site. At those words, Song Haojia hurriedly stopped his charge and returned to Chu Chichi's side. That person seems to be able to distort our skills. Don't make a move until you have to, Chu Chichi murmured. Yes. Hearing Chu Chichi's words, Song Haojia's face was filled with anger, but he still nodded and put his 2-handed greatsword away. Don't worry. You guys stand behind me. Just these little dragons can't break through my big shield. Lu Yong, the Shield Mountain within the team, stepped forward. He was extraordinarily large and strong, with a thick crop of bare hair peeking out from underneath his deep V-coat, giving him an extremely strong sense of security. He looked fatally at the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon that was once again charging at the crowd. With that, he slowly summoned the large shield that was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. Fate Minor Event. Your enemy, Lu Yong, raises his great shield in front of him to meet the charge of the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon. Interesting. The corners of Su Yu's mouth could not suppress the upward movement, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly launched the Destiny modification. Fate Minor Event. Your enemy, Lu Yong, holds his brain in front of his body to meet the charge of the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon. Hiss howl. The Star Ocean Berserkers roared and lifted their wings. The deaths of their fellow clan members made them more and more furious, and they swooped down straight towards the Red Sun squad below. Humph. Little things, taste my big. Ha! Lu Yong was just about to set up his large shield, but his hand suddenly lowered the shield uncontrollably, and then, to everyone's horror, he broke his skull open stiffly and held his brain in front of him. That look was extraordinarily frightening, as if he had taken it upon himself to give his brain to the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon for consumption. Lu Yong, are you crazy? Song Haojia stared with round eyes and an incredulous expression. I can't control myself. Lu Yong opened his mouth with difficulty, and blood continued to seep out of his nose. The fact that there were still some vascular nerves connecting to the brain prevented him from dying on the spot. However, the feeling of being awake towards death is even more desperate. Shit! As he watched the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon get closer and closer, Song Haojia clenched his teeth and was about to go up to save the others. Don't! Chucky pulled him to his feet and shook his head. Lu Yong is already dying. We can't waste his sacrifice. Hurry and run. Chu Chichi finished speaking without waiting for a reply. She directly pulled Song Haojia's arm and turned around to flee. The other few people who saw this how dared to stay longer and follow Chu Chichi to leave. Ah, bastards! Stop right there! Song Haojia was furious and broke away from her, but was pulled tighter by Chu Chichi. Being delayed like this, Lu Yong had been completely engulfed by the Star Ocean Berserker's swarm. He even saw a Starsea Berserker Dragon with half a brain in its mouth. Alas! He had no choice but to turn back and run wildly with the rest of the squad, Roar! However, this group of Star Ocean Mad Dragons had no intention of letting them go. They somehow gave up on continuing to tear Lu Yong apart and quickly lifted up in the air to chase towards the small group of people. I don't know how long. Lu Yong, lying on the ground, bizarrely stood up, all the injuries visible to the naked eye recovery. However, the look of despair on his face did not disappear, and his entire body looked like a lifeless puppet. String puppets 4/12. Would you rather leave your teammates behind than run away? So, where exactly do you want to go? Suyu muttered. He moved his feet and jumped straight down from the 336th floor. A white light flashed, and a pair of holy feathered wings unfolded from his back. Slightly lifting his wings, a strong thrust carried him as he began to speed through the sky. That speed was so fast that it cut a white stream of light in the sky. Not long after, a few silhouettes gradually appeared before Suyu's eyes. How did these beasts get here so fast? Chu Chi-Chi inadvertently turned her head, just in time to see the Star Ocean Berserker dragon that was chasing after her. It seems that these beasts must be dealt with, Song Haojie said in a deep voice. No way, Chu Chi-Chi firmly objected. However, this time, Song Haojie did not listen to Chu Chi-Chi's command. Get out of the way. He pushed Chu Chi-Chi away and said coldly, don't you realize? Something has gone terribly wrong with every single one of your commands. You question me? Chu Chi-Chi froze, and then reacted. No, are you saying that I've been affected by that mysterious person? Song Haojie nodded and took a deep breath. Every decision you've made has led to team attrition. In terms of results. After saying that, he didn't wait for Chu Chi-Chi to respond and pulled out his two-handed sword. I'll follow my command next. Let's finish off these beasts first. Yes, the rest of the people within the team answered at the same time and walked over to Song Haojie's side. Chu Chi-Chi's face was ugly, but she still only obeyed. After all, she wasn't much of a fighter herself. Roar! Seeing that the squad's crowd no longer escaped, the Starsea Berserkers instead somewhat slowed down their flight speed. In terms of true strength, they were certainly no match for the group of human professionals in front of them. But for some reason, these humans keep inexplicably dying in front of them. After a great battle, the number of Starsea Berserkers was already small, only a dozen or so, but now everyone didn't dare to underestimate these monsters that were only level 90 or so. Since we're going to fight, let me add my blessing to yours first. Chu Chi-Chi's hands glowed with holy light. Somehow, she was finally able to use the holy light technique with 100% success now. Don't! Seeing that holy light, Song Haojie's eyelids jumped and he immediately opened his mouth to stop it, but it's still a little late. Swish dash, Chu Chi-Chi's palm fell, and a soft white light enveloped the crowd. Fate minor incident, your enemy, Chu Kiki, uses the holy light blessing to apply a gain status to everyone in the squad. High in the air, a fateful terrain popped up in front of Suyu. Doesn't take long to remember. Suyu slightly shook his head and directly modified it. Ding! Fate minor event, your foe, Chucky, uses holy light blessing to inflict a diminished status on everyone in the squad. In the next moment, the faces of the squad members enveloped in holy light sank in unison. Something's wrong. In the past, after being enchanted by holy light, one's body would feel warm all over, and one's entire attributes would be boosted to a certain extent. However, this time, the holy light blessing spell caused them to feel a bone-chilling chill. Tapping on the attribute panel to take a look. Sure enough, all the attributes had been reduced by about 20%. Stupid. Song Haojie couldn't help but curse. I didn't mean it. Chu Chi-Chi's pretty face was white with panic. Humph. Song Haojie heaved a cold snort, his heart angry. This woman is usually fine, but when it comes to emergencies, she's prone to stupidity. Now it was good. Not only did it drag them down, but it killed 3 of their teammates. You keep an eye on Wang Hailong, and leave Star Ocean Berserker Dragon to us to settle. Song Haojie coldly put down a sentence, then led the rest of the squad to meet the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon and rushed over. Chu Chi-Chi lowered her head, and an emotion called cynicism quietly took root in her heart. Kill! Song Haojie roared and took the lead in charging forward. Today had been suppressed for too long, and he wanted to completely vent the anger in his heart. In the sky, Suyu was hidden in the clouds, clutching the crystal ball in one hand, quietly watching the scene. Fate minor event, your enemy, Song Haojie, attacks quickly with a two-handed greatsword. Looking at this fateful synopsis, the corners of Suyu's mouth rose. Trying to vent your anger? Not a chance. Ding! Destiny mini event, your enemy, Song Haojie, enters the factory quickly with a two-handed greatsword. Next moment. Die for me. Song Haojie's expression was twisted, and the killing intent in his eyes was astonishing. That huge two-handed sword carried a fierce wind and was about to chop a Starsea Berserk dragon into pieces. However, just as that head of the Star Ocean had accepted the fate of being about to die, the large two-handed sword stopped violently between its eyes. Ahaha! Song Haojie desperately exerted himself, but the sword just couldn't cut down. Not only that, he was also uncontrollably moving his legs, speeding towards a direction. IXXX, who are you? Come out and fight if you have the guts. What's the point of hiding in the back? Song Haojie was practically dying of anger, his nostrils on the verge of erupting flames. He didn't know what the man had done to him, and desperately tried to control his body, but it didn't do anything at all. At this moment, even the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon forgot to launch an attack on the rest of the squad and instead looked straight at his distant bearing. In everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Song Haojie cursed and rushed into the not-so-distant Dongjia electronic factory, and started hitting screws with his giant two-handed sword. Holy fuck! Fuck! With red eyes, he hammered sword after sword on the assembly line, his whole being like a madman. An emotion called anger climbs to its peak. That, brother, you don't rush. Slow down, slow down. We are time, not piecework. The staff inside the electronics factory rushed to his side and persuaded him, but Song Haojie still waved his two-handed giant sword like he was crazy. It made them feel inexplicable. Are combat professionals so miserable these days? How could they be reduced to working in a factory? After a few moments, Song Haojie gradually calmed down and he slowly walked out of the electronics factory with his sword in one hand. Only, his eyes were lifeless and his limbs were stiff, living like a puppet on strings. String puppets 5/12. Fuck, fight brothers. Seeing that Song Haojie hadn't returned for a long time, the rest of the people within the group felt a wave of despair. The archer Qin Zheng instantly drew his bow and strung an arrow. Swish! A burst of arrows was fired, instantly blocking the returning Star Ocean Berserker Dragon. When they saw Qin Zheng's move to shoot arrows, the crowd's eyelids first jumped, but when they saw that he was fine, they regained their confidence. Indeed, it's time to put up a fight. Assassin Nie Lei pulled out his dagger, the corner of his mouth grinning an evil smile. At the very least, we have to slaughter these little beasts, right? He tapped the place on his toes, displaying scalp-numbing extreme speed. Watch this, it'll only take me a second to settle this crap. As soon as the words fell, Nie Lei disappeared into place, his figure gradually turning into a black color. Seeing this, the rest of the squad was slightly reassured. Nie Lei had the least presence in the squad, but when he struck, he often played a key role. Fate minor event, your enemy, Nie Lei, has infiltrated the shadows and launched an attack on the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon. Shadow Assassin Pathway? Looking at the Nie Lei who blended into the shadows almost perfectly, Su Yu blinked. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemy Nie Lei has infiltrated the netherworld and launched an attack on the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon. In the next moment, a hint of misfortune rose in Nie Lei's heart. The last part of his body was about to finish shading. However, the change was steep. The scene in front of him instantly became pitch black, and the suffocating aura of death was all around. Where is this place? He was tense, his right hand squeezing the short dagger tightly. Ha! Surprisingly, someone broke through the seal and ran to hell? A dull voice exploded in Nie Lei's ears. Who? He jerked his head around, only to see a scene of unparalleled horror. It was a 1,000-meter-tall monster with a huge bull's head. His body was cast like steel, emitting a metallic luster, especially under the lingering death aura. It was simply like the legendary god of death. Have I come to the underworld? But isn't Anubis, the god of death, a dog's head? Why is this one bull-headed? Without waiting for Nie Lei to think, the bull-headed monster headed toward him, pounced. Damn, why is this guy so strong? Nie Lei gritted his teeth and had to fight back. However, as if it was effortless, the bull-headed monster grabbed him in one hand. Immediately after that, the bull-headed monster opened its mouth to devour it. No! Nie Lei's eyes widened. It was a moment when fear instantly peaked. Ha! How come it's gone again? The bull-headed monster chewed loudly, but didn't taste the slightest bit of meat. It shook its head slightly, thinking only that it was hallucinating from sleeping too long. In the meantime, on the eastern suburb of the wasteland, the crowd only saw Nie Lei's figure instantly disappear and then instantly reappear. However, upon reappearing, he was all dead. After smashing the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon with his corpse for a bit, he fell straight to the ground, lifeless. The weight of that deathly aura was so heavy that even high-level undead creatures couldn't compare to it. String puppets 6/12. Seeing this scene, everyone was silent. You guys try together. That mysterious person's ability doesn't seem to be able to be activated continuously in a short period of time. At this time, Wang Hailong, who was bundled into a dumpling, proposed. The crowd looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Yes, since it's a death either way, let's fight him. In the next moment, the only 5 remaining combat professionals within the group struck out at the same time. Inferno Blast, Great Fireball Technique. Sun Wu's rapid chanting with his fiery red staff in hand. Earth-shaking sacred cows, please listen to my call. Beside him, Lu Chanxian also waved her staff and a summoning formation appeared in front of her. Humph. Gunner Lu Pei Cigar had a cigar in his mouth and pulled out a large sniper from his crotch and prepared to take aim. Archer Zhang Peng, on the other hand, continued to draw his bow and arrow. In the center of the crowd, Embodiment Master Lu Qingyan had her eyes tightly closed, and countless swords and knives were being embodied around her. The five of them looked at each other and nodded, before simultaneously launching an attack on the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon. Roar! The Star Ocean Berserkers didn't chicken out in the face of such a strong attack, and rushed forward with a howl. Boom! Boom boom! However, this time luck did not seem to favor them. After a few muffled sounds, a dozen or so Starsea Berserkers were instantly wiped out. That easy? This result made the crowd extremely surprised. Lu Chanxian's summoned beasts hadn't even gotten out of the formation yet, and the Star Ocean Berserkers were killed off. Could it be that the mysterious man didn't intend to make another move against them? I was right, wasn't I? All you guys have to do is strike at the same time, and that guy can't do anything to you. Wang Hailong smiled smugly, then glanced at Chu Chichi disdainfully and said, still not untie me? Just you guys are still a team of 6th-turn professionals? Not as smart as me, a 4th-turn thief. Upon hearing this, Chu Chichi's already gloomy face became even darker, but she continued to untie the rope as Wang Hailong said, finally regaining his freedom. Wang Hailong was in a great mood, then looked at Chu Chichi and laughed. I don't think that person is as powerful as you guys think at all. If he was really a 7th-turn professional, why would he still need to play with Een? Now the fact that he didn't make a move is even more telling. Wang Hailong held his head high and continued, I think he's just running out of ideas and can't do anything with us now. Hearing his words, the small group of people fell into deep thought. Wang Hailong's words were not unreasonable. Maybe the truth is really what he says it is? Pop pop pop. Just then, a burst of applause came from above the heads of the crowd, followed by an angelic-looking man slowly emerging from the clouds. Tisk Master Wang Cheng's analysis can be described as brilliant to the core. Hearing this sound, Wang Hailong was immediately alert as he jerked his head up to look at the sky. However, he saw that Suyu was hovering in mid-air, gazing at him with cold eyes. Seeing Suyu's face, Wang Hailong's face suddenly changed. Despite the change in body shape and appearance, he recognized him instantly. You're Suyu? A flash of fear flashed under Wang Hailong's eyes and he subconsciously took a few steps back. You know him? Chu Chichi hurriedly looked at Wang Hailong. The other party actually called out Wang Hailong's real name in one breath. That means this mysterious person who was suspected to have attacked them seems to be familiar with Wang Hailong? Of course I recognize. Wang Hailong nodded bitterly. It's because of him that the 10 cities that should have been overthrown ended up being only 9. At those words, the faces of the squad's people changed in unison. You're that Suyu? The one who recognized the Titan bear as his mother? Chu Chichi asked with a frown. Suyu didn't reply and just grinned a wide smile. Chu Chichi's brows were tightly locked, and her face looked extraordinarily grave. Suyu, this person's identity is too special. Not only did he gain the mysterious and unpredictable profession of a fortune teller, but he also coincidentally gained the recognition of a titanic bear. The Daxia hierarchy had mixed feelings about him, with some believing that the fortune teller should be hammered to death and was not to be trusted, while others saw this as a good opportunity to make friends with the Titan bear. A few parties did not argue the point, but ultimately decided to let it go. I didn't realize that this guy had become so strong now. You were the one who was up to no good before, weren't you? Lu Peiga spat out the cigar in his mouth and narrowed his eyes as he pointed his gun at Suyu. Wang Hailong is right, but it's just a young brat who has tossed us around, so why don't you keep hiding? Zheng Peng also took out the 3 arrows at the same time, gazed at Suyu with cold eyes and slowly said, is it because you don't want to hide? For a while, everyone in the squad actually encircled Suyu at some point. The means of a fortune teller is indeed bizarre, but I'm afraid the price to be paid for that kind of means is not small, right? Chu Chichi sneered. Since you took the initiative to come out and send yourself to your death, then we'll accept it. Guys, do it! As the words fell, the 5 members of the squad simultaneously attacked Suyu. Suyu had a Fate Stalker pop up in front of him, but he ignored it. He had just watched the battle for too long, and his hands were a little cold. Boo! Slightly sidestepping to avoid a bullet. Swish! Immediately after, Suyu's hands danced with residual shadows, directly grabbing all the 3 consecutive arrows shot by Zhang Peng in his hands. With a backhand throw, 3 arrows broke through the air, instantly nailing the earth-shaking divine bull that had come out of the summoning formation. Damn, how is he so strong? Sun Wu clenched his teeth, and his mental energy instantly emptied. A huge spiritual pressure spread out. Immediately afterward, intense heat came. The next moment, a small sun slowly rose from the ground. Inferno Blast, super huge fireball. Fate minor event, your enemy Sun Wu summons a super huge fireball to attack you. Kind of. The corner of Suyu's mouth lifted slightly as he looked at the huge ball of fire with interest. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemy Sun Wu summons a supergiant hot pot to attack you. Fate points plus 100. Humph. Where do you think the Red Sun squad got its name? Sun Wu laughed. The word Red Sun in the squad's name was derived from this forbidden technique of his. With this forbidden art, the Red Sun squad had even decimated a 7th-turn professional. Seeing the huge fireball engulfing Suyu, the rest of the people were slightly relieved. However, without waiting for them to take a breath, something happened in a flash that was incomprehensible to the crowd, only to see that the huge fireball suddenly distorted, as if it was being kneaded by a pair of large invisible hands. In the next instant, that huge fireball with a diameter of 50 meters had inexplicably turned into a huge 9-grid hot pot? Thanks for the hospitality. Suyu casually chucked a slice of tripe and said, "Wow." The baby bear sleeping on Suyu's shoulder was also awakened by the aroma and hurriedly ran to the side of the huge hot pot to fish for vegetables with his paws to eat. Seeing this scene, Sun Wu's entire body was bad. The air in the area seemed to freeze. Suyu wiped his mouth and smiled. Not making a move? Then let me do it instead. Instant prison shadow kill. Swish. A black light pierced the eyes, followed by blood splatters. Relying on the support of his powerful spiritual power, he actually ignored the cooldown and launched 5 instantaneous prison shadow killings in a row. Suyu displayed a frightening speed and instantly moved between the 5 people. In just an instant, 5 heads flew out. The 5 people had different expressions on their faces, each carrying emotions such as dismay, shock, and unwillingness. In the next moment, Suyu's fingertips moved slightly, smoothly transforming the 5 people into string puppets. After the previous patting, these people's psychological defenses had been pretty much destroyed long ago. All it takes is a strong stimulus to be successfully transformed. String puppets 11/12. At this point, the number of string puppets is 1 short. Suyu slowly turned his head to look at Chuchichi. At the same time, the 5 people who seemed to have died turned their heads in unison. Not only that, Song Haojie and the others from before had appeared in front of her at some point, glaring at her with those dead eyes. "Ah-ha-ha! Go away! Get away! Stay away!" Chuchichi was so shocked that she sat down on the ground, her entire body trembling madly. Her hair was disheveled and she was mumbling under her breath, so she was actually scared straight out of her mind. Soon, however, her movements became sluggish and her dancing arms began to become mechanical. String puppets 12/12. Seeing this scene, Wang Hailong's face showed horror as he quickly retreated. When did this guy Suyu become so powerful? Even the Red Sun squad was completely annihilated by the other side. Suyu shook his head slightly and made a dive from the air. Wang Hailong only felt a blur before his eyes, and in his fearful gaze, Suyu easily pinched his neck as if he was grabbing a chicken. It was at this moment that it dawned on him. It wasn't that Suyu didn't have the means to unleash that bizarre ability just now. He's just too lazy to tease them anymore. In front of Suyu, the entire 6th-turn professional squad was nothing more than dirt. "Let me go and I'll give you anything you want. Wealth, equipment, even longevity. Even if you want to live forever, I can find a way to fulfill you. I have only one request. Don't kill me." Wang Hailong is shouting madly, trying to change his position. "Lifespan? That's something I happen to have no shortage of yet." Suyu still shook his head and said with a faint smile, "You shouldn't be here begging me. You should be down there begging those who were killed by you." Ka chow. As soon as the words fell, accompanied by a clear and loud bone-breaking sound, Suyu's wrist exerted force and directly twisted Wang Hailong's neck. The body was then flung aside. With this Red Sun squad, he no longer needed Wang Hailong to provide information. Just as he wanted to leave, Suyu's footsteps suddenly stopped again. He looked over at the body and switched his lifer to a large sniper form, adding a shot to the heart location and one to the head. Fate points plus 250. Not a lot of guts. Not a lot of means to save your life. After seeing the destiny points credited to his account, Suyu then nodded in satisfaction. And then, he casually found a large rock to sit down. The 6 stars above Suyu's head descended slowly and quickly merged into his body. The moonlight spread out. 11 string puppets surrounded Suyu, like they were performing a silent drama. Destiny points 40,000. The 4th career awakening is successful. Your level has increased. Current level LV 81. Suyu trembled and felt a constant warm current surging within his body. At the same time, a coolness surrounded the mind. This occupational awakening was not very difficult, but the increase in basic attributes was not small. You gain the Divine Pathway skill, Fatal Flamboyance. You acquire the Mandate Pathway skill, Puppetry. You gain the Divine Pathway skill, Twilight of the Gods. After the awakening was completed, 3 skills appeared in front of Suyu. He tapped the skill descriptions one by one. Fatal Flare LV1. You can expend mental energy to coalesce a light-chasing bullet. Hitting an enemy will deal additional damage and put them in a confined state for 3 seconds. String Puppet LV1. By consuming spiritual energy, you can control dead corpses or living people to fight as puppets. The maximum number of puppets exists at 12, and the puppets can be transformed into Lotus Guile at any time. Twilight of the Gods LV1. Passive skill. Your resistance to divine magic is increased by 15%, and you add 15% true damage when attacking a target carrying divine. Suyu's eyes lit up. The skill of String Puppet he liked. The puppet was not small and could be used in more than just combat. Fatal Wahoo, on the other hand, could solve Suyu's immediate problems. After all, he was about to run out of bullets from his previous purchase. It will undoubtedly save a ton of money if you can coalesce your own bullets in the future. And the chase bullets were obviously much more powerful than the ones he had previously purchased. Look at the Twilight of the Gods. This skill is even stronger. Surprisingly, it was a skill that targeted god-level existences. And, after obtaining the Twilight of the Gods, he felt that the divine aura in his soul was becoming progressively thinner. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before his own soul was completely out of the hands of the goddess of death. Suyu did not hesitate and directly spent 100,000 fate points to fill up Twilight of the Gods. Your skill Twilight of the Gods LV1 is upgraded to max level. Twilight of the Gods Max. Passive skill. You are the Twilight of the Gods, the nightmare of all gods. Your resistance to divine magic is increased by 80%, and you add 115% true damage when attacking a target carrying divine. Buzz. A roar came from Suyu's mind. Never get rid of me. The shrill whine of the goddess of death came, but the sound grew fainter and fainter. Getting rid of you? No, I wouldn't. I'd look forward to the next time we meet. Suyu smiled, and there was a light flickering in his eyes. He saw that above his soul, the 3 chains composed of death divinity had disappeared without a trace. However, the essence of his soul had not changed, and he was still a deceased person. But now if any high-ranking death creatures tried to take him down with that, they might get a big surprise. Right. Suyu hooked his finger and summoned Nyele, the assassin who had infiltrated the netherworld. With that, he inhaled deeply through his nose, drawing that pure death breath into his body. This aura of death was very different in nature from that of the goddess of death, and while not as high in quality, it was much older and thicker. Fateful minor event, your body has been eroded by a high-level death breath, and your physical attributes have begun to permanently diminish. Ding! Minor fateful event, your body suffers from the erosion of a high-level death breath, and your physical attributes begin to permanently increment. Fate points plus 600. Suyu narrowed his eyes and let go of his body and mind, allowing the death aura to erode his body. At the same time, his soul was constantly absorbing the overflowing death aura. A whiff of death that increased both the physical strength and intelligence attributes was a huge profit. A few moments later, the death breath ran out, and Suyu smashed his mouth with intent before looking at the destiny point balance. First, he had spent 40,000 for the 4th turn, plus another 100,000 to enhance Twilight of the Gods, and now he was down to a pitiful triple-digit number of fate points. If it wasn't for the Red Sun Squad providing him with a lot of fate points, Twilight of the Gods wouldn't necessarily have been able to be leveled up. Suyu shook his head slightly and scanned the attribute panel again. Occupation, Thespian. Grade, 81. Strength, 6,818. Physical strength, 6,752. Intelligence, 5,726. Agility, 4,985. Awakening, 4th turning. Skills, Sense of Fate. Savage Growth. Rhythm of Life. Vital Artifacts. All Fall Down Max. Battle Rage Max. Weapons Master Max. Prologue of the End Max. Twilight of the Gods Max. String Puppet LV1. Fatal Flare LV1. Talent, Modification of Fate. Destiny Point, 614. Guild Contribution, 200650. Credits, 349,587. Obviously, he had only just turned 4, but Suyu's full attributes were already approaching those of an ordinary 6-turned professional, which could be described as luxurious to the extreme, especially the hidden spiritual attribute. I'm afraid it's already close to a 7th turn level mage. Suyu looked down at the Wisdom Source Stone. 1 day left until the next doubling of mental power. The credit gap is still more than 100,000 short. Suyu slowly got up, his eyes looking at the string puppets around him. The secrets in these people's bodies were definitely more than 200,000 credits. I'm afraid. Chu Chichi and the others had an incomparably clear consciousness at this moment, and were able to clearly perceive the strong aura bursting out from Suyu's body. He's gotten stronger again. It makes them despair. It seems that there is no way to escape Suyu's control in this life. Tell me your plans, Suyu faintly said. In the next moment, the crowd was relieved as their bodies finally regained control. Song Haojia's eyes were about to spit fire as he immediately shouted angrily, "Tell you? No. No problem." He tried to resist, but after being transformed into a puppet on strings, nothing was left to him. Soon, the expression on Song Haojia's face became numb. All hatred towards Suyu was eliminated through and through, and all that remained was loyalty. Loyalty that left everything behind. We were previously going to bring Wang Hailong along to the secret base in the eastern suburbs for a small blood feast. Blood feast? It was the second time Suyu heard this term from their mouths. What's a blood feast? He continued to press. That was a strength-enhancing ritual. Just by being illuminated by the bloodlight, all attributes as well as lifespan would be boosted. Song Haojia's face carried a hint of mesmerization, as if even the mere memory of it could give him immense pleasure. Enhancement of attributes, or even increase in lifespan? Take me to see. Suyu narrowed his eyes and ordered. Yes, master. Song Haojie and his group immediately nodded and walked ahead to lead the way. Suyu walked a few steps, and suddenly felt like touching his shoulder, feeling that something was missing. When he turned his head, he realized that Baby Bear was actually lying on the side of that huge hot pot, gulping down the hot pot soup base. Stop eating. Suyu rushed over and slapped it on the ass. Hungry Baby Bear turned around with a resigned face and gazed at Suyu with those big eyes. Alright, I'll take you to eat something delicious when we get back. Suyu shook his head helplessly. Upon hearing Suyu's assurance, Baby Bear then climbed down from the copper hot pot with great reluctance. With that, his figure shrunk, and he lay down on Suyu's shoulder again and began to sleep. Suyu's eyes moved slightly and stroked its plush bear head. This guy should be close to his next life metamorphosis. In the meantime, in the purgatory schoolhouse, Principal Qin reclined in his office chair, carefully eyeing a note in front of him. Headmaster, here's your stuff. I'll go ahead. Wang Tang said and pushed open the office door and quickly walked out. Principal Qin raised his eyes and gave him a rather surprised look. Did this prick beat his brains out on the front line? He's willing to be a lapdog for Suyu? This kid is a little too fierce, isn't he? After viewing it for a moment, Principal Qin crushed the note and took a sip of the tea on the table. The Red Sun Squad's strength was definitely not weak, and this professional squad had a record of beheading a 7th-turn swordsman. Moreover, having performed countless combat missions under that old man Li Yanqing, he was extremely experienced in the piece of fighting against professionals. Issuing this task, Qin Tian did not expect Suyu to complete it in a short period of time. It's a ploy to beat the bushes. What he was thinking was that Suyu only needed to hold the Red Sun Squad back so that Li Yanqing's side would take the initiative to reveal the cracks. The 4 great academies had little control over the interior of Daxia, and once they moved, they would be detected. But Suyu, a freshman, was different. However, looking at the situation, it seemed like Suyu could really wipe out the Red Sun Squad. If that's the case, it might be possible to get some more pressure from the Holy Spirit School's side. Principal Qin tapped his fingers on the desktop and muttered. Now, the radical faction, mainly the 4 major academies, had turned their attention into the interior of the Grand Xia, vowing to uproot some of the tumors. The 9 cities in the borderlands were really unjustly lost. They fought and died on the front line, only to come back and find that their own people were discussing how to sell their country? Who the hell can stand that? If it wasn't for Suyu's previous efforts to save the city, I'm afraid that Daxia's losses would have been a bit more disastrous. Those people opened their mouths with some forward-looking decision. A grand scheme developed by experts. Or they catch the results of the truce on the front line. Principal Qin said, fighting to this point, it was supposed to be time for a truce. Why do you still need to sell 9 cities in exchange for a truce? This is clearly someone who is collaborating with the enemy. There's no way some of the conservatives don't know this, but they're either receiving favors or they're just beating their heads against the wall. Alas, after thinking for a moment, Principal Qin sighed. The evidence that the 4 great schools now possessed was not enough to bring down Li Yanqing's lineage now, not even with the addition of the mere words given by Suyu. Unless Suyu's ability was so great that he could make the entire Red Sun Squad turn against him. However, the Red Sun Squad that was Li Yanqing's beloved, each and every professional was raised from childhood, and all of them still had prohibitions in their souls. How easy is it to get information out of them? And the conservative forces are now intertwined and coiled in Daxia, pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. Although Principal Qin was tempted to directly step in and forcefully kill Li Yanqing's lineage, he was afraid that this would result in even more serious consequences. After thinking about it, Principal Qin took out a dagger and pricked his fingertip, writing a note with blood. The fire isn't burning hot enough. You take care of the Red Sun Squad as soon as possible, then light a big fire. And then, Principal Qin sent the note into a drawer and let out a long sigh of relief. Looks like Suyu really made the right move. He rose slowly, a cold light in his eyes. As long as Suyu, the shit-stirring stick, hit the grass hard enough, are you afraid that snake won't reveal its tail? In the meantime, Suyu followed the Red Sun squad and went over a small hill and through a high-level concealment formation before finally arriving in front of a bronze door. Just as he was about to go in, Suyu's figure stalled, and there was a flash of bloodlight in front of him. A white slip of paper suddenly appeared and hovered in front of him. Isn't fire enough? Looking at the words written in blood, the corners of Suyu's mouth gradually rose. Yeah, wait till I give you a big one. He crushed the note and took a step inside the bronze door. The richness of life is overwhelming. The crowd of the Red Sun squad immediately looked shocked and breathed greedily. Suyu, however, frowned and did not have the slightest thought of absorbing these life energies. Even the baby bear on his shoulder had a hard look on his face, like he was having a nightmare. Suyu raised his eyes and looked around. The entirety of this 100-square-foot secret room was made of special metals that could have the effect of shielding mental power. The chamber was simple and clean, with no unnecessary furnishings, and only an altar stood in the center of the chamber. On the altar sits a large cauldron, its body carved with monsters with faces shaped like bats. That rich aura of life was emanating from that large cauldron. Chu Chi-Chi walked towards the cauldron and looked inside with a face full of anticipation, then said with a slight disappointment, Master, the blood banquet is set for tomorrow at night. We still have to wait for one more day. Aha. Suyu observed for a moment before nodding and sitting down to wait. He had already looked at it using life rhyme, and the altar was similar to a teleportation device, and without the time it was just a plain old altar. The rest of the people looked at each other. A flash of blood color flared up in the bottom of their eyes, and they couldn't help but stick their heads into the tripod and lick up those remnants of the blood-colored liquid. Stop! Suyu frowned and stopped them, forcibly tearing them back. Master, you should taste it too. This blood tastes really good. Chu Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed red as she said with an infatuated gaze. Such a dirty thing. You guys think it's good to drink? Suyu glanced at her and said. Chu Chi-Chi froze slightly and shook her head. No, it's not dirty. Isn't this thing just pure life energy? You all think so? Suyu looked at the rest of the people and realized that they had the same opinion. Seeing that Suyu did not say anything, the red light in everyone's eyes flickered once again, and they actually leaned another step towards that big tripod. Suyu frowned and after sensing for a moment, he directly cancelled their control over their bodies. Looks like this stuff also has an extremely potent addictive effect? Suyu shook his head slightly, got up and walked over to that big cauldron. Then, amidst the eager gazes of several people, he kicked the tripod over. A ball of blood plasma remaining inside the tripod suddenly spilled to the ground. Seeing this, a strong regret flashed across the eyes of several people. Humph, take a good look at what you're really drinking down. Suyu snorted coldly, his right hand held in a false grip, and his life weapon transformed into a long sword. The blade cut through the plasma. In an instant, the layer of boundaries encasing the plasma was broken. Boom! In a flash, the entire chamber was filled with the pungent scent of blood and accompanied by deafening screams. It was as if thousands and thousands of people were roaring in agony in their ears. A few people's eyes steepened and instantly came to their senses, their eyes flickering with astonishment. What's going on here? Chichiki was at a loss. Master, what have you done? Suyu sighed softly and then laughed coldly. What has been done? It's just tearing through a layer of disguise. He pointed to the puddle of plasma. At this moment, the blood beads that were still crystal clear and exuding a tantalizing aura had turned into a dark red, unknown object with a strong abyssal aura. Even when looking closely, there were countless faces reflected from it, and they waved their arms, seemingly shouting and begging for help. Vomit! Chu Chi-Chi and the others' bodies regained control again, but at this moment none of them still wanted to go and swallow that plasma, and they all covered their stomachs and ran to the side to vomit. We ate this kind of stuff before? Song Haojie said incredulously. Then what else? Suyu asked rhetorically. Vomit, Li. Uncle Li lied to us. He clearly said that this is the original life liquid extracted from the secret realm monster. Chu Chi-Chi's face was full of pain. Where is this something extracted from a secret monster? Obviously it's a magic potion boiled down from a single human using abyssal blood magic. At those words, Song Haojie and the others all turned as pale as paper. What they had been devouring turned out to be countless of their own kind? So, Li Yanqing is a traitor? He's gone rogue? They, the Red Sun squad, had been listening to him, helping him remove obstacles, and in a sense, aiding and abetting him? For a while, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes became extremely complicated as they looked at Suyu. Under Li Yanqing's brainwashing, they had always believed that the four major academies were all crazy, all stumbling blocks that prevented the Great Summer from moving towards prosperity. The Purgatory School in this case is the lunatic of lunatics. But I didn't realize that they were the villain? Master, kill us. The crowd was in tears. The faith that had been built up over the years collapsed in an instant. Want to die? It's not that simple. Suyu snorted and rejected the proposal of the crowd. He took his cell phone out of his arms and tapped on the video after placing it in the corner. Speak up and give an account of all the ugly things you have done over the years. After saying that, Suyu walked straight out of the bronze gate, not wanting to stay there even for a moment. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. And then they opened their mouths one after another. And you said one thing and I said another, exploding all of Li Yanqing's black materials. After coming to the outside world, Suyu took a deep breath of the fresh mountain air. That scene just now gave him a wave of nausea. But he couldn't leave yet. This is a huge handle and must be documented in full to make it work. Suddenly, Suyu's line of sight snapped towards the distance. His pupils plummeted and his eyes narrowed. With that, a large sniper appeared in his hand. With a flash of golden light, a chaser was shoved into the chamber of his gun. A silhouette appeared in the middle of the cross quasar. The man was heavily armed and wearing a suit of armor, and was charging towards the area at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Suyu jerked the trigger. The massive recoil shook his shoulders raw. After using the chasing light bullet, the power of this shot had more than doubled tenfold. Oh, it seems that the Red Sun squad has indeed been attacked. No wonder they can't be contacted. The armored man's figure stalled slightly. Then he raised his head, revealing two fangs, worthy of being in existence that can defeat the Red Sun squad, actually able to spot Lao Fu. Only, with something like a firearm, you want to defeat Lao Fu? The armored man held his halberd in both hands and ruthlessly chopped towards chasing light. Clang! Sparks erupted, and the sparks stood out in the night. The halberd, however, had not been damaged in the slightest. The armored man violently stormed back 100 steps, his toes dipping on the ground in quick succession. However, after the light-chasing bullet exploded, it transformed into a golden pike that deadlocked him in place. He stared into the distance, horror in his eyes. How can it be? His heart set off monstrous waves. That strike he had just made was enough to split a small mountain into pieces, but he had surprisingly still lost the battle. He was a level 160, peak 7th turn hidden profession, an Earth Knight. Whoever you are, you will surely be buried here tonight, the armored man roared, his body bursting with brown light, removing the imprisoning effect of fatal flamboyance. Immediately afterward, his breathing became heavy, and his entire body exuded a thick aura like that of a mountain. A scowl spread across the armored man's eyes. Earth Charge. Once the skill was turned on, he would constantly draw power from the Earth's veins, and the longer the duration of the charge, the more terrifying the final burst of power would be. Boom! Seeing this scene, Suyu did not hesitate to coalesce a second light-chasing bullet. Golden light exploded and all sorts of negative effects erupted, and eventually a golden pike wrapped around towards the armored man once again. However, this time the golden light failed to have a confining effect again, because, at this moment, the armored man was no longer just himself, but the equivalent of bringing dozens of mountains along with him as he charged. It's useless, dodge or die. Take your pick. The armored man laughed wildly. The only flaw in his earth charge was that it was too slow. It took a long time to build up momentum, and at first it was the speed of a normal person walking. However, he didn't need to run over Suyu at all. All he had to do was crash the secret base. Yes? In the face of the armored man's phallic scheme, Suyu's face did not change as he continued to load and pull the trigger. Boom! A third round blasted out. Golden light exploded. Yet the effect caused by the shot was not even as good as the first two shots. Stupid guy, wait to be run over by me. The armored man crossed his halberd in front of him and charged a few more points faster. This halberd was the very best of the legendary equipment, and it was even mixed with an Earth God's divine spell, Earth Protection. Once he unleashed his divine art, even an 8th turn professional wouldn't be able to help him in the slightest. What's more, the opposite side's attack had only just broken through the limit of the 6th turn, and was considered to be at the entry level amongst the 7th turn professionals. Phew! Looking at the armored man who was getting closer and closer, Suyu took a deep breath and then slowly filled the 4th round of light-chasing bullets. The armored man's level exceeded his by a lot, so the amount needed to force an instant death trigger with fate points was massive. Moreover, because Suyu chose to fire the third shot, it resulted in him now being unable to escape from Earth Charge's attack range anymore. But none of that matters. Boom! As the last bullet was fired, a muffled thunderous sound resounded in the sky, and a cloud of piercing golden aura violently erupted from the muzzle of the gun. Destiny point -20. With this shot, Suyu did not attach 100% instant death, but instead attached a sure hit. At the same time, the originally brilliant earth and yellow light on the armored man's body suddenly became dim. This shot, the armored man's pupils plummeted as he gazed at the bullet in some disbelief. Obviously it's exactly the same as the first 3 rounds, but why did it give him such a strong sense of crisis? No way! The armored man bellowed and his hands snapped. My charge cannot be stopped. Not even by the gods. He clenched his teeth fiercely and chose to activate the divine art in the Earth Pulse Source halberd. In the next second, the divine art earth protection unfolded. Buzz! A thick brown divine power gushed out from the handle of the halberd. Endless brown lines instantly surfaced around the armored man, and a huge barrier rose out of thin air, blocking his side. Looking at the barrier, he only felt a strong sense of security welling up in his heart. The smile at the corner of his mouth had just risen, but he saw that the smile at the corner of Suyu's mouth was just as bright. A hint of displeasure rose from the bottom of his heart. Crap! Boom! The violent collision caused the entire eastern suburbs to tremble. Sublime! Immediately afterward, the earth-colored barrier composed of earth divine power was instantly torn to pieces. The bullet impacted hard on the earth pulse source halberd and exploded. This legendary equipment instantly broke into several petals, and its durability was directly emptied. The armored man's torso flew out backwards and landed heavily on top of the ground, smashing out a human-shaped crater. His face was pale, his mouth slightly open, his eyes round. Put! A mouthful of black and red tainted blood spurted out. He raised his head and looked at Suyu, who was standing on the mountain in horror. How could he have such a powerful attack? A mere 4 shots had pierced through the defense he was so proud of? Moreover, the most crucial thing was that even the earth divine art didn't block that 4th shot. When that bullet saw the power of the divine art, it was almost as if it saw something, and its power unexpectedly increased instead of decreasing. The power of that bullet blowing up was incomparably bizarre and horrifying, and his super high defense couldn't even manage to completely block it, and was directly penetrated. This is simply that legendary true damage that ignores everything. The armored man climbed up with difficulty and gazed at the approaching Suyu in horror. It was the first time his earth charge had been forced from the front. The earth pulse power that had been gathered together slowly overflowed and spread out, causing the entire eastern suburb of the earth to tremble continuously. The armored man glanced at the earth pulse source halberd with a heartbroken expression, and then he took out another legendary great giant sword from his storage pouch. He didn't give up on the offense. In his opinion, Suyu's shot must have been a pressure tactic as well. As an Earth Knight, he would be able to obtain a constant stream of power as long as his feet were on the earth. Therefore, the winner is not yet known. It's a pity. That was my equipment. Suyu looked at the broken legendary halberd and shook his head with slight regret. However, as Suyu approached, the armored man's body trembled visibly. His eyes focused on the bear on Suyu's shoulder. At this moment, Baby Bear has awakened. Using the power of the earth in front of this baby, Baby Bear took a step and jumped off Suyu's shoulder. When it stood on the earth, those earth vein powers that were originally dispersed began to rapidly converge into it. Rumble! The entire land began to tremble violently. If anything, the armored man was using his profession to slowly gather the power of the earth. Then the baby bear is the power of the earth chasing and feeding it, and it won't stop eating. You have a titanic bear? The armored man's voice trembled, and the huge sword in his hand fell to the ground. He could feel that the power of the earth was out of control at the moment. Moreover, the large amount of earth vein source power that he had gathered earlier had all run into that titanic bear. Ola! Baby bear charge! Baby bear whistled up to the sky, and then his body instantly swelled up and ran wildly towards the armored man. This scene stunned Wang Tun, who was far away. It was only after he handed the note to the principal that he took a teleportation array from the academy and arrived here. As a result, the image of Suyu forcibly knocking the Earth Knight away from the Earth charge with a single shot was seen. The Earth Knight guy was not simple. That was a strong person who had once gained the name of the God of War in the School of War. An existence of this level was easily crushed by Suyu? Wang Tang was a bit messy for a while. Is this guy even human? Boo! A loud sound came from the Earth Knight, and the Earth Knight was directly knocked out a long way. Kaching dash. He had broken ribs in his chest. However, there was a bright light in his eyes. This Titan bear wasn't a high level. It just happened to restrain him, so there was no chance. Roar! He roared angrily, forcibly lifting up a stream of chi and killing towards Baby Bear. Bang bang bang. The two kept crashing together. Soon enough, the Earth Knight realized something was wrong. How come this bear is getting stronger with each fight? Titan's Wrath. The Titan Bear's base attributes will gradually increase in battle, up to 300%, with the power of the Earth Pulse, combined with the high attribute bonus from Titan's Wrath. Baby Bear had completely crushed the level 160 Earth Knight in terms of strength at this moment. Boom! Another violent collision. However, this time, the Earth Knight had completely fallen into a disadvantage and was thrown away by Baby Bear's slap. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the Earth Knight was filled with resignation and anger. This battle was too stifling for him. Clearly took the lead and stabilized the win. But the final result was directly reversed by Suyu, and the Earth Knight was still unable to use his full strength. As soon as he had the slightest tendency to gain the upper hand, pins and needles of warning would be sent throughout his body. The man in the distance had been aiming at himself with that creepy big sniper. The bullet that could break the Earth Divine Art was not to be feared by him, but Baby Bear doesn't spoil him. Seeing that the Earth Knight did not take the initiative to attack, Baby Bear lunged towards his opponent with an arrow step. Boom! The loud noise started again. The Earth Knight was knocked away again, more blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His chest caved in and his entire face was twisted together from the pain. Damn! It's only a matter of time before it's over at this rate. The Earth Knight cursed in his mind. Wang Tong, who was on the side, looked shocked, feeling that Suyu didn't even use 10% of his strength to take him down before. The cooperation between this man and Bear was simply seamless. Surprisingly, even a peak 7th turn professional would be teased to death. The Earth Knight's status fell extremely fast, and by the end it was hard to even get up. Suyu wasn't in a hurry either. Observing the other party from afar through the scope, the man was already in a jar, and it would be good to use him to sharpen the claws of the bear before he died. Through this battle, Suyu also gradually clarified his fighting style. The best way to deal with this type of strong enemy is for Baby Bear to take the lead and find a chance to snipe himself. Of course, if someone wants to rush to Suyu's side to play sneak, he will also let the other party know what it looks like after the battle rage stacks up. Roar! As time passed, the Earth Knight grew weaker and weaker, and finally, with a scream, it was smashed down by Baby Bear's fist. Bang bang bang! The Earth Knight was beaten to death. His eyes glazed over as he stared at Baby Bear. How? How is that possible? He actually lost? He was a 7th turn professional, but he actually lost to a bear that was less than 100 levels? Boom! Eventually, Suyu in the distance pulled the trigger, putting him completely out of his misery. Fate points plus 700. After seeing the destiny points credited, Suyu put away his destiny weapon and took a step towards the corpse of the Earth Knight. As he walked, he invested all of this fate point into the string puppet. Destiny points 800. Upgrade your skill. Tapestry, from LV1 to LV4. Puppet on a string LV4. By consuming spiritual energy, you can control dead corpses or living people to fight as puppets. The maximum number of puppets exists 16, and the puppets can be transformed into Lotus Guile at any time. Coming to the corpse of the Earth Knight, Suyu placed his palm above the corpse. With that, the threads of fate quickly stabbed into the interior of the corpse. While the string puppets were being made, Suyu's gaze glanced at the broken Earth Pulse Source halberd. Seeing this, Wang Tang quickly rushed over to bring the Earth Pulse Source halberd that had broken into several pieces to Suyu. Good stuff. Can't afford to waste it. Suyu casually threw these broken pieces into the middle of his life weapon. And then, he asked Wang Tang to take out the Earth Knight's storage bag and throw all the weapons inside into the life weapon in one go as well. This included the two-handed sword and several pieces of legendary grade equipment. As for the other objects in the storage bag, Suyu was planning to bring them back to the academy to exchange them for credits. As the life weapon slowly absorbed the essence of it, a soft pale yellow light radiated out from it. Fate level, 70. Grade of Fate weapon, legendary. Weapon types, swords, knives, axes, spears, bows, shields, halberds, guns, short swords, daggers, sniper rifles, divining crystal balls, two-handed greatswords. Weapon characteristics, indestructible, sharp, bleeding, bludgeoning, stunning, penetrating, defense breaking, magic breaking, perception, camouflage. Weapon skills, instant prison shadow kill, weakness strike, void rope. After absorbing these equipment, Suyu's life weapon was finally promoted to the legendary level. Suyu nodded with satisfaction and put away the life weapon. The fourth chaser bullet was now feared to be more than twice as powerful. Master. Not long after, the Earth Knight on the ground also slowly stood up and knelt on one knee in front of Suyu. Due to being a puppet transformed from a corpse, this guy did not have self-awareness and was much duller than Wang Tong and the others. Suyu nodded slightly and didn't mind. After all, the puppet would soon fulfill his mission. After Baby Bear played for a while, he again fell onto Suyu's shoulder with a sleepy face. Suyu smiled faintly and rubbed its furry head. With that, he brought the two of them inside the secret base in the eastern suburbs. Crossing over the Bronze Gate, Wang Tang also saw the altar and the cauldron. This is the altar of the Abyssal Blood Demon clan? Having only just come down from the front line, he instantly recognized where it came from. The Abyssal Blood Demons will throw their hunted prey into the altar and eat it after transforming it into demon blood. He remembered that this kind of altar usually only appeared in the hinterland of the Abyssal Blood Demon clan, but why was he seeing it now on the outskirts of Kyoto? Aha! Suyu gently nodded and gestured for him to sit down. This kind of thing, why is it here? Wang Tong frowned and couldn't help but ask. Take it and see for yourself. Suyu was too lazy to explain to him. His eyes moved slightly, and his powerful spiritual power directly moved the cell phone on the side to Wang Tang's hand. Such a huge amount of spiritual power. Looking at the hanging cell phone, Wang Tang's eyelids jumped again. Mental power interfering with reality. This was something only a peak 5th turn mage could do, right? He pushed back his shock and clicked on the video. Soon, Wang Tang's face became gloomy. On the screen, Chu Chichi and the others gave a detailed account of the crimes they had committed within Daxia over the last 20 years. This included assassinations of Daxia officials, wealthy merchants, and geniuses from various universities, among others. Not only that, but at the end of the video, they also gave a detailed account together of how Li Yanqing colluded with Advent. Under the matchmaking of the Adventist Church, Li Yanqing continuously betrayed information, causing a large number of human beings to perish. In the end, he even made a big game, causing the 9 cities on the border to fall at the same time. And the deaths of these people have led to the leveling of his career. The packaged demon blood was said by him to be a panacea that could extend his life. One blood feast at a time has seen him rise through the ranks. Wang Tang looked at him with fire in his eyes. Damn it! After taking demonic blood for a long period of time, one is transformed into an abyssal blood demon race. Can one not live a long life? With that, Wang Tang picked up his cell phone and headed out. What do you want? Suyu frowned slightly. Of course I'm giving the evidence to the principal. Wang Tang rightfully said. There are too many people involved in this matter. The water is too deep. This video can only maximize the effect in the hands of the principal. There's no need to rush. Suyu slightly shook his head. Principal Qin has it in their hearts that he has just approached me. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang's footsteps stalled and his lips moved. Really? Of course, Suyu casually responded. Wang Tang paused and didn't say anything. Since the principal already knows about it, I guess he doesn't think this evidence is enough. Suyu brought his cell phone over and looked at the time. It was now late afternoon on the second day. Along with the setting of the sun, a streak of bloody light gradually rose from within the cauldron, reflecting the entire chamber in the color of blood. The blood feast has begun. Within the Blood Demon Clan's altar, a large amount of bright red blood surfaced with the naked eye. These bloods were tantalizingly red and exuded a rich vibrancy. However, Suyu directly picked through the disguise of the boundary within the tripod with a sword. At once, miserable screams resounded in the chamber. Countless figures struggled and roared in that demonic blood. Wang Tang subconsciously took a step back. Even though he already knew the truth about the blood feast in the video, he still had trouble calming down at this moment. A small blood feast consumes the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of people. Those were living people. And even Wang Tang saw a pair of parents desperately protecting a little girl in their arms amidst the demonic blood. Even if they had died, the residual obsession still remained in the demon blood. Chu Chichi and the others were pale and in extreme pain. Was the spirit blood they drank earlier even so sinful in nature? Suyu continued to call the Red Sun Squad and the Earth Knights over and had them narrate the whole thing. Instead, he held up his cell phone to record the truth about the so-called blood feast in its entirety. Human flesh and blood, under the disguise of a boundary, was transformed by the altar into demonic blood, which was subsequently made available for human consumption. The whole process was explained in extreme detail and made for extremely angry viewing. When the blood light gradually dimmed and the cauldron was filled with dark red demonic blood, Suyu turned the video off and walked to the cauldron. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and a trace of spiritual energy was ignited, turning into a radiant flame. The demonic blood within the cauldron was ignited and immediately blazed up, releasing thick black smoke. The fire grew larger and larger, wrapping the entire altar in it. Fate points +5. Fate points +3. Fate points +2. Alerts for the increase in destiny points keep popping up. However, Suyu did not have a smile on his face. When the entire altar was set ablaze, there was still a ghostly blue flame left in midair that had not been extinguished. Suyu silently gazed at the ball of flame, his eyes moving slightly as he seemed to read the message conveyed in it. And then, his fingers moved slightly, and a thread of fate pulsed at his fingertips. Immediately afterward, these essences that had been quenched by the blazing fire were crafted by Suyu into a ghostly blue lotus flower. Suyu took this lotus flower in his hands and watched it for a moment before cutting open Chu Chichi's chest and stuffing this lotus flower inside. And then, he began to take something out of his coat pocket and had the rest of the Red Sun Squad and the Earth Knights swallow a black lotus into their bellies. What do you want to do? Looking at those tiny black lotus flowers, Wang Tang's eyelids jumped wildly. He suddenly had some bad vibes. Jingle bells. Just then, an urgent phone rang inside the Earth Knight. He immediately looked at Suyu. After seeing Suyu nod his head, he didn't hesitate to reach inside his body as soon as he could and took out a small contact device from between his ribs. How are things going? What did the Red Sun Squad encounter over there? Why has no news come in for so long? Li Yanqing's voice came out from the contact. Boss, things have been resolved. The Red Sun Squad ran into an obstacle, but I've set things right. The Earth Knight spoke mechanically, without a trace of emotion in his voice. It's good that it's resolved. Li Yanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Then he continued. What's wrong with your voice? Injured? Yes boss, the enemy this time is very strong, the Earth Knight said after looking at Su Yu. Even you are injured? It seems like the 4 great schools really moved for real this time. Li Yanqing smiled, then asked as if he suddenly remembered something. By the way, how is Wang Hailong now? Boss, Wang Hailong has been dealt with by us. Chu Chichi came over to the contact and said, the enemy this time is too tricky. Rosen even died unexpectedly in the middle of the operation. Well, then you return quickly. Li Yanqing sighed and pretended to be sad. I believe we will be able to get through this. With that, he hung up the call after some more scene-stealing remarks. Humph, that hypocrite. Chu Chichi and the others had a cold smile on their faces. If it was before, they might have been moved by Li Yanqing's words and continued to buy and sell for him. But now, even without Su Yu's control, knowing the truth, they would definitely not believe a single word from Li Yanqing anymore. Okay, now go back to your boss. Su Yu waved his hand and stepped out of the bronze gate. Yes, master, the Earth Knight responded respectfully. After saying that, he took the Red Sun squad in turn to leave together. Along with these 12 people, there were 109 Lotus-Guile Thunderbolts. Moreover, as a puppet on a string, Su Yu could also transform them into Lotus-Guile Thunder as well in an instant. Su Yu looked away from the Earth Knight and muttered, I wonder if this fire is strong enough. Wang Tong, on the other hand, remained frozen in place for a long time. After a long time, he asked in a trembling voice, will this be too radical? This is Kyoto. What are you afraid of? Just now old Qin was disgusted that I made too little noise and asked me to light a fierce fire. Su Yu had an indifferent face. Instead, he blankly glanced at Wang Tong. This is what old Qin himself said. Luckily, this guy was still a veteran of the Purgatory School. Why was he so timid? Really? Wang Tang suddenly felt that his brain was running a little bit. He had previously spent quite a few credits watching some of the videos of Su Yu's participation in the military training, and he also knew how powerful those Lotus bombs really were. This self-detonation squad could blow up an administrative district when they get back. I'm afraid? Don't worry. Old Qin said before that no matter how big the mess is he can cover it. Su Yu patted his shoulder, and then began to quickly walk through the wilderness. Where are you going? Wang Tang scratched his head in confusion as he was being held by him with the threat of fate. Back to school. Of course, Su Yu said without looking back. The task had been done. The contribution value had been collected. And now, of course, it was time to go back to the villa to lie down and watch the big show. Wang Tong opened his mouth and ultimately did not say anything. He smiled a little to himself. I really don't know where I got my confidence from before, that I wanted to steal the soul hooker candidate slot from this demon. This guy is not a soul envoy. It's more like a king of the living hell. As the light of the teleportation array lit up, after a moment of heavenly rotation, Su Yu brought Wang Tang back to the Purgatory School. Su Yu did not have the intention of tying this string puppet to his side and casually instructed him a few sentences before returning to the dormitory. Wang Tang's current strength is not in his eyes, made into a Lotus-Guile Thunder Blast and some pity. It is better to be directly released in the academy to develop on their own. Walking into the villa, the formation on the floor lit up. Experience value plus 900. Experience value plus 900. Every second that passed, a prompt of increased experience value popped up in front of Su Yu's eyes. The increased experience value from lying down and sleeping was almost 10 million, which was even more efficient than going to the trial tower and repeatedly brushing monsters. Su Yu lazily paralyzed on the sofa, resting on Baby Bear, while switching his life weapon to the crystal ball form. As a finger was thrown into the crystal ball, a picture was projected in front of Su Yu's eyes. The violin has been restored, but he doesn't have enough credits at the moment, so he'd better watch a big show first. This little finger was taken from Song Haojie's body, so the picture gradually unfolds with Song Haojie at the center. The Red Sun squad had already broken away from the eastern suburbs and arrived at a small manor within the third ring of Kyoto. The courtyard wall of the small manor was not very high, but it looked very spacious inside from the outside, with only 2 villas and a main building. However, there was a group of people surrounding the entrance of the manor at the moment. Judging from their attire, the group were all mage-type professionals. Li Yanqing was naturally among them. He had a smug grin on his face, as if something had just happened. Gentlemen, you've just been allowed to search the place, and you're not leaving now. Do you want to stay for dinner? Li Yanqing spoke in a conspiratorial tone, and his eyes even rolled up towards the sky. The look was as if he was a victor looking down on the crowd with pride. Fart, I've never seen a brazen person like you. A young man wearing a vestment and gold-rimmed glasses, with a handsome, scholarly look, said angrily, oh, what? You can't find any evidence yourself, and the Holy Spirit School still wants to bend over backwards to beat me. An old man? Li Yanqing sneered while looking at the other party with a provocative gaze. The young man was infuriated enough. Li Yanqing, you are simply too despicable and shameless. Don't think you can escape judgment just because you hide well. Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Li Yanqing snapped his head up and stared at the other party. If you can come up with something practical today, beware that I'll find someone to strip you of your Dharma God program slot tomorrow. The mage youth was speechless for a while. Their search warrant was originally a forgery, in order to see if they could catch Li Yanqing off guard. However, everything about the other side's reaction was dripping. Even a couple of political bigwigs came to back him up on the way to the search. This left the search team clueless. A few of you, please make way. At this time, Song Haojie walked up and said, seeing the arrival of the Red Sun Squad as well as the Earth Knights, the faces of the search group's crowd became even more ugly. What's the situation? Didn't we say that the Red Sun Squad was all stalled? Oh, welcome home. Seeing the Red Sun Squad return, the smile on Li Yanqing's face grew even wider. Song Haojie and the others nodded, their skin smiling. Gu Shun, why do you look so ugly? Upon seeing the Earth Knight, Li Yanqing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His face was frighteningly poor at the moment, and his eyes were extremely cloudy, feeling like he was going to die in the next second. It's fine. I had some insomnia yesterday. Gu Shan responded flatly. Yeah, you've got corpse spots all over you. Li Yanqing was half convinced. It's just a birthmark. Gu Shan shook his head, his tone as bland as ever. Then you go and rest first. The corner of Li Yanqing's mouth twitched. It seemed that the enemy that Red Sun Squad had encountered this time was indeed unusual. Fortunately, he had the foresight to ask for reinforcements from the top in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm really going to fall this time. Afterward, Li Yanqing provocatively swept the search team. Several people. Do you want to search inside again? Humph, a bunch of corpses. At those words, the young mage snorted coldly and turned around to walk out of the manor. With the return of the Red Sun Squad, plus the appearance of a hardened opponent in the form of the Earth Knights, this operation was considered a complete failure. Headmaster, didn't the Purgatory School side say that the Red Sun Squad and the others came to take care of it? How come we're only halfway through the operation and we're back? Walking around the corner, the young mage couldn't resist dialing a phone to pour out his frustration. Red Sun Squad went back. Yes, Principal. Hearing his words, Principal Moonlight on the other end of the phone was also a bit surprised. Alright, you guys go back first. I'll ask Principal Chin. She casually dealt with a few sentences, then hung up the phone and looked at Principal Chin next to her. You're saying that the Red Sun Squad hasn't been resolved? Principal Chin was also extremely surprised at this moment. In his opinion, the kind of situation Suyu was in at that time, he was already winning, and solving the Red Sun Squad was just a matter of time. Yes, but the squad only went back with 11 people, Principal Moonlight said after thinking about it, but over there, it was seen that Gu Shan from the law enforcement department side was also among the Red Sun Squad. Maybe, it was Ancient Mountain who made a move to save the Red Sun Squad, and then they returned together. Listening to Principal Moonlight's speculation, Principal Chin nodded slightly. It is indeed possible. After all, Gu Shan is still one step away from being able to turn 8, so it's understandable that that kid couldn't take it. Principal Chin thought about it and then got up. No, I have to go back and take a look. That guy Suyu failed in his mission. I'm afraid he didn't suffer some kind of blow. He didn't even make any noise after returning to the academy. After saying that, Principal Chin's eyes closed, and his body instantly separated into a bilocation. The doppelganger just appeared and disappeared as a black shadow. Principal Chin sipped his tea, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest as he murmured, let's hope that this kid Suyu's mindset can be leveled out. Victory or defeat is a common thing in the military. When the time comes, he will be given another assignment, and then he can go and compete for the official Soul Hooker qualification. I didn't realize you were quite attached to this student, Principal Moonlight said with some surprise. This kid has huge potential. I expect more from him than just a Soul Hooker. Principal Chin shook his head and laughed. Oh, Principal Moonlight was surprised. Could it be that you're planning to cultivate him into a divine rank? Ha ha, if it really gets to that point, it would be my honor. It's just that he's still too young and I'm worried. Before Principal Chin finished his words, Principal Yuehui suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted. I think there's a big chance. This guy has enough guts, a lot of potential, and there's that old bear backing him up. Let him participate in the next academy competition. At those words, Principal Chin was slightly stunned. Would it be too early? The great competition of the academies was held every 4 years and was one of the few individual type competitions of the 4 great academies. Tournament credits are rewarded handsomely and there are various rare equipment released. It was usually only professionals with 6 turns or more who chose to participate. Mages above the 6th turn already had the means to instantly generate magic, and in terms of individual combat power they were no match for the Purgatory School with its many assassins. Of course, it's just not false. Every time there was an academy competition, It must end up with the Purgatory Academy bagging the top 3. After all, in the piece of individual battle power cultivation, the Purgatory School was specialized. Early, he even has the hooker candidate slot. Which hooker is the one who hasn't won the first place in the college competition? Principal Moonlight smirked. Well, that makes sense. Principal Chin nodded slightly. Just as well. I'll ask the boy now, and report his name directly if I can. After saying that, Principal Chin closed his eyes and shifted his consciousness into the split. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, his doppelganger had already arrived in front of Suyu's villa and knocked on the villa door. Come in. Suyu paralyzed on the sofa, too lazy to get up and open the door, directly using his spiritual power to pull the door open. Old Chin, why are you so free to come to my place? Seeing the visitor, Suyu still didn't look very energetic and remained lazy. Oh, Principal Chin raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. This spiritual power had already reached the level of a 6th turn mage. When he walked inside the villa and saw Suyu, who was paralyzed on the sofa, Principal Chin frowned. Sure enough, is that mission still too difficult? But why is this kid so fragile? Can't he take a hit and get disheveled? Ahem. He didn't care about Suyu's name-calling, coughed lightly and walked next to Suyu. So what? Failure is success, her mom. One mistake now and then is nothing. He wanted to say something to comfort Suyu, but he had never really had this kind of experience in his life. So he spoke out of turn and was speechless himself. You lost your love? Suyu glanced at him and wondered. What crazy words are you kids saying? Principal Chin couldn't hold it in any longer and grabbed Suyu from the sofa while saying bitterly. I mean, you failed your mission, but that's okay, you did well enough as a freshman. Listening to his words, Suyu's frown grew tighter and tighter. What mission failed? When did I say the mission failed? I say, Old Chin, don't you dare try to embezzle my credits. He looked at Principal Chin, his face full of suspicion. This old man must have taken the wrong medicine today. Looking at Suyu's appearance, Principal Chin was also dumbfounded. Was this one too much of a blow? That. He hesitated for a moment and continued. Are you interested in participating in the academy competition? Feel free to forget about that for now and sit down and show you some good con. Suyu didn't bother to talk to him and pressed him onto the sofa. That's not appropriate, is it? Principal Chin's old face flushed. His mouth said no, but his body sat down honestly. Sitting down, he scooted into a comfortable position, drawing 2 tissues from the table in the process. Not to mention, the Titan bear is really comfortable as a cushion. However, at the sight of the familiar scene in front of him, his eyes instantly became grave. This is Li Yanqing's manner? Exactly. Suyu nodded. Hiss. You have a backhand? Principal Chin was slightly stunned, and then he quickly reacted. I saw that the Red Sun squad had returned, and thought that your mission had failed, but I didn't realize that you were trying to escape? Pretty much, but this should be called me putting a long line to catch a big fish. Suyu smiled faintly and signaled Principal Chin to continue reading. On the screen, the Red Sun squad was led by Li Yanqing to shake hands with several old men one after another. These old men had bodyguards behind them, and their aura did not lose to Gushan, the Earth Knight, Chen Xiaotian, the Minister of Law Enforcement in Kyoto, Ma Lifan, the General Secretary of Yannan Province, and Xin He, the Generalissimo of the Northern Military Region. The more Principal Chin looked at him, the colder his eyes became. I didn't expect that these people would actually get involved with Li Yanqing. Principal Chin gritted his teeth and said, the Li family's lineage has really become a climate, and these 3 are the top bigwigs in Dasha's political world. Suyu shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, is that so? Then it is estimated that very soon there will be 3 less top bigwigs in the Dasha political world. What do you mean? Principal Chin froze, puzzled. Does it mean? Snap. Suyu just smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. Principal Chin's heartbeat accelerated slightly. His gaze fixed on the screen as he suddenly had a bad feeling. On the screen, everyone in the Red Sun squad suddenly gave a start, and Gushan also stiffened directly in place. Li Yanqing frowned and turned around to scold. What are you doing? Hurry up and follow. However, those 12 people didn't move at all, only glaring at him with their eyes in death. What's wrong? Minister Li? Chen Xiaotian said unhappily. The other 2 big men also frowned. They had come here today to attend a blood feast, and they didn't want to cause any trouble. Li Yanqing didn't reply. His gaze swept over the 12 men. He suddenly realized that apart from Gushan, the pinkies of the other 11 had all disappeared, and Gushan's face was even darker, covered with large and small corpse spots, looking no different from a dead man. No good. Run. Li Yanqing finally changed color and roared. However, it was already too late. In the next moment, Gushan snapped his head up, revealing a hideous smile. Immediately after that, he slammed his hands into the earth. Rumble. The earth trembled. and 4 walls of earth suddenly rose around the entire manor, blocking the crowd's path of retreat. Li Yanqing was caught off guard, and his entire body flew out and fell on top of the lawn several meters away. He looked up in horror. One could only see the 12 people twisting and turning under the night curtain in a strange dance, and a black lotus continued to fly out of their mouths like blooming flowers, instantly filling the entire arena. It's the lotus bomb. Li Yanqing's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he said in horror, "How could this be? The remaining ashes are obviously no longer in Daxia, but this is clearly the lotus bomb of the thespian. Those 100 or so lotus bombs, the least of which were crafted by a 5th-turn abyssal magician, once they are detonated at the same time, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Could it be the one who just gained the profession of a fortune teller?" Before Li Yanqing could finish his words, he saw that all of the Red Sun squad in Ancient Mountain had actually begun to change strangely as well. The bodies of these 12 people rapidly collapsed, also turning into a single lotus-style thunder in the crowd's horrified gazes. This time the bodyguards behind the 3 bigwigs weren't calm anymore. Gushin was at a similar level to them, and although he hadn't completed the 8th turn, he was similar, and even this guy had been made into a lotus bomb? Seeing the situation, the 3 8th turn professionals were about to escape with their respective bosses. However, how could Suyu give them this opportunity? Rumble. In the next moment, countless colors bloomed before the eyes of the crowd. It is a lotus flower that grows out of filth and muck. Life and death no longer become opposites in this moment. It's unique and beautiful. That fatal attraction held everyone's eyes firmly in place. When this energy came together, it could simply be compared to the forbidden spells of a high-ranked mage. Moreover, in the piece of durability, Suyu's lotus-style thunder was even better. Each lotus flower would drive the rest of the lotuses when it bloomed, causing stacked explosions, and, among them, there was a ghostly blue lotus flower that was extremely special. It was as if it had a spirit. It was going directly towards Li Yanqing. The flame that specialized in destroying souls made Li Yanqing unable to defend himself with all his legendary equipment. "No! I can't die! Protect me! Somebody!" Li Yanqing cried out in despair, but was unable to stop it and was only engulfed by the endless flames. A flash of despair passed through the eyes of those 3 big men, not realizing that this visit was meant to be a renewal of their lives, but it had become the journey of loss of life. The violent explosion made the air boil. Trees and buildings within a 20-kilometer radius were affected, raising a huge mushroom cloud. The ruin lasted a full half-hour before it slowly fell silent. As the smoke and dust cleared, the 3 surviving 8th turn professionals realized that the neighborhood had long been flattened, leaving only a huge pit like an abyss, and the bosses in the hands of the 3 of them ascended together in this explosion. Fate points plus 200, fate points plus 600, fate points plus 500, destiny points plus 790. A firework blossomed, and immediately after that, a prompt of fate points being credited popped up continuously in front of Suyu. This wave earned at least 50,000 fate points, directly and ruthlessly giving him back a mouthful of blood. This caused Suyu's mood to be exceptionally pleasant. "How about it, old Qin? Is this a good show?" Suyu looked sideways at Principal Qin. "Ha, why is your face so ugly? I fucking told you to light a fire. I didn't tell you to blow up a burrow." Looking at the ruins on the screen, Principal Qin heavily rubbed his temples. Although he had wanted to do this for a long time, he understood that it was easy to strike, but solving the aftermath was the difficult problem. Fortunately, the area around Li Yanqing's manor was regarded as forbidden land by him, and only the core people of that lineage lived around it. This is now a once and for all. Uprooted. You don't go out of the academy during this time. Just stay well and prepare for the academy competition in half a month. The last task of becoming a soul hooker is to win first place in the academy competition. After dropping the 2 words, Principal Qin's figure instantly turned into a black shadow and disappeared. "Wait, there's something for you." Suyu's cell phone was only half touched when he saw that old Qin had already lost his shadow. "I've been so successful in my mission, and there's no sign of it?" Suyu helplessly bristled. He was counting on receiving more credits after this perfect finish. Also, none of the evidence gathered earlier had been given to him yet. Strike that. 2. A man of old Qin's strength shouldn't be able to look at this evidence, should he? Looking at Baby Bear, who was already huffing and puffing, Suyu stood up and brought all the equipment that he had fished from the Red Sun squad with him as well. Soon, he stepped into the complex and once again came outside Old Don's weapon store. "Yo, little Su student is here? Quickly please come in." Old Tang was in a good mood at the moment with a flushed face. Helping to build that violin of Suyu's showed signs of loosening any bottlenecks he hadn't made in years. Although that diary wasn't made of any high-end materials, the death divinity in it was very strong and benefited Old Tang greatly. Therefore, even the eyes that looked at Suyu were much softer. However, Suyu was a bit vain at the moment. As soon as he entered, He kept pulling things out of his storage bag, piling up a small mountain in the front room of the weapon store. Old Tang, the credit gap is still more than 100,000 short. Can you see if this equipment is enough? Suyu rubbed his hands together and asked. I should have known better than to leave a piece of legendary equipment unswallowed. Lao Tang froze, then laughed. What is the relationship between our brother and sister? Why do we need to be so clear? He lowered his head and squeezed his eyebrows towards Suyu for a while. As long as you have any good materials to think about in the future, don't go looking for that guy upstairs. Upstairs? Is there a master refiner upstairs? Suyu was puzzled. No. Old Tang realized that he had blurted out his words and hurriedly stopped, while leading Suyu outside the casting room. Hey, come check out this violin of yours. It took me a lot of work. Suyu followed Old Tang's line of sight and his eyes were instantly drawn to the violin lying in the case. This violin was literally transformed after it was restored by Don Sr. The body is as black as ink, and around it is a trace of ghostly blue light that lingers, flowing like a living thing. The body of the instrument is covered with exquisite and mysterious patterns, which appear and disappear like breathing. The bow placed next to it was also extraordinarily delicate. The bow hair made from the dragon horse's ponytail is silky and smooth as a creamy waterfall. Suyu gently stroked the violin and incidentally began to check the attribute panel of this instrument. Eternal Anthem, Epic. Grade, Type, Weapons. Attribute, Intelligence plus 60%. Durability, 1200/1200. Talent, Death Music LV7. While you are in the playing state, all creatures around you will be enveloped in the aura of death, reducing their life value by 1% per second. Catastrophe Chapter LV8. While you are in the playing state, all creatures around you will be enveloped in an aura of doom, reducing your luck by 2 points per second. Skills, Sinking for Eternity. Upon activating the skill, all creatures within range will undergo a mental power determination, and creatures with a mental power lower than yours will fall into eternal slumber. The duration is determined by the total amount of mental power, and the cooldown is 3 hours. Well, Old Tang stared at Suyu with anticipation, waiting for a compliment. Suyu nodded his head and said appreciatively, Good piano. Hearing Suyu's unstinting praise, Old Tang's heart was also happy. Try it. Play a little tune for a change? Old Don suggested. Are you sure? No problem. It's still okay to listen for a minute or two. Old Tang patted his chest with a look of anticipation. At those words, Suyu was slightly stunned. It suddenly occurred to him that he didn't seem to have learned any musical instruments, and had only barely gotten started on the violin and piano in his last life. Still, he nodded and took the violin into his hands. After all, with a weapons master on board, maybe it'll work? Ka! The next moment, a terrifying noise like 10,000 crows hissing at the same time rang out. Forget it. It won't pull a bit. Suyu put the violin down with a burst of teeth. After resting the cheek rest on his neck, all that came to his mind was the 100 ways to slit an enemy's neck with the bow, and how to smash someone's skull with the body of the instrument at the best angle, and so on. Trying to play a fiddle tune gracefully will probably take a lot of practice. And he also needs to pick a place where no one is around when practicing, or else he is afraid that all the people around him will die while he is pulling. Well, you do die with that tune. Listening to that horrible tune, Old Tang almost pouted in one breath. Suyu slightly shook his head and put the violin away. Then he looked at the Qiankuan sword box placed on the side. Sword box, Jade. Grade, 75. Type, Mystery. Attributes, 0. Durability, 2000/2000. Talent, Sturdy LV6. The sword case is made of a special material that is extremely strong and difficult to destroy. Skills, Qiankuan Wuji. After every hour, a sword chi will coalesce inside the sword box, and the attack power of the sword chi is equivalent to the full power strike of a 4th turn swordsman. When you open the sword box, you will release all of your sword energy at once, causing a devastating blow to the enemy, with a maximum of 100 million sword energy stored in the box. Oh, the sword chi attack power has increased to 4 turns? Suyu immediately brightened up. Hey, don't look at whose handiwork it is? Old Tang crossed his arms with a smug look on his face. When he recast the Qiankuan sword box, he happened to be in peak condition, directly pulling this equipment to its full potential. Awesome! Suyu did not mince words and gave him a thumbs up. Afterwards, he directly carried the sword case on his back. Although the grade of this equipment was only emerald, in Suyu's opinion, it was not at all inferior to the Eternal Elegy, an epic grade equipment. Suyu looked towards the wisdom source stone hanging at his waist. Not surprisingly, I'll be able to continue to double my mental strength today. The cooling time of the wisdom source stone had been restored yesterday, but without the Qiankuan sword box in place, Suyu really didn't dare to say that he could suppress the soaring spiritual power. After bidding farewell to Old Tang, Suyu walked straight back to the villa. As soon as he entered, He activated the Wisdom Source Stone. Fate minor event, you gain a Wisdom Source Stone enhancement. Plus 1 point of mental strength. Ding! Minor fateful event, you receive a Wisdom Source Stone enhancement. Plus 1x mental strength. Boom! In an instant, Suyu's mind seemed like it had exploded, and the whole person almost fell to the ground without standing still. Hiss! Strong enough! Without much thought, he hurriedly poured the overflowing spiritual energy into the Qian Kuan sword box. Buzz! In less than 10 seconds, the Qian Kuan sword box had dozens more sword chi. Until a few hours had passed, the number of sword chi stored within the Qian Kuan sword chi had reached over 4,000. Phew! Suyu took a long breath and slowly stood up, slightly closing his eyes. Everything within a kilometer radius was visible. There were so many benefits from the increase in mental strength that he now didn't need to regain his energy through sleep at all, and he was energized at every moment. Knock! 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 At that moment, there was another knock at the door of the villa. Come in. Suyu skillfully maneuvered his spiritual power and opened the villa door. Open the door. I want to pick. Lin Qianshua's hand froze in midair. You've turned 4? She stood in the doorway, her face complicated. It was only then that she asked her family for some resources to level up to 80 and complete the 4th turn. He had just broken through and wanted to come to Suyu's place to get back his revenge, only to find out that he had actually turned 4 as well. Something wrong? Suyu raised his eyebrows. Lin Qianshua's pretty face was suffocatingly red, but the words of challenge could not be uttered. Obviously they were both at the 4th turn. Why was this guy Suyu giving off more and more pressure? She bit her lip and stifled a few words after a few moments. I heard that you also participated in the academy competition? The academy competition? What's that? Suyu froze. You don't know? The principal even reported your name for you. Ha! Lin Qianxue was also a bit dazed. How can he act like he's completely unaware of something so important? It does seem like there is such a thing. After pondering for a long time, Suyu nodded. It seems like he did promise to participate in that What's It Schoolhouse competition. Moreover, it seemed that the last mission of one soul hooker quota was to win the first place in the Academia Grand Competition. Lin Qianxue sighed and walked inside the villa. This time for the Academy competition. Our Daichi has 3 people enrolled. As she spoke, she stopped next to the couch and tried to pet Baby Bear, but still didn't dare to do it. What Qinhui means is that the 3 of us will join forces to survive the first round first, and then we can fight on our own. After all, unlike the situation of freshman military training, the Schoolhouse Grand Competition can face veteran students, not only veteran students of the 3 university schools, but also veteran students of our schoolhouse. Upon hearing this, Suyu frowned. So, Lin Qianxue laughed bitterly. That's why the 3 of us must embrace the group, or else the odds are that we won't even make it to the first round. The academy competition wasn't supposed to be attended by freshmen. Those are all guys with an average of 6 turns or more. Forming a team is exempted. Suyu shook his head. But you can use credits to purchase qualifications to enter the next round from me. Clam? Lin Qianxue instantly froze with a look of looking at a madman. It's good to be confident, but it's not good to be too arrogant. Lin Qianxue said nonchalantly. Believe it or not. 100,000 credits. I'll package you guys to advance to the second round. Suyu shrugged helplessly. He had taken advantage of old Tang a little too much this time, and still wanted to find a chance to make up some more credits back. $100,000. Robbery isn't even as fast as you are, is it? At those words, Lin Qianxue was even more contemptuous. Is this guy so smooth in military training that he really doesn't have any self-awareness at all? Then there's no way to talk about it? Suyu shook his head slightly and made a gesture of sending off his guests. Humph. Is it that I don't want to talk? You're completely talking crazy. Lin Qianxue said angrily. It's already a miracle that we managed to survive the second round together. Who do you think you are? And you still want to toe 2 together? Suyu didn't bother to talk to her anymore. His spiritual energy directly condensed a foot and directly kicked Lin Qianxue out, and then, directly closed the door, leaving Lin Qianxue lying on the ground dumbfounded. How dare he? How dare he? As the eldest miss of the Lin family, this was the second time in her life that she had been treated like this. Well, it was Suyu who did it last time too. This guy, in the future, we must ruthlessly trample him underfoot and ravage him. Lin Qianxue stood up while rubbing her butt. He just wanted to leave, but then he saw Sister Kai walk into Suyu's villa in a flash. How did Sister Kai run into Suyu's villa? Lin Qianshue's eyes narrowed as she sharply smelled an unusual odor. Kai said she was a counselor, but she only saw people when major events were announced. Usually, other people who took the initiative to go looking for it were indifferent. How could they take the initiative to enter Suyu's villa today? Could it be that is having an adulterous affair? Lin Qianxue instantly got up and quietly pressed her ear against the door. It's a dangerous time. You must be careful. It's okay, Sister Kai. The word danger is not in my vocabulary. Ugh, can't get enough of you. Hearing the sounds of conversation vaguely coming from inside, Lin Qianshue's small face swished red. Just then, the door creaked. It was pushed open. Sister Kai directly grabbed Lin Qianshue in with one hand. Don't kill and silence me. I didn't hear anything. Lin Qianshue was shocked and hurriedly cried out. However, after she calmed down, she realized that the scene inside the villa was not what she had imagined. Stand here and listen if you want to. Don't be sneaky. Sister Kai cast a sidelong glance at her, then said to herself, Su Yu, the conservative side has now blown up because of you. Li Yanqing and those 3 political patriarchs died too quickly, which has put all 4 major academies in a passive position now. And the other party has already contacted the prosecutor's office to file an indictment against you for a whopping 28 charges. And if it weren't for Principal Qin's dead bail, you'd probably be arrested and imprisoned by now. At those words, Su Yu frowned. Why arrest me? Aren't the deaths of those scum a way to rid the people of evil? Even if you don't give a reward, you have to turn around and convict me? Alas. Sister Kai sighed. It's not that simple. This kind of thing was doable before, but nowadays, Xia has already gained a firm foothold, and those internal twists and turns are no longer able to be suppressed by force. If professionals are not bound by law, then there is no order in Xia. I don't agree. Su Yu's eyes narrowed and his tone was cold. If the law is useful, why has Li Yanqing's group never been duly punished? If the law is useful, why are some high-ranking guilds wantonly exploiting bottom-tier professionals everywhere? If the law is useful, how did the lives of a total of hundreds of millions of people in the 9 cities of the borderlands get lost? Order? This thing is nothing more than a long whip in the hands of a shepherd. Sister Kai was somewhat dumbfounded by Su Yu's words and was silent. She also understood that although Su Yu's words were somewhat biased, there was really no way to refute them in the matter of Li Yanqing. Listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Qianshue covered her mouth, her face full of incredulity. You're the terrorist who blew up the Sangdong Administrative Special Zone. Kyoto was originally the core of Daxia, and the matter of Su Yu blowing up Li Yanqing's manor had long been a sensation in Daxia on that day. The internet has been extremely vocal about this. Among them, there were many voices of support for Su Yu. However, by some special force, the internet is now full of curses. A terrorist? That's too hard to hear. I just lit a fire. Su Yu looked at Sister Kai and said indifferently, Can you tell me who is trying to judge me? I want to personally ask him where those 28 counts came from. Don't be impulsive. Principal Qin will fix it. Sister Kai held her forehead, feeling a little heartbroken. This student usually looks civilized, but initiated the fire is simply more terrifying than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Su Yu, I support you in this matter, Lin Qianshue exclaimed as she patted her chest. She had heard of Li Yanqing's reputation, and she had seen the death list. The explosion that Su Yu had staged had killed almost all of Daxia's tumors. Half of Daxia's top brass could be clapping right now. It was said that the present-day head honcho had even unintentionally revealed a favorable impression of Su Yu. No matter what, you'd better keep a low profile lately, Sister Kai said slowly. After the end of the academy competition in half a month, this fiasco will probably be over. I don't think so. Su Yu shook his head slightly. Why should I lay low? It's clearly those stinkers who should lay low. Saying that, Su Yu took out his cell phone and played a video in front of the two. Inside the villa, the expressions on the two men's faces sank to the naked eye. Political struggles, cutting out party members, assassinating members of rival parties, and even colluding with the Adventists to make deals with the abyssal blood demon clan. Death is not enough. These people are simply too dead. After the video finished playing, Kai took a deep breath and, this kind of crucial evidence, why didn't you give it to Principal Qin earlier at that time? He didn't give me that chance either. Did he? I thought he didn't need it. Su Yu shrugged helplessly. It's fine. It's not too late now. Sister Kai directly took Su Yu's cell phone over, then added the contact information and made a copy of those videos through and through. And then, without stopping, she rushed out of the gate of the villa, not knowing where she had gone. Give me a copy too, and I'll use the power of the Lin family to vindicate you online. Lin Qianshue also came over and quickly made a copy of the video. Before leaving, she came up to Su Yu and patted his shoulder hard. This time I'm not helping you, but I'm helping justice. Our grudges have to be counted separately, okay? Of course, I still want to taste what the ice crystal phoenix tastes like. Su Yu skimmed his mouth, not caring. Where's the food? Baby Bear's nose twitched and he immediately looked up. Lin Qianshue immediately fled to the villa gate, paused, and threw down a credit card. Before the academy competition, I will definitely gather enough 100,000 credits to give you. With that, she turned and ran. Jokingly, even the 7th turn professionals were planted in Su Yu's hands. This 100,000 000 credits to buy a qualification to enter the second round is really not a loss. And even a little bit of money. Suyu looked at her back and didn't say anything, just silently picked up that credit card and allocated the credits inside to his account. 36,000 in all. Looks like Lin Xinxue will be busy for a while. To think that I'm guilty shows that the tumors within Great Xia are still not clean. Suyu took the life weapon transformed into a crystal ball in his hands and played with it for a moment before he placed it in front of his eyes. His vision penetrated the translucent crystal ball, and a red color was attached to it everywhere he looked. Your level has increased. Current level LV82. After waiting for a few minutes slightly, the rising experience value had just reached the upgrade condition. Suyu walked out of the gate of the villa and walked straight towards the law enforcement building. The last batch of Lotus Guile has been used up and it's time to stock up. Yo, if it isn't old Zero. Hello again. Suyu had just arrived downstairs when he ran into Zero again head-on. I've already said to call it by its full name. 3 black lines surfaced on top of Zero's head, only feeling that his blood pressure was spiking every time he saw Suyu. Haha, it's all the same. Suyu grinned. Right. Is Director Zhao in? I'm here to help with the scientific research again. Scientific research? Zero narrowed his eyes slightly. I'll believe the hell out of you. You bad boy. That batch of abyssal magicians was the one that exploded in the hinterland of Daxia. So old Zhao has been busy these days. Yeah, Suyu froze, his footsteps slowing down a bit. I didn't realize I'd cause trouble for that kind old brother Zhao. Hey, if it isn't elder brother Su, quickly follow me upstairs. At this time, however, Director Zhao quickly stepped downstairs, wrapped his arm around Suyu's shoulders, and led him towards the upper floors. At the same time, he turned his head to give Zero a hard stare. Zero spread his hands in innocence. He was just being honest. The characteristics of that batch of Black Lotus after it exploded were obvious, and the raw materials knew that they were abyssal wizards at a glance. This stuff knows the source when you look it up. However, the other party knew that the law enforcement department of the Purgatory Academy was not to be messed with, and did not stock them, but only some of the scientific research funds allocated to the academy were stuck. Older brother. Ah, I haven't seen you for a few days, but old brother misses you a lot. Director Zhao led Suyu all the way to the 4th floor of the law enforcement department. Suyu looked at the sign hanging on the 4th floor. Frying pan hell. Good man. The law enforcement building has 18 floors, so it's really the 18 layers of hell? Elder brother Zhao, did that incident before trouble you? Before reaching the door, Suyu asked with some hesitation. No such thing. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Those stupid X's don't pay attention to them. Director Zhao shook his head. You go in first. Old brother go get ready. After saying that, he patted Suyu's shoulder and turned to leave. Okay, I'm relieved to have you say that. Suyu pushed the door open. Buzz. As soon as we entered, a heat wave hit us. The room was filled with cauldrons of all sizes, each simmering with an abyssal phantom. These chimeras are not low level and must constantly destroy that chimera power to keep the research going. Therefore, this level of hell is also the most dangerous. Many researchers have been accidentally charmed and have been injured or fallen into the frying pan to be devoured by the chimera. However, Suyu clearly had no qualms about it. Under the gaze of everyone on the 4th floor, Suyu walked straight towards a level 106 phantom demon. And then, as the chimera screamed in fear, he grabbed it and stabbed the thread of destiny into his opponent. Rumble. The law enforcement building once again emitted a huge tremor. Roar. A pale aura swept through the academy, only to be blocked by the boundaries within the academy, eventually transforming into an angry roar. Stop fucking yelling. Yell again and I'll personally go to the abyss and make you shut the fuck up. Suyu pulled out his ears and said impatiently. With the skill Twilight of the Gods, Suyu's speed of defeating that god level will was much faster again. Hiss. He actually did take the abyssal phantom's soul from the abyssal will. It's too strong, isn't it? What kind of ability is this that can crush the abyssal will in terms of quality? T-on. With this kind of ability, won't the entire abyssal demon race be parsed by us soon? The fellows exclaimed. Most of the fellows unconsciously walked to Suyu's side, gazing at the chimera in Suyu's hand with unblinking eyes. Under the manipulation of the threads of fate, the chimera was quickly disassembled, reorganized, and eventually transformed into a purple lotus flower. This purple lotus was emitting an amazing power of seduction all the time, and it actually made these battle-hardened fellows almost unable to hold on to it. After this phantom demon was crafted into the Lotus Guile Thunder by Suyu, that power of charm increased instead of decreasing, and was even more terrifying than in her lifetime. With one purple lotus crafted, Suyu did not waste any time and turned his head towards the second abyssal phantom demon. What a wonderful piece! Suyu's eyes were filled with intoxication and appreciation. He had plenty of time on his hands, and this time he was expected to stay in the law enforcement building for a long time. In the meantime, Kyoto, Inside the Supreme Council chamber, one square table, 6 chairs. The principals of the 4 major academies were seated on one side, and on the other side of them sat 2 imposing old men. Although these 2 old men were old, they were in high spirits and exuded an aura of superiority. One of them was wearing a white robe with a 9-star crest embroidered on his chest. The other person was wearing a black robe with the same 9-star crest on his chest. The 2 men were clearly the vice presidents of the Supreme Council of the Great Summer Kingdom. The authority of the Supreme Council was decentralized, but together their power was in no way weaker than that of the Daxia Prime Minister. Principal Qin, your students should be duly punished for their mistakes. Otherwise, anyone would be qualified to provoke the authority of Daxia. The white-robed old man said indifferently. Principal Qin crossed his arms over his chest, snorted coldly, and shouted angrily, "Mouthfuls are not evidence. Show me the evidence. Otherwise, beware of me suing you for slander." The 2 sides drew swords, but the stalemate went on for hours without much argument. The Supreme Council wanted to try sue you, but President Qin was also notoriously protective and did not budge at all. At those words, the 3 principals around them lowered their heads at the same time. Principal Tsukiyakari desperately covered her mouth to keep from laughing out loud. Old Qin, this hand to the other side of the way to do the same thing is really skillful. Sue you at the time of the crime, but in the schoolhouse. If the old Qin by dead is not his doing, and will sue you protection in the schoolhouse, then the council is afraid that really cannot take him nothing to do. Just like Li Yanqing before him. Aren't you talking about evidence? Show me the evidence now? Oh, don't think there's nothing we can do if you defend him. The black-clothed old man next to the white-clothed old man snorted, then slowly opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Attacking a Kyoto dignitary is a felony, and we have the right to ask the headmaster to have the purgatory school cooperate with the investigation. The white-clothed old man was also quick to help out. That's right, fortune-telling master is the only profession. Only Suyu and Daxia has gained the profession's inheritance. Who else could it be if he didn't do it? So where's the evidence? Principal Qin asked a salty rhetorical question. The evidence is laid out. Or just don't talk about the evidence, and call in the men and women to have a do-over. At those words, the 2 men's faces instantly fell. Who doesn't know that the purgatory school is the strongest? Who the hell can beat you guys? The black-clothed old man frowned and said, although he is only at the 4th turn level, but a fortune teller can't be judged by common sense. And since his skills are the same as those of remnants, we have reason to suspect that there's something wrong with his mental state. That's right, the white-clothed old man continued to add. We demand that Suyu enter Kyoto or send a 7th-turn psychologist to do a psychiatric appraisal for him. At those words, Principal Qin pulled out his ears. So, where's the evidence? Hearing these words, the 2 black and white old men gnashed their teeth for a while. Where are we going to find evidence when you're fucking locking people up in the academy? Right now. The black and white 2 elders only wanted to quickly apprehend Suyu as a way to calm that Supreme Speaker's anger. Although Li Yanqing might have had problems of his own, he couldn't die in such a childish manner. It would be a slap in the face of the Supreme Council. Principal Qin sat up straight, pressed both hands on the desktop, gazed earnestly at the 2 men, and said word for word, "Don't make such tendentious assumptions without proof, or I'll be very angry." In an instant, a mountain-like pressure surged towards the 2 of them. The faces of the 2 council presidents instantly turned ironic. The 2 of them were only at the level of 7 revolutions. Where could they withstand the might of Principal Qin at the extreme peak of 9 revolutions? Oh, however, just as the 2 of them were about to be unable to hold on, Principal Qin's face changed and he withdrew his mighty pressure. He lowered his head, thrusting one hand deep into the shadows beneath him. One of the altars that remained on campus seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. A creepy smile gradually emerged on Principal Qin's face. Oh, you guys don't have any proof, do you? A pink cell phone was then removed from the shadows by him. Excuse me, I have. As the video played on the cell phone, the faces of everyone in the room changed. The corners of Principal Qin's mouth slowly rose. Good boy. Why didn't you bring out this kind of information earlier? I've been stuck here with these 2 idiots for 4 hours. I think Suyu's classmates have done a great job, and I hope the council will drop the charges against him and add additional honors. Principal Moonlight said immediately. Seconded. Seconded. Principal Yi and Principal Lu nodded in favor at the same time. A few people looked at each other, smiles spreading at the corners of their mouths as they breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. With this kind of decisive evidence, not only would Suyu's behavior not be found guilty, but it would be a meritorious deed. I doubt the authenticity of this video. The white-clothed old man's face was ugly as he issued a challenge. We admit our guilt and will immediately drop the charges against Suyu. However, the old man in black next to him pressed his shoulder and shook his head. They all knew the actual situation of Li Yanqing. The guy had committed too heavy a crime. Besides, the person was already dead. There was no need to die with the 4 major academies. Hearing his words, The white-clothed old man also instantly understood, and his body went cold. Colluding with a foreigner is a felony. It's time to be smart. Okay, just do what Elder Black said. With that, he rushed towards the outside. Wait! Principal Chin suddenly called out to the two old men. Both of you, the council slandered my students. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Upon hearing this, the white-clothed old man turned around and forced himself to calm down. Principal Chin, the council has gone through a formal process, and this video is completely capable of proving Suyu's innocence, so I think this matter should come to an end. 5 million battle merit or contribution value. Principal Chin's face was calm as he said indifferently, "You are robbing." The two old men turned pale and shouted angrily, "It's just a robbery. Give or take it, say." Principal Chin said lightly. The black and white elders clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Although Principal Chin hadn't opened his mouth to say a single threatening word, they understood that the man was notorious for holding grudges and protecting his shortcomings. If it were anyone else, they would have walked away without hesitation. However, it would not do to face this head of the Purgatory School. Previously, the strongest people from the Purgatory School were on the front lines, so the conservative sect had a strong bottom line. But now that there has been a 1-month ceasefire at the front, those undercover agents who are best at assassination, infiltration, and spying behind enemy lines have all returned. 5 million Vigilant Guild contribution value, to be transferred to the Purgatory School's public account in 7 days. After ruthlessly putting down a sentence, the two black and white elders left the conference room with quick steps. "Humph, you guys are still young to fight me." Principal Chin coldly grunted in triumph. Principal Chin is mighty and domineering. He looked so handsome just now. Principal Hui smiled and said, "Where? I'm just doing this routinely." So, can the wise and mighty Principal Chin share some of his contribution value to use? You can have the man. You can have the money and get out. Ugh, cheap bastard. I should never have helped you. The two principals bantered for a few moments before walking out of the conference room at the same time. By the way, Suyu has sort of completely severed the connection between the conservatives and the Adventist side this time. I'm afraid that we have to be careful of the Adventists' movements during this period of time, Principal Lu reminded. Humph. Those jumped-up clowns kind of lifted a stone and smashed their own feet. Principal Chin snorted coldly, his eyes filled with fury. Since the pressure on the front line has been suspended, let's clean up the interior next. It's just the right time to take the opportunity of this academy competition, Principal Yi proposed. Could be. At those words, the remaining 3 principals nodded at the same time. After the war on the front line had come to a standstill, I'm afraid that this academy competition was the one with the largest number of participants, and it was time to find some challenging objects for this group of guys to sharpen their teeth. You have realized the advancement of the skill Wanzue Max, Dazzling. When you create Lotus Lightning, it will add a layer of charm, forcing all enemy units within range to fall into a charmed state. Phew! A bright light flashed in Suyu's eyes, gradually stopping his hand movements. After this Lotus Guile Lightning in front of him was made, Suyu put it away and skillfully walked towards the isolation room. He threw out that purple lotus while he himself stood underneath it. The eternal elegy was taken out by Suyu and placed on his neck. At this moment, his senses were fully open, and he was mindfully empathizing with the radiance of that abyssal phantom as it blossomed. Rumble! The purple lotus flower opened piece by piece. Suyu also pressed his fingers on the strings and gently pulled the first syllable. In that instant, the entire space seemed to tremble, and invisible ripples spread, clouding everything around them with a layer of mystery, as if they were in a marvelous realm. Ding! The sound of the piano. A gust of wind brought a mesmerizing aroma, as mellow as a wine that has been cellared for years. Suyu was intoxicated, his body dancing along with that melodious tune. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the piano became more and more urgent, as if a violent hurricane was raging in the room, overturning the alloy wallpaper, lifting up the surrounding sophisticated instruments, and even the linking boundary blockade cracked a few openings. Suyu seemed to have entered a world, his body shuttling between illusion and reality, death, abyss, charm. Everything about this abyssal chimera was condensed into this elegy. Suddenly, the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end, as if a violent hurricane had suddenly disappeared. Suyu slowly opened his eyes, put the eternal elegy away, and bowed slightly to the unoccupied open space, making a curtain call salute. Although there wasn't any audience for this great show, during the first few times, there were still many people who came to observe Suyu's practice. However, as Suyu's proficiency grew, ordinary fellows were mesmerized by the seductive power just by looking at it. It was Zero, a 6th-turn professional, who now didn't dare to say that he could watch the purple lotus bloom in its entirety once. As a result, it was now all Suyu alone singing a one-man show, while Director Zhao and his team were collecting data outside the isolation room. For 5 days in a row, Suyu stayed on the 4th floor of the law enforcement department. However, he didn't spend all of his time making lotus trick lightning. Most of the time, he practiced his fiddle tunes in the isolation room of the law enforcement building. By now, it's finally possible to play a tune that isn't too difficult. Suyu realized that the Eternal Elegy and Lotus Guile Thunder could also complement each other. With the assistance of the violin tune, the Lotus Trick Lightning could at its highest even utilize twice its original power. Moreover, at the moment of the Lotus Bloom, the life reduction as well as the luck reduction from the Eternal Elegy can be multiplied. This was perhaps the special characteristic of epic level equipment, being able to optimize the effect of the equipment by developing it yourself. At this moment, nearly 200 Lotus Guile Lightning had been piled up in Suyu's pocket, and these were the results of the past few days. The power of these Lotus Guile Lightning was enough to easily blow up a 7th turn level lord. Moreover, due to the increase of the Eternal Elegy, even if one met an 8th turn level, there might not be no hope of escaping. Suyu shook his head slightly. The 8th turn is a particular watershed. Professionals of this level seem to have mastered some sort of strange ability. Against this level of opponent, a simple accumulation of numbers is hardly effective. When he had detonated those 120 Lotus Guile mines earlier, the 3 8th turn professionals in the manor had walked out virtually unharmed on their hard shoulders. At this time, Suyu realized that the door of the isolation room was opened and a familiar silhouette approached. Old Chin, what brings you here? Come on, there's no time to explain. Principal Chin entered the door with quick steps, while directly afterward, he stripped off the jacket on Suyu with one hand. Old Chin, what are you doing? Suyu's eyes widened. If you need to find Old Zero, I don't have that kind of fetish. This action caused several people around them to look at the two of them in uncertainty. Neither did I fucking, Zero shouted in no uncertain terms. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me. There's no time. As he spoke, Principal Chin had already pulled him towards the door. Suyu was dragged into a daze. Old Chin, what's going on? Principal Chin flung over a suit and shouted as he ran. Hurry up and put it on. Today, the headmaster is going to personally honor you. Ordination? Suyu froze, and the faces that often appeared on the television set came to his mind. Yes, after your matter was resolved earlier, the higher-ups decided to reward you with 1 million guild contribution values, and then grant you an extraordinary honor and additional action privileges. Principal Chin waved his hand to open a piece of shadowy space and led Suyu inside. That one seemed to admire you, and gave a special account by to honor you personally. $1 million? That good? Looking at Principal Chin's fiery appearance, Suyu was pondering for a while. So you forgot to inform me? Ah ha ha ha. Principal Chin's old face flushed, not answering the question head on. He had indeed been busy with some frontline matters in the meantime, and froze until 10 minutes before the start of the ordination ceremony when he remembered that there was such a thing. The abyssal demons have been a bit restless lately, so you should be careful in general. I'm careful my ass. This is Kyoto. Can they still fight their way in? Suyu had a look of contempt. The way this old guy changed the topic was too raw, right? After spitting out a sentence, Suyu still quickly put that suit on his body. He was still wearing the same freedom wings on the inside, which looked a little odd. However, neither Suyu nor Principal Chin cared about these small details. If it wasn't for the thought of some ceremony, he wouldn't have found this suit he wore when he got married and lent it to Suyu. Soon the shadows faded before the two. A white golden door appeared in front of the duo's eyes. Without hesitation, Principal Chin kicked the door open. Boo! Inside the banquet hall, the original noisy sounds instantly disappeared. All eyes snapped to the door. After seeing the faces of the visitors clearly, the faces of the people were again relieved in unison. Agu, it's broken. My back is going to break. A groan of pain came from the corner. Elder Black was helped up by the crowd, holding his waist and pointing at the duo. Shin Tian, what the hell are you doing? There was still spilled liquor on his clothes, and Principal Chin's kick in the door almost didn't give him the breath to pass. Phew, finally made it. Principal Chin wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and pushed Suyu forward, while he himself hurried back in another fiery hurry. Hey, you're just going to leave me here? Suyu was filled with confusion, using an epic killing move to hurry. This guy is no one else. A stout, country-faced man walked up to Suyu, extended his hand and said, My name is Ningchuan, Minister of Defense. Nice to meet you, Suyu. Suyu extended his hand and politely shook the other party's hand. What a hero! Ningchuan nodded appreciatively, then led Suyu deeper into the banquet hall. At this moment, he seemed to be the center of attention of the entire banquet. Everyone stopped their hands and focused their eyes on Suyu's face. He's the young fortune teller? Looks like a bit of a thing. Obviously arrived in a hurry, but no sign of stage fright in a scene like this. Not bad mentally. As a junior who actually arrived at the venue at a stuck point, Isn't his row a bit big? It's a pity that the uncertainty of the life player's profession is too high, and the cost of pulling it together is too high. A murmur rang out around them. These bigwigs began to comment on Suyu as if no one else was around. Suyu's face did not change, not caring in the slightest about what the people around him thought. However, while passing by a seat, he suddenly felt a strong sense of hostility. Suyu's footsteps stopped instantly, and then, he took a few steps backwards and stopped in front of a middle-aged man with a big belly. If you ask me, this kind of dangerous person shouldn't be released into Kyoto. Letting him die on the front line is the best ending, don't you think so? The obese man held up a glass of wine and whispered to a neighboring lady. His relationship with Li Yanqing was not bad, but it was a pity that the other party had only introduced the wonderful use of that blood feast to him before Suyu directly gave it to him in one fell swoop. Well, you have a point. The corners of Suyu's mouth gradually rose. Yes, it seems that this kind brother also shares my thoughts. I wonder. The obese man turned around with a smile, just in time to meet Suyu's eyes. He was so shocked that he shook and spilled his drink on his delicate suit. Fate minor event, your enemy, Wang Suwei, is frightened. As soon as the fateful synopsis came out, Suyu's face moved slightly. Ding! Fateful little incident, your enemy, Wang Suwei, is in shock. This word is not allowed to be written. Fate points plus 500. Suyu smiled and picked up a handkerchief from the table and handed it out. I'm sorry for the shock. That's okay. Wang Suwei barely managed to squeeze a smile out of his face and took the paper towel to wipe the alcohol from his clothes. Somehow, he suddenly felt some pain in the small of his back. Suyu, is everything okay? Ning Chuan's concerned voice came from his side. It's fine. Suyu shook his head and turned around to continue walking forward. However, as Suyu walked away, Wang Suwei's expression became more and more painful. He looked at his ever-bulging stomach and a look of horror appeared on his face. The sharp pain in his belly caused him to feel panic and he could not help but question towards Suyu's back. What have you done to me? However, Suyu did not have the slightest intention of stopping and walked further and further away. What happened? Did he take a shot at you? The people next to him gathered around, their faces staring at Wang Suwei lying on the ground. I don't know, but it must have been him, or else how did I suddenly become like this? Wang Suwei's face was covered in sweat as he resentfully glanced towards Suyu's position. Good brat, how dare you make a move on me in a place like this? You're dead. The crowd looked at each other and did not act rashly. After all, even if Suyu was more lawless, he couldn't possibly do it in front of so many people, right? This time, there wasn't that protective principle to bail him out. Moreover, there were quite a few high-ranking professionals present, but none of them had noticed the slightest abnormality. Suyu had only just turned 4. How could he possibly conceal himself from a group of bigwigs who had turned 7 or more? A 7th turn healer stepped forward and placed his hand on Wang Suwei's arm. After a long moment of silence, she said with a complicated face, Director Wang, it seems like there's an extra alien life in your abdominal cavity. What did you say? Wang Suwei had a horrified look on his face, and then, he fiercely looked at Suyu's position. Asshole! Wang Suwei roared and slammed his fist on the floor. Put! With a muffled grunt, the floor tiles shattered. His face was full of scorn. This was just a strange shame. He'd somehow managed to get an extra alien life? The surrounding people had a silent look on their faces as they moved away and secretly swore in their hearts that they must not get too close to this guy Suyu. This is fucking horrible. Is this kid's ability to make anyone dizzy by staring at them? However, some of the beautiful young women were looking at Suyu's back for a while. Those 2 words won't let you write. Woo-hoo-hoo. Listening to the commotion coming from the rear, the corner of Suyu's mouth curled up slightly. Soon, under Ning Chuan's leadership, Suyu walked up the steps and met the 3 figures located on the high platform. Located in the center was Zhoujin, the head of Daxia. He was dressed in a Chinese mountain suit, with graying temples and a calm demeanor. A smile appeared on his face when he saw Suyu walking towards him. On either side of Zhoujin sat State Master Nya Yuanji and Temple Bishop Xiaoyan. These 2 people, one wearing a Taoist robe and the other a white Dharma robe, looked a bit strange. You're Suyu? Xiaoyan glanced at Suyu and asked softly. Nice. Suyu nodded his head and replied without being humble. Xiaoyan reached out and handed out a 4-leaf clover. Goddess of Fortune is favoring you. Are you interested in joining the temple? Clover, legendary. Type, disposable consumables. Introduction, increase 10 lucky points after use. The temple? Suyu did not act rashly, but asked suspiciously. The other party took out the 4-leaf clover, obviously wanting to pull himself together, but it was impossible to say what exactly was going on. I'm too shabby for such a little thing as a gift. And you're trying to buy him off with this? Nya Ziyuan took the 4-leaf clover captive from Xiaoyan's hand, and then shoved it directly into Suyu's hand. Kid, your temper is to my liking. Report my name if you're hunted down in the future. Nya Ziyuan said in a gangly manner. Well, I'll be sure to when I get a chance. Suyu nodded and gave him a somewhat odd look. This national master is said to be a Taoist priest profession. Just sat down in a fairy style. I did not expect to speak simply like a gangster godfather. Hey, what do you think I read that shitty Taoist scripture for? It's just to suppress this violent temper. Nya Ziyuan wrapped Suyu in his arms. I'm telling you, you still let Li Yanqing, that kind of rotten person, die too painfully. You should torture a good meal first. Then, ahem. Seeing that Nya Ziyuan was getting more and more outrageous, the head seat Zhojin lightly coughed twice. Since the protagonists have arrived, I hereby announce that this honoring ceremony officially begins. As Zhojin's words landed, all the lights in the entire hall went out, leaving only a beam of white light falling from the sky to hit Suyu on the stage. Suyu turned around and openly faced everyone's gaze. Buzz. The cameras started up at the same time and relayed the image. Tonight, on behalf of Daxia, I'm going to make a commendation to you. First up, the special honoree, Suyu. Within Kyoto, he purged Li Yanqing, Chen Xiaotian, and other renegades from the human race totaling 3,783, and promptly exposed the conspiracy of the Abyssal Blood Demon clan. Upon hearing Zhojin's words, the room immediately erupted in applause, and cheers were heard throughout Kyoto. It's so awesome. You're only a freshman and you've created this kind of scene. You're going to be in heaven in the future, right? I declare that this guy will be my idol from now on. Good killing. Li Yanqing's kind of tumor should be killed. Born as a Daxia man, how dare he collude with foreigners? It's simply an unforgivable crime. Ha ha ha, I knew that this kid would be fine. And it's true, isn't it? Seeing Suyu in front of the camera, many people's faces were filled with awe and a strong sense of security. The effect of this kind of genius on the morale of the entire Daxia was unimaginable. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. On the high platform, Suyu did not have the slightest bit of excitement or nervousness surfacing on his face. His gaze wandered over all the people below, keenly locking onto a few hostile eyes and noting their looks. Anyone who dares to show active hostility at this point in the game is a tumor without a doubt. Zhojin walked forward and wore a medal with a yellowish glow on Suyu's chest. Unlike that shabby gold-plated medal from Qingcheng, this one was a solid legendary grade equipment. Pick it up again. Zhojin patted Suyu's shoulder encouragingly. Thank you, Chief. Suyu sincerely thanked him and then walked off the high platform. Immediately after that, a silhouette crossed over Suyu and walked up. Suyu frowned slightly. The smell of blood on that person was extremely heavy and mixed with a strong scent of the abyss. Special honoree, Tao Xinjue. He killed countless enemies in the northern battlefield and killed the 9 revolutions Abyssal Inferno Demon Lord alone behind enemy lines, making an unparalleled battle feat. After Zhojin finished speaking, he wore a blood-colored medal on Tao Xinjue's chest, so it's down from the front. No wonder. Suyu drifted off. There was a truce on the front line, which should have been just about the right time to settle the war effort and have it honored. Thinking of this, Suyu then looked deeply at this ruthless man. To be able to sneak behind enemy lines alone and come back alive after decapitating the 9 revolutions Inferno Demon Lord. This skill was truly impressive. Tao Xinjue's face was equally calm, and after coming down, he didn't even look at Suyu for more than a glance before directly leaving through the back door. Suyu was also too lazy to stay here for much longer, but he didn't use the back door, but instead, he hard pushed his way through the pile of people in front. Suyu threw away the business card that was stuffed in his pocket with a calm face, and then wiped the lipstick marks on his face. Which fucking 8th turn professional is still doing a sneak attack while I'm not paying attention? With that, Suyu put away the 3 buttons that came along and quickly walked out of the banquet hall. Mr. Su, this is the car Minister Ning arranged for you, coming to the outside world. A butler-like person stopped Suyu and respectfully said, "Thank Minister Ning for me." Suyu nodded, and in his heart, he felt a little more favorable towards this Minister of Defense. Soon, the car sped him all the way towards the teleportation point leading to the academy. However, just as he was about to arrive at the teleportation point, Suyu suddenly thought of something and called off the driver. "Just drop me off at the Night's Watch Guild." "Okay, Mr. Su." The driver immediately turned around and returned, sending Suyu to the vigilante headquarters. "Thanks." Suyu smiled and waved his hand at the driver, after which he raised his feet and walked towards the guild. 1 million contribution value is not a small amount. It just so happened that he came to Kyoto, and incidentally received the contribution value in his hand. He was at ease. As Suyu stepped into the Vigilant Guild, a prompt quickly surfaced before his eyes. "You've gained 1,000,000 guild contribution value. Your guild privileges have been upgraded. Current permission level is LV7. Immediately after that, the entire Night's Watch Guild began to tremble. A great sun rose slowly from the top of the guild, and then, the deafening sound of a guild announcement followed. Guild announcement, congratulations Dad. Congratulates the player for unlocking level 7 access and becoming a level 1 daywalker. Guild announcement, congratulations to the player for setting a new record for the fastest promotion and earning 50,000 contribution values. At once, the entire Night's Watch Guild exploded. Crap, surprisingly, another daywalker god has emerged, and this one actually directly set a new record for promotion speed. This is too much scrolling, isn't it? I'm afraid it's not that you've been doing quests in addition to eating and sleeping? Just outrageous. And, did the guild announcement just call in Dad? Inside the guild hall, all the guild members were talking. However, Suyu was a bit surprised. How did my codename get changed? In the next moment, his eyes flashed and his figure was suddenly instantly transported to the top floor of the guild building. I'm warning you, kid, don't mess with this code name again. A man with a center-parted haircut said with a wary look on his face. He directly crossed over 1,000 contribution value to Suyu. If you don't like the current moniker, make another one yourself. But don't get any of those oddball monikers. While saying that, he pulled all the code names like Grandpa, Grandpa, Great Uncle into the blocking vocabulary, completely eliminating anyone from messing up like Suyu again. It's you boys who bring up the crookedness. Every day for the past half month, the guild has been congratulating dozens of dads, hundreds of grandpas and grandpas, and dozens of moms and grandmas, you know. Line it. Suyu skimmed his mouth and thought about it, but in the end, he didn't bother to change any more codenames, and just let it be. After all, he was rarely active in the guild. Being able to change my codename. Are you the president of the Night's Watch Guild? No, I'm just a small counselor with some authority, not even a vice president. The counselor smiled to himself, his expression easing a little. This little ancestor is finally subsiding. By the way, I heard that you were responsible for the bombing in Sangdong district? The counselor looked at Suyu and asked with interest. Suyu raised his eyebrows. What? Nothing, just asking. I have some bounty quests here. Are you interested in taking them? Saying that, the counselor narrowed his eyes slightly to survey Suyu. This fortune teller didn't seem to be as dangerous as the previous Suyu, but the style of acting was still as reckless as ever. Both were the type that looked civilized, but had a terrible undercurrent in their calm. Upon hearing this, Suyu, however, shook his head with a smile and said in a relaxed tone, I don't have much interest right now. He hadn't even bothered to do the quests he had received at the academy earlier. So where was he going to find the time to care about anything else? Are you sure? The rewards for that kind of quest are very generous, the counselor seduced in a mysterious manner. However, what responded to him was Suyu's waveless face. TCH, what a catch. The counselor sighed, and then, as if he had thought of something, took a few papers out of a drawer and opened them. Du Xinghe, one of the 12 directors of the Advent Society, an 8th rotation psychic master, with a reward of 1.5 million contribution value, and one of his strings attached after collecting the quest. Yang Kai, 8-turn gravity operator, former director of Kyoto's security department, created over 700 cases of injustice and falsehood during his time in office, including but not limited to subjugation. The Great Memory Recovery Technique, rewarded 800,000 contribution value, and a drop of his blood is attached to the collection of the mission. Park Jinsan, the bloodline of a once destroyed island nation, plotting to change the Daxia laws with the intent to conspire against the state. A 7th-turned military master, with a reward of 900,000 contribution value. After reading out a few documents, he raised his head with a smile to look at Suyu. Sure enough, Suyu revealed an interested expression. You know I have remote tracking means? Suyu gazed straight at the counselor and said indifferently. The counselor laughed. The Sangdong district bombing case has long been studied countless times. Your maneuver was at a high level and left no evidence behind. But I would advise you to use less of this maneuver against those people in the future. Yes? Suyu nodded thoughtfully and took the document from the counselor's hands and read it carefully, already having a number in his mind. Seeing this, the counselor continued. These bounty missions are taken by more than one person, but they are very difficult. So if you complete them, just take the vouchers and find me directly to collect the rewards. After saying that, he took out more than 800 documents from the drawer and piled them directly into a small mountain. Here, these are for you. Take less? Suyu's eyelids jumped and his body stiffened a little. Ha ha, that's intimidating? The counselor smiled somewhat smugly. Why do I feel like you're proud? Suyu frowned. Of course, Daxia is a vast land with countless professionals. Do you know how many murders occur in this land every day? The counselor said excitedly. How much? An average of 73 per day, up to 30,000 per year. And, with all the strange abilities of the professionals, many unsolved cases wait too long to be solved at all. The counselor narrowed his eyes and looked at Suyu. Put yourself in your shoes. If you started to carry out indiscriminate crimes, with your ability, how many people would you need to kill before being discovered? Suyu was silent. The counselor is right. Professionals have different abilities, and it is difficult to find the murderer by ordinary means. Not to mention, there were also various secret realms that existed within the Great Summer. So it does look as if those 800 or so files don't seem like too much? So you're beating a dead horse? It's all old and unresolved anyway, isn't it? Hey, isn't this a matter of trusting your abilities? You're a fortune teller. You can even tease fate. And you still can't control these people's destiny? The counselor sent a horse's ass without a trace. Okay, I get it. After pondering for a moment, Suyu stuffed all these documents into his storage bag. Since the Great Summer Law cannot judge these people, let me do it. After exchanging contact information with the counselor, Suyu quickly walked to the teleportation point and returned to the academy. Experience value plus 900. Experience value plus 900. Experience value plus 900. Returning to the villa, he dedicated a room and threw the 800 or so documents in with a brain. The corners of Suyu's mouth rose slightly. Staying at home and enjoying high experience values while brushing up on fate points through fate modification seems like a good idea? Occupation, thespian. Grade, 82. Power, 7,649. Physical strength, 6248. Intelligence, 6,457. Agility, 5,564. Awakening, fourth turning. Skills, sense of fate. Savage growth. Rhythm of life. Vital artifacts. All fall down max. Battle rage max. Weapons master max. Final prologue max. Twilight of the gods max. String puppet LV4. Deadly flamboyance LV1. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny point, 66497. Guild contribution, 100,1000. Credits, 35,000. After becoming a daywalker, the guild's full attribute bonus was increased by another 10% again. This caused Suyu's strength attribute to be simply exaggeratedly high. Having already surpassed a 6th turn warrior and not far from the 7th turn level, Suyu thought about it and didn't rush to complete the bounty quest, but first took out the 4 buttons that he had previously collected in the banquet hall. There are some filthy souls he can't wait to take. The destiny weapon emerged in his hand and took the form of a crystal ball. He picked up a button and threw it in. In the next moment, the void sorcery was unleashed. A picture gradually unfolded before Suyu's eyes. This time the main character is that unexpectedly pregnant Wang Suwei. At the moment, he was in a secluded private clinic. What fucking bad luck! Wang Suwei took off his suit jacket and hung it on the coat rack. Cursing, he hadn't noticed, however, that a button was missing from the wine-stained jacket. Dr. Tong, get started when you're ready. With that, he quickly rolled over and climbed onto the operating table. The light reflected Dr. Tong's unmistakable face. In all her time as an OBGYN, it was the first time she had ever performed an abortion on a man. This one was a big deal, and this one was also a high-ranking official in Kyoto, so she had to keep her cool, or else things could easily go wrong. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. Don't worry, Director Wang. It's just a minor surgery. No problem. Immediately following, she pushed a high-grade anesthetic agent into Wang Suwei. A professional's body is so powerful that only this well-blended, high-grade potion can have an anesthetic effect. And then, Dr. Tong slightly built up his strength and his hands glowed green. As a 6th turn obstetrician and gynecologist, she had perfected this alien life removal technique. Well, please, Wang Suwei nodded, his eyelids becoming heavy. However, his heart was beating faster and faster, and he had a vague feeling of uneasiness. Whatever, Dr. Tong is experienced. He should be fine, right? Fate minor event, your enemy, Wang Suwei, has been subjected to an alien life removal spell. As Dr. Tong stabbed his hand straight into Wang Suwei's body, a fateful stalk appeared in front of Suyu's eyes. 8th shift today. Thanks for all the gifts. 2 chapters are still owed. Ding. Fate minor event, your enemy, Wang Suwei, has been subjected to a living life removal spell. Fate points plus 200. Fate points plus 500. In the next moment, the color of the green light glowing in Dr. Tong's hand suddenly flushed red. She didn't seem to notice it herself, though. Phew. Looking at the separated embryo, she breathed a small sigh of relief. Director Wang, get up. The surgery was a success, she said. However, the words fell, but there was a delayed response. Pop. Dr. Tong raised his eyebrows and slapped Wang Suwei in the face. Director Wang? She called out again, but there was still no answer. She then reached out her hand to probe Wang Suwei's pulse. Ha! The coldness that touched her fingers made her cry out in shock. How could it be? How could a fifth-turn professional die from such a minor surgery? Dr. Tong's face was full of incredulity. Eventually, she informed the family outside the operating room of the sad news. Several family members looked at each other and decided to keep this under wraps. After all, it's a great shame for a grown man to get an abortion and end up dying on the operating table. And the bottom line is that he died in such a hurry that much of the evidence involving the big boys was too late to be destroyed. So, they booked a crematorium for Wang Suwei on the same day, and even prepared the urn in advance. On the other hand, with Wang Suwei's death, the image in front of Su Yu's eyes gradually disappeared, but he didn't stop for a second and threw another button into the crystal ball. The scene on the screen caused Su Yu to frown. Only a beautiful woman in a cool dress was swimming gracefully by the pool. Across from her, a well-built, fair-skinned, good-looking man was holding a tall glass and staring unseeingly at the beautiful woman's buttocks. A fully transformed abyssal blood demon by drinking demon blood? Su Yu's mind moved. The man in the picture had clearly been one step faster than Li Yanqing, almost completely transforming himself into an abyssal blood demon. That woman wasn't much worse, and the human bloodline in her body was afraid that it was already very thin. These two were brilliant at masking their breath. If it wasn't for Su Yu's understanding of the abyssal demon race's body, plus the fact that they weren't wearing much right now, he was afraid that it would be hard for him to detect it. Wow! By this time, the woman had risen from the pool, drying herself with a towel and walking with shapely steps towards the handsome man. When the frontline fighting continues, we'll take advantage of the chaos to rebel against Daxia, the woman whispered into the man's ear. How can you call it defection? It's clearly desertion. The two smiled at each other and quickly became entangled. Yes, the abyss that is such a wonderful place. Even the air is full of the fragrance of freedom. By the way, do you think that fortune teller could be pulled off today? The woman suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, the handsome man shook his head slightly. Find a chance to get rid of him. Since he laid his hands on Li Yanqing, he has already made his position known. Okay. The woman smiled flirtatiously before picking up the wine glass on the small table and lightly clinking it with the other woman. Fate minor event, your enemies Ho Manhwa and Dingji drink abyssal demon blood. Seeing this fateful synopsis, Su Yu pondered for a moment. It wasn't until those two handed their wine glasses to their mouths that Su Yu began the fate modification. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemies Ho Manhwa and Dingji drink the blood of the abyssal god. Fate points plus 2000. The moment you finish the liquid in your glass, both of their expressions changed dramatically at the same time. What's going on? This power. Dingji's eyes widened as a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Ho Manhwa was even directly paralyzed on the ground, and his entire body was rapidly festering. This isn't demonic blood. The two growled in agony. How did my 2 drops of blood come to be here? With a puzzled whisper. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the two actually exploded at the same time. Drinking low-purity demonic blood could have the effect of flushing out the blood veins, but once the purity was too high, it would have a horrifyingly destructive effect on the human body. And the abyssal god blood, that's something that only a 9th-turn abyssal lord would dare to shallowly taste a drop of. Unfortunately, it seems that there is no chance to meet that abyssal divine blood. Su Yu shook his head slightly. The image in front of him quickly disappeared. However, in that instant, he saw a corner of Nie Ziyuan's Dao robe. Judging from the expression on his side face, the appearance of abyssal divine blood in Kyoto shouldn't be a big deal. Instead, there may be unexpected benefits. On the other side, Nie Ziyuan's face was extremely complicated. He gazed closely at the 2 blood-colored deep pits below, and the 2 drops muttered under his breath. The abyssal demons really aren't picky eaters. Do these 2 little mongrels need to put in so much blood? Surprisingly, they took out the blood of the abyssal demon god. His grandma, aren't you giving it away for nothing? Immediately afterward, he strangled and cast a spell, chanting the Taoist text under his breath. I look up to the great sage of Xian Tian, the northern nonce to spirit god. Jin Keijin Zun should be transformed into a body. The supreme general's name is Jin Wu. 10,000 talismans were flung out by him with one hand. Immediately, the duster in his hand was casually waved. In an instant, the talismans formed an 8 trigrams formation around them. Above the dome of the sky, the shadow of a true martial emperor steeply emerged. The majestic power of suppression descended, suppressing the abyssal demon god's will to death. Human, how dare you strike at me? In this instant, the abyssal demon god will in those 2 drops of blood was not calm. Although he was a bit bewildered and didn't know why he appeared here, the pressure coming from that upper air was real. It's like to lose these 2 drops of blood, but I'm afraid that the human race will take these 2 drops of blood and do something with them. You know, not long ago there were many souls that were forced out of the abyssal will. Humph, do you really think that unequal treaty at the front line was just signed? Nie Ziyuan snorted coldly, a cold smile spreading at the corners of his mouth. the armistice regulations on the front line were extremely biased in favor of the abyssal demons. One thing, though, is that they can't actively start a war within a month. Otherwise, the power of the contract would have directly weakened the invader by 99%, and the abyssal demons would have had to pay a sizable payout. If they don't pay out, then the power of the covenant will teach them to behave personally. Damn, who the hell put my blood into the bodies of these two lowly humanoids? This abyssal demon god obviously noticed this as well. His blood propped up the two unlucky ones, and as such, was also penalized by the truce pact as a violation of the treaty. In the sky, a vast greatness was slowly emerging. The power of the contract was a direct link to the will of the world, and once it was voluntarily signed, then no one could violate it. Not even God. Do not let me learn who it was that counted on me. The abyssal demon god will roar in anger. It's a big loss this time. It's a blood loss. When the contract was made they never even thought they would actively violate it. So that compensation, it hurts. Those 2 drops of blood from the abyssal demon god desperately fled outward, trying to return to the abyss and reduce some of their losses. Ha! Nya Ziyuan smiled indifferently. The visitor is a guest. Stay. He took a box of wazoo from his belt and lit it. Humph. True martial swinging demons. Abyssal demons are also demons. May I invite the true martial god of the north? With his feet on the heavenly pass extreme AO essence, the disciple burns incense and tells today, and the clouds rise straight up to reveal his true self. Urgent. 9th shift of the day. 19,000 words. 1 chapter currently owed. Rumble. In an instant, thunder appeared in the sky above the dome of the sky, and smoke and clouds surrounded it. Within the 8 trigrams formation formed by the talismans, the true martial Dharma phase swelled violently. The incredibly huge golden phallic body stood in the void, emitting a palpitatingly majestic aura. The entire Kyoto was shaken by the commotion. Countless people raised their heads to look towards the direction where the pressure erupted. Demigod mighty pressure. The state master has struck? The smell of the abyss. Could it be that the abyssal demons have broken the truce contract? How dare they? A strong figure with a terrifying, majestic aura swept in from all directions. They were extremely fast, like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared at the center where the pressure was the most intense. It was clearly those professionals who had come down from the front line, as well as the strong people who had stayed in Kyoto. Nya Ziyuan, who forced you to be so angry? In the shadows, Tao Xinjiwei was surprised. This state master was one of the strongest of the group in the Grand Xia, so how could he suddenly bring out his masterstroke today? Don't talk, just fuck it and be done with it. Nya Ziyuan's face was taut at the moment, his forehead covered in sweat as he maneuvered his true martial Dharma phase and violently stabbed out with his sword. The Dao sword broke through the air and nailed those 2 drops of abyssal demon god blood in the void with a single stroke. However, even though the abyssal demon god blood was affected by the contract and weakened by 99%, it still corroded the Dao sword. Chop! Nya Ziyuan let out a low gulp. His entire body's Dao rhythm skyrocketed, and the true martial Dharma phase waved its hand once again, slashing out another sword. Snort! The sword blade slashed through, and those 2 drops of bright red, blood-like abyssal demon god blood were directly torn apart. But all the same, Nya Ziyuan had exhausted his spiritual power. The entire person's aura shriveled up. That huge true martial phantasm was also hidden away, and at that moment, the 2 drops of blood returned to recover quickly. Ha! With this strength, you still try to wear out my blood? The abyssal demon god will laugh disdainfully. Buzz! An imperceptible fluctuation came from the void. A short pitch-black dagger instantly ran 2 drops of blood through it. Tao Xinjue's strike was not even reacted to by the abyssal demon god's will. Moreover, there was a huge suction force coming out of that dagger violently, and it was impossible to get rid of it in a short period of time. Who the hell said anything about wearing out your blood? This kind of good stuff can't be wasted. Nya Ziyuan smiled brightly and waved his duster. Boom! In a flash, the true martial phantasm reappeared. However, this time it was the 2 drops of abyssal demon god blood that were directly sealed inside the phantom. The phantom quickly shrunk, eventually turning into a seal. No! The abyssal demon god will roared in despair. However, that cry could not be transmitted half as far as the true martial vermilion seal. Hey! Hey! That's a lot of money. Nya Ziyuan was all smiles, giggling as he looked at the true martial vermilion seal. This time, he had inexplicably harvested 2 drops of abyssal demon god blood, and had also accidentally caused the abyssal demon god to violate the contract, and was about to pay a large sum of compensation for breach of contract. Not only that, but even the only 2 humanoids that died were traitors. It can be a no-brainer. So how did these 2 drops of blood appear in Kyoto? Tao Xianju asked with an expressionless face. Allow the poor Taoist to do the math. Nya Ziyuan stroked the beard on his chin and pinched the little 6 gnome. Strange, how can the sky be so confused? It seems that a certain expert has secretly stirred up the heavenly chances. Nia Ziyuan frowned. As it turned out, even if there was an expert, it favored us, Tao Xinjue calmly analyzed. Well, that makes sense. Nia Ziyuan nodded. Go back to the purgatory school and bring these 2 drops of blood to the law enforcement department, where you can utilize this to its fullest potential. After handing the Jinwu voodoo seal to Tao Xinjue, Nia Ziyuan quickly dispersed the crowd. With that, he quickly walked to a corner and dialed Suyu's number. Hey, did you do what just happened? Nia Ziyuan asked tentatively. What is it? Suyu immediately asked back in doubt. Don't pretend. I know it's you. Nia Ziyuan hemmed and hawed. I won't lie to you. We both might have something in common in the matter of fortune-telling. I don't understand what you're talking about. Suyu shook his head slightly and was about to hang up. However, Nia Ziyuan's words caused him to stop abruptly. Really? Then this reward of $5 million poor Taoist can take it for himself. $5 million? Contribution value? It's okay if you want credits. Suyu raised his eyebrows. Then it's better to contribute points. Just hit my account. Good lord. Is it really you? Nia Ziyuan's eyes flashed with a flash of shock, but his mouth continued to flirt. Yo, admit it now? He actually wasn't entirely sure it was Suyu's handiwork. It's just that all the people who had a grudge against Suyu at the banquet yesterday had accidents one after another, and there were incomprehensible phenomena at the scene of the accidents, so there was just a bold guess. Get me those 2 drops of abyssal demon god blood as well. Suyu skimmed his lips and said, look at Nia Ziyuan's tone. This time I am afraid that the harvest is not small. The benefits are certainly as much as they want. Already let Tao Xinjue bring it to you. Don't worry. The poor Taoist has a very strict mouth. Nia Ziyuan's smile grew stronger. Obviously, it's only the 4th turn, but it's actually able to affect a god-level existence? Hanging up the phone, the smile on Nia Ziyuan's face withdrew. This wave was earned, but it was unlikely that the abyssal demons would stop. Once the war resumes on the front line, an unprecedentedly bad situation will surely come to pass. No matter what, soldiers will come and go. Let's digest this wave of harvest first. The reparations from the abyssal demon race are just right to be used as a reward for the academy competition. This guy Suyu also needs to be sent to the front line in a hurry. And it's simply condescending to let him do such a small thing as purging the interior. Nia Ziyuan muttered, constantly planning everything. This is his job as a national teacher. On the other hand, inside the purgatory schoolhouse, it's such a painful promise. It still seems like it's going to be less. Suyu was a little sorry. However, he didn't care too much. That in itself is a windfall. And something is better than nothing. Thinking for a moment, he didn't choose to continue with the void solitaire. The commotion that I just made is too big. So it's better to go to the law enforcement building again to find the abyssal demons and explore the body mysteries together. End of today's 10th shift. 800 plus words. Thanks again for all the gifts from the righteous. Suyu lightly arrived at the law enforcement building. This time, he was led to the 7th floor by Director Zhao. Glancing up at the sign on the doorway, Iceberg Inferno. Before he even opened the door, a chilly air came out of the room, causing one to shiver. The abyssal inferno demon imprisoned here? Suyu inquired in a low voice. Director Zhou nodded. That's right. As he spoke, he had reached out and pushed the door open. The room was white with snow, and there was even a light dusting of snow. However, the temperature inside the room was not as cold and bone-chilling as Suyu had imagined, and it was even somewhat warm. Suyu guessed that perhaps it was due to this group of abyssal inferno demons. In front of him, there were hundreds of ice pillars, each of which had an abyssal inferno devil speared on it. They were all labeled with sealing talismans. Their bodies were covered in black flames, and they appeared to be in pain. Suyu, the abyssal inferno devils here are generally of a high level. You have to pay attention to your safety, Director Zhao reminded. Suyu nodded his head and then stepped into it, his gaze falling on those abyssal inferno demons. Half-elemental life? Suyu muttered to himself. With a sweep of the life rhythms, he was clearly able to feel the difference between the structure within those abyssal inferno demons and the rest of the abyssal creatures. Roar! Upon noticing Suyu's gaze, those abyssal inferno demons let out an angry roar as the black flames on their bodies violently erupted. Very good. The corner of Suyu's mouth lifted slightly, and his eyes flashed with excitement as he walked straight to an abyssal inferno demon. He did not directly mobilize a million pores. Instead, he took an ice skate from the side, ready to manually dissect it once before he did so. This approach would allow him to understand the body structure of the abyssal inferno more quickly. As the ice blade cut through like a butcher's knife, every part of that abyssal inferno was also completely disassembled by Suyu. Indeed, it is a half-elementalized being, and what flows in its body is not blood, but elemental power that combines the dark energy of the abyss and the element of fire. Suyu carefully observed for a moment before muttering to himself, Mr. Su, take a look. At that moment, a nearby researcher handed over a thick lab report. A flash of admiration flashed in this researcher's eyes. Now that the entire law enforcement building knew about Suyu's ability, no one would treat him as a freshman anymore. The fellows were even more than happy to come over and play. It had to be said that one could indeed learn many new things by being around Suyu. Thanks. Suyu took the lab report and carefully looked at it. Sharpening his sword would not be a problem. And after an all-encompassing understanding, his efficiency in crafting the lotus trick lightning would increase quite a bit. This was the experience gained from the last time the charming purple lotus was made. Soon, after a few hours had passed, Suyu slowly raised his head and closed the lab report. Abyssal Inferno. Attribute, dark plus fire. Semi-elementalized beings. Extremely difficult to kill. Possesses the ability to be reborn in fire and can also accomplish magic flame self-explosion in an instant. Suyu said as he walked up to an Abyssal Inferno demon. With that, he pressed the head of this Abyssal Inferno demon with one hand in death. 10,000 pores were unleashed. Countless threads of fate drilled into this Inferno demon. Not much longer. A black fire lotus appeared in front of Suyu. This black fire lotus was translucent, close to plasma, and there was a lavender flame rising within it, giving people a demonic beauty. Not bad. The lotus style lightning crafted by the Abyssal Inferno demon is 3 to 4 times more powerful than the phantom demons. Suyu nodded with satisfaction and casually put it away. Next, it's time to go for a test explosion. Suyu muttered. Generally speaking, after completing the process of disassembling, making, detonating, it wouldn't take 2 days for Suyu to be able to comprehend a kind of axiom from it. Coming into the isolation room, Suyu nodded slightly. With that, Director Zhao and his group would agree and evacuate out. Suyu, on the other hand, took out the Eternal Elegy. In the moment when that one black fire lotus bloomed, a melody of tones was read. At the same time, Director Zhao's side was rapidly recording the data, constantly extracting the Abyssal Inferno skill information from it. Knock knock. However, just then, there was a sudden knock on the door of the laboratory. Director Zhao frowned. Who normally dared to knock on his door at this time? After a few moments of silence, he instructed the others to go about their business as usual, while he himself prepared to open the door and take a look around. Squeak! He pulled open the door to the lab. What came into view was a pair of scarlet eyes. You're back? Director Zhao's heart trembled and he exclaimed in shock. The man in front of him had dark, crushed hair that fell over his shoulders, and was dressed in all black, with dark, dry skin and distinct, three-dimensional features. The most peculiar thing was that the surface of this man's body was covered with hideous scars, like a centipede lying on the surface of his body, which was daunting. Director Zhao, I came back alive. Tao Xinjue smiled brightly, showing his white teeth. Puff, with a casual toss, he threw the corpse of an 8th-turn abyssal demon dragon onto the corridor. Here, a present for you. Just come back. Director Zhao happily patted him on the shoulder. Tao Xinjue was a student he had brought 15 years ago, and had once performed as stunningly as Suyu when he entered the law enforcement building for the first time. Although it wasn't as unbelievable as ignoring the will of the abyss, it still left a deep impression on many people. Nowadays, he had also grown to become a 9th-turn assassin, and his strength could be ranked in the top 5 in the entire academy. Right, almost forgot. Director Zhao slapped his thighs, and with no time to catch up, he dove headfirst into the lab again. Tao Xinjue was just about to pull out that Jinwu voodoo seal. When he saw this he stopped and followed him. He also knew that the fellows of the law enforcement building were all very desperate, and he had been considered one of them before. What is it? Tao Xinjue stared dumbfounded at the sight before him. When was it possible to directly dismantle the skills of the abyssal demons in the law enforcement building? The Abyssal Wills program broke through? He said with a slightly dry throat. Having been on the front lines for so long, he could be considered the group that knew the will of the abyss the best. That was something beyond the divine level, and the soul of every existence born from the abyss belonged to the abyssal will. Even if the abyssal demons became gods, they still couldn't change that. Countless years down the line, that thing is simply too horrible to describe. If it weren't for the fact that no self-awareness existed, the human race would have already been swallowed up by the abyssal will. Abyssal will? That thing broke through almost 10 days ago. Director Zhao rummaged through a pile of information and handed it over. Suyu, is everything because of him? Tao Xinjue's eyes widened as he looked at the information about Suyu. In less than 10 short days, he had actually dismantled the skills of the Abyssal Magician. Abyssal Phantom and Abyssal Inferno? This is just appalling. Yeah, but get used to it. This kid is really against the odds. Director Zhou sighed. How did that guy do that? Tao Xinjue couldn't help but inquire. Vaguely, he seemed to feel that the matter of the abyssal demon god's blood appearing in Kyoto had something to do with Suyu. However, He soon dismissed this speculation. After all, Suyu was staying at the academy at the time of the incident. Wouldn't you just go in and see for yourself? With your strength, you should be strong enough to watch that. Well, show. Director Zhao maneuvered the instrument with both hands and said without looking back. Tao Xinjue wanted to say something else, but seeing how busy he looked, he had no choice but to stop. Stepping out of the lab, his eyes were drawn to the door of the isolation room. As far as that goes, is it dangerous there? He looked at the layers of knots attached to the door of the isolation room and said with some confusion. Immediately, he walked over quickly, and with a gentle stroke of his fingernail, he easily broke the 10 or so layers of boundaries. And then, as soon as he pushed open the door of the isolation room, he stepped straight in. However, just a few seconds later, his footsteps stopped abruptly and his pupils shrunk steeply. What kind of scene is that? Endless black flames blazed. A black fire lotus slowly bloomed, telling everything about this abyssal inferno demon. Its soul and body are united at this moment, and then it arrives at the extreme peak at this moment. The violin music that ran through the heavens was at times soothing and at times stirring. It was as if the life of that abyssal inferno had been condensed into the tune. It's telling, it's roaring, but none of that matters. The important thing is, boo! There was a loud bang and the earth trembled. At the climax of that blazing fire burning to its peak, the black flames disappeared. Tao Xinjue immediately felt his heart pumping with the intensity of that emotion. It's true art, breathtakingly beautiful. The only thing left in the sky and the ground was that one magnificent figure. He slowly put the violin down and bowed. Thanks for watching the show, my audience. Tao Xinjue was stunned for a long time. He felt some wetness on his cheeks. Feel it with your hand. Luckily, it was blood, not tears. He hadn't shed a tear in a long time. No, blood? This song of yours is really not for ordinary people. Tao Xinjue locked his gaze on that violin, his eyes a little complicated. I've seen a similar performance before, but that one wasn't as profound. Perhaps because it was so close? Yes? So you walked up to him without a care in the world. There was quite a bit of art in the man, but he didn't really want to talk about it right now. So you stretched out his hand and said, Nie Ziyuan asked you to bring over the things for me, right? At that, Tao Xinjue paused again. He took out the true martial vermilion seal and then said, Did you get these 2 drops of blood? Suyu nodded slightly and received that seal, holding it in his hands and observing it. Within the seal, 2 drops of blood as transparent as crystal lay quietly within it, emitting a destructive abyssal aura, like 2 seeds representing destruction. Suyu pressed it against his forehead, and immediately he could feel a burning heat coming from it. The thread of fate pierced through the seal and straight into a drop of blood. Snort! However, to his surprise, the threads of destiny were directly scorched by that blood and snapped. Is the level not enough? Suyu frowned slightly. Once the 10,000 dumps had been successfully activated, the backlash of the abyssal will could not find its way to his head. However, this kind of level was too high, and there was no way for him to complete control over it. After thinking about it, Suyu decided to put it away for the time being. How long has this been your collaboration with Nie Ziyuan? Tao Xinjue said suddenly. We just met yesterday. Why? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Really? Then your cooperation is good enough. Not only did you take 2 drops of abyssal demon god blood this time, but you also made the abyssal demon race pay a price equivalent to hundreds of millions of battle merits, Tao Xinjue said with some emotion. However, after hearing his words, the expression on Suyu's face suddenly stiffened a bit. How much did you say? Hundreds of millions, he asked through clenched teeth. Right. Tao Xinjue smiled and patiently explained. The truce contract that the abyssal demon race signed with us is very unfair, so we have demanded a great price if either of the 2 parties breaks the contract during the truce. The abyssal demon race is going to hemorrhage money this time. According to the contractual agreement, they need to pay 3 godhead fragments as well as a large amount of treasures and wealth. The value of those 3 godhead fragments alone is already around 200 million battle merit. After saying that, he looked at Suyu with a smirk. Nie Ziyuan wouldn't have only given you tens of millions of battle credits, would he? That's not true. Suyu pulled an ugly smile on his face. He only gave 5 million. $5 million? This old kid is too black-hearted, isn't he? Simply more stingy than the principal, Tao Xinjue exclaimed. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. Yes, and Dean's old pitbull. Is he afraid that the previous 1 million contribution value was also deducted and then taken to me? No, we can't take this loss. Suyu directly took out his cell phone and dialed Nie Ziyuan's number. Do, the number you have dialed is switched off. Please dial again later. Yeah, looks like this guy expected me to come after him? Suyu cursed and hung up the phone. Damn it, I'll get him later. Tao Xinjue looked at Suyu with a sympathetic face. Eat a lesson and grow wiser. I was pitched over like this before. He patted Suyu's shoulder. But still, our dean is not too pitiful. Some of your previous rewards he may have deducted some of them. But when you have something to do he is really on it. A flash of memory surfaced in Tao Xinjue's eyes. Once I was sniped by one of the Advent Council's directors and escaped back to the academy with serious injuries. The principal found out and went straight after the man for 7 whole days until he chased him into the hinterlands of a foreign tribe and slaughtered the counselor in front of that clan's leader. Of course, the principal was seriously injured afterward, but I didn't dwell on the fact that he'd coveted down my 10 million credit bonus. Listening to Tao Xinjue's description, Suyu felt slightly better in his heart. The principal's side of the story really doesn't have anything to say, so consider those credits paid for protection. But that guy Nie Ziyuan, I'm sure I'll have to settle the score with him afterward. That's something that's guaranteed $200 million, and I end up with 5% here? Suyu was simply getting angrier and angrier as he walked out of the isolation room and casually grabbed 2 more Abyssal Inferno Devils to craft into Fire Lotus. A few minutes later, he returned to the isolation room and removed the Eternal Elegy. Well, still want to see it? He asked toward Tao Xinjue. Sure. Tao Xinjue smiled and nodded. The reason why he waited here was to watch Suyu's performance once in its entirety from start to finish. That side of life from birth to withering and reaching its peak in death was just too shocking. Definitely worth coming back to. In that case, let's get started. Suyu smiled and directly ignited both fire lotuses at the same time. Tao Xinjue hesitated for a moment, but still didn't open his defenses. It will block that piano and affect the sound quality. Bleeding just a little bit. He's already turned 9 and has thick blood anyway. Suyu raised the Eternal Elegy in his hand and gently pulled it. Ding! With the melodious tune playing, he gradually entered a certain realm, as if he had merged into the world he had created. The second time he played the Inferno violin piece, Suyu was obviously much more skillful. Tao Xinjue's eyes danced with light, only to feel that something in his heart was about to break out. It's a feeling like no other. That was something that even the beheading of that 9th turn Abyssal Lord had not brought him. He had a feeling that if he watched a few more performances contributed by the 9th ranked Abyssal Demons, perhaps he would be able to cast his Demigod's Foundation successfully. You killed Abyssal Inferno LV 139 and gained experience value 246-9708. You have killed Abyssal Inferno LV 147 and gained experience value of 446-4932. You have killed Abyssal Inferno LV 152 and gained experience value 476-4948. Your level has increased. Current level LV 83. Your level has increased. Current level LV 84. Your level has increased. Current level LV 85. You have comprehended the advanced Aeon. Death Black Flame. From the 10,000 pouring max. When you detonate the Lotus Trick Mine, it will stack with 1 Death Destruction Blast. In 2 days, the Black Fire Lotus continuously burned within the isolation chamber, and Suyu's Inferno violin song was mastered more and more skillfully. Utilizing the experience value from the Abyssal Inferno's explosion also caused his level to rise by 2 levels again. During this period, Suyu also poured all of his over 60,000 destiny points into string puppets and raised his skill level to LV9, and was now able to manipulate 30 puppets at the same time. Occupation, Thespian. Grade, 85. Strength, 7,849. Physical strength, 6,448. Intelligence, 6,657. Agility, 5,664. Awakening, 4th turning. Skills, Sense of Fate. Savage Growth. Rhythm of Life. Vital Artifacts. All Fall Down Max. Battle Rage Max. Weapons Master Max. Final Prologue Max. Twilight of the Gods Max. String Puppet LV9. Fatal Flare LV1. Talent, Modification of Fate. Destiny Points, 497. Guild Contribution, 600-1000. Credits, 35,000. Looking at the attribute panel, Suyu stopped his hand movements and put away the last Black Fire Lotus. Nowadays, he already possessed over 200 Phantom Demon Purple Lotus as well as over 100 Inferno Demon Fire Lotus. The power of these Lotus Guile Thunder added together was horrifying. Suyu felt that even if it was an 8th turn professional, he was afraid that he would have to drink a pot of water. If it was the kind of 8th turn professional with a weak defense, I'm afraid they would be directly blown up, right? After watching so many shows, Senior doesn't have much to give you, so take this bottle of experience potion. Tao Xian sensed Suyu's movement and immediately stood up from his position and walked over, taking out a jade bottle and handing it over to Suyu, smiling, although for me this thing is no longer useful. You should happen to need it. Think of it as the cost of admission to see the show. Suyu did not politely talk to him and took the jade bottle, which lit up in front of his eyes. Most of the 9th turn professionals would choose to store the experience value they got from killing monsters. After all, when they reached their step What they needed was no longer just experience value. As a result, often the quality of the experience potions that these people carried with them were extremely terrifying. Suyu picked up the jade bottle and drained it in one gulp. Instantly, his experience bar began to rise like a rocket. Your level has increased. Current level LV 86. Your level has increased. Current level LV 87. Your level has increased. Current level LV 88. Suyu tightly closed his eyes and carefully experienced the power surging out from his body. Soon, his leveling up gradually stopped when he reached level 97. Yes, feeling the surging power within his body, Suyu opened his eyes, his face full of joy, the corner of his mouth lifting up a smile. Thanks, I owe you a performance. Suyu patted Tao Xinjue's shoulder and said in a rather happy mood. This bottle of experience potion didn't know how much time it had saved him. Hearing this, Tao Xinjue couldn't help but reveal a smirk. Good, a deal is a deal. The two soon parted ways. Tao Xinjue was heading to the front line. There were 17 days before the next war with the abyssal demons would begin, and they had to run to the battlefield early. However, the 10 days or so of rest did give the frontline fighters a reprieve. Suyu, on the other hand, returned directly to his villa. There were still the last 2 days before the academy competition, and he wanted to take advantage of this time to clean up some dregs and earn some fate points along the way. Suyu realized that as the level of the puppet with strings rose, the strength of his threads of fate climbed with it. Nowadays, the threads of fate could already last for about half a minute in the abyssal god's blood. However, it would still take quite a bit of time to completely control these 2 drops of blood. Walking into the villa, Suyu saw Baby Bear curled up on the sofa at a glance. Wake up, still sleeping? Suyu patted its butt, but the snorting grew louder and louder. Baby Bear, race, Titan Bear, level, 100, in metamorphosis, natural skills, earth power. Titan bears are the favorites of the earth. Fighting on the earth can greatly increase defense, attack power, and quickly recover physical energy. Titan's Wrath, the Titan Bear's base attributes will gradually increase in battle, up to 300%. Titanic Might, a Titanic Bear releases a high level of creature might that will exert a great oppressive force on lower level creatures. Sky Crash, the Titan Bear releases all of its life energy and strikes a devastating blow. Is it in metamorphosis? Suyu looked at Baby Bear's panel and shook his head slightly. It seems that the only way to do this academy competition is to leave it in the villa to sleep, but it is also quite good. Baby Bear sleeps every day. Relying on the villa formation have risen to 100 levels, then Suyu is still 3 levels higher. Suyu thought about it and then moved the entire sofa into one of the guest rooms. And then he walked quickly up the stairs and into the file room. He removed the 2 remaining buttons from earlier, but instead of rushing to use it, he took out another 4-leaf clover from his arms. Clover, legendary. Type, disposable consumables. Introduction, increase 10 lucky points after use. Taking a deep breath, Suyu directly crushed the 4-leaf clover. Fate Minor Event, you gain the effects of the 4-leaf clover effect, permanently increasing your luck by 10 points. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you gain the effects of the 4-leaf clover effect, which permanently increases your luck by 10 times. In the next moment, a flash of golden light drilled into Suyu's body from the 4-leaf clover powder. Suyu only felt his spirit lifted, like something had happened and like nothing had changed. Luck value is a hidden attribute, so you can't see the exact value, but after it's doubled tenfold, you should become a Euro Emperor straight away, right? Suyu hummed a little tune, then took out the life weapon again and transformed it into a crystal ball form, and then a button was thrown into the crystal ball by him. Soon a picture gradually unfolded. Oh, are 2 people actually practicing together in the secret realm? Just in time. Save yourself the trouble. Suyu raised an eyebrow and gazed at it. 3 shifts reached today. Currently there is a chapter for gift editions, to be made up tomorrow during the day. As the Void Solitaire was completely unleashed, a picture appeared in front of Suyu. In the middle of the mountain forest, a middle-aged man sat on top of a futon, with a pot of mountain spring water boiling on the small table in front of him. On the opposite side stood a woman dressed in red. A prompt of increased experience value constantly pulsed above the 2's heads. Minister, I think at this point in time, it's better for us to tighten up a bit. The woman in red frowned and said, the radical faction is gaining power now. Plus that fortune teller helped Nia Ziyuan a great deal. I'm afraid that contacting the Advent Society at this time. Oh Ray, I'm only going to teach you this once. Minister Park smiled faintly. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. We rush to snowball at this time, and once we succeed, we'll naturally end up with higher earnings. Moreover, Nia Ziyuan is a very greedy person, wanting to control the whole situation as well as obtaining the most benefits. He has already angered the abyssal demons completely, so if the situation collapses in the end, won't we still have to rely on the Advent Society? But, Ray said, still frowning, Relax. Don't forget that the Advent Society isn't as evil as the outside world proclaims it to be, and that everyone is ultimately doing it for the sake of Xia. Minister Park's smile tightened. Seeing this, Xiaoling also stopped speaking and just silently gazed ahead. There were 3 7th-turn professionals frantically slaughtering a large group of secret realm monsters that looked like monkeys. As management, they can be low, but not at all. As a result, I take some time each month to dabble in group experience upgrades. Breath of Wind, Wind Dragon's Fury. Just then, a dragon elemental mage in front of him raised his staff and quickly chanted. The 2 ministers Park looked up with their eyes and the corners of their mouths lifted slightly. The 7th-turn dragon elemental mage was best at all kinds of wide-range killing skills, and it could be considered extremely efficient for him to lead the upgrades. Fate Minor Event, your enemy, Yang Dianfeng, releases the wind spell Wind Breath, Wind Dragon's Fury. Right at this moment, a faithful terrier also finally appeared in front of Su Yu. What a nourishing little life you're leading. Drinking tea while practicing? Su Yu slightly closed his eyes before quickly completing the fate modification. The man and the woman happened to be together, so it would be a waste of time to do them together. Ding! Fate Minor Event, your enemy, Yang Dianfeng, releases the wind spell Wind Breath, Wind Dragon's Fart. Fate points plus 600. Boom! In the next moment, Yang Dianfeng's face showed a triumphant expression as he waved his staff. A yellowish hurricane instantly descended. The remaining 2 7th-turn professionals also cast envious gazes. Worthy of being a 7th-turn dragon elemental mage? Such spells are simply insoluble. No, why does it smell so bad? Cough cough cough. Brother Yang, why is your Wind Dragon's Fury so muddy? Is this on fire? However, in the next second, all 3 of them changed their faces and stormed backward. At the same time, a loud bang came, and the entire forest seemed to have been detonated, with smoke and dust rolling, flying sand and rocks, and trees swaying. Plop, plop, almost in the blink of an eye, large swaths of monkey monsters were stunk out. That horrible stench swept through the entire forest. The smell was so strong that even the visibility was less than 5 meters. Cough cough cough. Vomit. The Minister Park duo was also stunk up and almost fainted. Yang Dianfeng, what are you doing? The duo covered their noses and yelled, practically vomiting up their breakfast. Yang Dianfeng was also filled with embarrassment. Usually using Phoenix Dragon's Fury as pure wind elemental hurricane. Why is it so yellow today? And, not to mention the lack of power. It stinks? It's like 100 phoenixes and dragons farting at the same time, isn't it? Ahem. Don't worry, Minister. I'll remedy that. He forced himself to calm down and continued chanting the incantation. Breath of Water, Water Dragon's Fury. This time, he planned to use the Water Dragon elemental power to rinse that smell off first. Fate Minor Event, your enemy, Yang Dianfeng, releases the water spell. Breath of Water, Water Dragon's Fury. Soon, as the staff was waved, a destiny stalk appeared in front of Su Yu. After a slight contemplation, the corners of Su Yu's mouth rose and he quickly completed the fate modification. Ding! Fate Minor Event, your enemy, Yang Dianfeng, releases the water spell. Breath of Water, Water Dragon's Urine. Fate points plus 600. At this time, Yang Dianfeng finally finished storing up his strength. Rumble! The powerful water elemental force descended, causing the entire secret realm to be filled with a layer of yellow water mist. Why is it yellow again? Yang Dianfeng was a bit puzzled, but this time he was confident that there was no mistake and waved his staff. In the next instant, a yellow wave roared down from behind him. The strong smell of urine instantly washed away the previous smell of Phoenix dragon farts. However, the flavor was significantly more uptight. Moreover, these water dragons' urine completely lost control after they were released, directly causing Yang Dianfeng's entire body to be dumbfounded. That's not right. Shouldn't Water Dragon's Fury be transparent? Is it really on fire? Crap, what's going on today? I obviously didn't mispronounce a single spell, did I? He turned his head and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle as he looked behind him at the raging ocean of water dragon urine. Stop it for me, goo. However, no matter how much he urged his spiritual power to manipulate, those yellow liquids were just as if they couldn't be urinated on without any intention of stopping. Take the minister and run. The other 2 7th-turn professionals rushed over to carry the 2 Minister Parks on their shoulders and ran. The 2 of them exerted their best efforts to avoid the horrible yellow sea behind them. Yang Dianfeng, what the hell are you doing? One of the 7th-turn professionals couldn't help but roar. I doubt he's really on fire. Another 7th-turn professional spat as he looked at the iced tea-colored waves. I don't fucking know. Seeing that stopping it was ineffective, Yang Dianfeng hurriedly chased after them towards a few people. By now, Minister Park and Ray were already blurred in consciousness. The 2 of them were not of a high level, so where could they resist this product that possessed the intense pheromones of a high-level creature? The 2 were carried wildly, rolling their eyes as they vomited. Soon, a few people's figures gradually came to a stop. This secret realm was not big, and they soon came to the border position. Damn, the exit of the secret realm is on the other side. Yang Dianfeng, this is a mess you made. Figure it out yourself. A seventh-turned professional was hysterical. He was only an assassin and had no means of flight, so there was nothing he could do against this kind of wave impact. The other naive-looking professional was a shieldmaster. He woke up Minister Park and the two of them and thought for a moment. Minister, why don't I put a shield on you and we'll swim out? No, I refuse. Minister Park rejected the offer outright without thinking. Are you kidding? How could he, a minister, get his hands on such filth? Ray, on the other hand, was a bit intrigued by the offer, but seeing as Minister Park refused, she had no choice but to pass. Minister, you will believe me one more time. At this time, Yang Dianfeng ran over and said, his sentry technique only allowed him to fly himself, or else he could have taken the crowd with him from above to the exit. Hearing Yang Dianfeng's words, Minister Park and the others were on guard. Are you sure? Of course. Yang Dianfeng patted his chest. This time I'll recite each incantation one by one, and absolutely nothing will go wrong. Hearing his assurance, several people looked at each other, but eventually Minister Park nodded. Fine, you made your own mess. Fix it yourself. Minister Park grunted coldly, and even though he was so stank out that he was in a trance, with residual shadows appearing in front of his eyes, he still tried to maintain his official authority. Yang Dianfeng took a deep breath. Ahem. Vomit. He shrugged it off. The smell was irritating, but it could be used as smelling salts to refresh his senses. Soldiers come to block. Water comes to earth to cover. Hear my call, O Earth Dragon, thou strong spirit of the earth. Breath of earth, Earth Dragon's fury. Fate minor event, your enemy. Yang Dianfeng releases the earth spell. Earth breath, Earth Dragon's fury. Yesterday there was a chapter stuck in review and changed for half a day, so I'll make up for the chapter 10 today, which is 4 more, embarrassed face, winky face. The moment the Destiny synopsis appeared, Suyu decisively completed the Destiny modification. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemy. Yang Dianfeng releases the earth spell. Earth breath, dung of the earth dragon. Rumble. In an instant, the earth trembled. Thick earth elemental power surged. As Yang Dianfeng's staff fell, a tall wall of earth rose up. And these walls of earth continue to grow. Shouldn't that be a problem now? Yang Dianfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the dark brown earth walls, his heart was slightly relieved. Luckily it's not yellow anymore. The rest of the group was slightly reassured. The stench not only didn't go away, it got even stronger. But as long as that yellow ocean didn't rush over, there was nothing to worry about. Stink a little. They're kind of used to it anyway. Dianfeng, it's not that I'm talking about you, but you need to practice your spells when you go out. Minister Park said in a serious tone. By the way, when will those things be cleared out? After being messed up by Yang Dianfeng, now he had no desire to practice, and only wanted to quickly fix the mess here, and subsequently wait for the people from the Advent Society to come over and dock. It shouldn't take long, should it? Yang Dianfeng was suddenly a bit bottomless in his heart. He had just seen that there were enough earth walls and wanted to put a stop to the Earth Dragon's fury. As a result, it turned out to be the same situation as those 2 times before. After the spell was successfully activated, he, the caster, had no way to manipulate it. I don't want to hear such words right now, Minister Park said in a cold voice. I'll try my best. A touch of uneasiness surged in Yang Dianfeng's heart. I'm afraid it's not that simple this time. As a 7th-turn dragon elemental mage, it was understandable to fail to cast a spell once in a while, but 3 times in a row was outrageous. Click. Perhaps it was in response to his thoughts. A numbing sound came out. That earthen wall actually cracked, shattered, and eventually collapsed. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Yang Dianfeng's face changed drastically as he scrambled towards the location of the earthen wall. He knew the strength of these earth walls, and it was definitely unusual for them to crumble so easily. Claptrap. However, he had only taken a few steps when his pupils suddenly shrunk. Where the fuck is the dirt? That fibrous structure of the fracture surface, plus some indigestible bones in it, and plant seeds. This is clearly dragon feces. Crap, Brother Yang. You're having a hard time with shit today, aren't you? A few of the rest of the group also realized that something was wrong. Immediately, there was a flurry of dodging. Yang Dianfeng, have you taken the wrong medicine? Holy shit, what the fuck is this shit? Vomit. Vomit. One by one, they were puking from the evil wind that blew over from that wind elemental fart. I don't know what's going on here. Yang Dianfeng's entire body was dumbfounded. However, the situation was perhaps even worse than he had imagined. That blocked ocean of dragon urine after such an interception was like a dam breaking, pouring out directly. Rumble. The loud noise was shocking. Endless filth, overwhelmingly surging towards the crowd. Help! Help! Gobble gobble. The crowd was instantly engulfed. Moreover, after fusing the dragon feces, the yellow ocean had completely changed into a swamp-like area, and there was no way to act in it at all. The shield master rushes to cast a spell. Shield of light. He yelled and applied a shield to the surface of the crowd's bodies before it was washed away. Fate minor event. Your enemy Shu Liang uses the shield of light to shroud a shield outside the bodies of Park Sari, Zhang Xiaoling, and others. Inside the villa, so you looked at the scene with interest. Ding! Fate minor event. Your enemy Shu Liang uses the shield of light to shroud a shield within the bodies of Park Sari, Zhang Xiaoling, and others. Fate points plus 600. The next moment, golden light flashed. The crowd's tense expression loosened. As long as there was a shield guarding the outside, it was a bit nasty, but at the very least you wouldn't actually come into contact with the filth. However, the shield of light that was supposed to isolate the crowd from the filth was directly integrated into the crowd. Crap! Minister Park's expression instantly became unsettled. The successive occurrences of failing to use a skill made him notice that something was wrong. Is this someone messing with him? However, without waiting for Minister Park to think deeply, he was soon swept away by the quagmire. Several people fought to swim in the sea of shit, but they couldn't make any effort and could only watch as Minister Park was washed away. Minister, hold your breath. Don't breathe. This stuff is inedible. It's highly toxic. Shield Master yelled. It's over. It's all over. A flash of despair flooded his eyes. Being stabbed or whatever is barely acceptable. Maybe can't we not choose to be so insulting? Who the hell is messing with me? How about a dignified death? Interesting. So interesting. Inside the villa, Suyu picked up a cup of ice water and took a sip. The impact of the image was so strong that it made his stomach roll a little. Fortunately, that secret realm was chartered by that Minister Park, so no innocents were hurt. A few moments later, fate points plus 600, fate points plus 500. You have killed Iron-Headed Storm Monkey LV-104 and gained experience value of 136,4978. You have killed the Iron-Headed Storm Monkey LV-98 and gained experience value of 736,498. You killed. Continuous prompts surfaced in front of Suyu. This handful of shitting techniques directly caused his two targets to hate the sea of shit, not to mention accidentally taking away countless secret realm monsters, pushing Suyu's experience bar forward by a large margin. After the deaths of Park Sari and Zhang Xiaoling, the picture in front of Suyu gradually became blurry. However, before the image disappeared, he vaguely saw a figure suddenly appear in the picture. The man was dressed in a well-made suit and pants, with a cigar in his mouth. What is Park Pappy up to? Isn't this secret realm the Iron Monkey Forest? Why does it smell so bad? Looking at the gray, secret place, the man in the suit frowned, holding his cigar between two fingers and flicking the ashes. Rumble. Before the image completely disappeared, Suyu seemed to have heard a loud bang. Fate points plus 700. Fate points plus 700. Fate points plus 700. Oh, there seems to be a windfall? Suyu raised an eyebrow. That suspected Advent Society person seems to have accidentally blown up the Iron Monkey Forest on fire, which instantly killed 3 7th-turn professionals. Suyu walked to the window and took a deep breath. It's a big gain, but the aftermath is also tremendous. He destroyed the last button, then opened the window for ventilation and walked quickly out of the room. Maybe it was psychological. He always felt something smelled in that room now. Suyu decided to hold off for a while. He first went to the complex and spent more than 4 million contribution values at Old Tang's place, purchasing more than 20 pieces of legendary equipment with average attributes to be used to feed the fatal weapons. Old Tang wanted to continue to give discounts, but Suyu did not agree. This time the original price of the purchase, as a return of the last favor. Fate level, 99. Grade of Fate weapon, legendary. Weapon type, sword, axe, spear, bow, shield, halberd, pistol, short sword, dagger, sniper rifle, divination crystal ball, two-handed greatsword, curved hook, blood drop, fork. Weapon characteristics, indestructible, sharp, bleeding, bludgeoning, stunning, penetrating, defense breaking, magic breaking, perception, camouflage. Weapon skills, instant hell shadow kill, weakness strike, void rope. Although the quality of the life weapon hadn't changed, its level had skyrocketed by 27 levels, and its power had increased by about 50% more than before. With that, he went straight into the trial tower with his upgraded life weapon. This time it wasn't to brush up on experience to upgrade, but to enrich combat experience. After a full day and a half of repeated challenges, clang! That afternoon, the funeral bells chimed. Suyu walked out of the trial tower. Occupation, thespian. Grade, 99. Strength, 8,549. Physical strength, 8248. Intelligence, 8,657. Agility, 6,664. Awakening, fourth turning. Skills, sense of fate. Savage growth. Rhythm of life. Vital artifacts. All fall down max. Battle rage max. Weapons master max. Final prologue max. Twilight of the gods max. String puppet LV9. Fatal flare LV1. Talent, modification of fate. Destiny points, 11400. Guild contribution, 860,100. Credits, 100,000. Although Suyu hadn't deliberately brushed up his levels, the high experience value of levels 70 to 79 had still caused him to rise to level 99, and he wasn't far from level 100. However, he still hadn't been able to see clearly what that monster on the 80th floor looked like right now. Phew! Suyu slowly exhaled a breath and looked around. His eyes were extremely penetrating, and his whole temperament changed a lot, like a polished and sharp weapon. The hearts of the surrounding people couldn't help but twitch, only to feel an instant coldness in their crotches. Suyu ignored these people and walked quickly towards the teaching building. Walking over to the side of the teaching building, a number of people had already gathered here. Lin Xianxue and Qin Huai both broke away from the crowd and walked towards Suyu. The freshmen looked at the three with envious faces. For half a month, they had tried their best to catch up, but the gap between them and these three grew wider and wider. Especially Suyu. Some people from good families know a little bit of insider information. The current Suyu's strength is simply not inferior to most of the older students, doing one thing more than one scary thing. As a result, no one dared to get their hands on that soul slinger candidate slot again. Soon, the three of them stepped inside the large conference room on the first floor of the teaching building. As soon as he entered the door, Suyu saw Principal Qin's slightly embarrassed smile. He guessed that perhaps Tao Xinjue had gotten through to him and already knew that the matter of withholding his contribution points was exposed. However, Suyu was too lazy to care, and went straight to find a seat. Lin Xianxue and Qin Huai, on the other hand, sat beside him like followers. Only just inside the door, fine beads of sweat were already appearing on the two men's foreheads. The sight of those older students beside them was almost like a sword, making it difficult for the two to sit still. Participating in the academy competition at the fourth turning level was definitely a great challenge. Each and every one of the academy veterans here was a sixth turn veteran who had been to the battlefield. Moreover, as experienced lone wolves, with the backbone accumulated between life and death, they could often manage to easily decimate the same rank, and occasionally, they could even fight across ranks. Such an existence was by no means comparable to an ordinary sixth turn professional. Although the two of them, Lin Xianxue and Qin Huai, were far ahead of their fellow freshmen, it was still a bit difficult to cope with such a situation. Fortunately, Lin Xianxue had expected to encounter this kind of problem, so she had already paid Suyu 100,000 credits. Now that everyone is here, let's shallow listen to me for a few moments. Principal Qin knocked on the desktop and quickly said, "First, the rewards for this academy competition are generous. Secondly, the difficulty of this academy competition is not low." Nie Ziyuan intervened, and as a capitalist, he modified the rules of this academy competition. In addition to the Purgatory School, the graduating veterans of the rest of the schools will also participate and will be able to fight 2 against 1. And the Civilization School can send up to an 8th turn veteran. At those words, the faces of the crowd shifted in unison, no longer as cloudy as before. 2 on 1 wouldn't be that hard. But, 8 turns? Old student? What's this half-buried old man coming to compete with us? Who's going to live longer? Damn. There's definitely a conspiracy in this academy competition. That old coin Nie Ziyuan is too pitiful. For a while, the originally quiet and silent conference room was abuzz. Principal Qin's face was also somewhat helpless. If he hadn't received $10 million from Nie Ziyuan, he wouldn't have wanted to agree to such an outrageous rule. What's the point of those old guys who graduated 60 years ago getting involved in a game between TM schools? Ahem. He coughed lightly to silence the students' voices. Then with a solemn face, he spoke. As the elites of our academy, you're afraid of this challenge? There are soul striker candidates among you, as well as true soul strikers. Which one of you is not a 1 in a million genius? So the mediocre ones are merely a little older and you guys chicken out? Afraid? How could it be? Those weaklings from the Civilization Academy, even if they are at the 8th turn, I will still chop through his field and hook his soul. Humph. It's not like we haven't seen a bunch of weaklings with empty ranks before. Fierce beasts, even in their infancy, are no match for lambs to the slaughter. After a short silence, the entire conference room erupted in a deafening cry. Principal Qin's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart was slightly at ease. But, just as the scene was about to stabilize, A voice suddenly came from the back row. Principal Chin raised an eyebrow and immediately glared at the man. I'm almost there. What the hell are you doing out here? However, the man was not deterred by him. Since the difficulty of this academy competition is not low, shouldn't we weed out some indiscriminate jerks? After saying that, he turned his head to look at Suyu's three people. Lin Xianxue instantly got up and said with a displeased expression, Tang Feng, Senior, 6th turn compassionist, bugfucker pathway. Sigh. As the words fell, a cry resounded throughout the conference room. An ice crystal phoenix silhouette immediately appeared behind Lin Xianxue. Qin Huai also immediately got up and used the marker pen in his hand to continuously write small, densely packed characters in the void. Silly X, silly X, silly X, silly X. Soon, hundreds of words appeared before him. As a 4th turn writer, if he had enough time to accumulate, his strength would be equally as good as Lin Xianxue's. The scene was suddenly tense with swords. Principal Qin looked on, but chose to downplay his presence. The philosophy of the purgatory school is fight for the crossing, and he naturally does not resent this kind of benign confrontation. As long as there's no assassination or poisoning, everything's fine. Bluff. Tang Feng wasn't intimidated by the duo's aura. In his opinion, these two were just fledglings with good potential. The only one who was truly threatening was Su Yu, who hadn't said a word. Tang Feng walked up to the trio and stared condescendingly at them. Su Yu, as someone who had obtained a candidate spot for the soul hooker in his freshman year, had the qualifications to make him look a few points higher, but the two Lin Xianxue did not. A dog that bites doesn't bark. So you can barely travel with us? You too? No. These words caused Lin Xianxue and Qin Huai to turn pale. What are you? Lin Xianxue clenched her fists and drank in a cold voice. Are you sure? Tang Feng snorted. Buzz. Just then, a tremor ran through the conference room. Countless densely packed small bugs fell from Tang Feng's body, then surged towards Lin Xianxue. In that instant, her face changed abruptly. Those bugs were actually gnawing on her spiritual energy? What's the point of playing house freshman year when you should have stayed in the academy? The older students next to him watched the scene with a teasing expression. In their opinion, these three freshmen were completely pulling down the grade of the purgatory school. It would be kinda nice if Tang Feng could kick them all out. One must know that the academy grand competition had to calculate the total score at the end. So weren't these 3-4-turn rookies pulling down the average score? Boom! However, the next moment, the entire conference room was silent, only to see a black rod ruthlessly smashed on the table in front of Lin Xianxue, and in an instant, the table turned into powder and dissipated. That dense tide of insects was actually reduced to ashes by this stick. Hiss! The many old students around him sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Suyu with a face full of shock. A second with a stick? Didn't this guy use a gun before? How come he's so strong in melee combat? I recognize your words, a beast, even in its infancy, is no lamb to the slaughter to fight against. Suyu walked in front of Tang Feng and pulled out the stick that his life weapon had transformed into. Gulp! Tang Feng's spine chilled, swallowing hard. How can it be? This sense of oppression was something he had only seen in 7th turn professionals. Ha. Interesting, so interesting. After a short period of shock, the corner of Tang Feng's mouth lifted into an evil arc. In the next second, he was covered in a rainbow of chi and let out a loud laugh. Beat me and all three of you can participate. Otherwise, go back to peeing and playing in the mud. Suyu nodded his head and faintly said, beating you is fine, but that Qin Huai kid didn't pay, so don't tie him to me. Qin Huai, huh? Not me. Next moment, instant prison shadow kill. Suyu's figure instantly disappeared from Tang Feng's field of vision. Stealth? Oh, that won't work on me. Tang Feng's heart flinched as countless flying insects once again emerged from his body, detecting the surrounding situation. However, Suyu didn't care that much. In the next moment, he instantly moved directly behind Tang Feng. Clang! The big black stick struck him directly on the back of the head with a loud bang. Hiss! The blow made the crowd suck in cold air. The strength of the heavy blows was trivial, but the hundreds of negative effects that erupted at the same time could be deadly. Even Principal Qin nodded secretly. This guy is also growing too fast, so it seems like I need to covet less of his credits in the future. Thinking that, he hurriedly pulled Tang Feng back from the ghostly gate with a shadow cover spell. Tang Feng only felt his eyes go black, and when he woke up again he was already lying on the podium. He was a little bewildered, his eyes glowing with clear stupidity. It looks like the brain is going to have trouble functioning anytime soon. Senior has a high quality of sleep. Lin Xianxue teased from the side. Why isn't Brother Beast calling out? Qin Huai also took advantage of the situation to return the favor with a couple of mouthfuls. Tang Feng remained dumbfounded with both eyes, as if he had been struck dumb. Suyu shook his head slightly and commented, a profession like a compassionate master should be better at hiding in the shadows. You were too careless and shouldn't have stood in front of me. Of course, it is useless to make a secret move as that. When the time comes, Suyu will directly use the compulsion as a medium to launch the void to claim the enemy, guaranteed to let him know what is called the real torture. Defeating a Tang Feng, Suyu didn't feel much self-satisfaction. The only ones that could make him put his eyes on right now were professionals above the 7th turn. After hearing Suyu's words, everyone felt a wave of speechlessness. Compared to Tang Feng, shouldn't you, a fortune teller, be hiding and laying cold shots in mines? Looking at the large bag on Tang Feng's head on the stage, the older students shivered. 4 turns to beat 6 turns, 1 stick to do away with. Suyu, this kid's hook soul make qualification without a little water. The whole dam is gold. Alright, get lost when you're done making a scene. The Holy Spirit School is not far away, so don't waste the energy of the teleportation array. Run over there yourselves. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Principal Chin left a sentence and walked out of the large conference room. His body flew into dark shadows and disappeared. Obviously another bilocation. Old thing, you can't spare 200 credits? Tang Feng spat bloodied saliva with a look of contempt. Suyu was also refreshing old Chin's level of stinginess of this guy once again in his heart. Go in my flying machine. It's only 50 credits a person. At that moment, a long-haired man with black-framed glasses walked out. Although the Holy Spirit Academy is close, it's still 800 kilometers away, and 50 credits is definitely worth it. Fonts, 50 is too much. 30, 40 is the minimum. I'm just making gas money. 35. Deal. Looking at the crowd that walked into the flying machine one after another, Suyu scratched his head. Are all of our academies so poor? You think everyone is like you, making over $200,000 on freshman military training? Xinhui blankly glanced at him. You need credits for everything you do in the academy. How much there is isn't enough to go around, so naturally you're saving what you can. After saying that, Xinhui also walked towards the flying machine. 200 credits. However, after he had just paid 35 credits, he was directly stopped by Feng Jie. Why should they all charge 35 and charge me 200? Xinhui instantly became anxious and jumped up to question. You're the weakest, and there's no one to protect you, Feng Jie said indifferently, then added, if you don't sit, 35 credits will not be refunded. I'll come back later. Although he was furious, Xinhui didn't dare to mess around anymore. He knew very well that Feng Carved was right. Suyu, how much did Lin Qianxue give you? Xinhui resentfully walked over to Suyu and asked. 200,000 credits, guaranteed not to go out in the first round. Suyu replied without hesitation. Holy shit! Xinhui's eyes widened at once. He had worked his ass off, plus sold a lot of his equipment, and only managed to earn a mere 150,000 credits. And, in an effort to increase strength, there are now only a few hundred left. Seeing Xinhui's ugly face, Suyu added in a salty manner, accept the loan. 9 out of 13 returns. You're too fucking dark, aren't you? Xinhui's face became even more miserable. Still, he didn't refuse. He had learned some insider information that the rewards of this academy competition would be the most generous one, and since Suyu was able to secure his way into the second round, he might be lucky enough to earn it back with interest. Okay, I'll take out a loan, to be treated the same as Lin Qianxue. In the end, Xinhui gritted his teeth and nodded. Only his heart was dripping blood. Hearing his words, the older students turned their gazes this way. This deal for $200,000 made their eyes a little green. However, in the end, they gave up competing with Suyu. The condition of a guaranteed no-out in the first round is a bit of a no-brainer for them, and the odds are that this year's scholastic competition will still be a one-on-one format. What if those two match up against too good of an opponent, and you have to take all the extra credits? Lin Qianxue, on the other hand, was secretly glad that she went early and spent 100,000 less than Xinhui. No, maybe more if you count the interest. Okay, but let's get one thing straight. The deadline is 1 month to pay it back. Suyu finished his instructions and then took the two of them on the flying machine. This craft looks similar to an old-fashioned sailboat, but the materials used are all high-strength alloys. Feng Jie, a 6th rotation mechanic, sat in the driver's seat to control the direction, and soon led the crowd away from the academy. Luckily, this time the competition was chosen in the Holy Spirit Academy. The last time it was set in the War Academy. There were all bald muscular guys and not a single girl. Hey, the Holy Spirit Academy does have the most beautiful women, but let's not think about it, right? Haha, it's also true that everything scares us away when we go over there, so it's better to earn some rewards in peace. Along the way, there was a steady stream of voices of older students chatting and riffing. These guys are more like veteran soldiers than students. Suyu was too lazy to speak and kept his eyes closed. Lin Qianxue did the same. maintaining her high-flying image. Sheen, Hwai, on the other hand, was chatting energetically with the older students, although it didn't change the image of a weakling in front of the crowd. Soon after, the group landed in front of the Holy Spirit Academy's gate. As soon as we stepped into the school gates, a fresh, energetic atmosphere came over us. The Holy Spirit Academy was not built within the secret territory, so the campus looked even more vibrant and energetic under the sunlight. The entire Holy Spirit School has a high ratio of 2 to 8 men to women, and young, beautiful girls can be seen everywhere on the marble-tiled paths. However, when they saw Suyu and his group walking towards them, the originally harmonious atmosphere of the campus suddenly became tense. That guy is Fong Chiu? I remember him. He hand-rubbed a Gundam out during the last academy competition and directly killed his way into the top 5. The one who looks a bit demented should not be underestimated. His name is Tang Feng. All of his body has been emptied out to raise parasites. Very scary. The one who fell at the end is the scary one. His name escapes me, but he has a code name of Daisy Killer, and his favorite thing to do is to sneak around and backstab people's asses. The crowd murmured and unconsciously made way for Suyu and the others. Greetings, you guys, may I ask if you are the participants of the Purgatory School this time? Just then, a girl in a blue and white casual dress came face to face from a short distance ahead. She looked to be around 18 or 19 years old, with a ponytail, fair skin, and delicate and lovely features, especially those eyes, which were clear and bright. Hiss, why does it feel like my corpse is warming up? I think of the white moonlight I once had, when I was still a licking dog, but after entering the academy, my heart has become as cold as the knife in my hand. The veteran students of the Purgatory School looked at each other, a bit at a loss for words. Eventually, they pushed Suyu up. There was no other reason. Here too, Suyu was the most suitable for the task of communication. The rest of them were either all fury, wanting to slash at anyone they saw, or they had grim, creepy faces. Someone like Tang Feng, who was crawling with bugs. Others simply hated to be 800 miles away from him. It was still Suyu who had a gentle look, clean clothes and a warm smile. Hello, where do I draw? Suyu stepped forward and politely flashed a smile. Come with me. The girl froze for a moment, then turned her head to lead the way. Still, you could see from the back that her ears were a little flushed. Suyu's appearance eased the atmosphere within the Holy Spirit Academy a little. The Purgatory Academy had the least number of students, and was also the most mysterious existence in the eyes of most students. On the battlefield, the single soldier of the Purgatory School was also a godly presence, especially rumors of freshman military training in someone a pick 240,000. Directly to the 3 universities are dry self-consumption. That's why the crowd was a bit scared just now. I heard that those who come out of the Purgatory School are all perverts. Should we hide away first, in case we are mistakenly injured? An old student reminded in a low voice. Shay, what are you afraid of? This is our territory. Besides, the Purgatory School's people are perverted, but they are not psychotic. They won't bite at the sight of people. Another old student retorted. That's true, but then again, the guy at the front is really handsome. The many girls sighed in admiration, their gazes falling on Suyu no longer able to move. He only saw that his eyebrows were like ink paintings, his lips were like painted Dan, a head of short black hair scattered casually, handsome with a hint of inexplicable temperament, not like a killer, but more like an artist. The corner of Suyu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a light smile, causing the surrounding girls to blush. There's something so mesmerizing about this air of fascination amidst the danger. His name is Suyu. He is the youngest soul hooker candidate of the Purgatory Academy, and it is said that he obtained the soul hooker candidate qualification due to his stunning performance in the freshman military training just after entering the academy. Just then, a Holy Spirit schoolgirl introduced herself, her beautiful eyes flashing with inexplicable color. A soul sensor candidate? Isn't that the same as our Dharma God candidate? Everyone exclaimed in unison, looking at Suyu, who became the center of attention the moment he appeared in the arena. A girl in the crowd with a complicated gaze murmured and whispered, has he already grown to this point? This girl was wearing a light pink dress with a bow tied around her waist, and a face that was not quite as beautiful as the country's, but was still clean and pleasant. She was none other than Gu Qingying, who had once crossed paths with Suyu in Xincheng. After half a month of separation, the gap between the two is already as wide as a cloud. She had already been rejected for the 4th time for applying for Dharma God candidacy. Yet Suyu was on the verge of becoming a true soul hooker. Don't look. I've seen that he's not ordinary before. With the springboard of the Purgatory Academy, this is considered to be a real flight to the heavens. Next to Gu Qingying, Willow Bird Fairy lamented. Nowadays, she was still at the 4th turn stage, but Suyu had already achieved a reversal. Moreover, from some of the gossip, this kid's true strength was afraid that he was already approaching the 6th revolutions. The two women glanced at each other and silently stepped back, with no thoughts of coming forward to catch up. Suyu frowned slightly and looked back. Just now, he seemed to feel two familiar auras appearing, but they quickly disappeared. What's wrong? Someone next to him asked. It's okay. Suyu shook his head and turned around to continue walking. Soon, the group, led by that girl, quickly walked through the wooded pathway and inside the halls of the Holy Spirit Academy's complex. Everyone, please draw here. A female teacher investments greeted the crowd. There were only 3 rounds in total for the Scholastic Grand Competition. The first round is based on a random assignment model, and you can move on to the next round by beating your opponent. The second round was a ring-keeping battle, where the more time you lasted in the ring, the more points as well as rewards you would receive. After the end of the ring-guarding battle will directly open the big melee, and the final 10 survivors will be ranked according to the number of people eliminated. The race system is extremely simple and brutal, but the simpler the rules, the more excitement it tends to bring. The crowd lined up in order to draw their serial number cards. Suyu looked at the number on the cardboard. 1. First one up? Not bad. Oh, the defending champions are here? At that moment, a group of bearded, middle-aged men came from outside. Each of them had a strong aura and carried a sky-high battle intent on their bodies. Some of them were still wearing tattered armor, obviously having just come down from the front lines not long ago. Seeing these people, the crowd immediately understood that these guys were the old students of the War Academy. The 3 great academies were clearly targeting the Purgatory Academy, intending to subvert its long-standing rule in this academy competition. What's an old thing that graduated 180 years ago still coming to compare? Do you want some face? Lin Xianxue disliked it back nonchalantly. You guys are too strong individually. How else are you going to play without making it more difficult? Upon hearing this, the people from the War Academy weren't annoyed and smiled as they finished drawing their signatures. They originally didn't want to get involved, but they were given too much, and as long as they entered the first round, the rewarded battle merit was as much as 100,000. Not long after, the people from the Civilization Academy arrived late. Seeing that group of participants, even Suyu was somewhat helpless. Among the 24 participants, only 8 of them looked like students. The rest were all old, and even 2 of them were already dying, as if they were dying of old age, and would die immediately after a gust of wind. Does your Civilization Academy have no one left? Why did you even send out the gatekeeper, Grandpa? An elemental mage behind Suyu sneered. He was covered in a black robe. The 3 systems of elements flowed on his body. His breath was attracted but not sent, and the staff on his waist was polished and extraordinarily sharp. At first glance, it was a civil and military melee mage. The old man is indeed here to die, but it's to send the purgatory school to its death. The old man smiled and said, posturing? Old Den, I've seen you at the front, commanding. Maybe you're good, but this isn't the place for you. Before the fight even started, the smell of gunpowder on several sides was already extremely heavy. However, the Holy Spirit School's participants did not participate in the pre-match vicious talk session, and one by one, they did not know what big moves they were holding back. Soon, the draw was completed and the groupings for the first round came out. Look at. Qin Hui pointed at his opponent with a bitter look on his face. Unfortunately, he happened to draw a 7th rotation veteran from the War Academy, as well as a 6th rotation mage from the Holy Spirit Academy. Lin Xianxue had a similarly ugly face. Her opponents were a 7th turn spatial system mage from the Holy Spirit Academy and a 6th turn puppeteer from the Civilization Academy. The difference between a 4th turn and a 7th turn was too great, not to mention having to deal with an additional 6th turn professional. If there are no surprises, both will go round robin. Don't be afraid, taking money from people to do things for them. If I say you guys can survive the first round, you will. Suyu was also extremely unfortunate to have drawn a 7th turn battlefield commander and a 7th turn warrior from the Civilization Academy. At this moment, the opponents of Suyu's trio then let out a sigh of relief in unison. Looks like we got lucky? Those 6 looked at each other and laughed heartily. After all, compared to the other 6th turn professionals in the Purgatory School, the Suyu trio, who were only at the 4th turn level, were clearly soft targets. After the first round of grouping was completed, the Holy Spirit Academy's teachers led the crowd to their respective temporary residences. However, with the Civilization Academy taking the lead, the rest of the 2 academies had no intention of resting, but instead were discussing tactics throughout the night. Everyone, the Purgatory School is not to be underestimated, although we are much more advanced in rank than the other party. But remember, do not take the enemy lightly. As an 8th turn mystic profession, Song Tianlin reminded. Understood. Elder Song is right. The strength of those guys couldn't be measured by common sense in the first place. I agree. Once upon a time on the front lines these guys were good at working miracles. The crowd nodded in turn. They verbally belittle their opponents, but tactically they take them incredibly seriously. Immediately afterward, Song Tianlin took out a list with simple information about everyone in the Purgatory School. The strongest person in the Purgatory School this time is Lu Shun, 6th turn Mystic System Seer, Pathfinder Pathway. Be careful of this person. Very strong. Then there's the 6th turn Mechanic, Ascender Pathway. This person isn't weak either. You have to fight against him quickly or it'll be very difficult to deal with. Tang Feng, 6th turn Compassionist, Bugman Pathway. No shortcomings in all aspects. Bizarre compulsion abilities. Also, Su Yu, 4th turn Trickster, Path Unknown. Abilities currently include long-range gun attacks, lotus bombs, and extremely strong melee combat abilities. However, his current level is not high, and his strength is more reflected in the accumulation of lotus bombs, and the use of props has been banned in the academy competition, so just be careful to pull back and avoid sniping. Song Tianlin analyzed it while formulating a detailed battle plan for all of them against each other. All of them had confident smiles on their faces. This time, it was bound to end the myth of the Purgatory School. On the other hand, none of the people in the Purgatory School were planning to sleep either. A cylinder. Woo. Hey. 9 lotus lights, 3,000 credits apiece. However, instead of discussing tactics, they were rubbing mahjong. Things like fighting were already engraved into their bones, and there was no need to be clinical about it. And at this moment, Su Yu was alone in his room. The destiny weapon was transformed into a crystal ball and placed quietly on the coffee table. Click. The flash of his cell phone lit up and a blood-colored photo was sent to Wang Tang by him. Lu Hongba, 6th turn warrior. Reward amount 80,000 contribution value. Location, Lin City. Taking advantage of the time he had now, he had already launched several consecutive void solicitations, utilizing fate modification to kill these wanted criminals before letting Wang Tang collect their bodies. This night, nearly 600,000 contribution values had been credited. Moreover, some of the wanted criminals that were in the secret realm also brought Su Yu a lot of experience value, making him closer and closer to level 100. The next day, within all the city-states throughout the Great Xia, the image of the great competition of the academy was projected over the city lord's mansion. Everyone in the country had gotten up early in the morning in order to watch this annual academy competition. This form had gradually replaced the military parades in the history of Daxia, and the rise of each Daxia's summer talent would greatly invigorate the people's hearts, especially this time the academy competition. After Nie Ziyuan gathered those old students who had already graduated, the fervor of this academy competition was simply unprecedented. Everyone wanted to see if the Purgatory School, which was famous for being at the top of its individual combat power, could accomplish a 1-against-2 over-the-top counterattack. Su Yu had used his breakfast and walked out from the villa. Xin Hui and Lin Xianxue had already been waiting at the entrance. Go. Su Yu nodded slightly. With that, the three of them stepped into the venue together. The huge square was already filled with people, and in the center of the square, a ring made of legendary obsidian was erected, with the word Holy Spirit engraved on it. As soon as the Purgatory School's crowd arrived, the originally lively atmosphere stagnated, and everyone looked at them in unison. Immediately, more enthusiastic cheers rang out. Next to the ring, a female teacher with a hot body and wearing a cheongsam raised the microphone. First round. First game. It's Su Yu, a freshman from the Purgatory Academy, against Duan Fei Hong, a veteran from the War Academy, and Tan Shen, a veteran from the Civilization Academy. In this match, it's a 4th-turn circus master against 2 7th-turn professionals at the same time. Can a miracle happen in a battle with such a disparity in strength? Let's wait and see. Her words instantly froze the audience in the plaza. What? 4 turns to beat 2 7 turns? Are you sure? I'm afraid this kind of competition isn't shady. Bounced checks. Refund your ticket. The spectators were puzzled. The difference in strength was too great. Was there a need for this kind of match to go on? However, while the audience was talking, Su Yu, Duan Fei Hong, and Tan Shen had already made their appearance one after another. Kid, don't blame the two of us for bullying the little ones. Duan Fei Hong's feet powered up and he leapt straight into the ring. Roar! With that, he let out a battle cry, attaching a layer of game status to himself and Tan Shen. Tan Shen, on the other hand, kept unleashing his skills, pressing his hands on top of the ring, constantly transforming an obsidian soldier from above the obsidian ring. At the same time, under the gain of the battle roar, these obsidian soldiers each displayed a strong aura, which was not weaker than that of a 5th-turn professional. Crap, these two old guys are too shameless, aren't they? That's right, 2 7th-turners beating a 4th-turner, and as a result, they have to use the ring to cheat. It's simply inappropriate. It's over. It looks like the little handsome boy is going to be beaten home. Seeing this scene, the crowd on stage spat. Even Principal Moonlight in the referee's seat, as well as Nie Ziyuan, had unnatural expressions. What the hell are you two doing against a 4-rotation freshman? However, from the beginning to the end, Suyu's expression never changed. He just waited and didn't use fate modification to interfere with his opponent. That is, until the on-site referee is ready to call the match. Suyu turned around and looked at the referee's table. I protest. It's too unreasonable for a 4-turn freshman to deal with 2 7-turn professionals. In that instant, the whole room went silent. Duan Feihong as well as Tan Shan couldn't help but freeze. So, this kid is not going to fight? That's right, the two of them work well together. And with the help of the geographical advantage, I'm afraid that Lu Shin, the sole seducer who has just been turned, will also lose, right? Hearing Su Yu's words, the surrounding audience also came back to their senses and nodded their heads one after another, very much agreeing with his words. That's right, even if the purgatory school is more heaven-defying, it's impossible for a 4th-turned professional to beat a 7th-turned one. There's something wrong with the rules of the tournament. They should be rematched. Freshmen should be playing against the younger students. What's the point of a one-sided match? Listening to the words in the meeting hall, in the referee's seat, Principal Moonlight frowned and asked, "So, what do you want to do?" She gazed at Suyu, casually picking up the copy of the race rules. In order to prevent the situation of the last military training, she had set very detailed rules this time. Suyu faintly smiled, his eyes deadlocked on Nie Ziyuan's face, and he said word by word, "So, I'm going to challenge Qin Huai and Lin Qianxu as opponents together." "What did you say?" Principal Moonlight froze and said with some surprise. Suyu's face was calm. "The two of them aren't enough for me to fight. A one-sided fight is not ornamental." Hearing his words, the venue exploded. No, he's crazy? 1 4th turn challenging 2 7th turns was already impossible. And now you want 2 more, plus 2 6th turns? I think he might be trying to sacrifice himself to keep those two from advancing? All the spectators showed disbelief. This guy was too crazy. And he's still just a freshman. How can he fight with the other side? Well, that's no politician with an empty rank. So this is the way to bail us out of the second round? Qin Huai and Lin Qianxue were also extremely stunned. What he was thinking before was to snatch our opponents and take them out together, right? What the hell? This is the academy competition, not a child's play. The 7th turn space mage said angrily. The contestants around him also frowned, disdaining Suyu's behavior of playing with the rules. This way of forcibly bailing out teammates is totally fucked up in their eyes. The rest of the purgatory school also cast gazes of admiration at Suyu. For 7 turns and 2 6 turns, with this lineup, they really couldn't handle it. So, did this guy Suyu really want to sacrifice himself? Or did he really have that confidence? Suyu, however, as if he didn't hear the voices of the rest of the people, blandly said, "State Master Nye, what do you think?" Nie Ziyuan pursed his lips, a little heartbroken by Suyu's look. This kid doesn't already know about my withholding of war credits, does he? $5 million is small, but you can't use it all as a freshman kid. Ahem. Nie Ziyuan avoided Suyu's gaze and then directly grabbed Lin Qianxue and Qin Huai's 2 opponents into the ring with one hand. "If you're going to fight, what else am I going to think?" After saying that, he directly opened the ring boundary. Seeing this, the on-site referee had to fulfill his obligation. "I declare the match begun." The words just fell. Suyu immediately and quickly left scratches on his arm. Battle Rage +1. Battle Rage +1. Battle Rage +1. Stop him. Watching Suyu's breath steeply pull up, Tan Chen immediately began to command. Yes. Duan Feihong leapt up violently and swung his fist towards Suyu. However, Suyu's eyes were cold and indifferent, not even dodging at all. Boom. He directly raised his palm and slapped away Duan Feihong's fist. Immediately after that, his body crouched slightly, twisted his waist, and slashed a hand knife towards his neck. Bang! This strike was as fast as lightning, but in the end, it stopped hard in midair and could not advance an inch. Space Mage. Good match. The corner of Suyu's mouth slightly hooked. One hit misses and immediately draws back. Buzz. In the next moment, a spatial strangulation force appeared in place. So strong. Is he really a 4th turn? Duan Feihong broke out into a cold sweat. Suyu's power was simply too exaggerated. I'm afraid that hand slash would have eliminated him straight away if it had been a solid hit. Right? Move your troops and form up. Tan Chen's gaze was similarly grave. He hadn't forgotten the tactics he had analyzed last night. Suyu still had strong long-range means that he hadn't used. He couldn't let him pull away. Old thing, get it together. Another 7th turn warrior pulled Duan Feihong to charge at Suyu once again. At the same time, the 6th turn puppeteer next to him quickly released his puppets and wrapped them up. A 3-way siege would be more prudent. Good coming. Suyu lightly drank. Rage tier +1. Current combat rage tier 12? Your pain sensation is gone. Your self-healing ability is increased by 500%. Your neural reflexes are increased by 800%. You enter a state of berserkness, and your sanity is -300%. Immediately afterward, his eyes completely turned dark red, and his entire body instantly disappeared in place. Instant prison shadow kill. Spatial transient means, Old Duan be careful, the space mage exclaimed. Boom. Upon reappearing, Suyu's elbow hit Duan Fei Hong's backside hard, causing his movements to stiffen. Swish, and in the next moment, before the space mage's attack arrived, Suyu's figure disappeared once again. Watch out, the space mage rushed to warn again. Frenzy, blood killing. Duan Fei Hong's body instantly became blood red, and his muscles rapidly expanded. He swung forward violently, each blow making a deafening pop. However, Suyu did not show any weakness and blasted against him. War. Kill. The two exchanged hundreds of blows against each other in an instant. How is it possible? The fourth turn actually fought me? The more Duan Fei Hong fought, the more alarmed he became. Suyu, on the other hand, was getting stronger and stronger as he fought, each punch more powerful than the last. Especially the fourth punch after every three, which hit him so hard he practically wanted to vomit blood. 3 seconds later, Suyu seized the opening and closed into Duan Fei Hong's body, while his right leg violently bent and catapulted out. Bang! A powerful knee strike to Duan Fei Hong's abdomen directly brought him to his knees. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out. This seventh turn warrior completely lost his combat power. Fuck! Looking at this sudden change, shock was written all over everyone's faces. That's too strong. Duan Fei Hong was beaten to this state by a fourth turn? And right at this moment, Suyu's figure shifted, stepping on the ring with one foot, and with the help of inertia, he once again rushed towards another seventh turn warrior. Come on, battle! Suyu seemed to transform into a wild beast at this moment and let out a roar. That voice contained an appalling pressure, and it actually caused the seventh turn warrior's feet to soften. Crap! His pupils snapped. This kind of terrifying pressure, he had only seen it on mythical creatures. Stand back! Tan Shen also let out a low growl, and directly used his spiritual power to yank him backward. The 6th Revolution Puppeteer and the other 6th Revolution Ice Mage were on the verge of looking dumbfounded, and it was surprising that there was no way for any of them to intervene in this kind of battle. 100 Battle Technique, Mountain Breaking Strike. The 7th turned warrior swung forward violently. However, Suyu was too fast at the moment, narrowly dodging the punch almost instantly and closing in on him in a smooth manner. The Space Mage wanted to cast a spell to stop it, but the two were too close to launch a space spell. Ice Blast, Continuous Blast. The 6th turn mage rushes to support and hits a spell. Suyu didn't care. He directly made a downward loop and clasped that warrior's waist. No good. In that instant, the warrior had known what he wanted to do. He desperately sunk his center of gravity down, but he couldn't stop Suyu's movements at all. Immediately, Suyu's leg snapped and his entire body leaned back, lifting that warrior up. Pang! With a loud thud, the warrior's head came into hard contact with the obsidian ring. A 20-meter giant pit appeared. The warrior, on the other hand, had fainted. Suyu, this move isn't Bao Bao Xiong learned, before has not had the opportunity to use out. I did not expect the effect is really not bad. Crap, that was a good one to watch. I can't believe this violent aesthetic can be seen at a tournament like this. The scene was in an uproar. Suyu, on the other hand, did not hesitate and quickly retreated. Sure enough, just as he had left in front of him, a cloud of ice cones and space spells had engulfed that area. Ha, that's it? Suyu had a maniacal smile on his face. This level of battle finally gave him a hint of excitement. Destiny Terrier was jumping up and down, but he didn't want to utilize that to win right now. Instead of going through all the trouble of thinking about how to modify their fate without killing them, it would be better to just put them down one by one. In the next moment, the life weapon transformed into the 2-meter sniper that appeared in his hand. The melee had been all but cleared out, and the next step was the long-range sparring. It's not good. Tan Shen tugged at his beard, his face unusually ugly. Suyu's performance was so amazing that the battle had gradually fallen in his favor. Young man, I will definitely let you know what the gap in experience is. Tan Shen shouted, and bright white light erupted from his brow. Battle of the Stars line up. Circumstantial Stardust. In the next moment, the obsidian soldiers arranged themselves one by one into an arcane pattern, emitting dazzling light. The space mage and the other two came to Tan Shen's side at the same time. They followed Tan Shen's command and each stood on the star position to which they belonged. Next moment, a bright star appeared above the ring and began its circumambulation. Boom! In an instant, the entire ring shook. An invisible oppressive aura passed out from the ring, giving the many spectators a suffocating and oppressive feeling. It's over. This old guy even used this trick. This move is the hardest to deal with. Suyu, be careful, only one of those stars is real. Watch out. The Purgatory School crowd on the stage risked a foul by shouting out a reminder. However, at this point the referees were too dumbfounded to bother with the minutiae. All the spectators had their hearts in their throats as well. Cool, it's so cool. This match was a head-scratcher to watch. Everyone did not expect that the first match, which was originally thought to end hastily, had entered a white-hot stage at this moment. And it was at this time that those spectators reacted and stood up to shout and cheer for Suyu. Suyu, 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 a wave of shock. Boom. And at this time, that one star was like a meteor streaking down. The fury on Suyu's face disappeared and was replaced by calmness like water. He methodically coalesced 4 light-chasing bullets. Ka. After the bullet was loaded, Suyu took a deep breath and his right eye was seen with the help of the scope. Only one of those incoming stars was real. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately afterward, those 4 bullets suddenly flew out, tracing a brilliant golden light in mid-air. 8,000 words in 3 shifts. Too lazy to split the chapters. Just consider it an extra chapter, Omega. To shoot without any hesitation? Tan Shen's pupils shrank. Quite incredulous. One had to know that his perimeter star dipper formation was a genuine epic level skill. That sky full of stars was not an illusion. It was all made from the convergence of the power of the stars. Even for himself, it was sometimes hard to tell the difference between truth and fiction. However, Suyu did not hesitate in the slightest and came up to find his target. Boom! When the 4th round hit, the bullet instantly pierced the meteor, obliterating it and leaving only a pile of ash. And it took less than a second. Holy shit! Bull! Suyu is bullish. The crowd cheered wildly, and for a while, the scene reached its peak. How? Tan Shen's eyes rounded and his lips trembled slightly. Did it? He actually did it. Not only did he lock on to the real star with a single glance, but he also shattered it with 4 shots. Tan Shen's gaze was deadlocked on Suyu's large sniper. What kind of weapon is that? What skills does Suyu, in the end, possess again? Tan Shen's hand was on his waist. After thinking about it, he still didn't take out his epic weapon. It was already a case of bullying the small with the big, but now it would be really shameless if they used a high-grade weapon. We concede. After a few moments of hesitation, he finally sighed and turned to walk out of the ring. Brother you, bull. Qin Huai and the others were completely conquered by Suyu. The melee battle hardened 2 warriors, and the long-range 4-shot strike shattered the stars of the circumference. Such terrifying strength, but it was only a 4th turn? It's unheard of. The referee was also agitated. I announced that the winner of this competition is Suyu. In a flash, the applause was thunderous. All the audience stood up, and the shouts shook the earth. At the referee's table, Nie Ziyuan wiped the cold sweat dripping from his forehead without any trace. Why is this kid so fierce? He couldn't help but mutter in his mind that this result was completely beyond his expectations. Originally, he had already looked up to Suyu as high as possible in his heart, thinking that this battle would be very stalemate and that Suyu would not lose so easily. Even he had secretly opened his heavenly eyes, intending to spy on Suyu's bizarre ability when he was pushed to the brink. However, the final result shocked him beyond belief. It seems certain people are afraid. The corners of Principal Moonlight's mouth spread into a smile, and with derision in her beautiful eyes, she said faintly, "Do you think that in 2 more years, he'll hang you up and spank you?" Her words made Nie Ziyuan's face redden and he couldn't say a word. Suyu slowly put the life weapon away, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. The triggering of Fate Terrier seems to have brought the skill of fate perception to a critical point. However, this is clearly not a place for quiet reflection. Suyu calmly walked down the ring and looked at Lin Qianxue and the 2 of them with a slight smile. How is it? The credits weren't spent in vain, right? Bull. The 2 gave a simultaneous thumbs up. Even Lin Qianxue's face was wearing an unabated scarlet red at the moment. Nothing else? It's just that this game is so intense and exciting. The other veteran students of the Purgatory Academy also silently made a copy of the match video, preparing to slowly study it when they returned. The fight is 2.5 minutes long in its entirety, and it's piss-free and a top-notch showdown. Suyu's every step was not the slightest bit redundant, as if he had already guessed the other party's next move. Soon after, while the enthusiasm of the audience had yet to subside, the second participant of the Purgatory School took the stage immediately after. Suyu looked up. It was Fong Qiu. His opponents were a 7th turn wood mage, and a 6th turn boxer. As soon as Fong Qiu got into the ring, he backed right up to the edge of the ring before swinging a sledgehammer and starting to build a robot. The other guy comes after him and he runs away. It's just unwatchable. It's a snoozefest to watch. But with this trend, it's only a matter of time before Fong Qiu takes the match. So you lost interest after looking at it for a while. When is the second round? He asked the staff member next to him. The man quickly responded. There will be a 2-hour break after the first round in the morning, and the second round of the ring starts at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Suyu nodded and then walked straight towards the outside of the square. He wanted to try and see if he could catch that glimmer of aura. Returning to his residence, he drew the curtains and sat directly on the ground. A scene from the battle surfaced in Suyu's mind. The images of that move, his opponent's clinical choices, and the 4 shots he fired at the end were gradually drawn out into an abbreviated line. These lines are the threads of destiny. Destiny, Suyu understood as a series of predetermined events. These events, big or small, are arranged in combinations that make up a person's life, and the threads of destiny are the medium that binds them together. Tan Chen's circumstantial star dipper formation was formidable, but unfortunately, there were no threads of fate present above the false stars, so he pressed on without the use of any abilities and was able to directly lock onto the one true star. Gradually, Suyu slowly closed his eyes. You have realized the mystery from the perception of fate. A leaf knows the fall. You'll have access to everyone but yourself, for a 6-hour period, to a fragment of fate. After an unknown amount of time, Suyu slowly opened his eyes. He only felt that the world in front of him seemed to have changed a bit more. On all objects, a vague thread of fate climbed. Instinct told him that he only needed to resort to these destiny threads to trigger the destiny fragment. A fate fragment is something that is a combination of small individual fate events. After thinking about it, Suyu took out a handkerchief with a rising sun pattern from his bosom. It's something left behind by that island relic. Immediately afterward, Suyu transformed his life weapon into a crystal ball again. This time, however, he didn't put his handkerchief into it, but only resorted to the crystal ball's increase in perception. A thread of fate probed out from Suyu's hand, and then, it quickly connected with the threads of fate on the handkerchief. Destiny segment, your enemy, Park Jin-san, enters an underwater cave and is seriously injured after being attacked by a guardian beast. In the end, he won by a fluke, and after entering the cave's secret realm, he drank monkey wine, which increased his strength greatly. Looking at the large segment of fate that appeared in front of him, Suyu's eyes moved slightly as he fell into deep thought. The fate fragment has a full 3 modification credits, and, with more degrees of reversal of fate, the harvest of fate points will be more than sufficient. Of course, the amount of mental energy to be consumed to trigger a fate fragment would also be more, tens of times that of a normal fate minor event. Taste the effects superficially first. Soon after, Suyu began to make fate modifications. Ding! Destiny segment, your enemy, Park Jin-san, enters an underwater cave and is seriously injured after encountering a guardian beast that attacks a chicken. In the end, he won by a fluke and entered the cave's secret realm and drank monkey urine, reducing his strength greatly. Fate points plus 5. 500. Is so much? The corners of Suyu's mouth couldn't be restrained from rising. I didn't realize that the fate points for modifying a fate fragment were so lucrative. This is too good to be true, isn't it? He was worried that he didn't have enough destiny points to use, and fatal flamboyance was still only LV1 even now. There are still some drawbacks to the modification of fate segments, though, and that is that you don't see the results instantly after modification. According to Su's judgment, Park Jin-san's fateful snippet was not due to begin until half an hour later. Taking advantage of this time, Suyu once again took out a string of bracelets from his arms. The owner of this thing is Advent Counselor Du Xinghe. Tomoyo's brain is big. I combined several people's ideas to add the ability of Fate Fragment. Feel also very interesting pinch. Fragment of Fate, your enemy Du Xinghe participated in the academy competition disguised as Song Tianlin, and easily won in the second round of the ring-keeping battle. After the end of the academy competition, he unleashed a descent spell formation, summoning a demigod-level abyssal blood demon to descend on the academy. As a large amount of spiritual energy decreased, a fragment of fate quickly surfaced before Suyu's eyes. Song Tianlin was impersonated by Du Xinghe? When? Suyu couldn't help but frown. It was reasonable that on such an important occasion, Nia Ziyuan and these people shouldn't have made such a major blunder. Song Tianlin's appearance appeared in his mind. Now it seemed that old man was a little too low-key. After Suyu pondered for a long time, he finally started the fate modification. 3 chances to change the word make him a lot of room to maneuver. Ding! Fate Fragment, your enemy Du Xinghe participated in the academy competition disguised as Song Tianlin, and was easily defeated in the second round of the ring-keeping battle. After the end of the great competition of the academy, he unleashed a descent spell formation, summoning a true god-level abyssal blood demon to descend into the Hellmouth. Destiny points plus 60. 000. Hiss, 60,000 fate points? Suyu's heart twitched viciously for a few moments. Although it had been anticipated that the amount of destiny points he had gained would definitely increase by a lot, he hadn't expected it to actually be this much. Yes, The corner of Suyu's mouth spread a smile, but soon he frowned again and rubbed his temples. This one fate fragment earned quite a few fate points, but the consumption of mental energy was equally horrifying. Even with his current mental power reserves, he was a bit overwhelmed. I'm afraid that the modifications to the fate fragment don't apply between sword fights. When it comes to combat, it's still the fate minor events that are much easier and better to use. I also wonder what will happen when a true god-level abyssal blood demon enters the Hellmouth. The assassin who had entered the Hellmouth earlier seemed to have encountered something unusual. Suyu couldn't help but look forward to it. After resting in place for a while, Suyu picked up that rising sun handkerchief from the table again and threw it into the crystal ball. Calculating the time, Park Jin-san was close to arriving at the underwater cave. Suyu's entire body sat paralyzed on the sofa, holding potato chips in one hand and hugging a bottle of soda in the other, intending to have a good time watching a big show. Soon, a turquoise blue scene appeared in front of Suyu's eyes. A hunched-over man, only about 1.5 meters tall, swam within the ocean. His limbs were short, and he swam like a turtle. Park Jin-san is well characterized by his island bloodline and has grown an onsen beard in the middle of his manhood after his rebellion from Dasha. According to the map of the ruins, this should be the place, he said in a pure Sakura language. The language had long been lost with the fall of the island, and it was not clear where Park Shinzo had learned it. Soon, as Park Jin-san's dive deepened, a mansion tucked between underwater volcanoes appeared before his eyes. Rumble! A ferocious monster also spotted him at that moment. Rich and famous, bottoms up. With a big roar, Park Jin-sure charged towards the monster. The two soon fought together. This monster's level was also at the 7th turn level, plus it occupied an underwater home base, so Park Jin-san fought with extra strength. Boom! However, just after Park Shinzan was accidentally approached by the monster actually attacked towards his lower 3 like a madman. Grandma, no martial arts. In a moment of inattention, Park Jin-san is struck by the monster's sharp claws and one of his eggs is broken. There was a lot of screaming. The monster immediately revealed a joyful expression when it saw that it had an effect. It swooped down on Park and launched an intensive attack on his lower 3 in succession. Put. Blood spurted out, coloring the creature red. The monster licked the blood from its fingers and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Park Jin-san's eyes were suddenly red with tears. What the fuck is wrong with this monster? And that's where you're going to hit? Originally he was a lone testicular warrior, but he soon became a bare-knuckle fighter. Eventually, even the steel gun was completely broken and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Suyu could not help but laugh out loud as well. Aha! Vatasi is fighting you! He roared in anger, completely releasing all restraints. Eventually, 10 minutes later, he rose from the monster's corpse covered in blood. Woohoo! Park Shinzo couldn't hold back his sobs. He had paid an extremely heavy price for this expedition. At the end of the fight, there wasn't even a stake left in the ground that was attacked by the creature, and it was even dented. Fortunately, after entering the secret realm of the cave within the mansion, he found a well-preserved jar of monkey's wine. Yosi, this wine is golden and has an amazing aroma. Not only is it a great wine, it's an epic quality goodie. This jar of monkey wine could at the very least help him ascend 10 levels in a row. Great big drop. Park Jin-san licked his lips, and his lower third didn't seem to hurt as much. Then, without hesitation, he brought the monkey wine close to his mouth. Why does it taste a little strange? His nose twitched as he sniffed the liquor inside the jar, and he felt that there was something odd about the flavor. This can of liquid wine color and ordinary liquor is different. Actually showed a deep yellow. Looks like some of the old yellow wine. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually downed the bottle of monkey wine. Gulp! He had just swallowed it when his throat felt as if it had been struck by a violent electric current, and his entire body instantly stiffened, his face twisting. So astringent, so bitter, so fishy. It doesn't taste anything like the rumored monkey wine. However, having come all the way here, he forced himself to endure the discomfort and drank the entire can of monkey wine into his stomach. Yosi, there's an old saying in Dasha that the heavens must first be made to suffer in labor, and I should be in that situation right now, right? Park Jin-san sighed, found a place to lie down, quietly waiting for the monkey wine medicine to take effect. However, it didn't take long for his face to suddenly change. What's going on? Why is my attribute value dropping? Hiss, even the level is dropping. Not only that, even the embryonic form of the field that has been condensed is weakening at a rapid pace. Damn it, how did it suddenly become like this? Park Jin-san exclaimed in fear. Immediately afterward, a piercing pain spread throughout his body. Ow! He screamed miserably, his eyes round and full of grimace. His body curled up into a ball and rolled over in pain. In the end, he directly fainted from the pain and lay dead or alive in the corner of the undersea cave. Ha ha ha, funny! At this time, Suyu also finished a whole bag of chips. With that, he immediately removed the rising sun handkerchief, which had dissolved a small portion from within the crystal ball. It was a great comedy show that put him in a great mood. Therefore, Suyu decided to continue to let this starring roll once again in 2 days. Suyu looked at the time. Less than 15 minutes to go in the second round of the keeper battle. After thinking about it, he decided not to continue with the modification of the destiny fragment. This time, the opponents to be faced were of the 8th turn, and there were also true gods about to descend, so it was better to retain more status to avoid accidents. Back to the Academy Grand Competition venue, the last round of random matchmaking battles had been over for a long time, and even the giant obsidian ring had been repaired. Suyu, where did you just go? Fonzie asked as he walked up. His body was littered with scars. He did win that battle, but it wasn't an easy win. Back to resting for a while. How was your battle? Suyu looked around and realized that almost everyone had an obvious fatigue. Moreover, this time, there were a total of 12 participants from the Purgatory School, but now there were only 8 left. These old guys are really perverted. Dealing with us is simply doing everything. That 8-turn-old denizen Song Tianlin is even extremely sinister. Feng Qiu poured out his pain. Of all the people, only Suyu and Lucian won the easiest. The rest were more or less injured. He glanced at Lin Qianxue and Qin Huai with his remaining light. No, it's these two that have it the easiest. Perhaps? Press advanced without even playing. Okay, I get it. Suyu nodded with a slight movement in his heart. The winner of the first round will receive 100,000 credits/war credits. At this point, the referee's voice continued. The crowd in the square was eagerly awaiting it. All participants prepare? The second round of ring battles will open in 3 minutes. Once again, the rules of the ring battle will be read. The ring defender will have 100 points added for every second that passes. Suyu and his group immediately headed out, only to see a raised platform appear on that huge obsidian ring. Looks like that's where the guard needs to be. This rule seems simple, but there are many doors. Qin Huai walked beside Suyu and quickly analyzed. This round will be much less stressful for our Purgatory School. After all, the ring keeper will be under siege from everyone. And I reckon there should be a situation where everyone takes turns to keep the ring. If someone gains too many points, then they will definitely become everyone's priority target during the final round of the Grand Melee. Upon hearing this, Feng Qiu's few veteran students also nodded their heads in recognition. One of the older students smiled and said, "Every year the ring battle is the time to play mind games. Keep it for a long time, and although you have more points, your form will slip, and in the big melee others are on you to fight. And the only way to do that is to keep your points in the middle of the pack and then fuck over the ones with more points than you in the final third round." Hearing this, the crowd also nodded their heads, feeling that it made perfect sense. Only that the distance kept between each other was unconsciously much wider. At the start of this round, even the 3 great universities would start fighting on their own, let alone them. Among the crowd, Suyu was the only one who was a little distracted, not knowing what he was thinking. Buzz! In the next moment, as the boundary on the obsidian ring unfolded, everyone entered combat at the same time. Even Lin Qianxue and Qin Huai, who were the weakest in terms of battle prowess, had raised their spirits 10,000% at this moment, intending to go to that high stage to fight it out. This round the old man won't hide his clumsiness. Right at this moment, however, a vast spiritual power fluctuation suddenly came from the direction of the Civilization Academy. Art of War Void Condensed Soldier. Song Tianlin directly performed a handful of void condensation soldiers and flew straight up to the high platform under the guard of the void guards. Those void guards each exuded a 6th turn aura. It amounted to tens of thousands. Fuck me. What a terrifying ability. How is this even a fight? The faces of all the participants were unsightly. I don't know what Nia Ziyuan was thinking. How could he let an 8th turn military division stir in the academy competition? Within that soldier field, everything is a soldier. Song Tianlin alone is an army. A fucking 8-turn field is too much, isn't it? Just give him the title straight away. Feng Qiu and the others directly pointed at Nia Ziyuan and cursed. An 8th-turn professional was also known as a quasi-god, an existence that had mastered the heaven-defying ability of field. It was important to realize that something like a field was also known as a divine kingdom prototype. Not only was it the Purgatory Academy, but the people from the other 3 academies also looked unsightly. What's the situation? Didn't we agree that Song Tianlin would be the last to strike? The original plan was disrupted, bringing the scene to a standstill for a while. The crowd also rose in protest, booing. Fuck, I'm here to watch the game, not to watch this old den bully his way out of it. Exactly. How else is he going to compete when he does that? Shady, the fucking West 8 referee. Oh, little Nishihachi has been overthrown. Ha, it's okay then. In the face of 1,000 accusations, Nia Ziyuan was unmoved. He sipped his own tea and looked at a Taoist scripture. as if he hadn't heard anything. 30 seconds passed and Song Tianlin's points had come to 3,000. This caused the rest of the contestants to become anxious. The ring match was only 10 minutes in total, and it would be too late if it dragged on any longer. But again, they all didn't dare to be the one to stand out. After all, the opponent was an 8th-turn military master. In that case, let me. At that moment, Lu Xun, who was dressed in white, took a step forward. His figure instantly became dreamlike, as if he didn't exist in this world. You can't. Sit down and let me. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was pressed back by Suyu. Lu Xun's eyes moved slightly, and he was surprised to look at Suyu's hand that was pressing on his shoulder. Pathfinder Pathways as a prophetic profession. This hand of his, future walking, was something that even a 7th-turn time system mage would have trouble touching. However, Suyu easily pressed down on his essence. In that case, it's up to you. Lu Xun sighed and eventually stalled in place. Oh, this person must be dealt with by me. You can't grasp it. The corners of Suyu's mouth rose and he just walked towards the high platform with a big grin. Song Tianlin's easy win in the guard battle had already been changed to an easy defeat by him, and he couldn't give away this kind of opportunity. Seeing Suyu walking towards him, Song Tianlin's eyes narrowed. Challenger, you want to die? Song Tianlin opened his mouth coldly, his voice hoarse as if he were a ghost screaming. Suyu, however, was unconcerned and looked straight at him. Challenger, you seem to have some misunderstanding. For the record, you're the challenger. Bold. Song Tianlin became furious. Tens of thousands of void guards stood in unison around him, and a murderous atmosphere instantly filled the entire high platform. Rumble. In a flash, all of the void guards were out in force. Today, I will let you know that paragons are not to be insulted. Suyu raised his sword and went straight up, not being affected by Song Tianlin's aura in the slightest. Tens of thousands of void guard soldiers surrounded Suyu. One could only see that they were all holding battle axes and spears, exuding a strong killing aura, and condensing into an incomparably terrifying blood-colored giant sword in the void. The rest of the contestants, even when standing at the edge of this blood-colored long sword, could feel an aura of solemn killing so strong that it almost turned into substance. All the spectators held their breath, their gazes fixed on Suyu, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement, wondering if the rookie would create a miracle again. Boom! In the next moment, that huge blood-colored sword fell and heavily smashed into Suyu. However, what surprised people was that Suyu did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Destiny has been decided, and paragods are also ants. The corner of Suyu's mouth curled up slightly as his pace stabilized. The moment that blood-colored giant sword was close to him, it unexpectedly deviated its course and smashed into the ground 20 meters away from Suyu. Boom! The massive force smashed a huge crater out of the legendary obsidian ring. Debris flew and dust filled the sky. The sound of the whole room retching in cold air rose and fell. How is that possible? That blood-colored giant sword was enough to split mountains and break mountains, but it actually lost its effect on Suyu. Nia Ziyuan raised his head, his eyes flashing. Fate is sealed? Is this the special ability of a fortune teller? Suyu was still unhurried, with a smile on his face. What other tricks do you have? Feel free to use them. With every step he took forward, large swathes of void guards were chopped to pieces as he waved his long blade. Why is he immune to my Bingdao field? The expression on Song Tianlin's face grew more and more somber, and he had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. Within the soldier Dao field, everything is a soldier and is subject to his command. However, Suyu was an exception. He didn't seem to exist in the middle of the field, or the Hayadu field couldn't affect him either. Damn kid. So much for my plan. He then exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, his face regaining its calmness. Since you seek death, then I will fulfill you as well. Song Tianlin indifferently looked at Suyu. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly tilted his head back and looked at the sky, his arms raised high. At the same time, the spiritual energy within his body began to riot wildly. The way of warped blood sacrifice heavenly blade. Kill me. Song Tianlin fiercely drank, and under his feet, the originally dense Void Guard army even instantly changed into a blood-red battle sword. The entire body of the battle sword was condensed from blood, emitting an extremely cold and chilling aura. Whoosh! The bloody blade broke through the air like a long river rushing through the air. Blood sacrifice? That doesn't seem to be an ability of the warlord, does it? Seeing this scene, Lu Xun frowned. This academy competition seemed to be getting a little out of hand. How many times do I have to say it? Your fate, long ago, was sealed. Suyu's face did not change as he carried his sword to meet that blood-colored river. The speed of these blood-colored battle blades was as fast as a meteor, appearing around Suyu in the blink of an eye. Chop! Suyu lightly drank. His long blade swept across, and as the blade rolled across, the blood blades crumbled and split into pieces. Boom boom boom. blood-colored light erupted, dyeing the entire void red. Suyu was like a divine warrior descending from the sky, breaking through all the obstacles, swimming upstream in the blood-colored river, and killing straight onto the high platform. Put! With a flash of the blade, the long blade shattered the blood curtain and did not enter Song Tianlin's body. No way! The five senses on Song Tianlin's face transformed for a split second before quickly returning to normal. He looked at Suyu with a face full of incredulity. It wasn't that Suyu was too strong, but all of his attacks inexplicably failed. When it was just close to Suyu, it was nullified by an inexplicable force and shattered at the touch. The Fate players are nothing more than playthings in the hands of Fate. So how is it that you can control Fate in turn? Song Tianlin inexplicably thought of Yu Xiang. But that cripple isn't that sick. Suyu did not reply as he raised his sword. The light of the sword was brilliant and went straight for Song Tianlin's head. Song Tianlin hastily backed away. However, even so, the blade skimmed over his neck leaving a scarlet stain, causing his pupils to shrink. Shit! Song Tianlin roared. His legs stomped hard and his body leapt, directly jumping off the high platform. The initial collision between the two ended in a crushing victory for Suyu. The whole room rocked. Is this the theater Fate master? It's simply too powerful. He actually ignored Song Tianlin's Bing Dao field. Is this breaking the iron law that all under the 8th turn are ants? Ha ha, that's what makes it fun. The more intense the fight, the more the tickets are worth it. Worthy of being a great demon King Su. One person and one sword to cut through everything. Yes. The crowd was cheering and buzzing. This Su Yu is not simple nah. Nia Ziyuan let out a low sigh. But this is good. He gave a look towards Principal Tsukiakari, who was off to the side. Moonlight understood and his figure instantly disappeared into the referee's chair. Plus 100 points. Plus 100 points. As Suyu stood on the high platform, hints of points increasing began to appear continuously. He didn't try to kill Song Tianlin. According to the Destiny fragment, this guy still had to live until the Traction True God came down. Bad luck. Song Tianlin spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. His original conception was that he intended to draw hatred towards him and have everyone surround him in the third round. In this way, that abyssal blood demon race demigod could strangle this group of top geniuses as soon as he appeared. After killing this group of people, that demigod would then simply blow himself up. A demigod-level self-detonation was enough to destroy the Holy Spirit School. Moreover, according to the Godhead fragment left within the abyssal blood demon clan, this demigod would also only need 10 years to be revived. This was the abyssal demon race's retaliation to the loss of the demon god's blood last time. Only, now that Suyu had intervened, there might not be a way for this group of geniuses to be eliminated in one go. Who sneaked up on me? Hiss, aha! Just as Song Tianlin was lost in contemplation, a tingling sensation came violently from the chrysanthemum. Is this, like, stabbed? He looked down and froze. There was actually a golden dagger sticking out of his ass. The dagger was razor sharp and penetrated his flesh. Blood gurgled out along the wound and stained his pants. Die! Song Tianlin was furious and immediately mobilized the Void Guards. Lucian scored a hit and quickly launched Future Walk, exiting Song Tianlin's attack range. Meanwhile, Fang Qiu took his place and maneuvered a large number of self-destructing robots to rush over. What are you guys doing now that the Ringkeeper isn't me? Song Tianlin's eyelids jumped as he hurriedly drove the Void Guards to block. Rumble! A violent explosion was produced. Black smoke filled the air, and one of the tiny parasites took the opportunity to approach. At the same time, the elemental mage attached several elemental spells to his staff, circled around behind Song Tianlin, and struck him on the head with a stick. Boom! The entirety of the Purgatory School surrounded and attacked, causing Song Tianlin to suffer a heavy blow at once. The way of the soldier, the weak retreat. With blood spilling from his mouth and nose, he hurriedly maneuvered the field and knocked everyone straight back. Weaklings retreating? None of my business. Lucian traveled through the past and future, splitting a residual shadow, and actually carried that impact hard. Snort! Another stab into the backyard. Are you really Song Tianlin? Lucian shook off the blood on the dagger and said meaningfully, what do you mean? Song Tianlin was practically going crazy from the torture. This group of guys from the Purgatory School were simply more difficult than one another. It doesn't mean anything. Lucian waved his hand. It just feels a little strange. With that said, he shook his head slightly, giving up on riding the wave of victory. He looked towards Suyu on the high platform. Since Suyu hadn't even attempted to kill Song Tianlin, they probably couldn't do it either. Gradually, as time passed, the crowd all turned their gazes to Suyu on the high platform again. He has too many points. However, at this moment, Suyu didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He was seen turning his back to the crowd and slowly took out a uniquely shaped violin. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised the eternal elegy up. The eyes of the room were focused on him. At this moment, The original tense and exciting battle atmosphere disappeared, and the entire ring seemed to have become his stage alone. A moment is an eternity. I have a song for you all to enjoy. Suyu gently stroked the strings of the zither and put the bow on it. At this moment, his eyes were completely closed, as if he was brewing something. What's he trying to do? What's the point of bringing out the instruments at this hour? Performance art? The others are ready to attack. Man, we recognize that you are strong, but you can't disrespect your opponent. Watching Suyu's actions, the spectators in the square were immediately thrown into doubt. Nope, you guys, that violin of his seems to be an epic weapon? Someone suddenly exclaimed. At the same time, everyone in the ring was breathing heavily and felt a great sense of oppression. Gulp. Lucian's expression changed for the first time. Even when he faced Song Tianlin, he had never been so grave. The veteran students of the 3 university campuses even smelled danger, and some professionals with only 5 turns directly jumped off the ring. Nie Ziyuan frowned and swept the floating dust in his hand, bringing up a piece of dreamlike stardust. Taoist law of nature Chuanzhou dream butterfly. In the next moment, the obsidian ring was surrounded by countless star points, as if it was in a dream world. If he didn't make a move, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive a few people later. And just then, Suyu opened his eyes. When I pull the silk thread, you will dance. As he murmured, the bow began to travel over the strings. Buzz. A mellifluous trill sounded and the notes flowed from above the violin. The thick aura of death and doom spread rapidly with Suyu as the center point. The sound of that zither was pleasing to the ear, as if it was telling the mystery between life and death, and one couldn't help but be mesmerized by it. However, in the next instant, everyone's nose caught a whiff of blood. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he had been drenched in blood. Can't listen, stop him now. I don't know who shouted, but it was too late. Everyone felt as if the blood in their bodies was boiling and gushing out uncontrollably. Ah, how did this happen? Some of the weaker ones simply couldn't react in time. Their faces turned pale and they directly collapsed to the ground. Being within range of eternal elegy will reduce your life value by 1% per second. However, at the 4th second, this effect is likewise augmented by the final prologue. That is, every 4 seconds, everyone receives a quadruple bludgeon, plus real damage added, and has to suffer an instant death ruling. You triggered an instant death effect and failed the instant death test. Damn it, there's actually an instant death judgment. Fang Qiao's face showed pain as his entire body sat paralyzed on the ground, and his body began to rapidly disintegrate. As a mechanic, his physique was on the weak side and he could no longer carry it. However, fortunately, under Nie Ziyuan's Dao, he didn't really die, and his figure quickly reappeared outside the ring. That's fucking sick. Looking at Suyu, who was elegantly playing the violin on the high stage, he couldn't help but break into a rage. This guy is horrible. A few people hastily tried to plug their ears to stop the sound of the zither from entering their ears. However, this had no effect at all. Even if the mage used a soundproofing spell, he still couldn't block the sound of that zither. Some of the veterans who came down from the battlefield directly took out their legendary or epic equipment at this moment. They tried to defend themselves, but found that they couldn't defend themselves at all. Thus, the crowd attacked Suyu. Ice rain, fireballs, long arrows, countless long range means set fire towards Suyu. Suyu, on the other hand, was still immersed in his playing and had no intention of interrupting. Fate minor event, you are besieged during a performance and are hit by 2 long range attacks after dodging. Ding! Fate minor event, you are besieged during a performance, and after dodging, you are hit by a 0 range attack. Fate points plus 400. Only when the fireballs exploded and the ice rain descended did Suyu lighten his footsteps, threading his way through the crowd's attacks. He dodged all the attacks without even opening his eyes, just dancing to the music. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were hard to see. How can this be a fight? Suyu took a slight pause, and after the intro was over, he looked to the crowd. Smile everyone, smile and dance for me. In an instant, the sense of despair that Suyu brought to everyone climbed to the peak. I admit defeat. A 6th turn mage from the Holy Spirit School hurriedly shouted. Admit defeat? Impossible. I'll fight him. A 7th turn warrior's eyes were crimson as he killed towards Suyu regardless. Su slightly side-eyed and started playing the chorus. You've been judged by mental power. Mental power judgment failed. You will fall into eternal slumber. Puff. Before his fist touched Suyu, his entire body collapsed into a deep sleep. Hiss. Seeing this, the remaining warrior professionals stormed out in unison, no longer daring to approach for half a minute, their eyes full of scorn. The closer they got, the stricter the mental power judgment became, and these warriors facing Suyu were simply like facing a natural enemy. There's even a mental power judgment? This is too much of a restraint for us, isn't it? Why is this kid's mental power so perverted? It's already close to a 7th turn mage, right? Everyone in the War Academy looked at each other in dismay and finally let out a long sigh. We admit defeat. Suyu was now clearly trying to enter the third round early, to eliminate a group of people, and rather than being killed by him, it would be better to leave the field in a dignified manner. With all the fighters abstaining, only 6 turn 7 mages from the Holy Spirit School, 4 turn 6s and 2 turn 4s from the Purgatory School, and 4 turn 7 professionals from the Civilization School remained in the ring. Only, it was also extremely difficult for them to hold on. Every 4 seconds, that horrible instant death ruling made their hearts palpitate. Warriors were thick-blooded and could carry the effects of the life value drop, but the mental power judgment was difficult to pass. Mages had strong spiritual power, yet were mostly brittle and couldn't withstand a few quadruple blasts. The killing power of this eternal elegy was simply all-encompassing and deathless, leaving the crowd defenseless. As the tune gradually moved from soothing to stirring, that depressing atmosphere became more and more intense. We concede. I concede. One by one, the 7th turned mages gritted their teeth and finally jumped off the ring with a single leap. We also admit defeat. Several other people also spoke up. Soon the song will end. There were only 4 people left below the high platform. The 2 of them, Lin Qinshui and Qin Huai, were not eliminated because Suyu deliberately controlled them. Of course, they were both very self-aware. After mixing up a top 5 finish, the 2 men jump out of the ring in silence. I didn't expect it. It looks like this academy competition is going to end early. This tune is so good. Is it his original? I haven't heard a similar melody before. Ha, I'm afraid everyone who's ever heard of it is dead. The audience was excited. Suyu's this song is extremely lethal, but yes, it is indeed the work of a master. Just listening from afar, as if it puts one in the cycle of life and death. What a rare experience. Lucian was overflowing with blood, like a bloody man. However, he fought extremely hard to the end. The other person was Song Tianlin. He had the field added to his body, so the effect of eternal elegy was weakened quite a bit. Snap. Song Tianlin applauded and said appreciatively, "You're very good. You're strong enough to be much stronger than I even imagined. Unfortunately, the more powerful you are, the more you will die." As soon as the words fell, a blood-colored spell appeared around Song Tianlin. At the same time, his disguise was completely removed. At this moment, his name should be called Du Xinghe. The blood-colored lines around Du Xinghe instantly broke through Nie Ziyuan's Dao. With that, he quickly flew overhead. "Everyone, Advent sends its regards." "Humph, I knew it. There really is something wrong with you, you awful old man." Lucian sneered and a brilliant white light erupted from his body. He was glowing with the color of blood, like an evil spirit crawling out of purgatory. Future walking launch. Lucian's figure suddenly became hidden in time, and a flag appeared in his hand. "Ha, little fellow, do you really think you have a few strengths?" Du Xinghe had a disdainful look on his face. Blood sacrifice, spell kill. In the next moment, the sky filled with blood-colored incantations erupted with skyrocketing bloodlight. Boom! Lucian was directly forced out of his future walking state, and his entire body was sent flying out of the ring by that majestic force. Isn't he Song Tianlin? Why has he suddenly changed? Shit! What's going on? Crap! Isn't it the academy competition? How come people from the Advent Society are mixing in? The audience in the square shrieked and rose to their feet. The academy tutors and judges also frowned as they looked at the stage, their eyes full of concentration. What the hell is going on here? Ahem! Ahem! Lucian fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, but there was no way he could. That strike just now mobilized the might of the field, and it was even enhanced by the blood demon divinity, so he was no match at all. Ha 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 ha! This world is filthy and needs a whole new order to come down. Du Xinghe's face wore a frenzy as the blood-colored incantations lingering around him grew. This was a blessing given by that abyssal blood demon demigod, and even Nie Ziyuan, who was also a demigod, was unable to break it in a short period of time. Woo! However, at that moment, that familiar tune rang in his ears again. Du Xinghe turned his head violently, only to see that Suyu actually looked as if he hadn't paid attention to the situation here. Even though he had already blown his own identity, he was surprisingly still playing the violin there. This song went to the end, without the exciting fervor of the party, as if it were the last song of life arriving at its end. You like pulling so much? When the time comes, I'll take you to the Abyssal Demon Clan and let you pull it properly, Du Xinghe said with a cold smile. Yes, please. The corners of Suyu's mouth rose. His eyes were ancient and still had no fear. Seeing this scene, in the referee's seat, Nie Ziyuan finally got up. Old Qin, the fish is hooked. Prepare to reel in the net. In the shadows behind him, a figure walked out slowly. But are you sure you can suppress a demigod from blowing itself up? Principal Qin gruffly said. Among his perceptions, The blood-colored spell above the ring was releasing enormous pressure, and it wouldn't be long before that demigod-level abyssal blood demon would descend. Looking at this fluctuation, this demigod was afraid that it was a bit too strong, wasn't it? Shouldn't be a problem. I've rolled a fortune, 9 times for the Holy Grail. Nia Ziyuan pondered for a while and finally said. As soon as his words fell, the aura on Du Xinghe's body climbed once again, and blood-colored incantations surged madly in all directions. The boundary around the ring instantly dimmed, and everyone's bodies trembled slightly. How dare you not run away? You guys trust Nia Ziyuan so much? At this time, Du Xinghe had completely turned into the color of blood. He reached out. Boom! A blood-colored passageway immediately appeared above the square, leading to the abyssal blood demon clan's compound. A red aura shot out from it, reflecting the sky into a blood-red color. In a flash, the crowd felt cold and their blood seemed to stop flowing. Many couldn't stand it and screamed in agony as they clutched their heads. These red-ons, surprisingly, possessed a terrifying spiritual attack. Why is this pressure so huge? Nia Ziyuan frowned. According to his prediction, even the strongest demigods could not possess this level of pressure. Late to the party. Gentlemen, raise the net. Nia Ziyuan spoke quickly. Yes. In the next moment, answering voices came from all 4 directions of the Holy Spirit School at the same time. With that, Nia Ziyuan struck out with a palm, flinging out countless talismans in the process. Those who are in the presence, fighting, are in formation, in line, in front, in line. Once the 9 characters came out, that obsidian ring instantly fell apart. In an instant, those fragments actually flew backwards and formed a giant formation in the sky. It's useless. Nia Ziyuan, do you think I don't know you're fishing? Du Xinghe let out a maniacal laugh, then pulled out a dagger and slashed his veins. A large amount of blood instantly gushed out from within his body. The blood seemed to be extremely corrosive to the formation. In just a few moments, the formation that Nia Ziyuan had put together was already shaking. You think I don't know you know I'm fishing? Nia Ziyuan let out a cold laugh and actually directly abandoned the obsidian grand formation. With that, he slapped his palm on the ground. Heaven and earth. The universe is flooded. Earth, wind, water and fire rise. The 4 elephants and 5 elements appear. In an instant, the 4 directions of the Holy Spirit Schoolhouse bloomed with immeasurable divine light. Green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xianwu. The 4 elephant Holy Spirits manifested and surrounded that blood-colored passageway in unison. Seeing this scene, the smile on Du Xinghe's face disappeared. TM, you are so shady. When did it happen that a 4 elephant formation was created within the Holy Spirit School? Du Xinghe's face was ugly. The 4 elephant grand formation had appeared on the frontline battlefield several times. This formation had a demigod as the lead, for 9 revolutions as the eyes of the formation, and combined with a large amount of epic materials to provide the energy, which allowed it to be successfully activated. It usually took months just to outline the formation diagram. In other words, Nia Ziyuan had already calculated the current situation months ago? Hiss, this guy really deserves to be the #1 old Inbi in Daxia. Listening to the duo's conversation, everyone present also understood. It turned out that this academy competition also involved a game between the State Master and the Advent Society. Everyone's lifted hearts were loosened. Fortunately, it turned out that the State Master was prepared. For a moment, everyone's gazes went to that blood-colored passage. Hey, an abyssal demon demigod? Hurry up and come over and get yourself killed. Rumble. The next moment, a hideous arm appeared through the passageway in front of the crowd. This arm was hundreds of meters in size, blood-red in color, and exuded a creepy sense of oppression. At the same time, the smell of blood was also thick to the extreme, and the entire square was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Jia. Lowly humans, I, Dracula, will bury you today. With an eerie sound, Dracula's second arm reached out through the passage. Dracula? How is he? Nia Ziyuan's eyelids fluttered wildly. Wasn't it a demigod? Why would a true god appear now? Dracula? Ha. The disheveled look on Du Xinghe's face was swept away. I didn't expect that the blood spell descent technique, which can only pick up mere demigods, would pick up a true god at this moment. Oh, this is heaven trying to kill Daxia. The smile on Du Xinghe's face suddenly stiffened. He lowered his head. A huge nail pierced his entire body. All of his blood began to flow out quickly. How can you? Du Xinghe looked at Dracula with a trembling voice. The upper limit of the blood spell descent spell is indeed a demigod. If one wanted to receive the true god to descend, then one would have to pay a sufficient price. Apparently, the price of Dracula's descent was his life. In less than a second, Du Xinghe's body had become dry and decayed. All of his soul was also incorporated by Dracula into that blood-cursed descent spell. Don't you usually keep you for use now? Dracula's voice was tinged with a bit of contempt. Don't worry. I will help you fulfill your long-cherished wish to clear out all the races. Thank you, master. A miserable smile appeared at the corner of Du Xinghe's mouth and finally dissipated into nothingness. On the other hand, the faces of everyone present were extremely ugly. A true god is about to descend. That means 90% of the people here will be dead before that truce pact goes into effect. Everyone, on my mark, evacuate in an orderly fashion. Nie Ziyuan frowned as he raised his hand to release a spell formation. With that, he began to quickly teleport the people here. A true god appearing in the territory of the Grand Xia was undoubtedly a catastrophic event. Even if the rest of the true gods within the Great Xia arrived, the aftermath of that battle would cause countless deaths. Time passes second by second. Half of Dracula's body had poked out of that blood-colored channel. He grinned a playful smile at the corner of his mouth and didn't stop Nie Ziyuan's behavior. If he made a move, then he would be restricted by the power of the contract. Therefore, for this first strike, a big move had to be brewed to make enough money. You little guy actually hasn't run yet? At this moment, Dracula discovered Suyu, who was standing on the high platform. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly, still playing without any hurry. The song had come to an end, and it looked like it would soon be over. Facing Dracula's eyes, Suyu did not move a bit, as if nothing was more important than playing right now. Suyu? At this time, Nie Ziyuan also noticed Suyu in midair. The obsidian ring had disintegrated, but that high platform remained. At this moment, that place seemed to have turned into a stage that belonged solely to Suyu. Why aren't you running? Time is running out. Nie Ziyuan shouted loudly. However, Suyu remained deaf. Crazy, this kid is crazy. Nie Ziyuan's heart has cooled down a bit. Could it be that this kid hasn't realized the danger yet? The color of blood in the sky and earth grew thicker, and many people who could not evacuate in time were directly crushed to the ground. The blood in his body flowed out uncontrollably, and that Dracula was like the source of all blood in heaven and earth. The protective formations within the Holy Spirit Academy followed suit, rupturing and collapsing. A flash of despair surfaced in the bottom of everyone's eyes. The might of a true god simply made it impossible to bring up the thought of resisting. Suyu, hurry up and come down. It's time for us to evacuate. Xinhuai and the others stood in the teleportation array and began to shout loudly as well. This batch of evacuees were all the elites of the various universities, and they all looked at Suyu with a gaze of a fool at the moment. Why don't you run away now? What are you pretending? Nice. I really like your tune. What's it called? By this time, one of Dracula's legs had already taken a step out of the blood-colored channel. Suyu slowly brought the last long section to an end. With that, he let out a long breath and made a curtain call towards the bottom. This piece of music is called Divine Fall. After saying that, Suyu put the eternal elegy away and quietly gazed at Dracula. Godfall? I don't really like that name. Dracula shook his head slightly. So let you be destroyed with it. In the next second, Dracula's last foot stepped out of the blood-colored channel and completely descended over the Holy Spirit School. Damn it! Fight the stinking bat! Nie Ziyuan clenched his teeth and directly activated the Dao power within his body, preparing to meet the enemy. I don't know what I'm talking about. Dracula grunted. Destroy, weak bugs. He reached out and waved his hand. At once, the temperature between heaven and earth plummeted. The air freezes. The wind is chilling. The four-elephant Holy Spirit Grand Formation shattered in an instant. No! Nie Ziyuan hissed with red eyes, but it didn't change anything at all. The foundation of the four-elephant Holy Spirit Grand Formation instantly collapsed. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose into the air with an earth-shattering explosion. The entire space trembled violently. Terrifying powerful chi swept out. Put! Nie Ziyuan spewed out a mouthful of blood and directly flew backwards. However, just as Dracula was about to go one step further and kill all the humanoids here, buzz off! Under Dracula's feet, a dark and deep passageway actually suddenly surfaced. This passageway was similar to the blood-colored passageway from before, and it also carried a strong spatial force. Only, there was a strong sense of death at the end of the passage. It was as if all life had come to an end. Dracula frowned. The feeling was killing him. This is the path to hell. Nie Ziyuan held back his injuries as a flash of surprise appeared on his face. Does it mean that hell has been unsealed? Whoever you are, don't interfere with. Ha! Dracula was just about to say something when he was ripped straight into hell by an irresistible pull. Yo, look what I found. A live bat. Brothers, let's get dirty. An incredibly excited voice rang out. Jingle bells. Immediately afterward, a man dressed in white and wearing a high hat with the inscription Fat Choi at first sight appeared, shaking a wailing stick in his hand and emitting a clear ringing sound. Old Van, come quickly. Shibian licked his lips, his eyes full of food cravings. Outside, the moment they saw this figure, everyone was stunned. Isn't this the image of the white impermanent Xiebian? Could it be that all those myths and legends in the history of Daxia were true? For a while, the square was abuzz. Everyone hurriedly ran a few steps forward, bound to take a good look at what the site of this legendary hell was. This, Nye Ziyuan was too excited to speak. How many years have passed since that plague came, and gods from all over the world have awakened? But, only Daxia is godless. Now, are these beings returning? Is this the hell? Su Yu muttered. He realized that the scenes of the Hellmouth were surprisingly similar to the layout of the Purgatory School. However, the size of the buildings in the Hell Mansion and that reincarnation death intent were too much stronger than the Purgatory School. Who are you? Where is this place? Dracula asked after a long silence. He looked around and realized that there was a heavy aura of death. And this power of death was not even the slightest bit weaker than the goddess of death's divine kingdom. What's going on? Isn't Daxia godless? Why did so many godly auras exist in this place in front of us? Dracula kept trying to return to Daxia through the black passage, yet it failed time and time again, as if there was some unseen and unfathomable force blocking it. Little bats still have so many problems. After you get to your master's belly, everything will be clear. The white impermanent Xiebian waved his hand and scattered a piece of soul hooking chains. Damn, who the hell is doing this? Dracula was enraged and looked at Xiebian with cold eyes. I am the god of the abyssal demons. Dare to touch me? Are you ready to bear the wrath of the abyss? As the words fell, he raised his hand and struck a sea of blood. However, the sea of blood melted away in an instant when faced with that soul hooking chain. So strong, Dracula's pupils plummeted and he dodged in a hurry. But he was still covered by the chains. Damn! What the hell is this place? This power was not the least bit weaker than him. A true god. This oddly shaped god in front of him was actually a peak true god? Whoosh! Just then, a dark shadow flashed by. Good lord! How many years has it been since I finally got to get my meat on? Van Wouters, dressed in black, quickly followed the bell. He was a fierce-looking, short man, with the words "Peace in the World" written on his black official hat. Seeing that Dracula was still not honest when he was bound by the hook lock, he directly rushed over and carried the weeping stick and just smashed it fiercely. Bang! Dracula cried out in agony, became dizzy and stopped struggling. He. The white impermanence laughed more and more cheerfully at the sight. It's not easy to have a bat for a toothsome meal. Do you think it should be stir-fried or stewed? With that, he once again stuck out his long tongue and licked the scarlet drool, his eyes staring wide at Dracula. Humph! Want to eat me? Dracula snorted coldly. I'm a blood demon clan patriarch with an immortal body. You can't kill me. White impermanence's eyes lit up. You said you are immortal? Wouldn't that be an inexhaustible supply of flesh and blood? At that, chills ran down Dracula's spine. What kind of god is this? How can he be so heartless? Wait! Just as the black and white irregulars were about to make their move, an indifferent and majestic voice rang out. Only in the shadows, two pairs of scarlet eyes slowly penetrated. Old black and white, why don't you think of your brothers when you have something good? A 1,000-meter giant bull-headed monster slowly stepped out. He was accompanied by a horrible creature with a horse's head. These two were clearly ox head and horse face. Nyo and Ma, don't say I didn't think of you too. I just called it. White Vagabond had a calm face. Stick your tongue out before you talk. The oxhead's face revealed a look of contempt. If it weren't for our ears, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been swallowed up by you two brothers. That's it. Horseface clasped his hands to his chest and concurred. Coot dash. Seeing two more true gods walk by, Dracula's throat rolled. These were 4 peak true gods, and he couldn't defeat any of them, let alone 4. Damn, looks like we'll have to invite a main god to get out of this today. Dracula secretly mobilized his divine soul and tried to communicate with the will of the abyss. However, no matter how hard he tried, there was no way he could send a single ounce of power out of hell. Done. Dracula's heart was in his mouth. Can't even the will of the abyss be helped? Is this really the divine kingdom of some main god? Rumble. It seemed that the commotion made here was too great, and all the other existences within the hellmouth quickly rushed over. I heard that there is a bat demon here. Why don't you let the old man use it to boil up a pot of soup to share? A long, plain-colored dress of Meng's eyes glowed brightly as she took a step into the air. Her stunningly beautiful face wore a creepy smile, and flames danced vaguely in her cloudy eyeballs. Which was creepy. Is this the legendary Mona? Everyone in the square looked stunned. Fongka said with a small blush. Well, I see that this Mona has a lot of style, too. Don't say. You really don't say oh. Qinhui nodded his head in deep thought. Although Meng looks scary, her shapely body is really attractive. Nah. I hear we have a visitor to hell? Well, this guest, it looks delicious. This blood smells so bad. Why don't we throw it into the underworld blood sea to wash it first? Forget it, that one is sleeping there. Isn't throwing it in a meat bag? Zhong Kuei, you're finished. How dare you call that one a dog? When the time comes I'm going to tell on him. Immediately after that, 4 more figures arrived in an instant. These 4 hecklers. Reward the Good Division. Judge Wei. Judge Bell. Department of Punishment and Evil. Inspection Division. Judge Land. Law Division. Judge Choi. Once the 4 great judges arrived, that pressure spread out and enveloped the entire heaven and earth. Even Dracula, who was a true god, couldn't help but tremble. Where the hell did 4 more high gods come from? Looking at the aura emanating from these 4, they were the strongest of the bunch even among the high gods, weren't they? If we had known that Desya had this kind of heritage, the abyssal demon race would still have fought the human race. Greetings to the 4 lord judges. The black and white irregulars and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully. Exempt. Hell has long ceased to function for many years. What's the point of distinguishing between up and down? Judge Choi waved his hand and said. With that, he narrowed his eyes and gripped Dracula in one hand. This guy is trespassing in the hell. I'll take him back for some interrogation first. Yes, extremely. The 4 of us will interrogate first. The other 3 judges all drooled in agreement. At those words, everyone had a disappointed expression on their faces. It looks like this piece of meat won't be their turn today. Wanted. At that moment, a big white dog ran by. As soon as the big white dog approached, it shifted and transformed into the appearance of a herd of beasts, with a tiger's head, a unicorn's horn, canine ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and a unicorn's feet. Looking at this huge beast coming over, the 4 judges also frowned for a while. Shimeji, what are you doing over here? Judge Choi said faintly. What? That bodhisattva wants to taste me too? Nonetheless. Shimeji shook his head slightly. Immediately afterward, its gaze moved upwards, through that black channel, penetrating through the layers of space, and glanced at Suyu in the square. Suyu raised his eyebrows lightly, following Shimeji's gaze. The 4 judges, the black and white irregulars, and the others also locked their sights on that black passageway. Before, they were only concerned about fighting for Dracula's belonging, and they didn't really notice the existence of that passage for a while. After all, the hell is still in a state of blockade. What can break through that lady's means? This is, the passageway to Earth has been opened? Judge Wei was puzzled. No, it's just a temporary passage. Judge Chui's eyes showed a thoughtful look. It's a vicarious life. He seemed to see something, but as soon as those words were out of his mouth he realized he had slipped up and violently covered his mouth. The calculations between those kinds of existences. Would it be possible for him, a small judge, to meddle in them? He withdrew his gaze and tossed Dracula out. Since everyone wants a taste, let's split it and eat it. After saying that, he waved the judge's pen in his hand. No. In the next moment, Dracula was knocked right back into his original form. In pieces. The black and white irregulars, Ox-headed Horseface and the others each got a piece of meat and left contentedly. Instead, Judge Choi took the 2 pieces of meat and walked over to the black channel that was about to close. Kid, get more of these down here in the future, and the benefits will be yours. Judge Choi rushed to deliver a bloody, mushy chunk of meat before the passageway closed. Here's a deposit for you. At the same time, a strand of gray breath violently sprang out from within the book of life and death in his hand and stayed in front of Suyu. Elder, when will hell break the seal? Rushing at this moment, Nia Ziyuan hurriedly rushed over and asked loudly. It's early, don't wait up. Judge Choi waved his hand impatiently, and with that, the passageway disappeared. In the square, the crowd stared straight at the place where the black channel disappeared. The scene that had just happened kept flashing through their minds. It was less than a minute short. In hell, the black and white irregulars, the ox-headed Horseface, and the formidable 4 judges appeared one after another. Great Xia! There really are gods. The discovery made some people blush. From ancient times, the people of Daxia thought that Daxia had no gods. Compared to those kingdoms with gods, Daxia was like a motherless child. If it weren't for the goddess of fortune and a few other gods taking refuge, I'm afraid that Daxia would be in a much worse situation right now. But now, the emergence of hell is undoubtedly bringing hope to all. You abyssal demons have the goddess of death as the main god to help you, and I, Daxia, also have the hell. Who's afraid of who? Should I not wait? However, compared to the optimism of the others, Nia Ziyuan, who was standing high in the air, wasn't that happy. He kept speculating on Judge Chui's remark and finally shook his head. I'm afraid that Daxia can't rely on anyone but itself in a short period of time. Nia Ziyuan turned his gaze to Suyu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Suyu's performance this time around was nothing short of amazing, judging from his behavior, and Judge Chui's actions. I'm afraid that Dracula's fall was not his handiwork? With only 4 revolutions, was it possible to open the passageway to hell and count a true god to death? This kid is too much of a rebel. It seems that he must be sent to the front to shine. And at this moment, Suyu was carefully observing the writhing mass of flesh and blood in front of him. This piece of meat wasn't as aggressive as the 2 drops of Abyssal God's blood in his hand. With all the harmful substances inside removed, it was a fine piece of ingredient. Eat this and then use the time bead to accelerate time. Maybe we can advance the next life metamorphosis? Suyu's eyes moved slightly and he took out the eternal elegy again. In this instant, the gray breath left behind by that Judge Chui violently merged into the eternal elegy. You assisted in killing Dracula LV220, True God, and gained experience value 464-375-4697. Your level has increased. Current level LV100. Your weapon Eternal Elegy has been blessed by the higher gods and its quality has been upgraded. Your weapon, the Eternal Elegy, has been blessed by the higher gods and has awakened the gift, 6 paths of reincarnation. Eternal Anthem, Epic. Grade, Type, Weapons. Attribute, Intelligence plus 65%. Durability, 1200/1300. Talent, Death Music LV8. While you are in the playing state, all surrounding creatures will be enveloped in the aura of death, reducing their life value by 1.5% per second. Catastrophe Chapter LV8. While you are in the playing state, all creatures around you will be enveloped in an aura of doom, reducing your luck by 2 points per second. 6 paths of reincarnation LV8. While you are in the playing state, all creatures around you will undergo the baptism of the wheel of reincarnation grinder and suffer a mental blow that reduces their mental power by 100 points per second. Skills. Sinking for Eternity. Upon activating the skill, all creatures within range will undergo a mental power determination, and creatures with a mental power lower than yours will fall into eternal slumber. The duration is determined by the total amount of mental power, and the cooldown is 3 hours. Hiss. Looking at Eternal Elegy's attributes, Suyu could not help but draw a cold breath. Although the quality is still at the epic level, Eternal Elegy is arguably enhanced on all fronts. The base attributes of intelligence has been increased by 5% more, durability has been increased by 100, and death music reduces life per second by 0.5% more. And there's another strong talent added to the mix. Now that's a truly unbeatable attack for Su to play. Simultaneous cuts to life value. Mental strength. Life value below 40% would be decimated, and mental strength below Suyu would fall directly into eternal slumber, plus an instant death ruling every now and then. Gee, it's the perfect combination. Taking advantage of the time when Nia Ziyuan and the others were cleaning up the mess, Suyu incidentally added the fate points that he had only just earned on the string puppets, raising this skill to max level. Your skill Tilting Puppet LV9 is upgraded to Tilting Puppet Max. String Puppet Max, active skill. Through the consumption of spiritual power can control dead corpses or living people as puppets to fight. The maximum number of puppets existed 49. Puppets can be transformed into Lotus Guile at any time. Extra 100% increase in the strength of the Thread of Fate. Sure enough, after seeing the additional effects brought about by Skill Max, a smile appeared at the corner of Suyu's mouth. Now, his Threads of Fate should be able to easily control those 2 drops of True God blood. The smile at the corner of Suyu's mouth grew wider at the thought of being able to weave destinies for the True God soon. Thinking so, Suyu's gaze fell on his attribute panel. Occupation, Thespian. Grade, 100. Strength, 8,649. Physical strength, 8348. Intelligence, 8,857. Agility, 6,864. Awakening, 4th turning. Skills, Fate Sense. Savage Growth. Rhythm of Life. Vital Artifacts. All Fall Down Max. Battle Rage Max. Weapon Master Max. Final Prologue Max. Twilight of the Gods Max. Puppeteer Max. Fatal Flare LV1. Talent, Modification of Fate. Destiny Point, 61,400. Guild Contribution, 860,100. Credits, 11,800. 000. Suyu nodded slightly. A total of 800. 000 credits had been rewarded for winning the first place in the great competition of academies, plus the 280. 000 credits paid from Qin Huai's side. Suyu's credits had already broken through 1 million. And, supposedly, there's a mystery reward later. He's made a fortune this time around, especially since it also accidentally rubbed off on the experience value from Dracula's death. If that massive experience value hadn't been awakened, I'm afraid it would have directly allowed him to ascend to level 10. Not long after, the originally destroyed meeting place was quickly repaired by the professionals. Suyu and the rest of the participants were also called to the podium for the so-called award ceremony. However, none of the people were particularly excited, and their minds were going back to the hellish look they had just seen. Suyu, how on earth did you do it? Actually climbed into a relationship with even the judge of hell. Lucian took the medallion and came over to ask. Song Tianlin, who was originally in second place, was eliminated by Dracula, so he managed to win second place in the academy competition with 0 points. Chance. I guess. Suyu shook his head slightly. He really hadn't thought about hell being like this before. Perhaps having been hungry for too long. The big men were extremely generous. Well, get them some more good stuff down there sometime, Suyu secretly thought. Lucian sighed. Alas, the prize for the first place this time is a divine weapon. I didn't expect that you would actually pick up the slack in the end. Suyu glanced at him. Picking up the pieces? Do you think your future walk will be useful to me? Who knows if you haven't fought? Lucian turned his face away, not daring to look at Suyu's eyes again. No matter what, you can't lose in terms of momentum. Well, there's still a lot of talk about receiving the award. So if you keep nagging me, I'm not going to give it away. Nia Ziyuan came from the side of the podium and immediately chided after hearing Lucian's words. Lucian instantly wilted down and obediently stood beside Suyu and stopped speaking. Other people might just be talking, but this Nia Ziyuan guy is really capable of withholding rewards. Nia Ziyuan looked at Suyu and instructed in a serious tone. Suyu, you've performed well this time. I hope you can keep it up. Suyu nodded slightly. So when will you make up for the contribution value that was deducted from me? Ahem. Nia Ziyuan immediately averted his eyes, took the microphone, and after pulling a bunch of useless crap on the podium, he took out a couple of shiny equipment from a cloth bag with a meaty face. Suyu was given a weirdly shaped mythic-grade mask. Lucian, on the other hand, had gained an epic-level suit, which was also extremely valuable. As for Lin Qinshui and Qin Huai, as jerks, they didn't fight a single battle but also had the good fortune of bagging the 3rd and 4th places, each obtaining an epic weapon. Earned it. This time we've made a fortune. He was all smiles and giggled as he hugged the epic brush. The 280,000 credits he had paid to Suyu this time had not only earned all of them back, but he had also harvested an additional epic level weapon that was incomparably suited to him. It was simply a blood profit. Brother you, I'll look for you next time something like this happens. Qin Huai made a look towards Suyu and said, tell me more. Suyu lazily replied. After receiving the award, Nia Ziyuan quickly announced the end of the schoolhouse competition. The contestants are also starting to go their separate ways. This was very much in line with Dasha's current style of thunder and lightning, and any meaningless processes would be simply omitted. Bro, looking forward to seeing you on the battlefield. Ha, you're too fierce. I hope we'll be divided into a legion when the time comes. Su, sign me up. I have a feeling you're going to have to take off not long after you go to the front. Before leaving, a group of 6-turn and 7-turn professionals who came down from the front line surrounded Suyu and eagerly discussed. In response, Suyu was also very familiar with them. After all, most of the people here had died at his hands, so there was a bit of a friendship there. Walking out of the Holy Spirit schoolhouse, the crowd realized that Principal Qin was already standing at the entrance of the school waiting. Yo, old Qin, so kind to send us back? Seeing Principal Qin's uncharacteristic behavior, Fang Qiu couldn't help but tease. Suyu, come with me, you guys can settle this yourselves. Principal Qin glanced at him, then directly brought Suyu into the shadows, leaving a group of people wide-eyed. This fucking is really his style. In the Shadow Road, Principal Qin didn't rush to catch up, but suddenly asked, did that Judge Chui say anything to you? No. Suyu shook his head. Upon hearing this, Principal Qin was silent for a moment and said, your Soul Slinger candidate mission has been fully completed, and from now on, you are a full-fledged Soul Slinger. The northern battlefield will open in 12 days. Any interest in participating? Sure. Suyu nodded. He had long wanted to go. If it wasn't for the truce on the front line, he was afraid that he would have found an opportunity to run off and kill. Principal Qin gave a light him and said, in that case, you should prepare well in the next few days. The battlefield is merciless. Don't die. He paused and added, after the appearance of the Earth's mansion, the upper echelons changed their attitude toward you drastically, and the attitudes of some of the conservatives all shifted 180 degrees. Yes, Suyu was non-committal. Principal Qin smiled slightly. Their previous intention was to keep delaying until the return of the gods of the Great Summer, and now you are able to loosen the seal ahead of time, allowing them to see hope. So, you understand, don't you? So it is. Suyu nodded slightly. Soon the shadows faded before the two. The gate of the academy appeared in front of Suyu's eyes. Once again, look at this ghost gate. Suyu heart has some different feelings. So, our academy was built with reference to hell? Suyu asked. Ghost Gate, Yellow Springs Road, Neho Bridge, 18 layers of hell. One by one, these are the landmarks of hell. Except for the absence of that underworld sea of blood in the 6 chakras, almost all the facilities were fully equipped. Isn't it obvious? Principal Qin said rightfully. The two of them walked side by side, once again walking through that Yellow Spring Road. Looking at the tombstone, Suyu felt something in his heart and paused. Life and death. The cycle goes on and on. he took out the eternal elegy, and the strings flicked gently, bringing up bursts of mellifluous staccato. Principal Chin froze slightly, wanting to listen in for a while, but again, he was rendered disinterested by the incessant mental-physical multiple assaults coming his way. He simply returned directly to his office, leaving Suyu alone to play solo here. In this song, Suyu pulled for a long time before stopping. The tombstones on both sides of the Yellow Springs Road, however, still stood quietly, as if nothing had changed. Suyu collected the piano and quickly folded back to the villa. Just as he stepped into it, a big bear hug swooped him to the ground. Is the metamorphosis over? Feeling Baby Bear's tongue with barbs licking at his face, Suyu revealed a helpless smile. Why is Master Bye still so petite? You need to eat more meat. Baby Bear's mouth was like a rag, muddying up Suyu's entire face. Stop it. Suyu pushed its head away and rubbed his nose. Baby Bear. Race, Titan Bear. Level, 110. Natural skills. Earth power. Titan bears are the favorites of the earth. Fighting on the earth can greatly increase defense, attack power, and quickly recover physical energy. Titan bloodline, the fifth metamorphosis is complete, and the bloodline within the Titan bear is activated, permanently increasing basic attributes by 80%. Titan's wrath, the Titan bear's base attributes will gradually increase in battle, up to 300%. Titanic might, a Titanic bear releases its high-level creature might into the air, which will exert a great oppressive force on lower-level creatures. Sky Crash, the Titan bear releases all of its life energy and strikes a devastating blow. Is this the Titan creature? Looking at Baby Bear's panel, Suyu had some expectations. It's a fucking pure and simple numerical monster. What changes would be brought about if one reached the fifth metamorphosis? Baby Bear seemed disappointed. Master Bye doesn't even play with people. Baby Bear is so bored. Suyu, play. This will play with you. As the words fell, Suyu picked up Baby Bear and threw it away with an over-the-shoulder drop. Boom! Baby Bear's huge body slammed into a small hill, embedding itself hard into an unknown depth. However, after being dropped by Suyu, not only did it not show the slightest expression of pain on its face, instead, it showed excitement as it crawled out of the mud, patted its claws that were covered in debris, and continued to pounce towards Suyu. This guy has thick skin and flesh, and Suyu's 80% force of a fall was only considered to be playing. Suyu simply rolled up his sleeves and properly accompanied it for a close combat training. I don't know how long it took before Suyu wore out Baby Bear's exuberant energy. However, Suyu was not without gains. Baby Bear's melee compatibility wasn't weak, allowing Suyu to learn very many useful techniques. A few moments later, Suyu took a hot shower and walked out of the bathroom shirtless. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. Wang Tong walked in with a large pocket of time beads. Boss, here's what you asked for. He put the time beads down and then turned his head and walked out of the villa. Suyu nodded and crossed over 500,000 credits to him. With that, Suyu took out the piece of Dracula's flesh and blood and placed the 1,000 or so time beads next to it. Theoretically, as long as the time acceleration had a multiplier of 1,000 times and lasted for 8 hours, he would be able to quickly reach the point in time where the Titan creatures metamorphosed every year. 2 chapters of 7,000 words. I'm too lazy to split the chapters. Fate Minor Event. You used the time beat to speed up your own time by a factor of 11. Ding! Fate Minor Event. You used the time bead to speed up your own time by 91 times. Fate points plus 40. As a time bead was crushed, the things around Suyu suddenly fell into a slow release state, and he himself was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Suyu quickly grabbed Dracula's flesh and blood and just swallowed it whole. After all, this thing was so high grade that there was no way to work on it by ordinary means. Boom! It was as if a loud bang resounded in Suyu's head. In an instant, Dracula's flesh and blood was broken down and absorbed by Suyu's powerful digestive ability. A large amount of life essence surged into his limbs and bones. These life essences contained extremely astonishing energy, and Suyu's physique was strengthening at an astonishing rate. At this moment, Suyu felt soothed and relaxed. The whole person seemed to be about to ascend to immortality. Indescribably wonderful and cozy. Worthy of being a true god. The effect of blood and flesh was just too good. When the time beat effect was about to end, Suyu took out another one and crushed it. With that, he was almost always keeping time accelerated by 90 times or more. As time passed, Suyu's size gradually began to rise. 10 days later, Suyu's body had grown to a size of 10 meters, and his body exuded an appalling power fluctuation. The surging muscles left no doubt about the power contained within. Click! It was a moment that seemed to break through some tipping point. Ah! Suyu let out a low roar from his mouth as his eyes turned crimson, his eyes scarlet. He threw his head back and let out a long whistle. His entire body's aura soared. A ferocious aura filled the air, causing the space around him to distort slightly. Immediately after, only to see his size surge once again, breaking through 5 meters in size in an instant. And one by one, earth-colored runes emerged crazily, covering his entire body in an instant. Phew! Suyu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He looked ahead and flicked a finger. Boom! The air at his fingertips was compressed into a cannonball, directly punching a hole through the villa wall. At the same time, Suyu's body suddenly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was in the small garden at the entrance of the villa. He looked to the sky, a smile curving the corners of his mouth. The next moment, boom! A full-force punch blasted into the sky. The dark clouds within a 10-kilometer radius dissipated without a trace in an instant. Scarlet light scattered down from the secret barrier, reflecting his handsome face. Yes, Suyu grinned. This feeling of wantonly declaring the power of his flesh was simply intoxicating. Dracula's flesh and blood had an unusual effect, and this time it directly allowed him to complete 2 physical metamorphoses. At this moment, even without stacking battle rage, his power was already comparable to that of a 7th turn warrior. How did this kid get stronger again? Inside the office, Principal Chin's eyelids jumped as he said with some surprise, Suyu's strength increase was simply like riding a rocket. There was no bottleneck to speak of. Click 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 click. In the next moment, Suyu's body shook, and then his figure shrunk extremely fast, returning to 185 normal human height. The second metamorphosis was simply an increase in flesh. The third one gave him the ability to adjust his body size at will. Occupation, thespian. Grade, 100. Strength, 11,649. Physical strength, 10205. Intelligence, 8,857. Agility, 7,864. Awakening, 4th turning. Skills, Fate Sense. Savage Growth. Rhythm of Life. Vital Artifacts. All Fall Down Max. Battle Rage Max. Weapon Master Max. Final Prologue Max. Twilight of the Gods Max. Puppeteer Max. Fatal Flare LV1. Talent, Modification of Fate. Destiny Point, 61400. Guild Contribution, 860,100. Credits, 618,000. Looking at his attribute panel, Suyu was secretly staggered. How is it that there seems to be the beginnings of a transformation into a berserker again? Suyu shook his head slightly. Whatever. Just getting stronger is a good thing. Returning to the villa, Suyu took out the mythical grade mask that he had previously obtained and held it in his hand to examine it. Embrace of Pain, Mythic. Grade, 180. Type, Finish. Attribute, Charisma plus 80%. Durability, 1800/1800. Talent, Pain Diffusion LV9. When worn, your enemy's pain perception is increased by 800%. Fear Spread LV9. When worn, your enemies will feel fear towards you. Skills, Stage Fright. Your enemy's fear of you is magnified tenfold, and after falling into a state of fear, your enemies will be unable to deal any damage to you. Good stuff. Suyu nodded and then shook his head. This mask has strong attributes and has good skills, but the only thing was that the level was too high for him to wear it now. Suyu had no choice but to put it away first. The only way to wear this equipment is to wait until you have enough levels, or find another way to do so. With that, Suyu quickly leapt towards the teleportation hall. His level had already fulfilled the 5th awakening requirement and it was time to receive the 5th turn quest. Those overflowing experience values, perhaps because of swallowing Dracula's flesh and blood, hadn't disappeared for the time being, but it was getting close, and it was necessary to hurry up and complete the occupational awakening. Suyu passed through the teleportation array and entered Kyoto once again. The bustling city in front of him was still dazzling, but Suyu did not stay too long and quickly stepped into the Awakening Divine Hall. Detected that the professional meets the conditions for the 5th awakening. Start drawing awakening quests. Awakening mission in the extraction. Awakening mission, the man who controls destiny. Mission difficulty, 10 stars. Introduction, you are the manipulator of fate. Even the gods can only be reduced to your plaything. Rewriting destinies is your family business. Feel free to weave them for all beings. Requirements for awakening. Destiny points 61. 400/1. 000. Quest time limit, 3 days. If the time limit is exceeded, the mission will fail and you will be permanently disqualified for the 5th professional awakening. How much? $1 million? Looking at the awakening quest in front of him, Suyu's eyes widened. He had imagined that this mission would be difficult, but he hadn't realized that the difficulty would be this. $1 million. He only had a total of just over 60,000 destiny points right now. Suyu frowned deeply. Weaving destiny? Is this a way for me to revise the destiny snippets without stopping? Suyu sighed. Luckily, with over 800 bounty targets stored at home, there was no worry about the medium to unleash the fate fragment. Thinking of this, Suyu quickly walked towards the outside of the Awakening Divine Hall. As he walked to the door, he turned back and gazed at the statue of the goddess for a few seconds. After the fifth turn, the professional awakening will no longer need to go to the awakening shrine, but will automatically obtain the requirements for professional awakening. Soon, Suyu came to the street, turned a corner, and incidentally headed to the Vigilant Guild headquarters to submit some of the bounty quests he had previously collected. Under that counselor's surprised gaze, Suyu poured out a dozen heads from the storage bag given by Wang Tang. Some of the bounty targets were too far away. While Suyu gave some pictures or videos to prove that the other party was dead, the counselor was very quick, and immediately remitted the money to Suyu after the inventory was completed. A total of more than 700,000 contribution values arrived. Immediately afterward, Suyu left the Vigilantes' headquarters and returned to the academy through the teleportation array again. Entering the room where the documents were stored, Suyu casually took one out. Name, Ryu Kayasumi. Crimes, rape and murder of 43 females, 86 males, endangering public peace, exposure in the street XX. Level, 132. Occupation, barbarian. Reward amount, 30,000 contribution value. Last known location, Yangon City. Da Xia. Suyu scanned the bounty target information, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he took out a shirt from within the document bag. It was a dress once worn by Ryu Qingquan, and the threads of destiny on it were very clear. In the next moment, destiny perception was unleashed. Destiny segment, your enemy, Lu Qingquan, enters a bar, drinks 10 consecutive beers, takes out a cigarette and smokes 10 consecutive cigarettes, and eventually sleeps inside the bar until the next morning. Looking at this fateful synopsis, Suyu quickly got an idea and started making changes. Ding! Fate fragment, your enemy, Lu Qingquan, enters a bar, drinks a billion consecutive bottles of beer before removing the soap and inhaling 10 consecutive shots, eventually dying inside the bar until the next morning. Fate points plus 40,000. 40,000? Not bad. Suyu nodded slightly. With that, he took out another document. Name, Yang Kai. Crime, abuse of power. Wanton submission to beatings, creating more than 700 cases of injustice and falsehood. Level, 165. Occupation, gravity manipulator. Reward amount, 800,000 contribution value. Last seen, Eagle Country border. Is it actually this guy? Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. This man had been named by that guild director once, and he didn't expect to be drawn at random. Good thing too. This guy is worth his weight in gold. Suyu shook his head slightly and took out the drop of blood that had dried up. In the next moment, destiny perception was unleashed. Fate fragment, your enemy Yang Kai entered the secret realm of judgment and earned 30 billion eagle coins after quickly harvesting secret realm monsters. After leaving the secret realm, he sneaks under the bed of a strange woman and prepares to launch an attack. This guy, he's had a pretty good life after leaving Daxia. Suyu's eyes moved slightly. Since the appearance of the foreign races and the secret realm, only 2 countries in the entire world, Great Xia and the Eagle Kingdom, had survived. However, the Eagle State is also now in name only. The human race there already had a refuted bloodline, and in order to survive, they wantonly intermarried with foreigners, resulting in a person who was inhuman and ghostly. It was also the group of lunatics from the Advent Society who were still secretly supporting them, or else the Eagle Kingdom would have long since been transformed into a large secret realm. After thinking for a moment, Suyu began to make fate modifications. Ding! Fate fragment, your enemy, Yang Kai, entered the secret realm of judgment and earned 30 billion eagle coins after quickly harvesting the secret realm monsters. After leaving the secret realm, he sneaked under the goddess of death's bed and prepared to launch an attack. Fate points plus 250,000. There are actually 250,000? Could it be because the goddess of death is involved? Suyu's eyelids jumped wildly. I didn't realize that this fate fragment modification actually gave so many fate points. This made Suyu ponder for a while. The stronger the existence involved in the modification of destiny, the more destiny points were gained. Looks like the revisions after that are going to be centered around the gods. Suyu let out a long breath. He rubbed his temples, feeling only a little heaviness in his eyelids. The loss of spiritual power was also extremely severe after the fate fragment involving the gods took effect, but it was all worth it. With a few more visits, wouldn't 1,000,000 destiny points be within reach? Taking advantage of the time to recover his mental power, Suyu transformed his life weapon into a crystal ball, then tore off a corner of that shirt and cast it in. The next moment, the image of the midnight bar was projected. The image shows a man with a lot of body hair sitting in the corner drinking a glass of wine. He was rugged looking with a beard and was staring at every beautiful woman in the bar with those sinister eyes. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the stage, and his eyes went wide. There was a girl in a tight black outfit there, who was standing there writhing her body. Her waist was as slender as a snake, and her every move was full of temptation, as if she could hook people's souls away. Seeing this, Lu Qingxuan immediately bulged his bag and wanted to walk over to strike up a conversation. However, when he rose to this thought, he realized that his body couldn't even move. What's going on? Lu Qingxuan's face changed drastically. Had the Night's Watch side struck out at him again? It can't be. I was obviously very careful this time. Without waiting for Lu Qingxuan to think, his body began to frantically pour beer into his mouth as if it had an autonomous consciousness. At first, Lu Qingxuan did not realize the seriousness of the problem. However, after he slammed down his 100th beer, he finally panicked. What the hell is going on here? Why can't I finish this bottle? Each time he finished a bottle, the empty bottle in his hand magically returned to its original state, as if he had never taken a sip. Lu Qingxuan was completely flustered because this feeling was simply too bizarre. His belly grew huge from the massive amount of beer he had poured into it, and a deep fear welled up in his heart. He wanted to struggle and escape, but unfortunately he simply couldn't. Gollum. Lu Qingxuan continued to frantically pour wine. His eyes grew blurry. Bang! With a crunch, his entire stomach exploded. The sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body. He lowered his eyes and saw, to his dismay, that his stomach was actually bursting in its entirety. He tried to scream, but it was as if his throat was stuck and he couldn't make any sound at all. Crap, that guy's crazy. He's still drinking even when his stomach's fried? Hiss, how big is this alcohol addiction? As for that, shit, call a doctor. The bar was in chaos. The surrounding patrons exclaimed and retreated towards the outside in fear. Many people took out their phones, intending to call an ambulance. However, when paramedics and law enforcement arrived, an even more bizarre scene occurred. They realized that although Lu Qingxuan was begging for help with his eyes, that drinking movement did not pause in the slightest. The beer was down and back out of the tattered belly without a pause. Is he, under a spell? One of the enforcers looked creeped out, chills running down his spine. The crowd tried all sorts of things, but nothing worked. It seemed that Lu Qingxuan's behavior today was an iron law that was bound to happen and could not be changed in any way. They all gave up as well and just had to contact the Vigilant Guild to sort it out. Seeing this, Suyu quickly contacted Wang Tang and asked him to go forward to collect the corpse, lest he be cut off by others. With that, he then directly snuffed out the void rope enemy and turned to put Yang Kai's blood back in. The mental power had come back up a bit, and after a little more time of watching it, he could continue with the modification of the destiny fragment. Soon a fat, bloated man appears in the frame. He was 10,000 meters in the air, his body flying in one direction. As a gravity manipulator, the whole flying thing was just a family affair for him. Soon, Yang Kai arrived at the entrance to a secret realm. Unlike the Disya's secret realm, the Eagle Kingdom's secret realm didn't set up a boundary to isolate it, but simply set up a stone tablet to mark the name of the secret realm. It's more like an autonomous state than a secret realm. 1,000 times gravity. Death. When Yang Kai appeared, he directly launched his big move. Under 1,000 times gravity, the monsters in the secret realm were crushed into meat paste in a matter of moments. Yang Kai was all smiles, and after quickly putting away the equipment that had exploded, he turned around and ran. The Eagle Kingdom advocated peaceful coexistence with the secret realm monsters, so he was afraid that he would not be able to eat if this behavior was discovered. Coming to the Chamber of Commerce, Yang Kai exchanged everything for Eagle coins, a full 30 billion. He doesn't seem to be satisfied though. The Eagle Kingdom's supplies weren't as bountiful as Dasha's, and 30 billion Eagle coins wasn't enough to buy an epic equipment. After thinking about it, he went to a residential building while the night was still young. After sneaking in through the window, he first took a greedy look at the picture of his hostess. With that, he found a couple of close-ups in the bedroom and put them on his face and sniffed them hard with a mesmerized look on his face. Click. Eventually, the moment the door opened, he quickly lowered himself and crawled toward the bedroom under the bed.